young man woke up to find himself falling freely through the air somewhere. He hovered midair, reading the notification. The trial tower has selected suitable candidates from Earth. The trial tower requires Han Sung-gun to choose the difficulty level of the challenge. He had no idea what would happen, but at this point, only going all in could make him legendary. Sung-gun confidently chose the highest difficulty. At that moment, he was teleported to the first floor of the tower to begin the mission. He stood in the second version of the Sahara Desert. Han Sung-gun was equipped with a sword. It was so basic it had no sheath, but the reward was extraordinary, a unique attribute. It was something he hadn't achieved even after 7 years of intense training. Sung-gun was thrilled. If this was a reward-based puzzle game, he was ready to risk everything. First, he had to get the sword to defend himself. But lost in admiration, he ran out of preparation time. A sand golem emerged from the depths, startling him. This was the price of confidently choosing the hardest difficulty. Surviving 10 minutes seemed simple, but for someone like him, it felt like 10 years. Moreover, failure would open the gates of hell to welcome Han Sung-gun. Now, the reward-based puzzle had turned into a deadly survival game, with no return for the protagonist. Sung-gun grabbed the sword and sprinted. 36 strategies, fleeing is best. But here, running was foolish as each step of the golem equaled 10 of his. Besides, he was wearing long sleeves while running across the desert. Soon, he would spot a familiar oasis ahead. Armed with only a basic sword against a giant stone being, he had two options: flee and die of exhaustion or fight and be crushed by the golem. Sung-gun could only run headlong in fear, the mocking voices of others ringing in his ears. "You're nothing in this world." To the protagonist now, the golem seemed like a giant version of the director, trampling him like a worm. Sung-gun gritted his teeth in rage, determined not to fail as he did under the director's trash pile. In the past 7 years, he wasn't a delinquent student. Theoretical knowledge was second nature to him. With golem-type monsters, destroying their energy core would defeat them. Simple in theory, but the energy core was always in a hard-to-reach place, and the golem towered 10 times his height. Luckily, there was a hill ahead. He decided to climb it to match the golem's height. At the top, Sung-gun leapt onto the golem. The blazing red energy core stared back, inviting him to strike. He swung with all his might at what looked like the golem's heart. But the next second, his body trembled as the strike barely left a scratch. The golem roared in fury at the hit. Sung-gun tried another strike but was grabbed and thrown into the air. Its solid stone hand bruised him severely. Facing the golem, he heard the same words that haunted him for years. "You're a pathetic fool." Enraged by the insult, Sung-gun shouted, "Stop, shut up, you bastard," and threw his sword at the golem. Fortuitously, it struck where he had just attacked. A blinding red light erupted along with the golem's roar. The system announced the golem's energy core was destroyed, signifying Sung-gun had completed the mission. The golem vanished and he fell onto the sand. Though successful, his body was battered. Yet after defeating the monster for the first time, Sung-gun felt pride and newfound confidence. In his hunter career, as promised, the system granted him a unique attribute called soul summoning. At that moment, a mass of black, eerie bones appeared where the golem cat fell. Sung-gun curiously touched the bones. The system asked if he wanted to absorb the golem cat's soul. Upon accepting, the soul instantly entered Sung-gun's body. This was the soul summoning attribute given by the system. Absorbing the golem cat's soul increased Sung-gun's mastery by 7%. Small, but noticeably different. The protagonist's first attempt was challenging, as if a blaze of spirits had entered his chest. Sung-gun could sense the soul when he closed his eyes and breath. Moreover, absorbing its stats could permanently boost his own. At the same time, his stats rose slightly. He also felt a connection to a certain beauty as his life turned a new page. This was the breakthrough feeling after 7 years of hard training. Having endured the trivial mockery, he confidently resumed his path as a hunter. A spatial gate opened after the system gave him his reward. Han Sung-gun swallowed hard. Either way, he could not escape this place. Then he might as well go along with the leveling system. He thought he would be moved smoothly like riding an elevator, but the leveling system threw him around like a sandbag. Sung-gun lay on the ground, aching all over, covered in blood, his wounds growing worse. Just when he thought his injuries had drained him completely, all of his wounds disappeared. His vitality surged as if nothing had ever happened. It turned out that after a trial, the waiting room healed injuries for free. In the 300-square-meter room, there was only a single bed big enough for him to lie on, but that was enough for him to rest. Han Sung-gun wondered why he had been chosen. Could he be the main character of some bizarre Canadian comic? As if reading his thoughts, the system guided him through the commands for new player. There were as many as 5 commands, but Sung-gun told himself that surviving came first. He knew another trial would come, but he never expected the second floor to open after only 24 hours. Curious, Sung-gun entered the public community. It was flooded with curses from people who had been dragged into the tower. While he was busy scrolling through the drama, an administrator joined the chat channel and announced the tower rules, where points were used like money. Players could give points to one another, but most importantly, water here was not free like it was on Earth. Sung-gun shuddered at the thought of dying from dehydration before being beaten up by some golem in the desert. The bigger problem was that he had thought he could return. But now Sung-gun was trapped inside this survival tower, and all he had beside him was a lousy sword without even a sheath, so in order to survive, Sung-gun equipped himself with more self-defense weapons for the next trial. Every hunter who entered the tower would lose all their stats. Even so, Sung-gun could not afford to take it lightly. He trained tirelessly for his next hunt. The waiting room could heal wounds, but it could not cure hunger. After training all day, his stomach started protesting. But he had spent all his money bargain hunting. No work, no food. Sung-gun was determined to succeed in this trial so he could earn money to buy food. Another spatial gate opened, and unlike the first floor, the second floor was an endless forest plain. Sung-gun breathed in the fresh, open air after escaping the stuffy waiting room, but this was only the calm before the storm. That was because his mission this time was to assassinate the orc chieftain within the time limit. At Sung-gun's feet was a genuine orc village, where terrifying, muscular green giants were just waiting to tear him apart. That was why Sung-gun was now hiding anxiously. Looking at the guards, he guessed that these orcs also had hunters among them. The textbook had said so. They had not only quality but also numbers. To defeat an entire orc village, at least an E-rank team or higher would be needed. Feeling hopeless, Sung-gun decided to sneak away quietly. Looking at the dry grass around him, Sung-gun came up with a plan. With a sinister smile, he made a torch and tried stuffing it into the system inventory. It was stored successfully, based on Sung-gun's 7 years of polytechnic theory. The orcs looked stupid, but they were actually quite diligent. The hunters went out hunting in the morning and waited to return at night. That was the only time he could avoid the high-level orcs. To the orcs, the village was merely a place to eat and sleep. There were times when no one stood guard. Sung-gun decided to set the area around the village on fire to draw the monsters away, while giving himself time to escape if the hunters returned. To become stronger, Sung-gun decided to absorb a few of their souls. He quietly approached a small, cute orc. Sung-gun stabbed straight through the back of its neck. With one strike, he took down the young orc, absorbed its soul, and raised his proficiency to 9%. But the orc mother heard her child scream and suddenly appeared behind Sung-gun. It delivered an overwhelmingly powerful blow straight at Sung-gun's head. Luckily, he had bought a shield beforehand to block it. At that moment, Sung-gun quickly used the young orc's soul to increase his strength stat. Thanks to that, he blasted the orc mother apart. After absorbing enough souls, Sung-gun began moving in to search for the orc chieftain. Only 4 chieftain guards remained. He easily took them down one by one. But among them, one was faster than the others. It used his blind spot to attack Sung-gun, catching him off guard. Although he had been ambushed, it was the last one guarding the chieftain. Sung-gun charged forward with determination and pierced through its body with a fatal strike. The chieftain had not risen to rule the orcs for nothing. It used its staff to release a burst of burning flames. It was confident it could defeat Sung-gun with that one attack, but it did not know he was protected by the main character's aura. Even so, Sung-gun was still badly injured by that explosion, and at the same time gained the fire-resistant skill. With this skill, he feared no orc whatsoever. Sung-gun gritted his teeth and declared, "You are dead." The chieftain panicked and kept launching fire to defend itself, but with fire resistance, Sung-gun easily pushed through and cut off both of its arms. Without hands, it could no longer hold its staff and wave it around. The terrified chieftain fled into its hut. Sung-gun gritted his teeth in irritation. Step by step, he entered its straw hut. He decisively cut through the cloth. But the scene before him left him stunned. Though both its arms were no longer intact, the chieftain was still holding its 2 frightened young children. Another child trembled as it hugged his leg and begged, its eyes pitifully filled with tears. Sung-hoon suddenly fell silent. This situation reminded him of his late family. It seemed as though he might soften, but no. Sung-hoon finished off the young orc. Beneath his foot, even if he became a ghost, he could never forget that the ones who killed his family were monsters, and he was determined to wipe them all out himself. With that, Sung-hoon successfully cleared the second trial. He returned with a wooden shield covered in slash marks. This time, he had nearly lost his life. From the information shared by the community, he learned that the tower provided question tickets for players. Players would use them to look up information and share it in the chat room. That was how he found the way back to Earth. After clearing the 5th floor, return stones would be sold, but only there, along with a few other pieces of gossip. Sung-hoon tore at his hair in frustration when he realized he could only use the soul market inside the tower. If he had it, he would have become a super hunter back on Earth already. Setting the negative thoughts aside, Sung-hoon focused on absorbing the souls he had gained today to become even stronger. The sudden surge in power made Sung-hoon extremely restless. He dashed around like the Flash and even ran along the walls of the room. This power excited Sung-hoon so much that he could not control himself and charged straight into the wall. After getting some money, the male lead opened Shopee again to buy equipment. This time, the gear was much better. He also looked sharper than before. After 24 hours, the 3rd floor opened again. This time, it was a duel. Sung-hoon stood in the middle of the cave, dazed, but the system notification immediately put him on guard. His opponent was a shadow guard, meaning it could enter from anywhere, so he quickly took a defensive stance. Everything around him fell silent after the announcement, but Sung-hoon could not see any sign of a knife. Suddenly, the shadow behind Sung-hoon moved, swinging its arm and slashing across his stomach. It laughed triumphantly after its unexpected entrance. It was the shadow guard doppelganger, a formidable opponent that specialized in misdirection. Sung-hoon gritted his teeth and countered with a kick, creating distance at the same time, so the doppelganger could not launch another sneak attack. Sung-hoon activated his recovery skill. With his mind restored, he realized that the doppelganger was copying his stance. To make sure, Sung-hoon charged in to attack and observe it. Midway through, he suddenly changed direction, leapt behind the doppelganger and slashed through its body. The wound gradually healed. The doppelganger's twisted appearance was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Once it recovered, it charged at Sung-hoon. Using the same move of changing direction behind him before striking, Sung-hoon raised his leg and kicked it before the doppelganger could slash. Luckily, he had predicted that it would copy him. Now he understood why it was called a shadow guard. Sung-hoon used his own weaknesses against it. As expected, the plan worked, and Sung-hoon grew confident that victory was in his grasp. But suddenly, the doppelganger's power increased, catching him off guard. In a short time, it mastered Sung-hoon's movements even better than he could. It quickly overwhelmed the male late. Only 1 minute remained. Sung-hoon decided to try to finish it off and activated the movement speed boost from the assassin cloak. He rushed toward the doppelganger like lightning, leaving it no time to imitate him. After successfully landing a slash, Sung-hoon rejoiced inwardly. It seemed he had succeeded. Suddenly, the doppelganger's arm stretched out. It easily cut off Sung-hoon's sword arm. Fresh blood sprayed out along with his agonized scream. He was gradually running out of strength, but his reason still urged him on. At the very least, his last attack had worked, because the doppelganger was also exhausted and unable to move. Sung-hoon realized this was his only chance to defeat it, but his sword arm had been sent flying somewhere else. Only 11 seconds remained. Since failure meant death anyway, Sung-hoon resolved to risk everything. He used all his strength to run toward the doppelganger. It was caught off guard but could not move. Sung-hoon shouted and used his shield to drive its entire body forward. The doppelganger was sent flying and slammed into the surrounding rocks. Its whole body covered in wounds, it still writhed on the ground in pain. Its eyes widened as it glared at the one about to finish it off, while Sung-hoon painfully dragged himself toward it. Building momentum with his left arm, he gritted his teeth and chopped down right into the center of its head. Blood splattered as the doppelganger's head flew up. Sung-hoon successfully cleared the third trial. Back in the waiting room, Sung-hoon's arm had reattached, giving him a strangely familiar feeling. Sung-hoon tried punching the wall with his right hand. It immediately split open under the force of his blow. Sung-hoon smiled in satisfaction. This arm had completely recovered to its original state after absorbing the doppelganger's soul. He felt that its soul density was on an entirely different level. As expected, with its soul alone, he reached 100% proficiency at F rank. Soul summoning advanced to E rank. After reading about the new trait, he was surprised to learn that he could absorb the skills of any dead creature. It was just like the recovery skill he gained when he was at death's door. Obtaining a new skill was far from easy. After looking into it, he returned to the community of fellow players trapped in the tower. Everyone was buzzing about the integrated trial on the tower's 4th floor, which might require team-based action. He might have to take action against humans. Quickly, the 4th floor opened again, and this mission was to defeat the Goblin King before the other teams. Sungun appeared with 2 others on the magic circle. It had been a long time since he saw a human, leaving him slightly startled. The girl Lee Hyeon broke the awkward silence, introducing herself as an E-rank hunter specializing in support. The other, Lee Sung-hun, was a D-rank hunter skilled in close combat. When it came to Sungun, he also specialized in close combat, though he was not a hunter. Hearing this, Lee Sung-hun gave him a contemptuous look, saying, "Don't get in my way." Sungun felt a sting in his chest, but he remained silent and said, "I trust I can handle my own role." Faced with Sung-hun's arrogance, he reminded himself he was used to it. Having spent a long time in the tower, he had forgotten how much Earth valued hunters. Although Sung-hun irritated him, Lee Sung-hun was a D-rank hunter and might be reasonably strong. For now, they were a team and had to survive. The entire group advanced into the Goblin Castle. By assignment, Lee Sung-hun would lead the attack, but he seemed unable to hold for long, repeatedly urging Sungun to join the fight. Sungun stayed at the rear, clearing the aftermath. The goblins behind him were all dealt with. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-hun struggled with the goblins and shouted at Hyeon, "Where's the backup? Help me now." Lee Hyeon was equally strained, having used up all her spells. It was time for the main character to step in. Hyeon panicked. "Wait, if you leave, who will watch my back?" But when she looked back, she was astonished. After Sungun left, only goblin corpses littered the ground. Lee Sung-hun fought while cursing. A goblin swung a spiked club, knocking his blade aside. Another goblin jumped to finish him off. He was terrified, blaming Sungun for his predicament. Yet the only one who could save him was the person he despised. In this scene, Sung-hun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sungun's figure exuded sheer coolness. He said coldly, "Lee Sung-hun, step back, you're in my way." Then Sungun surged forward, swiftly eliminating the goblin. He defeated enough to earn the Goblin Hunter achievement from the system. After killing the goblins, Sungun absorbed their souls. Once he absorbed enough, he gained the goblin's ally skill. From then on, he could sense and detect targets within his sight. Sungun returned to his teammates. Lee Sung-hun saw him, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed loudly, praising his back strength. His words left the other two helpless. Sungun acknowledged the empty compliment and decided to lead the way. Lee Sung-hun stayed behind to protect Hyeon, while Hyeon observed the surroundings to report any activity. After reorganizing, the three easily overcame the goblins and advanced further. But the deeper they went, no goblins appeared. Sungun spotted something in the distance and ran to check. When they arrived, only goblin corpses were scattered across the ground. This indicated another team had gone ahead. If that team killed the boss first, Sungun's team would lose and face death as a penalty. Elsewhere, another team fought the goblins. A young man wielding twin blades confidently jumped on a goblin, his annoyed expression saying, "These monsters are troublesome. Let's find the boss." He then easily destroyed the charging goblin. A teammate praised him, "CEO, you're amazing." The CEO not only ignored the thanks but criticized the team, especially Jin-hoo, who had praised him and was now looked down upon. Thoroughly, the CEO sent Jin-hoo to open the door to find the boss. Jin-hoo cursed as he moved, but because two teams were in the area, the door couldn't open yet. A barrier surrounded their area. Only when one of the two teams survived could they reach the final stage. Besides Sion's team, there was Sungun's team. They caught up with Sion's progress before the showdown. Sungun explained strategy. Since Sion's team arrived first, they were surely formidable. Sungun asked Hyeon to buff a bit before advancing. Until now, he had only fought monsters, but that experience was sufficient. He was determined to win this battle. With that thought, Sungun took the initiative to engage them. Sungun surged forward like an arrow, leaving Sion stunned. He quickly ordered Lee Jin-hoo to use the toughest shield. A barrier surrounded the three of them, but Sungun did not retreat. He mustered all his strength to split Jin-hoo's shields in two, sending him flying. Jin-hoo was knocked back as his shield shattered. Sungun seized the opportunity, defeating the two next to Sion. Now it was a one-on-one duel between Sungun and Sion. Every attack Sungun made was blocked by Sion, leaving him puzzled. Sion's defensive stances were so unusual that Sungun tried increasing speed and power. Even when he attacked from behind, Sion could still swing his sword to counterattack. Sungun stared in shock at his blazing red pupil. He could tell Sion was seeing through every one of his sword strikes. Then he just had to block that vision. Sungun used his shield as cover. Sure enough, Sion could no longer see his blade. Sungun closed in and swiftly finished him off in an instant. This was the special mission the system had given him. The battle ended, but Sungun's arm was trembling. He stood silently among the bodies of three people. Hyeon noticed it, but Sungun only replied, "I'm fine." After calming down, Sungun decided to go conquer the boss. The goblin immediately before the other teams arrived. He easily took down the giant goblin. The sight made Sungun blurt out, "That thing is a monster." The mission was complete, and now it was time to say goodbye. Hyeon offered him a few words of encouragement and sent him a friend request. She also reminded Sungun to find her at the Silver White Guild after returning to Earth. With this first friend of his, Sungun showed no reaction. What came next was something only he could decide. Should he absorb human souls or not? At a glance, this exclusive skill of his seemed absolutely top tier. But Sungun soon understood that once he killed and absorbed them, he would cross an irreversible line. Yet in the end, his goal was still to become stronger. Even though killing people was not his top priority, if the situation forced him, he had no choice but to act. Sungun decided to absorb the three human souls and keep climbing this tower, returning to the familiar waiting room. This time the system updated the player ranking. Sungun was surprised to see that he himself ranked 16th in the tower, placing among the top 50 pioneers eligible for benefit. After considering it, Sungun decided to buy a return stone and go back to Earth for 3 days. He wanted to know whether, after returning, he would still be the same useless loser he once was. Immediately, a spatial hole opened beneath Sungun's feet. His entire body was sucked in as if it were melting away. This system never let players travel in a normal way. After the dizzying ordeal, the male lead lay dazed on his familiar bed. Seeing the tiny rented room gave Sungun a sense of peace. He was lying on a soft mattress again, again instead of a stone floor like in the waiting room, but the smell of a body that had not bathed for a week left Sungun exasperated. In the waiting room, there had only been a rectangular block to lie on. There was no way to shower. Sungun sprang up and was surprised to see the tower equipment at his feet. So players could bring equipment back to Earth, which meant items here would become even more varied. Sungun had to sell these items soon before his opportunity was stolen. That meant he had to become a hunter, obtain certification, and only then could he trade. Sungun picked up his iPhone 14 Pro Max and called the director of the training center. The director found it annoying that Sungun kept clinging to him. Surprisingly, this time Sungun asked to take the hunter aptitude evaluation. The director was irritated, but as long as money was involved, it was fine. Sungun already knew his money-grubbing habit like the back of his hand. After washing up, Sungun looked at himself in the mirror. He felt like just looking in the mirror was enough, and that he did not need a girlfriend at all. But now was not the time to admire himself. He got dressed and set off for the exam. Unfortunately, Sungun could not get a taxi, so he decided to parkour across the rooftops. In the blink of an eye, he arrived and faced the person who had once looked down on him completely. Sungun was no longer as insecure and weak as before. Besides the director, Inspector Kim Yi was also there to grade the exam. Thanks to using connections, Sungun was exempted from the written test and interview. He only needed to take the skill test. Sungun was led into the practice room with a sword in hand. The director instructed the inspector to choose the toughest opponents for Sungun. There were 10 progressively harder levels for Sungun to choose from. Last time, he had chosen level 1 and been tormented by a tiny goblin. This time, after wiping out an entire goblin legion, he decided to choose level 10 for the sake of completeness. This decision shocked the director. Irritated, he began cursing, "This madman." At level 10, Sungun's opponent was the Fire Phoenix. It let out a chilling scream that reduced his speed by 25%. Cracks had appeared in Sungun's sword the moment the Phoenix screamed, all thanks to this friendly director. He was certain Sungun would fail, but the sight of Sungun struggling with all his might made his eyes wide. But Sungun was no longer the person he had been yesterday. With the fairness granted by the survival tower, he would prove his true strength right here. Training Center Director Ha Wangman had also once lived through a rough youth. He passed the hunter exam and believed he was the best. But in the world of hunters, talent was everything. He could not keep up with his peers. That towering wall made Ha Wangman collapse and remained stuck in place. When he met Han Sungun, someone in the same situation as him who still tirelessly pursued his passion, he found it truly irritating. The moment the sword broke was exactly the moment he wanted to see the male lead give up on the arena. Sung-hoon did not think this weapon would break so easily unless someone had interfered. Above, Manho's smile gradually lost all humanity. He was confident that the trash sword would make Sung-hoon fail. The phoenix kept attacking with massive waves of lava. Sung-hoon did not hesitate to try out his new fourth-floor skin right away. He instantly accelerated himself and shot up toward the ceiling. The phoenix took another breath to spew fire, but Sung-hoon was faster and shot straight toward it. He used the broken half of the sword to stab straight into the fire phoenix's eye, making it roar in pain. The sword was too short, so he still could not finish it off. Sung-hoon used one of the floor tiles and hurled it with all his strength at the fire phoenix. With Sung-hoon's weight and speed behind it, the tile shot forward and tore through the phoenix's head like tofu. The tile stopped when it slammed into the wall between the two men above. Ha Wang Manho broke into a cold sweat as he glanced at the tile 5 centimeters from his head. And so, Sung-hoon became a C-rank hunter, which also meant he could enter dungeons and sell items. In the office, Ha Wang Manho was angrily questioning the inspector. But the inspector really had manipulated the difficulty. They could only blame him for using a punch as powerful as Saitama's. Just then, Sung-hoon walked in. He stepped forward and pretended to ask how the director was doing. The man was annoyed but still forced a smile and congratulated him. But Sung-hoon knew exactly what his goodwill meant. He said that Ha Wang Manho once called him talentless, while he had reached C-rank hunter, and so had the director. In other words, the director was the real talentless one. This struck Manho right where it hurt, making him explode with rage. The director rushed over, grabbed Sung-hoon, and cursed at him. "You little punk!" Sung-hoon easily dodged his punch and countered with a blow straight to the stomach. That was self-defense, and this slap was payback for everything he had done to him. As Sung-hoon left, Inspector Cha ran after him and offered him a position as the association's exclusive hunter. The base salary was 1,000,000 won, and it could even be higher. Sung-hoon thought it was not bad, but he was not stupid enough to miss the fact that the man had manipulated the test difficulty. Money was not an issue for him. He simply did not want to work with untrustworthy people. 2 days later, the media reported on the trial tower phenomenon. The news quickly spread worldwide. Sung-hoon had entered because his calculations were correct. He had sold all his items before the trial tower became widely known. And now the return stone's time limit was over. Sung-hoon was teleported back to the trial tower. He had never felt as fired up as he did now. Sung-hoon returned to the stone bed in the waiting room. The items he brought from Earth were also here, so he neatly stored them in his personal locker. Sung-hoon stretched his body before entering the 5th floor. The system appeared with a notification that he had received the skill Eye of Truth. Suddenly, Sung-hoon's eyes flashed purple. He could clearly see the true nature of everything and could also tell truth from lies in spoken word. This cheap, useful, and powerful skill delighted Sung-hoon. It seemed returning to Earth for 3 days had been the right decision. With money in hand, Sung-hoon went shopping again. He boldly bought a thunder sword and an iron shield with an added effect. When the time came, the system teleported Sung-hoon to the 5th floor of the trial. This mission was to eliminate the werewolf leader in the valley within 1 day. The system really knew how to pick a location, dropping him right in the middle of an aggressive wolf pack. They immediately lunged in to tear their prey apart. But they were the prey Sung-hoon was hunting. With his newly purchased gear, he easily sent these young wolves flying. Large wolves immediately appeared when their territory was invaded. They were 10 times stronger than the smaller ones and even bit their own kind in half. Facing these cold-blooded beasts, Sung-hoon's eyes flashed with excitement because he did not have to waste effort searching for them. Sung-hoon charged into the middle of the ferocious white wolves, decisively driving his blade through their bones. After conquering the wolves, Sung-hoon's swordsmanship improved significantly. He realized that on the lower floors his skills had not been improving very well. So, now it was time for Sung-hoon's godlike leveling session. As usual, he absorbed their souls after finishing them off. The 10% lightning effect he had gained barely activated. Sung-hoon continued toward the center of the valley, but before him were wolf corpses scattered everywhere. Savage slashes had split their bodies in two, even leaving marks on the cliff walls. Now was the time to use the Eye of Truth, but all he could tell was that the slash had been made by someone with fairly skilled technique. Just then, a wolf's howl made Sung-hoon freeze. He immediately accelerated and shot toward the cave where the sound came from. In an instant, the huge wolf's corpse flew out. Its body was covered in deep slash wounds. It was the wolf leader, Sung-hoon's mission target, but it had been taken down before he arrived. At the same time, an invading challenger from another dimension stepped out. Sung-hoon's mission was now to eliminate that intruder. The situation became harder and harder to predict, since there were also many trial towers in other dimensions. The intruder was equipped with high-grade armor and a sword. He spoke up to provoke him. "You too scared to say anything? Looks like this is the end for you." This was truly an unexpected accident. Sung-gun had never imagined his mission would be stolen, but luckily, the trial had not failed yet. The intruder began his attack. Although his armor looked heavy, he moved with surprising agility. Before Sung-gun could make a move, the intruder kicked the wolf chief assassin right in front of him to block his vision, then sped behind Sung-gun for a sneak attack. Sung-gun stabbed his sword into the intruder's waist, but the blade could not pierce through his armor, which was as hard as steel. Instead, at close range, the intruder easily launched a strike at Sung-gun. Even the new shield Sung-gun had just bought was sliced into pieces. Sung-gun was sent flying in agony. A single blow shattered his left arm and he clenched his teeth through the pain. The intruder was surprised that Sung-gun could block his light sword, but Sung-gun did not see it that way. He shouted in shock. "How can you invade this space of mine?" The intruder mocked him for being a complete rookie who did not even know what floor invasion was. Sung-gun felt wronged that bad luck always seemed to find him. Inside Sung-gun's trial tower, the intruder decided he would send Sung-gun off as gently as possible. Before his final moment, Sung-gun hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Wait." He wanted to learn more about spatial floor invasion, something completely new to him. Since Sung-gun was going to die anyway, the intruder decided to enlighten him. Spatial floor invasion tickets only appear on the 8th floor. Players can use them to invade someone else's trial. As for the birth space, it was the dimension the intruder came from, completely different from Sung-gun's space. To verify it, Sung-gun decided to use the Eye of Truth. Everything the intruder said was accurate, but he could tell that Sung-gun was probing him. This made him fly into a rage and he wanted to finish Sung-gun off immediately. Sung-gun sneered, "What are you planning to do?" The intruder was stunned by Sung-gun's cocky attitude. A rookie actually dared to act tough. But Sung-gun had a trump card too. All this time, he had only been clutching his arm and pretending to be in pain to make the intruder spill all his information. When Sung-gun let go of his arm, his rapid recovery skill restored it as if nothing had ever happened. Although the intruder was caught off guard, he was still confident he could kill Sung-gun. But he did not know that Sung-gun was the main character of this story. Actually, Sung-gun had already absorbed the mad wolf soul earlier, and power was continuously surging through his body. The intruder was shocked that Sung-gun was a swordsman who could heal and enhance himself at the same time. The two strongest skills in the game were both in his hand. Only now did Sung-gun start fighting seriously. He accelerated himself and rushed forward. slashing at the intruder in a relentless combo. The intruder was furious to be overwhelmed by someone from the 5th floor. He immediately infused his sword with an aura technique, returning Sungun's attacks from moments ago. The powerful blade cracked the rocks and even sliced them in half. Although Sungun could dodge the dangerous aura if he wanted to score points, he had to pierce through that high-grade armor. That was why Sungun had been constantly stacking his passive effect. Then he activated lightning. A current surged around the intruder's body, making him convulse in pain. Sungun was pleased that his lightning had pierced through the intruder's armor. The intruder collapsed to the ground, unable to resist at all. He could not understand why someone on the 9th floor like Sungun had so many skills. Sungun could only say that he had been far too careless. Now it was time to end this. The intruder begged Sungun in fear, "I will answer any question you ask." Sungun replied coldly, "No need." Then his blade decisively pierced through the intruder's throat. The intruder's final words to Sungun were, "You terrifying bastard." Sungun also felt afraid of himself because killing people was becoming easier and easier for him. But this was something he had no choice but to do. The trial ended. The intruder's corpse was dissolving. Sungun hurriedly absorbed it before it disappeared completely. Because of the invasion, the rewards had also changed. Sungun received the A-rank 3-step slash skill, along with a generous pile of bonus money. After that, he returned to the familiar waiting room. He sat there in deep thought about other dimensions. From now on, there was one more thing he had to stay wary of. To understand it better, Sungun decided to ask the administrator about floor invasion. A reply came very quickly. Invasion floors were only meant for high-level players, and they could only invade the first 10 levels but could not interfere with special trials. Sungun wanted to ask more, but only the first question would be answered. He breathed a sigh of relief that he had not wasted his question for nothing. Now it was time to repair his equipment. He had brought Kroken's magic box from Earth. Sungun's shield was repaired until it looked brand new. One random item he had brought with him was coconut exfoliating stone, but after smashing it open, it made him feel strangely euphoric. Using it for a bath was indeed a good idea. With more than an hour left before entering the 6th floor, Sungun spent the time checking the rankings after killing the level 8 intruder. He had risen to 3rd place. At this moment, the community was arguing about whether to buy resistance skills against negative effects. The current situation was extremely chaotic after the 4th floor mission. Killing civilians had become normal. The 4th floor saboteur was Princess Sudi. Although he had changed his name, he was still being hunted. A nameless nobody had created a wave of competition among the players. Sungun decided to remember that name and stay away before he manipulated all the players into eliminating him. The time had come. The 6th floor opened with a mission to capture a nearby station within 50 minutes together with his teammate. Before Sungun stretched a vast ocean with countless stations floating on the sea. The system had finished assigning teammates, but Sungun was still all alone. While he stood there in confusion, a spear shot down from the sky straight toward his head. Sungun quickly grabbed it with ease. The one who threw the spear was his stupid teammate. He was shocked that Sungun could still react after being ambushed. Sungun was surprised by this unusual greeting, but it was no greeting at all. The man looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Right now on the community board, everyone was spreading the rumor that killing people was the easiest way to get rewards. Around him, the sight of teammates slaughtering one another was horrifying. The inhuman scene and the screams reached Sungun's ear. His teammate burst out laughing. "Now do you understand, you hypocrite?" Amid the chaos around them, these two girls had joined hands like real teammates, but the truth was nowhere near that. The short-haired girl quickly stabbed from behind, sending her teammate off for good. After taking down her teammate, she received a special skill called backstab. Sungun saw the whole performance. While he was deep in thought, his teammate seized the chance to rush in and launch a sneak attack. Sungun had not wanted to kill for no reason, but since the man offered up his own life, he would gladly take it. This earned Sungun a new achievement, though he still did not want to slaughter people without a reason. The mission was to capture a stronghold, and that was all he needed to do. Nearby, a water mage was creating a sturdy magical shield. He laughed smugly. With water attribute magic and a vast ocean around him, he was sure he would dominate. But that would only happen if he had not run into Sungun. At that moment, Sungun was charging straight toward his stronghold. Sungun kicked the mage's magical shield. The mage laughed even louder, completely confident in his bulletproof shield. But 1 second later, that gleeful smile turned into a mouth full of blood. The shield could stop bullets, but Sungun was human. He kicked him straight out of the game. Sungun knew he had gone a little overboard, but that display terrified everyone nearby. They scattered, not daring to fight him. Now he only had to guard the stronghold for the final 10 minutes. On this 6th floor, he learned a lesson about mercy. Even teammates could turn on you at any moment. While he was lost in thought, someone broke in. A 4-man squad strode in boldly. The 4 of them had joined forces from 2 teams to gain an advantage over the others. And now their target was Sungun's stronghold. The first 2 charged in. The black-haired mage behind them activated synchronized heart, Kim Ji-hoon's pain-sharing skill. When Sung Gun stabbed his sword into the man's hand, he also felt a sharp pain surge through his own arm. Meanwhile, the fat one scooped up seawater and threw it at Sung Gun, but the trial's seawater would lower Sung Gun's stat. The situation seemed to be getting worse for Sung Gun, but that would only be true if he were a side character. Sung Gun dodged the blonde man's massive blade, then grabbed his head with one hand. He slammed him straight into the ground, sending him off with a single move that left the other three stunned. Sung Gun received the achievement one-hit kill, along with the skill contempt for the weak. That meant anyone with lower stats than his could do nothing against him. The fat shield bearer became the perfect example of that skill in action. Every one of his stats was far below Sung Gun's, and his ending was a knee smashed straight into his face, followed by a kick crashing down from the top of his head. That brutal slaughter made the remaining two tremble as Sung Gun walked toward them. Kim Ji-hoon was panicking, unsure what to do when the blonde man slashed straight into his leg. It was only one cut, but both of them felt the pain. Sung Gun had forgotten that the black-haired man was sharing pain with him. Kim Ji-hoon cursed in agony, but in the next second the blonde man riddled his entire body with holes, while Sung Gun staggered from the pain being transferred to him. Sung Gun used a pain reduction skill, but it only reduced the pain by 15%. The only option was to finish off Kim Ji-hoon. Sung Gun used all his strength to throw his shield. It flew in a straight line and tore through Kim Ji-hoon's neck. The pain of having his throat cut surged into Sung Gun, tormenting him beyond measure. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck. His head was still intact, but the sensation felt terrifyingly real. The blonde man seized this chance to finish Sung Gun, an opportunity that might never come again. Just as the blade came down, Sung Gun stopped it with both hands, even though his arms were torn open. In that moment, the blonde man knew he was done for. He trembled uncontrollably. Sung Gun snapped his sword in half, then used the broken tip to end the blonde man's life. He only managed to curse once before completely losing consciousness. At the same time, the trial timer ran out. In the end, the winners were those who had managed to keep their teammates alive. Even so, there were still a few cold-blooded victors. In other people's eyes, Sung Gun might have looked like a bloodthirsty monster too. Sung Gun returned to the waiting room and reviewed his achievements. Most of the achievements he had earned came from killing. Along with them, he also received skills, points, and other rewards. This time, the 6th floor reward was a random reward box. Sung Gun did not expect much from his own luck. The box opened and an adorable creature landed on the ground, but it looked at Sung Gun with clear hostility. Sung Gun rushed forward to grab it, but every time he got close, it jumped somewhere else. Sung Gun sped up and finally caught the blue lump. He laughed excitedly, but the blue fluff opened its mouth and bit down hard on Sung Gun's hand. Tears welled up in his eyes from the pain. It jumped behind him and waited. Sung Gun put on his dangerous, child-frightening expression and tried to catch it. He had even considered going easy on it because the blue fluff looked so cute, but its teeth made him reconsider. Sung Gun flipped upside down and brought a critical strike crashing straight onto its head. A second later, its entire body exploded into hundreds of shards and hidden items. There was a B-rank forged iron necklace with the blessing of steel effect. This skill increased swordsmanship skill by 7% while also absorbing 10% of physical damage. After Sung Gun wore it for a while, his mana was completely drained. The necklace did not need a cooldown, but it required mana to maintain its effect. A new announcement was released. The waiting time for the trial tower had been removed. The community immediately burst into heated discussion. However, this did not change much. What everyone cared about was that killers would not be able to act when the next stage was a solo duel. Sung Gun needed to watch out for dangerous teammates like that. First, he needed to train a new skill that would not be shaken by any other strange ability. His spirit summoning had reached rank D. Aside from increasing his strength, it also reinforced his mana and created a defensive shield. To test the defensive skill, Sung Gun pulled out his sword, tossed it up to the ceiling, and waited for it to fall onto his arm. The moment the sword touched his hand, spirits blocked it for him, or more accurately, absorbed the damage. Sung Gun was quite amazed by this kind of defensive shield. Each activation required one spirit to take the hit in his place, so he now needed to keep a few spirits for defense. Next, he curiously checked the trial ranking. Since he had not killed many people on the 6th floor, he had dropped to the very bottom. Although he was a little disappointed, he only needed to stay in the top 50. Feeling restless, Sung Gun decided to enter the next trial floor right away. This trial requires players to clear 3 challenges within 40 minutes to prove themselves. Sung Gun is transported to a dark corridor, and the surroundings are so silent that Sung Gun cannot sense any presence at all. At the end of the corridor, a blue light flashes. The teleportation gate sends Sung Gun to the first trial area. When he opens his eyes, the familiar sight of a sandy desert appears. Something rises from deep beneath the sand. He realizes the system intends to make him relive 3 trials he has already faced. With his current strength, Sung-gun is confident he can easily defeat the sand golem, but he immediately becomes wary when the sand golem turns out to be unusually huge. In his memory, the sand golem was only 1/3 the size of this one. The golem raises its arm, still covered in sand, then brings it down with pressure crushing the entire surrounding area. Sung-gun draws his sword and shield, then runs up onto its body. He leaps around it but still cannot find this golem's core. While he is still examining it, it suddenly twists its neck 180 degrees backward, giving Sung-gun a fright. It swings its other arm and grabs Sung-gun as if catching a mosquito. It tightens its solid stone hand, crushing the human inside. But its arm shatters under Sung-gun's sword strike. He can cut through it easily. Could this be the only way to win? Sung-gun keeps jumping upward, slicing through layer after layer of the golem's sand and stone. Although everything is cut into pieces, it restores itself in the next second. The golem is even more furious now. It is as if this has made it stronger. A punch comes from the golem, but it is aimed at the ground. Sung-gun notices something strange and immediately throws himself away. He has to dodge the attack while getting as far away as possible. The pressure the golem creates on the ground is too great, but he cannot run fast enough. Everything around them collapses. Both Sung-gun and the golem are buried in sand. He glares at it in irritation. Now he is starting to get a little annoyed. Sung-gun decides to keep fighting, using the 3 newly learned counter techniques. He cuts off the golem's body parts, waits for them to regenerate, then keeps cutting again. He feels grateful to the intruder for giving him combat experience. Wherever the golem regenerates, Sung-gun cuts it apart. Even when its body is smashed to pieces, he does not stop. After 10 minutes, he is covered in sweat. Wearing thick clothes while fighting in a scorching desert would make anyone sweat like crazy. But he notices that the golem has somehow become smaller and more adorable. The golem blushes shyly, never expecting the day would come when someone called it ridiculously cute. The sand that makes up the golem's body is used as a resource, but it cannot draw from the sand around it. That is why the golem has clearly shrunk. Sung-gun gives it a sly look and says, "Hey, golem, want to lose some weight with me?" And so the two of them begin exercising diligently. Coach Sung-gun is passionate about his job, helping the golem lose dozens of pounds in just a few minutes. Once its body becomes smaller, the core on its back is exposed. But with its slimmer body, the golem also moves faster. It easily attacks Sung-gun at close range. The time limit for all 3 trials is only 40 minutes, so Sung-gun cannot keep playing cat and mouse here forever. He directly destroys the core on the golem's back. The first trial ends, and he has proven himself by overcoming fear. As soon as the golem destroys itself, the system gate opens again. Sung-gun hurriedly extracts the golem's soul, but it is already too late. Sung-gun curses. This system does not give anyone enough time to absorb anything. He is taken to the second trial, the orc village. This is what happened after he killed the village chief. The hunters have returned to the ruined scene around them. The hunters look at the village chief's corpse before them, filled with hatred. They roar together and immediately charge toward the sinner, Sung-gun. He does not hesitate either and rushes forward to face them. They are all wiped out, leaving only the leader of the hunters. Sung-gun looks at the grieving orc in front of him and says, "It hurts, doesn't it? Having to watch your family die." The orc grows even more enraged. It uses all its strength to rise up and punch Sung-gun. But before the fist can come down, the orc's head is already severed from its neck. Sung-gun immediately extracts the souls before the system can drag him away again. Luckily, this time he manages to absorb a little of the hunter orc's soul. The scene changes again. This time he returns to the ocean of the 6th floor. He thought the system would make him redo the trials in order 1, 2, 3, since the previous 2 were from the 1st and 2nd floors. But thinking about it, the tower made him fight hunter orcs during a challenge called Wisdom. He gradually begins to doubt this tower's logic. First, Sung-gun needs to recover some health after that exhausting fight. However, there is no trash can in his inventory. Sung-gun looks around and he is the only one there. Well, polluting the tower a little should not be a problem, right? At that moment, the water level behind Sung-gun suddenly rises. All the stones on the water's surface also fly upward. He thinks to himself that he only threw away a tiny little bottle, yet the ocean has become this furious. Sung-gun immediately runs off to find the red chasing tile he obtained on the 6th floor. Of course, he must not touch the seawater unless he wants his intelligence reduced. Sung-gun has become faster, confident that at this pace, victory is certain. But the stone beneath Sung-gun's feet suddenly flies upward, leaving his whole body soaked and exhausted. He could only swear that this tower truly had no logic at all. Even the stones were flying around at random. Sung-hoon gritted his teeth and activated instant acceleration. He dashed forward at high speed, landing on the stones that had been thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, he saw the stronghold he needed to conquer. With 3 minutes remaining, he thought he could finish it, but the whirlpool began chasing after Sung-hoon. Spinning waterspouts rose up and targeted him instead of throwing the stones into the air. Sung-hoon weaved and swerved to avoid those waterspouts. He was almost at the stronghold, but right behind him, a powerful vortex struck Sung-hoon directly in the back. It sent him flying, and his entire body endured tremendous pressure from the whirlpool. Just when it seemed the story was over, like the romance between you and your crush. The Blessing of Steel effect activated, while the souls absorbed the physical damage for Sung-hoon. The orc hunter souls he had just absorbed were now dragged out as shields for Sung-hoon. Otherwise, his body would have been destroyed by this waterspout. There was not much time left. He continued charging toward the red tile, as if bad luck was not unlucky enough. Using the steel necklace had drained Sung-hoon's mana, and the instant acceleration effect was about to end as well. Sung-hoon pulled out a hunter's soul to absorb, restoring part of his strength. He was only one stone away from reaching the stronghold, but the tower also noticed his borrowed advantage. The stone rose up, lifted by a giant pillar of water. It stood like a wall blocking Sung-hoon's path, while the violent waterspouts closed in from behind. At this point, he could only risk everything, so he decided to charge through the water pillar to reach the stronghold. The pursuing waterspouts destroyed the stone and launched Sung-hoon high into the air. The hunter's soul had also been consumed. Sung-hoon flipped through the air and fell freely toward the red tile. A loud crash rang out as defensive souls protected Sung-hoon. He lay flattened amid the rubble. In front of him, the swirling waterspouts had stopped chasing him. They weakened and turned into water pouring over Sung-hoon's head. He silently swore that this ridiculous trial still had to splash water on him at the very end, just to annoy him. Sung-hoon returned to the waiting room. This time, he had nearly failed the trial. He had no idea what horrors awaited him on the 8th floor. A series of new functions were unlocked, but the thing he cared about most was the aura. The trial tower offered 3 auras along with a warning to choose carefully. Sung-hoon reviewed the aura descriptions. The system recommended the Zueler aura for him. However, the other aura was not bad either. The last one was the worst. Ignoring it, Sung-hoon ultimately chose the Zueler aura. With this choice, he could select one of 3 abilities, assisting the recovery of soul, tripling sword techniques and magic, or creating items and skills. With his summoning technique, Sung-hoon decided to choose Summoner. Along with that came a unique authority, skill combination. Sung-hoon could combine 2 skills to create a new skill. He planned to choose the 2 weakest and most unrelated skills to combine, but the result shocked him. Sung-hoon obtained a powerful D-rank destruction skill. Though it had a few limitations, he was surprised that 2 F-rank skills had combined into a D-rank skill. He wanted to try again, but assassin knowledge and fire resistance only produced a low-rank skill. According to Sung-hoon's reasoning, the more compatible 2 skills were, the higher the resulting rank would be. He tiredly leaned back onto the bed, never expecting that one day he would possess his own aura. The feeling of standing above others was strange, making him question his whole life. Suddenly remembering that there were still rewards, Sung-hoon sprang up and continued checking. Elegant as the Wind, A-rank, increased movement speed by 10%. The effect could stack 7 times with a cooldown of 1 day. When stacked 7 times, Sung-hoon would receive an additional 70% speed boost. He would move faster than the Flash. What he liked even more was that it did not consume mana like the necklace. As someone who loved speed, the male lead could not possibly ignore such a shiny pair of speed shoes. After browsing Shopee, he found only skills that were both trashy and expensive, but Sung-hoon still decided to buy the Mana Sense skill, simply because he had money. Remembering how Kim Jae-hyun had used something to cause him pain last time, he did not want that to happen again. With Mana Sense, Sung-hoon could guard against that kind of situation in advance. As soon as he activated it, Mana Sense was engraved into his body. The feeling of all his distributed mana being strengthened at once made Sung-hoon feel as though he were being burnt. After it finished, he felt as if he were standing in a completely different position, a massive leap compared to himself 30 seconds earlier. Sung-hoon's entire body felt as light as a feather. He raised his foot and tried stomping hard on the floor, shattering the ground beneath him into pieces. Not only did it buff his mana, it also increased his physical strength slightly. After fully equipping all his skills, Sung-hoon took a deep breath before making his decision. The 8th floor would not be easy to deal with, so he thought he would return to Earth and have some fun for a while. Somewhere on the globe, a young man holding an iPhone 14 Pro Max was biting his nails. A fat, square-headed man walked over to mock him, while also demanding that he hand over his gate entry pass. He had recruited all the hunters there, isolating the young man because he was only an E-rank hunter. The young man trembled with anger at their insults and contempt. "Your group still has room, right?" An unfamiliar voice rang out, making everyone curious. Sung-hoon walked over, showed his driver's license, his C-rank hunter card, and asked to join the team. Needless to say, the E-rank hunter accepted right away, while the fat man grabbed Sung-hoon's shoulder in confusion. "Can't you see everyone has been waiting? Are you blind?" Sung-hoon smirked. "You know everything except how to behave." With a bloodthirsty glare, he warned the fat man to remove his pig trotter immediately. Sung-hoon's blood-red aura flared out, making the fat man instinctively pull his hand back. For some reason, the underlings outside saw it as their boss overwhelming Sung-hoon. Luckily, that kept him from losing face. He gave a light cough, then found an excuse to slip away before Sung-hoon could question him again. Lee Cho-gun was tearing his hair out because Sung-hoon had picked a fight with that fat man as soon as he joined, but Sung-hoon did not care. He only wanted to enter the dungeon immediately. Anyway, with Lee Cho-gun's reputation, no one else would join them. Cho-gun pointed blankly. "I'm looking at you. Who are you looking at?" Was this really going to be a two-man date with monsters? Lee Cho-gun was now inside the dungeon. He already felt that the atmosphere here was different from outside. Sung-hoon was not that excited. He was confident he could handle a D-rank dungeon. Cho-gun realized this was his first time doing it, so he spoke up to explain things to Sung-hoon. According to the theory Cho-gun had learned, higher-ranked hunters usually had a higher death rate. E-rank hunters knew their place and stayed in the back, while C-rank hunters became overconfident, and the outcome was what they had to pay for. Cho-gun was worried because their team did not even have a healer, and Sung-hoon's attitude was exactly what the textbook warned about. To ensure safety, Cho-gun would lead the team. Although Sung-hoon wanted to go first, he still agreed. After all, he had never entered a dungeon before, so he wanted to see how experienced hunters fought and handled things. The chance came very quickly when they encountered a lizardman. Cho-gun started reciting a few lines he had memorized from the textbook. Then, according to the plan, he would draw its attention while Sung-hoon seized the chance to attack. That was the plan, but once they started, Cho-gun only stood far away waving his staff, leaving even the lizardman confused. Sung-hoon had thought he could back up his words with action, but he only had 3 days on Earth, so he could not stand there watching him dance around with that lizard. So Sung-hoon activated acceleration and charged straight at it. Triple slash easily finished off the mutated lizardman. Cho-gun temporarily went cross-eyed. Sung-hoon suggested that he should lead the team, because if they let Cho-gun keep dancing, they would still be there tomorrow. Ever since Sung-hoon took the lead, every monster they met died by his hand. Watching this, Cho-gun felt that it was no longer dungeon exploration, but a lizardman massacre. After finishing them off, Sung-hoon pulled out the lizardmen's mana cores. Out of habit, he tossed them into Cho-gun's backpack, which was already stuffed full of cores. While the two were busy discussing things, a lizardman suddenly charged out from behind Sung-hoon. He shook his head to clear off dandruff, unexpectedly dodging its spear. Then Sung-hoon used his multi-purpose shield to send the lizardman off to meet the lizard lord. Sung-hoon pretended to yawn, then absorbed the lizardman's soul. After all, he did not want his unique skill to be discovered in such a boring way. Still, D-rank monsters on Earth only increased his strength by 0.7%. Sung-hoon was a little disappointed. The two entered the boss room. Cho-gun could not help getting excited, even though he had only followed along carrying luggage. Inside the room, the Lizard King was already sitting there, waiting for Sung-hoon to butcher it. Cho-gun nervously wanted to discuss a plan, but with Sung-hoon's main character aura, all he had to do was charge in and win. Why make a plan and drag things out? The Lizard King lunged forward, but its speed was the complete opposite of its massive body. Although this caught Sung-hoon off guard, he still had a card to play. Sung-hoon leaped back and moved behind the Lizard King, but he had forgotten that its tail was twice as long as his body. Sung-hoon was swatted by its tail like an ox tail driving away flies and mosquitoes. The heavy blow sent Sung-hoon flying far away. Cho-gun panicked, clutching his head and calling his name in the dark. He thought Sung-hoon was done for, but Sung-hoon had used a soul to block the attack. Instead, his bloodlust rose again before a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Cho-won's heart was pounding even harder than when he got to touch his crush's hand. Sung-gun noticed that the Lizard King's stone throne had cracked. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the Lizard King flew into a rage. It let out a piercing roar and activated its slow movement skill. It felt as if chains were binding Sung-gun tightly, restraining his limbs. This was when he used his new skill, Powerful Breakthrough. Fortunately, his magic power was greater than the Lizard King's, so all of its effects were useless against him. The Lizard King's eyes widened in shock. It broke into a cold sweat, realizing that even its ultimate move had been countered. A groan came from Cho-won's direction. He did not have a skill like Sung-gun's, so he was now bound tightly by several chains. He trembled as he called to Sung-gun for help, but this drew the Lizard King's attention. It instantly charged toward Cho-won, intending to finish him off. Sung-gun tried to keep up, but the distance was too great. At that moment, Sung-gun remembered that he still had a few underlings waiting to be summoned. He immediately called forth skeletons wrapped in scraps of cloth to shield Cho-won. They had no endurance and were instantly slashed apart by the Lizard King, but that much time was enough for Sung-gun to use Graceful as the wind. He rushed in and butchered the Lizard King. The boss had been defeated. Its soul belonged to Sung-gun, and he also gained its Spirit Eyes skill. Outside the gate, a manager waited there, yawning over and over. Normally, after the Advance Hunter team left the gate, the association's assault team would go in and defeat the boss, but he had only been assigned to follow the Advance team. If only he could manage an assault team that defeated the boss on its own, he would earn countless bonuses. But that was only a dream. Unless the team had an A-rank hunter, there was no chance of clearing it in one go. Ending it in one go. Just then, Sung-gun's team walked out. Seeing only 2 people, they guessed this team had only cleared half the dungeon before coming out. But 1 second later, the gate turned gray, meaning the dungeon boss had been eliminated. The manager hurriedly ran on all 4s towards Sung-gun's team, wanting to confirm the truth. He introduced himself as Shin Woo-jin, captain of the Hunter Association's gate management team. Cho-won guessed he had come to buy the gate's ownership rights. But that decision had to be made by Sung-gun, because he had cleared the dungeon alone. Shin Woo-jin was shocked and was certain that Sung-gun was an A-rank hunter. But Sung-gun did not care about rank. He only cared about the price they would offer him. Woo-jin thought it over, then gave a figure, 1.2 billion. At the same time, Hyeon was getting a headache from the mountain of documents in front of her. After returning from the trial tower, she had become the team leader in charge of managing challengers appointed by her superiors. In short, her job was to find outstanding trial tower hunters who could create a breakthrough for the hunter community. But it was not easy when every person she found chose the easy difficulty in the tower. Thinking of this, Hyeon remembered Sung-gun, who had managed to clear the 4th floor of the tower by himself. She regretted not making Sung-gun an offer back then. But right then, Sung-gun sent a message asking to meet. Needless to say, Lee Hyeon felt as if heaven had handed her money. Sung-gun was waiting in a cafe. Hyeon opened the door and came in, and her hurried appearance made it clear how badly she wanted to meet him. As soon as they greeted each other, she scolded him for not bothering to reply to her messages. Sung-gun apologized and explained. Were the only 2 words in his head hunter and not love at all? First message. Getting to the point. Sung-gun had contacted Hyeon to ask her to introduce him to a guild. However, he wanted that guild to allow him 3 privileges. First, the right to refuse summons. Second, no interference in his activities inside the tower. Third, access to dungeons at any time. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly froze. He felt that his demands seemed rather unreasonable, and sure enough, they were. Hyeon stated firmly that no guild would accept his condition. Sung-gun was a little disappointed, but in the next second, Hyeon grabbed his hand and made a request. She wanted Sung-gun to join her silver-white guild, which could meet his need. However, Sung-gun had to prove his ability by clearing a C-rank dungeon on his own. That was why he was now lying on the roof of a bus, lost in thought. They were almost there, so he decided to run the rest of the way to warm up. Sung-gun dashed off like Superman, making everyone on the street that day think something was wrong with their eyes. At the dungeon gate, Hyeon had arrived at the registration area. Just then, Sung-gun ran up, and the moment he stopped, the shockwave he created surged forward. The wave was so strong it nearly blew away their small tent. The corner of Hyeon's mouth twitched. They had not seen each other for only half a month, yet he had already improved this much. She had originally planned to attack the dungeon in another hour. But Sung-hun was feeling bored, so both of them entered. Inside the dungeon lay a field of golden, withered wheat, the stalks towering to their height. Ian had been given the queen's necklace by the guild, creating a protective shield and the ability to become invisible. Thus, Sung-gun only needed to worry about himself. Suddenly, his spiritual vision skill activated automatically, signaling danger. 3 strange entities were moving beneath the wheat, heading toward him. As they approached, he leaped to avoid the grotesque monsters with sharp teeth aimed straight at the heart. Ian panicked. They were deadly poisonous creatures. Importantly, they shouldn't even appear in a C-rank dungeon. Sung-hun, however, remained calm. He struck each one down with ease. Ian was astonished at first, then overjoyed, finally feeling she had found a father for her children. Meanwhile, Sung-gun fought tirelessly against the poisonous demons, dodging bites and avoiding venom. At this moment, his lightning skill activated. He had almost forgotten he possessed this skill. A poisonous demon lunged from behind, its mouth wide open. It aimed for his head to bite. Fortunately, Sung-gun dodged, or his head would have been swallowed whole. Sung-gun grabbed its tail, slammed its entire body to the ground, cracking the stones beneath. Sung-gun waved for Hyeon. He had cleared the path, she only needed to move forward. Hyeon remained frozen in amazement at the display. Poisonous demons were typically suggested for high-level hunting teams. But look, our protagonist could fight them off with just a shield, a mirror, and several other skills. Hyeon confidently declared that Sung-gun would only grow stronger. Perhaps one day he could even become her husband. 10 points for that. Sung-gun took the opportunity to absorb the souls of the poisonous demons. His stats only increased slightly. He predicted the boss wouldn't be too overwhelming. The boss room revealed a different space, sheer cliff faces interwoven with tree trunks. Narrow paths and the oppressive silence made Hyeon uncomfortable. They couldn't sense any living creatures. At that moment, a beam of mana shot straight down onto Hyeon's head. The boss suddenly appeared, ferocious and excited. This greeting made both of them flinch. Sung-gun leapt, carrying Hyeon away. But her mind was only filled with his image. The poisonous demon boss inhaled and spat a wave of mana at them, striking right behind their backs. A massive explosion shook the cave. Through the dust, Sung-gun emerged, holding Hyeon and landing on a large tree above. They avoided the boss's line of sight. It frantically scanned the area, searching for their presence. Hey Ian wanted to buff him. The skill could be checked later, but Sungun refused. He had only fled to save Hyan. His style was to dive directly behind the boss, startling it. Sungun had stacked the Wind Elegance skill 7 times, and now was the moment to use it. As the boss inhaled to release mana, he approached. Before the boss could even blink, Sungun struck beneath it with his sword. The triple strike cut the boss into 3 pieces. Heian watched from above, her body tense. Now she wondered who the real monster was. After leaving the boss room, Heian declared he had passed the test. She also advised him on another matter. In the trial tower, difficulty increases over time. Those who select high difficulty initially can later switch to easier level. Heian assessed Sungun's incredible growth, guessing he had chosen a difficulty with the death penalty. Though she had witnessed him fight twice, she still hoped he would be a bit more careful so he could return safely as her husband, or rather, her companion. That night was his last on Earth. Over the past 3 days, Sungun had been quite busy, yet he had grown more confident in himself. Returning to the tower for the 3rd time, he resolved to try even harder. Back in the waiting room, he headed straight for the trial. On the 8th floor, branching paths appeared for players. Sungun wanted to improve soul strike accuracy, so he chose combat. He thought he would fight immediately, but he had the chance to take the lead. Thus, he met a manager, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant. After the announcement, the system whisked Sungun away. He landed in the world of Ironblood. Contrary to its name, the iron-blooded world was blanketed in thick white snow. Sungun used the Eye of Truth to gather information, but the system only revealed that this was the Iron-Blooded Tyrant's domain. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant communicated with him through messages, offended that he was probing this place. Then he ordered Sungun to follow a floating sword, suspended by red mana. It led him to a level 4 wooden house. Upon entering, Sungun sensed a gaze on him. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant sat cross-legged on a chair looking at him. Finally arrived, welcome, pioneer. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant introduced herself. He had thought she would be some middle-aged man, but the tyrant turned out to be a striking pink-haired girl. Sungun also stared at the Iron-Blooded Tyrant in shock. He was overwhelmed by her beauty, which was utterly captivating. But every rose has thorns. As beautiful as she was also an administrator of the tower. Suddenly, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant appeared right in front of Sungun and inspected him. He was shocked because, even though he had kept his eyes fixed on her, he still had not noticed her move. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant grabbed the bottle of liquor. She judged that he was just an ordinary person, even though his battles had left quite an impression on her. However, she only knew the results. No one could observe the trials below the 8th floor. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant sipped a glass of liquor made from orange juice. Administrators were merely subordinates of the tower. As long as she remained a subordinate of the tower, she could not harm Sungun. This negotiation was a personal benefit. Granted to the pioneer, he could ask any question and receive an answer without using a question ticket. Sungun asked about the intruder on the 5th floor. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant smiled and explained that invading other floors could grant better rewards and benefits. Challengers from other worlds were often people who had spent decades inside the tower. When someone defeated them, that person would receive a great reward. One day, the tower of this world would merge with the towers of other worlds. After hearing this, Sungun became curious. She continued explaining that after the 20th floor, there would be many combined trials, meaning Sungun would meet other intruders. For his final question, Sungun wanted to know what the Tower of Trials was. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant fell into thought because she had always wondered the same thing. Even an administrator like her knew nothing about it. She, too, had once been a challenger. Those who died on the 14th floor or above had the privilege of reviving and becoming administrators. She had also climbed the tower in the past. None of the administrators who had died had ever reached the top. Sungun clenched his fists and said in disappointment that he had been hoping to learn about the top of the tower. The moment the top was mentioned, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant immediately grew irritated. She grabbed Sungun by the neck and threatened him. Her eyes were filled with danger. The top of the tower was not something humans could speak of so casually. Sungun's eyes welled up in contrast to her anger. Ironblood was also surprised that he was not afraid at all. Sungun grabbed the door and destroyed it. He broke free from the Iron-Blooded Tyrant's arm. "I will not let you attack me so easily," he declared coldly. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant widened her eyes in shock, then burst into hearty laughter. This was the first time anyone had dared to wreck an administrator's home. This young man was truly interesting. The Iron-Blooded Tyrant proposed forming a master-disciple contract with Sungun. After returning, Sungun immediately checked the exclusive shop unlocked by signing a contract with an administrator. From then on, Sungun would be able to buy items sold only by the Iron-Blooded Tyrant. However, the second page could only be opened after reaching the 10th floor. For now, with his initial number of SB, he could only choose one of 3 items to buy. Sungun decided to purchase Rocksteady Mind. It would help him make rational decisions in any situation without being swayed by emotion. After equipping it, Sungun entered the 8th floor. The theme was destruction. He needed to defeat the Necromancer who summoned skeleton soldiers. He had thought this game would be easy, but Sungun's eyes were about to pop out. Beneath his feet, a pile of bones was packed so tightly that there was not even a gap for a mosquito to slip through. Perhaps they wanted to overwhelm him with numbers, but Sungun did not care about that. He charged into the middle of the skeletal encirclement, causing the area around him to explode. White bones shattered and flew everywhere. The skeletons began rushing in to tear apart their target. Sungun let them slash at his body to see what would happen. But only two words came to mind: too weak. He swung his fists, snapping their bones like firewood. However, because they were too weak, his proficiency only increased by 0.08. He felt annoyed at having to waste effort on this rabble. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Which bastard dares to wreak havoc in my sacred land?" Sungun instantly turned toward the source of the sound. It might have been the boss. He immediately absorbed the Necromancer. Then he summoned his own skeleton underlings, letting them fight the tower's skeleton soldiers in his place. Meanwhile, Sungun, activated elegant as the wind, passed through the dense barrier of skeleton soldiers and rushed off to find the boss. In the distance stood an ancient castle. Sungun was certain that was the place he needed to find. When he arrived, he saw a skeleton soldier wearing clothes that covered its malnourished body. It held a summoning book in its hand. Seeing Sungun, it looked down on him, saying that a lowly human dared to trespass into its cursed castle. "You will pay a heavy price." As soon as it finished speaking, it summoned two gatekeeper monsters. Sungun judged that they were about on par with a cut-rate golem. He was unimpressed that the boss could only summon these two big fellows. The boss flew into a rage at being looked down on by someone it despised. It ordered the two big fellows to tear Sungun's mouth apart. Sungun burst forward. With a single strike, he smashed both of their round heads. Then he approached the boss, who could only stammer in shock. "What is this?" Sungun slashed across its body, cutting off its legs and making it collapse to the ground. After taking down the two big fellows, his proficiency increased by 1.2%. Sungun was satisfied with this pace. But in the eyes of the living corpse, he was no different from another monster, madly hunting for experience points. Sungun decided to end the 8th floor here, but then he noticed that impressive-looking summoning book of his. His smile gradually became inhuman. Sungun decided to ask him a few questions. He tossed the summoning book to him and asked about summoning. Every time a guard died, he could summon it again after a few minutes. Sungun demanded that he summon one right now. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Sungun raised his sword and threatened him, so he hurriedly turned away to study the book. Two ferocious guards were summoned again. Just like before, Sungun dealt with them easily. The living corpse asked him blankly, "Is that enough?" But this was only the beginning. Sungun ordered him to summon all his guards, while he kept wiping them out to gain experience points. The exploited zombie was extremely resentful. "How long do I have to keep doing this?" Sungun was still absorbed in cutting them down. Of course, until he said to stop. Sungun kept fighting and raising his proficiency. At last, his soul spear reached 100% and advanced to rank C. A weak voice rang out behind him. "You insane monster, I will curse you even after I die." It was the 8th floor boss, whom Sungun had exploited to the bone. Sungun stepped closer and examined the cracks that spread wider each time he summoned. He had reached his limit. Although Sungun had planned to play a little longer, it seemed he had to send him off before he completely lost consciousness. The living corpse cursed. "Meeting you truly makes me sick, damned human." And with that, the 8th floor was cleared. Sungun's soul summoning now had a 20% chance of gaining a skill from its soul. To him, the 8th floor was pretty dull, but that did not mean the 9th floor would be the same. He always geared up before battle. He examined the thunder sword. His dagger-throwing skill had already reached its maximum level, so now he needed to find a new toy to replace the thunder sword. He browsed back and forth but saw no sword he liked. Sungun decided it would be faster to make one himself. He decided to combine two sword-related skills. Since the dagger-throwing skill was rank D, the synthesis would revolve around it. The result was a rank C skill called Demon Hunter. Attack speed doubled when the enemy was not human. Sure enough, this was still his favorite. This power of his that could combine skills. With a pile of skills in hand, Sungun decided to combine them just one more time, and so he kept combining them. After creating a new skill, he used that new skill for another combination. In the end, he obtained Gray Blood, a skill with regeneration and pain reduction. To test the new skill, Sungun decided to turn off the waiting room's recovery effect. All the souls had also been absorbed, so there was no shield left. Sungun cut off his own arm to check it. One slash severed his left arm, but it instantly regenerated to the point that he felt no pain. Sungun felt that his current self was as overpowered as the main character of some story. As for the assassin cloak, he would wear it until it fell apart before replacing it. At this point, waiting would only waste time, so he decided to enter the 9th floor right away. The requirement was to eliminate all monsters by himself within one day. However, the moment he stepped in, The system warned him that a challenger from the lower martial realm had invaded. That man had even wiped out all of Sung Gun's monsters himself. Now, Sung Gun had to defeat him to clear the ninth floor. Seeing Sung Gun, the man stood on the monsters' corpses and greeted him. "I am the Martial Alliance leader of the Martial Realm Alliance, Bik San-hak." The old man with snow-white hair and beard introduced himself. He wanted to know Sung Gun's name. But Sung Gun knew for certain that invaders never came with good intentions. Revealing his identity would do him no good. San-hak muttered that this was the most basic courtesy between fellow martial artists. Sung Gun was fed up with how bizarre people from other dimensions were. With that, the old man raised his severing sword and charged forward. Although he looked over 100 years old, his strength could not be underestimated. Hundreds of sword strikes flew from him towards Sung Gun. Sung Gun also activated Graceful as the wind to block his sword strikes. All that could be heard was the piercing clash of metal. After testing each other, both of them stepped back and assessed their opponent. The old man smirked, so there were experts in this place after all. "Forgive me for looking down on you," Sung Gun let out a breath. He was already tired of facing hypocrites. The old man had clearly come here only to kill him and seize the reward, yet his attitude of a fair duel made Sung Gun feel disgusted. At this moment, the old man finally revealed killing intent through his cold eyes. Then he raised his sword and unleashed the sword gleam ability. Purple-black smoke covered the surrounding. Sung Gun was temporarily blinded for 5 seconds. The old man gave him his final words, "Farewell, nameless swordsman." While Sung Gun was submerged in pitch-black darkness, he used his mana resistance combo to reduce the blindness duration to 2.5 seconds, along with spirit eyes to see through the enemy's attack path. The moment he used it, the old man's sword tip was already right behind Sung Gun. He hurriedly turned to dodge, but it still cut across his neck. At the same time, sword gleam ended. Gray blood activated, healing Sung Gun's recent wound. San-hak was surprised that Sung Gun could dodge an attack in total darkness. Sung Gun had no time to answer and immediately charged forward to attack him. The instant the two sword tips touched, the shockwave they created cracked the ground around them. Sung Gun spun and kicked, but San-hak blocked it with his sturdy knee. Then from above, the old man swung his sword straight down at Sung Gun's leg. Sung Gun was also swinging his sword horizontally at the old man's head. San-hak used his hand to stop Sung Gun's sword arm. Meanwhile, Sung Gun used his foot to pin down the old man's sword arm. The attacks from both sides had been blocked. It could be said that they were evenly matched. The old man muttered, "Users of dark magic really are strange." Sung Gun did not care what he said. His stats had increased now, but it still was not enough. This time, San-hak would not hold back. He unleashed Sword Gleam again, trapping Sung Gun in pitch-black darkness. Sung Gun only sighed. He used his mana resistance combo and Spirit Eyes again. This time, the old man's blades came rushing in at astonishing speed. Sung Gun blocked each blade, but he was still cut across the back. Steel's blessing activated immediately. Even so, his shield still cracked into many pieces. It simply could not fully withstand that attack. 2.5 seconds passed. The scenery returned to normal. Sung Gun smashed a nearby boulder to block San-hak's line of sight. The old man swung his sword, cutting the huge boulder in front of him in half. But by then, Sung Gun had already leaped backward, widening the distance between them. San-hak turned around, only to see Sung Gun's wound healing again. He frowned and muttered, "Dark magic again. I thought you were a skilled martial artist, but it seems you are merely borrowing power from elsewhere." Sung Gun rolled his wrist to check it. "You should look at yourself before judging others." The sword gleam the old man used was also just a unique skill received from the tower, yet he still acted so righteous and honorable. Sung Gun stacked Graceful as the wind 7 times. In an instant, he closed in on San-hak. The old man swung his sword to block in shock. The weight behind it made him struggle. San-hak had once cleared countless challenge floors. His sword was stained with the blood of challengers from other worlds. Among them, those from Earth were the weakest of the weak, treated like jars of honey. They could not even touch a single hair on his head. Yet this time, Sung Gun had cut through that silver hair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, but his face twisted with furious irritation. Sung Gun kept swinging his sword until he completely forced him back. His wounds had healed, but San-hak was struggling with a blood-covered face. The administrators had now placed their bets on Sung Gun. San-hak was enraged at being driven into a disadvantage. He decided to activate his skills, increasing his movement speed for 1 minute. By 2.8 times, Sung Gun laughed scornfully. "Did you not look down on magic?" However, because San-hak had trespassed, he had to suffer the intruder's penalty. All his stats dropped to 8 and he was unable to use several skills. However, Sword Light was still in effect. Sung Gun was already used to him spitting out smoke again and launching sneak attack. San-hak poured all his strength into the slash. He screamed madly, "I will cut you down." Sung Gun used 3-step slash to face him head-on. The two sides collided, creating a blinding flash of mana. The blind spot duration ended. San-hak stood still, while Sung Gun collapsed in exhaustion. But across San-hak's waist was a clean slash left by Sung Gun. His whole body trembling, he could only utter 3 words. "That is impossible." Then his torso and legs fell in separate places. Sung Gun absorbed Beak Sanhak's soul. His stats increased by a full 27%. Because there had been an intruder, the reward changed to C+ rank 6th sense. Sung Gun judged that this skill ranked higher than Monster Instinct. He decided to return to the waiting room and examine it later. Suddenly, the administrators began sending messages to Sung Gun one after another after witnessing his battle. After the update, they could watch trials from the 9th floor and above. Sung Gun smiled proudly. Seen another way, it meant the administrators had acknowledged him. However, the iron-blooded Tyrant King reminded him not to be tempted by other administrators, since the two of them had already signed a contract. Sung Gun obediently listened. The White Crane Swordmaster requested permission to add an authority to his exclusive shop for the contractor. Sung Gun's iron-blooded master also agreed. The administrators only granted authorities in order to gain the contractor's favor. Sung Gun was rather curious about this. Still, they would probably contact him again at some point. In the end, Sung Gun decided to accept the White Crane Swordmaster's request. He added Sword Aura to the shop. After returning, the system announced that Sung Gun could enter the common area. He wondered whether the administrators could observe events in the common area. "Are you people still watching?" he asked aloud. There was no response. Sung Gun cleared his throat. Anyway, he was the only one who knew how embarrassed he was, right? The protagonist examined Sword Aura. It had the ability to channel mana into a sword and use sword energy. To him, this skill was quite decent. Since he had reached the 10th floor, he could view the second page of the shop. 3 skills appeared, and he thought they were absolutely amazing. The problem was that he only had 2,000 SP. He needed to buy either Sword Aura or Bone Regeneration. Thinking back to his battle with that old man Beak Sanhak, he had been an insanely powerful opponent. To avoid being overwhelmed, Sung Gun decided to buy Sword Aura. After activating it, he swung a few times to test it. Other skills poured mana in like a waterfall, but this skill was like a gentle stream. As its name suggested, containing the word aura, it consumed 2% mana every minute. In just 50 minutes, his mana would be completely drained. Sung Gun immediately turned off the effect, telling himself he had to control his mana usage when using it. There was one more reward, 6th sense. Simply put, it would sharpen his senses to their peak. In the end, he still browsed through the community. There were quite a few comments about the plaza here. One player recounted exchanging authorities with someone else. The plaza gathered countless challengers and allowed them to trade with other administrators. Feeling like there was something new to play with, Sung Gun decided to enter the plaza and see what was going on. The plaza was a different space. What set it apart was that real flesh and blood players appeared there. This guy was excitedly walking around and exploring, but unfortunately, he caught the attention of human hunters roaming the street. Suddenly, he was targeted by special effects, causing his whole body to collapse to the ground. The human hunters appeared behind him, laughing sinisterly. The leader licked his blade and sneered. "Korean, huh?" The Korean man gritted his teeth. They had not even entered a trial yet, but these people were already going around robbing others. The girl behind him protested angrily. She shouted, "Stop right now. Are you even allowed to do this? Then make it 1 for 1. He laughed vilely. "If you leave all your items behind, I will let one of you go." Just as he was about to act, a black shadow swept past. He turned around in confusion. The person in black simply walked past them indifferently without doing anything. But they found it strange because it was not like the story's plot. So they called out, "Hey, Black Hat." The person in the black hat turned around. Sung Gun took off his hat. "Are you calling me?" When they saw that he was Korean too, they laughed savagely as if Koreans looked easy to bully in their eyes. So they immediately launched an all-out attack on Sung Gun. Sung Gun sighed. He only wanted to stay humble. Did they forget he is the main character of a Korean story? Sung Gun raised his hand and dispelled their attacks. The leader widened his eyes in shock. Sung Gun burst forward in an instant before they could activate anything. Their skills had already been crushed by him. One of them used Ice Shield, but it shattered under Sung Gun's fist too. The man panicked and begged, "Wait, I was wrong." Before he could kneel and apologize, Sung Gun's blade had already pierced his throat. After absorbing the soul, Sung Gun prepared to leave. The girl apologized for not being able to help more. The Korean man struck up a conversation. He guessed that Sung Gun was a ranker. Sung Gun muttered something like that. After all, he used to always be in the top 10. The young man immediately brightened up and did not forget to thank Sung Gun for saving his life. Sung Gun did not care much. He had only killed them to avoid bringing trouble onto himself. Sung Gun firmly walked away, but the man still seemed to have something to say. He hesitated, then asked for the 3 soulless corpses. Sung Gun was confused, but the man promised to trade him a skill. He used gluttony, and the corpses were sucked into the black hole in his palm. He looked satisfied, as if he had just enjoyed a good meal. As promised, he gave Sung Gun the Iron Wings skill. From the Gluttony Administrator, it allowed him to create wings on his back and fly. Just as expected at that moment, White Summer Sword and the Iron-Blooded King needed manpower. because gluttony was carrying out illegal trade. Under their instigation, Sung-gun was completely speechless at these administrators. Still, they were trying to recruit players, which meant the players had something they wanted. Since the two of them were heading the same way, the man shared some of the information he had obtained. At present, the dimensional worlds invading Earth were Ares, Murim, and Kalian. Sung-gun had met someone from Ares wearing heavy armor and a black-clad hunter from Murim, while Kalian was home to elves, fairies, and beastmen. As they talked while walking, they arrived at the community area. The man handed Sung-gun a business card. It turned out he was the team manager of the Challenger management team under the Hunter Association, someone Sung-gun might need in the future. After entering the public zone, all statuses returned to normal. Challengers were not allowed to fight each other. The man waved his hand casually, deciding to stop by the auction house for a while. Sung-gun also had somewhere he needed to go, the arena. As Sung-gun entered the arena, he already heard some furious young men shouting, "We lost again. This time the loss is huge." He thought to himself that this so-called arena looked no different from a sports betting hall. The administrators seemed to feel the same way. There were seating booths up ahead, and Sung-gun wondered whether he was allowed to sit there. Only children hesitated. As an adult, he would just sit down and be sure of it. At worst, he would simply get kicked out. The arena system was activating. Choose between betting and combat. The system notification was rather confusing, so Sung-gun read the details more carefully. Arena activities were divided into two systems, betting and combat. Bettors would place wagers on combat participants, either losing points or earning points depending on the challenger they bet on. Combatants could challenge others to receive rewards. Once a match was confirmed, their real names and rankings would be revealed. To confirm a match, Sung-gun needed to wager an exchange-type reward such as a skill, an item, or an authority. If he won, he would receive a reward corresponding to the opponents he faced. In short, the only thing Sung-gun remembered was that if he won, he got a reward, and if he lost what he wagered. But how could a main character like him possibly lose? So Sung-gun pressed participate to see whether he could earn any good rewards. Meanwhile, outside, the players were celebrating the reward of seeing Catherine in person, the Infernal Witch, a famous American hunter known for her achievements and a body hotter than the summer sun. Today was yet another day when Catherine had not received a single challenge, which left her bored. Being the strongest was not all that fun since Catherine had never lost a match before. Her administrator giggled because the other players were too weak. Catherine also felt it was a waste of time, so she decided to leave. Right at that moment, she received a challenge from Sung-gun, who had just entered the trial arena and immediately challenged someone. With a 17-match winning streak like Catherine, this young man was interesting. Catherine decided to fight him one-on-one. Both of them were teleported to the arena. Catherine smiled and said, "I like your courage, but you should be more careful when choosing your opponent." The match began, and Catherine arrogantly decided to strike first with Flame Genesis. She summoned a giant fireball with one hand, and it looked scorching at a glance. The fireball shot towards Sung-gun. He could dodge it, but it had marked him as its target. Until it hit Sung-gun, it would not stop. It was over. Catherine smirked. Although she respected his courage, Sang-yoon was no match for her in terms of power. That was only because Sang-yoon had not used his abilities yet. With Sword Aura Mastery, he sliced the sphere in half. If it wanted to chase him, then he would make sure it never got the chance again. Holy crap, Catherine was stunned, completely dumbfounded. A lesson from experience. I will be the one giving it to you. Sang Gi-hun smiled coldly. Now the match was officially beginning. In a thatched cottage deep in the forest, a person of unknown gender with long silver hair flowing like a stream was watching. Sang-yoon threw a mirror made of water. That person smiled with satisfaction when Sang-yoon had mastered Sword Aura. Giving him such a premium special ability had not been a waste. From now on, they needed to win his favor quickly. Perhaps Sang Gi-hun could settle the long-standing grudge this person had never been able to resolve alone. Back in the arena, Catherine was still the one launching a relentless assault. Wherever she struck, Sang-yoon dodged, but her attacks were extremely troublesome. Even after Sang Gi-hun leapt into the sky, the flames still followed him. The only way was for him to cut down every single fireball. Dancing lightly through the flames burned the hem of his cloak. Sang Gi-hun immediately landed to get away from the fire. Without the blessing of wind, he could not fight at his full potential. While he was putting out the fire on his clothes, Catherine summoned 4 more fireballs in rapid succession. How long do you think you can hold out? After Sang-yoon finished extinguishing the flames, he swung his sword again. The longer this dragged on, the higher his mana consumption would become. That was exactly the disadvantage he faced. It was time to counterattack. Sang Gi-hun absorbed the soul of Beak Sunhak, gaining a few stat boosts and obtaining the B-rank skill Lightning Sword Aura. It allowed him to unleash a critical attack, which surprised Sang Gi-hun quite a bit. Catherine grew irritated when Sang Yoon lost focus. During that moment, she had already unleashed dozens of fire arrows aimed at Sang Gi-hun. Of all the 36 strategies, running away was the best. He kicked off and fled from the arrows raining down. Anything that blocked his path was cut in half. At the same time, Sang Yoon activated Blood Surge. This was the first time he had used the skill, but he would never know its effect unless he tried it. Trying it once probably would not kill him. Sang Gi-hun tensed his arm and built up momentum. Then he slashed in a crescent arc, piercing through and shattering the giant fireball, shocking Catherine. She hurriedly raised a magic shield, gritting her teeth as she maintained it against the tremendous force. She never expected Sang Gi-hun's counterattack to come at the very moment she least anticipated it. Before she had even finished blocking Sang Gi-hun's attack, he was already standing right behind Catherine with the tip of his sword pointed straight at the back of her neck. Catherine finally had no choice but to surrender. Otherwise, her head could have gone flying. After defeating Catherine, Sang Gi-hun received the skill Sword Storm and was transported back to the common area of the 10th floor. After returning, Sang Gi-hun decided to write down Catherine's name. Although he had gone easy on her this time because he treated it as practice, she was still quite strong. On top of that, she had burned his clothes. He had to write her name down so he could settle the debt later. Now it was time to check the reward he had obtained. The name Sword Storm sounded like thousands of slashes at once, but it was only a single thrust, so this was the lesson. From experience that she had given him, you could not judge a skill just by its name. Today's opening match had gone fairly smoothly. He won a match and gained experience, but the reward had been a scam. To avoid getting tricked again, Sang Gi-hun decided to fight another match. This time his opponent was Oaki Yuji, ranked 11th in Japan. As soon as the match began, Yuji sighed. "I was really looking forward to this match because you are ranked 3rd in Korea, but you look so ragged like a beggar. Your level must be just as pathetic." Sang Yoon smirked, making him frown. "What the hell are you laughing at? I just find it funny because you were thinking the same thing as me." Sang Yoon's reply made Yuji furious. Thrust an 8-meter spear toward him. Sang Yoon dodged it easily, feeling disappointed. Was Japan's 11th ranked fighter really this weak? All he had going for him was nice clothes. Sang Gi-hun mercilessly knocked the show-off aside. Yuji took too much damage, so the match had to end. Naturally, the victory belonged to Sang Yoon. The more he fought, the more addicted he became, so Sang Gi-hun challenged fighters from all over the world. He won every match at a terrifying speed, accidentally earning the title Battle Master. Meanwhile, in China, a young man with 8-pack abs was meditating in the middle of a lush green bamboo forest. No one dared disturb him unless there was urgent news. This time, the urgent news was the death of Elder Biggs. Before he died, he had sent a message back to the family. It told of a place called Earth, which had recently connected to their dimension. Beak Sunhack had tried to invade that spatial layer, and the result was that he was put 6 feet under. At that very moment, a tremor began growing stronger and stronger. Even the slightest movement felt alarming, as if something was closing in. It was a monster whose name I do not know either. All I know is that it was ridiculously huge and had a nasty temper. The young man kept meditating until he met his quota while the monster was charging toward him. At last, he moved one arm to summon his sword and said, "It has been 5 years since I stopped climbing the tower, has it not?" Just as the monster's claws slashed down, he still tucked in his legs and leaped up. Even after meditating all day, his legs had not gone numb, which was truly admirable. The 8-pack guy plunged down, driving his sword straight into the beast's head, and his weight made it collapse instantly. When the servant saw his power, he could not help but feel respect. Overpowering such a mythical creature in one move was genuinely terrifying. The young man pulled the sword out of its head. He had grown tired of meditating. Just then, an earth dimension appeared, catching his interest. Especially the person capable of killing Elder Black Jade Rat. That person would surely give him a satisfying battle. Sung Ji-hoon returned to the waiting room and threw himself onto the bed, which had just been upgraded with an added mattress. All his fatigue vanished. It truly lived up to being a waiting room that cured every ailment. Today had been a real harvest. Besides experience, Sung Yoon also gained a new special skill. Steel Wings, a skill that created steel wings and allowed Sung Yoon to fly at high speed. However, the wings needed a constant supply of mana to function. Just imagining himself soaring through the sky with angel wings like fairies in fairy tales made Sun feel utterly thrilled, but that was only his dream. Only when he had enough points to buy it would that dream become reality. Moments like this made him realize how wonderful it was to be rich. Putting the wings aside for now, Sung Yoon sat up and reviewed today's game. He combined several scattered skills together, sitting there for a full hour as he diligently merged them again and again. Sung Ji-hoon created 3 new skills: a B-rank counter shield, the C-rank movement speed skill Shadow Step, and the Zenotrank attack skill chaotic sword battle rhythm. What caught his attention was the counter shield. Sung Yoon raised his hand to test its activation. The effect was cooler and smoother than the cheap skills of side characters. The aura of a male lead really was different. A new day began with the mission on the 10th floor at a fairly tough difficulty level. Theme: cooperation for 3 hours. The completion condition was to prevent the resurrection of the Dark Devouring King within the time limit. If the entire team was wiped out before time ran out, they would all be finished. 4 doors opened, summoning the assigned members based on personal ranking. Rank 1, Kim Seung-hoon. Rank 2, Oh Jeon-seok. Rank 3, Hunter, though only we know his real name. The team had a 30-minute grace period to prepare for the boss fight. Jeon-seok ran toward Seung-hoon with the look of someone meeting an old acquaintance. Sung-yoon assessed the 2 people ranked above him. They must have met during previous trials. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Tension D pointed at Sung-yoon and yelled, You're the guy I met on the 4th floor." Sung Jae-hoon was utterly confused. How had he gotten dragged into this out of nowhere? Seeing Sudi's expression, Seung-hoon guessed that the meeting between the 2 of them had not gone smoothly. Sudi trembled with a deathly pale face. He said the 2 of them had met in the cooperation trial on the 4th floor. And there, Sung-yoon had killed people repeatedly to increase his own strength. Princess Sudi, whose real name was Seung-jun, lived by the principle that in life, anyone who did not lie would get no respect. He deliberately created conflicts by turning people against one another, then used that time to monopolize the rewards. That was his survival strategy, and it really did work in a harsh place like the Tower of Trial. His administrator was the cunning clown, who laughed loudly every time Sudi pulled another deceitful trick, scammed someone, or sold people to Cambodia. Sung-yoon looked at his chilling expression, as if the man were beyond mentally unstable. But seeing that attitude almost made him wonder whether he himself had actually done it in the past. I think you've misunderstood something. Sung Jae-hoon spoke up, but Sudi cut him off. He said Jae-hoon had mercilessly attacked his teammates to monopolize the rewards. Sung Jae-hoon was starting to get irritated. But the one who chose violence was not him. It was Seung-hoon. He summoned a divine hammer. Instead of having 4 people who lacked unity, he thought this team only needed 3. People who understood one another. Whoever was telling the truth would remain, and the liar would be eliminated on the spot, said Seung-hoon, a man who liked simple things. Sung Jae-hoon calculated the worst-case scenario. He would have to fight all 3 of them at once. Of course, he did not want that. Everyone wait, Jeon-seok said. Up until now, he had been the only one calm enough to analyze the situation. If Sudi had met Sung-yoon on the 4th floor, then he definitely had to know Jae-hoon's real name. That was because nicknames were only applied starting from the 5th floor waiting room, while the 2 of them had met on the 4th floor. As long as he stated Sung Jae-hoon's real name, everything would be settled. Sudi froze, not expecting someone this sharp to be there. But he was not someone easily shaken. He simply enjoyed confusing others. His real name is Lee Chunmin. Sudi said, sneering inwardly because there was no way to verify names here. Mr. Lee Chunmin. Do you have anything to say? Jeon-seok turned and asked Sang-yu. Indeed, there were no citizen ID cards here to prove anyone's identity. But he had something else, even though he did not want to use it, his hunter license. Sang-yoon had only happened to bring it while returning to Earth. Who would have thought it would prove useful in a situation this absurd? Sudi also never expected someone to bring a hunter license from Earth into the tower to prove their identity, causing his scam to be exposed. Yi UK had been waiting for this exact moment to carry out justice. Eliminate the liar and clear Sang-yoon's name. Sudi gritted his teeth, silently thinking he had really messed up this time. Sang-yoon raised his hand to stop Seung-hoon. Because this was his own matter, so he would handle it himself. Being falsely accused had really started to annoy him. Sudi thought all 3 of them would gang up on him, but in the end, only Sang-yoon stepped forward. He smirked, thinking Sang-yoon was an idiot, as long as he could take Sang-yoon down. The other 2 would not be able to do anything to him, no matter how much they hated him, because it would be too difficult for 2 people to clear a 4-person trial on their own. Before the fight began, Sang-yoon taught him about one word: responsibility. But Sudi did not care about responsibility at all, because all he cared about was survival. He summoned a magic book. You're not the only one with power. Vines from the swamp spirit sprouted up and wrapped around Sang-yoon's legs. Unfortunately for him, Sang-yoon had the mana-resistant skill, so he broke free from the vines and rushed toward him. Sudi raised a shield. This situation was truly unexpected, but he could still defend against the attack. Sang-yoon's power shattered the ground. Seung-hoon said they should keep their distance if they did not want to get caught up in it. Although Yi UK wanted to stand closer to feel the heat of the ultimate showdown, Seung-hoon still said it was better to be careful. Die, you bastard. Sudi fired mana orbs at Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon said this game was too easy as he dodged every shot. Then he punched him hard enough to make it hurt badly. Even in pain, Sudi kept grinning. It seemed the hunter had become the prey. When Sudi looked back, The orbs he had fired had gathered into a magic circle. After a few seconds of aiming, it unleashed a massive bolt of lightning straight into Sang Yun. Sudi laughed smugly. A moment ago you were showing off, so now take this. Wait, what is that? He suddenly stopped. Sang Yun said, you're still too green. Rank 6 thinks he can defeat rank 3, and with the main character's aura on top of that. He activated counter shield, absorbing 25% of the damage and releasing it in one strike. Now Sudi would have to take back everything he had just given out. That was just the law of life. Sudi broke into a sweat. This was outside the script he had imagined. He could not believe Sang Yun had blocked his third technique. Sang Yun shot towards Sudi like an arrow. Sudi had no choice but to raise giant stone shields around Sang Yun and trap him inside. Sang Yun cut the stone walls apart. He could even cut through fire, so what was this supposed to be? Seung-hoon watched Sang Yun and asked, do you know who he is? But Seung-hoon did not know either, and he had never seen anyone like him among the high-ranking hunters, because he did not know. Seung-hoon had thought Sang Yun was just an ordinary person, until he observed the way he fought. Seung-hoon saw that he was not listed among the high-ranking hunters, but Sang Yun definitely had not used his full strength yet. In fact, Sang Yun's true strength had to be on par with his. Seung-hoon was shocked that someone this strong was ranked lower than the two of them. But that was only a ranking based on stats. If in the previous trials, Sang Yun had not relied on his teammates, he might have been evaluated below his actual ability. At that moment, Sudi had no way left to defend himself, and was cut along the arm that held the book by Sang Yun. He collapsed before Sang Yun's blade. Seung-hoon was surprised that Sang Yun did not finish him off but instead subdued him with remarkable composure. Wait. He threatened Sang Yun, saying he could not kill him, because if he killed someone, they would not be able to clear the trial. This floor's trial required 4 top-ranked people, with survival as the objective, so the tower definitely would not create a test so easy that they could pass even with one person missing. Sang Yun had not considered that possibility, so he turned back to look at the other two. They said they would not interfere and would let him handle it however he wanted. Meanwhile, Tenchuri pulled out a sword and prepared to ambush Sang Yun, but his speed was billions of times slower than Sang Yun. Sang Yun split Sudi's head in two without a single drop of blood spilling, because it was only an illusion. Tenchuri had intended to hide his trump card, but after being slashed by Sang Yun, all he could do now was risk everything. Sudi fired chains at Sang Yun. Sang Yun used counter shield. As the chains curved around and looped behind his back, Sang Yun activated the skill Wave Glide, increasing his movement speed by 40%. The moment Sudi's attack exploded was also the moment. Sang Yun stood in front of him with counter shield. Compared to taking on the trial with only 3 people, traveling with a fraud like him was far more dangerous. Sang Yun activated counterattack, returning all the damage he had accumulated from the beginning straight back to Sudi. Vanished just like that. Autumn leaves, yellow leaves behind. Su left behind an old cloak from the vampire count and a heavenly blood demon sword. Both items were lower in rank than the gear he was currently using, so Sung Jinwoo would take them back to study later. The other two jumped down after watching. Cha Hayan kept praising him with eyes full of admiration. Everything had taken only 20 minutes. Now they had 10 minutes left to check the situation inside. All right, let us go. Seo Yun-hoon led the group inside. At the entrance stood a giant stone statue of a knight on horseback. It was majestic and magnificent, but chains held it in place. Cha Hayan said as he walked, that statue is huge. It is not going to come alive, right? In this tower it might, Seung-hoon replied. Sung Jinwoo only watched in silence. He noticed the crowned head the cavalryman was carrying. After walking through the massive palace for a while, they arrived in a vast hall. Around them were 3 more stone statues bound tightly in chains, giving Cha Hayan a bad feeling. Most important was the headless statue seated on the throne. It was probably the Dark Tyrant, the boss of this trial. The break time was over. The Dark Legion would appear, and they had to stop the Dark Tyrant from reviving. Just then, exactly as Cha Hayan had feared, the 3 statues broke free of their chains and awakened. Seung-hoon had only been waiting for someone to fight. It had been a long time since he had stretched his muscles. The head. Sung Jinwoo said he had been observing the whole time. Each statue had a crowned head strapped to its back. They could not let them place those heads and complete the tyrant's body. Seo Yun-hoon nodded. In that case, they would each take one of the 3 statues one-on-one. A battle between 3 stone cavalry statues and the tower server's top 3. Which side should we bet on? Sung Jinwoo decided to bring down this stone statue in one strike with sword aura. Before that, he had to block one of its slashes as their blades collided. Sung Jinwoo realized that it also used sword aura. It seemed this opponent would not be easy to handle. He wondered whether the others were all right. All right, not even close. Seo Yun-hoon had just taken a hit and was flying through the air. The cavalryman seized the chance and charged toward the tyrant at full speed, carrying several tons of weight. But Seung-hoon would not let it get what it wanted. He tore up a rock and hurled it straight at the statue. By the time the cavalryman noticed, the rock had already struck it and sent it flying. Seung-hoon cursed, "These bastards are all boss level. Do not let your guard down." "I think the only one who let his guard down was you, he." Cha Heian laughed and put on a wizard hat. He truly could not stand that hat, but once he put that hat on, it meant Cha Heian was fired up. He fired magic arrows straight at the charging stone cavalryman. Although it was made of stone, it still dodged the 3 arrows nimbly and closed in on Cha Heian. He did not panic like an ordinary mage. Everyone thinks that when fighting a mage, close combat is the easiest way to win, but that only applies to rookie mages. Cha Heian was a physical mage. He transformed his bow into his side. Sung Jinwoo was rather surprised, since he had only ever dealt with weaklings like Zen. Seeing 2 people with this much skill made his blood boil with excitement. Now Sung Jinwoo could focus on carrying out his own task, but first he had to dodge its attack. Sung Jinwoo spun through the rubble, using his 3-meter-long legs to kick each stone toward the stone statue. Then he activated his skill, dashed like the wind, slipped between the statue's legs and got behind it before it could defend. Then he combined the wild blade sword art with the lightning sword and shattered the dark tyrant's head on the cavalryman's back. On the other side, Seung-hoon used a lightning burst to suppress the cavalryman in thunderbolts. The head on its back also shattered into pieces. Only the one on Cha Heian's side remained. He showed them never to look down on a man who became a mage, because he could deliver physical attacks no weaker than anyone else's. With his scythe, he cut the cavalryman and the head on its back in half. Suddenly, the statues came to life, and they all rushed toward the gate. It seemed like they were fleeing, so the 3 gave chase. Without the heads, the dark tyrant would have to keep sleeping. Suddenly, Sang-yoon heard a clattering sound and the stone statues knelt down. The 3 of them formed a straight line. Horse hooves sprang onto the line they had created and flew over the heads of all 3 people. It was the mounted cavalryman from outside the gate. Seung-hoon made a full 360-degree turn and chased after it, but it was already too late because it had a horse while they only had 2 legs. Sang-gi gritted his teeth, built up momentum, and hurled his sword toward it. The tyrant's head was about to be set down when, in an instant, Sang-gi-yoon's sword suddenly pierced it and smashed it into ash. The crown fell as the cavalryman stared in shock. Its eyes flared crimson, followed by a roar filled with bitter rage. Jeon Chiok jumped for joy, and Sang-gi-hoon also let out a sigh of relief. They had nearly been forced to fight the boss. The cavalryman picked up the crown and put it on its own head. Then it drove its weapon through its own neck. All 3 were stunned, unable to understand what was happening. All they knew now was that they had to stop it quickly. The cavalry beast detached its own head to place it onto the head of the Black Tyrant King. All 3 charged in to attack, but the head had already been set in place. A massive explosion sent them all flying. The necessary condition had been met. The Dark Tyrant King was being revived, and now their task was to defeat it if they did not want to die. The Dark Tyrant King possessed invulnerability, nullifying all damage from challengers with lower stats. Sang-gi-yeon had never heard of any monster having a special skill before. As expected of the boss of those damn cavalry beasts, the Dark Tyrant King raised its hand and summoned a sword, then brought it down with a slash that split the ground. That damn ability left Sang-gi-yeon at a loss. If damage was nullified, what the hell could they even do? While he was lost in thought, the Dark Tyrant King had appeared behind him without him noticing. It swung its sword in a sweeping strike. Sang-gi-yeon dodged instantly, but he still took damage and blood sprayed out. Fortunately, he could heal himself. Because everything had not been dealt with quickly, the situation had become troublesome. Was there really no way to win? His gaze fell on the 3 remaining knights, standing in a line as if waiting to be slaughtered. Jeon Chioke and Choi Eung-hun ran over to him. They thought they should deal with the knights first, or they would be worn down. Sang-gi-yeon made a request, asking them to block the Dark Tyrant King's attacks. Choi Eung-hun was confused. They could not damage it, so would it not be better to clean up those knights first? Sang-gi-yeon did not know how to convince them, so he could only say that he knew of one possible way to defeat the Dark Tyrant King. Seung-hun fell silent for a few seconds, then decided to trust him. The 2 of them would have a hard time holding off the Tyrant King, so Sang-jun had better hurry unless he wanted to see 2 more corpses. After they left, it was time for Sang-jun to give these 3 cavalrymen a beating. Seung-hun activated Thunderburst and aimed it at the Dark Tyrant King, but of course, it took no damage at all. Just as Seung-hun had expected, it had no effect. It even caused the Tyrant King to activate another special skill, pinning them both down as if the gravity of the entire earth were crushing their backs. Then came a slash from the Tyrant King. Seung-hun activated his mana resistance skill and successfully broke free from its control, but Jeon-seok did not. At that moment, Seung-hun stepped in front of him and took the blow for him. Fresh blood dripped from inside Seung-hun's mask, and he dropped to his knees. Brother, are you all right? Jeon-seok caught Seung-hun, filled with desperate worry. Because standing before them now was the Dark Tyrant King. It was raising its sword, ready to split both their heads in 2. This was the perfect moment for Sang-jun to appear. He used counter shield to block the sword and apologized to his 2 teammates for arriving late. Sang-jun absorbed the souls of the cavalrymen. His stats began rising rapidly, until he could be said to be on par with the Dark Tyrant King. Counter shield absorbed the attack and returned it to the Tyrant King, forcing it to pull its sword back. Sangjun used lightning sword aura to unleash a crescent slash, hoping it would be enough to reach the Dark Tyrant King's heart. The Tyrant King blocked it with both hands. Although the attack was highly damaging, it only cracked its arms a little. At least it had worked. The Dark Tyrant King roared wildly. It activated its control skill again, and Sangjun was instantly forced down. He gritted his teeth, activated mana resistance and powerful breakthrough, and rose step by step. All restrictions had been removed, and he used counter shield to defend again. This situation was truly hanging by a thread, but Sangjun could not stop smiling. Was this the feeling of victory instinct? Was this the blazing fire within him, yearning to become stronger? Outside, Jeonseok and Seunghun were watching the battle. What they saw in Sangjun was a monster. Seunghun also found it strange to be hiding behind someone else, but he was happy for Sangjun because perhaps he had become a red-haired player. After a while, counter shield had absorbed enough damage. Now it was time for Sangjun to return everything it had done to him. If he reduced the attack distance and concentrated the energy, the shield's power would increase significantly. He stood as close as possible and released the attack, piercing through the Dark Tyrant King's arm. Before it could even recover from the shock of losing one arm, Sangjun charged forward. All of his skills were fully charged. He sliced off its head with a single sword strike, finishing off the Dark Tyrant King. Mission complete. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty queen was watching Sangjun with interest. She never expected that a challenger with such potential would make a contract with her. Ordinary challengers try to climb the tower, preparing extremely carefully to avoid risks. And even after spending half their youth, they still cannot clear a single floor. But Sangjun is completely different. He even came from another dimension, yet he is regarded as the embodiment of the desire to grow. However, this is not entirely beneficial for her. The other administrators will certainly take an interest in Sangjun as well. She needs to secure his backing before any other administrator notices him. And when that happens, she will be able to achieve the wish she has long awaited. After defeating the Dark Tyrant King, Sangjun received a pile of rewards for being the top contributor. Among the special missions, Uncle UK was utterly astonished by his victory. Sangjun's performance was no different from that of a hacker. He said he had only been lucky because he possessed a skill that was quite useful for this mission. It was not as if he could say it was because he was the main character. Seunghun did not care what method he used. He only knew that today had opened his eyes, so he decided to send Sangjun a friend request. After becoming friends, the three of them returned to the waiting room. After this trial, more than 1,000 people survived. A new category opened called dimensional travel. Sangjun guessed that it would probably let him travel to places like the Martial World or Ares, but doing that would be no different from suicide. In addition, several skills were expanded. Sangjun could now talk with administrators in the waiting room and travel to their territory. On top of that, Sangjun could also establish additional treaties, but only with one administrator. He could terminate them at any time. He found it confusing because if that was the case, the administrators were the ones at a disadvantage. But nothing could be predicted in this tower. For now, he would organize the items he had received today. First was a potion that increases skill proficiency. This item raises the proficiency of one skill by up to 20%. Sung Jae-hoon was thirsty, so he drank it all in one gulp, then increased the proficiency of his special skill, Wind Sea Seal. After adding another 20%, the skill went up by one rank and gained a 7-stack effect. The cooldown also disappeared, letting him glide across the ground at any time, as fast as the wind. Next was absorbing the soul of the Dark Tyrant, increasing his permanent stats and granting him a special skill. Its name was Mana Manipulation. Thanks to this skill, restrictions related to using mana would be removed. Its proficiency only increases through personal enlightenment. Using it more often does not help. In short, Sung Jae-hoon was now a magical genius. But from the information alone, he still could not imagine how it worked. Suddenly, two invitations appeared before his eyes. Both the Ironblood King and the White Crane Swordmaster invited him to their domains. Sung Jae-hoon was extremely surprised by the two sudden invitations, but he decided to go to the Ironblood realm. The Ironblood King had just finished bathing. She opened the door and laughed loudly. "Haha, I knew you would come to me." It turned out the two of them had bet on whether Sung Jae-hoon would come to her or to the other one. Since the Ironblood King won the bet, she would reward him with a few snacks to pass the time. Sung Jae-hoon sighed. He had felt something was off ever since both of them sent invitations at the same time. It turned out he was just their joke. As they walked into the house, Sung Jae-hoon asked the Ironblood King about mana manipulation. She was a little surprised that he had obtained such an excellent skill. After all, having a great skill but not knowing how to use it would be pretty useless, so she decided to give him a brief explanation. With mana manipulation, she told him to try circulating all the magical power in his body. Sung Jae-hoon focused with all his strength, and suddenly his entire body erupted. It felt as if a high-voltage current was running through him. His mana circuits were being powerfully reinforced by that skill. At that moment, the mana circuit skill was also strengthened, making him feel as though his physical power had multiplied several times over. Sung Jae-hoon tried punching the ground to test his strength, and the white snow around him was instantly blasted away. The gust was so strong that it even blew the Ironblood King's bath towel off. Even then, inside the house, she still teased him. "I never thought you were the kind of person who would dare do something so immoral." Sung Jae-hoon choked on his water. If the other person was not embarrassed, then he was embarrassed for them. In any case, the Ironblood King advised him to activate each magical skill one by one whenever he had free time and combine them with enhanced mana manipulation. Once he gained a clear understanding of enhanced mana manipulation, his other magical skills would level up as well. Sung Jae-hoon nodded. He was curious why she had summoned him today. The Ironblood King explained the waiting room expansion system on the 11th floor. He could come here without going through the tower, but that was not the reason the waiting room had been expanded. The real motive was so the administrators could actively teach their challengers, and as for what that meant, he should watch this. The Ironblood King ordered the use of domain intervention and gave him a special skill called Ironblood Sword. Sung Jae-hoon was shocked to suddenly receive a special skill, but in this world nothing came for free. The Ironblood King had served the tower long enough to be allowed to do this. The reason she chose him was because she saw his potential. Administrators were rewarded by nurturing their challengers, but their purpose was not positive. They invested in challengers only because of each person's ultimate wish. Before Sung Jae-hoon could understand what an ultimate wish was, the system erupted with notifications because the White Crane Swordmaster was repeatedly requesting that he visit his domain. The Ironblood King burst out laughing. She guessed that someone was getting impatient, so their conversation ended there. In any case, she had already given him her special skill. Sung Jae-hoon said goodbye to her and entered a section of forest, the domain of the White Crane Swordmaster. He thought it was truly a perfect place to train. He was also quite curious about the training method the Ironblood King had mentioned, so he decided to try it right there. Sung Jae-hoon used 3-step slash together with mana manipulation, and its proficiency rose by 8%. He continued increasing his other skills as well, including counterattack sword. Finally, there was sword aura, but it did not activate through mana manipulation, leaving him disappointed. He had planned to level up 3-step slash through sword aura, but no matter how many times he tried, it was the same. Could it be because sword aura was a special skill, so he could not level it up? Just then, the White Crane Swordmaster sent another message urging him to hurry over. Sung Jae-hoon had no choice but to save sword aura for next time and head to him. Judging from the White Crane Swordmaster's title and way of speaking, Sung Jae-hoon guessed he was an old man with white hair and a white beard, like Big Sun. Deep inside the forest stood a single-story house. In the middle of the hall was a girl with long, silky black hair. She was young, but she was no naive girl. Seeing him standing still, the White Crane Sword Master wondered what was wrong. Sang Gi-hun simply found it interesting to meet an online friend in person. She gestured for him to sit down and talk so he would not get tired. The moment Sang Gi-hun sat down, he felt incredibly refreshed. The cool natural breeze felt even better than air conditioning. Now he understood why. She had chosen to sit in the middle of the veranda instead of going inside. The White Crane Sword Master laughed. She had been watching him from here. Starting from the moment Sang Gi-hun fought Beak Sanhak on the 9th floor, Sang Gi-hun could not understand why she would give her special technique to a rookie challenger like him, but the White Crane Sword Master did not see it that way. Even though Beak Sanhak had not yet reached luminous sword energy, he was still a highly skilled swordsman in the martial world. Although he lost part of his power when he entered the tower, defeating a challenger like Beak Sanhak was still an extraordinary achievement. The reason the White Crane Sword Master knew this so well was that she had made a contract with Beak Sanhak. Sang Gi-hun broke out in a sweat. If that was the case, she might even hold a grudge against him. As if seeing through his thoughts, the White Crane Sword Master told Sang Gi-hun that he did not need to be so wary. She had made contracts with many challengers, but she had never invited anyone to her home like this except him. Since he had probably already guessed it, she decided to say it plainly. The White Crane Sword Master looked at him seriously. Please make an additional contract with me. Sang Gi-hun was not surprised. He only cared about what he would get from her in return. If he agreed, the White Crane Sword Master would make him her disciple. An administrator could only take one disciple in their entire life. Inside the tower, that person would be called the administrator's disciple. In other words, he would form a special contract. At the same time, Sang Gi-hun would be able to buy all of the administrator's skills. Because of that, Sang Gi-hun realized why a master-disciple contract was so important. But the Iron-Blooded Queen had never even explained this to him, even though he had been her disciple for a long time. That lady must have been a bit busy lately. But an additional contract could be cancelled at any time. He wondered why the White Crane Sword Master would entrust a lifelong contract to him when it was disadvantageous for her. The White Crane Sword Master admitted that, Just like the iron-blooded queen, they had chosen him to fulfill their final wishes. I need the sharpest sword, a sword that will never rust or break, and you have the potential to become the sharpest sword. Sang Gi-hun only focused on the final wishes both administrators had mentioned. He immediately asked her what they were. They are regrets from their past and their memories. At the same time, they are also a privilege granted to administrators by the Tower. Like the Tower of Trials, it is a challenge given only to challengers who have made a contract with an administrator, and when it comes true, the administrator receives a reward. If the White Crane Sword Master's final wish comes true, Sang Gi-hun may even be able to change the path. What me? He asked in surprise. After all, how could he immediately trust a woman's words? The higher you climb the tower, the more you will understand. By then you will know whether I was telling the truth, the White Crane Sword Master replied. Sang Gi-hun felt that she was right. In the real world it would be hard to believe, but in this tower that possibility seemed likely. However, he was still troubled. How many floors would he have to climb? To make her wish come true, the White Crane Sword Master scratched her arm. Oh, that is very simple. It is the highest floor of this Tower of Trial. Sang Gi-hun broke out in a sweat. The highest floor, and she called that simple? In the end, he still agreed to make a contract with the White Crane Sword Master. She jumped up in celebration. A wise decision. You will not regret it. Sang Gi-hun did not know whether this was really a wise decision, but fine, he would deal with it as it came. He had already guessed that he would have to climb to the highest floor of the tower to fulfill an administrator's wish. After becoming a true disciple of the White Crane Sword Master, the effects of authority and skills from the Murim dimension would increase by 10% and his mana would also increase slightly. He was different now. Sang Gi-hun was the disciple of 2 administrators and had gained a few extra points. Sang Gi-hun could not wait for the day he became stronger. Most of all, he had also received a special gift from the White Crane Sword Master. But did you not hear anything from her? About the person looking for you, the White Crane Sword Master asked curiously. Sang Gi-hun did not know either. Was there another beautiful woman looking for him? The White Crane Sword Master shook her head. She did not know what the iron-blooded queen was thinking, but she seemed to trust him completely. The White Crane Sword Master did too, but she still had to tell him one thing: it will cost a few question tickets. Sang Gi-hun nodded. He was not using his question tickets anyway, and he had a huge pile of them left. Immediately, the system deducted all of his question tickets. Sang Gi-hun was surprised, not realizing how important this information was to consume tickets like that. The White Crane Swordmaster said that in the Murim dimension, there was a powerful organization called the Murim Alliance, and Bitch San Hak, the one he defeated on the 9th floor, was the elder founder of that organization. Therefore, someone in the Murim dimension was looking for him. After hearing this, Sang Gi-hun felt certain that this person was seeking him to avenge their ancestor. No, the White Crane Swordmaster said, the Murim Alliance was in chaos due to a struggle for the elder founder position. As for the one who wanted to kill him, it was Nam Gung Hiu from the Nam Gung clan, the blue sky sword dragon of Nam Gung Hiu. He was someone who had built his own reputation among martial arts masters who had lived in the Murim dimension for centuries. And he was a genius. He used revenge as an excuse to seek Sang Gi-hun, but his deeper motive was curiosity about the person who had defeated the elder founder. The White Crane Swordmaster didn't know when Nam Gung Hiu would arrive, or maybe he already had. But if he encountered him, he should be mentally prepared, as he might lose his life. After hearing this, Sang Gi-hun was teleported to the waiting room. In short, a murderous fanatic in Murim was searching for him. Even though they had previously invaded his floor, truly confusing. Sang Gi-hun finally had enough money to buy the Iron Wings, also known as the Fairy Wings. After that, he bought stones to return. Now his immediate goal was to become stronger quickly. Before confronting Nam Gung Hiu, upon returning to Earth, the first thing Sang Gi-hun picked up was the newly released iPhone 15 Pro Max. It had several hundred missed calls from Lee Hae-yin. She was urgently asking him to come to the Hunters Association immediately. Sang Gi-hun felt it was urgent, so he used the Iron Wings to fly at breakneck speed to the association. At that time, the Hunters Association had gathered numerous hunters who had been mobilized. Just then, a giant supersized fly flew past. After landing, it turned out to be Sang Gi-hun. He landed in a stylish manner that stunned many, apologized, and then leaped away. Inside, Lee Hae-yin and another staff member were waiting for him. Sang Gi-hun got straight to the point. Why did you call me so urgently? Lee Hae-yin explained that a major incident had occurred in Japan. She feared he would go there alone, so she called him here first. They needed to discuss further, but the situation was dire, so they went straight to the point. On the screen was a video recorded by Japanese hunters and sent to them. The location was Shinjuku in Tokyo. A massive wave emanated from the gate, and the Japanese Hunters Association sent a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. A humanoid figure emerged from the gate and took down 6 A-rank hunters in just a few seconds. Currently, everyone believed he was a challenger from another world, arriving to invade their Earth dimension. Sang Gi-hun felt uneasy. Coincidentally, after hearing the information from the White Crane Swordmaster, All the hunters had left because every country tried to protect their hunters and did not allow anyone to assist Japan. South Korea was the same. No one was sent to help. Finally, there was a video from the sole survivor. On the screen was an image of a crazed killer with a cold voice. Blue Sky Sword Dragon Nam Gung Hiu has come to avenge bitch San Ha. Tell them that Nam Gung Hiu was exactly the one searching for Sang Gyun. He hadn't expected to face him so soon. Suddenly, Lee Hae-yin grabbed his sleeve and asked why he looked so tense. It wasn't necessary to go, and besides, it had been a long time since they last met. Or maybe they could eat something first. Lee Hae-yin hoped he wouldn't go, but Sang Gyun told them to respond to Japan's request that he would go to Shinjuku. Lee Hae-yin was stunned. She suddenly got irritated and asked him, "Why do you keep doing such reckless things? Don't you consider how others feel?" "Thanks for worrying about me," Sang Gyun said. "I have to go because he's looking for me." Nam Gung Hiu had always wondered why no one could understand the sound of his sword. In just one sparring session, he ruthlessly injured his subordinate. At 13, his sword aura was already superior to mine when I was young. His father was the sword saint. Faced with his talent, his father only advised one thing: martial arts is not for harming others, but a part of reaching a transcendent realm. He could not harm others without reason. Nam Gung Hiu did not respond. He just climbed the tower every day up to the 20th floor. While others were celebrating his achievements, Nam Gung Hiu was not satisfied. His ambition could not be fulfilled merely by climbing the tower. Eventually, he sought out invasion tickets. From there, he walked the path of fulfilling his ambition to destroy humanity. This was the only thing that made him happy. But over time, he was less satisfied killing mere juvenile, and he was not allowed to roam martial arts circles to kill freely. When he learned that Sang Gyun had defeated the elder founder of the Murim Alliance, he felt that he could find Sang Gyun interesting, at least able to last longer than others. At the same time, Sang Gyun arrived in Japan and was received in the most ostentatious way. A person invited him to the waiting room where Jeon Seok was inside. This was the moment where his confrontation with the situation in Japan was about to begin. And Seung-hun, after teaming up on the 10th floor, they finally met again. Sang Gi-hun had heard from the association that the two of them were here too, but he never expected them to join in. Moreover, it seemed these were all the people who met Japan's request for support. Seung-hun heard there was one more person from America, but they would probably have to wait. Sang Gi-hun felt that the three of them might be equal to S-rank hunters, but that man, Namgung Hyo, was an unidentified monster, one who might even be able to defeat all three of them. Hopefully, the one coming from America would be stronger than them. Just then, the door opened. Sang-il looked over and was surprised to see Catherine. Catherine did not want to meet him again like this. She only wanted to see him someday under more ordinary circumstances. Their first meeting was not exactly normal either. "So we do not need this one to be normal," he said coldly, making Catherine irritated. "Are these two a bickering couple?" Seung-hun commented. Sang Gi-hun immediately denied it. "That will never happen. I have already become a monk." The chairwoman of the Japan Hunters Association, Ari Chika, entered, introduced herself, and welcomed them. Sang Gi-hun had thought she was just an ordinary staff member, but it turned out she held the highest position. As expected, there would be no further support for Japan. The situation was truly far more serious than she had imagined, so perhaps they were readjusting the dispatch of hunters for support. Jeon Seok was surprised that only 4 countries in the entire world had agreed. This made Ari tremble helplessly. She bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, thanking the 4 of them for coming to help while the whole world had turned its back on them. "Please raise your head, chairwoman. This is not the time to bow." When Catherine heard Sang-yoon say that, she felt that although he looked cold on the outside, he was actually extremely warm inside. "Instead of bowing, you should increase our reward." His next sentence left everyone stunned. Exactly, he looks cold and hard to approach, but if you double the reward, he will instantly become Japan's best friend. Sang Hyun had not come here to become some saint or hero. He came for the reward and for the excitement of being able to take Namgung Hyo's life. "Yes, all right, I got too emotional." The chairwoman said Namgung Hyo was indeed an unusually rare monster, so she decided to double their reward. Most importantly, the situation was not hopeless yet because they had one chance to win. It was Catherine's ability which could turn the tide. She possessed flame extinction. If a stronger opponent touched the flame, the special effect would activate. All of his stats would be reduced by 10%, and one random skill would be sealed. He might be able to win with flame extinction, but only if he touched that flame. In other words, they needed to create a situation where Catherine could activate flame extinction. At that moment, a helicopter carrying China's S-rank hunter, Bai Mu, arrived to provide support. but he ended up running into Namgung Hyo. It seemed the two sides were having a profound conversation, but no one could hear it. Well, except the readers. Are you Han Sang-gun? Namgung Hyo asked. Bai Mu smirked, then stated his name, hometown, and gender. He would show him what a festival looked like for messing with the school. A person from the Earth dimension. Namgung Hyo sighed, unable to understand why random nobodies kept charging at him instead of Sang-gun. Tick-tock, before he could even finish speaking, Bai Mu rushed in with a surprise attack. Namgung Hyo muttered, a martial artist. How interesting. His unsettling smile made even Bai Mu collapse. Then came a physical exchange between the two sides. By then, the helicopter carrying the four of them had also arrived. Jian Siak could only swear when that Bai Mu dared to fight solo. Otherwise, they would have formed a five-man superhero squad. Sang Gi-hun suddenly asked Catherine whether she could land safely if they jumped from here, because he had a grand idea. As for that, Catherine had a skill that made her immune to fall damage. For him, that was enough. If this worked, they could deal a massive amount of damage to him in a single blow. At that moment, Catherine would activate flame extinction. That was the whole battle plan. Next, they just had to act. Sang-gun pulled Catherine along and activated his angel wings, diving downward. Jian Siak clicked his tongue when he saw that he still did whatever he wanted. But that was exactly what made it interesting. The two of them also jumped down after Sang-yoon flew off. You even have a brain? In this situation, who just flies off like that without explaining anything? Catherine snapped. But she teared up when he did not even bother listening to her. Sang Gi-hun now only cared that Bai Mu was drawing Namgung Hyo's attention. And this was their chance. For now, the two of them had to split up. Sang Gi-hun would go first. Meanwhile, Bai Mu was gritting his teeth and enduring as Namgung Hyo held the upper hand. He smashed Bai Mu's shield with a contemptuous attitude. You cannot even infuse martial energy into your fist techniques. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Next came the 18 dragon-subduing palms from Namgung's side. Bai Mu did not even have time to yawn. Just then, he noticed a giant red fly hurtling toward him. It was Sang-gun's counterattack shield. With one strike falling from the sky, it ambushed Namgung and made him cough up blood. The backs of both hands he used to block swelled up into lumps as big as my brain. And the one who caused all this was none other than Sang Gi-hun. He brushed off his clothes and sighed. He never wanted to try another thrill ride like falling from the sky again. Who are you? Namgung Hyo gritted his teeth in rage after taking a brutal surprise attack. Sang Gi-hun smirked. He was the man Namgung Hyo had been searching for all this time. Sang Gi-hun activated Blood Remnant before the battle to heal his injuries. After introducing himself, he immediately unleashed Sword Aura. Namgung Hyo suddenly trembled with fury. He had been searching for Sang Gi-hun's identity all along, only to be disappointed when he saw that Sang Gi-hun could only use basic Sword Aura. He slammed his fists together so hard that he shattered the blood clot. His face turned red as a monkey's backside as he said, I am extremely angry right now. Oh, and Sang Gi-hun immediately rushed in. He had to seize the chance while Namgung Hyo was unarmed. Namgung raised his hand and summoned a sword, catching Sang Gi-hun off guard. The two charged into a brawl and his counterattack shattered after just one strike. Luckily, Sang Gi-hun had not rushed straight into it. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Activating Blood Remnant to heal himself, he had thought the aerial attack just now had dealt him a huge amount of damage. Even now, he could no longer use the counter shield's trait. So this was the true sword aura the old masters always talked about. Namgung found it even more irritating that Sang Gi-hun was healing with magic from the tower. But Sang Gi-hun did not care. All he needed was victory. Sang Gi-hun slashed out a wave of sword aura. Namgung stood still and waited for the slash to reach him, then swung his hand and cut it in half. Just then, Jian Siak and Seung-hun rushed out. Before they could get close, he retreated 3 meters to dodge the attack. Unfortunately for him, he moved right into Catherine's position, where she had already been waiting. She immediately activated Flame Extinction. A massive explosion proved that Flame Extinction had hit him. Jian Siak pointed upward and said, he's up there. Namgung stood on a utility pole and said in irritation, you insects dare ruin my fun. He prepared to bring down a strike, and their seasoned hunter instincts told them that if they did not dodge now, they would be sent straight to the grave. So all three scattered and ran as far as they could. A beam of light descended like an atomic bomb. Now, let us go back a little. The White Crane Swordmaster had taught Sang Gi-hun a family technique, pure mana transfer. On the other hand, it was not that simple because it still maintained a sense of connection. After their hands parted, the first thing Sang Gi-hun truly felt was mana transfer. The second was the feeling that she was inside him. The White Crane Swordmaster smiled. Good. Now you can apply it to your sword. However, try it after you leave this place because here you cannot be placed at a disadvantage due to the administrator's interference. And now it was time for him to use it to put Namgung at a disadvantage. Surprisingly, Sang Gi-hun was the first person from Earth to use human sword unity. He successfully neutralized Namgung's attack. He felt the perfected sword aura in his hand, then turned back to check on the three of them. At that moment, Sang Gi-hun had used an attack of the same level to cancel out Namgung's slash. Catherine felt that both of these men were monsters. Ha ha ha. Namgung's laughter rang out, surprising everyone. He laughed as if he had just found a new favorite toy. That is how you should react. I thought I was going to be disappointed again. When he was young, he realized that the more effort he put into building a sandcastle, the more fun it was to destroy it. By contrast, Sang Gi-hun felt that Namgung was not only strong but also mentally deranged. He was knocked backward by that lunatic. Although he did not want to act arrogant, Sang Gi-hun could only tell the three of them to retreat for their own safety. If another situation like the one just now happened, he would have to spend more mana protecting them. It was a bitter thing to hear, but Seung-hun agreed. After the trial on the 10th floor, he once again found himself unable to do anything to help Sang Gi-hun. But when we get the chance, we'll carry out the fire plan. Be careful, Seung-hun said before leaving. Now only Sang Gi-hun and Namgung remained, fighting in midair. Their collision was so powerful that the surrounding houses and cars were destroyed. Both of them moved so fast that they looked like two streaks of light. The gloomy, overcast sky was accented by several thunderous explosions. Now Jeon Seok understood why Sang Gi-hun had told them to retreat. Even from so far away, the wind still blew his hat off. Catherine felt that Sang Gi-hun was evenly matched with Namgung. But Seung-hun could tell he was at a disadvantage. If this dragged on any longer, Sang Gi-hun might die, and that was exactly the case. Sang Gi-hun had thought he could match Namgung if he upgraded his sword aura, but now he was being overwhelmed. The White Crane Swordmaster had rated Namgung's swordsmanship as A rank, while his was only C rank. Even without discussing swordsmanship, Namgung was still a monster. He was truly far too strong for him. In the end, Sang Gi-hun collapsed. Namgung mocked him. What is that all? Sang Gi-hun had used too many points on recovery, so if he continued using more stamina points, his combat ability would be affected. Just then, Catherine threw him a bottle of plum wine to restore his stamina. Sang Gi-hun caught it and opened the cap, about to pour it into his mouth, when Namgung kicked him away and snatched the bottle of plum wine. This is pretty good, but I will be taking it, hee, that dirty bastard. Jeon Seok could not hold back and curse it. While Sang Gi-hun was already battered and bruised, the one who recovered a little stamina was Namgung instead. Namgung smirked. Humans always have something called hope. You do too, don't you, Sang Gi-hun? Thoughts like, I can do this. As long as I give it my all and keep trying until the very end, I can win, I can survive. Things like that made Namgung laugh so hard he trembled. The amusement was tearing those thoughts to pieces. Watching Sung Ji-hoon's expression shift from optimism to despair was what entertained him. Namgung rushed in, attacking Sung Ji-hoon in a frenzy. But he was not satisfied at all. He hated that Sung Ji-hoon's eyes still were not filled with despair. He ground his teeth in anger and threw a heavy punch that sent Sang-yoon rolling across the ground. His body trembled, unable to stand firm, looking even more wretched than when he first climbed the tower. Namgung stepped closer with a savage expression. He could not understand why Sung Ji-hoon still had that look even when he no longer had the strength to move. In that case, he would ruin Sang Ji-hoon's eye. Namgung wanted to see him fall into despair. Sang Ji-hoon cried out in pain. His eyes had been stained deep red. His recovery power had consumed stamina points, but it had also reached its limit. If he focused all his strength, he could unleash one more strike, but right now he could not see anything. There was no way to land an accurate blow. What was he supposed to do now? Just then, 3 people rushed towards Sang-yoon, but he knew that if they came, they would only be throwing their lives away. Don't come here, he shouted, unintentionally making Namgung realize something. His eyes flashed with bloodlust, so his comrades were the reason he could still keep that look. Catherine cast Flame Extinction, but he was already behind her before anyone noticed. He mercilessly slashed down along her spine. Seo Young-hoon charged in at once, but he could not even touch a hair on him. Not only that, he was kicked in the head, smashing his whole face into the ground. Sang Ji-hoon could only hear the sounds and the screams of his comrades. That made it even more painful. Namgung grabbed Catherine by the hair and dragged her in front of Sang Ji-hoon. He pressed his blade against her throat to threaten him. I can smell your friend cooking, ha ha. Stop it, you twisted bastard, Sang Ji-hoon shouted helplessly. That reaction excited Namgung. This was exactly the expression he wanted to see on him. The more pain he suffered, the more pleasure Namgung felt. While he was laughing with his eyes squeezed shut, Tranzak rushed in, froze his arm, and pulled Catherine away. Emergency treatment had to come first now. Namgung ground his teeth in fury after the game was interrupted halfway through. He shattered the ice and charged toward them like a beast. Tranzak wrapped Catherine in a wind sphere and threw her as far away as he could. After that, he would hide again. Stealth, Tranzak chanted, but Namgung had already grabbed his head and slashed straight into Tranzak's body. Seo Young-hoon lay on the ground, unable to get up. Sang-yoon could not see anything at all. He blamed himself for still being as weak as he had been 7 years ago, unable to protect anyone. Swarms of rats came pouring out. Even the sewer rats could sense that this battle was a disaster, and the only attack he had left was Sung Jae-hoon's door panel. He used every soul he possessed to restore his stamina. Meanwhile, Namgung had just cut off one of Seo Young-hoon's arms. "Stop right now, you twisted martial artist," Sang-il said. "No," Namgung replied. Only by doing this could he enjoy that blissful feeling. Just then, Bai Mu came in with a flame extinction punch aimed straight at his stomach. Thanks to flame extinction, Namgung's sword energy and flame sword were sealed for 10 minutes. "I am China's hero, Bai Mu. I am still alive, you piece of trash." Bai Mu shouted, but he had appeared a little too late. He came and went as quickly as the wind. After using Catherine's fire, he immediately carried her away before Namgung could catch them both. Namgung ground his teeth. If he had known, he would have dealt with them before starting his fight with Sang Jae-hoon. There was only one way left to stop any interference. He summoned war formation. Dozens of giant swords fell from the sky, surrounding the two of them and creating a combat zone with 30-meter radius. Everyone except Sang Jae-hoon and Namgung was unable to enter. Although Namgung's sword energy was sealed, he could still use weapon energy. And how could Sang Yoon, who was only blind, dodge it? Sang Jae-hoon tilted his head and avoided his punch. He did not know. When he had acquired Spirit Eye, which could see through attacks outside his field of vision, he had once thought that was all it could do, but now it included the wall built around this 30-meter range, and he could see every single stone clearly. After losing his eyes, Sang Yoon was able to see even more. It turned out that he had never once used Spirit Eye properly before. Now, Sang Yoon was as if he had opened a third eye, also known as True Spirit Eye. It could only activate in a life-or-death battle, where his life depended on his combat senses. The sixth sense that Sang Yoon had completely forgotten, after gaining it had evolved and helped him. Even after being beaten black and blue, his last blood had also risen by 1 level. Namgung immediately jumped back to defend himself. He felt that Sang Yoon could now fight him evenly. When he saw Sang Yoon rush forward, Namgung felt shaken for the first time. He could not understand why Sang Yoon's martial arts had suddenly improved, and why his blade had become even sharper. Sang Yoon moved into a blind spot, activated Hidden Shadow Step, increased his movement speed, and built up 7 uses of the glide like the wind skill. Added to that was the accumulated 10th charge of Chaotic Sword Clash, but he still felt that the two of them were not on the same level. The one in danger was still him. His mana was almost depleted, and in 10 minutes his opponent's skills would be unlocked. By then, he had to end the battle while Flamebreaker was still in effect. The only thing that could turn the tide in close combat was the element of surprise. Sang Yoon tensed his body and hurled his sword toward Namgung. It was slightly unexpected, but he could dodge it. "You made a foolish choice, you idiot." Seizing the moment while he had no weapon, Namgung threw a punch. Sang Yoon leaned backward to avoid it. At the same time, he summoned the Ironblood sword that had just been engraved into his soul. A sword shot out from Sang Yoon's body. Namgung was caught off guard and was pierced straight through the abdomen. Fresh blood sprayed out in a deeply satisfying sight. The sword even struck his energy core, so he had to retreat quickly in order to fully recover. Just then, Flamebreaker wore off and the battlefield could no longer be maintained. Namgung pulled the sword out of his body. "I fooled around too much. Next time I will end this battle." He opened a door. White Eyes guessed that he was trying to return to the martial dimension. At that moment, everyone sensed it, if not. If they did not eliminate him here, Earth would suffer unimaginable consequences. "Do not let him escape. Stop him." All 4 of them charged at Namgung at once. He was about to step through the door when he heard the word escape, and it made him itch for a fight. Flame sword. Namgung left them with an attack no less powerful for daring to say he was running away. The 4 of them were charging forward with momentum, so they could not dodge. The impact was so powerful that the surrounding high-rise buildings collapsed, but all 4 of them remained intact because Sang Yoon appeared in time. But his counterattack shield had been nullified. As a result, his left arm was burned away. Catherine could not hide her worry, but Sang Yoon did not want to let Namgung leave. He looked at him with eyes filled with murderous intent. "From the very beginning, I could have killed you with a single strike. Did you truly expect this outcome?" Sang Yoon was furious, but he could not say anything in return because he was at a disadvantage. Before leaving, Namgung did not forget to say they would meet again. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. After that, Sang Gi-hoon collapsed as well. On the other side, Namgung could not hold out any longer after returning. His servants hurriedly summoned the court physician. All Namgung remembered was Sang Gi-hoon's face. He would make him suffer a fate worse than death at Tokyo Hospital. Sang Gi-hoon finally woke up after several hours of unconsciousness. The association president was standing watch beside his hospital bed. She felt deeply guilty when she saw his severe injury. I do not know how to express my gratitude for your sacrifice. When he activated the hot blood skill, Sang Gi-hoon's arm regrew right before her eyes, leaving the president staring in shock. I am still fine, Sang Gi-hoon said as he removed the bandages, revealing his blood-soaked body. After that, he went to look for the others. First was Catherine. Unfortunately, it happened to be while she was bandaging the wound on her back, so Sang Gi-hoon saw everything he should not have seen. Meanwhile, Tron Seok was badly injured, cursing as he dragged himself along. But when he saw Sang Gi-hoon, his face lit up. However, Catherine's five-fingered handprint was stamped across his face. It seemed she was still doing well, so there was nothing to worry about. The only one he had yet to meet was Seung-hoon. When Tron Seok heard him mention him, his face fell again, because Seung-hoon's right arm had been crippled. At that moment, the one-armed man was standing in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze. Once again, he praised Sang Gi-hoon for his unbelievable recovery ability. As for Seung-hoon, his right arm was beyond saving. Sang Gi-hoon felt guilty because he had not been strong enough to defeat Namgung. Seung-hoon used his prosthetic arm skill to comfort him. At least he could still hold a weapon. Sang Gi-hoon had climbed the tower only to become stronger. It seemed he had been manipulated, making his perspective grow narrow. Seung-hoon did not think that was necessarily a bad thing, but he was certain it would help him grow even stronger. But the strong must help the weak. That was Seung-hoon's ideal way of life. Sang Gi-hoon had also learned many things from this decisive battle. He had remembered something important that he had forgotten for so long. Seung-hoon was also relieved that someone as strong as him was not an evil madman. Although he could not read Sang Gi-hoon's thoughts when they first met in the tower, Seung-hoon removed his mask to smoke and offered Sang Gi-hoon one as well. He said no to alcohol, but his face froze in surprise when he saw what was behind Seung-hoon's mask. You are, Sang Gi-hoon stammered. Seung-hoon had forgotten to introduce his title. As for exactly what it was, that would have to wait until tomorrow. In the days that followed, they took a commemorative photo for the event. Sang Gi-hoon answered interviews before saying goodbye and even gave Catherine a small gift. When he put on the repaired cloak, Lin noticed the difference in the hem, proving it had been slightly upgraded during the restoration. All of his equipment was in peak condition. Since he had prevented a major disaster, services like this were not too surprising. The past 3 days had truly been chaotic. Sang Gi-hoon really did not want to become famous in this way. As soon as he opened Top, he saw videos of the battle spreading everywhere online. It turned out they came from footage recorded by the Japanese Hunters Association's helicopter. Some comments mentioned the title Shadow Blade that Seo-kun had told him about, but Sang Gi-hoon still could not believe he was the Thunder Emperor. Known as the strongest hero among Korea's 3 S-rank hunters, he had shattered gates that even other S-rank hunters could not possibly keep up with, so calling him a hero was not wrong. If anything happened, Seung-hoon told him to contact him, and it could even be seen as an invitation to join him. In fact, Sang Gi-hoon could contact him for any reason at all. At that moment, his time on Earth ran out, and Sang Gi-hoon returned to the trial tower. Perhaps one day he would become strong enough to deserve the nickname Shadow Blade. After returning to the waiting room, Sang Gi-hoon sank into thought again. After the battle with Namgung Hyewo, he realized he lacked stamina. Blood Rush was one of the strongest healing skills he currently had. He possessed it, but it would not activate if his stamina was insufficient. So it was time for Sang Gi-hoon to get another stamina recovery skill. After browsing the shop for a while, he still had not found a suitable skill. For him, the best way to solve this problem was to buy everything. One stamina recovery skill after another was added. The feeling of shopping was truly wonderful, but also quite expensive. After buying a whole batch of skills, Sang Gi-hoon still had a few points left. Then he opened Skill Fusion and combined abilities with similar effects. First came Sunlight Absorption and Moonlight Absorption, which created photosynthesis. Recovery increased by 200% when exposed to light, and the user could absorb mana through light. Now he would mix Call of Blood into photosynthesis, creating Blood Pack, which allowed the user to drain HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of slain creatures. But for Sang Gi-hoon, this skill was not very effective. Its level did not increase, and it even lost the advantage of the fusion. The best option was to buy the Call of Blood skill and combine it with Blood Pact to see the result. After some testing, the B-rank skill, Blood Truth Seeker, was created. The user can draw vitality, stamina, and mana from a creature's blood, while also gaining powerful blood control abilities. In addition, the user's blood volume will gradually recover on its own. It sounded a bit confusing, so Sang Gi-hoon decided to test it right away. He pricked his own finger and commanded the drops of blood. They obeyed him and could form any shape he wanted. He could even force blood out without cutting directly into his flesh. However, he still needed to cut himself if he wanted to use a large amount of blood quickly. It seemed like this would be an overpowered skill. Sang Gi-hun was very satisfied. Since he still had time to rest, he decided to upgrade Eye of Truth. He combined it with another skill and created Fire Dragon Eye, which allowed him to see things that were normally invisible. It could also reveal information about objects and other people's lives. Sang Gi-hun used Fire Dragon Eye to look at himself in the mirror. The Count's second-hand tailcoat that even dragons admired, and the shoes with worn-out soles from walking since the beginning of the story until now. These were details he had not been able to see before. Finally, there was the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, which would unlock a special move once Fire Blood Sword art reached its maximum level. Speaking of fire swords, Sang Gi-hun remembered the ultimate technique Nam Gong had used to destroy the entire Shinjuku area. Surely only those who reached that level could awaken the true power of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. He had only thought it was a nice sword, never expecting it to hide such powerful ability. Once he had something good, he had to use it right away. Sang Gi-hun directly entered the 11th floor, themed around purification of the mind. This challenge would last 7 days with the condition of completing the 7th trial. If he failed within the remaining time, his only option would be to meet his ancestors. As soon as Sang Gi-hun teleported there, someone came to greet him. Welcome to the Temple of Purification. From now on, you will undergo trials set by the gods in order to be purified. These trials will continue until you die. Though you are only an inexperienced explorer, by accepting the gods' trials, you must face their consequences. The forest youth standing on one leg smirked. Sang Gi-hun asked how to clear the first trial, which made the man look down on him even more for not knowing the rules of the trials in the arena. They belong to the 7 supreme gods, yet you do not even know that. Honestly, I do not understand how a foolish explorer like you managed to get this far, but I suppose I have no choice but to explain, he said. Each trial has only one simple requirement: to prove your body, faith, and mind. The body is the easiest, while the mind is harder and also the most difficult trial. The method of the trials is also basic. In each room, a high-ranking bishop will be waiting for Sang Gi-hun. He only needs to keep advancing to the next room by killing or persuading that person. So I just need to overcome that person, no matter what method I use? Sang Gi-hun asked again, but the man gave no further details. He stepped directly into the first trial and rushed in to fight Sang Gi-hun barehanded. Sang Gi-hun guessed the man was probably testing the level of someone who had received the title Pioneer. He applied pressure to squeeze out a drop of blood, then shot it toward the dark-skinned man like a bullet. The blood bullet struck him right in the middle of the forehead, catching him completely off guard. He died on the spot. Sang Gi-hun also felt that this skill was truly insane. Fortunately, it had fallen into his hands. After that, he absorbed the man's soul. Bishop Johan, the other administrators all found it interesting and decided to keep watching him. Judging from their nicknames, he guessed they were only curious because this trial was connected to the gods. Sang Gi-hun received an item dropped by Johan. He activated Dragon Eye to view more detailed information. It was a mirror containing the divine power of a high-ranking bishop, specifically Johan S. It could be used to create a divine barrier one time only. However, hidden behind that was the ability to guide the user in proving their destiny. Hearing that, Sang Gi-hun could not understand its meaning, so he decided to put it away and continue onward. He only hoped there would be many more chances to prove his body because he was not good at persuading others. The moment Sang Gi-hun opened the next door, he heard a mocking voice. An outsider whose name I do not even know, yet you managed to get here this quickly. Johan must really be past his prime. A female martial artist was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. She was the bishop of the second trial. She introduced herself as Jane, then opened the fight by suddenly throwing the chair beneath her toward him. Sang Gi-hun caught the chair. Starting off this violently meant this was a trial to prove the body. Jane charged forward with 2 fully inflated airbags and said, "Correct." Jane swung her blade. He realized it was sword energy, but it felt as though he had used it before. Sang Gi-hun used Thunder Sword Aura to slash a crescent arc toward Jane, severely injuring her. But what she cared about was the aura he used. Basically, an ordinary challenger could never master aura, so Jane was rather surprised, because it was holy power granted by God to priests. She simply had not expected that he, without even the slightest holy power, could control such a top-tier sword aura technique. After that, Jane healed her wounds in an instant. Her damage really was lethal, and it also carried some troublesome holy power. According to what he had heard from the first priest, he did not necessarily have to kill the bishop to pass the trial, so he wanted to try persuading Jane. She did not know either, but to persuade a woman, he would need at least 7 tongues. How many more physical trials like this are there? Sang Gi-hun asked politely, but Jane did not answer. Instead, his relaxed attitude as if victory was already in his hands irritated her even more. Just win first, then do whatever the hell you want. Jane rushed forward and swung her sword. Sang Gi-hun stood still, waited for her to get close, then activated acceleration. He knocked Jane's sword away and pinned her against the wall. Be quiet, do not make me angry. Sang Gi-hun held her firmly in place. Jane could not understand what had happened in that single second, while he continued asking about the testing process. You intend to take something from here? Jane asked. All the administrators narrowed their eyes, waiting for his decision, but Sang Gi-hun had long since adopted a Tripitaka-style attitude, so he was not interested in that sort of thing. Why are you asking that? Who would come all the way here just to do that? Sang Gi-hun asked back. In her eyes, he looked like nothing more than a bewildered deer. According to Jane, there were 2 more physical trials. The trial of faith would begin in the 5th and 6th stages. The final one was the trial of divine power. But Jane said he should give up early, because no one had ever passed the 7th trial. Everyone who reached that stage either went insane or died. Their 7 orifices would bleed non-stop. Sang Gi-hun used the fire dragon eye and knew she was not lying. So whether he believed it or not, he had to accept it. Jane wanted to leave her final words before departing. Fighting him had been the most satisfying battle, but there was no way for him to pass this stage without finishing Jane off. Sang Gi-hun wondered why she was not afraid of death. Jane laughed joyfully. What is there to fear? I will simply return to the tower. Slash. Sang Gi-hun split her head in 2. For some reason, he felt utterly disgusted, so he had to leave this place quickly. At the next door, an old bald man with a heavy beard was already waiting. He pointed the tip of his sword at him in greeting. He introduced himself as Lecilian, the lightning sword of the god of verification. Lecilian summoned an aura blade, and golden flames shone in Sang Gi-hun's eye. Although it was unstable, he was certain it was a fire sword. He had only reached the 3rd stage and there was already a fire sword, which meant he would probably have to risk his life from now on. After a dangerous exchange, Sang Gi-hun felt something was strange, because Lecilian's physical abilities and techniques were both inferior to his. But his sword aura kept dissipating. When Namgung used a fire sword, he had thought it was a high-level skill, but perhaps that man had simply been too strong. Lecilian's fire sword technique, on the other hand, was not especially high-grade. After another clash, Sang Gi-hun's sword aura faded again. No matter how strong your aura is, it cannot destroy this sword. The only people capable of doing that are those who can control even things that cannot be seen. Lecilian said firmly. He was weaker than Sang Gi-hun, yet he could use a fire sword. It felt exactly like seeing idiots dumber than you score higher on a test. Truly irritating. What the hell were things that could not be seen? He had to destroy that sword no matter what. Sang Gi-hun charged forward recklessly. He had only one goal, to break that sword and win at all costs, even while Lecilian kept muttering about God's fate. In the end, the sword was finally cut in 2. Now the fight became much smoother. At that moment, Sang Gi-hun realized something. The difference between sword aura and a fire sword lay in their source. The power of a fire sword came from the user's will, a powerful will strong enough to bear it. Ha! Lecilian laughed, causing even more blood to spray out. The old man's eyes sparkled like an anime character from the previous century. Your sword aura is original. It is more stable than mine because my fire sword merely borrows the hand of the god of verification. But I think you have completed the test. Sang Gi-hun did not understand why he looked so happy. Could it be that Lecilian cared more about his achievement than his own death? It seemed the old man had some kind of purpose, whether it was fanaticism or fate. Lecilian's hands trembled. He had sensed that Sang Gi-hun had proven his martial arts, and all he had to do was keep moving forward. Sang Gi-hun chopped off the old man's head. Even on the verge of death, he still could not stop talking. After collecting his soul, the proficiency of the C-rank Soul Summoner reached 100%. Sang Gi-hun advanced to B-rank Soul Summoner. Every time he ranked up, he wondered what new skill he would receive. The side effect allowed Sang Gi-hun to obtain 1 authority from a stronger opponent after killing them. As expected, Soul Summoner never disappointed him. And if B rank was already this amazing, what would happen when he reached A rank or S rank? Looking at the beautiful status window, Sang Gi-hun felt satisfied. Back when he was a trainee, he had never imagined he could reach this level. From Lecilian's soul, Sang-yoon gained the unyielding will skill, which boosts his physical ability and focus when facing a stronger opponent. Sang-yoon confidently stepped through the 4th door, but the empty room inside made him even more cautious. So Lecilian was already dead. A being with angelic wings appeared above Sang-yoon. It was a boy with dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night grinding ranks. But the administrators had all warned him to be careful. Sang-yoon slashed at the ceiling, but the boy had already landed. Judging by his attitude, he guessed Sang-yoon was not fond of small talk. In that case, the trial would begin immediately. Before the battle began, he introduced himself. Training priest Chiron was an opponent stronger than Sang Yun, so unyielding will was activated. Sang Yun sensed an energy completely different from the three bishops before him. Chiron summoned a mirror shard and fired it at him at the speed of light. Sang Yun immediately leaped aside to dodge, but the mirror shards behind him reflected it and sent it back toward him. Luckily, he instantly used Fire Dragon Eye to block the beam. It reflected off the mirror and caused damage. That meant he needed to attack Chiron before those beams were fired. Sang Yun pushed off the ground and jumped. Chiron flapped his wings hard, creating a Force 13 gust that blasted him down to the ground. After that, he immediately attacked with a flaming sword, forcing Sang Yun to grit his teeth and defend. It turned out this was Chiron's undefeated combat method. He attacked from long range with beams of light. Even if they were blocked, the mirrors placed everywhere would reflect them from blind angles and injure him. Chiron used those wings to create wind pressure from above, breaking his opponent's balance. Then he counterattacked with a flaming sword. It was truly a brutal technique. On top of that, the mirrors could not be broken, because doing so would create even smaller fragments. The reflected beams would only multiply, while he had only 2 eyes. Sang Yun's 2 masters were on pins and needles, but he remained alive because fate still allowed it. Chiron continued attacking, firing 4 beams of light. They reflected through every corner of the mirrors and targeted Sang Yun. A huge explosion erupted with smoke and dust, but not a single piece of flesh fell. Everything had been absorbed by the counter shield. That attack alone had fully charged the shield, so all Sang Yun had to do was release it. The attack returned Chiron's own damage to him, letting him taste the pain of those weaker than himself. What the hell is this? I see no evidence that you have learned magic. Could you have been granted holy authority? Chiron muttered. Sang Yun knew nothing about holy authority or sacred power. Chiron nodded. In the end, he declared that since Sang Yun had neither fled nor lost, he had met the conditions to complete the entire trial proving the body. Sang Yun absorbed his soul and took one power from him, sacred power, which was engraved into his spirit. Sang Yun only understood. Roughly, that sacred power was the force used by the bishops here. After obtaining it, he sensed energy in his heart, but he could not move it. And of course, it was different from mana. The reaction of his 2 masters made Sang Yun curious about how overwhelming sacred power was. With it added, would he become the ruler of the world? At the 5th door, an old woman less than 1 meter tall was waiting for him. "Welcome, martial arts fanatic." Sang Yun asked what that meant. The old woman explained the meaning of the title, saying his only purpose was to win. Keep winning, grow stronger, and one day become the most powerful being. It was true that Sang Yun wanted to grow stronger, but becoming the most powerful being sounded a bit extreme. Suddenly, she was standing right beside him, speaking as if she had read Sang Yun's thought. "I am not exaggerating. That is simply the final result of your efforts." Sang Yun immediately swung his sword warily. Her voice rang out again, this time from above him. Then she suddenly stood before Sang Yun. "Do not lose control. This trial does not prove your physical ability. Its purpose is to prove your fate." The faster Sang Yun slashed, the less he could hit her. Her movements were truly impossible, but not entirely so. There was only one possibility: she was using divine perception. Thousands of her aged arms reached out and grabbed his limbs. Sang Yun felt the strength drain from his entire body. The old woman's drooling mouth opened wide before Sang Yun's eyes, then swallowed him whole like a hamburger. She chewed for a moment, then spat him back out and said briefly, "Exterminate." Sang Yun was still bewildered, thinking he was inside her stomach, when he heard that the 5th door had been successfully cleared. He could leave now because the 5th trial began with heightened awareness. In other words, only those with powerful willpower were capable of looking directly into their own inner selves. She had sensed that powerful will in him, an unwavering will that would cut down anyone in order to become stronger. "So I still remember that feeling, that hunger to grow stronger, no matter who you have to kill. That desire is buried deep, layer after layer, inside you." She raised her hand and spoke as if she were in a trance. Sang Yun stayed silent, unsure what to say, even when she told him to strike and send her to the afterlife. No, Sang Yun's flat refusal startled her. Since he had already passed this gate, killing one more person would be meaningless. You really had to ask something that obvious? How unexpected, ho ho. Had I known, I would have made you go through the entire trial process. Hearing that made Sang Yun want to slice that silver head clean off. At last, she finished speaking, patted him on the shoulder, and wished him a smooth journey. Next, Sang Yun advanced deeper into the corridor, and the farther he went, the darker and murkier it became. The darkness slowly seeped through the mirror. Before long, he had fallen into pitch-black emptiness where he could not even see. His own 5 fingers, greeting. A voice rang beside his ear, startling Sang Yun. He immediately swung his sword warily. Again, he thought. "Yes, you guessed correctly." The person answered after reading his thoughts. Sang Yun had once again stepped into the realm of consciousness. The old woman from earlier was named Henia. and she had planted a seed on him, which was why Sang Yoon could enter the realm of consciousness. So she had done it when she patted his shoulder. It is indeed tangible, but you need not worry too much. I am guarding your outer body for you. Enough, said the sixth bishop, but he felt that only made things even more worrying. After being threatened by her and all, Sang Yoon felt intimidated. He immediately asked in the politest way possible how he could prove his fate. The nun laughed in satisfaction. Now that is adorable. According to her, he was currently inside the realm of consciousness, and all he had to do was look directly at his own awareness to pass this trial. Person's awareness is greatly influenced by their fate, but he did not need to worry about that, because it would only feel like closing his eyes and falling into dark emptiness. In short, if he could sense the essence within the realm of awareness, a place that normally could not be seen, he would pass. Very well then, in the name of Eileen, as the examining nun, I declare the sixth trial begun. As soon as she finished speaking, Sang Yoon's entire body fell into water. Dark water choked him, but fortunately he reacted quickly enough to avoid inhaling it. Outside, Eileen whispered into his ear, surprised, the pain feels real, does it not? You will have to find a solution quickly, or you will experience the feeling of drowning inside your own awareness. When things get hard, skills come in handy. Sang Yoon activated heart like bedrock, regained his composure and got back on track. The sensation was fairly good, so he could sense that something had just brushed past his fingertip. Eileen was quite surprised by his steadiness. She had not expected him to respond by moving his body while his mind was wandering through the realm of consciousness. Eileen moved away from Sang Yoon, because in the real world, he was wildly swinging his sword. She silently told herself to keep it a secret that she had nearly gotten him killed. After that, his bodily senses began returning, though slowly. However, 2 hours had already passed outside. Eileen said this was actually quite fast, practically on par with a monster. She was rather amazed. Inside, however, Sang Yoon panicked because time in the real world was passing much faster. If he stayed trapped here, 7 days would pass before long, and he would die from exceeding the time limit. He tried to feel his body and managed to activate the fire dragon eye. He could see everything around him, but now it was a sea of blood. Eileen clutched her head in frustration, unable to believe it. What the hell is this? Why had the normally hazy realm of consciousness suddenly become so clear? Not only that, but Sang Yoon had also sprouted 2 wings, which frightened her even more. She had never seen any human grow such bizarre wings. Inside his consciousness, Sang Yoon was flying at the speed of light with crimson wings. He passed through the realm of awareness, but he still did not know what it symbolized or why it was so distorted and terrifying. A moment later, he stopped before a circle formed from swords. Sang Yoon grabbed one of them, cut down everything around him, and returned to reality at the same time. He stared blankly at the wreckage he had caused. But could that really count as proving his faith? It did not seem related at all. Eileen explained that proving faith was the path of acknowledging oneself, because people often do not truly understand their own beliefs, and sometimes they do not even know what they believe or what they are thinking. The purpose of this trial was to face the realm of consciousness created from the process of thinking, believing, and acting. After overcoming his dark past and growing stronger without losing his humane self. That was what she had read from within him. However, sometimes being honest with one's own desires was the right path, so this time, Eileen had to say goodbye to Sang Yoon. He confidently opened the 7th door, the final door of the trial. An eye on the ceiling stared straight into his eyes. That was when the god of examination was watching Sang Yoon. He remembered Jen saying that no one had ever passed the 7th trial, and now Sang Yoon was being pressed down, unable to move. As time went on, Sang Yoon felt his eyelids grow as heavy as if he had gone a month without sleep. But he knew this was the feeling a tiny creature experienced when facing a supreme being it could not resist. His body began to give up on its own. Survive and meet that gaze. This was a god. It felt like the helplessness he had felt when he lost his family. Sang Yoon had suffered too much, and he did not want to keep enduring it anymore. He forcefully stabbed his palm, using the pain to stay conscious. At the same time, he activated hot-blooded to reduce the damage. I won't stand helplessly by while people trample me anymore, he roared, desperately searching for a solution. In this tower, there was always a way to solve things, right? Maybe he had to strike that eye. At the very least, he had to try once. Sang Yoon used Thunder Sword Aura to unleash a crescent-shaped slash. God or not, he would cut it down. The slash flew toward the eye, then simply dissolved like smoke. Sang Yoon gradually lost consciousness, which only made him more frustrated. His courage impressed the god who was judging him. The deity was very pleased to meet a challenger with such a firm spirit after so long, and demanded that he prove himself. Only then did the 7th door truly open. The eye vanished, leaving only Sang Yoon behind. Sweat poured from his entire body. His body still remembered the shock of facing a divine being, something he had only now been allowed to experience. A mirror appeared and Sang-yoon curiously walked closer. Inside it was an image of his future self. The tower began linking the two versions and synchronizing them. Sang-yoon placed his hand on the mirror to begin the trial that would verify his mind. The assimilation rate with the version inside the mirror would gradually increase. Sang Gi-hun fell into the endless space of the mirror, then was dropped into the first trial room, where Johan was crying as he searched for his own mirror. A blinding light flared up behind him. Sang Gi-hun was transported somewhere else again, Christmas season in South Korea. Before his eyes was the future version of himself from before. He walked into an alley and wounded himself with his own hand. Then his fresh blood was controlled like a weapon, taking the lives of countless innocent civilians. Sang Gi-hun was furious at the actions of the version inside the mirror. At that moment, the assimilation rate began to rise, causing his heart and mind to waver. He was in so much pain that he felt as if he would shatter into pieces. This feeling was a disgusting mixture of guilt, madness, and rage. Was it you? Johan's groaning voice rang beside his ear. He clamped both hands onto Sang Gi-hun's head and cast magic. All of Sang Gi-hun's skills that interacted with his mind were sealed by him. Sang Gi-hun immediately cut the ghost Johan's head in two, but the barrier still did not disappear. During a trial of the mind, protecting his spirit was the most important thing, but now his calm mind skill had been sealed. How was he supposed to keep going? At that moment from below, the alley released a blazing red light again. The version inside the mirror laughed in satisfaction as he held another person's life force in his hand. If I had known this earlier, I would have acted sooner. The assimilation rate rose to 20%, causing Sang Gi-hun to suffer a mental shock and fall into an abnormal chi deviation state, coughing blood from the pain. He could not believe that this cruel murderer was actually his future self. It was true that he was obsessed with power, but there was no way he would do something so inhuman. Under the influence of chi deviation, the proficiency of his mana circuit kept dropping, making him feel as though the inside of his body was burning. Right then, another future version of Sang Gi-hun appeared. He went to the martial world and summoned the leader of the alliance, promising to spare the remaining people. The alliance leader, Lee Jingyuan, appeared. He had heard rumors that a madman called Demon Sword had appeared in the martial world. What followed was an earth-shaking clash between the two sides. In the end, the martial world was bathed in blood that day, and Lee Jingyuan was defeated as well. Before he was finished off, he asked whether the man felt any shame for killing the people he had said he would spare. His answer was no, because to him, they were nothing more than roadside grass contributing resources to his battle. The assimilation rate increased by another 10%, making Sang Gi-hun feel even more confused, as the places inside the mirror kept changing. After countless versions of him were killed thousands of times and grew stronger and stronger, he became no different from a monster wearing a deranged appearance and caring only about becoming stronger, a mad monster who had never failed. The assimilation rate kept rising and reached 50%. Now, Sang Gi-hun could even feel satisfaction from killing, mixed with guilt and rage. In South Korea on a stormy night, Seong-hun kicked open the rooftop door in a frenzy of rage. Do you think you can just walk away after doing all those vile things? And Sang Gi-hun, the future version, was carrying Baek Mok's corpse, but his face showed no emotion at all. Lee Ha-yeon trembled, unable to hold back her tears as she shouted, "Why? Why did you choose to kill people just to become stronger?" "The reason? You're asking such a meaningless question. I kill people because it helps me grow, that's all." He laughed with delight, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. Seong-hun took off his mask and stepped forward. Today was a day of heavy rain and roaring thunder, perfect for him to use his power. With the weather on his side, he would definitely carry out justice in heaven's name. Sang Gi-hun's version calmly waited for Seong-hun to charge. Indeed, he could not consider him an easy opponent. But that was only the him of the past. One slash split Seong-hun in two so fast that he had no time to react. His body, split in half, fell before Lee Ha-yeon's eyes, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Sang Gi-hun was trying to crawl through a sea of blood dyed red. If he made a mistake, he would be swallowed by the mind of this night fiend. He had only synchronized halfway, yet he already felt as if his mind were being split in two. The assimilation increased again, weakening Sang Gi-hun's mana circuits even further. He frantically slashed at empty space, but it was useless. Assimilation increased to 70%. The mental shock was so overwhelming that Sang Gi-hun could no longer tell pain from pleasure. He sank into the sea of blood, as if he were about to become one with it. An arrogant smile, vacant eyes. A fragment of memory came flooding back. Earlier, he had stolen a mirror filled with John's holy power. He struggled to pull it out and form a shield, easing the chaos in his mind. To protect his head, the barrier surrounding Sang Gi-hun's head was finally removed. When the barrier vanished, Sang Gi-hun's true self became. He froze just before taking Nitlihian's life. From inside his body, Sang Gi-hun tore him apart and burst out, declaring, "I will not let myself be swallowed." System notification. You have completed determined heart, and you have proven that your faith will never change. The end of the mental test was also the moment he returned to the mirror. It turned out that all this time he had been standing before it, screaming like a madman. His two masters felt relieved that Sang Gi-hun had returned to his normal state. The god of judgment was very pleased with his performance and wanted to meet Sang Gi-hun. The stone steps beneath his feet cracked and vanished, and Sang Gi-hun was forcibly summoned to the divine realm. Naturally, the tower's permission was required, and the administrators could no longer keep watching him. After a while, Sang Gi-hun opened his eyes. He stood in a place he could not tell whether to call the sea or the sky. A ray of light appeared, forming an extraordinary body with a voice that seemed to come from within his mind. "Who are you? Why can I sense divine power from you?" It was the god of judgment. He found it strange to look directly at Sang Gi-hun and wondered whether he was a divine replica created by the tower. Created or not, Sang Gi-hun did not know what a divine replica was, so he asked in return. According to the god of judgment, they were the administrators. He only wanted to make sure whether Sang Gi-hun had received divine power through a contract with the tower. "I am not an administrator, just a challenger," he answered honestly. The god also felt that he was different from the administrators, because the divine power he possessed was his own, and the tower had become more interesting during the god's absence. The tower must have realized that it could not create anything truly real by using replicas. That was why the tower had created a true imposter, by using an apostle of a divine replica. Then the god of judgment concluded that Sang Gi-hun was no ordinary existence. What? Sang Gi-hun was shocked, unable to fully understand. The god meant that he had done something truly extraordinary, but all he had done was steal from Chiron. He asked how important divine power really was, but the god only muttered incomprehensible words. "Do you truly not know the answer, even though you have extracted divine power yourself? I thought you had removed every trace of the god because you already knew. It seems you know nothing at all." Sang Gi-hun honestly said that he had only obtained it by accident. This made the god even more puzzled. Obtained it by accident, yet completely removed the traces of the god from the divine power he had granted to his servant. The god of judgment said that Sang Gi-hun taking Chiron's divine power was not a coincidence, but a matter of causality. Moreover, he was certain that the Tower of Trials had very high expectations for him, but it seemed the tower was listening to their conversation, so it grew angry when the god accidentally let those words slip. Those things, he immediately ended the conversation and said he would watch over Sang Gi-hun's path ahead. "I still have a few things I want to ask. What will happen to me in the future?" Sang Gi-hun still wanted more answers, but his head suddenly throbbed with pain. The god said that he had looked too deeply into the future, and so the future would also look back at him. It would wait for an opportunity to invade his mind, and the god told Sang Gi-hun to stay wary of it. Sang Gi-hun wanted to talk further, but the god of judgment could not continue. No matter what god it was, the tower was still in existence that was extremely difficult to negotiate with. He told Sang Gi-hun they would meet next time at the Temple of Judgment. Finally, the god left Sang Gi-hun with one piece of advice. "Do not trust the other gods, they now see you as an enemy." After that, Sang Gi-hun was sent back to the waiting room with a pile of rewards. He looked back on the conversation with a transcendent being as if it had been a dream. The god had told him that absorbing Chiron's divine power was a matter of causality. That meant the tower had wanted him to do it. Moreover, the god had also said that the tower held very high expectations for a challenger like him. Suppose everything really was caused by the tower, from your ability to make contracts with administrators to your ability to extract divine power from Chiron, then what is their goal? Sang-yoon pieced together the scattered fragments. Administrators, divine copies, divine power forming a false true face. And finally, do not trust the other gods. After racking his brain for a while, Sang-yoon concluded that he understood nothing at all, and the feeling irritated him. Fortunately, even though the gods now regarded him as an enemy, they still could not do anything to him because of the tower. The Earth dimension had been registered as an official tower climbing dimension, so the dimensional invasion protection function had been activated. In addition, challengers who came from other dimensions would receive penalties. After being granted permission to watch Sang-yoon, his two masters were overjoyed. Suddenly, Sang-yoon remembered that the god of examination had called the administrators divine copies. In that case, they were also a type of god. Then could he trust them? Sang-yoon bit his lip helplessly. Right now, he could not trust anyone at all. It was infuriating. To verify it, he entered the iron-blooded realm directly. When the iron-blooded king saw him, she hurried over to ask about his condition. But Sang-yoon said nothing and attacked her directly with his sword, leaving the iron-blooded king stunned. He asked coldly, "All of you administrators are working with the tower to use me, aren't you?" When the iron-blooded king heard his question, she immediately understood the problem. Perhaps he was still under the influence of the psychological assessment. Sang Yoon continued attacking. Then the iron-blooded king told him to snap out of it and stop acting high. Sang Yoon fired sharp, frozen blood spikes. He was certain there was some connection between the administrators and the tower, used to exploit challengers. That makes no sense at all. The iron-blooded king spoke while knocking away his blood spikes. "Control your emotions, Han Sang-yu. Why have you kept telling me to control my emotions this whole time? I am perfectly clear-headed." Sang-yoon laughed like a madman, exactly like his future copy. The iron-blooded king signaled for him to stop, but Sang-yoon said there was no chance, and so half of her house was burned to ashes. Messing with her house was going too far. The iron-blooded king gritted her teeth in anger and summoned a pile of swords, dropping them from the sky. Sang-yoon acted all cool as he dodged them all, but she had somehow appeared behind him and grabbed his head. "Where do you think you're running?" 1 second later, Sang-yoon's entire face was buried in snow. Even so, he still swung his hand and cut off some of the iron-blooded king's hair. This time, she ran out of patience and created a barrier of swords to trap him. Half a day later, Sang-yoon was muttering, "I'm sorry. Finally clear-headed now, so please untie me." His whole body was tightly bound and hung like a cocoon in front of the iron-blooded king. Of course, she could not keep him tied up forever, but she was still afraid that next time he might blow away her entire house. She thought that what she had seen when Sang-yoon believed he was clear-headed was actually the remnants of the abyss, still not completely removed from his body, temporarily altering Sang-yoon's personality. Even if he had become twisted, those were still, in the end, his current questions and doubts, so now the iron-blooded king would answer him. No one can read the tower's intentions, not even the administrators. As for the tower expecting something from him, not a chance. After saying that, she untied Sang-yoon in the laziest way possible, according to what she knew. The tower had never told challengers its intention, so the idea that the tower expected something from one challenger was completely absurd. Sang-yoon said that the god of examination had told him so. The iron-blooded king's mouth twitched, so that was the firm foundation for his belief. "As I said, I am also a subordinate of the tower," the iron-blooded king said, feeling relieved now that he had sat down to drink tea. "This is a rare specialty made from the urine of a crane dragon." Sang-yoon's face turned pale. She would have been better off not saying that. He told her that the god of examination had also said the administrators were divine copies created through contracts with the tower. But the iron-blooded king could not tell him about that right now. However, he would know soon enough. Sang-yoon's final question was about the administrator's deepest wishes, since the White Crane Swordmaster had already told him all about them. But why had his master, never said anything about it? "Because I was afraid," the iron-blooded king said. She could see that he undervalued himself and was obsessed with his own growth. So she knew he would throw himself into those desperate wishes like a moth to a flame for the sake of growth. "It's because I have no talent," Sang-yoon said sadly. The iron-blooded king did not know how he defined talent, but he would soon come to know his abilities. His true abilities. Everything would be revealed in the trial on the 12th floor. After that, Sang-yoon returned to the waiting room. He was constantly haunted by the word talent, something no one could change. In the world of hunters, there were 3 types of aptitude: skill acquisition, stat growth, and trait awakening. These were known as the 3 gifts of hunters. As for Sang-yoon, ever since he was born, aside from the label of main character, he had never possessed any of those talents. He could not acquire skills, his abilities did not increase, and he could not even awaken a trait. After entering the Tower of Trials, many things had changed, but the truth had not. He was a talentless failure who could not grow because of his unique trait. The iron-blooded king must have been mistaken about his talent. If he had something like that, he would have become a famous hunter even without coming to this tower. The trial on the 12th floor was a battle against himself. He had to fight and defeat a copy of himself. Sang-yoon sighed, overthinking would not solve anything. In short, this trial was a chance to improve his combat skills. Right now, he needed to boost his strength a little more. Sang-yoon took out 3 skill proficiency potions, one he already had, one gifted by the Japanese government, and one from Catherine. He chose to improve mana manipulation, because it was the foundation of all his other skills. After raising its proficiency, Sang-yoon used mana manipulation again to increase the proficiency of his other skills. As for the reward from the 11th floor, it was an old mirror of verification. When magic was poured into it, the exclusive remaining thought effect would be activated for the first time for a fixed period. In addition, it could help him obtain skills deeply engraved in those remaining thoughts within a period of less than 2. However, only someone extremely lucky could get one. Sang Yoon activated the mirror. Just as he expected, what remained in his mind was his future self. The mirror randomly gave him a skill deeply engraved in his subconscious. It was battle focus. Sang Yoon combined it with the skill he already had to level up battle focus. The new effect increased his focus by 20 times, but using it too much required matching recovery ability. Sang Yoon was satisfied with this result. Then he immediately entered the 12th floor trial, whose theme was surpassing limits. Within 48 hours, under the condition of taking down his own copy, Sang Yoon was transported to a dark palace. The dark god had created a guardian to deal with him, the intruder. It was Sang Yoon's copy, replicated from head to toe, down to his shoes. According to the iron-blooded king's warning, the copy even had his experience, all the tactics he used, and Sang Yoon's talent as well. Fine, now it was time to confirm his own talent. Sang Yoon doubled his concentration. It felt as though time around him had slowed down. So this was the battle focus skill. Activating boiling sword intent, he leapt up and slashed downward. A dazzling explosion erupted, but the copy dodged after using the iron-blooded sword as well. Sang Yoon could easily predict that it would use the iron-blooded sword, then follow up with counter shield, because this was its only combined combo. But what he thought was only half right. The copy transformed counter shield into a sword. It used dual swords, something even the real one, Sang Yoon himself, had never used in actual combat. Since transforming counter shield consumed a huge amount of mana and spiritual power, he never used it that way. So why was the copy using such a disadvantageous method? Dual swords were not impossible, but this was a fight to the death. He could not even understand his own copy. If it thought that would be enough to defeat the real Sang Yoon, it was dreaming. Sang Yoon exchanged several moves with it. Though it was not too obvious, he sensed that he was the one at a disadvantage in terms of skill. But why was that? Was it because of indomitable will? Since he had the advantage in items, he had helped the copy activate it, so its physical power was now stronger than his. And if it raised its focus to the maximum, that stat would reach a transcendent level. But the bigger problem right now was that the swordsmanship it used belonged to Namgung Hyo. Its sword moves could push him back. Sang Yoon had only faced him once, but he still clearly remembered those eyes and that presence, along with his arrogant attitude of looking down on everything. Namgung did not rely on skills or special abilities, but purely on swordsmanship. It made him wonder whether swordsmanship taken to its limit could surpass skill. The copy had not used any skill, so he assumed he could not learn that sword technique. So this was the true talent the iron-blooded tyrant had mentioned. From this moment on, his copy had become stronger than he was. Indomitable will activated. The system judged him to be at a disadvantage, even though Sang Yoon had the advantage in items. His copy was gradually improving, while he was supposed to be the real one. Sang Yoon could not swallow that frustration, so he raised his focus tenfold to fight it, but he was the one who ended up bleeding. Sang Yoon could clearly see that it was a monster, not merely a copy of him. He raised his focus again, this time 15-fold. He successfully slipped behind him and struck back with a retaliatory slash. Then he flew at top speed with his divine wings, combining it with 17-fold focus and pouring everything into one move. Got you. The clone sat on the ground. He raised one hand and forced pressure into the blood vessels. The blood made his own arm explode to block Sung Jae-hoon's vision. After that, he vanished behind the spray of fresh blood. While Sung Jae-hoon was busy searching for him, a flash of light appeared behind his back. He turned around and the clone was releasing a strange new technique from his sword. It looked like a cannon aimed straight at Sung Jae-hoon. He froze for a moment. Was this really the end? Not yet. He was the main character after all. Sung Jae-hoon raised his focus to 20-fold just in time, entering an overlimit focus state. He wiped the dust from his face and cursed, "Damn it, I almost died. You fake bastard, how dare you mess with the real deal." Do not judge his dazed expression, everyone. The overlimit focus state has the side effect of making his nerves unstable. After hearing Sung Jae-hoon's provocation and confident tone, his clone charged in again and attacked at incredible speed. Speed of light. Before he could even prepare, the tip of the blood sword appeared right in front of Sung Jae-hoon's shocked eye. The clone's overwhelming force sent Sung Jae-hoon flying backward, leaving a long streak of light behind him. His collision with the wall created a thick cloud of dust, with shattered rocks and debris scattering everywhere. As everything gradually cleared, Sung Jae-hoon appeared again, his clenched fist dripping blood and his gaze razor-sharp. He swung his hand directly. Dense mana appeared. Those drops of blood shot straight forward in the direction he pointed. The clone instantly moved at high speed to dodge. The human blood mana rays blasted into the pillars behind him, creating the sounds of destruction. His eyes flickered unconsciously as he looked over. Along with his confusion, a drop of blood struck the clone right in the shoulder. The counterattack succeeded. He was blasted into the wall, shattering the pillar and sending rocks flying. Sung Jae-hoon smiled wickedly and asked in a mocking tone, "How does it taste?" Before he could get an answer, the smoking figure of the clone appeared behind him. With killing intent flashing in its eyes, Sung Jae-hoon realized it. His smile vanished. The collision was so fast that nothing could be seen clearly. Only a dazzling point of energy appeared right in the middle of the arena. The two figures slid far away in opposite directions. A wound appeared on the clone's shoulder. The blue healing light appeared at once and quickly healed it. Sung Ji-hoon still looked very confident, though with a hint of worry. Looking over, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you are pretty strong too." Outside, somewhere else, Ironblood was sitting and watching through the pure white magic circle in front of her. Seeing the warrior's current situation made it impossible for her to stay calm. She slammed her teacup onto the table and cried out again. Ironblood held her head and sighed. "How strange. I am not allowed to interfere, but I cannot just stand by and watch like this either." She looked behind her and gave a sly smile. "I am a little worried about the tower's reaction." Immediately, the system displayed a notification saying it was contacting the challenger, Sung Ji-hoon. The projected screen in front of her shattered at once. Ironblood could only be seen covering her face and letting out a low growl. The tower immediately intervened. The temporary administrator's message was disabled to prevent interference. Ironblood continued smiling with satisfaction. "Please forgive me. I only wanted to reveal a small clue to him." Back inside the tower floor, Sung Ji-hoon stared in shock at his finger, which had been bent backward. After that, his left hand went out of control and punched him in the face by itself, making Sung Ji-hoon's eyes flash red. That self-inflicted punch made him slide backward. The clone stood there looking utterly confused while Sung Ji-hoon smiled. He adjusted his fingers and muttered, "Damn it, that was dangerous." In the middle of a fight, then he roared furiously, "Do not touch this body again. And know your place." But deep within Sung Ji-hoon's mindscape, something seemed to be holding on and trying to control his body. Even as he struggled desperately, he could not help crying out again. Those threads of fresh blood clung to his body, and Sung Ji-hoon's eyes widened as he complained. "I thought I was done with that troublesome future self after the last trial. This is so annoying." He swung his hand hard. He tried to break free from the control. The blood-red mindscape now had swirling currents of black blood appearing within it. Suddenly, a warning voice rang out, making Sung Ji-hoon snap to attention. "I am fighting because you are about to die, yet you are not even a little grateful." Another version of Sung Ji-hoon appeared in his mind. With no other choice, he could only curse him with two words. "You bastard." This was his future self. Sung Ji-hoon kept struggling and roared, "Why have you not left my body already? Damn." While he was gritting his teeth in defiance, his future self's voice rang out again. "You still do not know, you idiot." Observed the situation carefully. He grinned slyly, mocking, "You've trained for so long, even reaching the 12th floor of this tower, yet you still can't face yourself." Sung John lowered his head, discomfort clear on his face. The future self continued to taunt, "Pathetic fool," unable to take it any longer. He clenched his fists and retorted with a question, "So what?" Sung John's hand broke free, aiming straight at him. In response, the future self raised two fingers lightly. Instantly, a series of blood columns shot up from below, forming barriers. They were like a cage made of black blood, trapping Sung John inside. He smirked coldly and turned to walk away. He frantically swung his fists at the barriers in front and shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Come here, you bastard!" The future self called Sung John crazy. He stood there dumbfounded as the future self lectured, "Shall I teach you something? If you keep relying on your skills, you won't be able to use true techniques." "Got it, idiot?" The future self kept walking, continuing his lecture. "You should repent for the rest of your life and just observe." His body sank into the consciousness sea with a declaration, "From now on, I will control your body." Pathetic fool. He left a Sung John standing there, gripping the barriers and screaming relentlessly. Outside the tower floor, a slash with pale blue mana struck toward the clone. He quickly raised his dual swords to block, but his body was still pushed back. The future self now stood with a sword in hand and eyes blazing. He muttered, "All right, I understand now. I know this feeling." At that moment, the system issued a notification, puzzling him. Administrator Bloodsteel King sent an item, genuine H-long B. It was an elixir refined after HLG processing. Using it would enhance spirit, strength, and resistance and clear the mind. Inside the consciousness sea, Sung John gasped, eyes wide as if realizing something. With full effort, he clenched his hands and pushed the barrier aside with his legs to escape. Sung Don tried to use a bit of energy to retrieve the restraint on the left arm, making Sung John's self a bit angry. While controlling his left hand to get the item from the system inventory, he scolded, "This bastard again." Sung Don successfully obtained the genuine H-long B. He opened his mouth to use it, but unfortunately, the clone lunged and slashed the arm with the blood sword. The arm flew out of control along with the severed hand. Inside the consciousness sea, Sung John struggled, kicking and jumping. Outside, the future self acted similarly. At the same time, Sung John opened his mouth wide. Somehow, he exerted all his strength. He bit the vial to absorb the genuine H-long B, causing the clone to slide backward. The clone looked at Sung John stupidly, eyes filled with surprise. At this moment, after biting the glass vial, he spewed a bellyful of blood in tiny shards. Sung John smirked coldly, wiping the blood from his mouth. his voice deep and provocative. I'm back. He thought, while another self is fighting, I can completely feel it. Sungjan spread his legs, lowered his center of gravity, feeling a sense of letting go. Relying on my skills. Then he lifted the sword, thinking, if the dual swords can do it, so can I. Mana appeared under his feet, stirring violently, like forming a column of light, with a notification that the player's focus had increased 20-fold. He gritted his teeth, Sungjan's frantic thoughts and ego rising. He stood there sighing himself, who was once tormented by primal thought, finally sensing enlightenment in a moment that seemed to stretch forever. At that instant, the expressionless clone lunged toward Sungjan with dual sword. He smoothly dodged the stab, moving so fast that only a faint reflection could be seen. He told himself, I must not rely on previously acquired skills anymore. Sungjan immediately shifted from defense to offense, sidestepping and charging. I must shed everything and adapt, regardless of ceremony. The clone's sword now right in front of him. System notification. Due to independent enlightenment, magic control proficiency A- increased by 10 points. When Sungjan let go of stubbornness, the blood sword cut a lock of his hair. At the same time, he achieved enlightenment, increasing his stamina by 1. Sungjan stood there with his enlightenment, finally freeing himself from all these illusions. The system announced, you have achieved a divine level feat. Your mana increases by 4. Along with that comes double the joy. The player is now facing an enemy that can be fully defeated. The indomitable will skill has been nullified. The emotionless face of the clone also appears grim. Sungjan smiles coldly. His eyes flare as the glowing sword lunges toward it, thinking, I will turn the tide from here. In the blink of an eye, he leaves his initial position and launches a counterattack. Sungjan strikes the clone with precise, sharp mana slashes, pushing it back, denying any chance to retaliate. He thinks, to wield sword techniques like Nam Gong Hai Huk at this level feels unusually different. It's like facing a true swordsman. The relentless attacks force the clone into a defensive stance, constantly retreating, while Sungjan continues the assault without pause. His gaze firm, thinking, the maximum speed achievable through elegant wind and instant acceleration. Just when it seems successful, the clone suddenly pauses, kicking a pillar to redirect its movement. Though Sungjan manages a horizontal slash, the clone successfully moves behind him. It leaps into the air. Crossing its twin blood swords, it delivers a diagonal strike aimed at his back. Sungjan spins into a whirlwind, slipping through the sharp sword aura. Immediately after evading the sneak attack, ignoring the shattered rocks behind him, he lands lightly with a smile. The clone's eyes widen in astonishment. Though expressionless, it is surprised by how easily he evaded. Not wanting to give Sungjan a chance to breathe, the clone rushes forward to continue its assault. He quickly counters with a slash, thinking, facing this clone, everything becomes increasingly clear. Now I am observing it from the perspective of studying its skill. That's when I gradually understand the essence of these techniques. Sungjan smiles with satisfaction at his realization. Not to mention fighting at such extreme speed. Then he delivers a vertical slash, forcing the clone to raise its twin swords to block. The immense force dents the stone floor, and the clone's face contorts. Sungjan continues observing each movement of the clone, everything becoming clearer. After it attacks, he dodges and thinks more. I am gradually mastering this essence. I can even sense redundant movements I can omit in my sword techniques. The image of Nam Gong Hai Huk faintly appears behind the clone. Along with similar sword techniques, Sungjan evaluates silently. This one. It cannot fully execute Nam Gong Hai Huk's true sword techniques due to limited skill. It focuses more on imitating Nam Gong Hai Huk's movements. At this moment, the Iron Blood Sword specialty is activated, he affirms internally. When that happens, disbelief could weaken the fire attribute of the sword aura, allowing me to cut through anything. With an Iron Blood Sword in hand, Sungjan feels more confident than ever. In this case, it's like training with Nam Gong Hai Huk's sword techniques. The Iron Blood Sword immediately channels into its familiar blue mana. At the same time, he reminds himself to focus on enhancing his fire sword skill. Immediately after, a counter slash pushes the clone back. Sungjan's strike leaves a deep wound on the clone's shoulder. Then he raises his hand, activating the Blood True Pan skill. Blood condenses into sharp projectiles surrounding the clone. In the blink of an eye, they shoot straight at it. The wind whistles as the clone stares blankly. It swings its arm, condensing blood into a force aimed directly at him. At its stance, a large explosion occurs from the impact. The familiar light appears. As the smoke clears, the clone is still stunned, while Sungjan appears behind it. Another successful strike causes blood to spurt on the bright ground. The clone's shoulder wound glows. It manifests a shield in its hand. The clone looks at its wound, grimacing in discomfort. Immediately after, it exhales and the wound gradually heals, fully restored. Sungjan charges forward, thinking. It counterattacks by spinning the shield into a circle. At that moment, the clone's shield disappears, replaced by sword. It spins the twin swords into a circle. Sungjan's slash continues. The twin swords clash, producing a deafening sound with flashes of light. Suddenly, his sword is deflected by the clone's sword circle. Sungjan thinks in astonishment. What the hell is this? The image of the clone's sword aura became clearer, leaving him puzzled. The ferocity and force in that sword aura from earlier were still present, but it had transformed into a gentle sword technique, every strike flowing along with the current of energy. Sung Jan's hand gripping the Ironblood sword was stained with blood. He quietly realized that soft sword was another skill Namgung had once revealed. Can this guy really imitate it to this extent? Seriously, I know that's his talent, but it's still troublesome. He threw the sword aside and told himself, I guess I won't be able to win without taking a risk. The counter shield skill activated and blood energy spread out, wrapping around the blade like a real shield. The clone froze in shock. Sung Jan looked at him with a razor-sharp gaze. He asked aloud, why are you so surprised? Then he declared, anything you can do, I can do too. Sung Jan quickly charged straight at the clone. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, streams of sword energy appearing one after another and forcing him back. This was a powerful blow. The two forces collided, and at the point of impact, a dazzling burst of light appeared. Sung Jan realized that the clone's sword aura only looked strong on the surface. In that case, what was a little risk? The moment that thought ended, he turned his back to the clone and suddenly launched a reverse kick at him. The powerful kick sent the clone flying far away, but he was no pushover and still managed to launch a counter slash. A long streak of sword energy raced along the ground, tearing through everything in its path as it headed towards Sung Jan, who was running ahead. He used all his speed, trying to escape the sword wave while quietly realizing something. The clone had taken that attack with the strengthened blood sword, but the damage had been converted by the counter shield. Sung Jan turned around and held out the blood sword as blood energy gathered. That meant he needed to use a different move. The sword was raised but suddenly snapped in two. Sung Jan calculated, or maybe that's just what I think. The counter shield would shatter if it took that blow. Without hesitation, he let go and released the broken sword. The blood energy on the sword seemed to fade away along with the thoughts in Sung Jan's mind. The clone thought, if you are me. Then now, when the energy released from sword backlash is unleashed, my killing blow is ready. So you will think this is an opportunity. Just as expected, sensing an opening, the clone rushed down with a cold smile, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He chopped powerful energy straight down at the spot where Sung Jan stood. The ground around him shattered from the shock. At that moment, Sung Jan suddenly broke into a bright smile after achieving his goal. I'm in my strongest state. I really am insanely powerful, aren't I? However, it was rather strange that he let the clone launch a kick and send him flying backward. Whether it was by accident or on purpose was unclear. Sung Jan tumbled across the ground, rolling several times after that attack. He quickly landed, regained his balance, and knelt there looking over. Before he could steady himself, the clone's shadow appeared again with a killing move, striking down once more before Sung Jan could react. It seemed as if this would put him in a desperate position. But no, Sung Jan gave a sly, cold smile while raising his glowing hand. At the same time, he felt smug inside. Got you. The blood sword from earlier suddenly pierced through the clone's chest, making him scream in pain as blood sprayed nonstop. A blood arm tightly gripped the sword embedded in the clone's body. His eyes were defiant, his face filled with confusion. The Ironblood sword that Sung Jan had discarded, along with this clone's impatience. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his face. He smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, if using those two things really work, then I'll win. Now for the finale. As that thought ended, Sung Jan charged straight ahead toward the clone kneeling on the ground. Surprisingly, he had already stood up and let out a piercing roar. Even though the sword was still embedded in his body, he charged forward, but the energy radiating from him made Sung Jan a little surprised. The clone's body twisted, growing huge and savage. He spun around toward the place where Sung Jan stood. Sung Jan stood there wondering, what the hell is going on? The clone was now rushing toward him, with a massive hand and razor-sharp claws. He attacked wildly, shaking and shattering the ground. Sung Jan had to quickly move elsewhere to dodge, not daring to look back. Suddenly, the clone bit off 4 fingertips with his teeth and held them in his mouth in a horrifying way. Then he used inner power to shoot them forward, the sharp fingers flying like throwing darts. Their target was Sung Jan up ahead. Using all his agility, he moved in a zigzag pattern to dodge them. Sung Jin thought anxiously to himself, what the hell is this thing now? Even its attack pattern has changed. This is bad. In front of him now was the tower's thick wall, a heavy obstacle. Without the slightest hesitation, Sung Jin raised his arm in front of his face to protect his head. Then he decisively smashed through the wall and leapt out. Right behind him, the giant hand of the clone had already caught up. The distance was only a hair's breadth, and before Sung Jin could even regain his bearings, the dazzling light from the clone's palm left him stunned for an instant. An explosion immediately erupted, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. He stood there with his arm raised to shield his face. The clone appeared with its eyes glowing with murderous intent, its arm fully restored by blue mana. After the smoke and dust cleared, Sung Jin stood there with a large shield in his hand. It had helped him block most of the force from that killing move just now. He let out a sigh of relief, looking at the shield in his hand as it faded and thinking to himself in amazement. Good thing counter shield had just come off cooldown. Sung Jin gripped his sword tightly, staring sharply at the clone as he challenged it. "What are you doing? Come at me." Without the slightest hesitation, and with no intention of making his opponent wait, it quickly charged toward him. Sung Jin blocked the clone's extremely powerful kick. The moment they made contact, its leg immediately exploded. He cursed inwardly, "Damn monster, it has lost its mind." It did not stop there. While the leg that had just exploded was regenerating, the clone threw another punch and blew up its own hand again. After repeatedly watching it use self-detonation, he finally realized it. Body explosion. Sung Jin focused intensely and looked over. This move could catch someone off guard in close combat. As he watched its huge body continuously heat up, redden, and explode, he thought to himself, however, if you keep going berserk like that, you will only lose a massive amount of strength because of blood weakness. Sure enough, that was exactly what happened. After using too much energy, the clone's steps began to tremble and grow unsteady. Watching its heaving body gradually slow down, Sung Jin confirmed, and the moment its strength runs out, its attacks will stop. Taking advantage of this, he seized the opportunity and swung his sword, unleashing a slash that sliced off the clone's arm. Sung Jin once again declared confidently, "There is no need to drag this fight out any longer. Let us end it." The moment he finished speaking, the clone suddenly gnashed its teeth and growled. At the same time, its eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, it used a three-step leap, moving so fast that the naked eye could not follow its figure. Sung Jin exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Even a challenger cannot keep up with that speed just now." He immediately left his position, jumping down along the walls to chase after it, just as he was about to close in. A deadly red light suddenly appeared in front of him, making Sung Jin freeze. The clone was there, raising both hands and gathering blood energy around itself. A dazzling blood-red glow appeared, sinister and eerie. Using the last of its strength, it spun around and unleashed a rotating punch filled with murderous blood energy. Sung Jin quickly raised his hand and used the shield to block the attack. At the point of impact, a burst of light and dark blood energy shot out in every direction. A piercing sound rang out. The force was so powerful that his body slid backward from the impact. However, Sung Jin still remained calm. He smiled faintly and quietly assessed the situation. "Damn monster, what was that power just now? But thanks to you." Right at this moment, the cooldown is complete. The counter shield skill is ready to reflect the damage it has absorbed. Sung Jin immediately stretched his hand forward, and a sphere of energy gathered in his palm. The energy absorbed by counter shield had been fully amplified. Sung Jin looked over coldly and declared with confidence, "Die." On the other side, the clone monster was still roaring as it charged forward mindlessly. He flicked his hand lightly, throwing the sphere of energy forward before his eyes. It looked small and glowing, but it contained unimaginable power. Then Sung Jin gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands and raised it high, preparing to deliver a powerful baseball-like swing. At the point where the sword and the sphere of energy met, a blinding light appeared. Immediately afterward, the sphere was struck forward at high speed, smashing directly into the face of the clone standing there. The blow was so powerful that it distorted its face, sending teeth and lips flying out together. With no more time to play around, Sung Jin looked over and ended it in an ice-cold voice, "Release." Immediately, a notification appeared. The counter shield skill has released all absorbed damage. A terrifying explosion erupted at once. The power it unleashed split the nearby buildings in two. After that blinding light, what remained was the sight of a headless clone. Its head had been blown apart into minced flesh. A series of notifications appeared. "Congratulations, you have cleared floor 12 of the trial tower. The ashen crown of the great demon-slaying emperor has been placed in your inventory as your achievement reward. You have received 80,000 points as an achievement reward. You have received 3,500 items as an achievement reward. You have received the B Death Throws skill as an additional reward. Please move to the waiting room." In addition, your proficiency with the B counter shield skill has reached 100%. The rank of counter shield has increased. Only then did John Sung let out a long breath of relief. Right after that, the battle focus skill deactivated. Battle focus had exceeded its usage limit and needed to recover. Immediately, something surged up from below and made his body swell. John Sung hunched over, coughing up a sizable mouthful of blood along with pained coughs. Fresh blood spilled onto the floor, somewhat dark in color, accompanied by the whistling wind from within the tower space. The blood weakness skill has been activated. John Sung thought to himself, blood weakness can heal the negative effect caused by battle focus. His body was recovering and he felt relieved. Without a cheat-like skill such as blood weakness, I could never have made it this far. John Sung looked ahead and wondered, when will I be able to climb the tower without exhausting myself this much? No, that is not it. Could it have been different from the beginning? Suddenly, a mysterious phenomenon occurred in the corpse of the clone. A blood sphere appeared above it and continued absorbing the surrounding vital blood energy. John Sung looked over, somewhat confused, and hesitated. My soul is a little different from. Interesting, a message from an administrator appeared. A feature that had been restricted to prevent assistance and communication has been disabled. The message said that the iron-blooded tyrant administrator had complained about the punishment received just for giving the contractor a cup of tea. The iron-blooded tyrant administrator said, "You had better treat her well in the future." Without hesitation, John Sung muttered in confirmation, "Of course." He spoke words of thanks to her while thinking to himself, "I accidentally learned one more piece of information. If administrators interfere too deeply with contractors, they will be punished." At the same time, John Sung remembered that back then the iron-blooded tyrant administrator had sent him an item, a B-grade blood dragon item, a medicine made from blood dragon blood. After use, mental power and resistance increase, and the mind becomes enlightened. While still dazed, John Sung froze in shock. All restricted administrator messages up to now would be displayed. Before him were now countless message screens from everyone. The masterless wandering knight administrator was astonished by your talent. The left-handed bloodline tyrant administrator was curious about where a monster like you came from. The dragon slayer born after 1,000 years administrator was terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to overcome it, along with many other messages. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself, all the administrators are watching me. Some were amazed by John Sung's talent as well as the difficulty of this floor, calling him a monster. The hero who died 7 times administrator looked at you with an exhausted expression and asked, "Can a monster like you really appear on the 12th floor?" The king of assassins administrator asked whether you were truly the one who challenged the 12th floor. The army of the ruined world administrator said your growth was terrifying and lamented that it would be hard to be surprised anymore. While some others doubted whether John Sung was truly the challenger of the 12th floor, one message among them especially caught his attention. The sole holy knight slave administrator has set eyes on you. The fallen heir of the blood demon cult administrator stares intently at you. The seeker of divinity administrator has great expectations for you. John Sung grimaced as he thought, administrators, people who say whatever they want and disappear the moment they lose interest, are sending me messages for no reason at all. He stood there, tilted his face upward, and asked, "Why are all of you acting like this? Why?" John Sung wondered, of all people, why me, someone who has already signed a contract? Why are they trying to impress me? His eyes flashed as if he had realized something. Could it be that the administrators now have an expanded system and can send requests to me? John Sung stood there deep in thought as their attitude toward him gradually proved his speculation correct. Without realizing it, he grinned, looking deeply amused. Looking at the pile of messages before him, John Sung muttered, "This, when you think about it, if the system expands later, it will benefit the administrators who have not yet signed a contractor." After calculating for a while, he spoke up and asked, "Do you think throwing a pile of messages at me like this will help? I might remember the ones who did this when the system expands later." They responded immediately. The dragon slayer born after 1,000 years administrator was irritated by the arrogance of the challenger. The fallen heir of the blood demon cult administrator snorted and said, "Not a chance." The army of the ruined world administrator said, "You have become far too confident, so know your limits." He smiled in satisfaction. "As you all know, first come, first serve. I'll only take 3. Sung John's declaration caused the administrators to panic with surprise and eagerness. They quickly responded. The administrator of the descendants of the blood demon cult added a special skill to the unique store of the contract simulator. The administrator of the world's declining army added a special skill to the unique store of the contract simulator. The administrator of the dragon-slaying survivor added a special skill to the unique store of the contract simulator. After receiving the special skills, he remained completely calm. Sung John glanced at the blood aura beside him, pondering, and now only one thing truly matters. The orb on the clone's body is still there, and it keeps radiating a dense energy. He looked down, silently evaluating an enemy with not only the same stats, but also the same skills and special ability. What will I gain after absorbing its soul? Immediately, the system announced, "You have absorbed the soul of the fake Sung Don challenger. Proficiency has increased by 28%. He stood still, raising his hand to absorb without missing a thing. Next came a very important announcement. The soul of the fake Dung Don challenger has perfectly merged with the soul of the Sungjin challenger. The holy power special skill has met the conditions and is now activated, attempting to extract divinity." He blinked, repeating in disbelief. "Extract divinity?" A stream of information appeared. "When absorbing the soul of the fake Sungjin challenger, your parameters have been permanently enhanced. Strength, agility, stamina, mana, and resilience all increased by 10. The clone's soul blood aura continued to spread through the air. Next, the system announced, you have collected the skills of the fake Sung Dan challenger. You have acquired the skill Radiant Sword Chi B. You now own this skill. Skill proficiency merge. Proficiency in Radiant Sword Chi B has reached 100%. The Radiant Sword Chi B skill has leveled up. He stood calmly, accepting his reward after succeeding in all challenges. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared before him, causing Sung Don to ask in awe, what was that just now? The source of the light was due to the perfect synchronization of the fake Sung Jin challenger's soul, perfectly matched with the soul of the Sung Jin challenger. The Holy Power special skill has met the conditions and is activated. Divinity is being extracted. Once again, he thought in disbelief, extract divinity. Immediately, a notification confirmed the divinity extraction was successful. Holy Power special skill C+ leveled up, now at Holy Power B. Can now perform divinity conversion and accumulate mythic power. Sungzan was extremely puzzled. What's happening? Divinity conversion and mythic accumulation, whatever it is, seems absurd. Could it be, along with the clone's body from that time? Holy Power C+ has been deeply imprinted into the user's soul. Using Sungzan, he indifferently realized he didn't know how to use it, so he ignored it. A light appeared in Sungjin's chest, with a mysterious magic circle behind his back. He wondered, this is holy power, will I actually be able to use it? Then, a series of notifications appeared. You have entered the waiting room on floor 13. System expansion begins and global nationality-based communities have been merged. You can now join communities of varying difficulties. Members in the unified trial will no longer be divided by country. Global rankings by country will be completed. In the current unified view, you can check rankings of different difficulty levels. Sungjan extended his hand to the screen, thinking, now I'll face foreigners in the trials as well. It's just a system expansion. He closed his eyes tightly, falling into thought. At this point, images of Earth and the planets in the same galaxy appeared. Eventually, even lost dimensions will be unified. Notifications showed no sign of stopping. Another blue screen appeared. The information made Sung John widen his eye. He focused intensely and was in awe. The main content was the ranking board. Trial Floor 12 ranked from top to bottom. SSS Hunter, SS plus Archmage, SS Kim Seung Hun. Katarine SS2, Yu with Sword SS2, Tower Wizard, Time SS Takaski S+. Sung John stepped toward the tower, his two long white coat tails flowing to either side. Becoming the strongest, perhaps that's why he climbed this tower, and it's also his goal. Sung John told himself, I'm one step closer to that goal. At the very least, I'm now the strongest challenger from Earth. However, what he was seeing right now were challengers from other dimensions, such as Kallian and the Martial Realm, who had long been inside the trial tower. He realized that compared with those dimensions, Earth was only a new dimension and also the weakest one. There was only one way to change that unless the average level on Earth rose. Otherwise, they would once again become prey for the other dimensions just like back then. This made Sung John work even harder and become even more determined, both then and now. What he needed was peerless power that no one could stop. Sung John stood there and swiftly waved his hand to open his inventory. The information for the ancient emperor's Ashen Crown appeared, increasing willpower by 30%. The Ashen Crown was used in an ancient ritual by the ancient emperor, who worshipped the god of darkness. When you wear it, you will ascend the throne as the Spirit King. Once used, the item's durability will be consumed, and it will be destroyed if its durability runs out. After reading it, he was briefly puzzled. The Spirit King, judging by the item's grade, it did seem powerful, but the description was vague. Next was the extra reward for completing the quest. The skill Near Death, grade B, proficiency none. Basic effect, fatal damage can be nullified. However, when activated, Near Death consumes 88% of the user's stamina and requires 1 week of recovery. Secondary effect upon activation. The senses are amplified for a short time, and the effects of other skills are also enhanced. Even further, Sung John looked rather surprised, his face going blank as he let out a gasp. Inwardly he thought, a skill that can help me escape death once. His gaze turned thoughtful. It did take 1 week to recover, but considering the effect, that was hardly even a punishment. It was not excessive at all. Sung John curled his lips into a smile and muttered, besides in this trial. The rewards also include the special skills I stole from the administrator. The system then gave him a prompt. Please select from the following special skill. Ironblood Guardian King White Crane Swordmaster's support skill. Right after that it announced, you have selected a support special skill. Special skill details, Supreme Blood Art. Price 3,000 points. Description, power granted to those chosen by a god. Its recipients have become saviors across many eras. Without a pact with a god, the only effects available are suppressing divinity and strengthening spiritual energy. Special skill details, Hero's Grace grade C+, price 3,000 points. Description, power granted to those chosen by a god. Its recipients have become saviors across many eras. Without a pact with a god, the only effects available are suppressing divinity and strengthening spiritual energy. Special skill details: rapid mana recovery, grade C+, price 3,000 points. Description: when your mana drops below half, you can recover mana by absorbing it from nature. However, if overused, it may damage your meridians or vital blood energy, such as one of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Faced with so many choices, Sung Jan began to think. All 3 were grade C plus special skills, so they were quite economical. He smiled slyly and decided to spend the points. I guess I'll buy all 3. After Sung Jan tapped the screen, the system announced, "You have purchased the special skill Supreme Blood Art. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the special skill Hero's Grace, grade C+. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the special skill Rapid Mana Recovery, grade C+. 3,000 points have been deducted." Just then, a series of messages came in. Administrator Fallen Descendant of the Blood Demon Cult. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World. Administrator Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years. All of them reminded Sung Jan at the same time. "Do not forget my help." He could only reply wearily, "All right, I'll remember." Sung Jan was still drifting through his questions before returning to the waiting room after he had absorbed his own soul. The divine vessel suddenly appeared. He could clearly feel the energy in his heart, something he had never possessed before activating the divine vessel. This must be holy power. At that moment, Sung Jan lowered his center of gravity, clenched his hand into a fist, looked upward and prepared to strike. He immediately swung his hand forward. Golden light still dominated, while several fragments of divinity seemed to shatter right there. He thought something incredible would happen, but the result was unexpectedly silent. Sung Jan leaned on his hand and sighed. "Just as expected, it's exactly like what I practiced before reaching the waiting room. My body has only just been awakened, so I still can't use any supernatural ability." Images of Jane, Cillian, and Chiron appeared in his mind. Sung Jan realized on his own that he could not copy the recovery and enhancement skills those priests had used on the 11th floor. His irritation showed clearly on his face. Damn it. I had high hopes, but will they even let me use them? After that, Sung Jan immediately sat down in meditation and told himself, "Calm down, clear your mind. That damned nature is coming back again." Suddenly, a notification came from Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. She said with a gentle gaze that she would teach you holy power and declared she would be a better master than Ironblood Guardian King. She then invited you to the Administrator's space. He coldly refused. "No, thanks," the reply came almost immediately. The Administrator White Crane Sword Master cries, "Because you refused to form a pact with her." Administrator White Crane Sword Master asks how you could reject her. She also says that if you come to meet her, she will teach you how to use it. Seong Jan coldly replies, "I'll learn when I need to." He smiles and looks over, his gaze full of confidence and resolve. "I'd rather learn on my own than depend on someone else." Administrator White Crane Sword Master loses interest in disappointment and says that if that is what you want, then so be it. Seong Jan presses his lips together and thinks that instead of holy power right now, he will be back soon. Remembering Hyo, he reminds himself, "I need to focus on becoming even stronger." Seong Jan's eyes show intense determination, at least until he can kill Namgung Hyo-UK. That man is now like an inner demon in his heart. No matter what happens, Namgung Hyo-UK will come looking for Seong Jan again. He looks at the screen and tells himself, "Then for now, let's check the special skills I stole from the administrators." He views the details of the Supreme Blood Art. Price 3,000 points. Description: only descendants of the Blood Demon cult can learn this art. It can replace magic with inner energy. It allows you to powerfully inherit the traits of magic in battle. It strengthens your fighting spirit using all the energy and blood in your body. Seong Jan thinks to himself, "What I'm curious about is the Supreme Blood Art." He immediately activates the Supreme Blood Art. Seong Jan's whole body begins to change as his blood energy boils. He grits his teeth, but the blood energy still leaks out through his mouth. Seong Jan freezes for an instant. His eyes widen, his hair stands on end, and dense energy radiates from him. It feels as if he has become someone born for battle. "My blood is boiling, that's right, this is what I need." But things do not seem to be going smoothly as the side effect appears immediately. Seong Jan clutches his face and cries out in pain. It turns out that the nature of his inner demon has emerged at the same time. Along with a somewhat crazed expression, it takes control of his body's action. It pinches his own face and asks him, "You brat, were you having fun all by yourself?" Seong Jan grows anxious, breaks into a cold sweat, and is filled with questions. What the hell is going on? Why is that damned nature awakening inside the same body at the same time? There has never been any precedent for this. Right then, he grips the Ironblood sword in his hand. The evil nature inside Seong Jan swings the sword at himself, laughing loudly as it shouts, "Die, you gullible fool." He cannot just stand there and submit. He quickly pulls a sword from his inventory with his other hand, then blocks his own attack. The two personalities inside him struggle fiercely. Seong Jan shouts, "If I die, you'll die too, you lunatic." The inner demon gives an eerie cold laugh. Idiot, I abandoned you because I couldn't have you. He braces himself with a strained face while thinking, damn it, I didn't expect this. What should I do? Just then, the blood energy he absorbed earlier appears. It wraps around both swords. Xiang realizes that the sword is absorbing the blood energy created by the Supreme Blood Art. The system appears at that moment. Supreme Blood Art. When the user reaches the Fire Sword realm and raises the blood mark to its maximum level, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. His eyes widen in realization. That's it. As soon as he says that, Xiang grabs the blade with his bare hand, making blood spray out. Immediately afterward, instead of continuing the fight, he deliberately gives a light flick and withdraws the sword. Xiang shouts, his gaze turning toward his other shoulder where the inner demon is in control. With the gleaming sword in his hand, he endures the pain without hesitation. He stabs himself once, making fresh blood spurt out. Xiang screams. As the blood from the wound is absorbed into the sword, he thinks, I used the blood energy to force that bastard out. Along with his curse, the sword gradually fills itself with blood energy. Immediately afterward, something unexpected happens. The conditions have been met, and the true power of the Supreme Blood Art has been unlocked. The item's name changes to True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Xiang looks quite surprised when he hears the system message saying that specialized blood-draining slots have been created. The wound on his chest is also gradually healing. He raises the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. 3 strange new images appear. They are probably the specialized blood-draining slots the system just mentioned. Right after obtaining the upgraded weapon, Xiang quickly uses the Fire Dragon Eye skill he just activated. Dragon scales appear around his eyes. The information for the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword appears. A+ grade, reaction speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 15%. A famous sword that was once a treasured heirloom of the Blood Demon cult. When the selected target is killed by the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, Blood Drain will draw the opponent's blood into the blade and increase its stats. 1 random skill will be embedded into the blade. A maximum of 3 skills can be embedded through the blood sockets. Other than cooldown time, there will be no additional cost. Depending on the number of unsealed layers, hidden skills will appear if challenger Xiang uses it. The unique blood drain effect can be activated. He looks at the skill slots in front of him and marvels inwardly. I can embed up to 3 skills into the sword, and I don't have to pay anything except cooldown time. Xiang smiles with interest. This is a growth-type item, something that has never appeared before. Immediately, the system announces the start of the 13th floor trial. Difficulty hard, trial theme, strategic battle. Time remaining 14 days. Trial completion condition. Cooperate with teammates during that time and obtain the 3-foot Crescent Clan item. Trial failure condition. All members are killed or time runs out. Trial completion reward, random A+ skill book. Trial failure penalty, death. After grasping all the information, Sungjin grew a little curious. A team trial. He recalled a few images of people who had once been his teammates in the past. He could not help feeling troubled. I have never had a good experience with team trials, but something was even more tempting right now, a book. Random skills and A+ rank at that, in the middle of a mysterious space. 4 teleportation gates appeared around the circle. Along with the system voice, the map for the 13th floor trial appeared, marking the city occupied by the vampires. It marked the monks hiding in the city occupied by the vampires, and the location of the vampire count within the occupied city. Occupied by the vampires, trial members established. At that moment, Sungjin stepped out from inside, still feeling rather frustrated. He had to find monks or something like that. He could not just enter the city and kill anyone who came at him. He pondered in silence. I can wipe out an entire city now. I think that would work too. At the same time, someone new appeared at another gate. The system added information that the team members had been established. To match the gameplay, the nicknames of the team members would be displayed. The red-haired man complained as soon as he arrived. Damn it, I kept wondering why the system suddenly expanded. So it was a team trial. He was Tarkovsky. It did not stop there. A third person appeared. He was the legendary ninja Sakyo. As soon as he arrived, he greeted them with a smile. Hello, we meet again. Last came David Taylor, the mage of the clock tower. The old man held a smoking pipe in his hand and replied, pleased to meet you. Sungjin frowned as a thought flashed through his mind. Those nicknames, he recalled the rankings and realized they were all high-ranking players. I feel like I have seen this Japanese guy ranked even higher before. David was about to smoke when he instinctively turned his face to look aside and spoke in a hesitant tone. But here, the whole group stood there. They looked toward the dining table covered with human corpses. Then the old man made his assessment. I can smell blood. David continued asking, is this the vampire's main hall? At the same time, someone hanging upside down above them was silently observing. When they heard the old man's question, the vampires appeared behind them, their eyes flashing with killing intent and death. They replied, correct. The two of them charged madly at David while speaking with contempt. Dessert has arrived. Thanks for the meal. In an instant, a large hand completely grabbed the young vampire's head. Beside him, Sakyo also flashed like lightning behind the other female vampire. In the blink of an eye, Tarkovsky had already sliced off the young vampire's head. On the other side, using his small ninja dagger, Sakyo also unleashed a flurry of slashes to finish her off. He turned to look at Tarkovsky and made his judgment. I had my suspicions, but it turns out you really are from Russia's largest guild. He answered calmly, I never intended to hide it. That's right, I am the master of the KPDM guild, Andrei Tarkovsky. Sakyo swiftly spun the knife in his hand and replied with a smile, I knew it. I am an S-rank hunter from the Japan Hunters Association, Michimoto Sakyo. After hearing that, he looked over and praised him with a smile. You are more famous than I am, the only S-rank hunter in Japan. He also replied with an innocent smile, just call me Sakyo. After that, Sakyo stepped forward and continued, anyway, everyone is ready, right? The vampires can sense when their comrades are killed, so they will rush here soon. At that moment, David also spoke up. You do not need to worry about that. I have set up a magic barrier so they cannot come near this place. After hearing that, he quietly marveled. That is experience. Then he hesitantly asked, and you are? The old man took a puff from his pipe and answered, I am David Taylor, an unknown mage from the clock tower. After hearing that, Sakyo said, is that the place known as the strongest magic tower in the world? Tarkovsky followed up, you are the great mage who retired but got dragged into this tower. What rotten luck. David smiled calmly and replied, I consider it good fortune. Mysteries like this tower have always been fascinating research subjects for mages. Until now, Sungjin had been almost invisible in their eyes. Only then did he get a chance to cut in. As for me, he introduced himself, I am Sungjin, a C-rank hunter from Korea. Right after that, from inside the room, they looked outside through the window. David observed while saying, I have heard a few things about the 13th floor trial from the administrators. Even the weakest vampire can easily defeat a C-rank hunter. His voice dropped, sounding eerie. And a vampire count has abilities far beyond an S-rank hunter. His regeneration makes killing him nearly impossible. David began explaining the method to clear the trial. So, as the tower said, we need to rescue the monks who are hiding, and use their help to overcome the trial. Tarkovsky sat in a chair beside the fireplace, somewhat puzzled. This city is full of vampires. How are we supposed to get in? The old man replied, entering there is extremely dangerous. Sakyo agreed. That's right, it will take a lot of effort. Since he was only C-rank, Sungjin had stayed silent until now, listening to them make arrangements. First, Sakyo, if you use your stealth skill and gather some of them into small groups, I can set up a barrier to block their traces, and then we can deal with each group all at once. All at once, I think that is the most efficient method. Someone immediately agreed. He listened with a darkened expression. Good. In that case, if we move quickly, we can clear the 13th floor in 10 days. Hearing that, Sungjan thought to himself, no, if we are that slow, we will not be able to get the bonus reward. He boldly but quietly stepped toward the fireplace, then placed his hands on the chairs of Tarkovsky and Sakyo. Slightly trembling, he offered his opinion. Everyone, I think we have misunderstood something. Clearing the trial like this is truly inefficient. David frowned, glanced over and asked in confusion, inefficient? Then do you have a better method? Sungjan smiled and replied, of course, the most efficient method. The old man kept his suspicious gaze fixed on him and asked, and what method would that be? Tarkovsky looked up with the same curiosity. I am curious too. Is there really a method more efficient than the one everyone agreed on? Sakyo, sitting beside him, spoke with a faintly mocking tone, as if challenging the so-called world number one. Do you have some secret trick for clearing the trial? Standing there, Sungjan uttered a few abbreviated words. Startled, Sakyo asked, what do you mean, shut up? Meanwhile, David still had not grasped the situation. What did you just say? Sungjan immediately drew out his high-blood demon sword and held it in his hand. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he slashed straight at the door behind him. After shattering it, he stood there and slammed his hand against the door. The solid stone door slowly toppled outward just like that. When it crashed heavily to the ground, behind Sungjan stood an army of bloodkin. They had already been standing in the courtyard outside, despite their growling. He raised his hand, smiled, and declared, we can clear this trial by shutting up and charging in. We just have to kill them all. When the bloodkin saw Sungjan, they immediately growled in confusion. Humans? Where did those humans come from? Weapons in hand, they charged forward and shouted, I do not care, just eat them first. Fresh blood. The three members of the team were shocked and shouted in unison, are you insane? Do you want to die that badly? Sungjan did not care much at all. He gave a cold smile. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Then let the clearing plan begin." While Sung Jan charged out through the main door, on this side, the Bloodkin had already rushed in through the windows to launch a surprise attack on the three people inside. One of them unleashed a slash, but the figure before him blurred as if it were about to vanish, leaving him somewhat confused. They looked at one another and frowned in confusion. He disappeared. Be careful, those humans use magic. So this was David's magic. While Tarkovsky was somewhat surprised, the old man spoke up. Concealing the whole group is exhausting. David angrily cursed inwardly. Why are there always lunatics who like throwing all my hard work away during trials? This is infuriating. Outside, he was still preparing to face the massive crowd of Bloodkin all by himself. David's voice rang out. This is unfortunate, but it would be best to abandon Sung Jan and retreat. He looked completely calm, ready to accept what came next. You all only have the basic settings of blood manipulation as your standard. The Bloodkin lunged forward with their claws and intense hunger. Become our meal, human. Sung Jan still did not react to the rain of blood blades before him. Sakyo turned back to look, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did he decide to risk his life like that? Suddenly, his gaze froze. Over there, a light flashed. Sakyo immediately called the other two, then pointed towards Sung Jan and shouted, "Everyone look." On this side, he gently raised his hand with the bearing of a true powerhouse. The blood truth-seeking needle skill had activated. A row of razor-sharp blood needles appeared in front of Sung Jan. The Bloodkin asked one another in shock, "What? Blood manipulation? If he can control blood, does that not make him like us?" Another group looked worried and warned them, "His blood manipulation is even stronger than ours. Impossible." Looking at them, Sung Jan simply gave a satisfied smile. He swung his hand downward and controlled the blood needle. Just like that, the Bloodkin had their throats pierced by the blood energy that had taken form. At that moment, screams echoed throughout the Blood City. As Sung Jan smiled wickedly, savoring and absorbing the blood energy, the Bloodkin's wails filled the surrounding. "Damn it, that monster, we need reinforcements." David stood there in deep thought. When facing an enemy many times stronger, tactics were meaningless. The old man stared in shock at the young man before him and wondered, impossible. Could such a brutal method actually succeed? But how? Is it because I am too weak? David stood there with a dignified bearing. He gripped the staff in his hand tightly. David was a highly ranked battle mage. "You have spent a long time on the front lines." The old man's brain was trying to work to its fullest. He was an intelligent man. Beneath the evening light, the power of mysterious figures was made even more prominent. Even within the trial tower, he had always achieved good results through superior tactics. And he had always cleared each trial floor with the least time and the least damage. Thanks to that, he always had a voice in the hunter community. As usual, on the 13th floor, he had also proposed a fairly good strategy using his intelligence. Right now, no tactic is more effective than this. However, Sung Jan suddenly spoke up with a cold expression, uttering a few abbreviated words. His words left David stunned. The old man kept thinking, what is he talking about? Tactics are the first thing that must be established to solve a problem. The very next second, he used his innate skill to destroy the wall in front of him. Not only that, Sung Jan also smiled brightly and said, "We can complete this trial if we shut up and charge in. Just take them all out." In an instant, he made the evil ones present here ascend in agony. The sight left Tarkovsky astonished. He kept wondering, is that guy even human? Suddenly, he made the following suggestion. "At this rate, forget that plan for now. Wouldn't it be best to support Sung Jan?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sakyo immediately replied, "I agree." Suddenly, David raised his withered hand forward and spoke softly. Wait, along with that extreme vigilance, his eyes narrowed slightly. His voice carried its usual confidence. "I know that the man named Sung Jan has power. However, right now, he is facing countless members of the Blood Clan." David suddenly emphasized each word. "This is the Blood Clan's city. One person cannot handle this city alone." The image of a mighty warrior quickly appeared in his mind. The old man said, "In the past, countless hunters with monster-like power appeared in the tower. Then why did group hunting still develop and spread? Countless blades appeared behind the brave warrior because no matter how strong you are, during battle you have to face countless unforeseen situations." Back in reality, David's words left Tarkovsky and Sakyo slightly astonished. That is impossible when we work alone, isn't it? The image of Sung Jan single-handedly resisting countless attacks from the enemy appeared before their eyes. His face still held its usual calm. However, soon after, Sung Jan's right arm was tightly grabbed by the Blood Clan. Not only that, his left arm was no exception. At this moment, he had been completely restrained by his opponents. They charged in with triumphant expressions and taunted him. "Human, die." However, Sung Jan remained extremely calm. A deadly look appeared in his eyes right after that. In an instant, his arm swelled unnaturally, and it was about to explode. This caught the Blood Clan completely off guard. They were quickly sent flying away with terrified screams. Just like that, in the dark night, the Blood Clan was defeated by Sung Jan in no time. Suddenly, the system's notification sound came through. The weak blood skill has activated. His 2 arms were gradually recovering. This left even Sung Jan unable to hide his surprise as he thought silently. If I keep attacking this way, I will still have to keep using recovery items. Body explosion is a good skill, but it consumes too many recovery resources. Meanwhile, those lucky enough to survive his blow were also left crippled. One of them had been beaten until his arm was severed, and he spoke in frustration. How can a human interfere with the power granted to us by the war god? At the same time, someone was trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his head and stammered, "Apostle." These words made the remaining ones instinctively cry out in terror. What, an apostle? By this point, fear had appeared on their faces. Some of them even kept clasping their hands in prayer. That deep voice continued to ring out. He said it was an apostle. The guardian god of humanity has sent an apostle. The god is angry because we killed all the humans in the city. War god, please save your believers. These words also made Sung Jan fall into deep thought. He frowned slightly and pondered. A god's apostle. Is delusion a trait of the Blood clan? Suddenly, a huge hand with sharp claws came crashing down on that person's head. Along with it came an enraged voice, "You weakling." He quickly pointed forward and said with a laugh, "Look at him." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Sung Jan was so shocked that his mouth hung open as he gasped. That man did not forget to emphasize, he is already panting. This scene made those present grow excited. In just a moment, they shouted in unison, "That human is tired." The very next second, under the command of their leader, they all charged quickly towards Sung Jan. Now is the time to attack. Suddenly, a blazing red orb appeared in his hand. It was growing larger and larger. This sight left the Blood clan astonished, and they cried out at the same time, "What is that?" At some point, the number of orbs in Sung Jan's hand had increased from 1 to 4. He asked them with amusement, "This?" The very next second, he directly threw them into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, they were bitten to pieces by Sung Jan. Along with that, a tremendous amount of power was released from his body. He did not forget to emphasize, "They are your people." Unexpectedly, the system's notification sounded beside his ear. Blood clan soul used. You have recovered stamina. Blood clan soul used. Your mana has been restored. Sung Jan smiled with strange delight. He kept emphasizing, "Recovery complete. Let us continue the fight." In an instant, the Bloodborne screamed in agony. They were taken down by Sung Jan again and again in the blink of an eye. Above him were the watching eyes of the 3 members of the party. The sight left Sakyo unable to hide his shock, and he began praising him without realizing it. He truly is a talented challenger. It looks like close combat is his specialty. Right after that, Tarkovsky spoke up in response, "I agree. He is not tired at all. In fact, he is getting even stronger." After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. "I will go help." Even Sakyo naturally believed those words. He said, "Although I believe safety comes first, I also want to help Sung Jan." Suddenly, the system sent a series of notifications. All remaining souls have been used to replenish stamina. Strength increased by 3. Speed increased by 2, stamina increased by 4, and magic power increased by 5. At that moment, Sung Jan's entire body was constantly radiating a powerful energy. He thought silently, "If I compare only the growth rate, this is even better than when I absorbed the warrior's soul." All of a sudden, Sung Jan smiled smugly and looked ahead with delight. "And when I kill the Bloodborne Count, there will be some interesting things waiting for me." Suddenly, a system notification rang in his ear. "The Deep Sea Tyrant Administrator is interested in you. The leader of Traitors Administrator is very pleased thanks to you and is giggling. The Demon of Darkness Administrator says you are a challenger even more evil than demons, and the demons are beginning to tremble. Out of fear, the 1,000-year surviving Dragon Slayer Administrator is laughing at your excellence and says you have the qualities of a demon. The fallen descendant of the Blood Demon Cult Administrator has sent praise, along with surprise at the magic power you use. The army of the Ruined World Administrator says you are well worth investing in, then smiles with satisfaction." This excited Sung Jan, and he thought, "Nice. The administrators seem to be paying attention to me now. There is no downside to making a good impression on them." Suddenly, he noticed something beside him. Sung Jan was shocked and blurted out without realizing it, "I thought you people had gone to find the priests." Right after that, David replied, "We apologize. From now on, we will follow you, so give us your orders." Sakyo also approved of this. "I agree." Even Tarkovsky could not stand still. He said, "To be honest, I did not really trust your decision, but you surprised me." Sung Jan quickly responded to those words. "So everyone has seen that my strategy is effective, right?" Suddenly, his expression turned wary as the system sound rang out again. The Sixth Sense skill has been activated. The entire sky was quickly dyed a brilliant red. The blood-red color flowing down over the city grew thicker and thicker. Sung Jan stood there with a smug smile. He silently pondered the bloodborne count. Tarkovsky was shocked and unconsciously blurted out, "Massive magic. The bloodborne count can use this much magic." David said that must be a unique innate ability. However, the problem is whether he can perfectly control that power. Sakyo asked cautiously, "Then what do we do? At this rate, sooner or later we will all die." Faced with those words, disbelief gradually appeared on Sung Jan's face. He thought, "The hunters I once admired have now become people who need my protection. I never expected I had already grown this strong." Right after that, his voice rang out, leaving everyone present unable to hide their shock. "Everyone, get ready to run from this place. Find the priests and bring them here." When Sakyo heard that, he instinctively spoke up, "Yes, the priests. I think we do not need to do." Right then, Sung Jan stressed every word with a serious expression. "I will be honest. If you stay, I think not being able to protect everyone will affect me." He told himself, "The truth is, I cannot protect all three of them." As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Jan quickly turned back, and a thought flashed through his mind. "I need to hunt the bloodborne count alone so I can absorb his soul. The more damage I contribute to killing him, the better my chances of absorbing his soul." After hearing Sung Jan say that, no one intended to object. Tarkovsky replied cheerfully, "We will follow your lead. Though I do feel a little uncomfortable being no different from a scarecrow standing on the sideline." Even David could not hide his surprise as he said, "We will bring the priests back, so try to hold on." With that said, they quickly ran away from the place as fast as they could. Only then did Sung Jan speak softly. In that case, a powerful wave quickly appeared in midair. His ice-cold voice began to echo throughout the space. "Shall we begin?" The system notification rang out. "The battle focus skill has been activated. The user's concentration has increased fivefold. The special skill superior blood technique has been activated." Immediately, Sung Jan's entire body radiated a powerful stream of magic. He kept performing strange actions, and his entire body was now radiating a powerful aura. The Blood Truth Seeker skill had been powerfully activated, interfering with all blood control abilities in the area. As the skill was cast together with it, a massive explosion engulfed the entire place in red. At the same time, inside a dark room, someone was sitting arrogantly on a throne. Suddenly, he roared with a furious expression, his nails digging into the throne and deforming it in an instant. "How dare a mere human defy me?" His voice echoed endlessly outward. By now, the crimson water had risen higher than the rooftops. "I went to all the trouble of preserving this city so I could still use it." The Count quietly continued, pointing forward, baring his sharp fangs as he emphasized every word. "But today, I will turn it into hell." A stream of crimson water poured down over the surrounding districts and streets. The sight left Sung Jan stunned for a moment. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "It is stronger than I expected." Sung Jan's face grew increasingly strained. He muttered softly, "I do not think I can face it head-on. I am done for." The servants were struggling to support a large plate of grapes. Suddenly, a hand reached out, gently took one, and leisurely opened his mouth wide to savor the sweet fruit, while the servants continued struggling under the excessive strain. Their bodies began trembling uncontrollably, and the white-haired man was none other than Saint, the vampire count. No one knew when it had started, but he had kept fighting and fighting. With time, battle had become his entire life. Like all ambitious people, by the time Saint came to his senses, he found himself standing atop countless corpses, and his ambition had reached the heavens. Before Saint's firm, scar-covered body, the god of war chose him as a promising disciple. The ultimate desire of Saint's race was to destroy the four-nation alliance of humanity. They had killed countless humans and destroyed 3 nations, to the point that the foundation of the four-nation alliance, the life altar of nature, was dyed red with blood. And if they completely conquered this final nation, he would be recognized by the god of war as a true disciple. And when that happened, Saint would reach the pinnacle and become the emperor of the vampires. Just then, a subordinate suddenly rushed in a panic. He stammered, "Count, something has happened." Those words enraged Saint. He seemed to furrow his brows tightly and listened closely. "Your forces are being killed. More precisely, they are being massacred by a human." Immediately afterward, the servant struggled to bring him a large mirror. Before that horrific scene, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "What did you say?" Saint sat there arrogantly, every word he spoke as cold as ice, making the other man tremble nonstop. "I already dealt with every last person who called themselves a warrior. Which empire sent these people?" The butler stood there timidly and stammered in reply. "They appeared out of nowhere." Those words only enraged Saint even more. He gritted his teeth and forced out each word. "Out of nowhere, my soldiers were suddenly massacred out of nowhere. How is that possible? Those useless guards." In the next second, he screamed with a savage expression. "How could they suddenly appear in the heart of the city while avoiding every eye in my army?" Along with Saint's rage, several unlucky subordinates were sent straight to the afterlife on the spot. The lucky survivors kept begging Count, "Please calm down." Those words not only failed to cool Saint's anger, they instead made his fury surge even higher. He kept shouting, "All I had to do was completely conquer this city to be recognized as a true disciple. He ruined everything. How dare he?" a lowly, insignificant human. A stream of crimson water was still waiting to pour down over this place. I worked so hard to preserve this city so I could use it later. Immediately afterward, under Sane's control, it surged downward like a beast released into the wild. But now I will turn it into hell. Witnessing this scene, even Sung Jan was shocked and thought to himself, it is bigger than I expected. His face grew more and more strained as he muttered softly, I probably cannot stop this. I am doomed. In an instant. To avoid unnecessary losses, Sung Jan quickly fled the area. As he ran, he turned his head to observe his surroundings. A thought suddenly flooded Sung Jan's mind. I should abandon this city and save my teammate. Immediately afterward, he saw David's group standing inside a magical barrier. This made him shout with joy, over there, right now. The powerful torrent had caught up behind Sung Jan. At that moment, he tried to run as fast as he could while raising his hand high to cast magic. Incredibly, Sung Jan chose to turn back and create a giant barrier to block the attack from the blood waterfall. However, this was not nearly that simple. The powerful torrent of blood kept pouring down from the edge of the shield. By now, Jan Sung seemed utterly exhausted. He gritted his teeth, his face full of determination. At that crucial moment, he kept telling himself just a little longer. Suddenly, Jan Sung's shield shattered in an instant. It left him frozen for a few seconds. Immediately after that, he was blasted backward by the pressure of the rushing water. A massive flood came crashing down just like that. It swallowed almost every house in the area, but in the very next second, it strangely receded. On a nearby rocky outcrop, only a few traces of blood remained. The smoke then began to clear. Jan Sung lay exhausted on the ground amid the ruins. Suddenly, Tarkovsky's voice rang out, Jan Sung, are you all right? Soon after, he responded and asked how everyone else was. Hearing that, David replied, everyone's fine. At that moment, Sakyo reached out toward him and answered with a cheerful look. It was all thanks to you standing in their way yourself. I thought all of us were going to die. Suddenly, everyone turned their eyes in the same direction. The shock on their faces was impossible to hide. At that moment, Son leapt down aggressively in front of them. He stood there with a startled expression as a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Unbelievable. They actually survived that. But in the very next second, it was replaced by an enraged expression. Then his brows tightened. So they did not get here by sheer luck after all. He kept assessing everyone present like this. That naive weakling and the three who are still unharmed must be the core members. In the very next second, Son began casting a completely new spell, raising both hands level with his head and crossing them together. A sharp blade appeared on his left arm. Son angrily issued his challenge. Inferior humans, I will tear you all apart. Those words left everyone present stunned, frozen in place. No one knew when Sung Jan had recovered, but he charged forward aggressively. Sung Jan raised his voice, everyone stand back, I'll face him. In that dangerous moment, David and Tarkovsky quickly left the area. He did not forget to leave one line behind, then we'll fall back, call us if you need us. However, Selene brazenly shouted in an arrogant tone, who gave you permission? I won't let you leave. In an instant, he charged toward David's group at an astonishing speed. Even the dirt and rocks were sent flying everywhere because of him. Selene glared furiously ahead. Only rage remained on his face now. He swept right past Sung Jan like that, leaving Sung Jan shocked and deep in thought. It felt like something had just flown by. As he flew past where Sung Jan was standing, Selene turned and wondered to himself, when did this guy start standing there? The moment their eyes met, Sung Jan did not hesitate to provoke him. Have you ever heard the saying, ask and you shall receive? Not only that, Sung Jan even smiled comfortably with satisfaction. I'll answer every single thing you said. Those words made Selene even more furious. He changed targets and lunged at Sung Jan like a moth to a flame. His piercing scream rang out, you lunatic. Meanwhile, Sung Jan remained extremely calm and said, first, before he could finish, the other party cut him off. How dare you act superior in front of me? At this crucial moment, Sung Jan rallied himself and looked at his opponent with eyes as sharp as blades. At the same time, his cold voice rang out, I'll tear you apart. In the blink of an eye, Selene let out a terrified scream. This scene caught David's group's attention, and they turned their shocked gazes towards Sung Jan. The whole group stood dumbfounded as they watched Selene being sliced in half. Suddenly, Sung Jan's voice pulled them back to reality. Everyone hurry and find the priests. Sakyo unconsciously blurted out with a blank look on his face, but you killed him. Do we still need to? Hearing this, Sung Jan fell silent for a moment before asking him in return, doesn't something seem strange? He looked toward the fallen Selene and kept emphasizing. The message announcing the end of the 13th floor trial should have appeared right. No notification has appeared at all. Immediately after that, Selene's body began to move. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Fire Dragon Ice skill has been activated. The Count's body fragments and Selene's entire bloodline are being reassembled through regenerative power. This scene horrified Tarkovsky and he screamed, no. He can still come back to life in that state. Even David was no exception. Impossible. Only Sakyo remained calm as he pointed to the side. He said, with the city this ruined, the priests are probably all dead. How about we fight with you and take him down? But Sung Jan answered him bluntly, no, I'll hold him off. Everyone find a priest or some sacred relic and bring it here. A thought gradually appeared in Sung Jan's mind. Sorry, but I have to kill the boss myself. Right after that, David agreed, if that's what you say, fine. Sakyo beside him also hurriedly said, patrol is my job, I'll do everything I can. Meanwhile, Seleni's body was rapidly recovering. In just a few short seconds, he was reborn with his body fully intact. His eyes glowed crimson. Selene screamed with eyes blazing in rage, you bastard, how dare you? How dare you do that to me? At this moment facing him, Sung Jan was strangely calm. He slowly analyzed everything. His regenerative ability really is astonishing. His recovery skill and power are definitely stronger than I thought. However, unlike Sung Jan, his opponent charged forward fiercely like a wild beast. Facing this move, Sung Jan skillfully dodged it. He continued thinking, but my combat ability is far stronger than his. Suddenly, Selene snarled with a ferocious face, you insect. Immediately afterward, countless large boulders were lifted into the air by him. Just like that, Selene controlled them and sent them flying towards Sung Jan in the blink of an eye. With his agile movements, Sung Jan managed to dodge them all. However, contrary to Sung Jan's expectations, those rocks could change direction. They kept chasing him relentlessly. By this point, Sung Jan had no other option. He could only wrap his arms tightly around his head and endure everything. In an instant, several explosions rang out one after another. Witnessing this scene, Selene exclaimed excitedly, how about that, human? I'm one level stronger than you. At some point, Sung Jan had appeared behind Selene. This made him freeze unconsciously on the spot. Sung Jan calmly answered his opponent's earlier question in a smooth voice. Yeah, I know. Thanks to that, I learned a skill. Selene immediately spun around. Utter shock covered his face. He kept screaming at the top of his lungs, along with streaks of water appearing on his face. Immediately after that, strange yet familiar things began appearing in the air. Sung Jan stood there silently watching each of Selene's cells fall. Unable to hide the horror in his heart, he cursed inwardly. This time I cut him even thinner than before, yet he can still recover. That gives me goosebumps. No way. Suddenly, Sung Jan's eyes looked somewhat dazed as he stared ahead. Could this challenge really be impossible without the priest's help? The entire city had now sunk into gloom, with columns of black smoke rising endlessly. With the city in this state, it would be strange if anyone were still alive. Meanwhile, Son's body began regenerating again. This time he appeared even larger than before, with a bizarre smile on his lips that left Sung Jan slightly stunned, and he cursed inwardly. What a nuisance. Son stood there with a grotesque grin. He kept provoking his opponent. Did you think you could kill me? Not a chance. Right after that, Sung Jan's reply froze him in place with curiosity. Sung Jan's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction, and his smile carried unconcealed arrogance. I am just curious. How many times do I have to kill you before you truly die? Sung Jan's expression and words made Son, standing opposite him, freeze completely on the spot. He unconsciously clenched his teeth in fury. His hand began trembling nonstop, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Again, am I afraid again? Thinking this, Son clenched his teeth even harder. He raised his hand high into the sky with a darkened face, his deep voice echoing throughout the space. Do not look down on me. I am the one who will become the king of the Maka bloodline. However, Son was quickly cut down by Sung Jan's blade. Sung Jan calmly said, the third strike. Right after that, Son's body vanished into the air, but he was able to regenerate once more with ease. He raised a hand to his forehead and muttered, do not think that just because you injured me, you can win. Before his opponent could finish speaking, Sung Jan struck again with full force. He counted excitedly, 4. Each time Son was defeated, he regenerated again. Son calmly provoked him, it is useless. You are not a true warrior. You cannot kill me. The moment he finished speaking, his body was split in two. Along with it came Sung Jan's voice. 5. The two of them kept causing a commotion across a vast area. Son said that as long as Sung Jan remained human, he could not escape the limits of his life force. You will soon tire yourself out and collapse. Right after that, it was Sung Jan's turn to count. 6. Sung Jan tried to defeat his opponent in as many ways as possible. This time it was a face-splitting technique. 7. Son angrily pointed at him and shouted, are you really that legendary warrior? How can you use mana without exhausting yourself? Just like that, in the next second, he was divided into many small pieces. Sung Jan's counting voice rang out, 8. At that moment, the system announced, you have received the Battlefield Counselor achievement. Grade D torture technique skill activated. Sung Jan stood there with a curious expression. unable to stop himself from muttering, "Should I make sliced meat or minced meat?" By this point, Son had turned around and fled for his life. He could not help thinking, he is a monster. He ran straight ahead, not daring to look back behind him. I need to escape first. Suddenly, Sung Jan was sitting casually on a nearby pillar. He spoke innocently, "I told you, I will return every word you once said." In the next second, Sung Jan summoned a sword with a smile on his face. He gave a delighted smile. "Who said you could leave? I will not let you go." This sudden action from him frightened his opponent. Son kept screaming, "You lunatic, you cruel bastard," before he could finish speaking. Sung Jan swung his blade hard, coldly counting to number 9. At this point, Son was completely terrified and his voice softened somewhat. "Stop, I will negotiate, we have to negotiate. No, let us make a deal. I will give you everything you want." But Sung Jan paid no attention to those words. He just kept attacking and counting. 10. Son screamed helplessly, "I said I would give you anything, whether money or fame." Every cell of his body kept falling away, while Sung Jan's voice remained just as calm. 11. Only Son was so terrified that he began stammering. "Just kill me, I cannot live like this." The horrifying scene kept repeating, along with his cries, "You are not a warrior, you are just a rotten, cruel murderer." Right then, the system's notification rang out, "You have received the Origin of Fury achievement. The pain amplification skill has been activated." After that, tears streamed down his face as he kept begging, "Stop, I surrender. I will do everything you say." Unfortunately for him, Sung Jan did not care at all. He shouted angrily, "Can you shut your mouth and die already? How many more times can you recover?" Suddenly, Sung Jan noticed something beside him. A delighted smile began appearing on his face. Sung Jan signaled to Selene. While he was regenerating, Sung Jan said excitedly, "Kid, come here." Although he had not fully regenerated yet, Son did not dare hesitate and rushed over like the wind. He spoke respectfully, "Yes." Son stood with his head lowered toward the ground, while Sung Jan stood beside him and kept muttering, "There is a way to free you. If you cooperate, I will let you die. What do you think?" At this point, Son was so desperate that he stammered, "What do I have to do?" Right after that, the system announced that the counterattack shield skill had been activated. A pillar of energy light suddenly appeared on the ground, and Sung Jan's voice rang out. A transformed form of counterattack shield, a massive cross stood towering there. It was called the counterattack dummy. It separated him and Selene. That made his gaze gradually grow uneasy. His voice rang out, "Keep hitting it until I tell you to stop." Meanwhile, Sung Jan kept wondering, "Why have you not attacked yet? Do you want to live or not?" Right after that, Selene hurriedly sprang to his feet and did as he was told. He answered obediently, "I will attack right now." By then, he was extremely irritated. He could not stop the resentful thoughts from surfacing. Everything that happened today, from beginning to end, all of it, makes no sense to me. Meanwhile, Sung Jan calmly stood to the side with his arms crossed. Selene kept wondering. There was no sign at all that this insane human would suddenly appear and slaughter the strongest force in Makassar's history. The same thoughts kept repeating, and no matter how he looked at it, everything felt strange. He suddenly swung a powerful blow at the counterattack scarecrow. At that very moment, a huge streak of light appeared in midair. It successfully drew Selene's attention. He continued launching powerful attacks forward while thinking, could this be a trial from the gods? To begin with, it was already strange for a human to possess a supernatural ability that could subdue blood. Large mottled marks appeared on the holy cross as it absorbed the entire flow, gradually becoming hazy. They want to tighten the rules. This must be the savior of the vampires. He wants to temper us and make us more vigilant. A beam of light shot straight into the sky from the holy cross. Suddenly, the system announced, the counter shield skill can now withstand accumulated damage. Only then did Sung Jan slowly speak. "All right, that is enough." His words made the other party freeze in place. But Sung Jan's expression darkened right after that, and his voice carried a note of mockery. "Then it is time for you to die." That expression threw Selene into deep thought. "Savior, my foot." A massive surge of power from the Holy Cross began rushing toward him like a storm. The very next second, he was trapped inside a huge sphere. Sung Jan said without hesitation, "As long as you are still alive, no matter how many times I kill you." He was trying to launch a sword toward Selene as accurately as possible. In an instant, that sphere completely exploded in space right after. The sword touched it. A great burst of light quickly spread in every direction, along with the sound of the system notification. The counter shield skill has released all absorbed damage at once. At that moment, Sung Jan thought that he only needed to erase him completely, leaving not a single piece of flesh behind. Meanwhile, Selene shouted excitedly that he could finally die. A gigantic pillar of light then slammed down hard into the ground. At that moment, he simply looked calmly in that direction and waited in silence. At this crucial moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have cleared floor 13 of the trial tower. Your completion reward, a random A+ skill book, has been sent to your inventory. Your completion reward is 90,000 points. Your completion reward is 4,000 items. Your completion reward is 5,000 items. Please move to the waiting room." Only then could Sung Jan comfortably smile in satisfaction. He silently reassured himself that he had killed him. Sung Jan slowly lowered the tip of his sword into a nearby pool of fresh blood. Then he could absorb Seleni's blood. When absorbing blood, if you identify and kill a target with the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, you can absorb the target's blood with the sword and evolve. At the same time, it strengthens the item's supernatural abilities and learns a new skill. Seleni's remaining traces were continuously drawn into his sword. The unique skill of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, Blood Absorption, has activated. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selene, the item grade has risen to Grade A, 300 out of 1400. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selene, the Blood Enhancement C+ skill has been recorded in the specialized blood absorption slot. An information panel suddenly appeared on the screen. Specialized blood absorption slot skill. Blood Enhancement C+. Description: when absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selene, you can enhance blood within the blood domination domain. Effect: when using mana to enhance blood within the blood domination domain, blood, endurance, and control are also enhanced. Immediately, the image of a blood drop was embedded into one slot of the blood curtain. The swords around him also followed that and stretched forward without hesitation. True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, Blood Enhancement C0 skill has activated. Suddenly, his eyes widened as much as possible. Countless crimson swords appeared in the air all at once. The scene made him ponder for a long while. Vampire Count. The blood domination skill was even stronger than his. Sung Jan stood in the middle with an expression of enjoyment, feeling as if he had once been a vampire king. Only smug satisfaction remained on his face now. Not bad, though the downside is that I might be misunderstood. As soon as Seleni's power entered his body, the system announced, "You have absorbed the soul of Vampire Count Selene and are continuously strengthening your supernatural ability. Strength +5, Agility +4, Stamina +6, Magic Power +7, Endurance +5. A golden light appeared before him right after that. You have seized the divinity of Vampire Count Selene's soul. The conditions for the Holy Power special skill have been fulfilled. The supernatural ability is activating. Divinity is being extracted." This scene made Sung Jan stare in astonishment, and he could not help thinking, "Before manifesting divinity, I once saw this notification when I absorbed the soul of my replica." The system told him that successfully manifesting divinity had recorded Holy Power B and raised its rank. When you accumulate myth through recorded Holy Power B, your rank will rise quickly. Sung Jan stood there, spreading his arms, thinking that back then he had not known. As for the conditions for extracting divinity, a small orb appeared in his mind at that moment, whether the soul possessed holy power. In the past, it had been crushed without mercy. He thought, "I cannot extract divinity from ordinary Maka bloodline members. Maybe it only applies to holy power on the same level as mine." At that thought, Sung Jan's face suddenly stiffened. There were still too many vague points. Every time holy power was involved, it gave him a headache. The system kept sending new notifications, leaving him stunned. Absorbing one of the skills of the 3 counts of the Zelene Maka bloodline. You have absorbed Charm C because you are absorbing a stronger soul. Evaluation for trait extraction will now begin. Sung Jan stood there staring intently at the screen and let out a sound. He remained there with a gloomy expression, constantly muttering, "A powerful enemy. An enemy that could not be dealt with. What is this evaluation standard? Is it subjective?" But the very next second, Sung Jan's face became extremely serious. A thought quickly filled his entire mind, but it was not as if he did not know. Souls connected to gods or apostles were all considered high-ranking. Finally, a notification confirmed that the evaluation had succeeded, verifying that the Count of the Zelene Maka bloodline possessed a soul trait. Sung Jan's eyes filled with surprise when he heard the next piece of news from the system. The trait Faith Acquisition C+ has been engraved into the player's soul. Sung Jan could not help wondering as he repeated the information. Faith Acquisition. A call rang out from behind him, drawing his attention. Someone had just called Sung Jan's name. The owner of the voice was none other than Sakyo. He said excitedly that the cleric was using a protective trait to shield the people. "There are more survivors than we expected." Tarkovsky was calming the crowd. "Do not worry, the entire bloodline has been wiped out." According to him, these were innocent citizens. They kept cheering with joy, unable to believe that he had defeated 3 vampire counts all by himself. "You are our hero." The hero came here himself. "God has blessed us. Messenger of the great deity, thank you for saving us." Mixed with the lively laughter and voices came a system notification. The Faith Acquisition trait has sensed strong faith directed toward the player. This scene made Sung Jan think. He stood there looking at them with happy eyes. "The people are placing their faith in me." Yet Sung Jan put on a pensive expression. So even faith inside an illusion still counts as faith. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curved into a perfect smile as he thought, "I have to take advantage of this chance." Sung Jan planted his sword against the ground as the system announced. Force C removal skill has been activated. The people here praised him without hesitation. His recognition and influence over others grew stronger. But I was not lying. You have received an achievement. Magic power +1. Sung Jan stood proudly, enjoying this happy moment. The faith acquisition trait has activated over a wide area, gathering the surrounding faith directed toward you. The holy power trait has activated over a wide area, calculating myth based on actual results. His face became serious when he heard the final notification. The myth of the one who exterminated the Maka bloodline has been completed. Sung Jan stood there with a solemn bearing, surrounded by a shining aura. The sound of system notifications kept ringing beside him. The myth of the Blood Demon Slayer has been activated. The effect that nullifies recovery has begun linking with the achievement. Purification effect has begun linking with the achievement. Seleni's image suddenly appeared with a savage expression. This made him think deeply, because he had ended the vampire count's endless cycle of regeneration. That was why he had obtained the recovery nullification effect, and because he had carried out a massacre in the royal city. Of the vampires, he had obtained the purification effect. At that thought, Sung Jan suddenly broke into an excited smile. Interesting. At last, I understand the nature of accumulating myth. Therefore, the faith acquisition he gained in tandem, together with the holy power trait, took the form of a myth, and a new trait was created within the traits he already had. Sung Jan's heart was pounding rapidly at that moment, and thoughts kept racing through his mind. Although he had never used it before, judging by the way holy power was slowly flowing outward, it seemed that when he activated a myth, the holy power inside his heart would be consumed. At that moment, his system informed him that he did not have enough legend and faith. The accumulated faith would be retained for the next myth. That made Sung Jang even more confident. I think the process of winning over their faith is probably over now. The special faith conversion skill has been released. He stood there with his hands on his hips while the others still bowed their heads respectfully. Sung Jang fell into deep thought at that moment, and this floor ended smoothly. Off to one side, Sakyo and Takovsky cheerfully raised their hands in farewell before stepping into the portal. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him, catching his attention. I once thought you were just a foolish little brat, but perhaps I underestimated your abilities far too much. The speaker was none other than David, who warmly extended his hand forward. Allow me to apologize to you. Right after that, Sung Jang accepted the handshake in a friendly manner and replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, the system appeared before him with a notification. The god of war has sensed the deaths of his potential possessions. The instant Sung Jang received this message, he dropped to one knee. The god of war has recognized your presence. The god of war has sensed your holy power, and his hostility is rising. This action left David stunned. He kept asking him, what is the matter? Cold sweat now covered his face. Sung Jang wondered the god of war. In an instant, the ground beneath this place began to crack. A strange light also shone up from below. The innocent civilians were once again swallowed by a sea of flame. The system's alert sound rang out endlessly once more. You have fallen into a holy domain. The sight of innocent civilians falling into the lava threw Sung Jang into panic. What is happening? He clenched his teeth, continuously giving off a powerful murderous aura. The trial should definitely have ended already. At that moment, extreme worry also appeared on David's face. Before his eyes now was nothing but scorching lava. That terrified him, and he screamed out, "My teleportation gate." As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Jang beside him delivered an important message. "British mage, please shake my hand one more time." In the blink of an eye, he decisively threw David straight toward the gate. Sung Jang's sudden action left the other man stunned. He silently complained nonstop that the boy was rather lacking in tact, but his solution was very effective. Meanwhile, the rock walls continued cracking apart. There were still many more civilians above. Sung Jang stepped forward, calmly gave an order and told them to move aside. Right after that, he slammed his fist hard into the ground, causing it to start splitting apart. This entire place was now swallowed by ferocious flames. The system's voice suddenly rang out again. Counter shield skill activated. Before leaving completely, David kept pondering with a slightly sorrowful expression. I do not know whether he is truly a warrior or not, but if a hero still exists in this inhuman world, then that hero would probably look like this. Meanwhile, Sung Jang kept shouting for everyone to run to the safe zone. The moment David's entire body touched the teleportation gate, he still could not help reaching his hand forward. I hope you make it out safely, hero of Earth. In his eyes, Sung Jang was now a superhuman. Meanwhile, Sung Jang was still shouting loudly, I cannot hold it much longer. Please cross the bridge quickly. Suddenly, Sung Jang's gaze turned thoughtful. A single thought quickly filled his entire mind. Maybe I was hoping for too much. They are not showing any more faith at all. This is too otherworldly. I still need to enter the gate while the system keeps blasting one alert after another. The god of war feels disgusted because a mere mortal possesses divinity. Suddenly, the nearby civilians screamed with pained expression. My head, in the very next second, they exploded into the air. Their voices still echoed from somewhere. saying it felt like their heads were about to burst. This scene horrified Sung Jong. He stared ahead with wide eyes. This place now held only him and countless cold corpses. Sung Jong stood frozen there, ignoring the system as it kept delivering messages. The god of war says the beasts raised by the Tower of Trials actually dared to cross the line. That absurdity enraged him, and he could not help repeating the other party's words. Cross the line. Right after that, Sung Jong's entire body radiated a powerful murderous aura. He emphasized over and over, "You are the one who crossed the line, you bastard. As long as I am still under the tower's protection, you cannot touch me either. Right, if you have nothing else to say, then goodbye." With that, Sung Jong turned around and stepped into his teleportation gate, ignoring the system as it screamed endlessly. The god of war is laughing with an evil smile. At that moment he kept telling himself, "I need to become stronger." The god of war says he cannot wait for the death that lies in wait. All that remained on Sung Jong's face now was fierce determination, which meant that even the gods could not deal with him. Carelessly, the moment the gate closed, the system kept urging him, "You have set foot in the waiting room of the 14th floor. The system is expanding." The unique items from the challenge floor have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Several types of medicine have been added to the contractor's private inventory. The experience you gained will be accumulated. Sung calmly raised his hand and wiped the dried blood from his face. He unconsciously let out a helpless sigh. After all, it was only a space created by the tower itself. He should not let his emotions become unsettled by things he did not even know were real or fake. Sung's thoughtful gaze continued to look straight ahead. "The god of war, huh? Because I came into conflict with the god of all humans." At that moment, the system had reminded him many times not to trust the other gods. They will see you as an enemy. That made Sung unable to stop thinking. Then perhaps the ending will turn out like this. His lonely back appeared in his mind again and again. Forget it. Do not worry about things beyond your control. Instead, just take care of what is within reach. Sung picked up a nearby stone fragment with a contemplative look. Immediately afterward, only his coat was left in that place, and the system announced, "Contractor's private inventory, products deducted by 11,500. Skill category, special skill category, item category. Contractor's Iron-Blooded Tyrant King and White Crane Swordmaster. You have purchased the S-Rank Special Skill Path of the Swordmaster. 10,000 products deducted. Details of the S-Rank Special Skill Path of the Swordmaster. Price, 10,000 products. Description: for those drowning in the contradiction between growing stronger to survive and living to grow stronger. This is a special skill exclusively for sword users. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and independent enlightenment will become easier." Sung was taken to a completely unfamiliar place. According to the system, you have entered the forest. He quickly walked up to White Crane. She spoke calmly, "It has been a while, Sung." Immediately afterward, the two sat leisurely beside each other. "I heard from that woman. You made an enemy of the young master of the Namgung clan." After a moment, he slowly replied to her words, "Yes. Somehow that is how things ended up." Those words made the other person freeze for a moment. However, she quickly adapted to it. "Then you must have used products to buy my special skill because of Namgung Wu, okay, right?" At that moment, Sung answered, "Correct." As soon as he finished speaking, White Crane said, "Then you made the right decision." Suddenly, she realized something, and her tone changed slightly. "To put it in ordinary terms, I would have to call you a genius, Sung. Because even without any formal path of enlightenment, you can still learn sword techniques naturally. You could say it goes beyond ordinary imitation." The image of Sung fighting suddenly appeared in White Crane's mind. Moreover, during the trial on the 12th floor, you not only recognized sword intent but also altered it, and turned it into a dual sword technique. Those words made him think deeply. "I only have a bit of talent for imitation, that's all." The two continued sitting beside each other and talking. She said, "From the fact that you were able to improve through a few footwork techniques of the Namgung clan, I can see that you have great potential to become a supreme master." As soon as she finished, Sung unconsciously exclaimed in astonishment, "A supreme master?" Meanwhile, White Crane continued explaining calmly, "In my opinion, it is no surprise that you were the first person to create sword reversal." The more she spoke, the more stunned he became. To that extent, at that moment, White Crane smiled brightly and spoke, "Your decision to choose this special skill was absolutely correct, because anything you learn and comprehend becomes a useful skill inside the tower. I will teach you everything." Suddenly, her voice hesitated slightly and her eyes became sorrowful. "But I have one condition." This scene made Sung freeze for a moment. Then came White Crane's question, "Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with me?" Immediately afterward, he calmly responded to her request, "All right, I will accept you as my master." His words threw White Crane into a panic. She stammered loudly, Sung, "I am not trying to force you to do anything. You can think it over carefully." But he raised his hand and declared clearly, "No, I have already decided." Hearing that, she stopped questioning him and spoke in a composed voice, "If that is what you want, then I will not refuse." At that moment, John Sung was caught in another train of thought. White Crane's swordmaster was someone who had climbed to the 40th floor of the tower, so there was no reason at all to refuse such a master. Suddenly, White Crane emphasized once more, "Do not regret it later." That made him reply in surprise, "Are you planning to treat me badly so I will regret it? Like, is that what you mean?" At that moment she shouted, "No." The image of a man standing on a high rocky peak suddenly appeared. White Crane spoke calmly, "A master is someone you can only have one of in your lifetime. Moreover, people in the martial world always value loyalty and honor, so I hope you will not regret it." John Sung replied calmly, "Since that is what you are worried about, I definitely will not regret it." Meanwhile, his mind was screaming fiercely, "How many people in the martial world could I even take as my master?" At that moment, White Crane slowly stood up. She spoke with an elegant demeanor. Then, following procedure, "I will formally introduce myself once more before you become my disciple." She stood there with a solemn expression. "I am the 17th leader of the White Clan Sword Sect, the greatest master of the previous generation." The words White Crane spoke left Sung John dazed for a moment. "This is who I am, Pixel Kua, the one who will become your master." Inside, he kept screaming, "The greatest master in the martial world." He quickly lowered his head and accepted her as his master. In short, martial arts are divided into heart methods and body methods. A heart method is a technique for refining external magical power and drawing it into the body. After that purification process, the magical power stored inside the body becomes internal energy. Body methods are techniques for using the body, including anti-gravity movement skills and swordsmanship that correspond to the practitioner's footwork. That is all there is to martial arts. There are also forms of martial arts aimed at using special mental energies. But after hearing all that, anyone would naturally have a question. Sung John suddenly wondered whether the superior blood art counted as a mental art. Right after that, he cautiously asked, "I am curious about a few things. There would not be any problem if I used another mental art I learned before, right?" Those words made White Crane's face darken. Her voice also grew noticeably colder. "What did you just say? You already know another mental art?" Then she urged him repeatedly, "Explain in detail." Hearing that, he hurriedly answered as well. "Well, after your explanation, I suddenly thought I might know something similar to a mental art." At some point, her eyes had turned clouded. She growled, "Similar? Could it be that you know cultivation that still uses aura? Did you learn it from the Blood Iron Tyrant?" This left Sung John stunned, and he thought to himself, "Aura cultivation? Is that another branch of mental arts?" He denied it again and again. "That is not it." Suddenly, White Crane demanded, I am not the kind of person who breaks promises like that." Her words made him freeze on the spot. "I cannot believe this. Let me check." Immediately, she touched Sung John's abdomen, making him scream inwardly. When did she? No, before that, seeing White Crane roughly pull up his clothes like that. He shouted inside, "Hey, master." Right after that, Sung John shouted with a startled expression, "Master." However, White Crane calmly replied, "Be quiet for a moment." A look of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes as she noticed something. It seemed he could guess what it was as well. White Crane immediately spoke, "When I remove the pure magical power, there is no trace showing that you have ever learned a heart method." Sung John hesitated slightly. That images from the past gradually returned to his mind. The superior blood art was truly a special skill sponsored by an administrator called the Fallen Light Heir. Something like that, or someone from the 12th floor. There are 3 people in front of you, and I used it quite often, because it enhanced my combat senses whenever I activated the superior blood art. Back in reality, White Crane was so flustered that her cheeks flushed red. She stammered, "That is an authority, not a heart method." Of course. It seems the heart methods you learned all this time have fused into that special skill, but in any case, it cannot be called a heart method. Right after that, Sung John replied, "I see." Then he timidly asked, "But master, how long do you plan to stay in this position?" As soon as he finished speaking, White Crane's face turned bright red. She hurriedly ran away from him without looking back. She rushed to a pillar and buried her face against it, her face flushed and her voice stammering. "I am sorry, that was rude of me." Sung John answered blankly, "It is all right." White Crane kept her back turned to him, her whole body radiating gloom. "But I still dislike it." She turned her face back, her eyes sharp and cold. The fact that some mongrel scum from the blood cult sponsored such a lowly heart method as a special skill. Sung John still looked bewildered, thinking that he needed to change the way he viewed this swordmaster, White Crane. The two of them stood in the bamboo forest. She looked at him and said, "But I have just thought of something. It may be better if you do not learn a heart method." White Crane continued, "You can gather magical power without needing a heart method. And if you learn a large number of heart methods through different authorities, you should definitely be able to use them in rotation." Sung John broke into a sweat and asked, "Is that all right?" Her face flushed red as she assured him, "It is fine because my martial arts do not rely too heavily on heart methods. However, a sect method is very important for the relationship between master and disciple." "So what happened just now?" White Crane began teaching him. First, I will teach you swordsmanship. Watch closely and imitate it carefully. Sung-jan focused intently. All right. He watched her prepare to draw her sword. The system's voice rang out in his head. Combat focus skill activated. Concentration has increased tenfold. White Crane drew her sharp sword with decisive precision. A surge of power radiated from the blade. She drew the sword and moved swiftly, each sword technique unfolding one after another with extraordinary grace. Sung-du observed her, noting, unlike her usual gentle demeanor, her current presence was something he had never seen before. She truly was a martial arts master and quite fierce in combat. Bakhak's expression was serious. I will show you the most fundamental techniques of the White Sword 7 move. Her sword seemed to dance in the air. Bakhak moved through the bamboo clusters, bending their stalks unnaturally, then gently set her feet on the ground. Sung-jin's eyes widened in amazement, fully focused. She looked at him. If you can't see clearly, I apologize. I've tried to slow down as much as possible. Sung-jan stepped past her and replied, it's fine. Now I'll start catching up. He swung the sword just like she had, gradually feeling the flow. It felt as if the very space itself could not be evaded. All he could do was pull it closer and cut through. The bamboo stalk twisted immediately after his strike, sharp streaks slicing through it. Sung-jin's eyes brightened, murmuring to himself, like this, right? He turned, seeking Bakhak's feedback. I tried my best to catch up. She saw this, her eyes wide, mouth agape in disbelief. This is absurd. Every generation produces so many prodigies. These people have innate abilities to absorb knowledge and achieve results far beyond ordinary individuals. A genius demonstrates peak capability through understanding, judgment, and assimilation. Yet even the greatest need practice in some form. Sung-jan, still eager, turned and asked, but I'm doing it correctly, right? Bakhak tilted her head, inwardly exclaiming, what kind of tree is this? To mimic this level just by watching once, she evaluated him, thinking Sung-jan clearly did not grasp its brilliance. Bakhak explained the move she had just used. White Sword 7 moves is a martial art based on complex principles, more intricate than the celestial sword technique used by Nam Gong Huak. Sung-jin, curious, asked, celestial sword technique, you mean the move I just copied? The two moves you copied from the Nam Gong school, Celestial Light Sword and Celestial Rain Sword, are part of the celestial sword system. He was startled, wondering if these were the techniques Nam Gong Hiu had used before. Bakhak, curious, continued, not to mention surpassing basic principles like speed and slowness, the celestial sword required. A form that uses complex principles to self-regulate. You can immediately copy the White Sword Cam High without any problem, just by observing once, exactly as I demonstrate. So Mok didn't know how to respond, muttering inwardly. The principles of speed and slowness mean nothing to him. Bakhak smiled in praise. You truly are a genius with sharp intuition. She added, I have never seen anyone learn a skill just by watching. Most people have to go through experience and self-assessment. Despite being praised, Sung-jan showed no joy on his face. He was still curious. But even though you say that, I still do not quite understand what you mean. White Crane smiled and pointed at him. One day, you will surely be able to learn many kinds of martial arts in this world. A martial arts manual filled with techniques appeared. Normally, martial arts had to be understood and recreated through a secret manual that served as a foundation. While transferring magic power to him, she said, however, you do not need any secret manual at all. You only need to glance at something to imitate it completely. I will help you learn how to use magic power. After hearing that, Sung-jan immediately thought about learning movement arts, fist techniques, lightness skills, and grappling techniques in the future. He would learn everything he could, and the most useful thing among all of them was swordsmanship. White Sword 7 techniques. Sung-jan unleashed the move with force. White Sword C Severance grasped space and cut it apart, leaving the opponent unable to dodge. White Sword Void Piercer was an extremely powerful thrusting technique capable of piercing any defense. White Sword Void Fold was a defensive skill that distorted the surrounding space. White Crane jumped up and clapped as she praised him. Sung-jan scratched his head and smiled shyly. After finishing the exercise, he stood before White Crane and said, I have learned so much, thank you, master. Her face was full of joy and she delightedly thought about the word master. As long as you think so, that is good. He bowed to White Crane. Then I will take my leave here. She looked a little reluctant. You already want to leave, will you not stay a little longer? Sung-jan turned and left. I will come back to see you later. He looked at White Crane behind him, who was still happy, and whispered, Take care, master. She stood there with an amused expression and cleared her throat softly. All right, you take care too, Sung-jan. With your talent combined with diligent training, you will surely have limitless prospects. As soon as the transfer gate opened, the system notification sounded. You have arrived in the waiting room of floor 14 in another room. Sung-jan slowly walked there. He could not help thinking, I have learned so much. It is a little embarrassing that I could not learn all 7 techniques of the White Sword 7 techniques, but my current level does not allow it. Suddenly a skull appeared, causing the system to issue a warning. Demon Slayer B+. Seeing this, Sung Jan was no longer surprised at all. On the contrary, he calmly reached a conclusion. The Demon Slayer skill. Although my swordsmanship has improved a great deal, compared with Namgung Hyo's Azure Heaven Sword art and Master's White Sword 7 forms, I still have many shortcomings. Looking at what was written on the system, Sung Jan could not help falling silent. I will create a skill by using the power of the Sword King's path. S-rank power details. For those immersed in the contradiction between growing stronger to survive and living to grow stronger. This is a power exclusively for sword users. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and independent enlightenment will become easier. The Ironblood sword power activated. The battle focus skill activated. Images of Sung Jan fighting appeared one after another in his mind. With lifelike clarity, he used the Azure Heaven sword art together with the White Sword 7 forms as a dual sword technique. At that time, Sung Jan had used his sharp sword to solve every problem, making it more complete than ever before. At that time, his face was filled only with toughness, but if he wanted to develop it into a skill, it still had many shortcomings. Thinking back, White Crane had once shared that to develop a skill, it needed to be a system recognized as a skill. These words made Sung Jan fall into deep thought once again. All right, I will use the White Sword 7 forms as the foundation, and whenever I want, I can combine it with the Azure Heaven sword. At the same time, attacking with dual swords was an excellent defensive technique. There were tens of thousands of cuts in space, and thousands of thoughts flashed through and repeated in your mind. His gaze became complicated when he heard the system notification, and the Sword King's path power had activated the Fairy Crossing Sword art skill. Rank A art activated. Fairy Crossing Sword art rank A skill detail. Proficiency 0%. Description. Swordsmanship developed by combining White Sword art. Techniques in the Azure Heaven Sword art. Basic effect. When using a sword, additional modifications will be added to the basic moves. For the basic moves of the White Sword 7 techniques and the Azure Heaven Sword art, the effectiveness of basic moves will be enhanced. Detailed effect when using dual sword techniques. Some of the basic moves of the White Sword 7 techniques will increase attack speed and power by 2 times. Seeing this, Sung Jan could not hide his joy and thought to himself, a skill has appeared. He slowly raised a hand to his chin, but while he liked having a few modifications, it seemed a little sluggish. Suddenly, a book unexpectedly fell down. At that time, the system explained, Inventory, Floor 13 Trial Reward, Random A+ Skill Book. The skill book lets you randomly obtain 1 B+ rank skill. This is a skill that only challengers can use, and it cannot be transferred to anyone else. Sung Jan quickly picked it up and flipped through the pages. He kept muttering, let's try using it. There is nothing to lose anyway. Right after that, the system notification rang out once again. You have used an A+ random skill book and obtained a random B+ skill. The hero's blessing authority is activating. Your luck will temporarily increase rapidly. The B+ skill Blood Spirit Demon Sword has been activated. Details of the B+ skill Blood Spirit Demon Sword. Proficiency 0%. Description. A mysterious sword art that only the successor of the Blood Demon sect can learn. Basic effect. When you use a sword, demonic elements will seep into the blade. It causes a destructive effect on all living beings. Detailed effect. When using the skill's basic techniques, a separate effect, Double Lotus Strike, will activate, and the basic techniques will activate. Their effectiveness will increase twofold. This information left Sung Jan deep in thought. A moment later, a series of notifications appeared. The unique authority skill synthesis has been activated. The Immortal Serpent Sword technique skill has begun synthesis at the center. The hero's blessing authority has been activated. Your luck will temporarily increase rapidly. Skill synthesis complete. You have revealed a new skill. A brilliant golden sword created a powerful shockwave just like that. The S-rank Immortal Serpent Demon Sword skill has not been revealed. Sung Jan calmly stepped into the teleportation gate amid the system notifications. The 14th floor trial begins. Difficulty, very hard. The theme of the current trial is underwater combat. Time remaining, 7 days. Trial clearance condition. Hunt all the monsters beneath the lake within the allotted time. Trial failure condition. The challenger is killed or the trial time runs out. Trial clearance reward, A+ rank Wind Spirit Shoes. Trial failure penalty, death. He could not hide the shock in his eyes as he looked ahead. You have encountered a powerful opponent who is difficult to face as a player. The Indomitable will skill activates. Before him now stood a long-haired young man with a dignified bearing. He said, "How long do you plan to keep this young master waiting? You did not come looking for me, even after I killed all these monsters. So I thought I had come here by mistake." Right after that, he gave a radiant smile that left Sung Jan stunned. "Namgung Hyo." Soon after, he answered the other man with a smirk. At that moment, the system rang out with new information. The instant acceleration skill and the battle focus skill have been activated. The grace of the wind skill has been activated. All speed increases by 70%. Current skill link progress, 7 out of 7. The unique effect of the C+ rank speed shoes is upgrading your instantaneous speed. In an instant, Sung Jan charged forward at an astonishing speed. The two clashed in midair above the center of the lake, and the collision created a dazzling, powerful flash of light. The pressure waves made the lake water spray everywhere. As the two powerful energies collided, Hyo realized it and exclaimed, "Fire sword." As he unleashed his move, he asked in confusion, "How can you use that?" Sung Jan answered calmly, "Why are you already so startled? The best part is still to come." As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the two of them trembled violently. The pressure from the clash made everything nearby seem as if it had been blown away. With twin swords in hand, Sung Jan looked extremely confident, wielding them flexibly and unleashing one technique after another. On the other side, although he was slightly delayed, Hyo still defended with ease thanks to his many years of combat experience. Sung Jan immediately followed up with an extremely powerful kick toward him, sending Hyo into a free fall. Hyo tried to twist his body and land on his feet, regaining his balance almost instantly as he looked up towards Sung Jan. At that moment, a thin slash appeared on Hyo's face, with blood flowing from it, but he still did not stop. 3 streams of sword energy flew down from above, already quite close to him. In the blink of an eye, the ground seemed to shatter as blue light shone dazzlingly. When everything gradually settled, fragments of stone floated in the air, and Hyo stood there, struggling to neutralize the killing move. Above him, Sung Jan taunted, "So, what do you think of the GPS rank sword skill I just displayed?" He stood on the lake's surface and looked up. The rocks and dirt were now slowly falling. The mountain behind Hyo had been split into many pieces by the 3 streams of sword energy just now. Because of that, the lake's surface also turned blood red. Details of the S2 rank Immortal Serpent Demon Sword Technique skill. Proficiency 0%. Description: uses several peerless martial arts and divine ability. It gives birth to the ultimate demon sword technique. Effect: the blade combines extremely powerful demonic energy attributes, dealing continuous damage to any. All targets remain alive until that target falls. The special effect details of double strike will trigger at random, adding extra streams of sword energy that shoot toward the opponent. It fires 2 to 3 additional beams of sword energy that attack at the same time as the original strike. All sword energy beams have equal power. Sung Jan smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, this was already a powerful technique and now it has this effect too. He looked at Hyo Wook with a mocking smile and warned, "That scar on your cheek will thicken over time." At that moment, the man's gaze fixed on Hyo Wook, filled with killing intent, and he also began to feel blood running down his own face. Hyo Wook raised 2 fingers as he conjured a purple flame, then snorted. He frowned and directly used the flame in his hand to burn the wound on his face, coldly replying that it was only a little blood. Immediately after, Hyo Wook quickly left his position, gliding across the lake toward the opposite shore, the place where Sung Jan was standing. He attacked in a coordinated assault, slashing horizontally and vertically. Sung Jan used his agile footwork and the twin swords in his hands to dodge and block at the same time. However, the initiative still belonged to Hyo Wook. In the blink of an eye, Sung Jan was pushed back and fell into a disadvantage after launching a slash at the man's legs. The man asked in puzzlement, "The swordsmanship and lightness skill you are using all belong to the martial alliance. Why did you hide your martial arts before?" Sung Jan counterattacked and replied at the same time, "I did not hide them. I truly feared I might die facing you, so I learned them all throughout yesterday." That answer genuinely shocked Hyo Wook. His eyes widened when he realized Sung Jan's ability to grasp things was that exceptional. As if to confirm his suspicions further, Hyo Wook rushed forward, gritted his teeth, and sneered, "You really are a crude, boastful bastard." Another slash came, carrying a golden energy. With a voice full of sarcasm, he said, "The way you claim you learned those martial arts in just one day tells me you are spouting nonsense. Childish, insane nonsense." Sung Jan twisted his body to dodge while smiling as he replied, "Believe it or not, that is up to you." Then the two sides charged and closed. Facing each other where their swords clashed, a pillar of light appeared, spreading powerful energy all around and sending the lake water surging violently upward. Sung Jan continued in a proud tone, but someone did tell me I am a martial arts genius. At that moment, the two were literally facing off against each other, their foreheads pressed together, and in contrast to Hyo Wook's grimace, Sung Jong smiled and continued. Oh, and that is not all, I can do even more than this. Immediately after, Sung Jong unleashed a slash that forced the man backward. Without giving Hyo Wook time to regain his composure, Sung Jong quickly leapt up and delivered an extremely powerful follow-up strike. Before long, he had driven the man toward the opposite shore. To the man's astonishment, Hyo Wook's eyes widened as if he had realized something. At the same time, he stammered, "This swordsmanship is..." He clenched his teeth in fury. He cursed, "You damn bastard." Namgung Hyo Wook's face darkened. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he growled, "You truly do not know your place. How dare you secretly learn the swordsmanship of the Namgung family?" In response, Sung Jong smiled and said, "Instead of blaming me, you should blame yourself for not making it harder to copy. If I could copy it after seeing you perform it only once, is that really my fault?" He continued his taunt. "Your fault was simply failing to bring out the full potential of the Namgung family's swordsmanship." Those words successfully drove the monster inside Hyo Wook mad. He roared, then swung his sword wildly and charged straight toward Sung Jong with absolute resolve. Looking at Hyo Wook's fighting spirit, Sung Jong could not stop admiring it inwardly. Amazing! Watching the man's movements, Sung Jong assessed his swordsmanship. His lightness, skill, and even his irregular movements had changed. Sung Jong jumped backward to dodge, telling himself, "But you probably never imagined this, even in your dreams. Right now you are teaching me an advanced lesson." Sung Jong smiled with calculation. "I will learn it thoroughly and give you a lesson later." But right then, Hyo Wook's left hand pointed toward the sky. A purple light appeared right there. He shouted, "Mighty battle." Instantly, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. At the same time, formed sword energy appeared around the pillar of light. Sung Jong froze, his gaze focusing intensely on the new technique Hyo Wook was unleashing. Giant blades of sword energy fell from above and stabbed straight into the lake's surface. Deep purple mana emerged from them, covering the surrounding space. It instantly formed an octagonal cage. This was the defining trait of Mighty Battle, creating a battle domain within a radius of 30 meters. Everyone except Han Sung Jong and Namgung Hyo Wook was forbidden from entering the battle domain. The man stood there with a sinister smile, killing intent flashing in his eye. He growled, "I have caught you now, you bastard." But just 1 second later, his smile vanished. What rose from the lake was not water, but blood. Sung Jong raised the blood sword in his hand and replied coldly, "Do you know what people on Earth call what you just did?" Hyo Wook's eyes narrowed in shock. He looked utterly confused. Sung Jong aimed the tip of his sword toward where Hyo Wook was standing. Blood energy surged forward along with his declaration, "It is called getting a taste of your own medicine." The man raised his sword in front of his face and tried to defend, unable to hide his confusion. He learned martial arts and he can still use magic too. Inside the octagonal cage of Mighty Battle, blood energy spread everywhere, turning the entire interior space blood red. Immediately after, with Hyu's startled scream, Sung Jong's blood-infused sword struck him in the stomach. Not stopping there, the sword energy swirled and slashed at Hyu's arm. He quickly crossed his hands in front of him, trying to block the continuous clashing sound. However, it wasn't long before Hyu's body was violently thrown backward. He instinctively sensed something unusual, his face turning bewildered. Hyu Uk's back hit the height limit of the battle formation. He cursed anxiously, "Damn it." At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. User forcibly overrides the attributes of powerful combat. The sword energy and the layers of the cage are gradually dissipating. Before he could regain his balance, Sung John's afterimage appeared behind him. He delivered a strike that sent Hyu flying like a ball. The force was so strong that the trajectory of Hyu Uk's body left a long streak of light across the sky. Next came a massive shockwave as he landed, tearing through the previously quiet forest. The ground where Hyu Uk's body slid was carved into a deep trench. Sung Jon quickly approached, appearing in front of him. Hyu was also struggling to stand. Seeing his disheveled state, Sung Jon mocked him. "You didn't think a martial arts genius like you would end up like this, did you?" Instinctively, Hyu Uk's whole body trembled, emitting a mysterious wheezing sound. He tilted his head back, laughing wildly, eyes filled with anger toward him. Sung Jon was confused, worried. What the hell? Has he suddenly gone mad? Hyu covered his face, glanced over, still laughing, exclaiming, "Fascinating, I wonder how you did it. But in such a short time, you learned all these martial arts and became this strong. That makes me so happy." He took an item from his inventory and continued praising. "You can even use magic, which truly amazes me. I acknowledge your strength." Sung Jon immediately charged with a worried expression. As the sword energy was unleashed, he shouted, "Do you think I'll just let you do that?" At the same time, Hyu crushed the item in his hand. Sung Jon's finishing strike neared Hyu's face just as the item activated. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. The shockwave shook the entire space. The item Hyu used was a stone that erased challenge penalty. It was used to restore reduced stats and break skill limits, imposed by lower-level challenge penalty. As the explosion ended, the dust gradually cleared. The surrounding trees were scorched and burned. Hugh's silent footsteps appeared again, accompanied by a thin layer of mana. He raised his arm, marked with a cross sigil, speaking to Sung. Have you ever been curious? From the stream of purple spiritual energy, a fiercely powerful dragon emerged with gleaming eyes. Its origin came from the very sword in Hugh's hand. He asked him, "Do you want to know why I am called the Azure Heavenly Dragon Sword?" At this point, Sung Jan vaguely realized the danger. All he could think, "I'm screwed," Hugh calmly explained. Enhanced sword energy is not something a lowly person like you can perceive. He attacked directly toward Sung Jan. "Consider this an honor for you." The purple light surged toward him. Sung Jan recalled what the White Crane Sword Master taught. "I'm talking about how to use the energy. Or in other words, how to use magic to augment your sword. Sword energy is a technique that adds special attributes depending on the type of sword. For example, fire is an attribute you can add to swordsmanship, but that's only the beginning. Enhancing sword energy is the next stage." The purple light spread through the forest, Sung Jan thought. Hugh's skill is a supreme type, allowing the user to flexibly wield elemental magic. Various elements he applied to his sword energy attacks formed a dragon. It was gradually approaching him. Sung Jan thought, seeing the early stage enhancement of sword energy. He bent lightly to dodge Hugh-Uk's attack. Sung Jan assessed the situation. He hadn't realized it was this strong just from the explanation. Truly a crazy technique. Watching the dragon weaving through the air, he was thoughtful. The sword energy strikes kept coming, increasing in number, making it hard to approach him. Sung Jan began evaluating the dragon. Not to mention the agility of the enhanced sword energy, it's extremely dangerous. He formed a hypothesis. It's as if the sword itself became a living dragon with a soul. Sung Jan used his sword to block the incoming dragon. The impact created a blinding flash. He gripped his sword so tightly that blood unconsciously spilled. From the force of that strike, Sung Jan was pushed backward, his swords crossed before his chest. He defended while thinking. "I thought this guy was just stronger than the Blood Clan. Who knew he'd be this strong?" Sung Jan used a technique. Enlightened sword energy, thinking. "I've felt this before when Master White Crane taught me." But he hesitated too. "I feel as if the martial artists skipped over this crucial stage. Maybe they faced too many difficulties during their awakening, so they failed to comprehend it. This bastard is too strong." Just then, Hugh slammed down onto the ground, creating a thunderous impact. Now it was his turn to sneer. Where did all that bravado from earlier go? And Sung Jin was tense, but he still forced a smile. In his mind, he thought, "I should have gone all out and killed him from the start." Damn it, he gathered his strength and told himself, "I only wanted to learn from him calmly, then defeat him afterward. Now things are going to get complicated." Immediately, Han Sung Jin activated the supreme blood art and crimson energy surrounded his body. Han Sung Jin declared, "Get ready. I will fight you with everything I have." Yu charged forward, sneered, and said, "Do your best, bastard." Opposite him, Han Sung Jin also rushed in with his gate transformation technique already prepared. Yu continued using manifested sword energy, slashing out a violet dragon toward Han Sung Jin. Han Sung Jin quickly used white void substance to fight back. Two streams of sword energy, one blue and one red, collided violently, leaving Hugh stunned. He roared angrily, "Did you go somewhere else to secretly learn swordsmanship too? All your efforts are useless before my gate transformation sword energy." The powerful mana in the shape of a dragon's head rushed forward, ready to bite down on Han Sung Jin. Then a notification appeared, saying that the battle focus skill had been activated. The player's concentration rose to 20 times normal, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He quickly moved to dodge. Right after that, Han Sung Jin flashed forward, his body lightly slipping behind Hugh. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped his sword tightly and charged in, thinking, "Good, I made it behind him now." But Hugh was no pushover either. He pulled back his sword energy to block the killing blow. A blinding light appeared once again. That counterattack crushed Han Sung Jin downward, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He dropped to one knee in terrible pain. Han Sung Jin coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked up with difficulty, thinking, "My internal energy is in chaos." As he looked up, along with the light shining toward him, his eyes filled with shock. Before he could regain his senses, the dragon charged at Han Sung Jin once again. Fortunately, with his skilled footwork, he spun and somersaulted to the right, dodging the sword energy. At that very moment, metal energy turned into a spike and stabbed toward Han Sung Jin's abdomen. He swung his sword with difficulty, slashing horizontally to intercept it. Although he avoided the killing blow, Hugh's attack still made one of Han Sung Jin's legs fall off. He grimaced and thought to himself, "Did his enhanced sword energy just merge with white void substance?" Then he immediately activated the hot-blooded skill to recover. At that moment, Hugh had somehow appeared behind Han Sung Jin. Han Sung Jin frowned and turned to look back. Hugh immediately gave him a powerful kick to the stomach. The blow sent him flying straight down to the ground, skidding for a long distance. Rocks and soil shattered and dust rose into the air, but it did not stop there. The momentum made Han Sung Jin skip across the lake like a flat stone thrown over water. Then his body finally stopped when it crashed into the cliff on the opposite shore. At the same time, thanks to his skill, his leg had grown back. Han Sung-jin coughed up a painful mouthful of blood, his eyes dazed and somewhat frightened. Before he could even stand up, Hugh charged forward with his sword. He grinned wickedly and shouted, "Die." The sword energy carried lightning, forming a violet dragon that struck straight into Han Sung-jin. He could do nothing but raise his hand to block. That move was so powerful that even the mountain behind him shattered, and fresh blood mixed with the lake water. Hugh stood there, calmly looking toward Han Sung-jin, who was kneeling on the opposite shore. He hesitated, then said, "You can still stand." Han Sung-jin panted heavily as he looked over. The upper part of his clothing had been vaporized by the sword energy, revealing his muscular body. Hugh continued in admiration, "I am a little surprised. I never expected you to fight me until this moment." Hugh raised the sword in his hand high toward the sky, continued condensing his sword energy and declared confidently, "But now it ends here." He laughed madly, then shouted with delight, "I had a lot of fun, Han Sung-jin." Han Sung-jin immediately stood up, covered in blood, his sword hand trembling. But after all his efforts to reach this threshold of power, he still forced himself to answer. Han Sung-jin pointed his sword forward, and a sphere of energy appeared before the tip of the blade. Facing Hugh's sword energy, he roared in defiance, "Do you think I am that easy to kill?" Then a notification appeared. Counter shield skill, releasing all accumulated damage. Where the two forces met, one red and one purple, a blinding light appeared. The energy radiating from them was incredibly powerful. Hugh did not hesitate to change his killing move. He kicked off the water's surface and charged toward Han Sung-jin. In the blink of an eye, in the middle of the lake, Hugh's sword unexpectedly pierced straight through Han Sung-jin's throat. He laughed madly and roared in excitement, "That's the expression I wanted. Off with your head." As soon as Hayek finished speaking, the horrifying sight remained. Sung-jin's severed head, his face still frozen in shock. It was floating in midair. At that very moment, light returned to his eyes. Along with it came a series of notifications. Death's Door skill activated. All fatal damage that threatens the user's life is nullified. All senses are amplified for a short time, and all skills will reach maximum proficiency. Cooldown time is 1 week. Immediately afterward, as if magnets were pulling the two cut surfaces together, Sung-jin's head quickly found its way back to his neck. A miracle occurred and his body rapidly healed. Sung-jin thought to himself, "Death's Door, a skill reward I received from the 12th floor trial. The moment I take fatal damage and my life is in danger, the damage is reversed. I never thought I would have to use it in a situation like this." Right after narrowly escaping death, he shouted loudly while gasping for breath. Seeing this, Hayek cried out in astonishment. What? The crown appeared. The 12th floor had one more reward, the crown of ancient King Ashu. Unique skill magic B+ activated. While using the crown of the ancient king, the user's mind will become clouded. Worksteady mind activated. Sung-jin immediately placed it on his head and silently declared, "Let's go all in." The item's stats appear. Crown of Ancient King Ashu, willpower plus 30%. A crown made for an ancient emperor who worshipped the god of darkness. When equipped, the user's mind becomes unstable, and the crown will quickly crumble piece by piece. In exchange, magic can be used at will until the crown completely disappears. Along with that came the lowered voice. Sung-jin as he commanded, "I command you, my vassals." Behind Hayek, many bizarre monsters appeared. Their number was far from small. He concluded with a thought, "Crush him." The beasts instantly charged toward Hayek. Seeing this, he grew furious. Veins bulged across his face. "You bastard, you even have spirit summoning arts." Hayek killed them all with a single strike and declared, "You can never defeat me with this worthless trick." Veins spread across his entire face as Hayek thrust one hand toward Sung-jin. His other hand gripped the sword tightly. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Sung-jin by the neck. Sung-jin was shocked, a hint of fear flashing through him as Hayek's voice dropped low. "Let's see whether you can revive again." As Hayek's sword aimed straight at his head, Sung-jin wore an extremely calm expression. Just as the blade was about to stab into his face, a sudden tremor appeared. Hayek's face was covered with bulging veins. His eyes were bloodshot and his hand was shaking. He asked angrily, "My body?" Sung-jin gently grasped Hayek's trembling wrist. Terrified, Hayek asked, "What did you do to me?" Looking at Hayek collapsed on his knees before him, Sung-jin gazed at him with contempt and spoke coldly, "I already told you." Sung-jin's voice was blunt and resolute. "That scar will haunt you until the day you die." At the same time, a monster appeared behind Hayek with razor-sharp teeth. 1 second later, his body was torn apart by the swamp beasts. Fresh blood sprayed out in a gruesome sight, accompanied by a piercing scream. Ever since he was young, Hayek had always been despised by his father for his incompetence. Day after day, he had to live in torment from the cruel words that came from that man's mouth. "You do not even know the basic movements. How could the Namgung clan give birth to such an idiot?" The man kept shouting abuse, rudely questioning Hayek's mother right in front of him. Is he truly my flesh and blood? At that time, Hayek could only curl up in the corner, silently listening to every insult. Pointing at Hayek, he bitterly thought, I just like swinging a sword, that is all. He trained tirelessly with the sword, each stroke so sharp that no one would believe it came from a child. Because Hayek believed that before learning any movement, a person had to train their sword stroke first. Until one day he met his grandfather. At first glance, the old man recognized his talent, truly a genius. Hayek recalled with emotion. That was the first time I met my grandfather. Through the hazy mist of memory, he calmly reminisced about that fateful moment from long ago. After that, I was raised by my grandfather, the foremost swordsman of his era. Hayek slowly continued. Because of that, my swordsmanship erupted more and more. After he had grown up, he returned to the manor in high spirits and called out loudly, Father. Hayek carried back the bodies of his enemies, threw them in front of his father, then raised his head proudly and boasted of his feat. I took care of all those blood cult bastards who pretended to be here for sightseeing. Hayek proudly declared, Look, father, your son has become this strong. However, the man rejected him outright. He treated all of Hayek's efforts as worthless. Throw those filthy things away. Why have you been constantly killing lately? Save some strength and cultivate your mind and character. The man turned away sharply, leaving behind one vicious sentence, unless you want to turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Those words were like a dagger driven straight into his heart. They left a grudge carved deep into Hayek's bones. Returning to the present, his eyes were red and soaked with bitter tears, while the monsters continued tearing his body apart without stopping. At this moment, Sung Jin's ashen crown had been destroyed. At the same time, a notification rang out. All durability of the ashen crown of ancient Emperor Ashu has been consumed. The crown for the remnant of Emperor Great Achu had been destroyed. Hayek waved his hand and unleashed a finishing blow. In an instant, the terrifying force blasted the beasts off the water's surface, creating a scene of dreadful chaos. He was briefly stunned by the sight before him. Hayek had not yet breathed his last and lay below, barely alive. Blood spread and mingled with the current. Sung John blurted out in confusion, You're still alive, he begged weakly, hurry up and finish me. John did not rush to strike. Instead, he calmly sat down on the stone bank and watched. Sung John slowly spoke. Isn't it fascinating? Under normal circumstances, you and I would never have met. Yet two people from different dimensions like us ended up fighting like this. Recalling that tense battle, the impossible fact that it had happened amused him. It was difficult and painful, but strangely enough, I even thought. Sung John voiced what he had been thinking then. This is actually interesting. Hayek's eyes widened at the next words. Had the two of us been friends? He continued calmly, recounting the thought he had right before reaching this outcome. We could have moved forward together and enjoyed it. That was what I thought. The moment he finished speaking, Hayek's blood-stained face twisted as his eyes bulged. His mouth opened wide and he screamed madly, You spineless bastard. His questioning words came out broken. Yet they clearly showed his rage and resentment. You climb the tower while still thinking like that? Sung John remained silent. He gave a faint laugh, each breathless word wrung from the last of his strength. Let me tell you something interesting. Hayek said that. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension wasn't simply because I liked killing people. After all that effort, once I finally reached the result, he ran into another obstacle. According to his story, after I obtained sacred power, I became the enemy of several gods, and even my life was threatened. Before Hayek stood countless gods, all waiting for the chance to take his life at any moment. The chosen ones inevitably had to use sacred power to fight, and when they did, they had to face gods of every imaginable form. In the end, Hayek gave a scornful look and drew his own conclusion. You'll be the same, soon enough you'll end up like me. But if you keep climbing the tower with that idiotic mindset, even with sacred power, he declared arrogantly, you still won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your earth. Hayek grimaced and forced out each weak word. No, that will never happen. Sung John raised his hand and crimson energy swirled in his palm. His voice sank, heavy like a sentence being passed. Those who destroy my origin. As Sung John made his powerful declaration, he decisively activated Blood True Pursuer. He would take his life in unbearable agony. Will all be destroyed by my own hand. Hayek took the fatal blow head-on, his bones and flesh seeming to merge together. He writhed and let out screams of unbearable pain. The system window immediately displayed a message. Congratulations, you have cleared the 14th floor of the trial tower. The reward, Wind Spirit Boots A+, has been sent to your inventory. You have received a reward of 10,000 points. You have received a reward of 4,000 items for defeating a stronger challenger. Notification, you have received an additional reward. You have received 4,000 items. The reward, Heaven-Splitting Sword A+, has been sent to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room. The mechanical sound continued to ring out. The basic elements required to create a myth had been fully gathered. The authority of sacred power was strongly activated. Calculating the myth based on actual results and the faith of the believers, golden light burst from Sung John's chest and spread across his powerful body. That meant another new myth had been born. After a period of calculation, the system delivered the result. The myth of the challenging warrior has been completed. The myth of the challenging warrior is accumulating divine power. From now on, the indomitable effect is bound to the divine power control of challenger Han Sung-jan. From now on, the reversal effect is bound to the divine power control of challenger Han Sung-jan. A brilliant golden aura covered him completely, and a mighty pressure erupted violently. The next second, a series of power stats increased significantly. Absorbing the soul of challenger Namgung Hyuk increased proficiency by 47%. The proficiency of the unique attribute Soul Summoning has reached 100%. Soul Summoning B, the unique attribute Soul Summoning, has leveled up to Soul Summoning A. Sung-jan wondered to himself. When challengers from other worlds die, their bodies always disappear. Once the penalty for invading the wrong floor is gone, will they disappear too? The sword in his hand began absorbing vital energy from Hyuk's body. At the same time, notifications rang out. The blood absorption effect of the true heavenly blood demon sword has activated. Blood from challenger Namgung Hyuk has been absorbed. As a result, the item has advanced to a rank 1174 out of 1400. Blood from challenger Namgung Hyuk has been absorbed. Engraved skill enhanced comprehension has been set in the venomous blood absorption slot. Sung-jan's lips curved into a faint smile. The fire sword has gained another attribute. I got something good. He stood with his hands on his hips. All he had left on his body was a single pair of torn pants. He muttered helplessly, I can't get my clothes back after all. Just as he was thinking he would have to return to Earth and buy some, Sung-jan suddenly saw a notification window appear beside it. It delivered two messages. The administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch said she had a fine suit of armor she wanted to give to her contractor. The administrator White Crane Swordmaster said the contractor's fighting style was suited to a cloak, more like a martial artist. A blessing had come to him without even asking. After reading it, Jon Sung curled his lips into a sneer. In the chilly weather, he went alone to Ironblood's residence. Jon Sung looked at the large house before him and vaguely let out a sound of admiration. As he walked closer, he muttered under his breath, it really does look like her home. Next, Jon Sung calmly opened the door. Ironblood was already sitting inside, waiting for him. Seeing that he had truly come, she smiled brightly and greeted him warmly. Well done, Jon Sung Han. Long time no see. She gave him a special necklace imbued with magic, then said with satisfaction, congratulations on overcoming a major hurdle. This is your gift. The gift left him somewhat puzzled. Jon Sung took the initiative and asked, you said you would give me armor though. Ironblood laughed and explained, when you pour a little magic into this necklace, armor will automatically appear on the wearer. After hearing that, he did not think too much about it. He accepted it directly and put it around his neck. Just then, she covered her mouth and softly reminded him, for the first time it would be safer to do it outside the tower. Jon Sung expressed his gratitude. Thank you, I will make good use of it. The scene shifted to a house hidden within a bamboo forest where the White Crane Sword Master lived. Jon Sung stepped forward and respectfully paid his respects. Master White Crane was a little surprised and blurted out unconsciously, Jon Sung. For a moment she thought Master, then remembered that he had not prioritized her. White Crane openly sulked, pouting as she spoke in a roundabout way, I thought you would come to me first. I never expected you to go to that woman. I am disappointed, you know. He bowed respectfully and gently soothed the young girl's feeling. Please calm your anger, Master. White Crane crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered irritably, Master. Then she said aloud, not that woman but this master here. The young girl politely asked for permission to do something. After hearing this, Jon Sung could not help but be surprised. A shy look flashed in White Crane's eyes and her cheeks flushed faintly red. She softly confessed, I want to cut your hair. The very next second he jumped in shock, his expression clearly filled with fear. He hurriedly explained in a panic, what? Do you not know that prescribing medicine and cutting hair both require professionals? No way, I do not even have any tools. White Crane slowly drew her sword. Her expression was frighteningly stern and her voice rang out with authority. The 7 arts of the white sword will be enough. Move and you will get hurt. Stand still. Jon Sung panicked and quickly raised his hand to stop her. Wait. Time passed in a flash. After a flurry of sword movements, hair scattered through the air together with falling bamboo leaves. Jon Sung looked at himself in the mirror and was rather impressed with his new appearance. He turned around, smiled brightly, and praised her again and again. You really are talented. The little girl shyly avoided his gaze. Sweat dotted her forehead as White Crane gave an awkward smile and answered vaguely. That was lucky. Next, the little girl hurriedly placed something in his hand and hastily pushed Jon Sung away, as if politely driving him off. This item will help you put on the martial master cloak more easily. Put it on after you leave the tower. White Crane waved goodbye over and over. She forced a smile and shouted, good luck. Her strange behavior made Jon Sung puzzled and he wondered suspiciously, what is wrong with her? Something feels really suspicious. At that moment, the system sent a notification. You have entered the waiting room on floor 15. The system has begun finalizing and mission orders have been unlocked. From now on, challengers can receive certain missions from administrators. Missions replacing personal trials will be based on the administrator's background. If completed, you may receive a reward from the administrator who issued that mission. However, only one mission may be accepted per floor. Reading this, he unconsciously muttered in his mind, "Mission." John Sung stood before a series of notification panels that had been sent to him. After thinking it through, he understood the intention. So the reason the administrators had treated him so well was because they wanted to hire him for mission. He thought for a while, then reached out and swiped to another notification, wearily telling himself, there are too many things to do now, so I need to think them through slowly. After that, John Sung decided to first check the myth he had just received. The system panel immediately appeared, displaying a flood of new information. The Challenger Warrior myth has been activated. The Indomitable effect is bound to divine power control. When the Indomitable effect is activated, the body can unleash maximum force under any circumstances. The Reversal effect is bound to divine power control. When the Reversal effect is activated, you receive more buffs than disadvantages during battle. As he read, he grinned happily. His mood improved immediately, and he thought excitedly. The Exorcism effect I received from the Makazur Slayer myth was sometimes limited before, but Challenger Warrior is far more practical. Not only that, John Sung's joy doubled because another special ability had been added to his A-rank Soul Summoning. The notification panel displayed. Unique attribute Soul Summoning A Detailed Effect 7, the Death God's quality has been awakened. He wondered in confusion, what does this mean? At that moment, the Divine Power Authority had been activated. John Sung felt a little disappointed, since he had expected something amazing to happen. Even after activating it, nothing changed. His entire body radiated brilliant golden energy, making his sharp features stand out even more. John Sung asked himself a question. Death God, but then he sighed in frustration and calmly let the matter go. I do not know, I will just let time answer it. A sword appeared. A silver-blue sheen blended together exquisitely, creating a perfect structure, accompanied by detailed information. Heavenbreaker Sword A+, slashing power plus 10%, healing power plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, magic damage plus 10%. This enhanced demonic sword serves one sole purpose, destroying the world. The more it destroys things that are difficult to destroy, the more it is enhanced when it contains magic power. The unique Heavenbreaker effect will activate. At that time, the sword will gain the destruction attribute with each strike. All swords carry great killing power and magic power blended together when the sword's mastery reaches the required level. When activated at the highest level, the unique sword sense effect will activate, and it will then be added to a beneficial skill. That sword skill will always suit the current situation. He skimmed through it and guessed silently that Heavenbreaker seemed highly compatible with sword energy. John Sung carefully observed the Heavenbreaker sword, thoughtfully analyzing its attributes and current sword sense. Since it was not restricted by skills, it was good. It could develop according to the user's ability. He recalled a previous notification. Because you defeated a challenger stronger than the notification indicated, you have received an additional reward. Suddenly realizing everything, his excitement grew obvious. These added effects are excellent. It must be because I defeated Namgung Hyo, who was stronger than the trial's difficulty. John Sung used sword sense to merge with the Heavenbreaker sword. At that moment, the sword released a mysterious blue energy, and a notification immediately rang out. You have reached the realm of unity with the sword. The Heavenbreaker sword's unique effect, sword sense, has been activated. You can turn the unique effect of one type of sword into your own skill. After confirmation, the mechanical voice continued. Selection complete. The A+ sword sense skill has been fully absorbed. Sword sense uses remaining 1 out of 2. When he received the notification, he could not help letting out a low exclamation. Sung John broke into a bright grin, his heart filled with excitement, delight written all over his face. It really works. Right now, 4 effects have been unlocked, while one still remains unknown. He cheered with joy inside. I used Sword Sense to absorb another effect. Thanks to Sword Sense, I can learn 3 more skills now. A few minutes later, notification sounds rang out non-stop, and the other effects gradually unlocked through fusion. Sword Realm, the unique effect of the heaven-splitting sword. Sword Sense has been activated. You can turn the unique effect of a sword type into your own skill. Selection complete. The heaven-splitting sword skill has been fully absorbed. Sword Sense uses remaining 0 out of 2. Unique effect of the heaven-splitting sword. Sword Sense has been completely depleted. Unique effect of the heaven-splitting sword. Sword Sense has completely vanished. Sung John tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Both his gaze and his smile showed how satisfied he was with his current gain. Now I have mastered Heaven Split within the heaven-splitting sword. That means I can use it whenever I need to. After that, A string of stats surged sharply, but quickly hit the limit from absorbing the soul of the challenger Namgung Hai. Your special abilities continue to strengthen. Strength +4, Agility +4. Stamina +6, Magic Power +7, Endurance +4. That left him feeling regretful. I cannot absorb any more skills, damn it. Before his hand could even leave the system panel, Sung Jan suddenly froze as Ayan's questioning words came through. Good grief, when you return to the tower, you should have at least told me. Even if you are no ordinary person, we are still companions. He anxiously scrolled through the notifications, cold sweat breaking out across his face. You are the one I was most worried about going to Japan. I will message you next time. At that point, Sung Jan frowned. His tense face turned visibly serious. The message sent by Beek Ryunga from the 9th floor read, Sung Jan, I do not know what is happening in the tower, but I have some news. Tower climbers from another world have appeared. According to the introduction, one of them is a tower climber who caused the Great Massacre in London. He wondered in suspicion, an invasion from another dimension. Inside Sung Jan, Hyo's oath before his death suddenly echoed. You will never be able to stop the gods from destroying this earth. That face and that voice remained carved into his mind. Rage boiled deep within him. He knitted his brows tightly, clenched his teeth, and growled through them. Damn it, a gigantic orb containing dark energy was constantly releasing dangerous bolts of lightning in attack. Smaller blue energy spheres shot out countless bolts of lightning around it, forming a protective layer before attacking all across the city. Paths appeared from the power core of the blue energy sphere. Savage monsters rushed toward the clock tower and began destroying it violently. The spheres seemed to activate all at once, glowing non-stop and creating aftershocks that made the surroundings shake violently. The ferocious monsters broke free from their prisons, then rushed down beneath the clock tower at terrifying speed. Chaos spread everywhere. The monsters attacked every civilian they saw with extreme brutality. This was the second multi-dimensional attack. On Earth, right now inside an assembly hall, an emergency meeting was being held about the situation with the monsters by Jian Xiao. The video shows the situation in London after yesterday's attack. It all began when a mysterious black sphere appeared in the sky. Everyone below listened seriously as he recounted the entire incident. Immediately after the first massacre, the demonic creatures suddenly vanished. After that, the deadly sphere showed no further movement and remained silent until today. On the screen above, a massive pitch-black sphere continued to radiate dark power. In addition, dangerous energy surrounded it, making no one dare approach. But today, that mysterious black sphere is rapidly growing larger, and there is a high chance a second massacre will occur as a swarm of monsters emerges from it. Jian Xiao suddenly slammed the table hard, emphasizing his point with all his strength to prevent that devastating disaster. We believe all the hunters of Korea will join forces for justice. Sino, angry and stern, frowned suspiciously and questioned him. Why is the Korean Hunters Association so eager? Before this, you were the one stopping hunters from going to resolve the incident. Jian Xiao fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly gave a vague excuse. That was because doing so was more beneficial. Another voice suddenly rang out, cutting between the two and making everyone turn their heads in attention. Korea's standing will rise after the Shinjuku incident. Doing that will allow the Korean Hunters Association to gain a great deal of profit. They were stunned and began whispering non-stop among themselves when they saw Sung Jan silently standing in the dark corner. Demon's sword, is that not the demon's sword from the Shinjuku incident? It really is him, he only changed his hairstyle. At last, the meeting ended. Everyone quickly left and only Sung Jan stayed behind to ask Hyeon how she was. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm sorry I climbed the tower alone without telling you. She answered coldly and politely, then let out a sigh. It's fine. At least I know now. From now on, let's act like companions. Heian suddenly noticed something, but where is your weapon? Sungjin could only stammer an explanation. Ah, it's in there, she looked puzzled. In there? Just then, Eugene was shouting non-stop, directing everyone to maintain order and hurry out today. Anyone here who volunteered to assist with the London Gate incident, please head this way to board the transport. We sincerely hope many volunteers will join us. Sung Jin turned away coldly and casually reminded her, we should go too. Heian suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and would not let go. She calmly announced, no, there is no need this time. Right after that, the two of them went up to the rooftop, and Heian forcefully threw open the door. Filled with confidence and pride, she showed off in front of everyone. Because I also picked up some extra equipment while climbing the tower. Heian slowly stepped into the magic circle with Sung Jin. I learned magic that controls subspace. It was pretty difficult to learn. She smiled brightly with satisfaction. As long as someone assists me, I can teleport there instantly. Besides, I have already received approval from the association. Heian raised both hands high and cast the spell, causing space to tremble silently. Teleportation. The moment the magic was activated, both of them gradually disappeared amid the system notification. You have been selected as the target of teleportation support magic. You will now be transported to the designated location through teleportation. More and more spherical cages containing monsters appeared. carrying an extremely powerful energy that left the support personnel somewhat stunned. They panicked and shouted warnings as the monsters broke out of their cocoons. Magical monsters have appeared again. A young man burning with fighting spirit stood in front of everyone and ordered the mages. The second wave of attacks is about to begin. Protect the magic tower. The ferocious monsters opened their jaws full of sharp teeth toward the crowd and unleashed their magical power. While desperately using his staff to hold back the monster lunging at him, he loudly reminded them, everyone just focus on the gate, because things will get terrible if these extraterrestrial creatures make it into the magic tower. Hearing that, a young mage grew tense all over and answered nervously. At that exact moment, a monster behind him was about to break free from its cocoon, frightening him so much that he froze stiff. Just as it lunged forward, the young mage was startled and could only scream helplessly in panic. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared with a reversing current of energy, as if summoning someone. Both he and the monster were unexpectedly pulled into the circle, causing them both to scream in terror. But only the young mage was safe and unharmed. He stared blankly at the monster that had been destroyed right beside him. He spun around in shock and stared at Sung Jin and Heian, who had suddenly appeared right behind him. Heian coldly asked the young mage, "What are these magical monsters?" He was utterly flustered and respectfully reported, "I'm sorry. We still haven't fully prepared enough manpower." She gently comforted him in confusion. "It's all right. Fortunately, nothing happened yet." Heian quickly pressed him about the situation. "When will the attack begin?" Sung Jin echoed from behind her. "We'll help." The young man from earlier arrived just then and politely said a few words to them before immediately giving orders. "Thank you all for coming to help during such a difficult time. Since this is a dangerous situation, please understand that we cannot properly receive the two of you. Leave this area to us. Please go to where everyone else is gathered and help them," he commanded the young mage. "You there, take the two of them below." The young mage immediately obeyed respectfully and hurried off. "Yes, this way, please." The young mage led the two of them quickly down into the basement inside the tower. Down below, hunters and mages were already seated solemnly in a magnificent room, waiting for the two of them. Sung Jin carefully guessed. This time, the World Association must have sent even more hunters to provide support. He warily looked at David, who had his head lowered, and the two subordinates beside him, who were staring at him with cold eyes. They remained silent with gloomy attitudes. But what is with the atmosphere and attitude of the British magic mages? Sung Jin secretly criticized them with disdain. Everyone outside is fighting themselves ragged, while the top leaders are sitting here holding a meeting. It's the same everywhere. David was startled in surprise, glaring in shock when he saw him. The old man suddenly fell into thought for a while. David screamed in horrified hesitation, "Oh my God, you are!" Then, delighted, he excitedly revealed his joy. "I never expected to see you here. It is truly an honor to meet you again." David called his name warmly. "Mr. Han Sung Jin?" Ian asked in surprise, turning toward him. "You know him?" Sung Jin wondered in confusion. "Huh, isn't that the old mage I saved on the 13th floor?" He calmly explained what had happened and discussed it with everyone there, while the mages outside struggled to contain the black sphere. "So that giant black sphere has a barrier, making it impossible to destroy even while hundreds of mages pour magic into it." Sung Jin sat arrogantly in David's seat at the head of the table and questioned him. "Before this, you nearly succeeded in destroying it when it was still a small sphere and had not absorbed as much magical power as it has now. And the reason the first attack stopped was because of that collision." From above, he coldly swept his gaze over the old man as he interrogated him. "Then afterward, once the sphere absorbed more magical power and grew larger, no matter what you did, it was not effective at all, correct?" David respectfully admitted. "Yes, that is exactly right." All the mages there panicked, constantly whispering among themselves. "I can't believe he gave the seat at the head of the table to that challenger. Who exactly is that man? I know him. Isn't he the hunter who went to Japan?" The two of them had met during a trial. David narrowed his eyes slyly as he calculated in his mind. Giving up the head seat, or even kneeling, means nothing at all, as long as it can save England from this crisis. His face darkened as he schemingly glanced over at him. "You people may not understand, but I do." David secretly laughed smugly in admiration. "I know exactly how powerful this young man is." He eagerly acted friendly, trying to probe him. "What do you think is the best way to handle this situation?" Sung Jin displayed the pressure of an emperor. He declared decisively, "I will destroy that black sphere." David was somewhat stunned and speechless. He quickly regained his senses and asked back, shocking the mages, "Can you do it?" The group of mages was so frightened and astonished that they could only whisper among themselves, "This may sound a bit much, but isn't the elder being too hasty?" Sung Jin arrogantly proposed, "However, I have one condition." David was terrified and stammered in confusion. "A condition?" His face darkened, half hidden in shadow. His entire body overflowed with a dangerous aura as he emphasized, "If everyone here rewards me with a suitable prize, then I will destroy it." The group of mages grew furious and immediately mocked him in outrage. "How ridiculous! Who do you think you are?" David thought in slight panic, That is going a bit too far. He hesitated and gave a reason. I must discuss this with the other representatives first. Sung Jin calmly accepted. He did not forget to remind them about the black sphere that was growing with terrifying power and destroying everything. I do not mind waiting, but given the current situation, I think if we keep hesitating any longer, there will be nothing left of London. He fell into gloomy silence for a moment, calculating to himself, in a crisis, I could act without a reward. But I have to obtain everything I can, everything that I deserve. David stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, thoughtfully looking outside. He witnessed that pitch-black sphere growing stronger and stronger like mad. Finally, David shouted loudly in compromise, "All right, I will do it." He considered it, then shouted with all his might. After that, David pointed outside and gave his approval. "Please destroy that damned thing," a stunned mage called out. "Elder," another person angrily tried to stop him. "You cannot make such a decision so easily." Sung Jin smiled with satisfaction and nodded in agreement. "I accept the mission." The moment he touched the stone on the necklace, it immediately shone with intense light. Sung Jin instantly changed in appearance. He became imposing and majestic like a mighty warrior. He swiftly used the true supreme blood demon sword to slash twice, creating a violent storm that left water marks around the room. Right afterward, a thunderous explosion rang through the room, along with a powerful light from the side of the clock tower as he threw the chair outward and shattered the window. Ian hurriedly ran over and called his name. Lady Siko was restless with worry, but she could only silently watch him with frightened eyes. Sung Jin smiled confidently under the moonlight to reassure her. He gently walked through the air, leaving only one instruction behind: "I will be right back." Sung Jin easily glided away at lightning speed. The system immediately displayed a notification. The effect of Wind Spirit CA+ has been activated. He nimbly used the system's panels as stepping stones to launch himself safely toward the black sphere filled with dark magical power before him. Those who had looked down on Sung Jin moments ago immediately panicked in terror. He is almost reaching it. Can a human really do that? He gently landed on the surface of the sphere. The moment he touched it, it began making unpleasant sizzling sound. Sung Jin stood excitedly atop the black sphere and let out a shout of joy. Looking down below, he marveled. It really is huge. Sung Jin tightly gripped his twin swords, preparing to unleash his power. Now, he raised both swords high and activated their ultimate power at the same time. The system rang out with a notification. Heaven-Slaying Sword Skill A+, Mastery 0%, Basic Effect. You can apply a destruction effect to your weapon by using mana. While the effect is active, damage is greatly increased. Detailed effect. You can cut through demonic energy, but the harder an item is to cut, the more mana it requires. He burned with fighting spirit, his voice turning vicious. Time to go find the rats. Sung Jin endured the immense energy and drew the two intersecting powers together to increase his attack power. The system immediately announced, "The Heavenly Annihilation Sword skill has been activated. The limit on destructible objects has been removed." The very next second, an earth-shaking explosion with terrifying destructive force blasted everything around him, sending out frightening waves of energy. Sung Jin gripped his twin swords tightly, struggling to withstand the magical shockwave that was gradually cracking the surface of the sphere. With triumph written on his face, he silently rejoiced. A skill that could cut through absolutely anything. Sung Jin smiled in satisfaction and thought with interest, "I got myself a good skill." Then he tightened his grip on the hilt and channeled vital energy into the true supreme blood demon sword. His power increased noticeably. Sung Jin clenched both swords in his hands and forcefully swung two intersecting slashes, creating a violently destructive technique as countless cuts spread outward. Everything looked as if it would be blown away. A beam of blue light shone straight down onto the spot where he stood. It followed the watermark created earlier and spread outward. That was the shield preventing the destructive energy from falling onto the city below. Sung Jin stood silently, staring at the huge hole in the middle of the shield caused by the impact just now, with thick smoke billowing from it. He majestically swung his two swords, then drew a breath and jumped down through the pitch-black hole below. All the way down, the surrounding space was engulfed in darkness. At the same time, the system announced, "You have entered an undefined magical zone." He wondered to himself, a magical zone? Sung Jin cautiously glanced around the place. He guessed, is this another dimension inside the barrier? A notification arrived only a few seconds later. The Spirit Eye skill has been activated. Monsters suddenly appeared with sharp teeth, opening their mouths wide as if craving to swallow him alive. The system issued continuous reminder. Those who are not the master of the zone will see horrifying illusions that cannot be removed by skill. Those who are not the master of the zone will lose their sense of direction, causing abilities related to the senses to be sealed. Those who are not the master of the zone will suffer a penalty, causing their stats to decrease by 18 points. Sung Jin suddenly sensed danger and immediately turned around just as the ravenous monsters lunged at him. A monster charged in and bit down hard on his right arm. Sung Jin gritted his teeth against the flesh-tearing pain, but still let out a groan. He panicked at his current situation and thought in shock, the illusions are powerful enough to physically affect me. At that moment, the system suddenly flashed. The bedrock skill has been activated. A series of skill effects appeared one after another in the space. The effect caused by the undefined magical zone has been removed. Part of your skill has been unsealed due to the magic resistance skill. The 18-point stat reduction penalty has been removed due to the mighty breakthrough skill. A dazzling light flared brilliantly in the dark night, spreading powerfully and leaving the monsters shocked, terrified, and unable to resist. In an instant, Sung Jin swiftly cut the monsters into hundreds of pieces with absolute decisiveness. After that, Sung Jin landed firmly, using the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword and the Heaven-Splitting Sword to minimize the aftershock. Looking at the wounds that healed as soon as they appeared, he smiled in satisfaction and thought, it seems this outfit can regenerate when I transfer mana into it. That's amazing. Sendo suddenly appeared right behind him and remarked coldly, how surprising. His eyes instantly widened with caution. The man lowered the brim of his hat, observing him carefully with a dark expression, then thought, is there someone strong enough to break through my magical zone in this reverse dimension? Without saying a word, Sung Jin decisively used the heaven-splitting sword to slice off Sendo's head. The man calmly laughed with delight. However, this situation was also within my expectation. A massive source of energy from Sendo shone so brightly that Sung Jin had to cover his face. The system displayed a notification. The legend of the Indomitable Warrior has been activated. The Indomitable Divinity Effect has been activated. The Turn the Tide Divinity Effect has been activated. Sung Jin's entire body struggled with his injuries, but he still stood firmly in place. Seeing that sight, Sendo was startled and stunned. Holy power. He and his clones kept questioning him, are you an apostle? But I am certain there is no god in this reverse dimension. Sung Jin arrogantly condensed a sphere of blood-red power in his palm, clearly showing a defiant attitude toward him. Sendo's clones gradually dissolved. He angrily shouted, impossible. Sung Jin released the immense power he had just gathered, spreading it fiercely throughout the space. Sendo repeatedly used his bodies to attack Sung Jin, but they had no effect. On the contrary, all of them were knocked back by the counterattacking beam of power. Sendo's clones quickly turned to dust and vanished into the air. With a resolute attitude, he warned in a stern voice, even if you are an apostle of the gods, as long as you have trespassed into my magical zone, then. Sung Jin focused intently, trying to analyze in his mind. It seems that one is fake too. I wonder where the real form of that guy is. Sendo immediately cast magic, summoning countless mutated spirits. You cannot escape death. He decisively ordered them to charge. The spirits attacked violently on their own, their mouths wide with hunger. Sung Jin seriously took out a baseball bat from the system. The counterattack shield skill was activated. He swung his energy precisely, knocking each projectile away. The shockwaves from each strike caused small explosions all around Sendo. Glancing at the opponent's actions, Sung Jin cautiously pondered. Is he trying to buy time? He breathed heavily from exhaustion. Then he combined 3 types of weapons, uneasily thinking. That guy's moves are easy to counter, but it's all just a trap, even if this method is a bit rude. But Sung Jin's eyes flashed coldly as he resolutely decided, let's clear this place. He focused all his power, delivering a finishing blow with great force, causing violent tremors. The system continuously displayed. Counterattack shield skill has accumulated enough damage to be converted into a single strike. Crimson Spirit Sword Enhancement Cursed Beast skill has been activated. The Demon Sword Fusion skill, unique effect double attack, has been activated. The explosion roared with thick smoke, standing out in the dark space. The giant sphere surrounding the 2 people in reality began to crack. It could almost collapse with a single touch. Inside the sphere, thick smoke covered everything, obscuring all. Sendal's entire body trembled, struggling to sit up amid the pain, letting out sudden moan. He gritted his teeth in anger, sharply asking why a monster like him was in this dimension. Sung Jan coldly advanced with orders, hurry up and remove this black sphere. Confused, he repeated, black sphere, he simply explained. I mean erase this undefined space. Sendal ground his teeth in fury and cursed. Damn it, do you know what I had to do to create this space? The system's voice rang out, blood manipulation skill activated. Sendal was terrified, his right arm shattered by the strike. The victim of this attack feels double the pain. He screamed in agony. He thrashed and collapsed from the pain in his arm. Sung Jan remained cold-faced, patiently repeating, remove it now. Sendal stubbornly threatened, you bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to someone who will become the Grand Mage of the future empire? Blood manipulation continued to activate. His left arm suffered a similar strike, causing Sendal to scream in despair. Sung Jan coldly ordered, remove it. Sendal fell to the ground. Weakly pleading, wait, he shouted in helplessness, tears streaming. Damn it, I can't remove it. That's not something I can do, I swear. Sung Jan calmly used a special move. Fire Dragon Eye skill confirmed the target was telling the truth. He gritted his teeth and interrogated, Tell me your home dimension, your name, and why you came to Earth. Sendal stammered miserably, pleading, "First, can I make a deal? It will surely benefit you." He coldly stomped on his back. Aggressively ordered, "Shut up and answer." He obediently complied. "I come from Ares and my name is Sendal. The reason I came to this small dimension, I mean Earth," he honestly reported, leaving him stunned. Eyebrows furrowed, "I came to collect faith." Sung John pressed, "Collect faith?" Sendal hesitated, then mocked, "Don't tell me you came here and don't even know about." He got angry, stomping harder. "Did I tell you to stop talking nonsense?" He cried out unconsciously in pain and hastily pleaded, "Wait, I'll tell you. First, lift your foot." Sendal reluctantly lay on the ground, body trembling, gritting his teeth to tell everything. "I saw the records in an ancient ruin. They spoke of mages or knights breaking their limits. Through faith, he was filled with desire and great ambition. Through human faith, holy power accumulates within your mana. With that, you can reach the sixth circle, a higher level of magic, and become a grand mage." Sung John pondered and pressed, "Wouldn't it be better to receive faith by helping people?" Sendal lost all pride. Honestly reported, "Fear is another form of faith. I decided that slaughtering humans will accumulate faith faster." He couldn't hide his curiosity. Why choose Earth? He remembered Earth's brilliant image in the vast universe. "It is written in ancient texts, a mage's rank cannot increase with holy power in a place with other gods' existence," Sendal explained. "Perfectly reasonable. That's why I came to this small dimension where no gods dwell." Sung John squinted dangerously, focusing on him. His low, terrifying tone. "In short, you slaughter people just to collect faith." Confidence mixed with carefree agreement. "That's right." He kept guessing while trampling him with all his strength and hurling abuse at him. The madman was in agony, begging over and over, "Please stop." Sung John frowned, his foot filled with a dangerous aura, and continued asking through gritted teeth, "Do you know anything about the god of proof or the god of war?" Sendo continued feeding him lies as he replied, "I do not know the two gods you are talking about." Sung John showed a ferocious expression and used his ability. The fire dragon eye skill confirmed that the target was lying. He silently looked at the man collapsed beneath his feet while easily drawing an inference in his mind. "I only asked to test him, but he knows. Sendo definitely knows about those two gods." Sung John's face darkened, and with a gloomy voice he grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him up. He mocked him, saying, "I understand. I am sure you do not want to talk." Unexpectedly, anything special from that time must be extremely important information, right? At this point, his anger exploded with power, and he slaughtered and tortured Sendo without mercy. The system notification panel appeared one after another. "The torture technique skill has been activated. From now on, you can use torture techniques more easily. It is easier to instill fear in the target, and the effectiveness of torture techniques increases by 10%. Sung John revealed a clearly vicious expression, his eyes blazing brightly as he emphasized in a voice full of authority, "Let us see how long you can endure." The moonlight tonight shone into the sphere through the crack. In contrast to it was the horrifying, blood-soaked sight of Sendo. Cold water was poured over his face, waking him from his daze. In pain, he begged, "Kill me. Stop healing me." Sung John coldly gave Sendo a choice. "Why are you making everything harder when all you need to do is speak?" Sung John coldly reached a conclusion while recalling the magnificence of the magic mansion. "I learned many things from Sendo: divine power, magic, the god of proof, the god of war, and even a little information about the Ares dimension." Sung John's entire body was exhausted from moving continuously for several hours. He loosened his joints. "I think 7 hours have passed since I came here." Sung John sighed. "Torturing someone for such a long time really strains my mind." Then he gloomily realized that he now understood what divine power was. Sung John suddenly clearly understood how this source of power operated inside the body. First, possessing divine power does not mean becoming a god. However, to accumulate divine power, warriors from Wulong must open their dansha, while mages need something called a magic circle around the heart. Sung John carefully analyzed the way mana combined with it. It is an ability purer than anything else and resonates very easily with will. So the basic form of mana is divine power. Another important point, he circulated golden mana over his entire body while thinking. If you accumulate divine power, you can quickly become stronger and reach a higher stage. It can easily respond to any difficult form of will, and can make its owner reach a level of mastery beyond their natural ability. Sung John stared blankly while trying to think. "There is still one problem. I do not know how to use it, but I do know this: divine power cannot be applied to sword energy." From inside Sung John's body, a tremendous source of power radiated from the center of his chest, controlling the magical energy around it. There are two ways to accumulate divine power: separating and refining mana little by little. This method is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The other method is a massive red stone located right in the city, glowing with strange patterns based on the control of the caster. Wizards gather it through faith through two forms: worship or fear. Once there is enough faith, The one receiving that faith will accumulate divine power through their heart. This is all the information I learned from Sendo. Thinking this, Sung-jan violently stomped on one of Sendo's legs, making him scream the truth in agony. There is a prophecy. The prophecy says it must never be revealed. He looked miserable, his face deathly pale and his whole body writhing. After recalling it, he explained in detail, "A priest who worshipped the god of war told me the prophecy. I swear it is true. According to the prophecy, I needed to search for information related to divine power among the writings at the ancient ruins." Sung-jan was furious, tightening his grip on the true supreme blood demon sword as he repeated in his mind, "The god of war." Thinking about how that god had directly interfered like this, he reflected on the words that God had once told him in the past. "Do not trust the other gods. They will be hostile to you." Just as the god of proof had said, Sung-jan was confused, his mind in chaos, exhausted and tormented as he searched for an answer. I do not know why a god mentioned only through messages would be hostile to me, but the fact that the god of war is hostile to Earth is clear. He angrily clenched his teeth, thinking that he could confirm it through what that god had caused on Earth. The scenery outside was now being devastated into chaos by all kinds of natural disasters. If something like this continues, then in the end, Sung-jan became solemn. Silently he made a vow, "The god of war will definitely be my enemy." He swung the true supreme blood demon sword sideways and finished Sendo off. A resounding force spread everywhere and the system immediately rang out with a notification. "You have absorbed Sendo's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The true Saint's supreme blood demon sword drained the spiritual energy dry, turned crimson with blood, and blazed with an eerie demonic light. The A item rating increased by 1.4 out of 1.4 through absorption. The life force of Challenger Sando has been absorbed. The item's current rating has reached its full potential and will advance from A9. The Soul Ego inlay skill has been engraved into the Blood Arts exclusive empty slot after absorbing the Challenger's life force. Vast waves of aura swirled around Seongjan's entire body. He fell silent, thinking deeply, "If I want to fight with even greater power, to stand against a god, then at the very least I need to." His face flashed with ruthless killing intent, silently affirming, "Strengthen my holy power." A few days later, Seongjan was resting at home in a warm, cozy atmosphere. Beside him was the dimensional bag. Holding a cup of hot tea, he suddenly turned to look and wondered to himself, "I've been resting for 2 whole days now, but there still hasn't been any movement at all." Earlier, Hyun had carefully reminded him, "This dimensional bag is extremely precious, so use it carefully and save it." For later, Seongjan smiled faintly, placed his hand on the dimensional bag and muttered, "After that assault, everything I earned includes skill proficiency enhancement potions, physical ability enhancement potions, and random skill books. That's a ridiculous number of items." Though to him, those things barely amounted to anything. Then Seongjan turned his gaze toward the dark, distant space ahead. He made a guess in his heart. The British side definitely didn't go home empty-handed either. They took whatever they could get. Massive structures appeared before Seongjan's eyes. His line of reasoning continued. "Once they begin investigating that thing, it will become a major asset for Britain. I should have demanded ownership rights back then." After that, he picked up the hunter license for Han Seongjan. It showed an A-rank classification, close combat type. His gaze turned thoughtful and his lips mouthed the words written on it, "A-rank hunter." Then Seongjan said to himself, "In the past, I only dared to dream of becoming an A-rank hunter." Then he slammed the card down on the table in irritation and grumbled, "But why am I not S-rank now? What kind of petty-minded hunter association is this?" After the assault, the British Hunter Association requested that a press conference be held. They asked Seongjan whether he wanted to take British citizenship, and even offered him a bunch of troublesome things, such as a mountain-sized pile of money. In addition, Korea also reduced taxes for Seongjan. He received unemployment benefits and many other tempting perks meant to lure him in. But now, as far as Seongjan was concerned, money, fame, and status in this world were all unimportant. A sharp gleam appeared in his eye. A thought rose in his heart. "No matter how much I earn, it means nothing if this earth disappears." His figure sat upright and dignified on the sofa. His resolve became clear. My real goal should be self-cultivation. Seongjan's entire body radiated an imposing presence. His heart was utterly firm, seeking absolute power so that even if they were gods, he would be able to stop them. At that moment he recalled what Ares had said before, "Holy power is the purest form of magic power." Then Seongjan crossed his legs. He placed both hands on his knees. An energy began gathering at the center of his chest. Streams of crimson energy coiled around his heart. After a while of training, the energy began to weaken. A thought also surfaced in Sung Jin's mind. Just as I thought, no matter how many times I do this, the result is still exactly the same. The faint streams of energy vanished into space, accompanied by his inner sighs of frustration. Even though I can make magic power purer, there is no way I can purify it enough to turn it into holy power. This is too hard. Then Sung Jin entered another state. Bright golden bands surrounded him as his thoughts continued. Without the hero's grace authority, forget purifying it further like this. I might not even be able to sense it. Luckily, I already have holy power, so I am not too disappointed. Sung Jin opened his eyes wide, truly feeling hopeless now. But even though I managed to do a little while I was in the void domain, no matter how hard I try to learn holy power, I still cannot create sword aura or magic power. The energy gradually dispersed completely, and he sat there thinking for a long time. Then he asked himself another question: faith, belief. Through that, can holy power be used by will alone? Is that all there is to it? Is it the faith that has been built up, forming the foundation that the battle-hardened warrior and the destroyer Makazin reached? Does that help activate holy power? His face darkened as he finally realized something. So that is it. Right now, I cannot use holy power properly. After thinking that, Sung Jin quickly pulled up the hood of his coat, covering his head completely. Blue energy began to appear along with a system notification. It is time to return to the Tower of Trials. After that came his decision. Fine then, I will look for a way while climbing the tower. Not long after, a pillar of blue energy descended somewhere. A system notification rang out there. You have entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trial. Difficulty hard. The theme of the current trial is battlefield. We hope to see a satisfying result after your harsh training. At that moment, the 15th floor was in complete chaos. The heads of zombies rose from the ground and loud screams rang out, "Kill all those heretic bastards. They rejected our god of darkness." On the opposite side, the white-clad members of the church answered mockingly, "What a pain! I have been a mercenary for this many years, and I still cannot get used to a sight like this. You people look more like cultists. Why did Renel accept a job like this?" At the same time, a door curtain was yanked open by a man named Sehen. With an angry face, he shouted loudly, "Hey, you idiot, get up." Then he stormed over, grabbed Sung Jin by the collar, and dragged him up. That left him confused. The man pointed outside. He kept shouting, "The signal for the battle to begin has been sounding for ages, so why are you still lying here asleep?" Sung Jin wondered to himself, "What is this? I just got here and already. Is this man normal or is he strange?" Sung Jin slowly walked outside. Seeing him like that, Sehen immediately asked, "What kind of ridiculous outfit is that? The holy war is about to begin. Where's your weapon?" His eyes turned sharp as steel. He murmured the words "holy war," then guessed, "Is there a religious war going on here?" After that, he turned his face toward the smoke rising in the distance. The people far away were charging fiercely under a system notification. The 15th floor trial has begun. 17 days remain. Trial clear condition. Successfully achieve the city's objective. Fight the war properly within the time limit. Trial failure conditions. The challenger dies or time runs out. Trial clear reward. Protective bracelet of the nameless god S+. Trial failure penalty. Death. Sung Jin glanced around and reached a conclusion. It looked like the enemy forces numbered in the thousands. Just then, the cultists were riding their horses wildly. A few of them even shouted to raise morale. "Soldiers, if we win this battle, the world will honor us all. Support Reno at all costs." Sung Jin and Sehen walked behind them. He then asked, "Who is Reno?" with a proud expression. Sehen said, "Good question. She is the commander of our mercenary group." His gleaming white teeth showed as he smiled and continued his answer. "An aura user?" At that moment on the enemy side, a man sitting up high with two axes shouted loudly, "The cultist bastards are here. Everyone prepare for battle." When the command rang out, "It is time to judge the fanatics who worship the god of war," Sung Jin suddenly realized something. He observed the battlefield again, the smoke and dust from the chaos along with the wooden shield. At this point, he understood his identity. "All right, so the current situation is that I am a member of a mercenary corps hired by those troublesome bastards who serve the god of darkness." Looking at the soldiers in iron armor before him, Sung Jin continued to misunderstand. "And now I am fighting on the side of the god of war." He gave a sinister smile as the thought crossed his mind. For some reason, this is getting exciting. Beside him came a system announcement explaining the rules. Special quest, Path of the Guide has begun. Be recognized by the mercenary army as an exceptional leader. After clearing the trial, an additional reward will be granted. Rena had great ambition when it came to the sword. She was the commander of a mid-sized mercenary corps. She did not come from any noble background. Since childhood, she had lived only on the battlefield. She had fought countless battles and survived brushes with death more times than she could count. Because of that, she had transformed herself and reached the realm of an aura user, something only recognized knights possess. However, because she had never been properly taught aura by veteran masters, she was heavily limited. And so, because she was so heavily limited, she had no choice but to keep throwing herself into battle or pursue enlightenment with her life on the line. At that moment on the battlefield, Rena leapt from her horse and charged forward to face them with sword in hand. She plunged into the enemy ranks, sending them flying with several bold sword strikes. She cut each one down with a light swing of her hand, her feet swiftly carrying her forward. Sung Jin watched the situation closely. Countless thoughts rose in his mind. No matter how many I cut down, they do not end. The enemy forces are estimated to number several thousand. Then, looking at his own soldiers, his anxiety became clear. On the allied side, although there were indeed troublesome undead summoned by those dark priests, there were only 700 of them. Rena was still fighting like a madwoman, but he judged that this situation was nothing like what those dark priests had described. If the plan failed, things would get dangerous. Just then, someone shouted to support Rena, but everyone suddenly stopped at 2 words. Wait. Right then, before everyone's eyes, something unbelievably massive was rising from the ground. It blocked everyone from rushing forward to support Rena. The enormous thing rose completely, and a giant stone golem appeared with blazing red eyes. Compared to that stone monster, the people below were like ants. A dark red shadow covered everyone's faces, leaving them all stunned. Someone cried out, "It is a giant golem." At that moment, a man ran over and said to Sehin, "Deputy Commander, Rena has been separated from us." Stunned, he asked, "What?" Then he whipped his head around and roared 2 words, "Damn it." Now she was fighting alone. While no one was paying attention, enemy soldiers had surrounded her from them. One of them had already begun charging toward Rena with a sword, but she told herself that she could no longer lift her arm. Above her head, a powerful sword strike and a pair of bloodshot red eyes were descending. Below, she stayed silent, her body unmoving as she thought pessimistically. "So I am going to die for nothing. I will never be able to reach the summit anymore." Tears rolled down the strong female warrior's cheeks. Now she was utterly hopeless. How stupid! Had I known things would turn out like this, I never would have joined this holy war. Just then, Sung Jin appeared before the sweeping blade. The soldiers were cut in half in an arc. She was shocked, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open. At that moment, he rested the energy-radiating sword on his shoulder, cast a cold gaze toward Rena, and instructed her. "This should hold them back for a while. You had better retreat while I keep them occupied." She stood there in a daze, her mind in turmoil. How can he talk so calmly in the middle of such a chaotic battlefield? Am I dreaming? While she was still standing there, Sung Jin charged forward and swung his sword again and again. The pressure he gave off quickly overwhelmed his opponents. At that moment, Rena's eyes widened, shining as she said with certainty, "That is power." One by one, the soldiers were being sent to their deaths by him. They asked each other in misery, "Who the hell is this bastard?" Even as his slash swept across them, they still stood there warning one another. "Everyone be careful, this bastard is dangerous." The slash ended as Sung Jin leapt high into the air and countless enemies died in an instant. Behind him, Rena still had not come back to her senses, standing there with her thoughts. Strength, reflexes, and senses were all gathered in that person. It felt as if she were admiring a work of art, but then her face suddenly flushed red as she thought in awe, so beautiful. In the midst of the battle, black souls and red blood began intertwining. They formed a phenomenon in the void. Those streams of energy swirled together before Sung Jin's chest. He kept both swords firmly in hand, glanced around, and murmured, "A melee is my specialty. I can continuously recover stamina and magic by absorbing souls and blood while fighting." One by one, people were gradually left hanging in the air as Sung Jin absorbed them. At that moment, he also thought, "My necromancy proficiency increases by 0.00001% for each person I absorb. That is not exactly thrilling." But then the system announced in rapid succession that Sung Jin had absorbed each person's skill. He slowly brought his sword down twice, a smug smile appearing as his thoughts continued. Absorbing other people's skills is actually pretty useful, even if it only happens by chance. That fierce strike shattered all the surrounding earth and stone, sending dust billowing up. The enemy soldiers were blasted into the air. The captain raised both hands forward. As Hong appeared with an order, "We can't face that monster by ourselves. Send the golems into battle." The moment he finished speaking, countless stone golems rose from the ground and stood before Sung Jan. As a stone fist from a golem came crashing down, he calmly spun his sword once and chanted the technique, sevenfold sword art. The blade was raised behind him, radiating brilliant light. Sung Jan's eyes remained razor-sharp as he uttered the final 4 words. "White sword sky cleaver." 1 second later, the giant golem roared thunderously as its body was sliced in two, between the upper and lower halves. Of its severed body, Sung Jan's imposing figure appeared. The people on the dark god's side all gaped at the sight. He destroyed that giant golem in a single strike. Is he really human? Among the soldiers, Reynolds was struggling to stay calm. Reynolds was certain of one more thing. That was the skill he had used to save her earlier. She definitely had not seen it wrong. Sung John's majestic figure was reflected in Reynolds's pupil. She was stunned to realize that he was pulling in and distorting space. That was definitely no ordinary swordsmanship. Now, the chunks of stone that had formed the giant golem were falling down. Right in front of the war god's people, some clutched their heads, while others gritted their teeth and said, "He defeated the giant golem. We had to use magic essence to summon with just one slash." Impossible, I've never heard of anything like this before. From among the panicking crowd, a bald man strode forward with confidence. Someone was muttering, "That man is." At that moment he stood before the soldiers, hands behind his back, and calmly reassured them, "Stop panicking like that. Our enemy is only one man." After hearing those words, the soldiers on the war god's side all jumped up and shouted, "War Priest Mobia, bring out the secret weapon of the demon war cult, the Great Binding." He began creating an enormous magic circle, while a soldier declared beside him, "Once completed, this magic is powerful enough to temporarily seal even a dragon. If we can capture that bastard, victory will be close at hand." At that moment, Sung John was still focused on cutting down enemy after enemy, unaware that magic was rushing toward him from behind. The magic closed in on him. It was only a few centimeters away from Sung John. With his sharp senses, he quickly noticed it and swung his sword, slicing the magic apart. The war god's side's final hope was extinguished, and no one could even stammer a word. They just stood frozen with their mouths open. Even Priest Mobia could not hide his terror. Sweat poured down his face like rain. In his heart he wondered, how could he neutralize my magic so easily? Could he also be a priest? Right as the enemy army was still frozen in shock, Sung John quickly charged forward, his figure slicing through the wind. The sword in his right hand stabbed straight into Mobia. At that moment Mobia was still stunned. I can't even see him clearly. His power was overwhelmingly fierce. The tip of the blade quickly emerged from Mobia's back and blood sprayed out. Suddenly, those countless drops of blood seemed to turn into bullets and shot toward the same direction. The enemy could not withstand the unexpected attack. One man clutched his head while blocking the bullets and asked, "What the hell, what are we being attacked by?" On the other side, Sung John stood proudly with his arms spread wide. Behind him surged powerful streams of energy. He quietly explained in his mind, "Using blood control openly would cause some trouble, so I came up with this idea." The time Sung John had spent training with blood came to mind. He curled his lips and murmured, "Use blood crystals as guided bombs." At that moment, Mobia's body collapsed onto the ground, soaked in blood. Beside him came the announcement, "Father Mobia is dead." The enemies quickly ran in one direction after the command. "We have to find the bishop. We can't deal with that monster. Everyone retreat." Meanwhile, the dark god's side was raising their arms and shouting in joy. Then came a series of system messages. "Everyone on the battlefield has etched your performance into their bones. Congratulations, you have completed. Special quest, the captain's journey. The reward for floor 15 has increased." At that moment, a familiar blue light appeared around Sung John. His eyes watched it while his ears listened to the message. "You have obtained the achievement Invincible Warrior. All your skills have increased by 4. As Sung John was entering his tent, Sehin's voice rang out, "You can stay in this tent by yourself." Sung John suddenly turned his head to look, and the scene before him was Sehin scratching his head hesitantly. Then, he bent forward at a 90-degree angle and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry for acting so recklessly earlier." Sung John laughed and replied, "Don't worry about it, elf." Sehin was confused and silently repeated the word elf in his mind. At that moment, Sung John turned and walked inside, waving as he said, "I'm tired and want to rest, you go ahead." Sehin quickly replied, "Rest well." Sung John strode forward boldly into the chaos. Moan smiled with satisfaction, noticing that after defeating thousands of enemies in a single battle, everyone started to treat him more cautiously. And he even upgraded his residence immediately. He opened the system panel when he remembered the message that had appeared in the middle of the battle earlier. Then Sung John read through the messages, including, "You have ended lives and collected souls. Many grim reapers under your control have started to form. The quality of the reapers will improve as your necromancy reaches level A." Then standing alone amidst the magic, he wondered, "Reaper, what exactly is it?" Dark, sharp images appeared in his mind. The question persisted, "What is that exactly?" Before he could finish thinking, Sung John suddenly turned his head as he sensed something. He didn't hesitate. He immediately drew his sword and swung fiercely. Reynolds was thrown back by the blow. Then she fell with a scream, landing hard on the ground, her face smashing against it. Reno slowly stood up, surprising him, muttering, "As expected, that strike was sharp." She lifted her charming face and Sung John immediately read her name, Len No. He froze and instantly asked, "What are you doing here? Good thing you weren't planning to assassinate me, or you'd be dead." Renault cleared her throat and looked straight at Sung Dong. "Thanks to you, I survived earlier." Hearing that, Sung John joked, "Does this place have a tradition of thanking someone like a thief in the night?" She was embarrassed and tried to raise her hand to explain. Then she regained her serious expression and asked the main question, "You're not a mercenary, right?" A drop of sweat rolled down Sung John's cheek, his mind struggling intensely. "This is trouble. Even if I say I'm a mercenary, It won't make a suspicious person trust me easily. Did I reveal too much just now? Seeing him remain silent, Reynolds continued. From your extraordinary fight earlier, I realized that's not something a mercenary could do. Then her sharp gaze intensified, face more serious than ever as she asked, who exactly are you? Unable to remain silent, Sungjan slowly spoke, uttering one word, stop. Then he revealed his identity, shocking Reno to her core. I am a messenger sent by the dark god. He kept a serious expression, though every word was a lie, a disciple of the god. Sungjan felt exhausted inside. This is troublesome, but now I have to do something. After hearing his identity, Reno's whole body shook, stammering, you're a disciple of the god. Sungjan was worried. Could it be she realized I'm lying? Suddenly, she pressed both hands to the floor, bowed her head fully, and spoke each word clearly. Greetings, Lord Disciple. This lowly person has dared to offend you. Her actions truly confused him, his tone losing confidence. Wait, no need to be so formal. Sungjan helped her stand, smiling warmly but slyly, and offered, please help me keep this a secret. If my power is discovered by spies, it would be troublesome. Reynolds looked cautiously at him, hesitating. But is it okay to tell me such important information? Sungjan smiled brightly, eyes squinting, answering smoothly, it's fine. True teammates can trust each other. Reno's cheeks flushed, her usually cold face moved by the words, true teammates. At this moment, a glowing arrow appeared above her head, along with a series of system messages. Special mission, target acknowledgement has begun. Acknowledgement from the strongest mercenary, and increased strength for the allied side. The strongest mercenary will be marked by an arrow visible only to duel participants. During this special mission, even if you cannot lead directly, the strongest mercenary will lead for you once the mission is completed. You will receive an additional reward, the strongest mercenary in the allied camp. Level up to AZ in Sung Jin's mind. He stood high, sword raised. He was thinking about how to lead the captain after completing the special mission. I've been wondering how to lead them later. This comes at the perfect time. He grasped Reno's wrist gently, his gaze softening, making her blush. The corners of Sung Jin's mouth curved slightly. He felt excited, thinking, looks like this training will be easier than expected. He looked up at the system panel, examining his ruling aura stats displayed, including strength, speed, endurance, stamina, and magic power. Then he muttered, all my stats are 3-digit now. Sung Jin smirked again, a proud grin. A single word appeared in his mind. Then he remembered absorbing some skills after the battle, and wondered if he should rearrange them. At this moment, the skill panel refreshed. From top to bottom, Willpower C+, Alchemy C, Battle Cry D+, Rising Battle Intent E+, Gluttony F+, Continuous Combat E, Multithinking F, Wolf Step D+, Morale Boost F+, Quick Reaction D. Sung Jin scanned everything quickly, then rested his chin in thought. He absorbed a lot, but most was unusable, then made a decision. It's time to use skill synthesis. He spread his arms wide, and the system panels began to activate, parallel notifications appearing. Skill synthesis privilege activated. The hero's grace power surged strongly. Until a notification appears, your luck temporarily increases. Sung Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Brilliant energy radiated from his chest. A column of light shot through the tent roof, straight up to the sky. After activation, his willpower rose to an absolute B+. Dark Wolf Step jumped from D+ to A. The blood-sucking skill also surged to B+. At this moment, Sung Jin's lips curled into a full smile, satisfaction clear in his thought. The power he activated came from previously synthesizing the S-class demon sword. Is the hero's grace useful like this too? He raised the sword, the one he had previously planted next to Sender. Remembering it, he thought, I have this too. 3 skill slots appeared for selection. From top to bottom, Inlay Skill, Blood Enhancement C+, Talent Enhancement B+, Soul Transmission B+. Without hesitation, Sung Jin pressed the Soul Transmission skill slot. The system displayed the skill description, absorb from Sender Challenger. Transmit soul into shields or items, skill effect. When a soul is transmitted, part of it enters the target. Accompanying skills disappear. Souls transmitted into items can develop and support their owner to the fullest. This gave him the idea, after use the skill disappears. Nice, now I can use blood-sucking in this trial. He raised both swords along with notification. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Inlay Skill Soul Transmission B+ activated. Please select the shield or item to transmit the soul into. He didn't decide yet, standing still, staring ahead. Soon, Sung Jin reached for the 2 energy swords after making his choice. Soul Transmission is like placing a helpful character into an item. I can't use this early, so the best choice is the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, an item that can grow. He gripped the Supreme Blood Demon Sword tightly. Magic streams swirled around it. A new message appeared. You selected True Supreme Blood Demon Sword A. As the target for Inlay Skill, suddenly the sword erupted in violent light, flashing into his face. At this moment, the beam shot straight upward. Below, the sword stood alone, surrounded by immense energy. The runes on the blade glowed brightly, announcing, Soul of 7 Blood Demon Prison Changgu has entered the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed near Sung Jin's ear. followed by a voice. I've suffered humiliation and torture for so long. The supreme blood demon sword shuddered violently. The laughter and voice continued. Bow to me, worship me, honor me, my blood demon. Chang-gu has returned. Sweat rolled down Sung Jin's cheek. Unease filled his thoughts. A madman is now in the supreme blood demon sword. At midnight, the Yuling Senior was outside casting spells. Bones of countless creatures were gradually lifted. Soon a half-human, half-demon skeleton appeared, extremely powerful. Everyone was amazed. Combining the bones was an art. The senior is incredible. Just as everyone laughed at the skeleton, a long stride drew all attention. He walked confidently. Behind him, whispers, "Isn't that the butcher? That young man is the butcher. Haven't you seen him? But he's a battlefield monster. He decapitated thousands without flinching. Let's run, so unlucky." So they turned and left. He sighed internally. I don't want to hear your chatter anyway. Sung Jin walked along the open path. The moonlight above stirred emotions within him. A beautiful, tranquil night. While enjoying the moonlight, the sword's soul appeared, scolding, "You bastard, messing with me. How dare you ignore my words? Countless people out there desperately wish for a chance to talk to me." "Go there," he replied briefly in his mind, "not this one." The soul remained angry, continuing to scold, "So rude. So rude, daring to ignore me, blood demon Chang-gu. I'm talking to you." He thought, wow, now he's praising himself too. Still in the same tone, the blood demon continued complaining. "I thought I finally escaped the prison, yet I encountered such a boring master." Xiangjan immediately spoke up and shot back. "I'm not boring, I just don't like pointless conversation." Then he kept walking. The man asked with delight, "So you finally decided to talk to me?" Xiangjan paid no attention and calmly concluded that Senza no longer had anyone daring to lurk nearby. The blood demon began mocking him in a scornful tone. "How foolish. Do you not know how to use mind power? I thought you were like me." He narrowed his eyes at the sword, taking the question extremely seriously. "Mind power? I don't know about it. Perhaps you were also a challenger. When you were alive?" The eyes on the sword hilt flared brightly. He said to Xiangjan, "Are you joking? There is no one who does not know the blood demon Chang-gu." Once he knew that, he immediately asked, "Then what floor did you climb to?" The man answered briefly, "The final floor I reached was the 41st floor." That made Xiangjan stop in stunned disbelief. The 41st floor? After that, he formed a sinister smile as he thought, if he is telling the truth, then he is a high-quality source of information. This will be a huge advantage. Then he became utterly confused when he remembered something. Wait, if he reached the 41st floor? Thinking that far, he could not hold back his curiosity and immediately blurted out, "I thought challengers who died from room 40 onward were resurrected by the administrator, weren't they? Were you not resurrected?" The man thought for a moment, then answered firmly, "Are you telling me to live like a dog inside the tower? I cannot do that. I would never do something so disgusting." Xiangjan shook his head in weary disbelief at that answer. Arrogance had completely taken over his mind, yet his mouth still answered politely, "Yes." Then he began speaking more forcefully, his eyes sharp as bullets. "I understand that you were very impressive in your time, but right now, you are only a soul inside my sword." He raised the sword before his eyes and emphasized every word he spoke. "Do not forget that." Then, a moment later, the place where Xiangjan stood shook violently, and the rocks and earth shattered in a grotesque way. As he stared fixedly at the blade, the man reassured him, "I know. Do you think I do not? I will help you in battle, so do not worry." The blood demon's eyes gave off red light as he thought to himself, is he trying to establish a master-servant relationship? He is more stubborn than I expected. After that, the blood demon confidently declared something to Xiangjan. "Although I cannot display much power when I was alive, I was a genius in martial arts, as well as magic. No matter what you want, I can do it like this." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 streams of energy shot out from the blade. He stood there with his hand raised high, surrounded by the fierce power of the demonic sword. The rings of energy spread outward as though they wanted to devour space itself. When he widened his eyes, the sight before him gave his heart another shock. Xiangjan only had to grip the sword tightly. It alone could sweep away everything around it. He glanced around once. Then he said coldly, "Looks like I have gained a useful supporter." Chang-gu was somewhat displeased by that expression. "Supporter? What is with that mechanical expression? In truth, you are not from the same dimension as me, are you?" The surrounding trees had already fallen over. Xiangjan then explained, "I come from Earth. You have probably never heard of it." As soon as the man heard that, he criticized it. Earth must be a mediocre dimension. It was probably only recently registered as an official dimension, right? Too much time has passed. After that, he spoke seriously about the fact that, with the sword in its current state, it will be very difficult to contain my soul, so I cannot stay conscious for too long, and someone is coming. A figure was hurriedly running over from behind Xiangjan. The blood demon said a few final words, "I will stop talking now. When the time comes, call me." Just as he put away the demonic sword, Renault hurried over and said, "My lord, there you are." He immediately asked in confusion, "What brings you here in the middle of the night?" She raised her weapon, then spoke a string of grave words. "I apologize for interrupting your training, but the enemy has launched a surprise attack. A battle has broken out between the Phantom Cult's battle formation and the elite cleric unit." Seong John was extremely excited and could not help praising it. Interesting. As expected of the tower's trial, it is never boring. He walked past Renault with a smile on his face, then made a request, "Tell me more about the elite force." Then Seong John rushed forward at great speed and clearly declared one thing: "I will join the Holy War immediately." At that moment at the battlefield, the cleric squad members were reminding one another, "Protect the clerics. The enemy is killing the clerics and neutralizing magic." A moment later, the two sides separated and everyone angrily cursed, "Damn it, those Phantom Cult bastards, a surprise attack, how cowardly." Seong John and Renault advanced toward the battle side by side. He silently assessed the situation. Compared to before, there are not many of them, at most 100 people. But one man who was using authority appeared before his eyes. He continued observing, "They are far stronger than before. Above all, the enemy is also using authority imbued with holy power. Of course, it is nothing compared to me." At that moment, the soldiers on both sides charged at each other like starving tigers. The Phantom Cult members went mad with slaughter, tormenting their opponents with words. "Die! Hurry up and die, you vermin!" Renault stood blankly in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Soldiers kept dwindling and she could not draw her sword at all. Now she stood frozen in horror. What? Is that power really so strong? Just then, a firm hand landed on Reno's shoulder, calming her down. Sung John stepped in front of her and asked, "Miss Reno, may I ask you for one thing?" Without waiting for an answer, he stated his request. "No matter how strong the enemy is and no matter how hopeless the situation becomes, please believe in me." Then Sung John smiled again, his eyes curving into crescents as he said, "I believe in you too, Reno." Once again, Reno's cheeks flushed red. Her heart could not stay calm before that smile. At that moment, Sung John gave his instructions. "All right, maintain formation and protect the clerics. We need the clerics to end this battle." Her lips parted and she slowly answered word by word, "Yes, my lord." After that, she leapt up with fierce momentum, her face filled with determination as she replied, "I will protect them." The system immediately issued a new notification. "Mercenary Reno now worships you. Congratulations, you have fulfilled the special condition, object of worship. Allied camp morale will increase by 2 times. And thanks to careful command, the formation will not collapse. Additional rewards for the 15th floor trial are being calculated." Reno passed by Sung John and said with unwavering resolve, "My lord, good luck. If we survive and meet again, I will treat you to a drink." He was delighted. The corners of his lips curled up as he laughed loudly and answered clearly, "Sounds good. Let us chat over drinks." Without any further hesitation, his long, slender legs sprang forward. This time, he used the skill Black Wolf Step. This power was a footwork technique modeled after the legendary creature, the Black Wolf. Effect: all footwork increases by 40% and all traces are erased. When moving at night, the effect is double. By using the skill properly, Sung John flashed through the Wraith spellcasters. They could only sense that something had just passed by, but they had no idea why his body, overflowing with life force, was rushing past them. In the blink of an eye, the demon's sword unleashed its power. The Wraiths were drenched in a rain of blood from their own comrades. The bald man among them was lucky enough to survive, but his face was already soaked in fresh blood. Leaving none behind, Sung John immediately turned back, deadly magic surging behind him. With both arms spread wide and 2 swords in hand, he silently threatened them. "You will regret tonight's attack." At that moment, the allied captain realized the situation was bad and quickly gave the soldiers an order. "Everyone, hold your positions." He kept shouting as the situation grew worse. "Hold formation. Damn it, even the healer line in the rear has been broken through." At that moment, Sehen directly confronted a powerful wraith. He locked hands with the enemy, pouring strength into his grip, while forcing himself to shout, "Stay calm and maintain battle formation." The allied side was being overwhelmed more and more, and every opponent was fighting in a frenzy. As the number of soldiers continued to fall, he kept warning everyone, "If we fall, the only thing waiting for us is death." As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy facing Sehen punched him hard in the stomach. His mind reeled and his limbs lost their strength. He shouted, "Damn it!" At that critical moment, a footstep sprang up from afar. Reno charged in with blue light shining in her eyes, her sword raised high in her hand. Only then did the man fighting Sehen notice her presence. He turned back in shock, his whole body trying to dodge, but it was useless. A slash swept across and drops of blood fell before Sehen's eye. Reno swung her sword down, sending the man's upper and lower body flying in opposite directions. Sehen immediately called out, "Commander Reno." She walked over to him and joked, "You are making such a fuss over a single stomach wound." Sehen laughed awkwardly and replied, "From now on, it is only one wound." At that moment, Reno began taking deep breaths to raise her voice. She stood among the soldiers, held her sword horizontally, and declared, Everyone follow the tactic. Except for the tank unit, everyone fall back. In an instant, the tank unit carrying sturdy wooden shields moved into defensive formation. The archer unit was the main firepower, positioned directly behind the tank unit. The melee unit would protect the healers, always ready to meet the enemy in battle. The troops were arranged in a logical order. The system then announced, activating the effect obtained from the special mission, the Admired One. Reno commands in Sung John's place. Allied morale increases by 2,000. Thanks to cautious command, the formation will not collapse. The Wraith's faces darkened before everyone's momentum. Even so, each of them still spoke smugly. You insects, even if you are easy to fool. Their soldiers began advancing after that declaration. Because the Wraith faction dominates the battlefield, we are the ones who will receive the glory of this siege battle. The two sides began to clash as the Wraith faction first faced the arrows from the main firepower. A group changed direction and charged forward together while shouting, "Kill the woman in the center first." Reno was their target. Right now, she was standing in the middle of the solid shield line. The soldiers of the Wraith faction poured all their strength into smashing the wooden shield. That put the support team under some strain. The soldiers behind sensed the situation and called out, "Commander, at this rate, we will not be able to hold out. Please let us fight too." She firmly refused. "No, hold your positions." Then she looked forward and opened her mouth wide to declare, "Our objective is to protect the priests. If we have faith and continue defending, that person will come." At that moment, Sung John had teleported behind the enemy troops. His two swords were drawn back, ready to strike. Using the Black Ridge step skill, he charged toward them like a gust of wind. Only then did they finally realize it. What? Since when did he? Sharp glints flashed in Sung John's eyes. His face was filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. In an instant, he swept past the soldiers, each step leaving behind terrifying slashes. His appearance made Reno break into a delighted smile. Standing alone and fearless in the chaotic battlefield, Sung John pointed the demon's sword straight ahead. A long red chain shot out. In an instant, the rope wrapped tightly around the wraiths and forced them to their knees. The spirit of the demon's sword sounded somewhat displeased. "How ridiculous, using me for this instead of fighting." After he spoke, a sudden glow appeared right before Sung John's eye. "But I like the way you destroy your enemies without mercy." Blazing rays of light gathered around the blade as he spoke. "Had you been born in the martial world, you could have become either a murderous demon lord or a heretic cultist." What a shame, but the situation was now making Sung John uneasy. What the hell is this mana consumption? The mana consumption rose even higher. He looked toward it, and the inner voice of the blood demon appeared there. At that moment, Sung John finally understood. "So this is the telepathy you mentioned before. It means controlling mana to transmit words, right?" The demon's sword recoiled at his words. He simply could not believe it. You learned telepathy in such a short time." His disbelief also left Sung John confused. "Can't anyone who knows how to use mana do it?" the sword replied. By that logic, half the grown martial artists in the martial realm would be idiots. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade somehow began to tremble. The soul inside the demonic sword laughed in smug delight, then said arrogantly, "As expected, the one to whom I entrusted my soul is definitely a genius." Sung John was utterly exasperated by his words, but he could only answer politely, "Yes." After laughing for a while, the soul yawned and said, "I've been feeling sleepy this whole time. I need to go recover my energy." He immediately agreed. "I'll call you again when I need you." As soon as the conversation with him ended, someone walked up from behind and said, "Trade pass." Right behind him stood a man with 4 square marks on his face. Wearing a black robe over his clothes, he spoke. "Please follow me. The Archbishop is summoning you." He was stunned, truly somewhat confused by that sudden request. After Sung John arrived, Archbishop Kennen spoke. "Butcher, thank you for coming. Make yourself comfortable." He replied coldly, his caution clear in his words. "There is no need to call me by such a grand title. Just call me Nameless." The old man laughed, then said, "A name that is almost no name at all. Interesting. I am certain the god of darkness would also like someone like you." Sung John answered politely, "Thank you for your recognition." At that moment, the Archbishop's expression turned serious as he brought up Nameless. "You know I called you here to discuss your reward, don't you?" He answered honestly, "I heard about it from the assistant priest on the way here." The old man replied in satisfaction, "Good, then I will get straight to the point." The old man did not even hesitate. Kennen said what he wanted to say. "Tell me the reward you desire." Sung John did not answer easily. Instead, he decided to make things difficult. "Then allow me to ask you instead, Archbishop." He looked up with an icy gaze that was nevertheless full of presence. He asked in a stern voice, "How much are you willing to pay me?" The reason those pupils carried such authority was thanks to the skill Absolute Charisma. The user can trigger fear, fascination, worship, and additional effects. After the skill was activated, Archbishop Kennen fell into the abnormal state of fear. Because of that abnormal state, his judgment slowed. He would become excessively afraid of Sung John's presence. The old man's entire body trembled violently and his voice began to stammer. I will give it to you. It will be the greatest reward that an archbishop with my authority can grant you. Kenan took out a holy relic shaped like a shining cross and declared that it was the most precious holy relic of the cult of the god of darkness. The old man's reckless decision made the surrounding priests object fiercely. Archbishop, we cannot hand a holy relic to an outsider. At that moment, Kenan turned his tear-filled eyes toward them and still shouted fiercely, silent. The old man continued speaking word by word. Sung John stood there with a serious expression and listened. In this battle, he was the one who led us to victory. Sweat poured from the old man's face as if he had been drenched, and his mind was in complete turmoil. For an instant, I sensed from this man a massive wave of killing, intent pressing down on me. The feeling in the old man's mind became clearer as he gave himself an example. It was like staring straight at an evil dragon with that man's power. Two priests lifted up the gifts, while Kenan explained from behind. A holy relic is an extraordinary vessel that contains the power of the divine within it. The box was brought before Sung John, and the old man did not forget to warn him. This is the most precious holy relic of the cult of the god of darkness. Please use it carefully. He did not hurry to accept it. First, he investigated it by activating the skill fire dragon eye. The item inside appeared clearly, along with detailed information. First was the SS rank seal of worship, the black seal bestowed upon the Pope by the god of darkness. The people offer everything to the god of darkness. When the seal is stamped onto the back of the hand, the unique skill worship will be deeply engraved there. Once the effect is engraved, the item will be sealed and disappear. Next was the S-rank Night Devouring Veil, the god's bamboo cloth that once swallowed everything in darkness, even the primordial flame. When the owner dies, the unique effect Night Veil will activate. At that time, all of the owner's divine power will be used to resurrect them. After resurrection, the user will enter an immune state. The item will immediately disappear. Once resurrection is complete, both items will lose their effect when the player leaves the Frost Trial on the 15th floor. After learning what was inside, surprise showed clearly on Sung John's face. As he reached out to receive them, he cried out inwardly, "Dear God, SS rank." Then his face went blank and he thought in distress. After reading the hidden explanation with Fire Dragon Eye, I cannot take them out of the 15th floor. Sung John quickly closed his mouth, but immediately realized something. The reason he could not feel happy was that nothing in the Tower of Trials was a coincidence. The fact that he had received 2 items of an unprecedented rank made his brows begin to furrow as he had to admit what this meant. Soon, something difficult would happen that would force him to use them. Everything he thought of was ominous, leaving him unable to feel pleased. It was truly mocking him. Even so, Sung John still acted as usual, accepting the 2 items with both hands and a calm expression. After he put the items away, Kenan spoke to remind him. Nameless, the battle has only just begun. Display strength worthy of the reward you have just received. I am only warning you as a precaution. But if you dare to run away, the god of darkness will punish you. He turned to look back, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. He wondered to himself why a mere human would dare take the holy relic and run away. Taking it back, he turned to leave and said, "Then I'll be going." The old man was still furious, his outstretched hand trembling. He answered in a stammering voice. Then he collapsed to his knees and covered his face with his hand. Tears and snot streamed down as he sobbed, "My holy relic." By contrast, Sung John was in high spirits outside, walking along while humming a tune. Just as he was enjoying the brief peace, a voice rang out behind him. "My lord," Reynolds approached with a delighted expression, and immediately asked whether his private conversation with the archbishop had gone well. He turned around, smiled gently, and replied, "Yes, all thanks to you. But have you been waiting for me this whole time?" Sung John's blunt question made her blush with embarrassment and her voice became hesitant. "Yes, that's right." Then she quickly turned aside and brought up the matter again. "To be honest, I promised I would treat you to a drink." Then Reynolds looked over shyly and said bashfully, "Besides, there is something I want to ask you." Hearing that, Sung John began to stare blankly. A question was rising in his mind about the phrase, "something I want to ask." The two of them sat down at a drinking table. Reynolds first took a big swig. After enjoying it, she slammed her beer glass onto the table and let out a cry. "Wow!" He also quietly marveled, "This is pretty good." Sung John looked suspiciously at the glass of beer in his hand and wondered, "But is this really strong beer? I don't feel drunk at all." Before him, she had already collapsed flat on the table, completely drunk. Sung John suddenly remembered, "Oh, right. Alcohol strong enough to intoxicate me would be about the same as a deadly poison. In any case, my body is no longer on a human level." Seeing that he was still sitting calmly after drinking so many glasses of beer, she could not help wondering why he was not drunk. Then, with her face flushed red, Reynolds mumbled a few words in admiration. "Good heavens, you really are a monster." Sung John's expression did not change, and his voice remained extremely serious. "I drank a lot because I liked the taste. But what was it you wanted to talk about earlier?" Her eyes shimmered, and then she repeated the phrase to herself. "What was it?" Suddenly, Reynolds's expression changed, and a dark gloom covered her face. Her thoughts seemed to show plainly on her face, in her mind. The sight of her miserable father fighting to get their food back appeared. If you take it all, what are we supposed to eat? The rude man grabbing things waved his hand and shoved him away, even cursing him as lowborn. Back then, Reynolds, heartbroken for her father, rushed over in a fury, clung to that brute's leg and screamed, "Why are you hitting my father? Why are you hitting my father? Do you think being a knight makes you so great?" Her mother helplessly reached out after her and cried, "No, stop." The inhuman knight kicked the little girl straight in the stomach and spat out filthy words. "Damn brat, are you insane?" The young girl fell sprawling to the ground. Her eyes widened and tears kept falling. Her mouth opened, but she could not scream. The knight turned away with an extremely arrogant smile. He even threw out one rotten remark. "If you don't want to be treated like that, then become a knight, you annoying beggars." After he left, her parents hurried over to check on the little girl. Remembering those horrifying events, she could no longer hold back her emotions, and her fists clenched tighter and tighter. With absolute determination, she slammed both hands on the table and clearly voiced her request. "Please agree to be my teacher and teach me swordsmanship." Her words left Sung John somewhat surprised. The beer glass in his hand also froze in place. Immediately afterward, instead of answering, he firmly set his glass down on the table. His lips pressed together and thoughts formed in his mind. I was curious about what she wanted, but I didn't expect it to be just a personal request, one that isn't even related to the special mission. Sung John began to take his next thoughts more seriously. Since I have already completed the special mission, the one who is admired, I have already received everything I wanted from Reynolds. At that moment, he slowly stood up, lowering his face as he confirmed to himself, focusing on a character created by the world inside the tower would only waste time. With that thought, Sung John raised his ice-cold face and answered clearly in 3 words, "I refuse." After that, he turned sharply away, leaving a few words of advice before disappearing. "You should go rest. The battle will continue tomorrow." "I'm leaving." Sung John suddenly stopped when he heard the word "I" come from behind him. At that moment, Reynolds was clenching her teeth, her cheeks flushed red with resolve. "I have to become stronger no matter what." After saying that, she ran forward like the wind. Her strides were as long as a galloping horse's, with no concern for her pride. Reynolds slammed her head hard to the ground behind him. Her action truly made Sung John grow even more wary. Her head still pressed to the ground, her teeth clenched as she said firmly, "I beg you." She tried to plead with him at any cost. "Please, I need you to grant me this favor." Hearing that, Sung John chuckled. He really had been moved by what she had just done. Well, having a little more fun won't hurt. A short while later, Reynolds had taken a sword training stance, her face as cold as ice. Seeing her so stiff, he walked over, patted her shoulder, laughed loudly and said, "You don't need to be that serious." She looked at where Sung John had placed his hand while still listening to each word of his advice. "Being diligent is good, but if you put too much pressure on yourself, you'll become rigid and lose your flexibility. That applies to everything, not just swordsmanship. Also." Then he turned her body around and offered a very interesting idea. "Reynolds, right now, what you need isn't real combat experience. You need to strengthen your mana circuits. Why not practice some aura training method?" With that, Sung John raised both palms forward as a stream of energy gradually gathered. His pupils narrowed and began glowing blue. In an instant, energy was sent into 4 points on Renault's body. She immediately realized, he's showing me the flow of magic, as if telling me to follow his example. After growing used to the flow inside her body, she began focusing on sensing it. Fundamentally, it was similar to her own method, but there were some differences. The differences were tiny, but even that was enough to make it more refined. Renault stared in a daze, unable to hold back her gratitude. "He's incredible." He continued sending the flow into her body while explaining, "This is an improved mana circuit. It was created based on your mana usage habits. Practice aura training every day using this method." After finishing, Sung John returned to his lodging as faint moonlight spilled inside. He flopped down onto the bed and said in relief, "It's finally time to take inventory." At those words, his spatial bag was immediately summoned. Filled with anticipation, Sung John quickly reached inside to check. Items in the bag spilled all over the room. These were the rewards he had received from the British Hunter Association for killing the exploding vehicle. Sweeping his gaze over everything, Sung John could not help sighing. There really was a lot, but even with so much here, he soon returned to his initial feeling after realizing that nothing in this pile of junk was usable. At that moment, he thought of something, the last of the 3 skills he had synthesized during the trial. Black Wolf Step A, Absolute Willpower B+, Iron Absorption B+. It was time to use it. Immediately, the Iron Devourer B+ skill activated. A mask with 2 rows of sharp jaws appeared on Sung John's face. Countless parts appeared out of thin air and assembled onto the mask, leaving him somewhat flustered. Once complete, the mask with razor-sharp teeth covered Sung John's nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes exposed. This was the Iron Devourer B+ skill. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect: consume iron and steel to improve physical abilities after digestion. Strength increases slightly. Additional effect: consume any item to raise stats with the increase depending on the item's rank. Powerful. At that moment he grabbed a sword in the room, still feeling a little hesitant. Something suddenly flying toward my face looked seriously scary. First, Sung Jan opened the sharp-jawed mask wide and slowly pushed the sword into its mouth. With one bite, the sword snapped in two, and the system began reporting. You have absorbed a cloud iron staff. Time until full digestion, 0 hours, 9 minutes, 50 seconds. After digestion is complete, mana will increase by 1. He froze slightly at that announcement. Sung Jan did not blink once as determination rose inside him. It raises stats that quickly, then let's try again. And so, the mask opened wide once more. Sharp chunks of material vanished into it, followed by more notifications. You have absorbed heavenly iron jade. Time until full digestion, 0 hours, 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Sung Jan grew excited and the system also explained. Digestion complete. After iron absorption, your physical abilities have improved. 0.8% of toxic gas in your body has been expelled. He looked at the pitch-black mass he had spat out. He grew more puzzled by the second. Toxic gas? What else is there? At that moment, Sung Jan suddenly noticed an important change. His body had become lighter. So this is what improving physical abilities mean. He closed the mask's sharp jaws, certain that he would not have known what was happening just from seeing such a fierce appearance. But with results this amazing, there was no way he could hate it. Utterly delighted, Sung Jan joyfully continued devouring item after item. He had never imagined that eating items could taste this good. After a while, the system appeared and informed him. You have absorbed more than 8 items made of refined iron. You cannot digest anymore. Time until full digestion, 1 hour, 19 minutes, 47 seconds. He looked at the remaining items with disappointment and thought to himself, so I can only absorb 8 items at once. That's a shame. Sung Jan removed the mask while concluding that, compared to the growth speed from using iron absorption, this limit could be overlooked. The Iron Devourer skill deactivated. He slowly reached into his chest and took something out. Holding the priceless item in his hand, Sung Jan thought to himself, still, I've been curious about this for a while. This seal is the SS rank seal of worship, right? The black seal given by the god of darkness to the Pope, who had offered everything to me. When this seal is stamped onto the back of the hand, the unique effect worship will be engraved there. Once engraved on the back of the hand, this item will be locked and absorbed into the mark. However, this effect will disappear after challenger hand Sung Jan leaves the personal trial on the 15th floor. After reading through it, Sung Jan quietly made his calculations. By engraving this SS rank item onto my body, is there a chance it will become mine after I leave the 15th floor? Although the thought of engraving something onto my body bothers me a little, it's worth trying. With that thought, he raised the seal of worship high with one hand. With his other hand, he pressed his palm firmly against the table. Once ready, Sung Jan forcefully stamped the seal onto the back of his hand. At once, a notification appeared. Unique effect worship of the SS rank seal of worship. The letters were engraved on the back of his hand. After the message said this item would be absorbed by the mark and completely broken down, the seal began to melt across his hand. The seal fully dissolved and streams of energy began wrapping around Sung Jin's hand. In an instant, a wolf-shaped symbol appeared clearly on his hand. System windows suddenly rushed upward in a frenzy after the announcement. The mark on the back of your hand will never disappear. Sung Jin stared at the system windows before him for a long while, wondering in his heart. Administrators. Then came the system's explanation. The administrator, dragon-slaying mortal born after 1,000 years, was horrified upon seeing the worship seal. The administrator, warrior of the fallen world, shouted after you dared to use the worship seal. The administrator, divine pursuer, said that the tower giving him the seal was going too far. He looked at the mark on his hand and thought, they had been silent for a while. But the moment I engraved the mark, the messages exploded again. A wave of new messages came in. The administrator, ruler of heaven, was strongly opposing the tower's decision, saying this was ridiculous. The administrator, priest of the fallen god, asked what the hell you thought you were doing. The administrator, hero of the deserted island, said it was time to take the seal back. After that information, he froze for a moment as unease began to rise. Don't tell me this is an unusable item. The administrator's reactions are too strange. Sweat seemed to break out as Sung Jin's heart jolted when he suddenly understood. The tower had given me something it should not have given. At that moment, system messages before his eyes continued appearing without pause. Unauthorized information leakage has been detected. The administrator's messages are temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials is warning the administrators. If any further unauthorized information is leaked, they will be banned from observing the trials of the challenger hand Sung Jin. He clenched his palm, looked toward it and murmured, "Sacred relic. The secret hidden here is bigger than I thought." After regaining some composure, Sung Jin raised a sharp gaze. He lifted the hand bearing the mark high and wondered, How amazing will it be when I use it? Then the scene before Sungjin suddenly lit up. Then came the system announcement. The Worship Seal's exclusive worship effect has been activated. You may offer any talent, skill, or treasure to a god. His eyes widened and astonishment showed clearly on his face. Sungjin's face began to twist as doubt filled his heart. Offering it to a god, there is no guarantee that God will not become my enemy. What good would making an offering do? Then he pressed his lips together and finally made his decision, thinking, whatever. Sungjin took out his spatial pouch, genuinely curious. I have to see for myself what this is. He quickly took out a sword, thinking that among the items absorbed by the devouring iron, he would try offering this useless thing first. The doorway began to tremble after a series of messages. You have chosen to offer a treasure to a god. Please select the treasure to offer to a god. You have selected Small Wizard Staff D+. Not long after, a request appeared before his eyes. Please choose the god you wish to offer the item to. Sungjin's expression turned serious as he forced himself to stay calm, wondering, what is going on? An error message appeared and the gate flew open. Then came the messages. No trace of any god has been found within your divine power. You have been recognized as one who possesses divinity, so the treasure will be offered to you instead. In the middle of the room, the sword that had just been offered was lying there. Light began radiating from the sword along with the announcement. You have offered Small Wizard Staff D+ to yourself. A fierce beam of light also burst from the center of his chest. The 2 points linked together, the light grew even more dazzling, and a message window appeared at the same time. You have converted this item into divine power and stored it in your heart. The sword vanished into nothingness and hundreds of questions surfaced in Sungjin's mind. What happens now? Offering an item to myself. He simply stood there in a daze. The light had disappeared. His inner voice confirmed, I do not know whether it succeeded or not, but there is one thing I am sure of. I can increase my own divine power by myself, something I could not do before. The door in front of him slammed shut immediately afterward. Sungjin slipped his hand into his pocket while telling himself, although the only problem is that I am not very good at using divine power. Still, as long as I keep accumulating it, divine power will become more and more useful. So from now on, I will keep gathering divine power little by little, because no one can say when I will need it. He pulled the second sacred relic out from his body, and another sacred relic, this one. Sungjin wrapped that strip of cloth around the sword hilt, deciding that he would keep it by his side. The space outside had grown dark. Alongside it were his thoughts. The tower could not have given this to me without a reason. There will come a time when I need it. Day after day, battles between the factions continued breaking out. Sungjin won several of them, and the allied mercenaries and priests regained their faith. Those on the enemy side cursed wildly, "Run, it is the butcher. You damned necromancer, you finally summoned a demon." And in truth, everyone was in danger except him. With slash after slash, Jon Sung charged forward and finished off every enemy. The sacred relic fluttered from the sword hilt, and Jon Sung wondered to himself, what is there to worry about? Just keep going like this. The trial will end easily. Just then, the soldiers all turned in the same direction after someone pointed. What is happening to the sky? Look, right now. Everything around them was covered in deep crimson, and streams of magical energy were swirling across the sky. The strange phenomenon struck Jon Sung, forcing him to turn and look back as well. The sky looked as if it had been pierced by mysterious forces, with magical energy spreading outward from that point. He began to feel uneasy, his mind thrown into turmoil. This feeling. Jon Sung's face began to twist, terror clearly showing in his eyes. His heart screamed, it cannot be. At that very moment, a pillar of light carrying overwhelming force descended. The system announced that the power of divine punishment had come down. At terrifying speed, it reached the bewildered people in an instant. His eyes shifted back and he knew one thing clearly, it was dangerous. Without waiting another second, Jon Sung raised his hand high. He shouted his ultimate technique, causing counterattack to open to its fullest. The power still descended like a ferocious tiger while his small figure rushed upward to face it. With overwhelming force, the moment they collided, the power struck. The solid leaf shield, it disappeared, leaving a horrifying hole in the clouds. On the ground, dust and smoke billowed thickly. Jon Sung, holding a sword in each hand, braced himself and stood up. He immediately snapped his head to the side to check on everyone. A hole of death had appeared where the soldiers had fallen. Some were dead, while others survived with crippled bodies. Jon Sung clicked his tongue in anger, then looked toward the one who had unleashed the attack. White feathers began falling through the air. Undead appeared with white wings spread wide, hearing Jon Sung curse at him. You dog serving the dark god. He clasped his hands together. His eyes closed, his mouth curling upward as he said, I have good news for you. Then he spread both arms wide, a grand aura emerging with a resounding shout. The mercy of God. Jurhin opened his dark eyes wide. With a grotesque smile, he said that divine punishment had been cast upon Jon Sung alone. Jon Sung froze, staring intently at what was happening before him. Then he clenched his teeth, already reaching the conclusion he had expected. That feeling from earlier. Jurhin stood alone in the vast space. Beside him was a system message. The war god has spent a large amount of holy power to descend in an incomplete form. While in the descended state, the god cannot use his myth or authority. Having descended into the apprentice apostle Jurhin, he cannot fully use holy power. The difficulty of challenger John Sung's personal trial on the 15th floor has increased greatly. He began to feel uneasy, the words war god engraving themselves deep in his subconscious. After a few seconds, the system announced again that the Tower of Trials had detected an increase in the challenger's trial difficulty. John Sung can withstand it, so the trial will not be cancelled. Hearing that, he became furious. Could you not ask for my opinion before making a decision? John Sung looked up. Jurhin, floating in the sky, was also looking down at him. A line appeared in his mind. So I can destroy this dog with my own hands. Jurhin glared with steel-sharp eyes, and his threat was delivered. Die. Regret ever challenging a god. John Sung regained his imposing presence. His brows furrowed as he judged that if he did not use his full strength, he would be in danger. John Sung appeared once more in a majestic form. Through skill activation, instant acceleration has been activated. The skill Win Quick Dash has been activated. Speed has increased by 70%. Skill Stack Progress 7 out of 7. The skill Battle Focus has been activated. The user's focus has increased 20-fold. The authority of the Supreme Blood Art has been activated. John Sung was satisfied with the series of skills, and his usual confidence returned. Good, at this rate I can end this quickly. The thought had only just crossed his mind when Jurhin suddenly flashed toward him. His solid hands seized John Sung's fierce face. John Sung's vicious expression. In an instant, Jurhin slammed his body down hard. The ground immediately shattered, and he did not stop there. Jurhin raised one hand high, controlling the sword of light that had just appeared. He swept his hand past John Sung's face. The sword came crashing down like a hammer, and blood immediately burst from John Sung's throat. It was a ferocious attack, and he could not resist at all. Blood kept spraying out. In the blink of an eye, the blood from John Sung's body had stained an entire area. Then came the notification, you have died. Because of that, John Sung fell into a dark, gloomy abyss. He shut his eyes tightly, blood scattering wherever he fell. Suddenly, John Sung opened his eyes slightly and thought to himself, right eye. He looked down at the large hole in his chest and confirmed one thing. The god's attack killed me. I really died. Memories of his school days surfaced in John Sung's mind. Then came the moment he received this system window, followed by his destination, and his firm resolve to complete the missions during John Sung's climb up the tower. Many different things have happened, not just the times facing various gods. Here, he also met so many people who supported and helped him. On the flip side, there were those who envied and wanted to destroy Sung John, but he tried to overcome all of that. Sung John recalled familiar faces in his mind. Moreover, thanks to that, he got to know many different people. Back in reality, Sung John's gaze was somewhat melancholy, thoughtful. Whether I fail or succeed, I have given my all. It's inevitable in life. The round hole in his chest was soaked with blood. Sung John quietly acknowledged it. Yes, that's right, he forced a smile, eyes hiding tears ready to spill. It seemed Sung John had no choice but to accept. I have to accept it. Death is like this, facing this dark night. The silence gave Sung John more to ponder. Maybe because he couldn't think clearly yet. Yet this endless night gave him a sense of calm and tranquility. Suddenly, a woman in full clothing rushed and hugged him from behind. He was momentarily stunned by the unexpected embrace. Sung John quickly turned around to stay alert. The woman, not angry, smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, my child. I am not your enemy. Sung Jin frowned, sweating with confusion, questioning, who are you? She placed a hand on her chest, explaining, this is just a part of me recreated. Still, the fact that you didn't recognize me, even though I created the holy war for you, makes me sad. He frowned, puzzled. So this must be the dark god. The dark god reached out, a finger aiming for Sung Jin's chin. Praise, you found the answer quickly. You truly are a smart child. But before she could touch him, Sung Jin raised his hand to block. He looked at her warningly, don't touch me. The dark god smiled mysteriously, repeating, it's not the right time to do that yet. But you will realize soon I am not your enemy. She gradually stepped back, leaving Sung Jin with a message. This tower has sensed me here, maybe I need to leave. The more you revere me, the more power you gain. When you start opening your eyes again. Sung Jin felt slightly confused. A stream of light began appearing behind him. The dark god's final words echoed, everything around you will change. At the same time, the scenery became unusual. Sung Jin was standing in a rain of crimson holy sword. He was silent for a few seconds, observing everything around. Sung Jin reached out to grasp the sword hilt. The system immediately announced, the dark god has smiled at you. They have granted you the power only disciples who worship the god can use. Meanwhile, Jurhin stood staring at his weapon lodged in him. When he saw it gradually vanish, his expression froze. Jurhin stared at the massive hole in Sung Jin, muttering, this is the end of anyone daring to challenge the gods. The villagers witnessing this covered their heads in fear, shouting, the swordsman is dead. What should we do? Those screams reached him. Jurhin glanced, mocking, truly weak human. He watched the white barrier gradually vanish. feeling thrilled inside. Earlier, humanity had created magical shields to protect you, but now no one does that anymore. Jurhan spread his pure white wings. Hovering in the air, he declared bluntly, "You will suffer my punishment." Renault, eyes wide, mouth agape, shouted in despair, "Swordsman." In this tragic scene, a sword suddenly fell from above near her, accompanied by a dark aura. Seeing this, Renault froze, showing surprise. The darkness gradually enveloped Sung Jin's body, lying sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Jurhan soared higher, feathers from his wings falling everywhere. He frowned, looking down at the white scales vanishing from his hand, deep in thought. Right, that apostle's body isn't strong enough to inherit my power. Jurhan scowled, criticizing, truly a hopeless body. Suddenly he froze midair, his body transforming as the system announced, "The war god has ended your power transfer." Instantly, his red hair and empowered hands disappeared, leaving Jurhan with his true appearance. Now his entire body was drenched in sweat. Blonde bangs swept to one side, partially hiding his face mysteriously. He forced a smile, thinking, "This might be the last time I can use the war god's power. If I continue to stay in the successor state to use that power, this body will surely explode and die." Jurhan uttered the words, but his whole body trembled, marveling that he had received the holy blessing of the divine spell, making him much stronger now. He suddenly leaned back, laughing like a madman, and shouted, "Now I have my own power. In this tower I am the strongest existence." But the notification hit him like a cold splash of water in the face. The god of war messaged Jurhan not to slack off, and to carry out divine punishment immediately. He scratched his head and awkwardly accepted the task. "All right, this will be quick. That human cannot resist me. Those following him will also be swiftly destroyed by me." But before he could act, a brilliant beam of light shot down to where he stood. The sky darkened with clouds, forming a grim aura. Below, mysterious energies swirled, and at the center, a beam shot straight up to the sky. Jurhan looked down at the pitch-black vortex below, panic rising, and exclaimed, What is this?" At the same time, information kept streaming in. "SSTR recovery skill has been activated. Due to its effect, you will be resurrected. After resurrection, you will be blessed." Sung Jan, who seemed dead, suddenly rose amidst the thick smoke. The system whispered, "You have been resurrected. You have been granted new divine power, essence." A series of notifications appeared. "You have wielded holy power, and the essence of the Grim Reaper has been engraved. Your previous wounds have been fully healed. The challenger has been recognized as an apprentice apostle and has attained the power of a god, though much remains to reach true divinity." Sung Jan, clad in armor, radiated combat energy. The challenger could now use part of a god's power to fight with bestowed holy decrees. Those decrees were death, darkness, and rage. All powers of the dark god combined with the holy decree were applied. Jurhan could not accept this. He screamed in madness, "Impossible, how could this be? How can a disciple of the dark god appear here? Clearly, the dark god's manifestation isn't here." The only response was deadly silence from him. His pupils glowed brightly as if ready to devour. He hastily reached out, thinking, "But in this tower I am still the strongest figure." Sung Jan remained still below, as Jurhan summoned a massive red-tipped blade. It came down straight at him. In an instant, Sung Jan faced the tip racing at light speed, growing ever closer. He didn't move a step, only raised his hand, emanating black magical energy. Sung Jan's eyes blazed as he commanded, "Devour." The terrifying weapon was swallowed by his black energy. It became limp, twisting in midair a few times before vanishing. In a flash, Sung Jan's spiritual energy dissipated, leaving only curling black smoke around him. He glared, rigid and puzzled. Why? What? The helmet on his face melted away, revealing half of Sung Jan's true face. He suspected, "You are." Sung Jan looked at Jurhan with murderous eyes, affirming, "I remember now. You are the enemy who killed me." Among 36 strategies, retreat is the best, so he spun and flew away cursing. Damn it, he didn't bother to pursue. He merely summoned a long sword in his hand. Sung Jan watched the receding figure, calculating 70 meters. The system quickly displayed, "You have used the holy decree of death. The essence of the Grim Reaper merged with it, greatly amplifying your dark power." Immediately, he aimed the sword, radiating immense energy at him. The words "die" rang out as Jurhan's body was split in two. He screamed in pain with half his face remaining. Sung Jan stood there, marveling at the sword's unleashed energy. "This power is incredible, far surpassing its sword skill." He walked forward, the helmet dissipating. System notification, "Your dark god form has manifested its power." Sung Jan exhaled in relief, finally done. He looked at Jurhan's halved body on the ground, thinking, "Now I am truly a disciple of the dark god. With this one no longer a war god's successor, I can defeat him easily." Sung Jan muttered, "He's been split in two, he likely won't recover." Then he glanced back. A devastated area with several bodies indicated that disciples of the two sects had already departed. Sung Jan calculated mentally, "I should depart immediately. Other soldiers might need my help. Their battle ahead is still full of difficulties." But right now, Jurhan behind him struggled to stand. His two halves slowly rejoined. Jurhan immediately fused the two pieces with a blazing red seam down the center of his body. He swore in rage, "Damn it! His eyes darted wildly. He spat out a tirade. I never thought you depossessed the power of a dark god's disciple, but no matter what, you won't defeat me so easily. In an instant, Jurhen's pupils turned a horrifying red. He roared in hatred, I will continue to fight you with my own power. This time you won't take me down so simply. Sungjan felt both confused and slightly anxious as the system announced. 0 hours 12 minutes 47 seconds remaining before you return to normal state. He raised his arms, summoning a barrage of sharp weapons from the air. Sungjan flinched. Looking up as they hurtled toward him, he frowned, tense, guessing, are those the spears that killed me before? The system quickly activated the unyielding will skill, triggering the legendary Suicide Warrior. All stats increased by 18, activating the special resilience effect. All stats increased by 18. At this moment, Sungjan held 2 swords, his imposing armored aura ready for battle. From above, he gently directed his palms downward. A volley of sharp weapons created from Jurhen's spiritual energy instantly shot toward the ground. They rained down relentlessly. He swiftly teleported at light speed, and wherever he went, the spears slammed into the ground, shattering the earth into fragments. As Sungjan dashed forward, a golden energy suddenly fell in the path he intended to pass. In the blink of an eye, the golden light nearly touched the top of Sungjan's head. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet, and with a single leap, he dodged to the side. That surge of energy immediately slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. Sungjan quickly dragged both feet hard against the ground to retreat. Just as he was about to swing his sword, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist from behind. It was Sungjan's wrist. It was none other than Jurhen. He gripped both of his wrists tightly with both hands and pulled them back to restrain him. Jurhen's whites of the eyes turned pitch black, his pupils contracted, and he coldly issued an order. Crush him. Sungjan glanced back. He glared through gritted teeth at that bastard, while Jurhen's wings rose into the air and formed 2 bizarre arms. 2 palms with razor-sharp claws also took shape. Under Jurhen's control, they reached toward Sungjan's head. Sungjan immediately shouted, Gran Gu. At once, black spiritual energy flew in. It tore into Jurhen's hands without the slightest mercy. Piece after piece was sliced away, leaving Jurhen stunned. He froze, as if trying to figure out what was happening. Sungjan used that chance to break free from Jurhen's restraint. He raised his sword into the air, releasing a blinding light along with an eerie, ghostly laugh. A voice instantly came from the sword. At last it is time for me to sheath. Then it suddenly stopped. The parts that had just been cut away from Jurhen instantly joined back together as if they had never been separated. The being inside the sword could not help being shocked by that regeneration. What the hell is that a god? Why would a god descend during an ordinary trial like this? Why did the trial's difficulty suddenly shoot through the roof? Sungjan answered in confusion as well. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short. Sungjan glanced at the sword and ordered, use every support ability you can transfer to me. The voice from the sword spoke again, trying to stop him. This is not something abilities alone can solve. Wait, have you become an apostle? Sungjan roared in frustration, urging him on. Hurry up, this is no time for chatter. At the same moment, 2 brilliant golden surges of energy had already shot over and struck one of his arms and one of his legs before he even noticed. Sungjan frowned. The tension was clear in his eyes. Jurhen, now with 4 arms, was summoning a magic circle above his head, inside which a fireball spun endlessly. He fired repeated blasts of energy from it towards Sungjan. The system quickly activated the skill weak blood. While Sungjan was trying to dodge, that voice still echoed in his ear. Very well, I will lend you all of my power. A stream of information was transmitted to him. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Main Soul Skill activated. Magic Burst. A+, your body's magical power has increased. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Main Soul Skill activated. Enhancement. Your thoughts have become sharper and your reaction speed has increased many times over. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Main Soul Skill activated. Lesser Mind B+. A support skill has been created to help magic circulate faster. The True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's durability is decreasing by 0.4% per second. The True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's main soul may disappear. Sungjan looked at the sword, speechless. What? He clenched his teeth, then laughed in amazement. I thought you were all talk. But the quality of buffs like this is seriously insane. Sungjan leapt high into the air. He flew forward, thinking to himself, but fighting him head-on is still a bit too much for me. At the same time, the clouds in the sky gathered together until they covered everything. 2 blood-red beams of light shot upward. Jurhen stared furiously at the light beneath the clouds. Look there, the voice from the sword rang out again, deliberately provoking him. Use your head, you can buy yourself a little more time. Sungjan looked down and snapped. For someone so divine, tell me something useful in this situation, just summarize it. He hurriedly urged him on. Hurry up, the other voice kept rambling nonstop. Wait, I need time to think, let's see, right, no, that is impossible. That will not work either. Sungjan called out in exasperation. Hey, you fake. In the blink of an eye, while the 2 of them were still stunned, Jurhen had already flown down. He stretched both palms toward the summoned energy and mocked, A cheap trick like that will not fool me. Jurhan confidently declared, I will blow you away completely so you can never regenerate again. Facing him, Sung Jan could only yell, I'm about to lose my mind. Only then did the sword get to the main point. Understood. After analyzing his skill with my genius brain, the voice proceeded to give a string of useless remarks. Right now, you can defeat that monster with faith. Sung Jan looked at the 4 surges of energy rushing toward him and shouted, everyone knows that. The other voice was not joking. I only meant the current you. The reminder echoed in his ear, use the power of a god, use divinity, though it is limited while you are in the apostle state. You can use that power, I will signal you when the time comes. For now, you only need to use your senses to feel the space around you and make him lower his guard. Meanwhile, Jurhan on the other side was attacking with all his strength. He suddenly froze when he sensed that something was wrong. Meanwhile, the sword was still rambling on and on. Remember, you have only 1 minute and 19 seconds left before returning to your normal state. One chance, taking advantage of this, Sung Jan flew forward, hands drawing his 2 weapons behind his back for momentum. Then he swung both swords down at Jurhan, sending streams of green and red energy flying into the air. Yet, he easily dodged to the side. This guy is too resilient. Sung Jan gritted his teeth, glancing at Jurhan. He struck continuously but missed every attack, only earning a scornful smile from him. Jurhan soared over Sung Jan's head, taunting, do you really think that predictable sword technique will hit me? Sung Jan's face darkened as he summoned, white sword see cutting. A blinding light appeared instantly beside his cheek, making Jurhan pause for a moment. He was thrown back by the force, exclaiming, what is this? It struck directly at Gerard's cruel face, yet he held the terrifying energy with both hands from his wings. Sung Jan was the next to be surprised. Jurhan took a stance, his arms tearing through the green energy above his head. Jurhan clenched his fists, praising, interesting. The sword in his hand seemed to speak, get ready, he's coming. Indeed, he did. He had charged before Sung Jan noticed, summoning a sharp spear aimed at him again. A flurry of deadly weapons flew past him. Sung Jan had to dodge carefully from one spear to another. Jurhan advanced, pushing his spear forward with both hands. He flinched slightly at the sight of the double tips and that extraordinary body. Sung Jan tried to dodge the 2 spears, but unlike he expected, both of his swords were pulled by the spears, forcing him to stop, exclaiming, my swords are being held by space. At the same time, Jurhan summoned another spear, reaching toward his head. Sung Jan looked up, complaining. This bastard immediately mimicked the 7-form white sword after just seeing it once. Damn. He gritted his teeth, thinking, do you think I'll let this slide? Sung Jan quickly figured out a plan. If I counter with white sword void cutting, it might work. The sword seemed to respond, no, don't dodge, let it hit. He froze, asking himself, what is it saying? Meanwhile, the weapon was still pulled by the spear. The voice continued, trust me, stay still. Sung Du gritted his teeth at the pointed tip rushing toward him, swearing. Damn it, at that moment, a stream of red spiritual energy began enveloping him just before the spear tip. A crimson layer appeared. In front of the weapon Jurhan was trying to thrust. He watched the spear approach the protective barrier. Taunting, do you think you can stop it with your ability? Meanwhile, Sung Jan stood unmoving, and the familiar voice echoed again. At that moment, the spear tip was right before his pupil. Using divine focus, he leaned back immediately. The whites of Sung Jan's eyes turned black, and his pupils became completely white. The system quickly notified, using divine focus to override death, bypass recovery limits, and instant death effects. He tilted to the side, letting the spear tip glance off the edge of his face. A voice from the sword echoed, he cannot withstand the enveloping blood energy. Meanwhile, a shower of red stones fell from the sky. It reminded Sung Jan, giving a chance to catch Jurhan off guard and limit his action. Indeed, Jurhan struggled to evade them, but how could he dodge them all? Within seconds, he was enveloped in red. Jurhan clenched his fists, unable to break free. Simultaneously, the urging voice sounded, but that prison won't hold for long. Quickly eliminate that madman. He panted, thinking because of discipleship. His holy energy was depleting too fast. He could only use divine focus once or twice more. Sung Jan decided to act, dashing to where he was trapped. System notification, using divine focus to kill. Absolute death has been imbued into your sword. He immediately swung his sword in a flawless arc, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. It rolled straight toward Gerard's face. Jurhan's head was quickly torn from his body. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword pointed skyward, announcing, now it's time to act. Jurhan's hands began to twitch. Cracks slowly appeared on the circular structure. In an instant, the prison shattered into pieces. Even he was surprised by. He had no head left, yet his voice still echoed through the air. Even if this is only a small fraction of my sacred power. Do you think the physical limits of a divine being could be the same as those of an ordinary human? Sung Jan swept his gaze over him and immediately realized, time perception error, twin-linked strike. He slashed again as the system notification rang out, skill, celestial serpent swordsmanship. Special effect, twin-linked strike has activated. Jurhan leaned back as he saw the terrifying energy surging toward him, then exclaimed, "What?" He hurriedly raised both hands in front of him to block it. "Wait!" In the very next instant, that spiritual force crashed down where Jurhan stood. He desperately used all four of his arms to withstand it. The energy still pressed down violently, making Jurhan panic. I have never seen this kind of power on the 13th floor. The two twin-linked strikes collided and formed an X, and at that moment, his entire body was torn into several pieces. A stream of information came through. Congratulations, you have completed the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Completion reward, Nameless God's Protective Bracelet S-Rank has been moved to your inventory. You have received the completion rewards, 100,000 points and 5,000 items. Additional completion reward, 5,000 items. Nameless God's Divine Jade S-Rank has been moved to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room. Now Sung Jan laughed and let out a few words of amazement. It really was over. Nothing else appeared to leave him momentarily bewildered. Sung Jan quickly descended to the ground, striking it hard with one hand in an incredibly cool pose. The system announced, "You have achieved the accomplishment Rebirth Defiance. All abilities have increased by 4. He now looked ahead with a fierce expression. Sung Jan stood between heaven and earth, holding his sword in one hand as he listened. All skills of the Soul Master, True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, have been deactivated. The stability of the Soul Master, True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, has dropped to 9.4%. Sung Jan glanced over and asked, "Are you all right?" But only silence answered him, making him suspicious. It turned out John Gu was sitting behind him, sighing. "Do you think I would be all right?" She swept a hand through her hair and sighed. "Thankfully, we did not have to face Rang Lam completely. Otherwise, both of us would be dead." He froze, slightly puzzled. Sung Jan gaped and wondered aloud, "You are a woman, your voice sounds so much like a man's." John Gu frowned in warning. "Do not judge someone like me, the one who stands at the peak of the blood demon cult, by something as trivial as gender." Sung Jan looked at her and awkwardly asked, "Ah, yes. Wait, but were you always capable of manifesting like this?" She looked at him as he fumbled and shook the sword in his hand, then explained, "Of course not. I do not know why, but I think it is because of your influence, and because the sacred power within your body and mine are able to harmonize to a certain extent. That is my guess." Hearing this, Sung Jan stood there in a daze. John Gu jumped down from the rock and continued, "In any case." She stretched both hands forward, letting drops of blood fall as she urged him. "I cannot maintain this form for long, so hurry up and take care of business." He was briefly startled and repeated the words, "Take care of business." John Gu looked at the drops of blood with a sharp gleam in her eyes. She released her blood forward and commanded, "Blood drain." Immediately afterward, crimson spiritual force spread out from all over her body. The system displayed a series of messages. Special effect of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Blood Drain, has been activated. Absorbing Prospective Apostle Jurhin Nevia. Item advancement has risen to 2,801 out of 4,800. In this way, the skilled divine engraving art Birang has been engraved into the specialized blood-draining slot. Sung Jan widened his eyes as he watched John Gu's drops of blood envelop him. Then they vanished. She spoke, "This is the original form of my blood drain. The effect of this skill is much stronger than before." He still stood there frowning, unable to say a word. She yawned repeatedly and complained, "Anyway, why did you have to fight a god? You can tell me later, I am sleepy now." John Gu entered Sung Jan's sword, leaving behind one message, "We will talk later." Once again, he stood alone between the vast earth and sky. Sung Jan slowly walked toward the place where Jurhin had collapsed. The hand from his wings twitched slightly. His eyes widened when he saw that strange movement. Sung Jan raised his sword defensively. He wondered, is he still not dead? What? But he had already seen the trial completion notification. Sure enough, Jurhin's body was rising again, and a red circle floated in front of his neck. That circle instantly transformed into an eye that looked utterly terrifying. The corpse trembled as it stood up, and Sung Jan cried out in confusion. Damn it, how? He suddenly remembered the system notification. The condition for completing the trial was to successfully lead the holy war within the allotted time. Sung Jan looked at him with a stern expression and judged. He cannot do anything anymore, so the tower must have decided that the trial was complete. Sung Jan imagined facing a saint and thinking about it. Reflecting back, he remembered seeing a message that a large amount of divine energy had been returned when the god inspector met him privately. And the war god had to spend a huge amount of divine energy to descend. Any more would be excessive. Jurhin's eyes widened as he spoke. I will definitely kill you. Don't think this is the end." He still stood there, holding his sword and contemplating a lesson he learned after becoming an apostle. The one who receives divine energy shows no trace of God. Sung Jan remained silent for a moment. He thought of flying off Earth and told himself, I have been given a chance to reach the level of a god. Sung Jan radiated his mystical energy. Facing the red circle, he reasoned, if that's the case. The reason the war god dislikes me is that he fears a new divinity being born. He immediately summoned the sword in his hand and declared, now everything is clear. Sung Jan swung his sword at the strange eye, reminding himself. The war god had used dissent to try to kill him. Jurhin still taunted boldly, you are just a dog of the tower. He decisively slashed downward, splitting the eye. In two, Sung Jan thought to himself while remaining resolute, I will make you regret seeking divinity. He plunged the sword deeply, and furthermore made Jurhin's body fall again. Sung Jan reminded himself he would kill anyone who is an enemy. That is all he needed to do. The system quickly notified, Heavenly Sword has destroyed something very hard to destroy. Rank upgraded to A+, 8,700 out of 10,000. As the eye split into two pieces, Jurhin's vengeful voice echoed, I will tear you apart next time. He didn't bother responding. Firmly holding his sword hilt, Sung Jan frowned and called, Devour. Information transmitted. Using Dark Divinity, Devour designated dark target. Immediately, a black spiritual force enveloped the area. It surged into the space between the two halves of the eye. The spiritual force drained all its power. System update, you have absorbed the soul of prospective apostle Jurhin Nevia. Mastery increased by 7.7%. He closed his eyes in thought. As expected, the soul used as a conduit for the god's descent was very valuable. It didn't seem the war god was dead. Sung Jan suddenly paused, sensing something strange. System notice, because you absorbed a stronger soul, extraction judgment initiated. Power has begun. Judgment successful, the power within prospective apostle Jurhin Nevia's soul confirmed. He glanced at the extracted power from the soul. Sung Jan saw his chest glowing as the system announced. Blink Power B has been embedded into Han Sung Jan's soul. You can instantly move to a location within sight. Hearing this, he was briefly astonished, letting out an "oh." Sung Jan stood in the remote wilderness, thinking, instantly move to wherever I want. He stomped forward, wings ready. Then, Sung Jan's pupils glowed as the system spoke. Time remaining until Apostle Mode deactivation, 0 seconds. But before he could move, it interrupted. Time S up. Apostle Mode deactivated, making him pause briefly. The armor and wings also disappeared, so sudden that Sung Jan staggered, leaning forward. A second later, his body vanished, leaving a trail of black smoke in the twilight with a warning. From the system, keywords death, divinity, darkness, and immortality disappearing. Scene shifts to a school, footsteps echoing everywhere. Grass field, everyone raced forward, while Sung Jan lagged far behind. A friend in front with amber pupils looked back, urging, Hey, Han Sung Jan, hurry up. He just stood there in a daze. Didn't understand what was happening. Soon, the ball was kicked into the net. Everyone cheered after the goal. Just as they were celebrating, something fell behind Sung Jan, making him turn to see rocks flying. A horrifying scene appeared before the students. A person crushed by a giant hand with sharp nail. Sung Jan panicked for a moment, glanced around, sweat running down his face. He stepped back cautiously as the shadow fell upon his small figure. The muscular figure's arms kept swinging towards Sung Jan. His pupils widened, sweat streaming down. The huge hand slammed into the ground. Wherever it hit, a thudding sound and cries for help followed, leaving Sung Jan frozen by the massacre. He could no longer bear it and screamed. The scream escaped as Sung Jan woke from the nightmare. His breathing was rapid, panic evident on his face. He sat up, still dazed from the disturbing dream. Did I faint? The system quickly displayed. Thanks to mental power, unstable emotions gradually vanished. Not long after, Sung Jan regained his composure, stepped outside, and pushed aside the two covering sheets. He paused for a moment. Sung Jan was now facing a group of utterly unfamiliar people alone. The atmosphere became unusually quiet. Suddenly, everyone changed their demeanor, shouting in awe, treating him as the savior of the dark god cult. A young man stepped towards Sung Jan, scratching his head and hands nervously, saying, I apologize for speaking disrespectfully before. Please forgive me. Commander Reno already told me everything. A voice suddenly came from behind, startling everyone who turned to look. With trembling steps, the person spoke. Thou, are you truly the savior of the dark god cult? He fell to his knees, hands raised high, questioning. Apostle of the dark god, why haven't you helped us all this time? While we have endured every hardship. His face darkened, speechless before such criticism. Sung Jan approached, placing both hands on the old man's shoulders, saying, To act, you must choose the right time to lure the blood demon cult apostle into the open. I had no other choice. He gave a sly smile. The glory of this purge now belongs to our dark god cult. The elderly man looked slightly stunned at Sung Jan's words. Please, no more tears. The force system activated the absolute charm skill. Standing before the radiant light, he declared that all was predestined by the dark god. I am only following his will. A series of notifications reached the crowd, putting them into an unusual state of reverence. Their judgment was significantly impaired, yet they were keenly aware of his presence. Smiling, they whispered, "Apostle." Sung John smiled in satisfaction at the system display. The examining deity was impressed, noting his deceptive technique was quite sophisticated. The dark god felt pleased with his actions and laughed joyfully. The faith-gaining ability activated strongly, and the source of light continued to expand. They now regarded him as a god, the system's voice echoing in Sung John's ear. The system was collecting faith for him in the area, accumulating enough to create a myth. It calculated a fitting mythology based on the believer's faith and real-world results. He grinned, brimming with energy, murmuring, "Notification, establishing mythology." Instantly, the system reported that the first savior mythology was complete. The final savior mythology was being integrated into his holy power. Sung John leaned back, raising both wings to absorb the golden energy into himself. Then the system updated with a long list. When Challenger Hand Sung John activates this mythology, the salvation effect will be applied. When performing benevolent acts to aid the weak, all abilities will slightly increase whenever Challenger Hand Sung John activates this mythology. The prayer effect will be applied. When a cult worships you, your holy power will increase based on the number of followers. Goal achieved. He raised his hand, happily bidding farewell. "Take care, everyone." Sung John soared into the sky with his wings, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone watched him ascend. Reynolds quietly called out, "Apostle." Flying, he reminded himself, "I should go to the place where I passed out." Not long after, Sung John turned his head and exclaimed, "There it is." A barrier gate instantly appeared on the ground. He landed skillfully in front of it. Sung John sighed, "I've never had to endure such a long trial. Oh man, I might actually start caring about them." Without hesitation, he stepped straight into the gate. The system immediately notified, "You have entered the waiting room of floor 16. Administrator notification limits removed." Administrator Iron Blood Tyrant felt relieved, though the contract remained safe. Administrator White Crane Swordsman, crying, said, "You've worked hard." Administrator Iron Blood Tyrant is inviting you to their domain. Administrator White Crane Swordsman is inviting you to their domain. Seeing this, Sung John glanced over, slightly surprised. People thought he was hesitating in choice, but he went straight ahead, firmly declining. "Sorry to worry you, but I'll meet you both later." Sung John sat alone on the bed, placing the two holy swords beside him, deep in thought. Holy power accumulated in his heart was simply a capability, based on the cost to utilize it for mythology and authority. Looking at the black spiritual energy emanating from his chest, he realized many things have changed. Sung John snapped his fingers together, generating mana and sensing it. Through apostle transformation, he had experienced a pseudo-body state and could directly use holy power. He smiled, saying, "After some time, my holy power has turned black. Apparently, it's connected to the Reaper's abilities." Sung John instantly clenched his palm, letting that divine spirit circle around it. He raised his arm straight into the air, his face filled with determination. Sung John did not hesitate at all as he slammed his palm straight down onto the ground. He was slightly surprised to see the light flashing before him. Sung John looked at the crack in the wall, feeling somewhat confused. The wall of the waiting room would normally restore itself immediately after taking any attack, but now it was not restoring. More precisely, its recovery speed had become visibly slower. The corner of his mouth lifted unconsciously. How interesting. Sung John muttered. The reward from the 15th floor trial, a white bracelet with a blue gem in the center, quickly appeared. Along with the information, protective bracelet of the nameless god, S+. A bracelet used by the nameless god for protection while alive, when the user is hit by an unavoidable attack. The special effect defense priority will activate. At that time, the bracelet will remove the impact of the unavoidable attack. However, this special effect has a usage limit, and the current number of uses is 4. Next was an azure gem, divine gem of the nameless god, S+. A gem into which the nameless god poured holy power while alive. When a target is designated and holy power is infused, the special effect, Absolute Seal, will activate. At that time, you can seal the opponent's strongest skill. However, this special effect can only be used once, and the sealing duration is not long. At this point, he could not help letting out a sound of surprise. Sung John looked satisfied and thought, both of them are S+ rank, so they are fairly useful. In an instant, another red sphere appeared, surrounded by rays of magical power. You have obtained the soul of the prospective apostle Jurhin Nevia, so all your stats have been permanently increased. Strength has increased by 4, agility has increased by 6, durability has increased by 4, magic power has increased by 7, endurance has increased by 3. Absorbing one of the skills possessed by the prospective apostle Jurhin Nevia. Skill acquired, Roar of the Strong, B-. Sung John sighed in frustration. This is nowhere near enough compared with all the hardship I went through. I will offer it at the altar later to strengthen my divine power. Suddenly, the system added more information, seizing the divinity within the soul of the prospective apostle Jurhan Nevia. The conditions for the authority of holy power have been met and activated, attempting to extract divinity. Divinity extraction successful. His eyes were now wider than ever. Sung John looked down at the streak of light on his chest in admiration. My divinity has increased greatly. He ordered quest. It indicated that challenger Han Sung John was viewing his quests. You have received quests from a total of 7 administrators. The administrator ruler of heaven has assigned the quest stone. Of the ruler of heaven, the administrator divine seeker has assigned the quest seeker of the path. The administrator island hero has assigned the quest disaster of the island. Sung John stared blankly at the pile appearing before him. So many administrators had assigned quests. Oh well, it is not like I lose anything. This just means I have more choices. He stood before that series of blue panels, pondering for a while. Suddenly, Sung John glanced at a nearby quest panel. The information displayed was that the administrator army of the ruined world had assigned the quest savior of the apocalypse. Completion reward can be attached to an item as the absolute attribute never damaged. Maximum of 2 times. Completion condition, make a choice you will not regret. After reading it, he let out a sound of surprise. Sung John rubbed his chin, thinking of the heavenly blood demon sword. I was still wondering how to quickly restore the durability of the heavenly blood demon sword, because this time it had been overused by the master soul. Without any more hesitation, he reached out and accepted it at once, exclaiming, "How lucky." Information was transmitted again. You have selected the quest savior of the apocalypse. The personal trial of the 16th floor has changed to savior of the apocalypse. Other administrators will be restricted from observing the trial, and only a few permitted administrators will be able to do so. The system quickly announced, the 16th floor trial begins. Remaining time 48 days. The theme of the current trial is warrior. Trial clearance condition. Make a choice you will not regret within the trial period. Trial failure condition. The death of the challenger or the end of the trial period. Trial reward can attach the absolute attribute never damaged to 2 items. Penalty for failing the trial, none. And so Sung John was sent to another place again. He lay on a simple bed and groaned aloud, "My body." Sung John, with white bandages wrapped around his head, gritted his teeth and wondered, "It hurts so much. What is this terrible pain?" The system's voice echoed faintly beside his ear, beginning the quest savior of the apocalypse. The equipment you can use has been restricted, and some equipment has been moved into your inventory. Challenger Han Sung John possesses a skill unsuitable for the quest difficulty. All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not change until the end of the trial. However, any skill growth gained in the game will be recalculated after the trial ends. He struggled to sit up in his battered body. Suddenly, Sung John trembled and clutched his mouth, his pupils widening. Unable to hold it in, he rushed outside and threw up everything. Right after that, the figure of a young girl approached from behind and spoke. "You're finally awake," drawing Sung John's attention. He turned back, wondering what was going on. The intense pain surged over him again, making him feel unbearably uncomfortable. This person was Daisy. She turned away and reminded him, "Don't push yourself too hard. I'll call the other teammates in a bit." Daisy's gaze then turned extremely sinister, her tone full of hidden meaning. "They'll be here soon, so you just go back, Neil." That name startled Sung John, and he looked down at his face reflected on the nearby water. Beneath the water was not his familiar face, but the face of the ruined world military administrator. That person with amber eyes stared blankly back at Sung John. He suddenly recalled the savior mission in this trial. Sung John had been forced into the role of a character named Neil. He collapsed to his knees on the ground, feeling his terrible physical condition and the heavenly blood demon sword. The main item and all protective items had been sealed, so Sung John could not use them. So all those treasures were completely banned. How was he supposed to clear this trial? Sung John slowly stood up, holding his arm as he thought to himself, "It'll hurt a little, but it's better to play this character properly than to rush my body's recovery with weak blood. Luckily, I still have the items I bought as a precaution." He quickly summoned the enemy detecting blindfold B92000P, the system announced. "You will sense hostile energy when it is directed at you." The adventurer's homemade glove B8500B helps you adapt to unfamiliar situations. Just like that, Sung John now had a blindfold and a glove to assist him in this mission. He looked up and thought, this enemy detecting blindfold has a function for detecting enemies. It will be very useful. Just then, 2 teammates approached and spoke. "Neil, thank goodness you're awake. This really is a miracle. What a relief." As expected of the apostle chosen by the dragon god, Sung John felt a little awkward, raised his hand with a forced smile, and secretly calculated that he needed to act as naturally as possible. Before he could finish speaking, the blindfold gave a signal, detecting a large number of enemies approaching. Startled, Sung John placed his hand on it and thought. The blindfold activated immediately. He looked around and searched. "Where are they?" that voice rang out. "What's wrong, Neil?" Sung John immediately turned his eyes in that direction. At the same time, the system's voice rang beside his ear. The exclusive effect of enemy detecting blindfold B+ automatic enemy detection has been activated. Enemies will be marked in red within your field of vision. Perhaps beyond his expectations, those three were the enemies, yet they were still acting arrogantly. They asked with concern, Han, you still haven't fully recovered. Maybe you shouldn't push yourself. Go rest for a while. Sung John froze, his eyes widening. Sweat trickled down as he felt shocked inside. What? All of his teammates are enemies. He pressed his lips tightly together, swept his gaze over one person, and finally realized it. Now I understand why this mission is ranked as mentally difficult. Before long, all four of them were sitting inside a simple hut. Sung John reassured himself. Right now, they probably don't intend to do anything immediately. He became lost in thought and realized that most of his skills were functioning normally. Suddenly, a voice rang out and drew Sung John's attention. So that's what happened. The old man sitting there was Zeppa. Wondered, have you lost your memories, Neil? The other three stayed silent, listening closely for the answer. I guess so. I can't remember anything. Not about myself or why I'm here. Daisy closed her eyes, let out a sigh, and said, the side effects seem more serious than I thought. Zeppa added as well, I see. She quickly began explaining. We don't have time, so I'll summarize it quickly. Neil, you are a warrior, and as the only apostle of the Heavenly Dragon Order, your mission is to save this world. Daisy pictured the scene of them sitting in a carriage, traveling across the roads, and continued. You know, we are on a journey to defeat the Great Demon King. The image of Neil holding his sword pointed at the Great Demon King flooded back into her memory. Daisy continued, while fighting him, you were severely injured. Sung John vaguely understood. So that's why I lost my memories. She hesitated, and she thought of a powerful being with red eyes and a massive, elongated body. Right, the Demon King serves the Demon God. He is planning to summon the Demon God. If that happens, it will be the end of this entire world. The human-faced man drew a conclusion. In short, the only one who can kill the Demon King in this world is the warrior blessed by the gods. And because of that, Sung John, who was in pretty bad condition, was forced to join this adventure. So you are a warrior. Sung John pictured himself standing alone and isolated, gripping a sword as he fought. You will have to face all kinds of enemies until you meet the Demon King, and recover as much of your ability as possible during that time. In the blink of an eye, they were sitting in a carriage, talking as they traveled. Since you have woken up and we have already told you everything important, we will explain the rest on the way to the demon realm. The carriage kept racing down the road without the slightest pause, the young man sitting. Beside Zeppa was Alan. Curious, he asked, Neil, you said you lost your memory. Sung John, now in Neil's identity, only gave a small yes. Alan pointed at his own face and asked in confusion, and you do not remember my name either. He bent forward and made up a random excuse. Because of the aftereffects of the battle, I do not remember who you are. Hearing that, Alan let out a long sigh. Alan smiled and introduced himself confidently. I am Alan Nick. Just call me Alan. Also, the way you talk is too stiff, so speak more casually. Sung John swept his eyes around, more guarded than ever. Zeppa, sitting beside him, also spoke up. Maybe it is because you lost your memory, but you seem calmer than before. He hesitated. You are. The old man quickly said, Zeppa Daniel, just call me Zeppa. You can call this old wizard whatever you like. Sung John replied coldly. I understand. In the middle of their serious conversation, Alan's stomach suddenly growled several times. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, his cheeks flushing as he mumbled. Even though the world is about to be destroyed, my stomach is still right on schedule. Alan immediately raised his hand and called out loudly, Hey, Daisy, let us hunt before we move on. And so the carriage stopped again. The other three left, and Daisy did not forget to turn back and remind him. We lost all our food, so if we do not hunt, we will starve to death. You just rest, Neil. We will go find something to eat. Not long after, they brought back a small mouse for him. Here is your portion. Night had also fallen, and the three sat roasting a wild boar over the flickering firelight. A voice rang out, Neil no longer has the ability to serve as the warrior of salvation. Others will judge our decision as unjust. At the same time, they remembered the dead little mouse, and imagined Sung John ending up the same way. They looked at the fragrant roasted boar and justified themselves. We are not wrong. Even if it is unjust, this is the only way to save the world. Alan bit into the meat and laid out the plan. We just drive him away so he does not die, then hand it over to that guy. Daisy agreed while chewing noisily. Yes, that is enough, we will do that. Zephyr added, right, he is no longer a warrior or anything like that. He is just a tool for saving the world. They thought John Seong was not there, but at that moment he was sitting high on a tree branch, having heard the entire conversation. John Seong frowned and muttered, You bastards, should I kill them all? He quickly shook his head, throwing the thought away. No. No, John Seong's eyes widened as he thought. The mission completion condition is stopping me from doing that. If I act recklessly, it will only make the consequences worse. He swept his gaze over the other three and calculated, if it is just these three, I am confident I can kill them, even in this state. I still have plenty of time, so I will keep an eye on them for now. Time continued to pass. Even after that, John Seong's companions often went out hunting while they traveled. Holding some food in his hand, he looked at their backs and complained. They hunt that much and still do not share food with an injured person. Before long, John Seong shot high into the sky and thought to himself, thanks to that, I have plenty of time to escape from the cart prison. He walked alone through the vast forest inside. Good, at this rate they will not catch me. John Seong looked at the scenery around him and thought, I can train here. Suddenly a dark shadow covered his entire body, making him glance behind him. A gigantic beast with razor-sharp teeth appeared right before his eyes. John Seong thought, did I go too deep? Not long after it collapsed. He casually bit into a piece of the monster's flesh. John Seong chewed with his mouth full and compared it. It tastes like chicken. He imagined the tiny mouse and scoffed. Right now, even if I do not eat or sleep, my body will have no problem with physical activity. But eating uncooked meat really is awful, even by my standards. Alan made noise every night, leaving John Seong exasperated as well. Not just the food, the way that guy keeps making noise in the middle of the night. Those so-called companions of mine really act terribly. They are no different from children. I cannot stand it anymore. Once he was done, he strode through the forest alone. John Seong narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. I have to seize the initiative. The system quickly activated the weak blood skill. Your body's ability to recover from injuries has increased. John Seong stood up straight. He smiled, sensing the recovery within his body. With his business finished, he returned alone to the gathering point. John Seong looked at the three people sitting silently ahead and spoke. I went out for a short walk. It looks like everyone came back from hunting earlier than usual today. Daisy slowly stood up and called softly, Neil. His blindfold immediately reported, a large number of enemies approaching the user have been detected. Exclusive effect of the blindfold. B+ enemy detected. Automatic enemy detection has been activated. Brimming with murderous intent, she scolded him. You have not recovered yet. Moving around like that is not good for you. He scratched his head and arm, judging inwardly. She is probably annoyed because I dared to leave her control on my own. Then he made an excuse. I was getting too stifled from lying in one place all the time. Zephyr shakily reached out his hand and exclaimed, wait, your body. He touched John Seong's arm and wondered, how could you recover so quickly? He gave a random excuse. After resting for a few days, I suddenly started feeling better. John Seong smiled, holding back his words yet implying something. But this is interesting. That left Zephyr slightly surprised. His face darkened as he questioned him. I thought you were not a healing-type mage. So how could you immediately notice the change in my body when you are not a healer? Hearing this, Zephyr was startled and lowered his head. His whole body trembled violently and he could barely speak. That is, Alan quickly cut in to cover for Zephyr. Enough nonsense. We are almost at the demon realm, so hurry up. With that, Zephyr turned sharply and left. Inside the carriage, Zephyr called again, Neil. He raised his head and scrutinized the other man. Have your memories returned? John Seong stayed silent for a few seconds, then answered, not yet, though he thought differently. There was nothing to remember from the very beginning. Suddenly, the carriage became unstable, making everyone alarmed. Outside, the horse was thrashing around and neighing wildly. It broke free from Daisy's control. The four of them had no choice but to get out of the carriage. They raised their heads and looked at the scene ahead. The system quickly announced, you have arrived in an area filled with demonic energy near the demon realm. The longer you are exposed to demonic energy, the more exhausted you will become. Sharp spikes were radiating from everywhere before their eyes. We are entering the demon realm. She swept her gaze across the area and reminded them, we will have to walk from here. Neil, I am sorry, but we can no longer prioritize you. A voice saying no rang out, leaving Daisy momentarily stunned. He broke into a sinister smile, his tone filled with murderous intent. In any case, this suits my style better. In the demon realm, there is a form of demonic energy that drives any creature mad the moment it breathes it in, and there are countless monsters that can easily slaughter hundreds of people. Even warriors who have faced countless hardships agree. No matter how extraordinary a person's power may be, they cannot survive in the demon realm. Not long afterward, a foot stepped into this gloomy place. Ahead was a bizarre scene with sharp spikes jutting out everywhere. John Seong, under the identity of Neil for this mission, stood looking at the place with three people who appeared to be his companions, but in truth were his enemy. Sungjan froze for a moment, muttering, is this really the demon realm? Alan overheard him. He glanced discreetly, thinking, even in the demon realm you don't remember, you must have lost all your memories. Suddenly, Zeppa drew a sword and lifted it up. The sound immediately caught his attention. He respectfully held the weapon wrapped in a piece of white cloth and spoke, "All right, take it." Zeppa unfolded the cloth, revealing a sword. It was massive, extremely sharp, and seemed to remind him, "You may have forgotten, but this is the weapon you consider your lifeline, the sword." Sung-Jan stood still, observing it with cautious curiosity. Suddenly, a gigantic hand with sharp claws grabbed a rock ahead. In an instant, the creature used both hands to push two boulders aside. Behind it were countless other monsters. The young man across quickly crouched, slammed his hand on the ground, creating an ice barrier to block their advance. He was Neil, the character Sung-Jan had to embody for this mission. He panted, staring at the ice, whispering, "I thought things had settled over time." The system suddenly announced, "World Balance Administrator has weakened." Neil gritted his teeth, harboring resentment, but just recalling that painful period was unbearable. He, a small and fragile figure beneath a swarm of ruthless monsters, lamented, "I once utterly weak. Only knew despair, hoping for faith and help from my teammates." Thinking of this, Neil shivered. Yet then, his hand clenched into a fist, pounding the ground, shouting, "How could they?" Neil's pupils were pale yellow. It seemed he saw something astonishing, eyes wide. Just as he seemed hopeless, Sung-Jan was pushed to take Neil's place for the mission. He dashed forward to where Neil had stood, swinging the holy sword in a single arc, ready to accomplish the task Neil was meant to do. He shouted excitedly, "Then let's begin." The system quickly activated. Custom gloves of Explorer B special effect situation assessment was triggered. Because the demonic energy here aligns with you, your spirit won't deplete. Due to dense demonic energy accumulation, your mana increased by 2. Behind him, teammates and enemies alike watched Sung-Jan facing the giant hand. They thought, "He's always so impulsive." Even after being blocked multiple times, perhaps his memory loss explains his reckless action. Ale frowned, speculating, but now Neil would struggle to face the monsters alone. The three others each held a weapon, yet none advanced following his lead. They stayed behind, letting him fight until exhaustion, just as he wanted, to see if he'd despair fighting like that. Meanwhile, Sung-Jan leapt high, swinging the holy sword behind to gain momentum. With a single straight slash, he split the monster in two. The three below, seeing the two halves, were stunned. Eyes wide, they all exclaimed in unison. Just when it seemed over, more monsters rushed in upon seeing their kin fall. Like moths to a flame, Sung raised his sword high, forming a halo of divine golden light. This light forced him to turn his face. Feeling the accumulated energy, Sung-Jan thought, "Take this." He swung the holy sword fiercely, sending the beam straight into the monsters, piercing several to hit the center. 1 second later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, engulfing all in flames. None survived. The fire quickly extinguished. The monsters were reduced to ashes, unrecognizable. He looked at the holy sword in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Incredible power. He squinted, anticipating surprises from this trial. Cut to the previous night. Alan, Daisy, and Zeppa sat around a flickering fire, whispering. If he has completely forgotten us, he might have also lost some battlefield experience. She frowned, eyes sharp, and said, "Then our choice is unavoidable." Presently, Daisy hesitated. "What do you all think?" The man beside her, surprised, countered. "But we used his memories and power as a sacrifice for the dragon god, didn't we?" Zeppa gritted his teeth, concluding, "Strange, even if he remembers nothing. He still seems to fight as if he had decades of combat experience." Alan's face darkened as he cursed, "Damn it, why Hainu? Why do you only keep getting stronger?" Not long after night fell, the four of them sat by the fire, each of them silent. Each person ate their own portion and no one said a word. The atmosphere grew tense. Sung-Jan watched as he sipped from his bowl of soup. Looking at the three of them, he felt that something was wrong and wondered about it. A strange silence settled over them. Even though a lazy soldier had grown stronger and defeated the monsters, none of his teammates seemed happy about it. At the same time, Zeppa trembled as she scooped up a spoonful of soup. Sung-Jan sensed the prejudices in their hearts: hatred, anxiety, guilt, and fear. He narrowed his eyes, feeling only negative emotion. Before long, the others had finished the soup, leaving only a few drops behind. Then each of them returned to their own tent. Sung-Jan lay down to rest in his simple tent. He closed his eyes and tried to fall into a deep sleep, but his eyes remained wide open. He quietly stepped outside and looked back at the four tents and the firelight. Sung-Jan turned his head, wondering whether he should. In the distance, a mountain blurred in the darkness stirred his curiosity, making him wonder whether he should go up there. His wings were quickly activated by the system. Authority, instant acceleration has been activated. Holy power has been consumed. Instantly move to a location within your field of vision. Recovery time for this authority: 10 minutes. With that, Sung-Jan's entire body shot toward it at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the mountaintop. Sung-Jan was slightly surprised and let out an "oh." He looked down at his palm and marveled. That place was about 50 kilometers away, yet I got there with just one use. Authority, instant acceleration. Sung-Jan clenched his palm and admired it. This special ability is amazing too. About a minute earlier, he had narrowed his eyes and called out inwardly. Authority, flash step. The system instantly displayed. Consume holy power and immediately move to a location within your field of vision. Sung Jan looked at a streak of white light in the distance and judged that it was probably about 50 kilometers away. But I have moved that far once before. He imagined a massive wall in front of him with a sign forbidding entry into the forest, then compared it. Just as the words say, within my field of vision, I cannot pass through if there is an object blocking me like a wall. Sung Jan thought back to the time he had fought bravely and became even more thoughtful. But in battle, I can use it to time counterattacks. And in dangerous situations, it can be used to escape. That was how Sung Jan had been able to get away from an explosion in an instant. Back in the present, his gaze remained fixed on his palm as he confirmed, I have gained an authority with some extraordinary capabilities. Sung Jan was now hovering in midair with the sword in his hand. He used the power in his eyes and activated the skill Fire Dragon Eye. A series of updated details appeared. Holy Dragon Sword S+, damage plus 40%, intelligence plus 40%, magic plus 40%. A sword personally blessed by the dragon god for the hero. Only when judging evil can the Holy Dragon Sword grow. A stream of light appeared. When holy power is infused into it, the unique effect Holy Light will be activated. Light carrying the energy of a dragon will form around the holy sword. Next came the image of a person praying. In response to a sincere prayer, blessing will be activated. When activated through an offering to the dragon god, the user will be granted temporary power. Finally, there was a crimson circle. When facing demons and monsters, the unique effect punishment will be activated. When punishment is activated, all stats will increase by 7 when facing those demonic entities. When punishment is activated, you can use the power of the dragon against demonic entities. Your mana will not be consumed. Even so, the sword item will automatically be destroyed once the challenge ends. After Sung Jan leaves the 16th floor's individual trial, it cannot be used for any other purpose. At this point, Sung Jan had to admit that the Holy Sword's abilities were truly excellent, but he swung the sword to one side and told himself, it is a limited item, usable only in the 16th floor trial. I should use the sword's senses and gradually absorb the sword's power. Putting his thought into action, Sung Jan immediately slashed his palm, sending his blood scattering everywhere. Immediately afterward, the system announced the activation of the skill Bloodhound Pursuer. Then the many drops of blood transformed into huge red fluid masses and rained straight down toward the ground. They shot down toward the monsters gathered below. One of them seemed to notice something and turned around, looking confused. Before they could understand what was happening, they were struck by Bloodhound Pursuer. Each monster was hit directly by those streams of red energy, making them cry out in pain. Seeing them attack like that, Sung Jan descended, feeling pleased with himself. Caught myself a few lab rats. He immediately drove the sword straight into a nearby boulder. Right after that, Sung Jan took out another sword, the Celestial Peach Sword A+. Skill Devour A effect can absorb unique skill effects from sword-type items. He looked at the sharp blade and analyzed it in his mind. This sword has 3 unique effects. Devour can absorb 2 skills. The best abilities to choose are obvious. Sung Jan wanted a beautiful ring of swords and at the same time activated the Devour skill. It could absorb the unique effects of sword-type items, causing several blue circles to surround him. The image of Holy Light appeared and the system provided information. Selection complete. Skill Holy Light S has been fully absorbed. Remaining uses of Devour 1 out of 2. Next was the Punishment skill. Selection complete. Skill Punishment S has been fully absorbed. Remaining uses of Devour 0 out of 2. All uses of the Devour skill have been exhausted. The Devour skill will be completely destroyed. Sung Jan released the sword, letting it float in midair as he considered a few more things. Even though it seems like I have used up a precious ability like Devour, it would be such a waste to miss out on this sword's power. What caught his attention was Holy Light. The power of Holy Light could create a force even stronger than fully charged attacks. And above all, it would not take time like the counter shield. It could be used instantly. Sung Jan muttered, Holy Light. The system quickly activated the Holy Light skill. He stretched his palm forward and confirmed it. By absorbing it as a skill, I can use it without needing the sword. Immediately, a dazzling golden Holy Light appeared in front of Sung Jan's palm. Suddenly, something extremely strange made him feel as if he wanted to stop for a moment. It was too late. An explosion suddenly erupted right where Sung Jan was standing. He lay flattened against the uneven ground left by the blast. He exclaimed, what the hell? Why can't I control the firing direction and why did it explode immediately? At the same time, the system activated the weak blood skill to protect Sung Jan. Just as he sat there questioning himself, several monsters were already lurking all around him. Sung Jan frowned and cursed, you bastard. He stood up. He pulled out the sword, pointed it forward and shouted, Holy Light. And so those monsters took another blast. They roared at the unexpected explosion. Seeing this, Sung Jan was surprised again. It still works fine when used with the Holy Sword. Why? His pupils suddenly widened as if he had discovered something. Sung Jan placed the Holy Sword behind his back, stretched both palms forward and formed a crimson light. He thought of a method. What if I control it with holy power instead of magic power? Thinking this, Sung-jan focused all his energy into that red circle and called out, "Holy light!" Immediately, holy light with a red hue was summoned. He gave a wicked smile. I finally realized it. Yes, it's holy power. And so those monsters once again became lab rats for Sung-jan to test this new source of holy power. They had no idea they should run and just stood there taking the beating. He took a firm stance, controlling the holy power with both hands and causing explosions to boom everywhere. He burst out laughing. Now I can use it freely. Sung-jan pointed both palms toward the sky and created holy light at full power. Instantly, a gigantic red-black holy light appeared in the air. At the same time, Alan was sleepily relieving himself in the forest. He seemed to sense the holy light as well and turned his head back with a puzzled look. Before Alan's eyes, a red streak shot down into a forest not far away. The sight left his eyes wide and his jaw dropped, panicked enough to break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Sung-jan was laughing triumphantly amid the thick cloud of dust he had just created. He rested the sword on his shoulder, planted one foot on a rock, and looked at the system window with admiration. This ability is seriously insane. A series of information was transmitted. You have attained the status of Dragon God's heir and received the special authority dragonification. Due to the penalty of the current special trial, receiving authority is restricted. Once the trial ends, receiving authority will return to normal. Sung-jan was a little surprised and muttered, "Dragonification." The system continued updating. The Dragon God has sensed the presence of Challenger Sung-jan. The Dragon God is gazing intently at Challenger Sung-jan's achievement. The Dragon God is quite interested in Challenger Sung-jan. An offer has been sent. The Dragon God is proposing to take Challenger Sung-jan as his disciple. Obviously right, he rejected it immediately. The stream of information from just now repeated again and again, but the reply remained the same. "I refuse." And yet it still did not stop. He thought helplessly, "Looks like I accidentally got involved with a troublesome god." Before long, the sun had reached its peak, its rays shining onto their simple thatched hut. Sung-jan had also managed to return in time, avoiding their suspicion. He sat in one place eating his breakfast. Sung-jan scooped up a spoonful of soup while lost in thought. The Dragon God, based on the storyline of the 16th floor, is the deity protecting this world. He pictured a gigantic black body with wings spread wide and a halo behind it, then sighed. But for someone like me, whose life was once threatened by a god, I really do not have a very good impression of them. Sung-jan thought of himself walking alone through a thorn-filled forest and complained, after choosing a hero to save the world, "I do not like the way they fail to give that hero enough power to accomplish what he wants. That is why this world fell into ruin." As he ate, he thought about it with a headache. "So I will not use the sword's unique prayer effect, and they will not notice me. And I will not do anything that provokes them." Suddenly, the system displayed a series of messages. The Dragon God proposes to take Challenger Sung-jan as his disciple. That made a drop of sweat roll down Sung-jan's face as he criticized it. "But I am already entangled with another god. Do you not ever get tired?" He received another series of notifications. The Dragon God asks why a worthless being like you dares to reject his offer. The Dragon God emphasizes that your choice is truly foolish. Sung-jan was completely speechless. Is he some kind of salesman? I do not even want to buy anything. The system's voice kept echoing in his ears. The Dragon God emphasized that one day you will realize his greatness and will want to become his disciple. The God of Trials laughed loudly at the Dragon God's pathetic persistence. The God of Darkness said that if he had already been rejected, he should get lost and stop bothering him. The Dragon God told Challenger Sung-jan to reconsider, then concealed his presence. The non-stop stream of messages gave Sung-jan a pounding headache. The administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant praised the contract holder's resolve. The administrator White Crane Swordmaster acknowledged the contract holder's will and felt proud. The administrator Apocalypse Legion found your decision quite interesting. As for him, he simply kept eating amid all that chaos. Suddenly Alan, who was sitting beside him, spoke up. "I think a high-ranking demon is training nearby." He recounted it fearfully. "Last night I saw a beam of light shoot out from the mountain." Sung-jan turned to him and brushed it off. "You probably imagined it." Alan insisted with absolute certainty. No, I really saw Zeppa tear across it. I once read a document in the Demon Tower about strange phenomena appearing near demons because of demonic energy. It is best to just treat it as a natural phenomenon caused by demonic energy." Daisy added that, logically speaking, how could a human possibly train in such a remote wilderness? Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and say, "Well, that is true." In the blink of an eye, night fell again, and Sung-jan took the holy sword alone to fight the monsters. Although repeating battles like this over and over was truly boring, he could still use a few abilities in the process. The system had now activated the myth savior of the end of the world. A series of messages came through again. Salvation effect activated. All abilities permanently increase by 0.7. Due to the penalty of the current special trial, all abilities have been reduced, so permanent ability increases will not be applied. Once the trial ends, ability increases will return to normal. Sung John thought to himself, how wide is the range of Savior of the End's effect? I still do not fully understand it. Then it activated the Seeker of the Way effect. Since there are no believers, divine power will not be strengthened. He wondered curiously. I have learned many things from this newly acquired anecdote. What are the believers mentioned by the unique Seeker of the Way ability? Sung John swung his sword wildly while making guesses. It seems salvation usually activates when I save someone weaker, while Seeker of the Way will not activate unless they serve me or become my believers. Before long, they had entered a castle. He fought the monster up ahead by himself. Everything was going very smoothly, and Sung John's companions were doing well in their battle. He delivered a decisive slash, then rejected that thought. Maybe things are going well because I swept away all the enemies by myself. And so the monster collapsed on the spot before their eyes. Standing before a massive door, Sung John rested the holy sword on his shoulder, turned back and asked, "Why are you not going in? The gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle has fallen now. Let us go inside." Yet everyone's faces darkened. A gloomy atmosphere covered the entire place, making even him think. If anything has changed, it is probably that their expressions are gradually stiffening, because I am showing more and more power. Without hesitating any longer, Sung John immediately pushed the two doors open. The other three followed him inside one after another. Alan's curiosity got the better of him, and he suddenly asked, "Hey, you did not actually lose your memory, did you?" He gave a strained smile, turned his head, and replied with hidden meaning, "Think whatever you want." Zephyr cut off the conversation. "All right, just focus on the battle in front of us first." He held out a glass vial. Inside was a purple liquid, and he urged, "Drink this." John Sung listened with a serious expression. It was a rare strength-enhancing potion. He reached out and took it while Zephyr kept trying to persuade him. "You will have to face the Demon King soon anyway, so why not try drinking it?" John Sung chuckled a few times, both teasing and probing the other party. "A potion, it probably is not poisoned, right?" At the same time, Daisy's body began trembling violently. As if he had hit a nerve, she placed a hand on her chest and loudly questioned him back. "Hey, are you suspecting us?" He smiled with narrowed eyes and made an excuse. "No, I am just upset that none of you helped me at all. But now I am receiving this. No, something this precious is truly touching." After that, John Sung drank the strange purple substance. The moment he poured it all into his mouth, the system notified him, "You have been poisoned by the starving demon's venom. In the demon realm, within 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use mana." He instantly dropped to one knee and kept vomiting a pool of foul, bloody fluid. Information kept flooding in. The unique effect of blindfold B+ automatically detected nearby enemies. Numerous enemies are approaching the user. They were none other than John Sung's 3 companions. Each of them held a weapon and stood behind him. Alan's tone was full of killing intent. "Please do not hate us, we have no other choice." Yet contrary to fear, John Sung wore a cunning smile while sweat poured down his face, seeing this silence as rather unusual. The other 3 froze in surprise for a moment. John Sung opened his eyes, and a voice like a demon from hell rang out. "I never expected my companions to be nothing but traitors. Interesting." The other 3 slowly walked up behind John Sung, with Alan leading them. At that moment, his sword was still lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, several golden chains were summoned and rose up to wrap around it. It turned out that Z3 had stretched out his hand, forming a golden sphere in his palm along with those strange chains. He frowned and spoke. "I have sealed the dragon sword. From now on, no one will be able to use it anymore." John Sung bitterly questioned them. "Since when and how did you people think of betraying the hero?" Meanwhile, the system kept sending notification. "You have been poisoned by the starving demon bind in the demon realm. Within 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use magic." Daisy suddenly shouted in fury, "Do you think we wanted this?" Zephyr also acted as if he was in the right. "We had no other way." He raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and slowly asked, "No other way?" John Sung's pupils widened as a strange voice sounded. Foolish, from the ceiling, gear-like machines began to move. Something hung suspended high above, with thousands of sharp spikes pointing downward. At the same time, the same kind of thing appeared from the floor, except its sharp points faced upward. The Demon King, his wings spread wide, continued, "Even if you ask them, nothing will change, hero." He bared his teeth in a grin and explained, "They are simply doing their utmost to fulfill the pact between me, you, and them." He struggled to stand before that gigantic body and boldly questioned him. One of the Demon King's massive feet touched the ground. The Demon King confirmed it, "Yes. Ah, we have never met, have we?" Even when you defeated the Archdemon, John Sung could not help wondering. The battle with the Archdemon weakened the hero, and during that time you approached the hero's party. He narrowed his eyes, stayed silent for a moment, then said contemptuously, "Why do you keep asking as though you are talking about someone else and not yourself? But I will say that you are correct." Seeing this, he imagined the Demon King holding up a rod controlling 3 puppets, Alan, Daisy, and Zephyr, and then understood. "Fine, now I understand the whole plot. While the hero was recovering his strength after the battle with the Archdemon, you turned every remaining member of the party into a traitor." John Sung still had one doubt that needed an answer. "But why did you not kill him right then?" He bared his teeth in a grin and calmly answered, "Well, because it was fun." The system immediately reported, "The Fire Dragon Eye skill indicates that the target is telling the truth." He instantly mocked him, "You really are boring." "But that is not all, is it?" This question made the Demon King freeze in place for a moment. Then he threw his head back and laughed like a madman, praising him. "Very clever, very clever." John Sung pressed his lips together, sweat pouring down as he listened. "To tell the truth, this situation is the offering I will present to the demon god." He slowly moved one of his arms while giving him a reasonable explanation. "Just as you devoted so much to be recognized by the dragon god as a hero, I am also striving to become an official devotee." The Demon King immediately offered proof. "Like your companions, you must have endured all kinds of hardship, such as hunger, cold, and loneliness to reach this place. The only thing waiting for you here is death, as a sacrifice to the demon god." Sung John listened in silence, not missing a single word. "And then my punishment will come to an end." He looked at that darkening face and mocked him indifferently. "I wonder how you feel right now," the Demon King kept provoking him. "Do you feel despair? Are you angry? Hey, you should have paid more attention to your companions." Yen Jiang gritted his teeth and endured the Demon King's insults. A crimson hue covered the entire place. Sung John suddenly recalled Neil's memories. He remembered the image of that girl who was always smiling, Daisy. Then came the sturdy, cheerful, yet tragic young man, Elaine. Finally, there was an old teacher bandaging someone else, G3. He seemed to be feeling what Neil had felt. Neil had trusted them that much. If he still could not understand their decision, Sung John was in unbearable pain as he thought about the mastermind behind all of this. He remembered that sinister face, those glowing eyes, and those sharp teeth. He told himself that this damned Demon King was the one he would kill. Sung John tried to calm himself down. "I got a little too worked up. No matter how many times I see this scene, it still makes my blood boil." Then the system's voice rang out. "The administrator, Apocalypse Trooper, is awaiting your decision." Standing within the emerald blue aura, he encouraged himself. "All right." Sweat kept pouring out nonstop. Sung John asked himself, "What is your choice?" While he was still hesitating, the Demon King raised his hand high and unleashed a technique, creating dark purple streams of energy. Immediately after that, several chains formed from that spirit power, locking Sung John's arms and neck in place, leaving him utterly stunned. He was gradually pulled by that soul toward a razor-sharp weapon operated by several machines, while the Demon King's voice echoed in his ears. "The final step of my baptism." Across from him, the Demon King was now raging fiercely, baring his wide teeth as both hands controlled his demonic power. His eyes and voice were filled with murderous aura. "Offer the hero to the demon god and become an official apostle." The Demon King raised his long leg and kicked a nearby lever. At once, the object hanging from the ceiling, connected by chains, came crashing down. Those razor-sharp spikes drew closer and closer before Sung John's eyes. He pressed his lips together tightly and braced himself. Below, Sung John also faced that deadly weapon. With a heavy crash, the two things collided, and blood sprayed everywhere. At that moment, red lines also rose around the Demon King, accompanied by an eerie laugh. The other three stood frozen, staring at the symbols appearing beneath their feet through that blood-red spirit power. He shouted triumphantly, "Demon God, as you requested, I offer you the hero's blood. Hurry and make me your official apostle." Yet the answer the Demon King received was that the Demon God was silently watching him for daring to offer such filthy blood. That left him frozen stiff, completely dumbfounded. Somehow, Sung John had escaped. At that very moment, he summoned a crimson holy light again, appearing behind the Demon King. He spoke, "You dared offer the poisoned blood I spat out to the Demon God. He must be furious." The holy light grew brighter and brighter as the system activated the skill. Sung John raised the holy light and continued in a low voice. "Normally I would make the best choice, right? But no matter how I think about it," he turned his eyes forward and emphasized every word. "This world is far too hopeless to be saved." Daisy could not help being shocked. Holy light, even though the holy sword had been sealed, G3 was just as stunned. G3 added, "How can he use the holy sword's power?" The Demon King grew even more anxious. "Has holy light always looked that bright? Is he really the hero I knew?" Even so, the Demon King still declared forcefully, "Do not even dream of resisting. As long as you die, the demon god will not let this world fall into ruin." Enraged, he pointed at the other three and recounted, "I made a deal with them that if I killed the dragon god's apostle, the hero, then this world would not collapse." Sungjan let out a sigh and scoffed, "Good grief, you really are unlucky. I will point out 3 things you have misunderstood." A faint mist appeared in front of him again, along with the system administrator's reminder, "Apocalypse Trooper is awaiting your decision." Then Sungjan raised both of his arms high, making the holy light grow more and more massive. The other 3 looked at the energy it emitted in panic as he explained, "First, I am not someone named Neil." The Demon King clenched his teeth and listened in silence. "Second, I am not the real hero either." The more Sungjan spoke, the larger the holy light became. "Third, I do not care whether this world is destroyed or not." Seeing this, the Demon King anxiously reached out to stop him. "Stop, or this world will." Sungjan frowned and delivered the final words. "If you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done it like this from the start." Without the slightest hesitation, Sungjan swung his arm down hard, bringing with it a stream of blood-red energy. And so, a terrifying beam of spirit power came crashing down upon that demonic castle. A series of explosions thundered out. The rocks and castle walls shattered into countless fragments. They floated in the air before falling back to the ground. The battered Demon King, with his tattered wings, struggled to stay upright amid the desolate ruins. His clothes were torn to shreds, yet he still groaned bitterly, "Damn bastard." Facing the small figure before him, the Demon King roared, "What the hell are you thinking? Didn't I already tell you? I made a deal with your companions. As long as I kill you, this world will be saved." Jon Sung raised both arms, shrugged and offered another solution. "Wouldn't it be the same if you died?" His fury surged to its peak. He opened his mouth wide and declared, "You think I don't have a backup plan if I die here? The demon god will descend, and the demon god's apostles will always appear in this world." Hearing that, the system informed him. "The fire dragon eye skill indicates that the target is telling the truth." Jon Sung thought with a stern expression. The setting of this trial really is dark. If this weren't a trial, just how grim would things get? He raised his head and looked at the Demon King, who was putting on his own little performance. "The world will collapse. There is still enough causality for the demon god to descend. A world like this will be easily erased." Jon Sung simply asked indifferently, "Yeah, and even if this world collapses, what does that have to do with me?" His words made the Demon King's entire body tremble as sweat poured down his face, and he uttered a single word, "Huh." The Demon King could not believe what he had just heard, and he pressed him again. "Bastard, are you really not a hero?" Jon still calmly replied, "I already told you." The Demon King began pointing and questioning him. "Even if you are not an apostle of the dragon god, how can you still use that power? Who are you?" Just then, a source of blazing red energy was absorbed into Jon Sung's body. He merely asked calmly, "Anything else?" Afterward, Jon Sung returned to his familiar clothes. A brilliant golden light, accompanied by several faint magic circles around it, appeared before him. Jon Sung's Bloodslayer battle armor was quickly equipped. The system also began transmitting a series of messages. Punishment skill activated. While active, all mana will increase 7-fold. While active, magic will be greatly enhanced. The power of the dragon race is flowing through your body, increasing all magical abilities by 100%. He stomped both feet hard onto the ground to intimidate his opponent. Jon Sung clenched his fist and introduced himself. "I am a challenger." He used the momentum to leap into the air while summoning a series of red energy sources that shot forward. They formed sharp, pointed objects as they approached the Demon King. He hurriedly raised both hands to block them. "Wait, I think you have misunderstood something." But it was already too late. Those spiritual forces instantly rushed in and tore at the Demon King's arm, ripping it apart. He swept his eyes over his current condition in agony. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the Demon King quickly spread his wings and flew away in fear. "I'm going to die. I have to retreat now." "You think you can escape the battle that easily?" Jon Sung immediately chased after him and demanded, "Where are you running?" Suddenly his entire body froze. Sungjan frowned, his mind full of questions. He looked down in surprise at the tiny blue lights beneath his feet. It turned out Zeppa was using a technique, creating vines that wrapped around Sungjan's legs as he said, "Die gently." Panic mixed with fear was written clearly across his face. "If you continue to exist, this world will be destroyed." Immediately after that, thousands of arrows rushed in like moths to a flame. Daisy also fired her arrows, forcing herself to persuade him. "Neil, you're a hero, think carefully." Those arrows sliced through the wind, flying straight towards Sungjan's back. He merely sighed as their sharp tips were about to touch his body. Sungjan instantly summoned his wings, spun around, and shattered those annoying arrows. Alan seized the chance, gripping his weapon and leaping up from behind. He shouted through gritted teeth, "You selfish bastard. If you live, all of us will still die." Alan used every ounce of strength he had and let out a desperate cry. At the same time, he swung his weapon down with full force. It seemed as if the sharp tip had pierced through Sung Jan's head, but unexpectedly, he teleported in an instant and dodged the dangerous blow. The system quickly activated the battle focus skill, and so, all that remained before Alan's eyes was a cloud of dust and the image of him appearing right above, scolding him. You don't dare sacrifice yourself, yet you keep waiting for someone else to sacrifice themselves for you. Unbelievable. Sung Jan looked at them with a gaze as sharp as bullets, his voice full of bitterness. You people aren't even worth fighting. Then he raised his head and looked at the Demon King fleeing far away. A surge of emerald energy suddenly burst from Sung Jan's body as he softly called out. Flash step! As the Demon King flew away, he glanced back and laughed smugly. Aha, I survived. His smile vanished the moment Sung Jan rushed beside him and grabbed his head. Now his eyes had turned a deathly white. He screamed in agony several times. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King's head was severed from his body. Once it was over, Sung Jan flew off aggressively, leaving his crippled body behind. That terrifying scene suddenly appeared in an emerald mirror. An unfamiliar voice rang out. The person standing before that magical mirror was Neil. He glared and wondered, so this is your choice. Neil recalled the time when he had struggled in battle. Back then, despite being gravely injured, all he could do was run away. Blazing flames rose up, engulfing the entire place, and the world fell into ruin. Then, after receiving the tower's summons, Neil escaped by climbing the tower. He pressed his lips tightly together and swallowed hard. The day Neil abandoned that place and frantically climbed the tower. Yes, instead of those shameful days, Sung Jan was now smiling with confidence. This was the right choice. The system quickly updated. Challenger Sung Jan's choice has been confirmed. This choice has been confirmed to cause no regret. Congratulations, you have completed the 16th floor of the trial tower. As a stage-clear reward, you may transfer the completely indestructible attribute to an item granted by the Warband Administrator. Please return to the waiting room. Daisy, standing below at that moment, witnessed the scene before her and groaned a few times. Oh my God, what is this? She looked at the burning tornadoes destroying everything, her voice trembling even more. Impossible, our source of life. This world is reaching its end. The system reported. The ruined world Warband Administrator is silently watching those who were once the hero's companion. The other three seemed frozen in place. Only Sung Jan turned away, and before him was a blue barrier gate. Before stepping inside, Sung Jan did not forget to look back and say those cruel words. From the very beginning, you people never had the right to die gently. I hope you die slowly and painfully along with this world. Good luck surviving if you can. Only then did he stride proudly. Inside, Sung Jan's figure and that gate gradually became hazy. Information kept coming in. Returning to the waiting room because completion of the trial is temporarily suspended. The ruined world Warband Administrator is deciding the trial reward, entering the Hall of Heroes. This left him slightly surprised. Immediately after that, Sung Jan was taken to a strange place. Before his eyes stood a statue of a mighty dragon god. As he walked past the massive pillars beside him, he wondered, does this place look like a temple dedicated to the dragon god? Suddenly a voice rang out. Not that way, over here, causing Sung Jan to stop. In the distance, someone was sitting there in golden armor. He glanced over and said uncertainly, "You are." It was none other than Neil. Sung Jan asked in suspicion, "Ruined World Warband?" He quickly admitted, "That's right." "Well, we've communicated a few times already." Sung Jan strode over and corrected his wording. "Communicated? You mean you only sent one-way messages to me?" He closed his eyes and sighed. "It's all the same, you're so picky it's exhausting." Sung Jan studied him with a probing gaze, listening to Neil's words. "Anyway, since you've come here, ask whatever you're curious about." But Sung Jan's question made him feel a little awkward. "Why did you choose me to carry out that challenge? You can fulfill your deepest wish through a challenger you sponsor." Nu seemed about to say something, but then stopped. Then he burst into laughter, leaving Sung Jan stunned. Nu stood up, suddenly realizing, "Now I understand why some gods are interested in you." He walked up to Sung Jan and warned him, "Hey, do not get the wrong idea and think every challenger is obsessed with climbing the tower like a monster the way you are." Nu brushed past him and continued, "Most other challengers do not have power as overwhelming as yours, nor do they have enough willpower to climb the tower." He imagined thousands of challengers falling from that tower, then declared, "No, even if they did, it would not change anything. No matter how much they climb, most administrators still cannot see the tower's end." Sung Jan glanced over and guessed, "So instead of hoping you can change the past of many towers, you can see possibilities you could not reach through challenges like this. That is what you mean, right?" Nu agreed without hesitation. "Yes, I would really like to deny it, but you are right." Suddenly, he pressed his palms together. He clapped loudly a few times. Then Nu spoke up, "All right, let us settle the debt." Immediately, the system announced, "The Special Authority, Dragon God Equipment Set, has accepted Challenger Sung Jan as its user. Please choose the item you wish to grant completely indestructible to." He stood there smiling amid the surrounding radiance. Sung Jan's familiar sword quickly appeared. Completely indestructible has been chosen to be engraved onto Cave Heaven Sword A. Next came the Blood Demon Sword. Completely indestructible has been engraved onto True Supreme Blood Demon Sword A. The consciousness of True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's main soul is slowly recovering. When the consciousness of True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's main soul fully recovers, a time limit will appear. After that, Sung Jan held a sword in each hand and listened to New. Most administrators would never give you a ridiculous reward like this, but I am in a good and somewhat decent mood, so you should be grateful. He put both swords away, shrugged, and asked in confusion, "Both of us achieved our goals. Why should I thank you?" New complained in exasperation, "You are not cute at all." Before Sung Jan now stood a barrier gate. New slowly approached and hesitated before saying one more thing. Sung Jan was about to step inside when New's words stopped him. "Never doubt the tower." New stated one thing with certainty. "Even though we all failed to achieve our goal, you are different, Sung Jan." New looked at that determined face and gave his final words. "Because you are one of the few promising candidates the tower is watching." After hearing that, Sung Jan did not argue any further and walked straight into the gate. The moment he stepped inside, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "You have entered the field room of floor 17. All ability restrictions have been released. Increased stats and acquired authorities will be adjusted." Sung Jan glanced over the notification. Successor of the Dragon God, S rank. An achievement earned by learning a skill belonging to the Dragon God. As a reward for the achievement, you have received the Authority Dragon Transformation. He thought with a headache. The achievement I gained in the trial on floor 16 is Successor of the Dragon God, but I thought the tower and the gods were enemies. Sung Jan sat at the edge of the forest, wondering why the tower would create an achievement like this. He thought back to the gods there. Come to think of it, the tower is not necessarily blindly hostile to all gods and trial deities. The image of the towering spire appeared in Sung Jan's mind. There were even gods for whom the tower went so far as to create achievements of their own. New's words came back to him. "You are one of the few promising candidates the tower is watching." Because of that, he also began to hesitate inwardly. "So right now, I am one of the important candidates." Sung Jan pressed his lips together and judged, maybe being chosen by the tower as a candidate means I have become a god. At that thought, his face filled with determination. Sung Jan recalled the moment he used that blazing golden light against the Demon King. It is not exactly a baseless guess. I did receive holy power. Then there was that extremely bizarre eye, and also the time he fought bravely against a god. Facing a god, Sung Jan truly was developing in that direction. Everything was like scattered pieces slowly connecting through each battle. Rewards growth, everything felt like puzzle pieces in his mind being put together. Yes, the tower's trials. There was no longer any doubt. They are a process for selecting challengers to become gods, and if he can pass that process, Sung Jan will become a candidate and be guided toward becoming a god. He slowly stood up and told himself, well, for now, it is still only a hypothesis. I will figure out the tower's true intentions once I become stronger. Sung Jan muttered excitedly. Now then, let us check out this new authority I received. His eyes glowed crimson as Sung Jan summoned it. Dragon Transformation. Suddenly, his entire body trembled repeatedly, leaving him somewhat stunned. A pitch-black iron hand with razor-sharp claws appeared. At the center of his body, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted. In an instant, Sung Jan was wearing a new outfit. He muttered in disbelief, I thought it was not. For example, Sung Jan and his black Undead magic armor. He exclaimed in amazement, but dragonification really does let me turn into a dragon. The system quickly announced that the special authority, dragonification, had been activated. He was extremely satisfied with his new outfit. Sung Jan glanced at the magic power spreading everywhere. He marveled, feeling like a lizardman. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, although he was a little surprised by the sudden transformation. Then a stream of information was transmitted to him. Remaining mana will double for 10 minutes. Draconic traits will appear for 10 minutes. All mana manipulation abilities will increase for 10 minutes. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power erupted throughout his entire body. Immediately, Sung Jan bent forward and realized at once that not only had his body changed, but his senses had also been strengthened. Standing in the empty room, he analyzed it. Even without using fire dragon eyes, I can still sense everything around me. And above all, my ability to wield magic has improved as well. Sung Jan bared his razor-sharp teeth, intending only to breathe out. Unexpectedly, a small flickering flame appeared. Then he opened his mouth wide and shot a blazing flame forward. The situation made Sung Jan freeze even more as he muttered. Looking at the entire room being scorched, he reminded himself. Breathing fire is no joke anymore. After checking a few functions, Sung Jan deactivated dragonification, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. The special authority, dragonification, has been deactivated. You cannot use it again for 8 hours. At the same time, the magic armor disappeared as well, leaving him alone in the blazing room. Sung John frowned and calculated. 10 minutes of use and an 8-hour cooldown. I can only use it once in a battle. Ji-young-gu suddenly appeared behind him. She sat beside the wall and seeing ice slabs around the place, she groaned. Honestly, my head hurts like hell. What happened to the waiting room? Hearing that, he turned around and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Ji-young-gu replied flatly, "Yes, I do not know what you did, but the sword's pulse has grown stronger." She raised both hands, her whole body trembling. Her tone turned astonished. "Wait, not only that, I can now control the sword's consciousness. There is no problem anymore. I do not know what you did, but my condition has improved." Sung John explained for the moment, "I infused it with the indestructible attribute." Ji-young-gu asked in surprise, "But how?" "No, forget it." She gritted her teeth, exhaled sharply, and teased him. "There is no point asking a madman who dares to strike back against a god. I knew you were insane, but you are beyond what I imagined." He remained silent, listening to Ji-young-gu's words. "From what I heard before, you were merely a challenger already on the 8th floor and from a small dimension at that." She narrowed her eyes and asserted, "But as merely a challenger from that dimension, you are abnormally strong. And you have unnecessary ties to divine beings." Ji-young-gu hinted, "And I know a few things as well." Sung John blurted out anxiously, "Know what?" She immediately gave him the information she had gathered. "You are one of the candidates chosen by the tower. That is why you became entangled with divine beings." Hearing that, he frowned and wondered again. Ji-young-gu suddenly stood up and continued, "I thought you were ordinary too, but I was wrong." As she passed him, she whispered, "You probably have many questions." Sung John merely swept his eyes over her now, sinking into his own thoughts. "It fits with what Neff said. Maybe I can use this chance to resolve my doubts about the system. The tower and the gods." Ji-young-gu patted his shoulder and said gloomily, "What the candidates are, the tower's purpose, and why a god is wary of you, but I cannot meet your expectations." Sung John guessed because of the tower's restrictions. She confirmed it immediately, "Exactly. Even if you fail the trial and die, I do not want your soul to be destroyed as well." He froze and uttered 2 words, "I see," but inside he thought. As expected, not only the administrator, but even Ji-young-gu, who is inside the supreme blood demon sword, cannot freely provide information. Even though I already knew that, it still feels disappointing. Ji-young-gu walked forward and changed the subject. "However, I can tell you a few things, no matter what happens now or later. There is only one thing the tower wants from you." Sung John immediately asked, "What is it?" She looked back and said, "To keep growing stronger and defeat every opponent." Ji-young-gu emphasized this. "That is all the tower wants from you and the other candidates." He imagined himself walking up a long staircase and pondered, "In truth, the tower may have chosen me from the beginning, but I was the one who wanted to climb it. No, at least that is what I thought." She placed one hand on her hip and explained, "You probably already know this, but although you made it here through your own effort, it also depended on the opponents the tower gave you." Sung John quickly replied, "I know, at least the tower does not want to harm me." Ji-young-gu waved her palm forward and teased him, "You catch on quickly. Well, if you were only chosen as a candidate on the 10th floor, then I cannot blame you for not knowing." Suddenly, she froze when she heard his next question. "Then I will not ask any more for now. I will be able to resolve all my doubts once I become stronger, right?" Ji-young-gu suddenly clenched her palm tightly and muttered through gritted teeth, "The more I see you, the more I regret that you are not a child of my country. If you came from the martial plane, you would have become the strongest by now." The 2 familiar swords were quickly summoned by Sung Jin. The blood demon sword instantly shot toward the spot where she was standing. Seeing this, Chin-gu immediately leaped backward, burning with fighting spirit. She hovered in midair, summoned energy around herself and declared, "I will take action." Chin-gu looked at Sung Jin before her and stated, "You will become my disciple." That sword radiated a blood-red energy, while several strange patterns appeared on it. Her voice echoed throughout the room. "My faction is the Azure Cult. Do you want to learn the blood demon divine art?" Chin-gu smiled, secretly thinking, "I am a little bored, so I want to do this. Having a disciple would make things a bit more fun." However, the answer from his position was an extremely firm no. She jolted in shock, raised both hands as though she had misheard, and thought to herself, "What?" Chin-gu angrily pointed forward, causing the sword to point in that direction as well. She shouted, "Why not? If you learn the blood demon divine art, you will become even stronger." She rushed over and wildly shook Sung Jin, awkwardly trying to persuade him. "If you made it this far, you must know the power of martial arts from the martial plane. You must know the techniques there far surpass those of the minor planes." He swayed a few times, then replied, "Yes, I know." Chin-gu shouted in frustration, "Then why are you refusing?" He stepped back and explained, "I know because I learned martial arts from an administrator. But if you learn a special internal art that uses a mental method, you will be limited when learning other things instead of special martial arts that use mental methods." Hearing this, she froze and asked, "Wait, who did you learn it from?" Sungjin put his hands on his hips and honestly confessed, "The truth is, I already have a master. I have a master-disciple relationship with an administrator." Jingu's face darkened. She leaned her face in close and silently cursed. She brushed back her hair in disappointment. "I thought I would finally get a disciple after all this time. I never expected to lose the chance to some unknown person." Suddenly, he raised one finger high and let out one word. "Ah." Sungjin announced, "I just remembered. I learned a mental method called the Supreme Blood Art." Jingu asked blankly, "What is that?" He thought to himself. "Right, the person who told me about the Supreme Blood Art was a descendant of the Blood Demon cult." She stammered as she questioned him. "How could you learn something that only descendants of the faction are allowed to learn?" He closed his eyes and answered casually, "Somehow, it just happened." At that moment, the pendant Sung Jin was wearing began to glow. He was instantly dressed in a new outfit that looked incredibly cool. Seeing this, Jingu started guessing, a gift from the Becca clan woman. "I do not like it," she still refused to give up. "But it suits you, my half-disciple. Then I will begin teaching you martial arts." Jingu opened her palm, summoned a round orb radiating purple magical power, and explained, "In short, the Blood Demon divine art is not entirely martial arts. It is closer to magic." Immediately, those streams of energy shot toward his body. The Blood Demon divine art had the ability to turn mana into blood. That meant Sung Jin no longer needed to injure himself to obtain a large amount of blood. Although Chingu boasted about it as a peerless divine art, it was a set of techniques, including using blood for recovery and controlling blood. Sung Jin glanced at her as she burst out laughing, then thought to himself, "However, the problem is that it overlaps with the Blood Demon cult and the blood frailty that I have. I never expected the core of the Blood Demon divine art to be almost identical to the abilities I possess." At that moment, Chingu shouted, "What do you think my martial art is?" He rubbed his wrist as she challenged him. "Now show me what you have learned, my half-disciple." As soon as she finished speaking, Sung Jin spread both of his palms wide, causing that spiritual energy to radiate everywhere. Chingu's eyes and mouth opened wide as she looked at the energy before her and exclaimed, "What kind of insane display of power is this? He has surpassed the power of the Blood Demon divine art." She spoke smugly. "Well, looks like I understood correctly, right?" Deep down, she thought, there is no monster like him. Chingu wondered, "What now?" He quickly replied, "What else? I am continuing up the tower." She asked in surprise, "Already?" Sung Jin coldly gave a two-word answer. "Of course," Chingu complained, "you just completed the trial." She advised him, "Are you not going to rest for a bit?" He refused immediately. "No, I cannot stop over something like this." At the same time, a blue screen appeared on the wall. Sung Jin pointed toward it and emphasized, "I need to become stronger." Immediately, a burst of light erupted. He reminded himself, "Strong enough that no one can stop me, not even a god." Before long, a dazzling light appeared, sending Sung Jin to another trial. The system announced, "The 17th floor trial has begun, difficulty level. The theme of the trial is slaughter. Time limit, 7 days. Trial clearance condition. You must kill all enemies within the given time and reach the end of the Heavenly Martial Palace. Trial failure conditions, death or running out of time. Clearance reward, cultivation elixir S+. Failure penalty, death." Now he was standing in a gloomy darkness. Sung Jin looked around to observe. "I cannot see anything, the darkness is numbing my senses." Suddenly the sword beside him spoke. "This will be difficult, it is best to be careful. You cannot know when you will be attacked." The system instantly announced, "The Fire Dragon Eyes skill has activated." At the same time, Sung Jin's pupils lit up brightly, and several human figures immediately appeared in his eyes. Sung Jin muttered as he counted, 1, 2, 3, 6 in total. Just as he was lost in thought, since the theme was slaughter, a razor-sharp sword point came from behind and was about to touch Sung Jan's nape. He sensed it and immediately stepped back, spinning beautifully through the air and forcing the other man's sword off course. Sung Jan raised his hand high, summoning crimson holy light to illuminate the path here. "So we're inside a cave." He immediately fired the holy light toward the cave's ceiling, thinking to himself, "If I use holy light inside a cave, it will put me at a disadvantage." When those people saw the source of the light, they had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Sung Jan used that chance to land on the ground and face the whole group. Their identities were announced one by one: Mount Hua, Shaolin Temple, a shaman, the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Triad Society. What kind of lineup is this? The sword at his side warned him, "When facing people from the martial world, you need to be even more cautious. Also, since the theme is slaughter, you must avoid becoming their common enemy or shared threat." Sung Jan spoke fiercely. "You people," he had never shown anyone courtesy, so he challenged them outright. "If you want to fight, all of you come at me at once." The sword sounded slightly confused. "Hey, half-disciple." Sung Jan gripped the sword hilt, his eyes glowing red, and declared in a voice filled with killing intent, "You're all going to die anyway." the sword shouted. Hey, you lunatic. The moment Sung Jan decisively slashed down with a lethal strike, successfully cutting the man in front of him in half, the system displayed a notification. You have chosen a powerful enemy and defeated them. Sung Jan seemed to gain even more strength, and his attacks became even more precise. Under his blade, their numbers quickly dropped by a large margin. The system continued its announcement. All stats will be temporarily increased by 3 on the 17th floor. He attacked coldly with all his might, only beginning to slow down once the system showed that every enemy had been eliminated. Reeking of killing intent, Sung Jan walked toward those lying there barely alive. Meanwhile, the notification kept ringing out. All stats will be temporarily increased by 2 on the 17th floor. At that moment, he stood towering before them like a god of slaughter. One man trembled and spoke. Hey, it looks like we're all adventurers. So let's sit down slowly, talk this out, and settle things. But before he could finish speaking, Sung Jan drove his sword through his head, giving him no time to even scream. Immediately afterward, the system announced, all stats will increase by 1. He then focused on the man who had just died before him and said, you were going to die either way. What's the point of talking? With that, Sung Jan pulled out his sword. Blood sprayed everywhere. Only then did he calmly sheathe his blade. Then asked aloud, I've dealt with all of them. Is there anything else? The system displayed another notification. You have cleared the venomous insect path of Heavenly Transformation Hall. Immediately afterward, the ground in front of him suddenly split open with a tremendous rumble. Looking at the massive thing slowly rising before him, Sung Jan smiled excitedly and said, that makes sense. Very soon, a gate appeared and its 2 doors quickly opened. He stood proudly before the enormous gate and guessed. They raised their abilities by a lot. There's no way it would end this easily, right? The only response he received was the sound of the system. You have completed all conditions, so the gate is opening. Sung Jan clicked his tongue softly, then turned around and walked forward boldly, saying very casually, as long as the reward is generous, anything works for me. Sung Jan walked unhurriedly along the dark corridor. Suddenly a voice reached his ear. Hey, Sung Jan, I remember now. He immediately asked warily, what are you talking about? By natural reflex, he hurriedly looked around to search, but the moment he turned his head, he saw Chang-gu. Before Sung Jan could prepare himself mentally, he jumped in shock and yelled, good heavens. This also successfully scared her into panic. She shouted, wait, why did you suddenly get startled? Seizing the chance, he complained, if you're going to come out, you should at least say something. You scared me. At that point, Sung Jan gently negotiated, can you shrink yourself? Like turning into a child. Chang-gu immediately burst into laughter and replied, whether I turn into a child or come outside is entirely up to me. Even as she said that, she quickly shrank down. Seeing his piercing glare, she could not help asking curiously, why are you looking at me like that? Sung Jan did not answer her question and merely said coldly, forget it. You said you remembered something just now. What did you mean? Chang-gu answered without thinking. That I remember where this place is, and why the martial artists appear. Hearing that, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Oh, right. Sometimes the tower recreates real incidents. Is this one of them? She answered at an unhurried pace, exactly. This is Heavenly Transformation Hall, recalling the image of a man who once trained here. Chang-gu explained, several hundred years ago, the Swordlight Emperor of that era was known as the strongest martial artist. He stored countless martial arts manuals in a secret library, and that lies beyond this 17th floor. Hearing that, Sung Jan asked suspiciously, so the people who wanted to obtain the Swordlight Emperor's manuals came here. She replied gently, exactly. Because so many powerful people targeted those manuals, this place was always soaked in the blood of tower climbers. Moreover, the martial arts he left behind could suit many different people. In just a short time, someone could already achieve some progress from those martial arts. Images of martial masters appeared one after another through Chun-Gu's narration. She added that this was why countless powerful people were inside the Heavenly Martial Hall. So it would be best to be careful. Chun-Gu recalled the appearance of that bloodthirsty genius and continued. From what I know, one among them is called a genius. I still remember the faint scent of blood on that genius. As she walked, she tried to sense the surrounding space and firmly confirmed that the genius was inside the Heavenly Martial Hall. The farther we go, the stronger the smell of blood becomes, which means we are getting very close. John Sung heard that and asked curiously, can't you remember exactly who it is? Chun-Gu replied absent-mindedly, it has been far too long, so I cannot remember. However, at this point, her tone became serious as she continued. Although I do not know whether you or he is stronger, there is no harm in being careful. Before long, the two of them stopped walking. John Sung looked up at the scene before him and said, we are here. Before them now was a tightly shut stone door. Above it, a line of text was clearly written, Heavenly Martial Hall, he asked carefully. So you mean the smell of blood is coming from here, right? Chun-Gu focused and considered it, then replied, the smell is not strong, but I can definitely smell it. After receiving this certain answer, John Sung charged forward and said, I will end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his power and pushed the gate in front of him open. The powerful force made his feet sink deeper and deeper into the ground. Finally, under John Sung's strength, the stone door slowly opened. His gaze sharpened and he assessed the inside with extreme caution. At the same time, system notifications rang out one after another. You have entered the Black Heaven Path of the Heavenly Martial Hall. The penalty for entering the Black Heaven Path has been activated. The internal energy meridians in your body and your senses will be temporarily disabled while you are here. Your vision will temporarily turn pitch black in this area. After entering, John Sung remained very calm when he saw that everything around him was completely black. He instinctively asked, "Another dark room." After saying that, John Sung opened the system, operating it while thinking. The senses also did not work on the venomous insect path. But on the Black Heaven path, the penalty seems harsher, doesn't it? Very quickly, a notification arrived. The adaptation effect of the explorer's B-grade light combat gloves has been activated. John Sung pressed again, and the next notification immediately appeared. The internal energy meridians in your body will not be sealed, he said with great satisfaction. I never expected a B-grade item to be this useful. It can even nullify the forbidden rules of the Black Heaven path. At that moment, the system prompt rang out, "Find your way through the darkness." Only the first 4 people can escape the Black Heaven path when the candidates are eliminated. The darkness will lessen a little. John Sung assessed the situation with sharp eyes, then agreed and said, "If I cannot see, then so be it." Very quickly, a new notification appeared. It read, "The Fire Dragon Ice skill has been activated." Immediately, many red threads wrapped around him. With his vision improved, John Sung looked around and commented, "This cavern is huge. There are even more people here than in the previous round. I have already dealt with the darkness, so where should I go now?" Right after his question, the system's voice rang out. "The Sixth Sense skill has been activated. You have realized which path to take, but your opponents have not." Immediately after that, a path suddenly lit up in the space. John Sung let out a surprised "ah" and said, "This leads to the exit." The circle beneath his feet lit up accordingly. He spoke with great excitement. "I can get out first if I follow this path." As he followed the path of light, John Sung thought to himself, "This is a rather difficult part of the trial because all senses, vision, and internal energy are sealed, but for me." At this point, he broke into a victorious smile and said, "It is useless." Because of this confidence, the system soon announced again, "You have obtained guidance after achieving the objective. All stats will temporarily increase by 4. A shortcut leading to the final stage will open." John Sung stood still and received the information, but he was extremely pleased. At that moment, feeling that he was fully prepared, he asked, "Is that genius Chun-gu mentioned here?" He waited for a while, but the only response he received was silence. Chun-gu merely sank into thought and did not answer. John Sung became somewhat angry, then drew his sword with overwhelming force and said, "No answer, fine. I do not know whether the genius you mentioned is here or not." As the system urged him to immediately kill those who had lost their way, John Sung opened his eyes full of murderous intent and said, "Then I will just kill them all." The system added, "Before you meet them at the next gate." Not far away in a dark and damp corner, sounds of death kept ringing out. Looking closely, one could see a blue-clad swordsman frantically drawing his sword and stabbing down at the person beneath him. As for himself, he seemed to have satisfied his own desire to slaughter. Only then did he stop, and unable to bear the sight, he cursed without thinking. "Damn it, is this the secret library left behind by the strongest man, the Swordlight Emperor?" Then the swordsman patiently thought, "It is fine. For the past 60 years of my previous life, I did everything I could to become the strongest." Just moments ago, he had been submitting, kneeling at the feet of the yellow-clad man he had just killed, begging, "Please let me live." As he remembered it, the swordsman thought to himself, "If I can obtain the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts manual, I will do anything. If I can become stronger, then I can endure any amount of humiliation." A thought could not help but spark in his heart, "I will be fine too. Even deceiving others is fine." And indeed, the swordsman acted exactly as he thought. Because the moment the yellow-clad man decided to spare him and turned away, he silently stood up with a sinister look in his eye. At that moment, the swordsman could think of only one thing: to become stronger, I can kill as many people as it takes. That was why he secretly drew his sword behind the yellow-clad man. Then, without the slightest mercy, he delivered a fatal slash toward the man who had just spared his life. The swordsman thought in a daze, "And that is why I must obtain the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts." But when he looked at the scene before him now, the swordsman could not help panicking, asking himself 1,000 times, "Who the hell is that guy?" In the direction he was looking, Sung John was now slaughtering wildly. Not a single person within his sights could escape his blade. His system kept announcing, "A tower climber has died. The darkness obstructing your vision has gradually disappeared." Sung John pushed forward with force, sweeping away every obstacle in his path as he went. At that moment, an axe blade was silently moving toward him. Sung John quickly sensed it, and with one hand raising his sword, he easily avoided the hidden strike. Seeing that, the muscular man put even more effort into controlling the axe blade to attack Sung Jan, but Sung Jan had completely seen through it. He gripped the controlling chain in his hand tightly and said, "I cannot let the martial arts manual fall into someone else's hand." On this side, Sung Jan suddenly leaped up. At the same time, a notification appeared. The skill graceful as the wind has been activated. Sung Jan moved like lightning, closing in on the muscular man before he could react. When their eyes met, he said seriously, "So this one is not that genius either." As soon as he finished speaking, without giving his opponent any time to react, Sung Jan sent him off with a single sword strike that severed his head. The swordsman on this side had witnessed the entire scene. He muttered inwardly, "Impossible." His face turned deathly pale as he realized something. All the recognized swordmasters of the martial world. At this point, the swordsman trembled as he looked at Sung Jan standing amid a battlefield of corpses and silently added, "Are all dead." Sung Jan had also detected the swordsman's presence with his overwhelming aura. He walked toward him coldly. The closer he came, the more terrified the swordsman became. In his heart, he confessed to himself, "Over my 60 years of life, I have developed incredibly sharp senses. That is something one can only comprehend after countless brushes with death." But when he truly faced Sung Jan, the swordsman could think of only one thing. "I probably cannot escape now. I cannot defeat him. In that case," before the thought was even finished, he hurriedly knelt and spoke respectfully. "Please spare my life. I am very weak and I still have an elderly wife and young children to care for." The swordsman screamed as if using the strength of 3 lifetimes, "So if I do not have the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts, I cannot survive in this cruel martial world. But if you let me live, I will give up and quietly return home." After saying that, he secretly laughed and thought, "If you let your guard down, I will kill you immediately." Sung Jan stood silently, looking at him for a while. The aura from him could easily crush the man at any moment. Finally he spoke, leaving the swordsman stunned. "You are lying." Sung Jan said with utter coldness, "If I let you live, you will kill me the moment I let my guard down." As he said this, his cold blade was already pressed close to the man's face. Then he continued, "I have been watching that filthy trick you used on the others, although I am also obsessed with becoming stronger." As he said this, Sung Jan recalled his past. Back then, when he was exhausted and had to cling to the sword in his hand just to stay steady. He then said to the swordsman, "But no matter how weak I was," the image of Sung Jan trembling every time he trained appeared, along with his continuing words. "No matter how much I suffered, even if it seemed like I was barely getting stronger." At this point, his voice turned icy to the extreme, rather than becoming stronger through such a filthy method. Sung Jan lightly swung his sword, continuing in an extremely terrifying tone, "You would be better off dead." As soon as he finished speaking, blood sprayed across the cave and onto the nearby wall. The notification appeared again, "You have killed all of the lost ones. Congratulations, you have completed the special tutorial challenge. The instant acceleration B skill has leveled up. The graceful as the wind A skill has leveled up." Sixth sense B. Sung Jan continued his journey outward. He told himself that he probably only needed to follow this blue path. As he walked, he scanned through the skills on the system screen. After a while, he finally spoke. "So many skills have gone up. It must be because I killed so many people." Then Sung Jan turned to the person beside him and said, "But Chingu, that bastard is not." Before he could finish, he swallowed his words back down. Right now, she was in no mood to hear any of that. Chingu was shouting in wild excitement. "It has been so long since I drank this much blood. It feels wonderful." Immediately after that came a notification. "Heavenly Blood Demon Sword A has absorbed blood, raising the item's rank to A." Sung Jan looked at her utterly hopeless expression and thought, "The important thing right now is not that genius, but observing how strong the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has become after evolving." Just then Chingu suddenly grew angry. She walked toward him step by step and said, "Hey, Sung Jan," he asked in surprise. Anger was written all over Chingu's face. She demanded, "How dare you treat me like a tool?" Sung Jan stammered, "You can read my thoughts." Chingu immediately gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, I read those blasphemous thoughts of yours." There was not the slightest trace of satisfaction in her eyes. She said, "If you want my help, then at least show me some respect." As soon as she finished speaking, the system issued a notification. "You have cleared the heavenly martial hall of the Black Heaven Path. You have satisfied the requirements to open a shortcut. The Radiant Heaven Path has opened." Very soon, a gate appeared before the two of them. It was the Radiant Heaven Path, Sung Jan said with great satisfaction. "Right on time, but even if it is a shortcut, is it really all right for a gate like this to exist in a martial world dimension?" Chingu then added, "I have never seen anything like this happen before either. It is probably because of some special condition." Seeing him fall into thought, she added, "That is not what matters." At that point, she angrily shouted in his face again, "Stop treating me, your companion, like a tool." Sung Jan was surprised by her attitude and unconsciously murmured Chingu. She silently looked at him as if waiting for an explanation or a promise. But in the end, Sung Jan smiled brightly and replied, all right, do not be upset anymore. Hurry up and go, Chingu denied it angrily, who was upset. Seizing the chance, he asked further, but can you smell that genius's blood? She replied coldly, I do not know. A while later, Sung Jan was struggling to dodge beams of light raining down from the sky. Calling it a walk through lightning would not be an exaggeration. As he dodged, he said, Hey Chingu, I came this way because you said you could smell blood. But what is this? At this rate, I am just going to log out. Chingu immediately laughed and replied, look at you. This is what you get for treating me like a tool. Hearing that, Sung Jan grew even angrier and cursed, damn it. Just then, an even stronger blast of light was about to strike him. Sung Jan reacted quickly, along with a notification. Counter shield skill has been activated. A small but sturdy shield appeared in front of him. A massive beam of light rushed forward, shaking the surrounding space. Sung Jan escaped, but not without difficulty. As he dodged, he gritted his teeth and said, I nearly died there, but where is the temple? Why are only these beams of light attacking me? Seeing him in such a miserable state, Chingu seemed delighted as she answered. This is the Celestial Realm. The Swordlight Emperor who created the Heavenly Martial Hall seems to have secretly created this place after infusing divine power into it. She explained further, the reason these beams of light are attacking is probably because this is a shortcut, so there are many obstacles. It may also be a trap. Sung Jan said with some anger, just looking at this tells me exactly what kind of person the Swordlight Emperor was, just as 4 beams of heavenly light were about to fall on him. Sung Jan shouted he was a damn lunatic. The system also displayed, counter shield skill has been activated. Just like that, a huge explosion erupted. The surrounding space kept shaking. When the smoke and dust cleared, a hole had been gouged through Sung Jan's shield. He gritted his teeth as he received a system notification. Counter shield skill has been destroyed, rendering counterattacks ineffective. Sung Jan could not help worrying inwardly. I have used up all my counter shield charges. Now I cannot use it anymore. At this point, he had no choice but to decide, then there is only one way left. Then he gave an order, Chingu, use all your support skills. She asked blankly, what are you planning to do? As Sung Jan firmly drew his sword, he explained to her, everything here seems to be an indistinct, boundless realm. This place is endless. The only way to get through it is. At this point he changed, becoming resolute and decisive as he declared, destroy this place. Chingu replied calmly, at this point I am not even surprised anymore. After a pause, she asked, but do you not have something to say to me? Sung Jan tossed her a surprised remark, what? Seeing his attitude, Chingu immediately snapped. The fact that you treat me as a tool instead of a companion, there is not even the slightest respect. Hearing that, Sung Jan immediately tried to brush it aside. Chingu, now is not the time for this. Then he hurriedly leaped up to avoid a ray of light and continued, if I get hit by those holy light rays, it really will be over. But Chingu remained extremely firm and said, answer me. Sung Jan gritted his teeth. At this moment he had probably been pushed to the peak of irritation. But in the end he still had to give in and say, I am sorry. I always respect you and do not see you as just a tool. Chingu spoke with great satisfaction. Very good, I will make a special exception and forgive you. The moment everything was ready, a notification rang out. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Soul Technique Magic Burst has been activated. Your body's magical ability has increased. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Soul Skill Thought Acceleration A has been activated. Your thoughts have become faster. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Soul Skill Minor Mind B has been activated. A new magical component has been created to support the steps of magic. After activating everything necessary, Sung Jan said, then let us go. Chingu quickly answered as well, just trust me, Sung Jan. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive beam of light rushed toward them as if it had eyes. Immediately, a notification popped up. Combat Focus skill has been activated. The user's focus has increased 7-fold. Accordingly, another pair of wings grew from Sung Jan's body. The expected explosion quickly occurred, but he easily flew up and avoided it. The system announced, Holy Light skill has been activated. Very quickly, Sung Jan and Chingu entered a state of intense focus and charged into battle. The blazing red holy lights rushed toward the beam of light under his control. A heavy collision erupted between the blazing red holy light and the golden beam of light. Sung Jan skillfully controlled the holy light to counterattack. In the next second, a new notification rang out. Pocket Heaven's skill has been activated. Immediately afterward, a tremendous source of energy appeared, piercing straight from the ground into the sky. The force grew stronger and stronger, as if gathering the power of everything around it. The red dot in the sky became brighter and brighter along with it. At the same time, that source of power kept attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, right at the red dot, a massive explosion appeared, shaking the surrounding space violently. The system quickly announced, the destructible limit has disappeared. John Sung still stared blankly at what had just happened before his eye. Everything turned his surprise into confusion, because at that moment the sky was splitting apart like a broken mirror. Soon after, fragments fell like rain, revealing a dark gray void behind them. At the same time, an announcement rang out. You have received the title Dimension Slayer. The Swordlight Emperor has taken an interest in challenger John Sung. When John Sung learned this, he smiled brightly. He said excitedly, "I think we succeeded." Jiang-gu hesitated, finding it incredibly hard to believe, and asked, "Really?" But the next announcement completely confirmed what he had just said. The system displayed, "The Swordlight Emperor has decided that you have completed the inheritance trial." Images of the gods slowly appeared, along with more announcements. The God of Darkness congratulated challenger John Sung while applauding enthusiastically. The God of Judgment warned the Swordlight Emperor not to do anything reckless. The Dragon God said jealously, "Why give him the inheritance trial instead of me?" Another goddess showed an angry attitude, and the system immediately reported it. The Swordlight Emperor growled at everyone, telling them to stop bothering her and get lost. After taking in the information, John Sung whispered inwardly, "I hope all of you get lost too." Jiang-gu, unable to stay calm, asked, "What the hell have you been doing until now to cause this much chaos?" He did not answer and only said, "I want to ask a few questions." After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke, "Hey Jiang-gu, But just as he got that far, an announcement rang out and interrupted him. The true heavenly path has opened. Above the sky, a white light gradually appeared. Without planning it, both of them looked up together, and John Sung immediately changed the subject. He said, "We should head to the next point." Jiang-gu was stunned by his constantly shifting attitude and let out a confused sound. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "What were you going to say?" John Sung answered absent-mindedly, "Nothing." As they spoke, the two of them stepped into the gate before them. The system rang out, "You have entered the heavenly training hall of the true heavenly path." Before long, John Sung stood before a place with beautiful scenery that felt extremely close to nature. He sighed softly, "This place looks so peaceful." Hearing that, Jiang-gu spoke up, "Looks like we can let our guard down a little." From inside a pavilion not far away, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "We finally meet." John Sung looked warily toward the source of the movement. The Swordlight Emperor said gently, "You went through a lot to get here, John Sung. I am the Swordlight Emperor, the one who created this heavenly training hall. You have passed through the hidden gate." He asked in surprise, "Did you just say a hidden gate?" The Swordlight Emperor replied, "That's right. You passed through it very well." John Sung could not help but ask in frustration, "So the trial is over. My reward still has one more trial." Then, as if realizing something, he asked further, "Then why did you call me here?" Seeing his attitude, the Swordlight Emperor raised a hand to her face and replied, "Don't be angry. I just wanted to see your face. You have no idea how much trouble I went through when all the other gods were coveting you." John Sung was speechless and did not know what to say. He could only sigh inwardly, "Is she crazy?" The Swordlight Emperor waved at him and said gently, "I want to talk with you more, but there is still one final trial. I will teach you martial arts and some training exercises if you pass." With absolute confidence, she pointed at John Sung and said, "Although it may be a little difficult for you, I believe you will pass it just like the previous trial." Hearing that, he asked in panic, "Wait, what do you mean by training exercises? And what do you mean more difficult?" But before he could finish his questions, the Swordlight Emperor had already placed her hand on his forehead and teleported him away. Before long, the system announced, "You have entered the heavenly training hall of the final heavenly path. Only one person can receive the martial arts left behind by the Swordlight Emperor." John Sung complained helplessly, "She really does whatever she wants." After observing the situation around him, he finally asked, "Jiang-gu, what is this place?" She quickly replied, "Look ahead." John Sung shifted his gaze forward and easily saw two figures fighting wildly. One of those two figures was the heavenly demon. She quickly unleashed a lethal strike at her opponent, successfully taking his head. In an instant, that head fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang-gu spoke with full vigilance, "This one is drenched in bloodlust." John Sung looked at her and asked, "So she's the genius?" Jiang-gu hesitated and replied, "It looks that way." Suddenly, at that moment, the heavenly demon cast her icy gaze toward the two of them. Jiang-gu and John Sung immediately entered a defensive stance. As he drew his sword, he wondered inwardly, what was that pressure just now? Hearing that, Jiang-gu also spoke with great concern, "This is not something an ordinary person can do. You had better be careful. One wrong move and you will die here." Seeing that the two of them said nothing, the heavenly demon spoke first. "Could it be?" She looked directly at John Sung and said provocatively, "Did you come here to fight me?" The heavenly demon asked judgmentally, "Are you two searching for the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts?" John Sung remained silent and did not answer, but it was clear that his expression was not good at all. Receiving no answer, she sneered, "You're not planning to answer even after I ask." By then, the heavenly demon's eyes were filled with killing intent, and an invisible pressure slowly spread around her. She growled, "Looks like you want to die." The moment she finished speaking, the heavenly demon rushed forward and struck a fatal slash at Sung Jan's neck, leaving him stunned. But right after that, she let out a sound of shock. A notification rang out. The unique effect of the Nameless God's S-rank protective bracelet, defensive priority, has been activated. The bracelet has blocked an unblockable attack. You may use it 3 more times. In an instant, Sung Jan seized the chance to move. He stepped back, putting some distance between himself and the heavenly demon. The marks left on the ground were extremely clear. Sung Jan gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "The Nameless God's protective bracelet saved me." The heavenly demon's expression shifted slightly as she said, "You survived my slash without a scratch." Then she licked her lips, looking deeply intrigued. "I see now. You're not like this damned place." At that, the heavenly demon drew her sword again and charged towards Sung Jan. She continued with interest, "You're an interesting one." The two quickly entered battle. While attacking, the heavenly demon asked, "Who are you? I have never taken interest in anyone like you in the martial world." Sung Jan angrily shouted at her, "Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you normally introduce yourself first?" The heavenly demon gave a faint laugh and replied, "Normally, you say that as if you don't know who I am." The two swords, one purple and one gold, kept clashing against each other. Sung Jan seemed to be at a disadvantage. The heavenly demon's last strike forced him back. The soles of his shoes scraped constantly against the ground, leaving marks behind. He said seriously, "And I have no hobby of giving my name to someone who tries to kill me the moment we meet." She seemed to think about it, then replied, "True, I think so too." The heavenly demon lowered her sword for a moment and kindly said, "Then I shall introduce myself first. I am the greatest person of the demon path, the one who has defeated countless challengers." At that she raised her sword again. A powerful force gradually rose in the air. Killing intent scattered everywhere along with it. She continued, "And the one who stands above all. Above everything, no matter how long it takes, I am the heavenly demon." The moment she finished speaking, the system appeared and announced, "You have faced a powerful opponent. The skill Unyielding Will has been activated. The Myth Warrior of the Trial Battlefield has been activated. Special Support, Grasshopper against a Cart, has been activated." As Sung Jan struggled to block the sword force in front of his chest, he thought, "I understand why Changgu said she was full of bloodlust now." Only then did Changgu speak with concern. "She truly is bloodthirsty, but do not worry. I will do everything I can to help you." Sung Jan was still intensely focused on the battle. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in surprise. The next second, he hurriedly leaned backward and successfully avoided a fatal blow from the heavenly demon. Seeing that, she said happily, "I like you." But very quickly, her smile turned into that of a savage demon as she said, "You resemble my arrogant father." The heavenly demon recalled a fragment of memory. The day she cut down her father with a single sword strike, even as he desperately begged. The heavenly demon said joyfully again, "I took the position of cult leader by killing him, but it was fun because only he could fight me." As the heavenly demon slashed repeatedly at Sung Jan, she said with regret, "And after that, there was no one left in the martial world who could face me." She suddenly charged in with unimaginable power, forcing Sung Jan backward, then spoke fiercely again, "But now you are here." He was struck so hard that he slammed into the stone slab behind him. The impact instantly shattered everything. The heavenly demon smiled sinisterly and judged, "You must have come from the heavenly martial hall to grow stronger. Let me see how far you have gone to become stronger." Then she began asking madly, "Have you killed your own family, betrayed your allies, or perhaps slaughtered countless people?" The smile on the heavenly demon's face grew more savage, like a living demon. She said excitedly, "Just thinking about it thrills me. If you are as strong as I am, then your hands must already be stained with countless lives." The heavenly demon's excitement was quickly extinguished by Sung Jan's words. Disgusting, she asked angrily, "What?" Meanwhile, he spoke calmly, "Let me tell you something." Amid the shattered rubble and hazy dust, the young man's resolute voice rang out, "I also want to become stronger, just like you." The cracked image of his family flashed through Sung Jan's mind, making him speak even more firmly. But above all, at that moment a powerful figure appeared once more. His voice remained unyielding as it rang out, "There is a line I will never cross." The next second, Sung Jan appeared in a state of fury. Both his eyes were dyed a blazing blood red as he gritted his teeth and said, "Rather than committing sin." While the flames within his body began to burn, Sung Jan sneered and continued, "In order to become stronger." He quickly shifted into his dragon-transformed state and finished his sentence, "I would rather die." At the same time, the system also rang out, "The unique power dragon transformation has been activated." The aura from Sung Jin made the surrounding rocks quickly loosen and keep falling to the ground. The sky demoness stood frozen, unable to say a word. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone over, snapping her awake. Immediately after that, a dragon's roar rang out. Flames surged up as if they wanted to burn the entire space to ashes. The sky demoness still stood motionless, without the slightest movement. Just as the flames reached her feet, she finally leapt up, swung her sword, and counterattacked. As she struck, the sky demoness laughed and said, "Those flames really are terrifyingly hot. But even that is not enough to melt me." Unexpectedly, from within the blazing flames, Sungjin rushed out like a god and charged toward the Sky Demoness, leaving her stunned. Seeing him like this, she said with interest, "So you have an interesting outfit too." At that point, the Sky Demoness's smile deepened even further. Extremely excited, she raised her sword and taunted, "But what can that change?" Immediately, the system issued a warning. Sky Demoness John Yusin has used the Heart Sword awareness skill, but in the next second, she fiercely attacked Sung Jin. He easily avoided this fatal blow. He was no pushover either and immediately counterattacked, thrusting his sword straight at the Sky Demoness. Seeing this, she smiled sinisterly and stood still, waiting. The moment Sung Jin came close, the Sky Demoness jumped up and slashed back. The system immediately warned, Sky Demoness John Yusin has used the Heart Sword awareness skill. She flipped through the air, then quickly attacked him once again. The sudden strike left Sung Jin with no time to react. Another notification appeared. The bracelet has blocked an attack for you that you could not block. You have 2 uses remaining. He lost his balance and retreated backward. The Sky Demoness also quickly flew back to the opposite side. She smiled with great interest and said, "You have quite a few skills to entertain me, from breathing fire like a dragon to then showing off an absurd dodging skill even after being hit." The Sky Demoness did everything she could to mock Sung Jin. With a mocking expression, she said, "I hope you will keep entertaining me just like you are now." As soon as the Sky Demoness finished speaking, the system issued a warning. Sky Demoness John Yusin has used the Heart Sword skill. Before the system could even recover, the tip of the sword had already reached Sung Jin's forehead, making him freeze for a moment. But fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. The sword missed its target and brushed right past Sung Jin. He thought with difficulty, that Heart Sword awareness technique is truly troublesome. The Sky Demoness did not give him long to rest and continued attacking. As he dodged, he marveled at the sword technique. It is both powerful and fast. I do not even have a chance to swing my sword. At this point, Sung Jin gritted his teeth and thought bitterly, "If I could learn it, I could become stronger. But how am I supposed to break that technique?" Jong-gu suddenly spoke up in response, "Devotion." Sung Jin was surprised, then looked down at her and asked, "What?" Looking toward the arrogant Sky Demoness, Jong-gu added, "Devotion fills the heart with holy power. That raises a person to a higher level." Sung Jin seemed to grasp the bigger picture. He wondered doubtfully, if that is the case, could it be? Jong-gu quickly caught on to his train of thought. She calmly replied, "Yes, you are right. Because she killed her father to become the leader, she must have driven fear deep into the subconscious of countless people." Following her explanation, the image of the Sky Demoness sitting on a high platform and gathering other people's fear became increasingly clear. Thinking of her cruel smile back then, Jong-gu added, "So it must be holy power supported by the fear of the masses." In other words, the driving force behind that Heart Sword awareness technique is the holy power she has accumulated in her heart. By now, the Sky Demoness could no longer wait. She continued launching attacks at Sung Jin. Beside him, Jong-gu kept whispering into his ear, "Look closely at her heart. Once you look closely, you will see the path of her sword. If you swing along that exact path, you will be able to use that Heart Sword technique with your own holy power." At this point, Sung Jin had also understood everything, and he spoke with complete confidence. Got it? Immediately, the system rang out, activating the battle focus skill. Just as Sung Jin was about to strike, he suddenly let out an huh in his mind. Looking at the image of the Sky Demoness before him, he immediately cheered joyfully in his mind. "I can see it now. I can see the path of the sword starting from her heart." After the joy passed, Sung Jin immediately formed a plan and calculated. "I will observe, dodge, and copy the exact path of the sword." Then he bravely raised his sword, his fighting spirit blazing as he thought further. The Sky Demoness's Heart Sword. After finishing his thoughts and calculations, Sung Jin shot toward the Sky Demoness like a flash. Every sword move he unleashed was powerful, sweeping freely in all directions. Seeing this, she was stunned for a moment. After trying it for the first time, he thought with great satisfaction, "So this is what it feels like. Now the Heart Sword is definitely easier to dodge." The Sky Demoness remained in the same stance, watching his every move. Then suddenly, she revealed a sinister and eerie smile. Although she was smiling, the Sky Demoness's eyes were filled with killing intent. She said, "I cannot believe you managed to master the Heart Sword in such a short time. You are making me feel even more excited." Sung Jan replied coldly, "What is there to be excited about?" In his heart he thought, "Because I have learned that mind sword technique." Just as the thought crossed his mind, a mechanical voice rang out. Special effect activated. Absolute seal of the divine jade of the nameless goddess. Immediately afterward, blue chains appeared, then flew toward the celestial demon in the direction of his finger. One chain after another pierced straight into her heart. The system quickly announced, "The strongest ability of celestial demon John Yusin has been sealed. The use of holy power and certain skills is now forbidden." The chains gradually bound the celestial demon's heart, making even movement difficult for her. The notification rang out again. 29 minutes and 59 seconds remain until the seal is lifted. Sung Jan raised his sword toward the celestial demon and declared forcefully, because I am ending this battle right now. His gaze turned icy as he thought, put an end to this battle. Immediately afterward, the system announced that the divine jade of the nameless god S had been completely used up. As Sung Jan moved swiftly toward the celestial demon, he said, "It is time to strike back." With that determination, activation notifications appeared one after another. Skill Sword Storm C imbues the sword with the wind attribute. Passive skill activated, enhancing the quality of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Special effect, Twin Chain Strike of the Fairy Serpent Demon Sword activated. Sung Jan charged forward with all his might. In his heart he thought, I will boost the stats of Mind Sword with Dragon Transformation and take her down. The moment the thought ended, Sung Jan poured all his power into his sword and unleashed a fatal slash at the celestial demon. The surrounding earth and stones flew everywhere. But the scene that followed shocked him even more. The celestial demon still stood there without dodging, yet the sword strike did not touch even a single hair on her head. Sung Jan asked himself in surprise the attack had no effect. Just as he froze, John Gu immediately warned him, Sung Jan, fall back. With no time to think, he hurriedly retreated. The celestial demon silently stared at Sung Jan without saying a word. Doubt could not help rising in his heart. What was that? Just now I felt that her body was extremely tough, almost impossible to damage. Is she hiding some other technique besides Mind Sword? Only then did the celestial demon speak leisurely. After you sealed my Mind Sword and attacked me with all your strength, I never expected you to fall this short. At the same time, a notification appeared. Celestial demon John Yusen has used the skill Body Protecting Aura. At this point, she no longer kept up her fake smile. She directly revealed her vicious expression and said, this time I am a little disappointed. Looking at Sung Jan's unpleasant expression, the celestial demon continued, but now you will have to entertain me even more, because if you do not. The celestial demon raised her sword, killing intent surging as she finished her sentence. I might accidentally kill someone. Naturally, another notification appeared. Celestial demon John Yusen has used the skill Celestial Demon Black Sword. Sung Jan now realized the terror closing in on him. He gritted his teeth and thought the flow of energy has changed. This is dangerous. At the same time, in the beautiful landscape from before, everything remained peaceful, the complete opposite of Sung Jan's current situation. While sipping her tea, the Swordlight Emperor worried, right, I wonder whether he is making good use of the holy relic I gave him. She gently added, I gave it to him as a reward for overcoming the difficult gate in those sections. As for what happened before, I cannot say that item will display its greatest effect, but at this point the Swordlight Emperor hesitated and looked up at the sky, as if gazing toward where Sung Jan was, then said, I hope he uses it well. Back on his side, Sung Jan was frantically dodging the celestial demon's attacks, while her voice echoed in his ears. Where did that spirit from earlier go? Exhausted, he could only stab both swords into the ground to barely keep himself standing. Seeing this, she immediately mocked him. At this rate it is over. Sung Jan cursed inwardly, damn it, I do not know where she is attacking from. He thought wearily, I cannot see her, even after using Dragon Eye. How is that possible? Sung Jan glanced at the notification before him, then asked himself in utter confusion. Besides, what is this thing floating in front of my eyes? It says, please mark a target. His vision darkened as he thought in extreme frustration. I cannot see anything, so what am I supposed to mark? Sung Jan could not help gritting his teeth, fully aware that even if he wanted to, he could not mark her. At this moment, John Gu spoke up again and gave him advice. Sung Jan, if you cannot see her, close your eyes and focus your senses. You may only be a beginner in martial arts, but you are an extremely powerful and extraordinary challenger. She gently reminded him, believe in yourself, Sung Jan. Hearing that, his determination to fight flared up once more. He set his body in motion. Listening to his surroundings again, Sung Jan began to close his eyes. He began picturing the scene around him. Sensing that everything was gradually coming under his control, he softly replied, yeah, that's right, Gu Jan, then told himself. I have to focus. The moment that thought ended, a new notification appeared, Sixth Sense skill activated. The heavenly demon continued moving non-stop around him. Sung Jan began sensing her position. Very quickly, he clearly detected where she was and thought to himself, there she is. The system quickly caught the signal and displayed it. Target locked, heavenly demon Chan Yusen. Artifact special effect, light sword activated. At the same time, a sacred relic suddenly appeared. Sung Jan could not help being surprised. He wondered, what is that? Since when did I have this sacred relic? But very quickly, he pushed the question aside and focused on the fight. A special sword formation surrounded Sung Jan. The swords spread out around him, yet all pointed toward the heavenly demon. Another notification appeared. The swords will now automatically pursue the target you selected. Immediately after, as if pulled by an invisible force, the swords shot toward the heavenly demon at lightning speed. Sung Jan was extremely satisfied. The corners of his mouth lifted into an unconscious smile as he thought, I don't know when I got this, but the timing is perfect. He calculated confidently, now you just need to stand still for me. Then Sung Jan began raising the sword in his hand. He combined it again with the swords in the formation, preparing for an all-out attack. Not letting time go to waste, he hurriedly pointed forward, signaling the swords to deploy once more. In an instant, countless swords rushed toward the heavenly demon at the same time. Before long, the ground was covered in swords, yet they naturally formed a circle. And inside that circle was the heavenly demon trying to defend herself. Sung Jan secretly cheered in delight. Got you, but she spoke coldly. Is this really all you're capable of? His expression instantly turned cold and he exclaimed in deep disbelief, you. But he had only just managed to say 3 words. What did you? When he sensed a wave of sword energy slicing his body in two, Sung Jan's eyes instantly widened as if he could not believe what had just happened. Before he could recover, the heavenly demon launched another move, forceful sword energy. A barrage of fierce attacks continuously poured toward him. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Unique effect activated. Defensive priority of the Nameless God's Protection Bracelet, S rank. An attack from the opponent that you could not block has been blocked by the Guardian Bracelet. 1 use remaining. Sung Jan tried to picture the scene from just now again. He thought in doubt again, what was that attack just now? Then he told himself, I can't let my thoughts wander anymore. He quickly moved toward the heavenly demon. As he moved, he silently calculated, I have to attack again with the mind sword as quickly as possible. A chaotic melee quickly broke out, and Sung Jan slashed wildly dozens of times. His sword struck toward the heavenly demon, but another notification appeared. Heavenly demon Chan Yusen has used the protective force aura skill. As proof of that, Sung Jan's slashes did not even touch a single strand of her hair. Seeing the state he was in, the heavenly demon could not help letting out a bored sigh. Immediately after, she launched a decisive attack towards Sung Jan, leaving him no time to react. He could only grit his teeth and try to dodge the attack as completely as possible. The heavenly demon showed no sign of stopping. She silently assessed Sung Jan and prepared to attack. Very quickly, she slashed a fatal blow straight at his neck. It did not stop there. Slashes also appeared at his waist and knees. It all happened in an instant. At the same time, the system voice rang out again. Unique effect activated, defensive priority of the time protection bracelet. Nameless God, S rank. An attack from the opponent that you could not block has been blocked by the Guardian Bracelet. All uses have been consumed. The Nameless God's Protection Bracelet, S rank, has been destroyed. The bracelet simply fell off and disappeared. The heavenly demon silently stood there watching Sung Jan without the slightest emotion. She said mockingly, you said you would kill me, but all you have shown are boring skills. At this point, her voice grew even colder as she said, if you're out of skills, then you should prepare to die. A notification appeared accordingly. Heavenly demon Chan Yusen has used the Cave Heaven sword skill. Sung Jan was now struggling to stand firm, and inside he could not stop lamenting. He thought, this overwhelming killing intent makes it hard just to stay on my feet. I've been restrained by my opponent's killing intent again. This is bad. But Sung Jan quickly regained his composure and prepared to charge into battle. Deeply anxious, he wondered, can I use divinity to withstand this overwhelming pressure? Jonggu hurriedly pulled him out of those wandering thoughts. She said urgently, snap out of it, she's coming. As soon as she finished speaking, the heavenly demon had already closed in on Sung Jan. The tip of her blade had already touched his armor. Sung Jan hurriedly used his sword to block, thinking in fury, she's too fast, but all I can do is resist. The heavenly demon continued driving her sword forward with force, trying to pierce through his armor and strike his flesh. Very soon she achieved exactly that. The sharp blade stabbed deep into Sung Jan's body, making blood spray out at once. Before he could react, the heavenly demon forcefully pulled her sword back. Because of that, the blood flowed even more. Sung Jan was horrified, but the blood kept pouring out non-stop. By instinct, he cried out in agony. At that moment, the system displayed a message, near-death skill activated. Your fatal wound has been removed. Your senses have been temporarily amplified, and the effects of other skills have been upgraded. Cooldown time is 1 week. Immediately afterward, the wound on Sung Jan's chest rapidly healed. Seeing him recover so easily, the heavenly demon mocked him again. Looks like that was your last little trick. Sung Jan could feel that he had no hope of defeating her. He was simply being toyed with in the palm of her hand. This heavenly demon. Seeing him in a daze, Jonggu spoke up to encourage him. No matter how hard it gets, you must not fall, there is still a chance. He quickly pulled himself together and replied, as long as I'm still alive, there's still a way. At the same time, a new message appeared. You have received an achievement, the beginning of transcendence. The power of surging sword intent is evolving into reinforced sword energy. Holding the sword in his hand, Sung Jan suddenly felt a powerful force surge through it. He thought to himself, this feeling, seeing him like this. The heavenly demon quickly realized the reason and said, it is surprising that you learned reinforced sword energy, but it will not help. Then she raised 3 fingers and said, since you have entertained me for this final round, I will use only 3 basic moves against you. When Sung Jan heard that, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. then let out a slightly mocking "oh." He turned and swung his sword, then continued, "Thanks a lot." As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Jan slashed repeatedly at the heavenly demon, but she dodged with ease. The heavenly demon knocked his blade aside and announced coldly, "That much is nowhere near enough to do anything to me." As she activated her own sword, she said, "How disappointing." With that, a barrage of sword energy rushed towards Sung Jan. He hurriedly dodged. This wave of attacks forced him to retreat several steps. But immediately afterward, Sung Jan pointed the tip of his sword straight at the heavenly demon with a fearless stance. A message appeared, "Holy Light skill activated." Immediately afterward, a surge of radiant energy appeared, creating part of an explosion that seemed to shake heaven and earth. But from within the smoke and dust, a voice full of contempt still rang out. "You keep relying on objects rather than your own ability." The heavenly demon rushed out from the rubble and declared with overwhelming force, "There is nothing left for me to expect from you." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward and punched Sung Jan hard in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. In the next second, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes showed a flicker of shock, as if he could not believe this result. The heavenly demon landed lightly, while Sung Jan was sent flying into the cliff wall by that one strike, causing another explosion. He leaned against the cliff wall in pain, and the armor on his body gradually disappeared. Seeing Sung Jan sitting there silently without the slightest movement, the heavenly demon said, "Since I have already used 2 moves, only one final move remains." Seeing that the situation was critical, Jonggu kept calling out, "Hey, Sung Jan, wake up." In truth, he had not fainted. He was just too disappointed in himself and had not found the will to stand up. Sung Jan thought in despair, "There's no way left. None of my attacks work at all." He kept asking himself, can I really defeat her? Beside his ear, Jonggu's voice continued calling his name again and again. The heavenly demon looked him over and said, "Judging by your condition, it seems you have lost the ability to fight." Sung Jan glanced at her, then startled himself with his own thoughts. "Why are you looking at me with that expression?" Yes, I understand that expression better than anyone. Looking deep into the heavenly demon's eyes, he saw her true nature. Contempt. Sung Jan thought in despair, is that contempt only the beginning of this defeat? Jonggu kept calling him, "Sung Jan, wake up," but he was still immersed in the pain of defeat. Remembering the way everyone had once looked at him, he asked himself, what helped me make it this far despite so many failures? But now I don't want anyone to look down on me anymore. In his mind, Sung Jan finally struggled to stand. He resolved, I don't want to lose, I don't want to be oppressed by anyone. Then like a helpless child, Sung Jan half knelt on the ground and sighed, but it's so hard. At that moment, Jonggu's voice rang out again, so that's it. Is it really that simple? He turned around in shock, looked at the girl before him and asked, Jonggu? She gently came to his side and replied, yes. I kept calling you but you wouldn't listen, so I had to come all the way here. I read your thoughts while you were feeling powerless. Pause for a moment, Jonggu gently asked, but didn't you already know that? You have to constantly prove yourself by repeatedly seizing opportunities and becoming stronger. She then turned to look at Sung Jan and asked sincerely, who do you want to prove the strength you've worked so hard to achieve to? He widened his eyes, a bit surprised by the question but quickly answered, to myself. Hearing Sung Jan's answer, the system immediately notified. Condition met, Jonggu continued, her tone a bit urgent. Why? He replied without hesitation, because I don't want to have any regrets. The notification popped up again. You are gradually reaching a transcendent state. Sung Jan stood up and said, I want to become someone who cannot be oppressed by anyone or blocked by anyone. Looking at the girl in front of him, he continued with more determination. The ability to stand firm against all difficulties without retreating. That's what I want. As he finished speaking, the darkness enveloping Sung Jan's mind shattered. Countless golden lights flooded in, filling every corner. The system displayed. Holy power had been activated powerfully. Jonggu looked at him in awe, trying to grasp every change. Then suddenly she smiled. It seemed her effort was not in vain. Quickly her smile turned into a bright grin. Jonggu even gave Sung Jan a slap. He cried out in pain. He turned around and shouted, why did you hit me out of nowhere? She still smiled and said, your expression has improved. Seeing his spirit restored, Jonggu suggested, then hurry, defeat her. Sung Jan, full of fighting spirit, looked determined and replied, got it. Focusing his mind, he began to rise. Holy power radiated around him. Sung Jan thought, I can feel it. He stood up fully aware, the holy power flowing through him. With it, the celestial demon, seeing his recovery, was surprised and couldn't help but suspect something unusual. Sung Jan, brimming with spirit and holy power, held his sword and thought, my revenge begins once again. Amid the ruined, smoky scene, Sung Jan stood upright, radiating a cold aura. Facing him was the celestial demon. The surrounding space seemed to pause amidst the flying debris and echoing sound. The celestial demon asked curiously, what is that boundless holy power? She wondered, have you always been like this until now? He gripped the sword tightly and replied, think what you want. Either way, you'll have to face it. With conviction, he declared, die. The celestial demon laughed scornfully. She mocked, is this your final effort? Pathetic. The celestial demon was no longer patient for the fight. She reminded him, You still have 3 moves left. I rely on you to attack quickly. Sung Jan was thrilled and declared firmly, if you want a beating like that, I'll give it to you. The celestial demon ridiculed, how do you plan to hit me with that weak body of yours? Before she finished, Sung Jan swiftly appeared behind her, surprising the woman. The celestial demon angrily turned, thinking she didn't notice when he got there. She quickly swung her sword. The sword struck with a powerful current. The system notified Sung Jan. The celestial demon used the protective energy skill. She smiled, both mocking and criticizing. That attack just now surprised me. But any attack is useless to me. As the sword tipped near her chest, Sung Jan exerted all his strength. She responded, I admit it, in such a short time, you've achieved boundless holy power. But is that all? Show me what else you can do. Sung Jan held the sword tightly and asked, facing the protective aura, was the last attack useless? Tell me, what else can you do? The celestial demon smiled wider, glancing at him with contempt. You will never pierce this protective aura. You will never harm me. The system notified the player, powerful holy power activated. Sung Jan smiled at what was happening and about to happen. The celestial demon smiled, thinking she would win. Both had their own calculations. When the heavenly demon saw his relaxed expression, she froze slightly and wondered, how dare he smile in this situation? I will destroy you. The sharp tip of the sword seemed to crack part of the heavenly demon's protective aura. Notifications rang out one after another, forcefully activating holy power. Activating the heavenly grotto skill, removing the limit on objects you can destroy. Sung Jan unleashed a powerful critical strike, his sword flashing with crimson light as it pierced straight into the barrier. It created a violent energy explosion that shook the surrounding space. Her eyes showed disbelief and helplessness. The heavenly demon's protective aura shattered into pieces in midair. Coincidentally, she also lost the strength to remain standing, despite everything moving around her. Back at the previous moment, when the heavenly demon used her condensed protective aura to shield herself. It was a defensive skill that nullified all damage from other skills. Fundamentally, it was an unrivaled skill, or at least it should have been. That was how it should have been, wasn't it? She clutched the staff beside her tightly. Blood flowed from the wounds on her hands as the heavenly demon angrily wondered, the skill I thought had reached an invincible level. Her entire body was severely injured after being struck by his sword. The heavenly demon collapsed, and emptiness filled her mind. She was bewildered, it was broken. The system announced that holy power had now been activated. The sword on Sung Jan's back spoke up. Her energy core was shattered, so she will not be able to restore it with holy power. The heavenly demon tried to raise her hand, wanting to reach him. She stammered, struggling to force out each word. All this time you deceived me. Sung Jan stared solemnly at the heavenly demon's end, and for a moment, he did not know how to answer. The heavenly demon's outstretched hand kept trembling as she asked desperately again. Is that right? The heavenly demon seemed to understand the answer. She lowered her head. Shame stripped away the confidence she had before. She mocked herself. I grew stronger by killing countless people. Yet in the end, the Swordlight Emperor still did not choose me. The heavenly demon collapsed. She was filled with confusion. Why could I not obtain that right while that man could? And those were the last words the heavenly demon could ever speak. She completely collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her body. Sung Jan stood silently, watching the scene. Then he responded to the words she had just spoken. Someone like you, who played dirty to become stronger, is not worth arguing with over who deserves that right. Sung Jan summoned his power and continued. I am sure that if the Swordlight Emperor met you, he would say the same thing. After that, the system issued notifications one after another. You have absorbed the soul of the heavenly demon, Chan Iusin. Since you have absorbed a soul stronger than yourself, the process of growth. An observation to extract privileges is beginning. The one who received these powers realized, so she was far stronger than me after all. New notifications rang out again. Judgment has been achieved. Extracting authority from the absorbed soul. Special authority, the heavenly demon's power, is being imprinted onto the soul of the user, hands Sung Jan. The sword strapped to his back lit up after receiving enough power. It announced, at last it is beginning. Gather your holy power because from now on, separation will begin. Sung Jan looked at the faint black smoke around him and wondered, separation? Do you mean this black mist? The sword explained. It means you have received the right that the heavenly demon mentioned before she died. A new notification rang out. You can now choose a divinity. Once you choose a divinity, you will obtain the title of true god. A door suddenly appeared in space. Sung Jan stood silently in the darkness. His focused gaze turned toward the radiant golden door glowing with a mysterious light. Tiny rays of light drifted out around it. The door then opened on its own, as if welcoming him to a new place. Sung Jan approached it. He slowly stepped through the door, then Sung Jan spoke. I did think I might have a chance. The world beyond the door left him completely stunned. An entire universe came perfectly into view. Sung Jan exclaimed, but I truly did not expect it to come to me like this. He looked at the strange objects appearing around him and asked curiously, and what is this? The system posed a question. Will you choose the transcendent divinity? Then it asked again, will you choose the black light death divinity? Sung Jan understood the intention. He He sighed in amazement. I am a little surprised. The system asked again, will you choose the Crimson Light Immortality divinity? Sung Jan remarked. This is completely different from the divinity I imagined. When he reached the green orb, the system asked again, will you choose the Green Light Harmony divinity? He wondered, what exactly does harmony mean? Looking at the 3 orbs before him and the 3 choices, Sung Jan stroked his chin in thought. This is my chance to move closer to becoming a transcendent being. I need to make the right choice. I think choosing the one that helps me live longer would be best, but he was startled. Wait, there is one more. He saw the 4th orb. Sung Jan said with complete satisfaction, if it's this, then there's no need to think twice, just choose it. The system responded, you have chosen Superior Divine Nature. Superior Divine Nature will counter the abilities of the Reaper. Reaper, you have gained the special power Death's Gaze. You have earned the title of God. Ancient Divine Authority, God Form SS, has been engraved into the soul of the Challenger Han Sung Jan. The unique Supreme Divine Authority, SSS, has been engraved into the soul of the Challenger Han Sung Jan. When using God Form, Divine Nature will temporarily increase, allowing you to wield divine powers. Merging system abilities with Divine Nature transforms them into supreme abilities. After selecting the item he liked, he stepped through the door. Changgu followed Sung Jan and said, I see Divine Nature has entered your body. You must have made your decision already. He observed her face and asked curiously, that feeling, you must have chosen Divine Nature before too, right, Changgu? She remained silent, feeling uneasy. Then Changgu decided to be honest. I destroyed the Divine Nature. She explained, instead of following the path others laid out for me. With the promise that one day I would be free, I personally destroyed the Divine Nature I received. Sung Jan let out a slight sigh. Changgu continued, of course, at that time I didn't expect things to turn out this way, but being by your side isn't so bad. She looked into his eyes and affirmed, you are a special existence. Sung Jan felt a bit shy and said, I think having you as my partner isn't bad at all. Sung Jan set clear boundaries. You've been by my side, helping me whenever I'm in danger, so thank you. He smiled brightly, trying to change the subject. If it weren't for you back then, I'd probably be dead, right? Changgu smiled too and teased. Why are you suddenly acting like this? You weren't like this before. Sung Jan shyly diverted. Let's quickly check the items. Her teasing made him decide to get back at her later. He went to check the items he had. The system notified, skill equipment acquisition activated. Sung Jan put on the mask and asked, if these items aren't of the demon class, they're useless. Can we destroy them? Then he focused on studying the items. Once successful, the system indicated that he had obtained the blood antler and fully absorbed it. Sungzong sat still as strong beams of light emanated from his heart. This is called activating sacred power, converting demonic energy into holy energy. Sung Du looked at the glowing orb in front of him and exclaimed, I even obtained the skill that the demon uses to convert demonic energy into holy energy. It can generate holy energy instantly. This move is extremely powerful. Changgu, growing impatient, called Sung Gion. She asked, when will you be done? This is so boring. He replied, just finished. Let's go learn the Sword Light Emperor's martial arts. Suddenly the ground shook violently. The system announced, you have passed the 10,000 heaven path of Earth-Heaven martial arts. The ground gradually cracked, forming bottomless pits. A notification indicated that passing through the final gate grants access to the library. A massive pit appeared before Sung Jan and Changgu. The path downward was a winding staircase along the edge. The mouth of the pit descended below. The system reminded, leaving the library will take you to the final point of Earth-Heaven transformation. He looked at the scene in astonishment. This is excessively grand. Changgu added her comment. I think it would take us half a day just to get down there. Sung Jan smiled inwardly and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Changgu quickly realized this. She said, what scheme are you plotting this time? He decisively grabbed Changgu's wrist. She called his name in surprise. And Sung Jan, why are you suddenly holding my hand? Before she could finish, a pulling force dragged Changgu. She looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe this man could think of such a silly way to descend the massive pit. Changgu scolded Sung Jan. Are you taking revenge because I teased you earlier? He smiled and explained, why would I do that? I just wanted to descend faster. After a period of free fall from the pit's mouth, they finally reached the ground. Changgu fell while still dizzy. Sung Gi-hun remained fully alert, holding her hand tightly and said, the Martial Hall Library. He smiled triumphantly and announced, we've arrived. They stopped before a massive closed door. Then Sung Gi-hun used his strength to open the door and stepped into the library. He carefully looked around and remarked, it's cleaner than I expected. The sword at Sang Yun's waist also spoke up. Interesting, there isn't even a speck of dust. Looking at the dense stacks of books on the shelves, Han Sang Yun sighed. Finding the Sword Light Emperor's martial arts manual among all these books is going to be a pain. He wondered, isn't there an easier way to find it? The sword replied, how would I know? Sang Yun came up with a new plan. Then let's take every book here and… Suddenly, the sword called out. Han Sang-yoon, startled, he turned to look beside him and asked, what now? A white-haired woman approached, opened her mouth wide and shouted, Han Sang-yoon. Xiao Kwang rushed fiercely toward him from the side. She spread both arms, wanting to pull Sang-yoon into a hug. He froze. Unable to react for a moment, he let Xiao Kwang throw her arms around him. Changgu had arrived at some point and shouted, damn it, it's an ambush. Xiao Kwang pointed at Sang-yoon, looking reproachful. The system asked him. The administrator White Crane Sword Master asks what foolish thing you are doing. An image of an incredibly powerful woman with sharp claws on her hands appeared trembling in midair, along with the question. The administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King asked, is this fun? Xiao Kwang, on the other hand, excitedly hugged Sang-yoon tightly and cried out happily, you made it all the way down here. I am so proud of you. He angrily ordered her to let go. Sang-yoon was both uncomfortable and even more irritated now. He repeated his request, please let go before we talk. After that, Jong-gu and Xiao Kwang sat across from each other at the table. He was stuck between them in a suffocating, tense atmosphere. Xiao Kwang spoke first. She asked, who are you and why have you been clinging to Sang-yoon all this time? Jong-gu answered confidently, I am the seven-blood demon, Jong-gu, and also his partner. When Xiao Kwang heard that, she scratched her head and sighed. She seemed to decide that Jong-gu was no match for her, so she said, so you are the leader of the blood demon sect. I think I once heard that name among the candidates. Xiao Kwang's gaze turned sharp as she spoke in a mocking voice. But it seems you have already been stripped of your qualifications as a candidate. Jong-gu was furious. She snapped back bitterly, and what about you? Sword Light Emperor, after entering the heavenly martial hall, you are now nothing more than past glory. For all this time, both women had been poking right at each other's sore spots, so they stood up in a rage. They slammed the table and Sang-yoon, standing between them, tried to mediate. That's enough. Let's talk about the reward. Xiao Kwang became calm again. She replied, very well, my beloved Sang-yoon. I do need to give you your reward. Xiao Kwang brought a book over to him and said gently, this is the secret manual containing my martial arts. With your skill, simply reading it should allow you to learn my martial arts. Hearing that, Sang-yoon wondered inwardly. If she was just going to pull it out of her sleeve, then why build a study? Out loud, he said, thank you. Sang-yoon flipped through the pages of the book and thought to himself, she really is unusual. Suddenly, when the book was opened to the middle pages, flashes of light appeared. A notification rang out. You have achieved mastery of close combat, swordsmanship mastery, and footwork mastery. He stood there in disbelief, listening to the other notifications. Strength has increased by 3 points. Stamina has increased by 3 points. Agility has increased by 3 points. Beside him, Xiao Kwang laughed loudly in delight. Sang-yoon wondered, is it really okay for my stats to rise this easily? Xiao Kwang asked back, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? She explained. It seems you used the light manipulating creation I gave you very well before, so I felt quite happy. Hearing that, he broke into a cold sweat. He stammered, so it was you. Anyway, thank you for giving me that. Xiao Kwang invited him. If you come to the martial world dimension, I have hidden another treasure there. She kept chattering on, even though Jong-gu, sitting across from her, was feeling extremely irritated. That treasure will add a function to the light manipulating creation that can search for scattered objects. Jong-gu stood up angrily and demanded, what? Scattered objects? Jong-gu pointed directly at his face and shouted an order. Han Sang-yoon, get rid of that scattered object search ability right now. Scattered objects are a collection of precious items that the Sword Light Emperor stole from the god. She warned him softly, are you really going to abandon everything in exchange for a meaningless ticking time bomb like that? Hearing those words, he smiled and replied, Jong-gu, thank you for worrying. Sang-yoon tried to persuade her, but once I have the strength to use it, I can't afford not to have it, so if I obtain it. If I gain the power to find it, then I will go look for it. Jong-gu calmed down and quietly listened to him. I don't think I need to discard the search function. And even if the other gods come looking for me, Sang-yoon continued, I have you by my side, so what problem could there be? When Jong-gu heard that, she immediately turned her head toward him. She seemed to be on the verge of being persuaded by Sang-yoon. Jong-gu stammered, if it is you, I am sure you will manage somehow. Xiao stood nearby, arms crossed, smiling with satisfaction. She spoke, indeed, I did not misjudge you. I already like you even more. Xiao held out a glowing blue gem and announced, I will add a bit of my divine essence to the light control artifact. So if you ever need it, use it. Then, the system announced, special effect of light control artifact enhanced with divine essence activated. Jong-gu beside him still commented, you must be crazy to give someone else your divine essence. I also don't know what you're thinking, but in my eyes, if you genuinely give him your divine essence, there's no problem. Sang-yeon, on the other hand, felt extremely pleased. He wondered, thank you for this, but why go to such lengths for me? Ziaoqua replied in a short, puzzling tone, I am compelled to. Sang Giun was surprised and asked, what do you mean? Ziaoqua smiled and deflected. I can't explain the details, but consider it a contract with the tower. It will benefit you. Sang Yul sensed something unusual in that statement. He went silent, his mind racing with speculation. Ziaoqua suddenly clasped her hands together and announced, all right, I think our time is up. With that, she used a teleportation spell to move far away from Sang Giun and Changgu. She smiled brightly and said her final words, please use the light control artifact I gave you wisely. At this moment the system reminded, Swordlight Emperor is watching you. Congratulations, you have completed the 17th floor of the trial tower. Transferring your floor rewards elsewhere. Other rewards are being sent to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room. Then, he stepped into a different space with the announcement, you have entered the waiting room of the 18th floor. Around Sangyeon, fireworks suddenly erupted, shooting colorful sparks to announce, conditions met, congratulations. Sangyeon stood still, reading each system announcement carefully. 1,000 participants from all dimensions have officially completed the 15th floor. The trial tower will host an interdimensional event for all dimensions participating in the official tower climb. Suddenly the screen began to blur as if disrupted. No images appeared, but someone's voice was heard asking, can everyone see this? A reporter was live on the scene, she announced. A massive labyrinth has appeared in the heart of the city. A labyrinth will appear in all dimensions. All dimensions participating in the official tower climb. This is an optional event, so challengers who do not form a team cannot participate. Meanwhile, Ayan was standing in a high-rise room looking down. She held her phone anxiously, wondering, Sang-yoon, why aren't you picking up? Ayan called repeatedly, glancing outside at the seemingly peaceful city, stirred by hidden turbulence. She muttered, this is urgent. The system predicts this event may become an interdimensional battle. Participate only when you understand this. In an abandoned house amidst the cold snow, a faint light flickered at the door. Sang-yeon gritted his teeth, a faint smirk forming, making soft sound. He knelt on the ground as the system announced, you have received the Heavenly Warrior Nourishing Elixir. All skills increased. Iron Blood rested her chin on her hand, looking at Sang-yeon. She said, seems you had a fun time. Iron Blood sat on a high chair, legs crossed powerfully, and said, pity for the Swordlight Emperor, huh? He hurried to explain, I was forced. Before Sang-yoon could finish, Iron Blood's eyes flared with anger. She extended her command. Answer me. Seeing this expression, Sang-jeon felt fear. Stammering sincerely, I am truly sorry. Hearing this, she felt pleased and replied, all right, since you seem to have reflected on your mistake, I will forgive you this time. He wondered, did I do something wrong? Sang-yeon asked. She said she would tell me about the labyrinth, which is why she summoned me here. Iron Blood crossed her arms and announced, that's right, I will tell you about the Great Tree Labyrinth. She began to explain, this labyrinth is called the Great Tree Labyrinth, and like the tower, it has a total of 10 floors. Iron Blood raised 4 fingers and continued. The difficulty levels are easy, normal, hard, and extreme. Sang-yeon was surprised upon hearing this and exclaimed, crazy. He felt as if standing in another dimension. Countless giant monsters lurked before him. Iron Blood explained further, if you choose extreme, you will lose all your abilities, it's that difficult. But as she reassured Sang-yoon, there's no need to worry. Each floor you clear restores a skill. He fell silent in thought, then guessed, so restoring skills is the best option. Iron Blood praised him. Very good. Sang-yoon brought up the system screen and replied, since the conditions are that difficult, the reward must be worth it too. Let me check. Unfortunately, a notification rang out, saying that the reward for super hard difficulty could not be viewed. He asked Iron Blood in confusion, I can't view the reward for super hard difficulty. She coldly waved her hand and replied, you have used up all your questions. Even if I wanted to say more, I cannot. Unable to get an answer, Sang-yoon stood up and said, thank you for telling me all this. He confidently gave her a thumbs up and declared, I will do whatever I can. Iron Blood asked in confusion, are you ready to leave now? Sang-yoon smiled confidently and replied, yes. Since the other challengers have already taken action, I cannot fall behind. The way she looked at him changed slightly. Iron Blood smiled and praised him. It seems you have changed for the better compared to before. She raised her hand in farewell and carefully reminded him, the next time you come, I will teach you a useful technique, so be careful. The golden system announced, Challenger Han Sang-yoon's desire to return has been confirmed. The regression stone has been absorbed, returning to Earth. After that, he returned home. At this moment, Sang-yoon was changing clothes. Once he was done, he walked while scrolling through his phone and said, there are a lot of calls from Hyeon, I should call her back before. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, startling Sang-yoon. The Authority Whisper of Fire requests a conversation with Challenger Han Sang-yoon. A voice came from beside his ear. Hello, testing, 1 2 3 4. Can you hear me? Sang-yoon replied, I can, but who is this? The woman on the other end sulked. You really are calculating. Not only did you forget me, you also forgot to greet me when we met in Japan. Is that not terribly mean? Sang Yoon asked uncertainly. This voice, the woman who was on a plane, muttered to herself. He heard me, but he does not remember my voice. She introduced herself first. I am Catherine Bennett. You have not forgotten me, have you? Sang Yoon quickly replied. Of course not. How could I possibly forget? Catherine sighed and said, what a relief. I will get straight to the point. She bluntly made a request regarding this labyrinth event. Please join my team. We still have one final slot. Sang Yoon smiled as if everything had gone according to plan, and he replied without hesitation. Sure. Catherine was slightly surprised by the result and asked again. But you decided that quickly, Sang Yoon explained. She has saved me the time of looking for members, so I should thank her. Catherine praised him. Not only is your strength growing quickly, your responses are fast too. Sang Yoon smiled and replied, it is nothing. Catherine set the schedule. Then I will see you at the entrance to the labyrinth. Sang Yoon replied, all right. After that, the earpiece beside his ear vanished. Sang Yoon stood silently before the door and thought, this is why connections are important. He recalled her image, Catherine Bennett. She possessed an authority called flame extinguishment. All of the opponent's abilities would be reduced by 10, and one random skill would be frozen. Sang Yoon smiled in satisfaction. If we enter super hard mode and restore our skills, she will be extremely useful. Sang Yoon happily stepped out of the house. He wondered whether he should call Hayeon before leaving. What is this? Before he could open the door, there was suddenly a loud pounding outside along with a frantic cry. Sang Yoon, are you in there? He stepped out somewhat angrily, about to scold. Who is pounding like they want to break down the door? But when he saw the woman standing outside, Sang Yoon froze unconsciously and could not react for a moment. The girl standing outside the door was bracing her hands on her legs, panting as if she had just run a race. Sang Yoon asked in confusion, Hayeon. While gasping for breath, she tried to speak. I called you so many times, but you did not pick up, so I ran here. Sang Yoon awkwardly touched his neck and replied, sorry, I was a little busy, but how do you have my address? Hayeon smiled smugly and answered, there is always a way. He wondered inwardly, but is that not illegal? She suddenly remembered the important matter, grabbed Sang Yoon's hand and urged him, that is not important. Hayeon pulled Sang Yoon outside and tried to explain as they went. The labyrinth has appeared, and the top challengers from each country have all come because of you, she continued. Your address has been leaked, so they must already be on their way here. Is that not illegal? When Sang Yoon heard that, he helplessly thought, you did the same thing. Hayeon urgently announced, we need to get somewhere quiet right now. That is Challenger Han Sang Yoon. The two of them had to stop short when they saw what was happening before their eyes. Outside, a huge crowd was packed together. One man among them tried to speak up. Hello, Challenger Han Sang Yoon. Would you like to join our Garden of Eden guild? A black man standing beside him angrily scolded him. You already have someone, so stay out of this. The other man cursed back. What are you saying, you bastard? Hayeon watched the scene, not knowing what to say. She announced, we're too late. Sang Gi-eun, standing beside her, suddenly gripped her shoulder tightly and said, sorry, Hayeon. She looked at him blankly and called back. Sang Gi-eun. He decisively lifted Hayeon into his arms, his eyes resolute, as if he already had a plan to deal with the situation. Sang Gi-eun smiled at Hayeon and said, let's run. She wondered, what? Before she could understand what was happening, he had already leapt high into the air to escape. Getting out of there, Sang Gi-eun shot into the sky, the hem of his coat fluttering behind him like a hero saving a beauty. The people below stared blankly and said to one another, he ran away. With tall buildings packed tightly together, silence fell over the still, windless evening. Sang Gi-eun landed safely from above. Meanwhile, Hayeon, still in his arms, remained utterly dazed. Sang Gi-eun looked back and wondered, they won't catch up, right? Hayeon stammered, Sang Gi-eun, my head is spinning like Doraemon's bamboo copter. Overwhelmed by indescribable feelings, Hayeon's voice trembled. Can you put me down? I'm too dizzy. He set her down, awkwardly scratched his nose and said, sorry, I went a little overboard. Sang Gi-eun also informed her, you don't need to arrange anything, I already have a team. Hayeon cried in frustration, tears streaming endlessly down her cheeks. She reproached him, I came here because I was worried about you and it was all for nothing. Sang Gi-eun felt guilty and replied, I'm sorry, next time I'll contact you sooner. Hayeon softened and asked curiously, all right, so are you entering the labyrinth now? Sang Gi-eun looked at the giant tree before him and replied, yeah, this is the entrance area, so I'll head in now. The system announcement rang out, you have entered the labyrinth entrance area. Hayeon struck his shoulder firmly and reminded him, be careful this time, Sang Gi-eun. She smiled brightly and reminded him, don't push yourself too hard again. Sang Gi-eun froze as he looked at Hayeon's unforgettable smile. Slightly embarrassed, he replied, yeah, I know. After that, Sang Gi-eun vanished into the air. The system announcement rang out, you have entered the labyrinth gate. He stood in the middle of a wide courtyard atop the canopy of the enormous ancient tree. Sang Gi-eun looked around, then raised his eyes. He looked at the giant gate in front of him and wondered, is this the gate of the great tree labyrinth? When Catherine saw Sang Gi-eun arrive, she was overjoyed. She said, I was so scared. Hearing someone speak, he turned to look back. Seung-hun, standing behind Catherine, also spoke up. It's been a long time. Choi Siak smiled and asked, "How have you been?" Sang Gi-eun smiled and replied, "Long time no see. So you're all on the same team." Seeing Seung-hun and Choi Siak made a thought linger in his mind. He had not expected the S-rank hunter Seung-hun to come. Seung-hun greeted him happily. "I'm really glad you came too." And Sang Gi-eun looked at the two men before him. He felt a little relieved and thought, "This is better." Catherine asked, "What difficulty do you think we'll choose?" Sang Gi-eun stated firmly, "Let's choose the hardest one. I don't know what the reward will be, but the harder it is, the higher the reward should be." Catherine replied helplessly, "I knew it." Seung-hun announced, "Then everyone agrees, let's do this." She said, "I sent you an invitation. Accept it and let's go." Sang Gi-eun. An announcement rang out, "Team code E781." He skimmed the notification panel and a sound rang out. "Team leader S3A1 has accepted you into the team." The four of them began their journey. Seung-hun stepped forward to open the door. The giant door slowly creaked open, revealing a hazy, bottomless space. The rusted sword at Sang Gi-eun's waist spoke up and asked, "Are you entering the labyrinth?" He answered, "Yeah, because of the nightmare difficulty effect. Even for a sword it's the same, but we'll have to part ways for a while." The sword grumbled, "I'm going to be so bored." The necklace also spoke up to comfort it. "Don't be sad." Sang Gi-eun stepped forward and assured them, "Every time I clear a level, I can restore one skill or authority." The sword explained, "I never said that." He cut it off and announced, "I'm going now." The sword shouted angrily, "How dare you interrupt me?" After entering, the system announcement rang out, "You have entered floor 1 of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Starting labyrinth, the weapon currently in use will be sealed, and you will receive a basic weapon in your inventory." Everyone fell together into an even darker space, while the system continued explaining, "All abilities will temporarily disappear, and all stats will be reduced to 10. While inside the labyrinth, skills and authorities will disappear. Skills and authorities obtained inside the labyrinth will disappear after leaving the labyrinth." Sang Gi-eun and the others landed safely. He looked around and guessed, "My body feels heavier after my stats drop." Seung-hun spoke up, "I didn't expect we wouldn't be able to use the abilities we've gained up to now." Suddenly an announcement rang out, "Conditions have been satisfied. Divinity that defies divine will has been forcibly activated. Divinity that defies divine will has resisted the system applied to challenger Han Sang-gi. Authorities, skills, and holy power attributes connected to divinity will not disappear and will remain active until you leave." He smiled and guessed, "Looks like I'll have to carry everyone." The three members of Catherine's group stood silently watching Sang Gi-eun's actions, and she asked curiously, "Is that the speed of someone with 10 speed stacks?" John Seok, standing nearby, was just as stunned and asked, "Did he recover all his skills in such a short time?" Before their eyes, Sang Yoon was now facing a gigantic monster. It raised its sword, trying to slash down at him. The sword struck the ground, shaking the entire space and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Sang Yoon used his skill and agility to dodge the attack. He quickly counterattacked and graceful as the wind activated. Sang Yoon raised his fist, increasing all speed by 80%. Then he delivered a critical blow with 8 skill stacks built up. After the monster was defeated, the system announced, "The remaining goblin HP has been absorbed and will become energy for the world tree." Catherine was astonished. She remarked, "That was a tough opponent for us right now, yet he finished it off in 1 hour." Catherine admitted in embarrassment, "We really cannot compare to him anymore." The space was covered in sparkling red rays of light. Sang Yoon suddenly thought, "Good thing I realized it. If I had not learned martial arts from the Swordlight Emperor and lost all my powers, I would not have been able to fight like this." Sang Yoon smiled in satisfaction. "At this rate, even if they become 4 times stronger, I can still handle them." A notification sounded saying that you have used all remaining souls. Your stats will increase permanently. Catherine approached and called out to him. Sang Yoon, he asked back, "What is it?" She firmly requested, "Let us fight next time too." Sang Yoon fell silent as he heard Catherine say, "Even though we could not help just now, if this keeps up, we will become useless." Seung-hun, standing behind them, spoke up in agreement, "I agree, we need to fight too." John Seok also tried hard to persuade him. "That's right, I do not like having someone carry us from start to finish." Sang Yoon happily agreed, "Fine then, we need to grow stronger together." He walked across the battlefield where the monsters had been defeated. The system announced again, "You have defeated 4 goblins. Mekong's hidden room has appeared." Then a new space gradually appeared before the 4 of them. Sang Yoon wondered, "A hidden room?" Catherine judged, "The key may be inside, let's go in." After that, all 4 of them stepped inside together, ready to face any danger waiting ahead. When he passed through the door and saw the space inside, he froze. This place, Sang Yoon observed the giant statues arranged around the path. The trees were dense and the space was swallowed by darkness. He guessed, these statues look like the dark god. While he was observing the humanoid statue with its hands clasped together, the system announced, "The talented challenger receives a blessing from the dark god." Catherine moved closer and announced, There is a stone tablet here, Sang-yoon. Maybe you can receive the god's blessing. Seung-hun and the others also came over. And judging by its form, it looks like we have to touch it to activate it. John Seok also had his own thoughts. There may be a limit to the number of people who can receive the blessing, so think carefully. Catherine hesitated, then I will go first. She gently reached her hand forward, wanting to touch the stone statue shaped like an open book. A new space appeared with a notification. Challenger Catherine Bennett has been chosen by the Dark God and has received information. Blessing, Catherine let out a relieved breath. She happily announced, I did it. I received the ability to hide my body by consuming magic power. Seeing this, Sang-yoon made a guess. It says the blessing of the Dark God will not disappear. Even after leaving the tower, I will have the right to become a future apostle. The system announced. The Dark God is looking down and smiling. He looked at the statue and wondered, what has she been doing until now? The system explained. The Dark God says the reunion will not be long now and you must wait a little longer. Sang-yoon frowned, unable to understand what was happening for the moment. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder along with a voice calling out, Sang-yoon. Catherine asked curiously, why are you looking over there? Is someone there? Sang-yoon replied, no, since we are done, let's go. They walked outside as a notification announced that the god's altar had been sealed. Catherine regretted, too bad there was only one chance. Seung-hun comforted her. Forget it, since one person received it, that is enough. Catherine took the lead and asked everyone, I think we have received everything. Should we go? With these stats, it will take half a day to finish. She smiled, reminding herself inwardly, I hope the blessing I received will be useful to Sang-yoon. He stepped forward, placed his hand on her shoulder and announced, 1 second. Sang-yoon looked at her and wondered, half a day with these stats? Catherine asked. Sang-yoon, you are not thinking anything strange, are you? Sang-yoon denied it. Strange? Not at all. The system announced, graceful as the wind has activated. He moved forward. All speed increased by 100%. When she saw Sang-yoon act without warning, Catherine stood there in a daze and shouted loudly to remind him, are you crazy? It is dangerous to go alone. Come back, he replied reassuringly. If I find the key, I will come back. The system announced, the skill stack count is 10. She was powerless and could only go along with Sang-yoon. Oh my, that hot-tempered personality hasn't changed. Sang-yoon calculated, going with everyone wastes too much time. He moved deep into the massive tree trunk, carefully observing every corner. Sang-yoon calculated, it's best if I the fastest. Go find the key first. Suddenly, something appeared that startled Sang-yoon. He quickly landed and went to investigate. A door had appeared. Above it were 2 terrifying skulls. Inside the door, a monster was feasting on a piece of meat. As it took its first bite, a deafening noise rang out. Everything around the monster exploded before its eyes, leaving it stunned. The system announced, you have entered the room of the level 1 labyrinth master tree. The beginner labyrinth, ruled by the fallen goblin king, who devoured all monsters on level 1. Even though it hid inside the master tree labyrinth, the fallen goblin king could go no deeper. As a result, the nutrients contained in the master tree labyrinth were. Sang-yoon grumbled, such a long-winded explanation, a bit annoying. The system announced, combat focus skill activated. He threw his weapon, determined to finish the monster with a single strike. As a result, user concentration was doubled. The monster, caught off guard by the sudden attack, stood frozen, clueless. Sang-yoon observed carefully and concluded, unlike tower achievements, the labyrinth grants skills. He thought, at this rate, I'll finish quickly. Then the system announced, you have earned the labyrinth achievement, turning the impossible into possible unique. Sang-yoon grasped his weapon tightly along with the announcement, you received 15 labyrinth points. He twirled his newly acquired weapon and cheerfully said, onto level 2. The system announced, you have obtained the key to exit the regular labyrinth. The key was inserted into the lock and turned. The system announced, you have reached the end point of level 1 Master Tree Labyrinth, the Labyrinth of Beginnings. You have gained the right to descend to level 2 Master Tree Labyrinth. Rewards will be granted. Choose an item, power, skill, and restore one of your abilities. Catherine cried upon receiving the information. She then spoke with relief. I didn't expect my abilities could be restored. John Seok relaxed and said, now I feel a bit less suffocated. Sang-yoon looked at the situation and felt extremely satisfied. He thought good, first release the Supreme Blood technique to maximize efficiency. After a few clicks, a notification appeared, power seal. Supreme Blood technique has been unsealed. Sang-yoon announced to everyone, done, let's descend to level 2. Catherine asked, you don't look tired at all. After the group entered level 2, the system's notifications continuously rang out. You have entered level 20 of the Great Tree Palace. The Whisper of the Evil God. This is where all challengers who entered the same maze dimension have gathered. Along with the Great Tree, The evil god is very interested in the challengers and in a bloody celebration. Kill one or more challengers and perform the ritual with them. She will be the sacrifice. However, if you deceive the evil god and sacrifice no one, an ancient demon will appear. After hearing the announcement, Sang Jae-hoon suddenly had a question. If we do not sacrifice anyone, then the ancient demon will appear. He smiled, as if Sang Jae-hoon had already calculated what would happen next. Catherine, standing beside him, noticed that smile and became extremely frightened. She asked, Sang Jae-hoon, have you come up with another crazy idea? Catherine sighed, never mind. We could not stop you anyway, do whatever you want. Sang Jae-hoon asked curiously in return, do you not want to know what I am planning? Catherine felt helpless and could only explain. With that personality of yours, even if we knew, what could we do about it? She turned away coldly, not forgetting to remind him, so I will leave this to him. We are heading down to the second floor. See you later. Sang Jae-hoon asked blankly in return. What? Catherine and her two teammates walked off together. She did not forget to turn back and encourage him. If it is you, you can handle it yourself. Right? Catherine waved goodbye and promised, we will definitely come back with good results. Then, see you later. Watching the three of them slowly disappear into the distance, Sang Jae-hoon thought to himself, things will be easier to handle now. Great. He opened the system panel and spoke. From now on, Sang Jae-hoon took a sword out of his inventory as a weapon. He boldly declared that he would occupy this altar. In another space, a trembling voice echoed through the air. This is too much. A woman was trying to force herself up among the sea of people sprawled across the ground. Her mouth kept muttering, this has gone too far. It was Keisha. She was trying to rise with trembling hands without any strength left, yet her will remained incredibly firm. Keisha questioned him, why would you do that? If you do not sacrifice anyone, the ancient demon will appear. In the blazing red scene, lightning kept flashing. Sang Jae-hoon sat there watching the glowing system panel. Around him were innocent people lying everywhere after being struck by the attack. He grew angry because someone kept disturbing him while he was concentrating. Sang Jae-hoon scolded her, you talk too much. I am thinking, so could you be quiet? He thought to himself, after destroying several teams, I gained a large number of maze points and new skill. I do not know much about these points, but they will surely be useful someday. After some time, the system announcement rang out. You have not sacrificed any living creature within the allotted time limit. Sang Jae-hoon was now standing before a gigantic glowing rift. Then the next development followed the rules set by the system. According to the floor's special punishment, the ancient demon will be summoned to this altar. A monster with a terrifying glowing eye was stepping out from the huge rift. It spoke. It has been a long time since I came to the world of insects. The monster introduced itself on its own. I, Kennesaw, shall bring judgment upon you. Standing before the giant monster, Sang Jae-hoon was instead extremely calm. His expression left it completely stunned. Down on the ground, people lay everywhere, their bodies trembling in pain. They muttered and cried out, my hand, someone save me. Ancient demon, please save us. You damned bastard, they spoke together. Hey demon, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill that damn monster. Ancient demon, I will cooperate with you. Kennesaw thought for a while, then hesitantly answered, well. Contrary to its impressive appearance when it arrived, Kennesaw had now become a timid monster, constantly scratching its head and surrendering on its own. Forgive me, great being, but I think I must leave. But to Sang Jae-hoon, how could he let it come and go as it pleased? Sang Jae-hoon called out, hey. His face radiated a cold, murderous aura, as Sang Jae-hoon looked at Kennesaw and asked, do you think I will let you leave? Kennesaw smiled extremely awkwardly. Its face was drenched in sweat as if rain were pouring down. Sensing the situation, it quickly dropped to both knees. It pretended to smile and seek peace while flattering him. Then these two things are your greatest possession. Yes, great being, they suit you very well. Before Kennesaw's baffling expression, the system announced, you have obtained the Despair Mask, Grade B, which frightens demons and hides your presence. Moonlight Sword, Grade D, attack speed increases by 15%. When magical power is transferred into the sword, mana-consuming moonlight will appear on the blade. All abilities increase by 1. In addition, those considered allies and standing within the moonlight's space will have their magical power strengthened. Kennesaw smiled. It asked in a friendly manner, now that I have given you my items, I need to kill the humans who deceived the evil god. May I? Sang Jae-hoon waved his hand and replied, go ahead. Kennesaw's eyes clearly showed overwhelming joy. It immediately announced, then allow me to enjoy this moment. As soon as it finished speaking, Kennesaw sprang to its feet, became a true monster, and roared at the beings below. Hey, insects, judgment has come. It acted as if it were superior, laughing madly over and over like a lunatic, terrifying everyone around. They begged, I don't want to die, please. That damn demon bastard brought an actual demon here. Seeing this scene, Sang-yoon instead felt incredibly delighted inside. At once, he activated the feature, Authority, Sword Aura Master. Activated, then Sang-yoon stepped forward and decisively slashed Kennesaw's body. Kennesaw's crimson eyes went wide. His mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. Blood sprayed as he roared from the sudden attack. Sang Yoon whispered quietly to it. "Hey, I think you misunderstood what I meant," Sang Yoon declared. "I never said I would let you live." Then the system notification rang out. "You have obtained the Labyrinth achievement. Incarnation of Evil unique. You have received 15 Labyrinth points. The skill King of all demons has been activated." Kennesaw was now overwhelmed with pain. Furious, it tried to say, "You." Kennesaw turned around and raised its hand to attack him. It roared in rage, "You bastard. How dare you betray me? I will tear you into 100 pieces." The system issued another notification. "By absorbing holy power, the strength of your authority will increase fourfold." After that, Sang Yoon swiftly dodged Kennesaw's attack. He quickly tried to run along its arm and fly upward to attack it. The system announced again, "Authority, Mighty Supreme Blood Art has been activated. The skill 1 Strike has been activated. The accuracy and destructive power of your next attack will increase." Then Sang Yoon flipped with incredible skill and flew over Kennesaw's head. After that, he decisively slashed straight down to finish off the ugly monster. Once it was done, the system announced, "Hidden quest achieved. Eliminate the ancient demon. Additional rewards will be granted. It is now possible to restore and add abilities to every floor. All challengers on the 20th floor, Great Tree Palace, Whisper of the Evil God, have received the right to descend to the next floor." Looking at the door before him, Sang Yoon sighed inwardly. The second floor was really easy to clear. Next is, suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Sang Yoon, startling him. "What is going on here? Where did Catherine's group of 3 come from?" She asked blankly. "What is this situation?" Seung-hoon judged there must have been an intense battle here. She had another question. "I wonder why the challengers ran away." On the other side, someone suddenly ran over to stop Catherine. "Don't go in there. There is a demon inside." Sang Yoon, on the other hand, felt extremely guilty. Sweating, he replied, "Everything has already been resolved, but is all the exploration done too?" Seung-hoon explained, "It seems a major battle took place here, but we also gathered many items during that time. This is called the Labyrinth's Water of Life. When you drink the Water of Life, all abnormal conditions in your body will be removed. If you drink the Water of Life inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, you will recover an additional 40 vitality. Another item is called the Box of Life. If equipped inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, 1 vitality and 1 mana will be restored every minute. If equipped inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, all of the user's abilities will increase by 10. Sang Yoon looked at these items and felt extremely satisfied, exclaiming, "Great, these benefits are incredible. I also got a few items from the second floor. Let's organize them a bit." Catherine sat down, looked at the pile of things Sang Yoon had obtained, and asked with great curiosity, "How many challengers did you defeat to gather this much?" Suddenly, the system announced, "You will receive the right to descend to the 30th floor of the Great Tree Palace. Rewards will be granted. Choose 2 from authority items. Skills and restore 2 of your abilities. The seal on the unique Divine Authority Transcendence has been broken. The seal on the skill Cave Heaven has been broken." After choosing carefully, Sang Yoon calmly informed everyone, "All done. Let's go." When they entered the new space, another notification rang out with an introduction. "You have entered the 30th floor of the Great Tree Palace, the domain of the corrupted fairy. This is a place where all living beings who enter will be suppressed by the corrupted fairy. The fairy will play tricks on the challengers." She hovered in the air, appeared before Sang Yoon's group, and asked, "Foolish humans, who wants to play with me?" They agreed, accepted the corrupted fairy's request, and joined the game. The fairy invited them, "All of you hurry and join my game." The system reminded them, "If you do not accept, you may become her enemy." Catherine helplessly covered her face and groaned, "Another enemy again." Jeon Seok, standing beside her, looked just as fed up. He said, "As soon as we stepped onto the 3rd floor, we already..." Seeing their expressions, the fairy angrily shouted, What is the problem?" Seung-hoon informed her, "Look behind you." The fairy was startled and curiously looked behind them. But something behind her felt strange. It was not behind Catherine's group. Sang Yoon had suddenly appeared behind the fairy with his new skill. The skill King of all demons has been activated. She froze, trembling as she slowly turned her head to look, then thought in confusion, "Impossible." The fairy could no longer keep calm at all, and her whole body trembled. She wondered, how can a human emit such a terrifying aura? Before she could do anything, and before she could say anything, he coldly slammed his hand straight down onto the fairy's head. Because she was so small, a single blow like that was enough to send her plunging down to the 18th layer of hell. The fairy could no longer fly. Her head. Catherine flinched. Feeling sorry for the fairy, she asked, "Sang Yoon, is this really okay?" He smiled and reassured her. "It's fine, just trust me." Sang Yoon held a thick coil of rope in his hand and growled, "Now shall we claim the reward?" The system announced. The challenger chosen by the corrupted fairy may use the labyrinth's exclusive shop. Catherine's group moved closer. Still worried, she asked, "Do we really have to do this?" "Don't worry, luckily we're on the same team." After that, the fairy was quickly tied tightly to a post. No matter how much she lamented her fate, nothing could change. The fairy shouted in confusion, "What is this? Let me go." Sang Yoon looked at her and asked. "You're awake," standing in front of the fairy, he said. "You know I heard you like mischievous pranks." Sang Yoon smiled teasingly. "What a coincidence. So do I." Then his giant hand reached over the fairy's head, making her scream in terror. What are you going to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sang Yoon snapped his fingers once, and the tree trunk she was tied to split in half. Terrified, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Sang Yoon offered a deal. "If you let me use the labyrinth shop, I'll stop here." He stared at the trembling girl, whose tears were about to spill, and growled, "What will you choose?" After that, the 4 members of Sang Yoon's group went to the shop together to buy supplies. The shopkeeper was an adorable cat, and it greeted them cheerfully. "Thank you for shopping at the labyrinth shop. Just tell me what you need. We will send it to storage right away, so please come here and shop often." He felt incredibly relieved and thought, nice. Now everyone had bought what they wanted from the labyrinth shop. Meanwhile, Catherine was extremely interested in the cat. She stared at it and exclaimed, "So cute." The fairy was now kneeling at Sang Yoon's feet. He called out, "Hey fairy," Sang Yoon ordered. "Now I need you to open the gate to the 4th floor." She replied. "You cannot go to the 4th floor without participating in the play where I try to kill you." Sang Yoon lost patience, clenched his fist, and warned her. "Say that to my fist." Seeing that the fairy was terrified, she jumped and stopped him. "Wait," she tried to persuade him. "If you and I form a master-servant contract, I only need to transfer ownership of this labyrinth floor to you," Sang Yoon ordered. "This labyrinth floor belongs to me." "Got it, do it now." The fairy cried, tears streamed down her face non-stop. Her voice trembled. The system announcement rang out. "You have formed a master-servant contract with the corrupted fairy ARAC. From now on, you can summon the corrupted fairy ARAC, who has transferred the protection rights of the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain ruled by the corrupted fairy, to challenger Han Sang-yu. From now on, you may freely enter the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain ruled by the corrupted fairy. Please renew the entry conditions for the 3rd floor." The fairy said resentfully, "Who would have thought I would become a human servant?" Sang Yoon clenched his fist, his mind racing with calculation. A new condition for entering the 3rd floor. He remembered that even after reaching the 3rd floor, items above the following rank could not be brought in. He would start with that condition. Catherine stepped forward and asked curiously, "Sang Yoon, what new condition did you set for entering the floor?" Sang Yoon replied, "No one can enter unless they have an item ranked C or higher." Catherine exclaimed, "That sounds exactly like something you would do." After a while, the system announcement rang out. "You have achieved the feat of uniquely ruling 1 labyrinth floor. You have obtained 15 labyrinth points and activated the skill Guardian B." The fairy said bitterly, "I can't believe you even stole my playground. You have received the right to descend to the 4th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth and will receive a reward. Choose 2 items, powers, or skills, and restore 2 of your talent. The seal on the power Hero's Grace and the item Superior Blood Demon Sword has been lifted." The Superior Blood Demon Sword appeared before Sang Yoon. He called out, "Chungu." The system issued a warning. The item's rank does not meet this floor's standard. The item's special effect will be sealed until you reach the 7th floor. Sang Yoon gripped the weapon tightly, feeling deeply regretful, and thought, "What rotten luck, but what can I do?" He asked everyone. "The formation is all ready, so let's head down." The fairy beside him clung to the hem of Sang Yoon's clothes and urgently begged to come along. The fairy explained, "I can't play on the 3rd floor anymore. If I stay here, I'll die of boredom." She tried to persuade him. "If you take me with you, I can craft you a really good ego sword, and I can increase the sword's talent several times over." He held up his index finger in refusal and replied, "I'll call you if I need you. Until then, just stay here." The fairy pouted, "But I can do lots of things, you're so cruel." After the 4 of them entered the new space, the system announcement rang out. "You have entered floor 4 of the Cold Palace Labyrinth, the Land of Shadows. The new Shadow Monarch has been transforming this area ever since arriving at the Great Tree Labyrinth." It explained that some monsters followed the Shadow Monarch, and at present, Malik, one of the Shadow Monarch's subordinates, rules this floor. The system ordered you to cut down any enemies blocking your path into 100 pieces and proceed to the lower floor where the Shadow Monarch reigns. Inside the castle, a man hurriedly ran in and shouted, "Lord Cabot." He answered, "What is it, Lihat?" The man stopped panting and said, "Yes, sir. There is a challenger on floor 4. Cabot raised his head to look at Lihat, then reassured him. "It is fine," he explained. "Bohak and his soldiers are already guarding the entrance. Until now, no one has ever made it through the gate." Suddenly, the door opened, and another person stepped inside. Cabot, seated on the throne, called out, "Perfect timing, Bohak is here." He asked Bohak, "Did you kill all the challengers?" Hearing that, Lihat immediately praised him. "As expected of Lord Bohak, I knew you would." Bohak cut him off and warned, "Run." The moment he finished speaking, Sang Yoon's group appeared behind him, striding in boldly. He growled his announcement. "I won." The system notification rang out. "The authority mastery of sword energy has evolved into the authority surging sword intent." Cabot was utterly shocked and thought, Impossible. Bohek's combat power is equal to mine. Without showing any concern, Sang-yoon called out mockingly. Skull, he asked seriously. After fighting the monsters here, I became curious about something. Why do all the monsters on floor 4 have holy power? Lee Hat was furious and shouted, "You scoundrel! Do you know who you are speaking to?" Cabot, standing beside him, whispered a warning. "Fool, he is not someone you can speak to so casually. If you do not want to die, shut your mouth." Right after that, Cabot turned to Sang-yoon and said, "As you can see, it is because this is a special grace bestowed upon us by the Shadow Monarch, a future leader who is on the floor below. Granted to us." He wondered, the Shadow Monarch is a future leader, but he already has such extraordinary power. Cabot explained that is his power while inside the labyrinth. Sang-yoon asked again, why did he gain so much power in this place? He scratched his head and hesitantly explained, well, that is because this labyrinth is the arena of the gods. Hearing that, Sang-yoon was completely confused. What? Cabot explained, the Great Tree Labyrinth is a place where the gods turn challengers into believers and use them to compete. I am afraid that is all I know. After hearing that, Sang-yoon realized what he had just said was extremely important. That was why the Temple of the Shadow God had appeared on floor 1. He saw through the trick behind this game and thought, I do not know everything, but it seems the gods are using the challengers like chess pieces to fight for their own interest. I really do not like this system at all. Sang-yoon resolved himself, I will reach the top and destroy it. Then the system announcement rang out, you have achieved an accomplishment in the labyrinth. Truth of the labyrinth legend. You have gained 100 labyrinth points. He realized there is no point asking anything more now. With that thought, Sang-yoon probed further. So every monster on this floor is receiving holy power? Cabot answered. That is correct. All the monsters are volunteer soldiers receiving holy power. These volunteer monster soldiers are extremely useful to the Demon King's forces. Sang-yoon ordered, gather them together. Cabot flinched and asked, what did you say? He repeated, gather every monster receiving holy power. Sang-yoon declared, I will kill every last one of them. The system announced, divinity extraction successful, divinity extraction successful, divinity extraction successful. After that, everything that appeared before his eyes quickly turned into a massive mountain of skulls. Lee Het cried out in pain, my miracle, Sang-yoon thought. My soul summoning has risen to B rank. He happily realized that now he could even absorb authorities. Catherine spoke up cheerfully. Sang-yoon, look at this magic staff. I handed all my treasures over to your friend. She reminded him, you can use more than one attribute with this magic staff, which means the spells will support one another much better no matter what kind of magic it is. Sang-yoon replied, it will be extremely useful for you. He thought to himself with satisfaction, I had already thought about this before. Looking at Catherine, Sang-yoon understood. Still, her personality really is just like a child. He announced, Skull, we are done here, so now we want to head down to floor 5. He replied, please follow me. After that, Cabot led the group into a dark hallway. As he walked, he explained, if you keep going down this corridor, you will see the entrance. But since the floor-clearing conditions have not been met yet, you will have to wait. And Sang Gi-hun announced, there is no need to wait. Lihat wondered, what? As soon as he finished speaking, Kabeth was split in two by Han Sang Gi-hun's single slash. He left along with his companion. The system notification rang out, you have absorbed the soul of the high-ranking spirit Kabeth. And Lihat's entire line had engraved the power to dominate evil spirits into the soul of the challenger Han Sang Gi-hun. Catherine froze and exclaimed, do you really not have even a shred of mercy? Han Sang Gi-hun replied coldly, mercy only wastes time. Another notification appeared. You have obtained the right to descend to the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, so you will receive a reward. He hesitated, I should use the useless skills I got here as fusion material. The seal on the skill fusion power and the deathbed skill has been lifted. After everything was finished, Han Sang Gi-hun announced, all right. Good, everyone did well on this floor, let us head down to the 5th floor. Catherine sighed, you did almost everything yourself. After that, the group arrived in a new space and the system notification rang out. You have entered the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Hell Fortress City. The demons created this fortress city after arriving in the Great Tree Labyrinth. In this fortress city, only you and your companions are together. There are no other challengers and it is a separated space within the labyrinth. Catherine looked around excitedly and exclaimed, this place looks so dangerous. And Sang Gi-hun. Another notification rang out. Kill the Dark Monarch who rules the Hell Fortress City and move down to the next floor. However, if the Dark Monarch acknowledges you, you can move down to the next floor. Without losing anything, a monster suddenly roared, challengers. It announced, we have you surrounded. Hand over all your items at once and show your loyalty. Catherine looked around, feeling extremely frightened as she guessed. With this many demons, I think fighting all of them at once will be difficult. When a monster attacked her, the system notification rang out. Guardian skill activated. A magic shield is created around the target you are protecting, and all talents increase. By 1 point, seeing Han Sang Gi-hun charge forward, Catherine shouted angrily, wait, are you planning to fight alone again? And Sang Gi-hun replied, I do not mind either way, so just buff me. Also, do not leave the shield. The monster on the other side had almost lost its patience and was furious. Hey, are you planning to resist? All the monsters in the Hell Fortress city are the strongest among the strongest monsters. If you know what is good for you, both sides can benefit. And Sang Gi-hun asked curiously, this floor has the strongest among the strongest demons. Without waiting any longer, he gripped his sword tightly and declared, that is just what you think. As soon as the sword was drawn, the system notification rang out. The special effect Twin Strike of the Celestial Demon Sword art power has been activated. By consuming divinity, the power's skill strength will increase fourfold. And Sang Gi-hun roared, die. A fierce surge of blue energy tore through space, creating a powerful roar and destroying everything in its path. The system announced, you have achieved the epic Fallen Fortress City Labyrinth achievement. Seung-hoon looked at the scene and sighed deeply. The more I watch him fight, the more I realize just how extraordinary he truly is. Meanwhile, the group of three was still being protected inside. Completely safe, in stark contrast to the devastated scene outside, which had become a bloody battlefield of death. And Sang Gi-hun was still fighting with all his strength without pause. He approached a building and guessed, that is clearly where the Dark Monarch is. The system announced, the special power Dark Shield reduces all damage dealt to the fortress side by 68%. And Sang Gi-hun silently affirmed in his heart, it is all useless, Cave Heaven's skill, activate. Then he leaped into the air amid the ruins, holding his weapon, ready to fight. Brilliant blue light shone from behind him. And Sang Gi-hun gripped the golden sword tightly and charged into the chaotic ruins, facing the enemy in the darkness amid a cold and intensely tense scene. The opponent in the darkness suddenly spoke, relax, and Sang Gi-hun stated, I am only a passing challenger following the rule. The man sitting on the high chair was the Dark Monarch. He spoke, I know this is the first time in all these years that we have had a challenger in the city, but this is more serious than I thought. The Dark Monarch stood up, slowly walked toward Han Sang Gi-hun and said, if you hand over your items, no blood needs to be shed. Han Sang Gi-hun replied coldly, I do not know where a demon like you gets the confidence to say that. Hearing this, he felt insulted. Extremely enraged, he shouted, it is only an item. Where do you think you are after barging into this city like that? The Shadow Monarch mocked Sang Ji-hoon. Even the fake challengers from last time would never dare act so arrogantly. What do you think noble demons like us are? He asked coldly in return. Noble demons? The moment he finished speaking, Sang Ji-hoon used his lightspeed movement and instantly closed in on the Shadow Monarch. He raised his fist, clearly intending to make him submit completely with a single blow. The Shadow Monarch stared blankly at the fist right in front of his face and stammered, no way. Before he could say another word, Sang Ji-hoon punched him straight down onto the ground. The blow was so powerful that even the ground could not withstand it and cracked apart. Looking at the Shadow Monarch's face, now covered in wounds after just one punch, Sang Ji-hoon sneered, so what if you're demons? He stood up, heading toward the chair in front of him and finished his sentence, you still have honor. After that, the Shadow Monarch obediently knelt flat before Sang Ji-hoon. Their positions and ranks had now completely reversed from when he first arrived. After talking with him for a while, Sang Ji-hoon realized, so the things maintaining this castle are the item you possess. Hearing this, the Shadow Monarch became extremely angry and scolded Sang Ji-hoon for not understanding the ways of the world. What waste are you talking about? Without those items, this castle would have collapsed already. He clenched his fist angrily and shouted, good grief, you talk too much, I'll make this quick. Hand everything over. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification rang out. You have obtained the Labyrinth achievement, plundered a unique city. You have obtained 15 Labyrinth points. The plunder skill has been activated. Watching the castles slowly collapse before him, the Shadow Monarch cried out in agony. My castle. Sang Ji-hoon looked disgusted and criticized him. You talk way too much nonsense. He suddenly turned back to face him, dropped to both knees and obediently begged, I will give you all the items and I will even offer you my life. So please do not destroy the city. Feeling pity, Sang Ji-hoon replied, fine, I'm still human, so at the very least I can hear you out. He scratched his head and thought about what he had done before coming to the city. It should be fine, right? The Shadow Monarch was bowing his head and begging at that moment. But inside he felt extremely angry and cursed Sang Ji-hoon in his heart. Human, you are more evil than demons. Sang Ji-hoon pointed forward and asked, hey, I have been curious for a while, but what is that? The Shadow Monarch answered, that is the sacred ground leading down to the basement. It is our altar to the demon god. The two of them approached the door. Sang Ji-hoon wondered whether there was anything there. The Shadow Monarch replied, there is an achievement there, but only demons can open the door. When he placed his hand on the door handle, a system notification rang out. The human erasure skill has been activated. You can become a non-human species. Sang Ji-hoon slowly cracked the door open. He thought again about receiving this skill on the 4th floor. I set it aside because I thought it was useless, but who would have guessed I would have to use it here? As the door gradually opened, the system panel kept sounding with notifications. You have obtained the Labyrinth achievement, Open the legendary sacred ground. You have obtained 100 labyrinth points. Your total vitality and magic power have increased by 40. Sang Jaehoon turned around and informed the Shadow Monarch. I opened it, he wondered, but you cannot open the door while you are human. Are you a demon? Sang Jaehoon grew impatient, dragged the Shadow Monarch inside and urged him on. Good grief, is talking nonsense a demon's passive trait? Just lead the way if you do not want to die. He hesitantly replied, yes. When they entered a room, Sang Jaehoon wondered, what is this place used for? The Shadow Monarch explained. This is where one offers sacrifices to the demon god in exchange for achievements and pours divinity into monsters. He asked again, you can transfer divinity into monsters or demons without paying any price? He answered, to a certain extent. The stronger you are, the more you receive. The two of them walked up to a vast lake and the Shadow Monarch spoke. All monsters can receive divinity in this lake. Sang Jaehoon was somewhat surprised. He exclaimed, really? It is that simple? The Shadow Monarch was dumbfounded. Wait. Watching Sang Jaehoon step into the lake, he could not help wondering, why are you going into the lake? Sang Jaehoon reassured him, do not worry. Once I am done, I will take the achievement. After he gradually sank into the lake, the system reported you have entered a special area, Demon Lake. Demons and monsters receive divinity based on their combined strength. When Sang Jaehoon was completely covered by the water, he carefully observed each swirling current around him and thought about the human erasure skill. I am no longer human now. Holy Power Authority A+ has risen by 1 rank. Holy Power Authority A can now merge with part of myth and be enhanced. A young boy who has only just begun to create divinity, unaware of his own place and filled with greed. I am surprised you have more than 3 divine powers, and the fact that you came here in a human body is fascinating. At the bottom of the lake, when Sang Jaehoon stopped, another person approached. The woman spoke in admiration. Now I understand why so many gods have their eyes on you. You must have the talent to be loved by the tower. Sang Jaehoon suddenly stammered and asked, who? No, before that, what do you mean by talent to be loved by the tower? The woman crossed her arms and asked him, do you know why the tower granted you divine power and expects you to become a god? Sang Geun was bewildered. What? She explained that the tower wanted a perfect transcendent being it could use for its own purposes. Like a puppet, but there is no perfect transcendent being in this universe. Sang Geun gradually understood and asked, so the gods that were expelled from the tower still weren't perfect? The woman winked and answered, exactly, although they are stronger than the tower or the ancient gods, they are not perfect transcendent beings. Sang Geun was extremely surprised to hear this. He froze in thought, what? The tower isn't transcendent, but it can create a transcendent being. The woman half-jokingly continued, I've said all I can, now it's up to you. Or do you want to know more? She reached out her hand and reminded him gently, no reward comes for free. The woman introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the demon god, Challenger Han Sung Geun. I wish to become your ally. She announced that this alliance has only one purpose, to destroy the gods' competition in this great tree maze. The demon god proposed the deal. In return, I will grant you the reward given to the god who wins this contest. The deal concluded, and he stepped out of the door with the Dark Lord. He wondered, how much divine power did you take? Sang Geun replied coldly, don't ask too much, just lead me to the connection to floor 6. He wondered again, you don't intend to kill me? He tilted his head at the Dark Lord and thought, the time has come. Then, Sang Geun turned and rolled up his sleeve to show the tattoo on his arm. He announced, I have allied with your god, so from now on, even if I wanted to, I cannot kill a demon. The Dark Lord's whole body suddenly trembled when he saw the tattoo. He said, the mark of the demon god, I understand. If that is the demon god's will, then I retract my words. A notification appeared with abundant information. You have received permission to descend to floor 6 of the Great Tree Maze. Rewards will be granted. Choose 2 items, powers, skills, and restore 2 of your ability. The counterattack shield seal and the stone-focused mind power have been removed. Another woman suddenly approached and called Sang Geun. It was Catherine's group. She looked at the bodies lying all over the ground, curious. What did you do to make the demons all kneel? Sang Geun shyly scratched his face and replied, who knows, I didn't do anything. Catherine turned to him and said, anyway, the 2 of you stand opposite each other, looking into each other's eyes as if trying to understand the other's thoughts. Catherine suddenly asked, what have you done so far? We could help too. Why did you? A strong sense of guilt rose in Sang Geun's heart. He replied, I'm sorry, I can't confidently protect everyone, so I just do what must be done. Catherine helplessly scratched her head and comforted him. No, you don't need to apologize, just know that we care for you. Sang Geun, hearing this, didn't know what else to say. A warm feeling spread through his mind. Sang Geun happily looked at Catherine and said, I'll remember that. Anyway, since we finished floor 5. He pointed at the shop and said, take what you need from the store and go down. The shopkeeper cheerfully said, welcome. After purchasing items, the group was notified, you have entered floor 6 of the Great Tree Maze, the Origin Inspection. This is a special place controlled by the God of Inspection. This is where all challengers from Earth's dimension and the martial arts dimension gather in the Great Tree Maze. They cooperate to defeat the challenger copies and descend to the lower floor. A confident blue-haired man said, "Isn't this too easy? We only have to fight that," the system reminded. "However, if your contribution to defeating the challenger copy is under 10%, you will be removed from the maze." Seung-hun commented, "This just got harder." From the dark aura, a body was being formed. It was the Earth Dimension challenger Han Sang-geun being created. A notification appeared with his focused gaze. The challenger copy's level is too strong for this floor. Opposite him, the copy also stared at Sang-geun with deadly red eyes. After transformation completed, everyone around advanced towards Sang-geun together. They shouted in unison, "All attack." The copy in black was surrounded from the front. Blood splattered as someone rushed and slashed hard, while others prepared the next move to take him down. The copy stood at the center of the battlefield, swinging his sword to create blazing red slashes cutting through the air. He knocked down a swarm of enemies charging from all directions. A new system notification appeared. To maintain balance, all skills of the challenger copy will be revealed via message before he displays them. He continued delivering powerful slashes, blood spraying as the red sword pierced the white-haired opponent. His eyes radiated determination and coldness amidst the battle. The copy's face was sharp in the blazing light, eyes flashing resolve, signaling a potent counterattack about to be unleashed. Facing him was Sang-geun. Behind him was Seung-hun, both charging to attack the opponent. Sang-geun charged forward with the red sword in hand, eyes sharply focused. Right behind him, Seung-hun stayed close, the two moving in perfect sync through a battle full of intensity and speed. Facing the unpredictable turns of the fight, he frowned and realized, only a few minutes in, and only 10 of the original 40 fighters remained. Sang-geun understood that none of the martial artists could defeat him. He calculated that if his allies were here, this would have been possible. The Tron Z-Ok would protect Catherine from behind, while she continuously provided cover fire. Sang-geun displayed intense determination. "We can do this." Then a notification appeared. The special ability White Fire Song would temporarily increase all stats. The Blessing of Fire ability would temporarily raise all stats by 2 points. The Righteousness of Mount Hua ability would increase mana recovery speed by 100%. The two of them charged at the clone, which had a skill to enhance strength, increasing the attack power of all its moves for 50 minutes. A violent explosion erupted, scattering rocks and debris everywhere. Blinding light and powerful shockwaves spread, shaking the surrounding space in a moment of utter chaos. The special ability Mind-Opening Reflection activated when endurance dropped below 40%. All stats increased by 10. Seeing the situation looking extremely promising, Sang-geun happily thought, "Good, keep the pressure on him." Then he used White Sword Slash, decisively striking critical blows at his opponent. The system notified. The Han Sang-geun clone used the soul-invoking trait to devour souls, completely nullifying damage. Sang-geun and Seung-hun simultaneously launched powerful attacks, their swords and blades clashing with the clone's weapons, creating vivid blue sparks and shockwaves that rattled the space. A strange man stood at a distance, observing the entire battle. He was shocked to realize this was the swordsmanship of the Holy Sword Becat. The man leaned his sword against the ground, surprised to think, "I actually get to witness this here." The fight continued and the clone then switched to a new weapon. It was a sword. Sang-geun quickly raised a shield in front of himself. He activated the counterattack shield skill. The skill was accumulating damage. He aimed his sword at the shield and charged energy. Once it was full, the accumulated damage would be released in one strike. Immediately after, the system notified again. The Han Sang-geun clone had exhausted all souls. It held 2 weapons using the soul-invoking trait. But when facing Sang-geun, the clone's weapons simultaneously dropped to the ground. He advanced, speaking as he moved. "Usually we'd lose because of the power gap." Sang-geun excelled in judgment, but the clone didn't use any magic aside from inner strength, meaning my judgment wasn't fully copied. He looked into the clone's eyes and then taunted, "I guess you wanted to use martial arts but couldn't, because you don't know how to wield mana. A fake can't do anything meaningful." He felt embarrassed, so he used the flash skill afterward. The system continuously announced. Challenger Han Sang-yoon used the Heavenly Sword skill. Using the Blood Cure skill, the fake Sang-yoon remained silent. He quickly activated his skill. The Water Shield skill slightly reduced the damage. Sang-yoon mocked him, thinking he used his skill poorly, and decided the timing of flash was completely wrong. The effect of the Immortal Demon Sword Art Twin Strike activated. The absorbed holy power would quadruple the strength of his ability. Realizing something was wrong, the clone's eyes showed extreme confusion and bewilderment. Sang-yoon took advantage of his distraction and struck White Sword Slash Void, decisively ending the life of his impersonator. The clone then collapsed, its body gradually dissolving into nothingness. He looked at him with disdain and remarked, "More mistaken than I thought." Mana utilization power activated. Then Sang-yoon activated a new skill. One finger strike skill triggered. The accuracy and destructive power of the next attack would increase. He used a final blow, officially ending the life of the pitiful impersonator. The surrounding air thickened with tension. Chan Seok watched in admiration. realizing he could analyze the enemy's weaknesses in an instant and adapt quickly. Catherine also exclaimed, "I doubt he's even human." After completing the task, the system's notification appeared. "You have devoured the soul of the awakened fake Han Sang-yoon. Mastery increased to 61%. Soul-tied mastery reached 100%. Soul-tied power increased." The flash power B was embedded into player Han Sang-yoon's soul. His eyes glimmered with unstoppable determination, thinking to himself, "Got flash, from now on I can defeat most enemies." Challenger Han Sang-yoon defeated the Challenger clone. The trial ended. First place, Challenger Han Sang-yoon, Earth Dimension, contribution over 80%. Second place, Challenger Lee Jin Kayam, Martial Arts Dimension, contribution over 7%. Third place, Challenger Wig, Martial Arts Dimension, contribution 3.78%. Fourth place, Challenger Gu Jayam, Martial Arts Dimension. Challenger groups contributing over 10% are allowed to advance to floor 7. The strangers were extremely frustrated upon hearing the announcement, shouting, "Impossible, something's wrong, this is absurd. Why determine ranks this way?" The system gently reminded, the adjudicating god is angry because the challengers refuse to accept it. As a result, the adjudicating god issued penalties for the martial arts dimension challenger. According to the judgment phase, those unable to prove their strength will pay the price. Afterward, everyone around fell to the ground. They writhed in pain, screaming. Unfazed, Sang-yoon looked at them, clutching their faces. "I see nothing," the system told him. The adjudicating god smiled, saying, "Now everything look." Suddenly, a man approached Sang-yoon and said, "Excuse me." He politely asked, "Can we talk for a moment?" Seong-hun stepped in front of him and replied, "I don't know who you are, but please don't come near my teammates anymore." The man calmly explained, "You must be mistaken. I just want to thank him for saving my life." He recounted, "I didn't expect to witness the White Family Holy Sword techniques here, performed by a master from another dimension." Sang-yoon was puzzled. "I've never heard of the White Family Holy Sword," the man asked again. "Really?" he explained. "You moved according to the White Sword one-form technique, so I assumed you were a descendant of the White Family Holy Sword," the man said. HWA Mountain had once received favor from the White Family Holy Sword. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered. He never expected it to involve his administrator. White Crane Sword Master. The system announced the adjudicating god eliminated challengers contributing less than 10% from the Great Tree Maze. The man then hurriedly left, not forgetting to arrange a meeting. "Leave this matter for later. You are a descendant of the White Family Holy Sword, so this favor will surely be repaid." He reminded Sang-yoon, "If you reach the martial arts dimension, look for Lee Jing Kayung of HWA Mountain." The man promised, "Then we can discuss this matter in more detail." Challengers contributing under 10% have been expelled. Catherine stood behind, curiously asking, "Sang-yoon, what did you say to him just now?" Sang-yoon replied, "Nothing, just reorganize the formation. We'll descend to floor 7. She smiled happily, feeling immensely relieved, saying, "Fortunately, everything ended well. Thanks to you, we will soon reach the end of the maze." Sang-yoon turned back and replied, "It's nothing." The system notification sounded. "You have access to the 7th floor of the Great Tree Maze, and your rewards will be sent. Choose 2 powerful items and restore 2 stats. The Holy Light skill and the Faith Conquest power have been unlocked." After selecting the items, Sang-geun reminded the team, "We need to be more careful on the 7th floor. Everyone get ready, let's go." He silently thought about the future. "From now on, we will face the Great Tree Maze events. In truth, after entering a new space." The system continuously announced, "You have reached the 7th floor of the Great Tree Maze, the Holy Sanctuary. Challengers from all dimensions of the official tower climb are present. Choose a domain based on the god you are connected to when entering the Great Tree Maze. The strongest challenger will be chosen as the god's apostle. You can choose from 4 domains: Transcendent, Dark, Demon, or Inspector. Make your choice and decide your domain." Sang-geun stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking he might be chosen as the god's apostle. Catherine wondered, "Transcendent? I don't recall any god like that." Seong-hun also said, "I have no idea where Transcendent comes from." Hearing the conversation, he realized his teammates didn't know much about the entity. Sang-geun announced to them, "Let's all choose Transcendent." Catherine felt very excited and praised him. "You guys are clueless, but you seem to know everything. I'll follow your lead." After the choice, the system announced that all team members agreed to choose the Transcendent domain. Challenger Han Sang-geun has been chosen as the god's apostle for the Transcendent domain. The Holy Chalice fragment will be sent. Then a glowing chalice fragment appeared before him. Sang-geun held it and thought, "Surely other teams have also received chalice fragments. We'll have to collect fragments from others," but suddenly he punched the ground hard, shattering it. Sang-geun's action left Catherine's 3-member group completely puzzled. But they didn't react strongly, since Sang-geun often did extremely confusing things. After creating a huge hole, he turned to his team and said, "I don't know what will happen, so go in here. I'll set up a barrier. Everyone stay inside." Seong-hun replied, "Got it. If the barrier disappears, we'll come find you." Catherine understood and reluctantly said, "All right, I'll just be a burden to you anyway. I'll stay here obediently." Sang Gi-un felt a twinge of guilt, thinking, she's right to be upset, but it can't be helped. Then the system announced when he used a new skill, Guardian skill activated. You have marked a target for protection. A protective barrier has been erected around the target. All stats increased by 1. Sang Gi-un brushed the dust off his hands, feeling reassured, and said, "This is enough." He turned back carefully, checking for mistakes, and thought, "I hit it well, no one will find it." The sword at Sang Gi-un's side spoke arrogantly. "You really care about your teammates, huh? You act quite emotionally, not like normal." He picked it up and asked back, "When did you wake up?" The sword answered, "The moment you entered the 7th floor. You seemed focused, so I stayed silent." The system announced again. "The Supreme Blood Demon Sword item has been released." Sang Gi-un frowned lightly and said, "Thanks for your concern." Chang-gu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She cheerfully said to him, "That's why you should respect me. Only I care about you like this." Sang Gi-un seriously reminded her, "Whatever, focus, from now on we have to fight at full strength." The sword looked around and questioned, "Full strength, but there's no one around." Sang Gi-un gripped his weapon and declared, "I will draw all enemies here." The sword asked again, "You intend to do what I think, right?" He smiled and replied, "Exactly, activate holy light." A column of blazing red light erupted from the ground. It unleashed tremendous power with lightning and debris scattering, creating an overwhelming and destructive impact after the skill was used. The system announced, "You have achieved the unique artificial disaster maze achievement. Activated Massacre B+ skill, gaining 50 maze points. 37 challengers from the domination camp were killed. 41 challengers from the suppression camp were killed. 18 challengers from the domination camp. The gods of nature, suppression, domination, and war are observing challenger Han Sang-gi. Contrasting with the tense scene outside, Catherine's group was inside a cave. They were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. She stood in a corner, leaning her head against the wall, emotions chaotic and indescribable. Catherine suddenly spoke, "Can we really call ourselves a team when we've done nothing to help him?" Chan Seok felt equally powerless and replied, "There's no other way. From the start, that battle wasn't one humans could join. We won't be able to help him at all." Catherine could not hold back her tears and burst out crying. Helplessly, she lamented, "I tried so hard to help him. I tried to design a complex skill tree and make use of as many magical abilities as possible." Overwhelmed by frustration, Catherine kept talking nonstop. "And yet shields and buffs are more useful than any ability I developed while climbing the tower. Isn't it funny? Everything I risked my life to build up turned out to be nothing more than shields and buffs." In pain, she cried out, "Right now, there is nothing I can do." Seung-hoon and Chan Seok, standing behind her, could not say another word. They could only look at her as silence fell over the area. Suddenly, a laugh rang out from somewhere. "Heh heh." The woman spoke to Catherine, "Poor child, what adorable thoughts you have." Then the woman cupped her face and tested her. "Do you truly want to help that boy who is just like a moth flying into the flame?" She whispered into Catherine's ear, "I have a way, do you want to hear it?" Above on the ground, someone was trying to cast a summoning spell. "Come forth, my summoned beast." Then a giant wolf, its entire body engulfed in flames, with blazing eyes, roared fiercely amid the purple sky, radiating an intimidating aura and explosive, destructive power that shook everything around. At that moment, Han Sang-gi-hoon was still fighting desperately against the others. His legs shot forward with force, sending water and chunks of earth flying everywhere, showing his speed and explosive strength in the fierce battle. With a determined gaze, Han Sang-gi-hoon charged forward with incredible speed and power. But the sight ahead startled him and made him stop. Before Han Sang-gi-hoon now stood a gigantic monster, charging straight toward him. Most of the honor authority had been used on the challenger Han Sang-gi-hoon. A terrifying explosion erupted as he used his speed of light to quickly close in on the monster. The group behind him spoke up, "God of Dominion, please watch." The challenger serving the God of Dominion smiled and declared, "The summoned beast will tear that fool into pieces." The challenger serving the God of War also spoke up, "It seems the gods we serve have been waiting for you all this time. Now if you surrender immediately, we will let you die peacefully." Standing beside him was the challenger serving the God of Nature. Behind them, the challenger serving the God of Oppression held his sword, ready to attack. He gave a rough order, "This is too troublesome. Finish off the rest quickly and be done with it." As Han Sang-gi-hoon fought, he looked at the group and smirked inwardly. "At first, I used that skill to reveal my position. It worked pretty well." The sword reminded him helplessly, "At a time like this, you are still thinking about trivial things like that, you idiot. You have no countermeasure at all." At that moment, the challenger serving the God of War stepped forward and declared, "Since you are not answering, we will kill you in a painful way." Behind him, the challenger serving the God of Dominion frowned as he looked at him. Han Sang-gi-hoon descended from above toward the ground, but just as his feet touched down, tentacles surged up from beneath the earth. The sword in Han Sang-gi-hoon's hand reminded him, "They are coming. Get ready. Han Sang-gi-hoon, be careful." "Wait," he stood at a distance, observing the people gathered before him. The challenger serving the god of war was suddenly seized around the neck by a tentacle. Trembling in pain, he stammered to everyone, "We formed an alliance together to kill that guy, didn't we? Huh, didn't we?" It turned out that the challenger serving the god of dominion was the one controlling the tentacles. He smiled and declared, "After thinking it over, we decided it would be better to kill you. Do not feel wrong." When the challenger serving the god of war heard that, he became absolutely furious. He roared and cursed, "You bastard, if you truly want to die that badly, I will kill you myself." The system then sounded an announcement. The god of war roared in fury. Then the god of dominion smiled with delight. The god of dominion shouted mockingly that they must have too much free time. After that, the gigantic monster stomped down on the ground again, creating an extremely violent shockwave. The system sounded an announcement. The god of war, the god of dominion, the god of nature, and the god of oppression are consuming sacred power and using the authority of descent. In order to use descent, all of the gods have entered the bodies of their challengers. The god of dominion ordered everyone, "Not a single one of these bastards can be trusted. Kill them all." When Han Sang-gi-hoon saw this, he felt extremely alarmed. He thought, "This is bad. They are only fighting each other." Looking at the gigantic monster and the people before him tearing into one another, Han Sang-gi-hoon was utterly stunned. "I never expected all of them to use descent like this. At this point, it would be strange if I did not run away." In the distance, the god of darkness was smiling. Han Sang-gi-hoon was stunned as whirlwinds kept appearing before him. Then Catherine suddenly appeared in front of him as well. The system announced, "The god of darkness has used descent on future disciple Catherine Bennett." Han Sang-gi-hoon suddenly froze, momentarily unsure how to react. Catherine stood with her back to him, her face cold and vicious. A stream of power flowed under Catherine's control. When she appeared, the battle seemed to grow more tense and fierce than ever. Suddenly, the giant monster was restrained. The god of dominion glared at it viciously and wondered, the power of the god of darkness. He felt utterly shaken and could hardly believe it. How, the god of dominion wondered. How could an ancient god like the god of darkness appear in a place like this? Sang-yoon watched everything unfold and silently marveled, "This kid." Catherine smiled brightly at him. "I told you, I am not your enemy." Catherine glanced at Sang-yoon with an extremely scheming look. "Do not worry, I will take care of one more bastard." He weakly judged the situation. Is she like this because she received that blessing on the first floor of the Great Han Labyrinth? Damn it. Meanwhile, the false challenger serving the god of nature was being attacked. He trembled as he pleaded, "God of darkness, stop." The god of darkness furiously demanded, "God of oppression, you bastard, how dare you run away on your own?" Catherine was currently being toyed with by the god of darkness, and she explained, How could I possibly stop? To protect this child, of course I will go this far." Sang-yoon looked at the situation before him and felt extremely anxious. He thought to himself, "This is too dangerous. I should have stopped her from receiving that blessing back then." The sword then spoke up to remind him, "Do not let your emotions carry you away. Without reason, you will not be able to do anything. Right now, there is something more important." Sang-yoon quickly replied, "I know." Then he entered the battle at the speed of light. The system announcement rang out. "The descent has been undone because the future disciple heiress Leon Gugly has died. You have obtained a fragment of the holy grail of the god of dominion." The god of war was now filled with rage. He cursed, "Damn god of darkness." Then the god of war shouted blamefully, "God of darkness, why are you always getting in my way?" Sang-yoon suddenly spoke up, "You worthless god, do you not know how to think? Because if you did, you would have run away back then, just like the god of oppression." The god of war asked back in confusion, "What?" Sang-yoon warned him, "Stop worrying about the god of darkness." He raised his sword to display his authority and declared, "Your opponent is me." The god of war was furious. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a technique while muttering curses under his breath. "Nothing but a dog of the tower." The god of war scolded him. "How dare you act arrogant before me without knowing your place?" He asked arrogantly, "You cannot even use apostle transformation. So do you really think you can defeat me?" The god of war declared to Sang-yoon, "Die." Sang-yoon then quickly activated a new skill, Supreme Blood Art Authority, Forced Activation. When the god of war saw this skill, he became extremely excited. He boasted, "You foolish bastard. I have seen that ability before, so I prepared a way to counter it." The god of war confidently showed off his knowledge. "Demon blood is fatal if it enters their bodies, did you not know that?" He continued, "Let the demon blood seep into your body and die miserably." Sang-yoon then spoke in response. No, those words left the god of war stunned. "What?" Then the system announcement rang out. "Forced activation of the skill remove humanity." Sang-yoon reminded him, "According to the system, I am no longer human right now. Due to the activation of the skill remove humanity, you have absorbed all vampire elements." He explained, "So powers that kill humans will not work on me." The system explained in more detail. Because the vampire elements were stored within the skill remove human form, several benefits. Possessed by vampires will be transferred to you. The surroundings became desolate and ruined. Everything seemed to have been flattened and no living creature could survive. Only bare ground remained with the two of them standing face to face. Sang-yoon curled his lips into a smirk. He wore an expression full of contempt, his sharp eyes fixed on the god of war as he spoke in a deeply mocking voice. Is that all? He was now utterly enraged. His sharp teeth kept grinding tightly together. The dark god of war shouted blamefully. You only know how to receive skills from the tower, yet you dare act so smug. He declared clearly, I will gouge out those arrogant eyes of yours first. The dark god of war announced, get ready. Then, with a cold gaze and silver hair fluttering, he gathered his magical power. He created a blazing blue sphere of energy that emitted a violent swirling aura, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The war god had sacrificed divine power to the tower to obtain the right to use divine power here. The system explained, because of the divine battle power, part of the magic power of the holy challenger Han Sang-yoon has been transferred to the opponent. Seeing this situation, the god of war praised him. Your divine power is quite good, completely unlike your character, he asserted. The longer you keep fighting, the more your divine power will be drained. Then he charged towards Sang-yoon. He did not forget to mock him with his words, let us see how long you can last. In the fierce battle, the god of war unleashed a powerful slash. Meanwhile, Sang-yoon dodged the attack, his eyes full of focus and ready to counter under the opponent's overwhelming pressure. Unfortunately, soon after, one of his attacks struck him and injured one of his arms. Blood sprayed everywhere. The god of war smiled in delight and mocked Han Sang-yoon. Keep bragging, why are you silent now? Using his speed of light, he kept toying with him and said, suffer even more, he declared with delight. Otherwise, I might regret using divine power on you. Han Sang-yoon was exhausted, and he gradually lost patience as he answered. Stop spouting nonsense and focus on the fight. Then Han Sang-yoon activated the authority of extreme focus. He quickly ducked to avoid the fierce attack. Crimson slash marks tore through the air, while the god of war unleashed a powerful blow filled with killing intent and pressure. Han Sang-yoon rushed forward at lightning speed, launched a powerful strike and clashed violently with the god of war, creating dazzling flashes and shockwaves. But just as the battle reached its climax, he suddenly froze. Han Sang-yoon dropped to his knees and immediately received a notification. Due to battle divine power, challenger Han Sang-yoon's senses have been significantly stalled. Then, due to battle divine power, part of challenger Han Sang-yoon's magic power was transferred to his opponent. His sword was extremely worried as it warned him, at this rate you will die, Sang-yoon. He smiled inwardly as if he already had another plan. The god of war was feeling extremely pleased. He walked over and asked in a mocking voice, I am making excellent use of your divine power. Look at you, you can barely stand. Are you out of divine power? He declared clearly, then I will help you die in agony. As the god of war approached Sang-yoon preparing to finish him off, something suddenly affected him. He collapsed to his knees. His hair hung messily, leaving him looking utterly wretched. The god of war wondered, what the hell is this? This pain. Special skill activated. Endless pain. Sang-yoon painfully walked toward him and said, is this not because you were carelessly using someone else's divine power? The system explained, if an opponent suddenly grows stronger during battle, the damage inflicted will be proportional to the increase in power. Looking at the god of war's trembling, furious face, Sang-yoon asked with slight amusement, how does it feel? He stepped in front of him and announced, but before I kill you, I have to take back my divine power first. Then a series of notifications rang out. The experimental battlefield warrior myth has been cancelled. Due to the loss of power, the divine power absorbed through battle has disappeared. When the god of war received the information, he was utterly confused. The divine power is disappearing. What did you do? Sang-yoon explained. Before fighting you, I used experimental battlefield warrior on my divine power. So if experimental battlefield warrior is cancelled, the divine power you absorbed will disappear and return to me. Hearing this, he became furious. His teeth clenched so tightly that not even a gap remained. Powerless, the god of war could only roar his name, Han Sang-yoon. He seemed to turn into a madman as he declared, do not think this is the end. I will use every method possible to kill you. By the time the god of war stood up, Sang-yoon was already holding his sword, ready to attack. He mocked him, less talk. Then a series of notifications rang out. You have received the command of the Apostle of the Future, Orb of Power. Skill level increased to 9.8%. You have received a fragment of the Holy Grail. Catherine, who had been standing outside the fight, now came forward as well. She clapped in praise. The god of darkness dwelling within Catherine spoke. I was planning to step in and help if the situation became worse. She praised him. But right now, it seems you can still fight well without me. Sang-yoon then received the Holy Grail from her hand. The system announced, you have received a fragment of the Holy Grail. Catherine bluntly exposed him. Curiosity is written all over your face. Ask me anything you want because the amount of information I can answer has increased. Sang-yoon answered without hesitation. Then I will ask directly. He said, is my existence really that special to you? Or are you planning to recruit me as your apostle? Catherine replied, I like clever children. Half joking and half serious, she reminded him, but being too blunt is not a good thing. Catherine confirmed, that is right, kid. I want you to become my apostle. And I also want something from you. She recalled, the moment you were granted incredible power to fulfill the tower's secret desire, whether everything unfolds according to the tower's will or a new ending is born. I only want to see the moment when everything ends. The tower wants an almighty being to use for its own purpose. Sang Yun recalled, the demon god said the same thing. You remember the hidden hand manipulating everything, do you not? The tower needs an almighty being, and I am the one chosen. Then what does that have to do with a new ending? Catherine yawned in boredom and said, sorry, I cannot maintain this descent anymore. She lowered her head and added, it will be difficult for us to meet again on this floor, but I have chosen a few believers to help you. Catherine announced again, I will also send the reward I obtained from the great tree labyrinth through those believers. She promised, see you again in the tower. The dark divine power disappeared, causing the dark energy that had seeped deep into the ground to vanish as well. After that, Cheng-gu appeared to clean up the scene. Looking at the blood-stained bodies, she exclaimed, no matter how many times I look, I still cannot believe it. Corpses lay everywhere. Blood and reeking bodies were scattered all around. Everything was so chaotic that it was impossible to control. Cheng-gu stood beside Sang-yun, who was now holding the unconscious Catherine. She said, it is fortunate that the god of darkness dealt with this many enemies while you fought the war god. Cheng-gu reminded him seriously. If the god of darkness is your enemy, things will get complicated. Sang-jian added, she could even kill me instantly. Cheng-gu warned seriously, remember this, compared to the god of darkness, the war god is nothing. Sang-jian stood up and replied, no need to tell me, I already know. He frowned, deeply serious, thinking that he must train as much as possible once he returned to the tower, to avoid ending up like these guys. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have received the physical enhancement, Favor of the Moon, from a trait. It removed the human-specific portion in the skill, just like the Favor of the Moon enhancement. Your abilities increase by 10% when standing under the moonlight. Cheng-gu was astonished and exclaimed, impossible. The system further explained, with the Favor of the Moon enhancement, all skills gain an additional 4 points. All growth rates increase by 10%. Cheng-gu asked in disbelief, what kind of crazy race is this? This has to be cheating. There's no way a reward this big exists. Sang-jian smiled cheerfully and teased her. It's all thanks to the skill. Then he used all the commands he had to permanently increase his ability. Cheng-gu felt extremely unfair. She clung to Sang-jian, lamenting, skill, aren't you ashamed? I had to grind day and night just to reach your level. Sang-jian, on the other hand, seriously considered, using commands, this new skill is interesting. Cheng-gu shouted angrily, how dare you ignore what I said? Sang-jian replied patiently, I heard you. Suddenly, a gentle female voice spoke, you are Challenger Han Sang-jian, right? She quietly stood behind him, causing Sang-jian some surprise. The woman then answered her own question. Seems correct, I am a disciple of the god of darkness. The girl introduced herself proactively. My name is Arya, and by the will of the god of darkness, I will assist you. Challenger Han Sang-jian until this floor ends. He frowned, wondering until the end, what is she planning? Is she truly just an escort or plotting something? The sword spoke to Sang-jian, don't worry. Her holy power proves she is indeed a true disciple. If the god of darkness commands her to serve you, she will obey all your wishes. He asked, your name is Arya, right? She responded. Yes, that's right, don't hesitate to ask me anything. Sang-jian admitted frankly, unfortunately, I still can't trust her completely. He thought about testing his new skill. Then Sang-jian took out a contract and requested, but if you sign this contract, he held it before her eyes. Arya then said, I will certainly trust you. A system notification sounded as the contract appeared. Master Servant skill activated. 4th rank disciple Arya has been selected as the skill target. Sang-jian ordered seriously, sign the contract. The system reminded, once signed, the master-servant relationship cannot be violated. System notification, both parties consented, so the master-servant contract is established. 4th rank disciple Arya can never surpass the master-servant relationship. Immediately, Arya said excitedly, the favor you granted me increased my stats by 14 points. After she finished speaking, the system continued. All ability points of 4th rank disciple Arya increased by 14 points. Within seconds, she turned to Sang-jian with utmost reverence. She praised him non-stop. Incredible, you are so generous, it reminds me of the god of darkness, without letting her finish. Sang-jian replied coldly, stop, I have something for you to do. Then he calmly approached Catherine to give instruction. Heal my comrade over there. Faced with this sudden request, Arya immediately became flustered. She clenched her hands and replied softly. Sangjayan, unfortunately, I cannot heal this promising disciple. Her voice choked as she said this. The promising disciple is suffering from divine fever due to incarnation. Hearing this, Sangjayan was somewhat bewildered and instinctively asked, "What is divine fever?" She replied embarrassedly, "Those with low physical capacity cannot withstand divinity if a god incarnates upon them. It's extremely painful, resulting in high fever. She will not wake up for a week." Sangjayan nodded, understanding. If that's true, this isn't good. Suddenly, Arya whispered a warning. More importantly, you are in danger. She continued cautiously, because you have more than 2 fragments of the Holy Grail. You will become a target for other camps. Hearing this, Sangjayan froze. That means his other comrades are also at risk. Suddenly, Sangjayan dashed forward, leaving Arya behind. She could only catch Catherine, who had fainted on the ground, her voice slightly panicked. "Where are you going, Sangjayan?" At this moment, Sangjayan slowly turned back and reminded Arya, "Protect her and follow me." The very next second he rushed off, his heart filled with tangled thoughts. "I was in the middle of fighting, so I forgot." Catherine Bennett being unconscious means the shield around Seung-hun and Chen Siwoke has been dispelled. They may already have become someone else's targets. Behind him, Arya carried Catherine on her back, trying to keep up. At that moment, she panted and complained, "Sung-yoon, wait for me." The scene then shifted to the base of a great tree, where the ground showed signs of a battle that had taken place not long ago. Dusk slowly fell as Sung-yoon's footsteps moved softly across the earth. He noticed the bodies scattered everywhere. Sung-yoon walked while observing the situation. Suddenly, Jeonggu's voice rang out, "Their condition is worse than I expected." He approached a motionless corpse. At that moment, she kept commenting, "It wouldn't be strange if they died soon." Arya suddenly appeared behind him. She calmly spoke, "It is poison art. It seems their opponent attacked them with poisoned weapons." Then she turned away to examine the other body, her voice growing more serious. Although they may have defeated each wave of poisoned enemies before, in the end, it must have exceeded the limits of what they could endure. As soon as Arya finished speaking, Sung-yoon clenched his teeth in rage and forced out each word. "And because they knew we had left, they must have attacked them." Seeing that, she hurriedly reassured him. "However, this poison can be completely cured after a few months, so please do not worry. For now, I suggest sending them back to Earth by draining their magic power." Sung-yoon gradually regained his composure and spoke, "I understand." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Challenger Kim Seung-hun has exhausted his magic power and is now returning to his original world. Challenger Ochin Siwoke has exhausted her magic power and is now returning to her original world. A moment later, Arya looked towards Sung-yoon and continued speaking. "Since you have sent your comrades away, you should prepare to fight. Several challengers are heading toward us." Sung-yoon still did not stop what he was doing. He slowly answered her, "I know, please wait for me a moment." Suddenly, a private thought arose in his mind. "Let me get rid of all these useless items first, and turn them into divine power." Immediately after that, Sung-yoon raised his hand and tightly grasped the flame of power before him, thinking to himself, "All right, done. This should be enough." Suddenly, the system announced, "Conditions met. 11 of the 20 divine camps have lost their fragments of true divinity. The divine camp with more than 10 fragments of true divinity will receive true divinity." True divinity is activating. His entire body slowly went limp. The god of the transcendent camp is a lesser god. However, the conditions have been met. The powers of deification and physical incarnation are temporarily granted to gods with souls. Lower grade, meanwhile, Arya silently observed everything from behind. The seal on the divine authority of deification has been lifted for challenger Sung-yoon. He suddenly gave a triumphant smile and thought in silence, "I achieved deification with only this." At that moment, the system delivered a new notification. The fallen god of deception, the clumsy god of observation, and the primordial god of agony have granted the special power of physical incarnation to challenger Sung-yoon. The system continued to echo throughout the space and revealed challenger Sung-yoon's location too. The entire camp. At that moment, he cautiously drew the sword at his waist and thought to himself, "This is my first time seeing physical incarnation. What is it?" Suddenly, Sung-yoon frowned as if he had realized something. "Wait, why are they so obsessed with catching me?" Arya, carrying Catherine on her back, suddenly spoke from behind. "These lesser gods dare to toy with you, Sung-yoon." Immediately after that, she became furious and shouted, "Sung-yoon, if you give me the order, I will kill every last one of those pathetic bastards who are targeting you without leaving a single one alive." Sung-yoon felt somewhat uneasy when he saw Arya's expression, as if she wanted to devour everything whole. Suddenly, Jeonggu spoke, "Wow, apostles really are a bunch of lunatics." In the dark night, the armored followers moved quickly through the dense forest. The system notification rang out again. Challenger Red Big has been chosen as an apostle of the fallen god. and has been granted a fragment of the Holy Grail. Red Big led the group and kept shouting, "For the great fallen god, we will punish that bastard Sung Yu." Suddenly, a strangely glowing moon appeared before everyone's eyes. Red Big looked up, and in his confusion, he instinctively blurted out. That is, his eyes still did not leave it as he wondered, the moon. At that moment, the system announced, "Special power, miserable moonlight of deception. Enemies selected as targets will experience terrible sorrow." Suddenly, the people following Red Big collapsed to the ground, screaming endlessly. My head, they clutched their heads. Tears streamed down their cheeks. My tears will not stop flowing. Before this scene, the system explained. When enemies targeted by the miserable moonlight of deception feel sorrow, it drains their life force. Red Big also began screaming in despair. Impossible. The system's voice continued to ring out. Special power, contemptuous gaze upon all things, causing all abilities to drop by 10 points. The strange fallen god was shouting loudly, ordering them to advance at once. The group immediately fell to their knees. Their voices were filled with despair. "I am sorry, my lord, but if we keep moving forward, we will die." The faces of those people had gradually lost all vitality. The strange fallen god said, "You bastards are nothing but a bunch of ordinary mercenaries, nameless nobody." Forcing himself to grip his sword, he screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face, and said in a broken voice, "I understand." At once, a series of huge explosions suddenly erupted throughout the forest. Holy light skill activated. 17 members of the fallen camp were killed. 11 members of the observation camp were killed, and 14 members of the agony camp were killed. At that moment, Sang Yoon stood on the cliff, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. He used moonlight to inflict a negative effect on them, increasing holy light's accuracy. Suddenly, a thought rapidly flooded his mind. I destroyed the items I obtained during the pre-fall phase and received moonlight, the thing that lets me change the game. Suddenly, the system announced, the strange fallen god, the clumsy observation god, and the false god of agony will cooperate to eliminate the challenger Sang Yoon. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, and at that moment, Jong-gu's voice rang out. Looks like they have realized there is strength in unity. Sang Yoon slowly walked toward a large pit. Her familiar voice continued to reach him. Get ready, those lesser gods are about to arrive. You have to face 3 lesser gods, so be careful. He raised his blade into a ready stance, and Sang Yoon replied softly, I know. He stepped forward, facing the group before him. At that moment, the fallen god was gnashing his teeth and said, How arrogant! I will show you just how pathetic you truly are. In the face of those words, the system explained. The strange fallen god activated the special divine authority physical avatar and appeared before Sang Yoon. Immediately afterward, the clumsy observation god also responded, You are clearly a god. How could you enter this labyrinth? The clumsy observation god activated the special divine authority physical avatar and appeared before Sang Yoon. The false god stood to one side, his face expressionless. So that is the candidate chosen by the tower. This is clearly within its jurisdiction. The false god of agony activated the special divine authority physical avatar and appeared before Sang Yoon. Witnessing this scene, he had the machine draw a conclusion. Judging from their doll-like appearances, physical avatar was not possession of a person's body. Instead, it placed their souls into dolls that resembled them. Suddenly, Sang Yoon smiled triumphantly, then stood by the cliff and calmly mocked his opponents. I thought physical avatar was something impressive, but it turns out you are nothing more than ordinary dolls. Sang Yoon emphasized every word, causing everyone's faces to darken. How pathetic. A voice suddenly rang out, You will regret this. The others quickly rushed over as we became angry. Each strike hit the ground hard, sending stones flying in all directions. He lightly jumped away as multiple explosions erupted here. Sang-yeol looked up at the devastated cliff before him. The group had just finished their attack. Their hearts still held hatred as they chased him. Sang-geun sneered, silently observing the scene. He thought even if it's just a divine puppet, it's still divine. He plunged down the abyss. Facing all 3 at once will be difficult. The fallen god along with the observer god rushed forward, striking relentlessly. However, Sang-geun could easily block them. Suddenly, a small streak of light grazed his shoulder, causing a minor injury. Even Sang-geun's leg was sliced by a blue streak. He gritted his teeth, shaking off the debris. Immediately after, an energy sphere shot towards Sang-geun. The explosion sent dust and debris soaring. Tiny fragments rained down around the area. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Sang-geun, you cowardly rat. After the blast, the forest was filled with the sounds of pursuit. The fallen god and observer god followed the fake god. Even if you try to escape, you're still in our hands. Suddenly, Sang-geun looked back, silently thinking. It would be great if one could be eliminated. Am I only able to flee for now? Suddenly, he heard Arya's voice. Sang-yoon. I'll take on one of the minor gods. She carried Catherine behind her, firmly stating, I can distract one of them, trust me. A notification suddenly appeared. 4th-ranked disciple Arya activated her unique skill, Shadow Shift. Her body became darkness and could teleport anywhere at will. A spatial rift began to appear near the gods. Arya's hand emerged, her voice dripping with disdain. Foolish thing. She stood there, eyes filled with hatred. A dark orb quickly appeared before her. Dare to act foolishly in front of Lord Sangyun? I'll show you what true darkness is. The notification continued. Fourth-ranked disciple Arya activated her unique disciple power, Endless Abyss. Dark chains rapidly flew around the observer god, catching him off guard. In the next moment they tightened. He was momentarily stunned, eyes wide in shock. Arya then yanked the chains in her hands, pulling the white-haired god toward her with a determined gaze. Because of this, the observer god lost momentum and fell backward in an instant. As his terrified scream rang out, the system issued a new alert. The zealous disciple of the ancient god is present. The designated target will be expelled into the abyss for 10 minutes. In a blink, the observer god was completely swallowed by the dark magic. A horrified voice suddenly sounded. Impossible. The connection to the observer god has been severed. Inactive, his companions hadn't yet recovered from their shock. Suddenly, Sangyun's steady voice echoed. All right. He stood there, sword pointed at the enemy, making a decision. I'll deal with the two of you for 10 minutes. The fallen god glared at Sangyun with rage. She growled, I didn't expect you to be involved with the god of darkness. You do not deserve to exist. Even he couldn't hide his surprise at these words. I'll make you die. In a painful way, like your friend, Sangyun didn't hesitate to challenge her. You are the fallen god, right? You poisoned them. Facing this, the fallen god laughed joyfully and admitted, yes, to corner you, I captured the fake challengers to serve me and kill those two nuisances. They were tough like leeches, so I had to poison them. She approached again. Don't worry, I'll kill you painfully, slowly, just like I did with them. Hearing this, Sangyun coldly said, Are your last words finished? The fallen god was horrified, almost instinctively. A red aura enveloped Sangyul's body. He answered for himself, Seems like you're done talking. The system then announced, Divine Authority activated. Immediately, Sangyun appeared in divine flame armor. I'll tear you apart piece by piece. Notifications sounded continuously. Activate the True Blood Demon Sword Master Skill. Magic Explosion. Your magical power has increased. Activate the True Blood Demon Sword Master Skill. Accelerated Thinking. Your thinking speed has increased to A. Activate the True Blood Demon Sword Master Skill. Small Mind B+, virtual magical organs created to support magical circulation. Activate Experimental Battlefield Warrior Myth. All abilities plus 41. Activate Special Buff Rejecting Divine Power, reducing 20% damage from external divine forces. The atmosphere became completely silent. It seemed Sangyun wanted to activate even more skills. He muttered repeatedly, not enough, not enough. The system continuously activated skill. Sword Intent surged powerfully, activating Death Divine. Inevitable death was embedded into the blade. Suddenly, Sangyun stomped hard. The enemy was forced to their knees under the pressure, eyes wide in shock. The power of the Death Divine was reacting. The Death God's sovereign ability was enchanted into strategy, activating the unique effect of the Phantom Demon Sword Art Authority, Twin Chain Strike, consuming holy power to increase the authority's pressure fourfold. The God of Wishes panicked and cried for help. What is this terrifying pressure? Fallen God, hurry, use your fallen authority on him. At that moment, Sang Jaiwun's system announced, activating the skill of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul, passive skill. Aptitude Enhancement B+. The fallen god kept grinding her teeth. She exclaimed, I can't. In response, the system announced, activating Fear Amplification. The scene left the God of Wishes utterly stunned. He instinctively blurted out, everyone present there shouted at once, how the hell are we supposed to beat him? The pressure from the countless skills he is unleashing is so powerful that I cannot even use my fallen authority. The God of Wishes gritted his teeth and shouted at the fallen god, useless fool. He quickly created a platinum sphere in his hand and said, on my own, I should at least be able to withstand one of his attacks, once I give the signal. Get ready to run. Suddenly, Sang Jaiwun charged forward, leaping over their heads at an astonishing speed. The sight left the enemy completely frozen in place. The moment he landed, the God of Wishes screamed in agony. My hand. Sang Jaiwun, clad in divine flame armor with his eyes glowing brightly, stared straight at the two of them. His cold voice echoed throughout the space. Judging by that reaction, it seems you can still feel pain. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere once again sank into an eerie silence. Sang Jaiwun suddenly swung a barrage of sword strikes toward the enemy in just a few short seconds. His actions made them scream in despair. Only then did Sang Jaiwun slowly say, do not think you will be allowed to die peacefully. Hatred suddenly flashed in his eye. Sang Jaiwun did not forget to emphasize, not after you dared to lay a hand on my comrades. System notifications appeared one after another as the fallen god lay motionless on the ground. You have obtained the achievement Legendary God-Slaying Labyrinth Swordsman. You have received 100 Labyrinth points. Your total health and mana will increase by 100. Activating Special Authority God-Slaying Sword Art S+. Now left with only half a face, she looked at him with wide-open eyes. Her voice was extremely weak. The tower has created a monster. The fallen god kept muttering in shock. Is the tower's wish gradually becoming reality? Hearing that, Sang Jaiwoon asked suspiciously, the tower's wish. Immediately afterward, a system window appeared with the message. The physical body of the peculiar fallen god has suffered irreversible damage, resulting in her elimination. You have absorbed a soul fragment, 3 squares, 2 above. At that moment, 2 soul fragments appeared in Sang Jaiwoon's hand. He kept thinking, so defeating a god's physical body makes a soul fragment drop. Suddenly, Sang Jaiwoon clenched the 2 soul fragments, shattering them. I have obtained 2 fragments. Now only 1 remains. Notifications rang out continuously. The clumsy god of observation has used Labyrinth 7's unique divine authority. The clumsy god of observation has paid a large amount of divine authority and holy power. A spatial rift appeared, drawing his attention. The god of observation was now charging out of the black hole amid the system's notification. The clumsy god of observation has escaped the abyss using Labyrinth 7's unique divine authority. Suddenly, he shouted, "That bitch, this is all her fault." But he never expected that he would charge straight into Sang Jaiwoon's fist. I had to spend divinity because of her. Immediately afterward, the god of observation was struck so hard that he fell backward. At that very moment, Sang Jaiwoon instinctively blurted out, "Hey." He looked at the god of observation sprawled on the ground and could not help but sigh. Whatever then. Suddenly, the system announced, time limit reached. The Divine Transformation Authority has been deactivated and cannot execute. This made Sang Jaiwoon unconsciously look at his palm, where streams of energy were flowing out, and he could not help but mutter, that was not enough. To kill him, the god of observation was tied to a tree. He kept cursing, damn it, how did things end up like this? Hearing that, Sang Jaiwoon replied, because you people started messing with me first. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party flew into a rage and said, nonsense. If you did not exist, we would never have ended up like this. From the very beginning, you should never have existed. Sang Jaiwoon grew annoyed, his hand hovering near his sword, and he cleared his throat softly. You still have not come to your senses after getting punched. His sword energy repeatedly struck the god of observation, making him suffer so badly that his eyes bulged wide open. Sang Jaiwoon did not forget to emphasize, even though this is only a physical body, you can still feel pain. I will torment you until you understand your place. The god of observation's piercing screams echoed all across. The forest stopped. At that moment he finally stammered, I get it. So you eliminated the other gods and you spared me because you have something to ask. The god of observation was still tied to the tree, his face swollen, and he kept questioning him. What is your goal? Challenger Sang Jaiwoon, what do you want from me? At that moment, Sang Jaiwoon looked straight at him and answered, I have a few questions, and I want to know more about this labyrinth tournament. However, the observing god made a proposal. I want to talk. Will you listen to me? Sang Jian stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. After a moment he spoke, I cannot kill your physical body. Suddenly the other party protested, no, I just want you not to harm me afterward. The observing god kept muttering, if we touch you, we will definitely have to pay the price. Hearing this, he responded, very well. Suddenly, the system intervened. If the clumsy observing god violates this, the trial tower will revoke the divine nature bound to this oath. Sang Jian had achieved a small success. He looked at the other party without ceasing to praise. Good, now we can ask and answer, right? As soon as he finished, the observing god announced, I am waiting here. He avoided the waiting gaze, his questioning voice still echoing. Tell me about the tower first. The observing god quickly provided Sang Jian with an answer. I know nothing. The atmosphere sank into a terrifying silence. Sang Jian gripped his sword tightly, looking at the other party coldly. His voice turned icy. You still don't know your own position, do you? Seeing his expression, the observing god panicked and explained, wait, I only know the basics. I just became a god recently, so that's all I know. However, Sang Jian frowned in irritation and spoke. Then I want to know about the Great Tree Labyrinth contest. Hearing this, the observing god softened and agreed. Very well, images of workers repairing the labyrinth appeared as he described. The Great Tree Labyrinth is an event organized by redesigning the world tree. The trial tower will handle the labyrinth's design. Not only that, the observing god also mentioned a blank letter and would send invitations to gods, telling them a contest was being organized for them. Images from the past kept appearing according to his narration, and invited gods could choose the difficulty of the labyrinth. They could modify the altars and turn challengers into advanced forms. Meanwhile, Arya joyfully jumped and cheered. Suddenly, the observing god said, the winner will be determined by the challenger reaching the final floor first, the god they serve, and the contest's rewards. Sang Jian was extremely surprised by the next piece of information. The reward will be randomly chosen from one of the tower's administrative rites. Images of gods who appeared to be administrators surfaced, making him ponder. So I will have to choose one of the tower's administrators. After a moment, Sang Jian asked, what do you know about the shadow god? The observing god quickly replied, I only know she is one of the 7 ancient gods from the earliest time. Sang Jian, now you may come close to the shadow god. He gradually faded into nothingness, but no one knew when she would absorb the first person. Nevertheless, the observing god tried to warn, if light exists, it too will eventually fade. Soon after, only Sang-jian remained here, his voice echoing, leaving space for darkness. That was when the shadow god truly felt delighted. She relaxed both hands, looking down after receiving the answer. While Sang-jian stood silently, a notification appeared with the message. You have absorbed the soul fragments. The observing god will be replaced with a powerful ability. The scene gradually changed. Arya was now holding his leg. She sobbed, I'm sorry, Sang-jian, I accidentally lost the small vessel. I have committed a fatal crime. This made him respond, confused. No need for that, I have already captured him, so stand up. Hearing this, Arya bowed respectfully to Sang-jian. Indeed, he was blessed by the shadow. He was on a completely different level compared to normal beings like us. This scene caused John Gu to continually judge and quickly change his attitude. Suddenly, Arya held out a bag in front of him, surprising Sang-jian. She flustered, please take this. Suddenly, the system explained. The fragments of the Holy Shadow Camp, Heavenly Camp, Relic Camp, and Demon Camp have been received. He and she sat side by side, gazing at the fragments, unable to hide their admiration for the sparkling light. Then Arya suddenly said, the small god's holy vessel has a total of 10 fragments. Immediately, the fragments combined into a complete cup. At the same time, the system explained that the conditions were met. The person who receives 10 or more fragments of the holy cup will obtain the cup from the godly lineage. The SS Divine Cup, the unique labyrinth cup you can obtain after meeting the conditions. Especially the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Holy Hall, has a unique effect across the floors. It will allow you to skip all floors to the labyrinth's final floor. At this moment, Sang-jian did not hesitate to touch it. However, to use the floor skipping function, you must enter the Labyrinth Temple before moving to the final floor. In the Labyrinth Temple, you will meet all the divine beings who participated in the Great Tree Labyrinth event. In this battle, you must have faith and hope. For a moment he suddenly froze, countless questions rising in his mind. Meet all the gods. In response to Sang-jian's doubt, Arya simply smiled and said, you have reached the very end, Mr. Sang-jian. I am sorry, but I have no Holy Grail fragments left. Suddenly, she looked straight into his eyes, and her voice became strangely serious. So from the next floor onward, I cannot follow you anymore. Hearing Arya say that, Sang-jian smiled back and replied, that cannot be helped. I will go alone then. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you, Arya. Suddenly, Arya stared at him for a long while. She froze, her face flushing with embarrassment, then covered her face directly as she revealed her surprise. Her voice gradually became a stammer. Mr. Sang-jian, you say such sweet things to someone as lowly as me. Oh, Gu-jan could not help judging when he witnessed this scene. She really is dramatic. Suddenly, Arya took out a ticket, handed it to Sang-jian, and whispered softly, please use it in an emergency, Mr. Sang-jian. At that moment, the system explained, Labyrinth Escape Ticket, a +-. A unique labyrinth ticket obtained after fulfilling special conditions. From floor 4 of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Dragon's Holy Land. In the next instant, he accepted it with a solemn expression. If you designate a target after tearing this ticket, the unique effect one-on-one escape will activate. If you use this ticket to escape the labyrinth, you can return to your original dimension without suffering the effect. Skill reduction penalty. Without thinking much, Sang-jian quickly tore it into 2 pieces. However, if you designate someone else as the target, the ticket will not work unless that person is not in combat. Seeing that, Arya could not help feeling heartbroken and cried out. In an instant, Catherine began to glow. Uses 1 out of 1, remaining uses 0 out of 1. Item destroyed. A small magic circle also began to appear in the nearby space. Challenger Catherine has returned to her original dimension. At that moment, Arya secretly glanced at Sang-jian, who was thoughtfully watching what had appeared before him. The corners of her mouth suddenly curved upward, revealing a clear smile. Arya spoke, drawing his attention. Now it is my turn, Mr. Sang-jian. She happily stepped into the magic circle. Her voice carried a trace of emotion. It was an honor to serve you, even for such a short time. I look forward to the day we meet again. In just a few brief seconds, only Sang-jian remained there, standing alone in a lonely posture. Arya's voice still seemed to echo around him. Please stay well until then. The sword beside him kept glowing. Gu-jan kept speaking. It is finally quiet. Are you planning to go now? Meanwhile, Sang-jian kept touching the system screen. He replied sarcastically, no. If I am going to the god's place, I need to strengthen myself enough to face them when they are at their best. As soon as the system screen shattered into pieces, he did not forget to emphasize that. Hurry up, waiting is boring. The scenery quickly changed. At that moment, Sang Gi-un was walking toward a giant gate amid the system's announcement. You are heading to the shrine labyrinth before reaching the final floor by skipping floors. The door slowly opened, allowing light to begin shining through. He stood there with a solemn expression. Before Sang Gi-un now was a magnificent scene, along with several figures. They possessed authority. Suddenly someone greeted him. "I am glad you are unharmed, kid." The one politely greeting him on the right was the demon god. Beside him was the god of darkness. The demon god politely declared, "Sang Gi-un, that was an entertaining trial. You fulfilled the contract, so I will soon grant you your reward." He narrowed his eyes slightly and his pupils gradually contracted. After observing and assessing the overall situation for a long while, Sun Gi-hun's gaze suddenly stopped. At the same time, the system announcement rang out. The strange fallen god looked at challenger Sang Gi-un with jealousy. Strange fallen god, evil god of agony. The face of the observer god suddenly darkened. At that moment, the system explained that the clumsy observer god was somewhat afraid upon seeing challenger Sang Gi-un. Suddenly, the air seemed almost crushed by a fist that was slowly clenching. The owner of that giant hand had extremely fierce eyes. The god of war directed killing intent toward challenger Sang Gi-un, god of war. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared. The system announcement abruptly became frantic. "Silence, stop this rude behavior and make your decision." He stood there silently, carefully observing everything. In the blink of an eye, a system panel appeared in front of each person with the following content. Decide whether challenger Sang Gi-un has the right to know the truth. Voting ended and the number of votes gradually rose. The current vote count is 81 in favor, 77 against. In conclusion, it has been decided that challenger Sang Gi-un has the right to know the secret of the tower. Suddenly, the demon god lightly gripped the throne. "Be proud. Challenger Sang Gi-un, you have earned the right to know the truth." She sighed helplessly and said, "All right, I hate troublesome things, so make it quick. Also, this is the god of light, an ancient being." "Silence, you must already know from that rude demon god what the tower wants from you, right?" Faced with this scene, Sung Ji-hoon frowned slightly, his mind restless. An ancient being meant he had existed and held power for a very long time. Suddenly he spoke. "It wants something omnipotent, transcendent, and absolutely controlled." Right after that, the other party agreed with Sung Ji-hoon. "Exactly. The tower wants only one thing from a transcendent, the annihilation of all gods." This left Sung Ji-hoon somewhat surprised, and he stood frozen in place. "Leaving no one alive is the reason the tower helped you grow." A question suddenly rose in Sung Ji-hoon's heart. "The reason the tower helped me grow was to kill God." Those crimson eyes in the darkness kept staring straight at him. "Then why have they let me live until now?" Sung Ji-hoon stood frozen in place. "Why are the gods helping me? Could the gods be planning to kill me here?" At that moment he was nearly driven mad by the countless questions in his head, like a blade slipping through his nerves. Sung Ji-hoon's face darkened and he thought to himself, could it be? Suddenly, the system notification rang out, lifting the weight from Sung Ji-hoon's heart. "No need to worry. If we wanted to kill you, we would have done it already." Even so, his face could not hide its astonishment. "We are only here to decide whether you, someone capable of killing gods, are worth it." Sung Ji-hoon could not help growing tense. Sweat slowly flowed like water. He asked softly, "If what I think is correct, you are telling me to destroy the tower, right?" Right after that, a firm voice rang out, "Correct." Hearing this, Sung Ji-hoon froze for a long while, not knowing what to say. While tense, he did his best to speak the words in his heart. After a while, Sung Ji-hoon was finally able to express his thoughts fully. "I'm not strong enough to go against the tower. I do not think I can destroy the current tower." A voice suddenly rang out, "Well, obviously. Do you want to make a pact?" Those words instantly put him on guard. "The ancient gods will never interfere in your affairs from now on. In return, you must not be hostile toward gods who do not threaten you." That voice continued to echo throughout the space. "If any god stands against you, whether you kill them or let them live is up to you." Sung Ji-hoon nodded and looked up in agreement. He said, "I understand. Conditions like that are enough for me." The other party's voice rose again. "Then the pact has been made. You may speak now, my friend." Suddenly, the demon god burst into loud laughter. "I thought I was going to die of boredom. God of light, demon god." Rude, I tried to finish it as quickly as possible. She kept showing a smug expression as she spoke. "Sung Ji-hoon, you did well completing the contract from the heavenly demon. I did not expect you to banish countless gods on the 7th floor. You are even better than I thought." What the demon god said left him stunned. "This is your reward. Unique authority A9871, site block has been received. You can now block the site of gods and administrators. It can be turned on or off by the user at any time." At that moment, Sung Ji-hoon fixed his determined gaze straight ahead. "Challenger brother, I can give you that as well. I will give it to you, so come to me. Do not follow that one's name." Sung Ji-hoon's pupils contracted as if he had realized something. He thought to himself, that voice. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the space. Unique Authority number 1547, information browse has been received. You can browse information about lower beings through the system. This unique authority can be used on non-living existences. What do you think? I gave you something amazing, did I not? So come to me. You read the dragon god's tactics, so I will treat you well. Hearing this, Sung Ji-hoon forced a smile but inwardly thought, this insane voice can only belong to the dragon god. He unconsciously said aloud, I thought you were a dragon because you are the dragon god, but it seems you are not. The other party replied in a firm voice, I can turn into a dragon whenever I want. Amazing, right? Now come to me. Sung Ji-hoon tactfully refused, I do not want to, but I am very happy about what you gave me. The dragon god angrily cursed him viciously. What, you bastard? Even after learning the dragon god's tactics. Meanwhile, Sung Ji-hoon continued operating the system screen. He unconsciously thought, the ability to browse information. Information appeared one line after another on the screen. It was Jian Chenggu, the 7th blood demon of the blood demon cult, and a challenger who had climbed to the 41st floor of the tower. The Tower of Trials. Although she once possessed the divinity of crimson blood, that divinity had been taken back. She is awaiting the decisive moment. She is afraid. He remained silent for a long while without speaking. The dragon god was grinding his teeth in fury as he hissed. Countless invitations were now appearing on Sung Ji-hoon's screen. The dragon god is requesting that challenger Sung Ji-hoon become his disciple. His brows furrowed slightly as he read those lines. Unique Authority A9871, Sight block has been activated. You have completely blocked the dragon god's sight. The dragon god clutched his head in frustration and roared furiously. If you accept my power, then you should accept my request. The god of verification watched this whole string of meaningless actions from beginning to end and gave a faint sigh, then reminded him, all right, challenger Sang Gi-eun, you have proven yourself, so I will grant it to you. If we harm you, we will pay the price for it. For the clumsy violation committed by the god of observation, the Tower of Trials will strip away the other divinity in the oath. Good. Shall we begin asking questions now? He smiled and replied, I hope so too. Right after that, the god of verification gently continued, first tell me about the tower. I know nothing at all. Those words made Sang Gi-eun freeze for a moment. The other party continued, you do not know your own situation, do you? Suddenly, he cut him off directly. Wait, I only know the basics. The god of verification told me, but I became a god long ago, so I do not know much. Moving to the final floor of the labyrinth. After moving to the final floor of the labyrinth, because you skipped floors, none of your skills will be restored. In exchange, the difficulty of the final floor will be adjusted according to the number of restored skills. A ruined city suddenly appeared, and at that moment, the system announced, you have entered the 10th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, Apocalypse Dimension. This is the final floor of the labyrinth and the place that tests everything about the challenger who entered the labyrinth. The sight made Jong-gu cry out in shock. This is. Before Sang Gi-eun could respond, the sound of the system cut in. If you can withstand the power of the god of apocalypse 4 times, you will complete the final floor of the labyrinth. Tens of thousands of eyes were staring at him, as if they wanted to devour him alive. The god of despair, the fallen god, and the god of madness are rejoicing over your divinity. Sang Gi-eun looked up at the sky and clearly felt it. I cannot win this fight. That familiar sound rang out again. The god of despair, the fallen god, and the god of madness are laughing. Gigantic tentacles kept appearing, and the system delivered another notification. If you can withstand the power of the god of apocalypse 4 times, you will complete the final floor of the labyrinth. At that moment, Sang Gi-eun clenched his hand outright without the slightest hesitation. Under his guidance, the gigantic tentacles began weaving together. The eyes of the white octopus beast suddenly widened in terror, while the tentacles continued to twist around one another. Seeing Sang Gi-eun skillfully dodge its attacks, it roared in rage. Mortal, this is not power meant for humans. However, he still pretended not to hear. Hand it over, mortal. Right after that, streams of black ink poured out endlessly. If you do not hand it over, I will kill you and take it. It wrapped around Sang Gi-eun's body in just a few short seconds. A look of discomfort began to show clearly on his face. Inside, he kept screaming, my body is melting. Sang Gi-eun gradually dissolved into the void. He needed to quickly use divinity to recover. The white octopus beast kept creating a gigantic vortex to swallow everything around. However, Sang Gi-eun was the exception. In an instant, he leapt out from inside it. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the upside-down cage. The system notification rang out. You have survived the power of the god of despair, the fallen god, and the god of madness once. Jong-gu's voice came through. If you had been even a little slower, you would have died. You must stay alert at all times. But the white octopus beast had no intention of letting Sang Gi-eun go. It slammed hard into the ground, throwing everything into chaos. Countless gigantic tentacles appeared throughout the city, along with dozens of black eyes everywhere. Facing the white octopus beast's pursuit, He skillfully dodged every attack. Suddenly, it launched a tentacle towards Sang Gi-eun and growled, "No matter where you hide, you will die," but in the blink of an eye. He dodged it easily. Just then, the system delivered that familiar notification sound. The skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Soul Mastery. Thought Acceleration A has activated. Thoughts have accelerated. The skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword Soul Mastery. Lesser Mind B+- has activated. A magical organ has been created to support the flow of magic. The passive skill True Supreme Blood Demon Dread Great Divinity B+- has activated. Sang Gi-eun's evasive actions only made the opponent even angrier, and it kept screaming as it charged forward. Suddenly he noticed something. His brows furrowed slightly. That damned thing was another attack from the white octopus beast. With a tense expression, Sang Gi-eun barely managed to escape this disaster. Suddenly his system was broken, replaced by a notification sound. Divinity has been absorbed. Passive skill temporarily sealed. Dread Great Divinity be facing this scene, Sang Gi-eun furrowed his brows and thought, "My skill has been sealed." Meanwhile, the massive black hole created by the octopus monster continued to expand relentlessly. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, "God of Despair, fall." And Madness was smiling. Within seconds, the entire city began to be engulfed in relentless barrages of bullets. This made it even harder for Sang Gi-eun, who was defending from below. The tiger hero pointed the sword in his hand straight ahead, his eyes full of determination. The system suddenly announced, "Battlefield Warrior Myth has been activated. All abilities increased by 47. At this moment, a series of small orbs shot towards Sangyu at incredible speed. The Holy Light skill had been powerfully activated. Immediately after, he raised the sword high. At this critical moment, the system informed, "You have survived the power of the God of Despair. Fall in madness twice." This caused the octopus monster's eyes to widen. It exclaimed in horror, "You are truly foolish, mortal, but that arrogance will soon end." Once again, the red system appeared before Sang Gi-eun, astonishing him. It said, "Divine power has been absorbed, temporarily sealing the Holy Light skill." He bit his teeth in irritation. Special blessing. The blessing of the unyielding has been activated. Any attack relying on divine power will be resisted. The blue system kept being broken by the enemy whenever it appeared. This excited the octopus monster, and it kept mocking Sang Gi-eun. Resistance is meaningless. Even its system was extremely proud. More divine power than designated had been absorbed, bypassing resistance. He had to face enemy attacks without the support of the system. Seeing this, the red system could not help but provoke. Divine power has been absorbed, temporarily sealing the Holy Light skill. The octopus monster's terrified eyes suddenly widened as it looked at Sang Gi-eun. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Designated quantity. At that moment, another tentacle shot towards Sang Gi-eun like lightning. The octopus monster began to taunt the opponent. There was no time to rest. The moment he struck, the tentacle had to retreat instantly. Along with this, the system announcement kept ringing. Heavenly Motion skill has been activated. The limit you destroyed has been lifted. Not stopping there, the red system also suddenly interjected. Passive skill, Amplify Divine Power B has been released from sealing. The Heavenly Motion skill's seal was temporarily lifted. This excited Sang Gi-eun, who thought silently. "Is my skill back?" Even Chong-gu exclaimed, "Just as I thought." He looked straight ahead, smiling with satisfaction, then said, "That is his holy power." As soon as he finished speaking, the one across from him replied, "I mean you have a seal limit." Witnessing this, the octopus monster flew into a rage. It muttered repeatedly, "Do you know what that will change?" Suddenly, the system announced, "Passive skill Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Amplify Divine Power B has been activated." The sword in Sang Gi-eun's hand was ready. Chong-gu's voice echoed constantly, "I am always ready." In the blink of an eye, he charged at the opponent, continuously attacking. "Good, keep going." The octopus monster's tentacles kept lashing out, then retracting. The system constantly provided new information. Divine power has been absorbed. Temporarily sealing passive skill, Amplify Divine Power B Heavenly Motion skill has been released from sealing. As Sang Gi-eun ducked low, a strong light flashed across the space. The scene made the system hurry to report, Heavenly Motion skill has been activated. The limit you destroyed has been lifted. Immortal Demon Sword Technique, unique effect Twin Strike has ended. Activated, Holy Power absorbed, increasing the power level to 4. On Sang Gi-eun and Jong-gu's faces, only determination remained. They thought together. At this moment, he was ready for battle. Sang Gi-eun slowly pointed the sword ahead with determination. In an instant, the octopus monster's giant tentacle was cut in half. When the system announcement sounded, part of the burden in his heart was lifted. "You have survived the power of the God of Despair, Fall, and Madness 3 times. Its tentacle quickly vanished into nothingness. Foolish one, Sang Gi-eun's cloak fluttered continuously. One of his legs seemed unusually large. Witnessing this, the octopus monster mocked relentlessly. Foolish mortal. I said, hand over that power quietly, as Sang-gyun's body began to vanish into the air. The red system provided a new notification. Despair, fall, and madness had returned a large amount of holy power to the tower. The god of despair, fall, and madness received limit power to become mythic. At this point, he had to keep telling himself, I need to get out of here first. However, half of Sang-gyun's face was taken over by some demon. Thus, he collapsed before the octopus monster. At that moment, Jong-gu screamed in terror. Sang-yun, meanwhile, he kept telling himself, at this level I do not think I can block it. But suddenly, Sang-yun's body returned to its normal form. The system announced, the near-death skill has activated. The fatal wound has been nullified. Just like that, he gripped the sword beside him with a serious expression. You have survived the power of the god of despair, corruption, and madness 4 times. A small clock began to appear in Sang-yun's mind. Conditions met. You have cleared floor 1 of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the apocalyptic dimension. Rewards will be granted. You are the first challenger to clear the Great Tree Labyrinth on insane difficulty. Clear reward. The regressor's luxurious plus-minus wristwatch will be transferred to your inventory. Meanwhile, the white octopus beast kept widening its eyes as it taunted him. Tower, my friend, once the restrictions of the Great Tree Labyrinth disappear. Cracks were slowly spreading across its entire neck, but you will be torn to pieces at once. Immediately after that, it was completely destroyed. Until next time. I will kill you. The sky returned to its clear blue appearance. Sang-yun stood there with a thoughtful look, muttering nonstop. The Great Tree Labyrinth is finally over. I am surprised. Even Chun-gu unconsciously blurted it out. I thought you were going to die. She cleared her throat softly, a hum, but you did well until the end. Good job. That drew Sang-yun's attention. He unconsciously smiled with satisfaction, but that was only possible because I was here. So be grateful to me. At that moment, a thought surrounded his mind. No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Sang-yun's finger unconsciously pointed forward. It wanted his power. He kept scrolling through the system screen and it called the tower its friend. I want to check it again. At that moment, the system announced, unique power number 1547, information review has activated. God of despair, corruption, and madness, the first candidate chosen by the tower. They are not classified as challengers and are preserving what they received from the tower. They were originally the 3 gods of Great Usura, and therefore their divine names stand at the pinnacle. They currently harbor a tremendous craving for what challenger Sang-yun possesses. This made him sink into thought, the first candidate chosen by the tower. And they are also ancient gods, which means a giant hourglass suddenly appeared before Sang-gyun, and the system congratulated him again. You have completed the final floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. The labyrinth's data will be deleted, and you will return to reality. The hourglass quickly began to glow, but before long it shattered into pieces and Sang-gyun looked up at it for a long while. The system's voice rang out again. Error. The system is currently malfunctioning. Challenger Sang-gyun will be transferred to a random area. This made him break into a bright smile. SSS Absolute Preservation Labyrinth benefit has been activated. Sang-gyun sat there with a thoughtful look on his face. He spoke calmly, I bought this because the cat at the labyrinth shop recommended it. I hope it works well. As soon as Sang-gyun finished speaking, Jeonggu quickly replied, no need to worry, that cat is famous. It is very reliable. Hearing that, he smiled with amusement and said, it really was expensive, but I still managed to buy something good. Suddenly, the system sounded an announcement. SSS plus Absolute Preservation Labyrinth benefit. The sound continued to echo throughout the vast space. All powers obtained in the labyrinth will be combined with the challenger's current data. The transcendent potential myth has accumulated sufficient divine power. Sang-gyun sat there with a cheerful look on his face. If that myth is activated, the causality reversal effect will also activate. When you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, causality will be reversed, creating a battle state of absolute victory. If that myth is activated, the divinity enhancement effect will also activate. Each time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase by level. When your divinity increases, you may receive a special reward. Each victory brings you closer to ascension. After a while, he slowly spoke. Closer to ascension. I do not know what that means, but I think I will find the answer soon after fighting. Meanwhile, the hourglass continued to run. Suddenly, it reversed. Then the system announced, complete integration achieved. All powers obtained in the labyrinth have been integrated into the labyrinth data. He slowly stood up. However, blood and mana are labyrinth-exclusive functions, so they will not be applied. Sang-gyun's face was now filled with excitement. He kept muttering, come to think of it, all my stats have surpassed 200. I really do not feel human anymore. As soon as Sang-gyun finished speaking, Jeonggu said, compared to before, your stats have increased tremendously. So now, if you throw a punch, you could easily destroy several buildings. Suddenly, the ground changed, gradually becoming rougher than before. The system announcement continued to reach him. Challenger data integration complete. Before long, this place had turned into a barren land of dry stones. The hourglass fell with a thud, startling Sang-gyun into leaping up. Challenger Sangjian will be transported from a random space to the Earth dimension. At that moment, he smiled brightly and spoke right away. Sangjian was now floating in the void. It is time to go back. The system hurriedly responded to him as well. All equipment has been transferred to your item storage. You can restore your equipment from item storage as soon as you return to the tower. In just a few short seconds, a transfer gate appeared before Sangjian. You have returned to Earth. As soon as he stepped through, the system announced, "You are in the waiting room on the 18th floor." At that moment, Jianggu cried out wearily, "We finally made it back to the tower." As soon as she finished speaking, Sangjian cut in. "Right, that took way too long." His words left the other party stunned. She kept arguing back, "We may have returned safe and sound, but do not let your guard down. Sangjian, this time it is your turn to deal with him on the spot. I do not want to meet the god of despair, corruption, and madness ever again. But we will definitely run into him again when we advance to the higher floors." Meanwhile, Jianggu continued speaking enthusiastically. "By then, we absolutely have to become stronger." Her current attitude made Sangjian burst into laughter without realizing it. He kept patting her head as he comforted her. "Do not worry." Sangjian's casual action made Jianggu blush with embarrassment. At that moment, his warm voice continued to ring out, "I will definitely not let us die, and the two of us will become stronger than the god of despair, corruption, and madness." Jianggu now looked just like a little cat, letting Sangjian tease her. "Next time we meet him, we will make him stagger." At that moment, she unconsciously clenched her teeth in anger. Jianggu swung her hand at him with a deadly punch. Her sharp voice kept ringing out, "Look at you daring to pat my head like that." Faced with this action, Sangjian shouted in fear, "Are you trying to hit me again?" But his next words successfully made the other party obedient. "You may be small, but you are annoyingly strong." In truth, however, Jianggu's attention was elsewhere. She spoke unconsciously, "What is that watch on your wrist?" Hearing her question, Sangjian quickly looked down at the watch face. His slow voice rang out again. "What was it again?" "I think I was rewarded for the mission in America, the giant tree labyrinth on the 10th floor. I wonder how it is equipped." Right after that, Jianggu continued asking for clarification. "A simple wristwatch as a floor reward. Not worth mentioning." At that moment, Sengyun still replied in a calm voice, "In that case, all we have to do is check the effects." Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw the information on the system panel. The regressor's worn-out wristwatch. SSS plus rank. An old wristwatch once used by the regressor, chosen by the lost god of time. It can randomly designate a signature attack within a 50-meter range, then return it to its previous state. After Nullify attack is used and triggered, it will have a cooldown of 30 minutes. If you lose your life, the world will rewind by 10 minutes. Return from death has a 30-minute cooldown. Even Jianggu could not hide his surprise and muttered unconsciously, "That item is really unpredictable." Suddenly, Sangyun held the watch out in front of him, his flat voice ringing out, "Nullify attack and return from death, huh?" Thinking that a reward related to divinity could be given away, the image of the white octopus monster's black eye once again surfaced in his mind. If just one reward is already this troublesome, the god of despair, corruption, and madness, then I am very curious about his identity. Sangyun unconsciously looked up at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. "Administrator, I have a question. It does not matter who it is, just invite me." Before them now was an unusual silence, with only a single thin wisp of smoke there. Seeing that, he could not help but speak with interest. "Maybe they are not watching, then I will have to use this." Suddenly, the system rang out with a new notification. Privilege B714 activated, domain transfer. Sengyun kept recalling what had happened in the past, and he naturally recounted it. "Arya gave me this as an apology for failing to catch the little god." At that time, Arya said, "Sigh, Sengyun. With this, you can feel relieved." Suddenly, the system cut in. "You can transfer to an administrator's domain from anywhere, provided that you know the administrator's title. Transfers are unlimited." The scenery quickly changed. It was now an elegant bamboo house. Outside, there was also a small waterfall. Someone's gentle voice suddenly rang out on a beautiful day. The owner of that voice was none other than White Crane. She seemed to be feeling extremely delighted. A small pleasure was sipping a cup of hot tea, sitting in the courtyard and enjoying snacks. Sangyun's image suddenly appeared in White Crane's mind, making her smile brightly. "These snacks are delicious. They go very well with tea. Next time Sangyun visits, I will invite him to enjoy snacks with me." Suddenly, she raised her head in confusion. "It feels like dust is falling from the ceiling. Are there mice here?" At that very moment, he appeared in front of White Crane, leaving her utterly shocked. By instinct, she let out a scream that echoed across the blue sky. "Sangyun, what are you doing here?" The cup on the table also spilled over. Watching this scene, he could not help but ask curiously, "Why did it transfer me here of all places?" As soon as he finished speaking, White Crane screamed in panic, "Why were you up there? How improper." The scene quickly changed to beside a water tap. Sangyun stood there blankly, with White Crane's 5-finger handprint clearly marked on his face. Meanwhile, she still spoke in an aggrieved voice. Good grief, why did you come without telling me first? She stood there with an adorably sulky expression. Barging in like that is not polite. Only then did he stammer softly, I am sorry. Suddenly White Crane's eyes turned gloomy, and her voice grew several degrees colder. Also, it seems you had a wonderful time with the light sword emperor. Hearing this, Sang Yoon felt a chill run down his spine. He explained in a low voice, it is a misunderstanding. Immediately afterward, White Crane returned to normal. She said calmly, I believe my disciple, so relax. This scene horrified Sang Yoon and he blurted out, good heavens, no one is normal anymore. White Crane suddenly sat down, her voice softening slightly. Anyway, congratulations on conquering the giant tree labyrinth. She reached her hand forward, doing something to him. You are a wonderful contractor. At that moment, Sang Yoon obediently sat still there and let her do as she pleased. White Crane caressed his face and at the same time, you are also a disciple I can be proud of. She praised him endlessly. Well done. However, he interrupted her. It was thanks to you. The two quickly separated and the distance between them returned to normal. It was thanks to your swordsmanship that I was able to escape the rude abyss. The reason I have become this much stronger is all thanks to your effort. Sang Yoon's words made White Crane shy for a moment. Her cheeks turned red. I am very happy that you called me your proud disciple. After a while, she gently pursed her lips. Thanks to me? White Crane smiled brightly in satisfaction. She grinned, hearing you say that makes me very happy. This scene disgusted Sang Yoon. She kept looking at him with contempt. What is so good about this guy that makes her act like that? Suddenly, White Crane cleared her throat. You came here because you want to know the first candidate chosen by the tower. You want to know who that person is, right? Hearing this, Sang Yoon could not hide his surprise and asked cautiously. How do you know? The moment he asked, he received an answer from the other party. I am always watching how everything operates. It is a relief that you survived after encountering the avatar of the fanatic. Faced with those words, he showed no surprise at all. I could not tell you at first, but now that things have come to this, most of the restrictions on information have been revoked. The despairing, fallen, and insane god. An image of a mysterious beast suddenly surfaced in Sang Gyeon's memory. It looked like a defective creation of the tower. It was one of the earliest attempts to make someone gain the ability to kill. It possessed sharp teeth and claws, but because of his bottomless greed, he used the tower's power to obtain 3 divine titles. Its eyes constantly emitted a strange red glow. The problem is that obtaining just one divine title is enough to push your mental power to its limit. A part of the divine begins to break down. However, the fanatic obtained all 3 titles. So he had to accept multiple divine powers at the same time, and he could not withstand them. In the end, his mind collapsed. It stirred a new line of thought in Sang Gyeon, and bastards like the god of war had caused the same kind of chaos. His gaze gradually grew more contemplative. They are immature and unfit to become gods. Meanwhile, White Crane's voice interrupted his thoughts. On the other hand, although the fanatic has 3 divine titles, he cannot absorb anymore. According to what she said, that mysterious creature always gave off a source of dark energy. Considering the price he paid, he could no longer absorb transcendent power. In other words, he had been abandoned by the tower. It wore a grotesque smile whenever it intended to do something. In the days that followed, he gradually went mad and became the tower's enemy. Hearing this, Sang Gyeon's brows furrowed unconsciously. A person's divine title represents that person's divinity. So having 3 divine titles combined, White Crane's worried gaze implied, meant that he was far stronger. So you must be careful. Suddenly, the system warned, further disclosure is strictly forbidden. Now only White Crane's gentle voice echoed inside the house. Sang Gyeon, this is all I can tell you. I just received a warning from the tower. The next second, he slowly stood up and spoke calmly. Then there is no other way. Now I know everything I was curious about. Hearing this, she could not hide her curiosity and asked, what are you planning to do? At that moment, Sang Gyeon turned and left, leaving behind only one statement filled with despair, downfall, and madness. Hearing it, White Crane froze in place. I need to prepare so I do not lose to him. He quickly appeared in the city. At that moment, the system announced, you have entered the 18th floor of the Tower of Judgment. Difficulty hard. Theme of this trial, caution. Time remaining 30 days. Sang Gyeon's presence had entered the sight of the blue-haired young man. Condition for passing the trial, protect the world. It is on the brink of collapse caused by a god. Reward for passing the trial. Usurper's gloves, SS-. Penalty for failing the trial, death. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Sang Gyeon instinctively turn around. Hey, he looked toward them and blurted out unconsciously, me. The owner of that voice was none other than Keisha. She pointed her sword at him and declared loudly, yes, you hand over everything you have while we are still going easy on you. The sight made Sang Gyeon feel angry, but John Gu spoke before he could. Oh great, what a real mess. Keisha's eyes narrowed slightly. She said resentfully, do you not get it? The anger inside her began turning into bright red sparks. On her arm, I am a wish-type ability user. If you dare resist, I will show you what suffering means. Only then did Sang Gyeon finally speak. A wish-type ability user. His words made the other party look slightly startled. The atmosphere quickly sank into a terrifying silence. Sang Gi-eun said coldly, "You mean like this?" Keisha's eyes filled with anger. She began scolding him, "Can you not feel it at all?" Immediately afterward, blazing sparks gradually appeared on her hand. Keisha growled each word in fury, "I am a manifestation-type superhuman. Say one more careless thing and I will show you what true pain is." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "A manifestation-type superhuman." Those words startled Keisha, and her eyes slowly widened as far as they could. Now Sang Gi-eun stood there with an imposing air. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a silence so terrifying. With a razor-sharp gaze, Sang Gi-eun cleared his throat softly, like this. In an instant, everything around him was manipulated by him. Massive waves of power surged forward like a storm. The scene left everyone present bewildered. Suddenly, Keisha said, "There is another manifestation-type superhuman." She kept grinding her teeth, consumed by the anger surging inside her. The next second, Keisha fiercely pointed forward and shouted, "You are one of the Supreme Force Corps." Immediately afterward, a fireball quickly appeared in midair. The sight made Sang Gi-eun instinctively raise his hand to shield his eye. After a few brief seconds, the sphere exploded, creating a powerful shock wave that spread across the surrounding area. Seeing this, the blue-haired guy beside her instinctively blurted out, "Did you take him down?" However, Keisha angrily shouted back, "Shut up!" Suddenly, the system delivered a series of new notifications. The Eternal Absorption Master skill has activated. All spells that touch you will be converted into pure magic power. Even now, Sang Gi-eun still maintained that calm stance, his cold gaze constantly sweeping forward. Sang Gi-eun's calm expression made his opponent fall into deep thought. Did she think her attack had failed to work again? In that case, in the blink of an eye, before Keisha could react, the people beside her shot forward. They kept shouting, "Let's all go at him together." Facing their aggression, Sang Gi-eun remained extremely calm. He only muttered softly, "Superpowered people, right?" Immediately afterward, a powerful punch slammed into the blue-haired man's face, leaving him no chance to react. Sang Gi-eun's mocking voice continued to ring out, "But you all seem pretty weak." As he looked at the people before him, now terrified to the extreme, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. How pathetic, their skills and even their actual strength are terribly weak. Their techniques are too basic. Sang Gi-eun charged forward without hesitation. With an enraged expression, he repeatedly landed fatal blows on his opponent's bodies. If they used manifestation skills to fight, it would at least be a little interesting. Immediately afterward, a loud noise echoed throughout the space. The blonde young man screamed in agony. After everything came to an end, Sang Gi-eun stood there with an indifferent expression. He muttered softly, "I think I used a little too much force." Looking at the weaklings sprawled across the ground, groaning, Sang Gi-eun could not help falling into thought. "You made quite a mess." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "You're right. Next time I'll focus on controlling my strength better." His sharp gaze was now fixed forward, as if Sang Gi-eun was calculating something. Opposite him, Keisha was hurriedly unleashing techniques toward him. She also did not forget to shout, "Damn it, you monster." As soon as she finished speaking, a blazing red beam shot toward Sang Gi-eun at astonishing speed. However, he still stood there casually. With only a gentle wave of his hand, Sang Gi-eun easily dealt with his opponent's fatal attack. His unexpected action left Keisha utterly shocked. For a moment, she stood frozen in place. At that moment, Sang Gi-eun's hand was also emitting a black aura. Along with it came the system notification, "The weak blood skill has activated." Keisha, standing opposite him, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. She kept stammering, "This cannot be real, can it? My laser slash can cut through almost all of those enhancement-type ability users." She remained sitting there, looking like a defeated person. Her weak, reproachful voice kept ringing out. "So this is how I am going to die. Do not worry." Facing this scene, Sang Gi-eun suddenly made an offer. "As long as you cooperate, I will spare your life." Suddenly, the system notification sounded. "The absolute charm skill has activated." At that moment, he still stood there with a cold expression. He emphasized every word. "Is this not something that benefits both of us?" Sang Gi-eun's words left Keisha hesitant. She unconsciously bit her lower lip, her conflicted gaze fixed on the person opposite her. "The choice is yours. This is what this world is like. Your power appears at random. There are 4 types of power: enhancement, manifestation, alteration. Creation, alteration, and creation types create changes in your body. Enhancement and manifestation grant you immense power. But then one day, a group calling themselves the Supreme Force Corps appeared and began launching terrorist attacks on the city. They declared that ability users should rule this world. Everyone tried to use the power of machines to stop those terrorist attacks, but they could only hold out for a short time. After the machines created by the Supreme Force Corps, the convergent spheres, appeared, most other machines could no longer be used. As a result, most areas were defeated. Only a small number of machines modified by ability users remained. Keisha knelt on the ground with anxious eyes. Her voice, filled with sorrow, began to speak. "And that is how this world fell into the hands of the Supreme Force Corps. Now the cities here can barely recover anymore. Meanwhile, the others were still listening to her explanation with intense focus. Now even finding food is incredibly difficult. So we had to steal and rob just to survive. Suddenly, Jong-gu, who was standing beside him, calmly cut in, pointing towards Sang-yoon as she spoke. So the thing you mentioned before is here. Her action left the other person stunned. She thought unconsciously, why is this brat speaking so rudely? At that moment, a luxurious ship appeared in the sky. Along with it came a familiar sound. Yes, the thing up there was the prayer orb. Strangely, whenever the people fell into extreme suffering, it would grow larger and shine even more brightly. Even the system announced that the conditions had been met. Sang-yoon's sharp gaze kept sweeping forward. He was still listening to the familiar sound of the system. You have discovered the source of a god's growth. The special mission savior has been activated. This god has obtained absolute faith and is currently in its growth stage. Before the source collecting faith is sealed off, the god's origin cannot be destroyed and its growth will continue. Stop the god that is trying to devour this world and save the world. If you complete this special mission, you will receive an additional reward. Hearing these words, Sang-yoon froze for a moment. The authority hero's grace has activated, greatly increasing your luck stat temporarily. The SSS plus special skill has activated. Analysis. The analysis of Challenger Sang-yoon's situation has been completed. The special skill Faith Capture has made it possible to capture faith. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning gathered in Sang-yoon's palm. This made him unconsciously think to himself, I can feel it. The atmosphere between Sang-yoon and Jong-gu gradually sank into terrifying silence. He remained immersed in his own thoughts. The pain, fear, panic, anger, denial, and sorrow of countless people. To think so much faith could be harvested solely through the suffering of countless people. Even for someone like me, who always values efficiency. He suddenly frowned with a look of displeasure. I still don't want to become stronger by tormenting so many innocent people. At that moment, the system announced. The special skill Faith Capture has been disabled. Suddenly, Jong-gu spoke beside him with a grave expression. Sang-yoon, if my guess is correct, then here, crisis and fear are also a form of faith, and they are using it to grow. Her words made him grow even more contemplative. Therefore, we absolutely have to defeat the god here before they complete the growth stage. A moment later, Sang-yoon finally replied. So basically, we have to defeat the Supreme Force Core and put an end to the capture of faith. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Keisha and asked, Keisha, right, do you know where they are? As soon as he finished speaking, she quickly gave Sang-yoon an answer. I don't know their exact location either, but I do know an intermediary who knows them. Hearing that, he smiled smugly and said, then you'll have to come with us again. However, Jong-gu, standing beside him, kept comforting Keisha. Don't worry, we'll let you live. Earth number 17, the city of Silodon. A glass of golden red wine quickly appeared. Along with it came an astonished voice, oh, wonderful. The owner of that voice was none other than Raxanto. He stood on a high floor, looking down at the chaotic city and constantly praised it. How truly wonderful. His Excellency, the Supreme Leader of the Supreme Force Corps, will surely like this place as well. A smug expression gradually appeared on his face. Just throwing down a scrap of food is enough to drive them into a frenzy. More terrified than ever, they only want to seize it for themselves. The image of a man desperately trying to protect the item in his hands suddenly appeared in Raxanto's mind. However, that man was quickly defeated in a pitiful manner. Thinking of this, Raxanto could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh truly, immediately he burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. This world has truly become so much better. Just as His Excellency said, Raxanto spoke with a smug expression. He kept talking about the day the prayer orb would complete its mission, which would also be the day His Excellency became the god of a new world and returned here. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind Raxanto. Along with it, a powerful beam of light appeared. The one who had done all this was none other than Sang-yoon. He stood there with a bold posture and declared, for the residence of an intermediary of that core or whatever, the security here is pretty poor, isn't it? Meanwhile, Keisha, standing beside him, showed a frightened expression. She screamed in panic. How could you destroy his office like that? I hadn't even had time to ask him anything yet. This made Sang-yoon turn back to look at her with an emotionless expression. His voice also became several degrees colder. I don't like guys who talk too much. Only then did Keisha lower her head slightly with an embarrassed expression. Her voice softened considerably. I'm sorry, I'll keep quiet. Her reaction satisfied him and he spoke up in praise. Good, I want to talk to the middleman. Their appearance left Lak Gangtor somewhat surprised. He unconsciously asked, who are you? Hearing his curiosity, Sung Jae-hoon calmly replied, someone who wants to learn more about the Supreme Power Core. His answer angered the other man. He crushed the wineglass in his hand and snapped, It has been a long time since I met a lunatic like you. In an instant, Laxin transformed into a half-human, half-demon form. He said, "You look just like a madman trying to play the hero. But unlike in comic books, there can be no heroes here." Laxin stood there arrogantly. He kept threatening him, demonization. "Let me end your hero act right now." Right after that, Laxin lowered his head and slammed hard into the floor. "Then I will offer you up as a sacrifice to him, the king of 10,000 demons." Facing this scene, Sung Ji-hoon spoke calmly. "Judging by that appearance, you must be a demon from the demon realm, right? But those tricks of yours will not work on me." Even the system quickly appeared and reported, "Special power number 1547, information review has been activated." At that moment, amid the system notification, Laxin Tor glared at his opponent. His eyes revealed extreme fury. Laxin Tor was one of the 12 directors of the Supreme Power Core, a modified envoy. He could transform his body into a demon from the demon realm. In this transformed state, he could use demonic energy. He was currently extremely alert. Sung Ji-hoon's hand quickly slid across the system panel, his cold gaze still fixed on the opponent before him. He said, "I thought I would get more information, but it looks like that is not happening." Suddenly, the other man responded abruptly, "This really is surprising." As soon as those words ended, Sung Ji-hoon was so shocked that he blurted out, "What?" Right after that, Laxin Tor could not help answering with delight. Who would have thought there was still an envoy this powerful? His eyes clearly revealed an undisguisable smugness. "What do you think? Do you want to join the Supreme Power Core? Those with power beyond the limits of humanity should stand at the top of this world." At that moment, facing the other man's arrogance, Sung Ji-hoon did not hesitate to mock him. "Someone like you is supposed to be called a person beyond the limits of humanity." Even Laxin Tor did not deny those words. He replied clearly, "That is right, think about it. You were born with tremendous power inside you. Otherwise, you would not have been able to make me tremble like this." Laxin Tor stood there with a satisfied smile on his lips, and his shrill voice began to ring out. "That is why you must join us. From then on, you will be able to enjoy the privileges our leader grants us." Suddenly, Sung Ji-hoon unconsciously asked back, "Privileges?" As soon as he finished speaking, he received an answer from the other man. "Exactly. If you knew what those things were, you would definitely be interested." Images of the men Laxin Tor had once trampled on suddenly appeared in his mind. This made him even more smug as he said, "We have the privilege of doing anything we want to the weak. Basically, we have already taken control of this world, so we can do whatever we want." Sung Ji-hoon's eyes wavered slightly. He glanced at the other man and questioned him, "That is what you call a privilege?" Meanwhile, Yoongu was hiding behind the wall. Her face clearly showed shock after hearing the conversation just now. "Let me give you an example. That woman behind you opposed the Supreme Power Core." What Laxin Tor said made Sung Ji-hoon feel afraid. For a moment, he stood frozen in place with a vacant look in his eyes. "So we killed her younger sister. Food is very hard to find right now, is it not? We set a condition that whoever killed that woman's younger sister first would get food." Filthy hands kept trying to touch Keisha, making her terrified. So all of them rushed in, wanting to strangle that little girl to death. However, even at the very last moment, she still chose to protect her younger sister at all costs. Among them, one man even cut off her entire arm while she was trying to protect her younger sister. But unfortunately, a sharp spear pierced Yoongu's younger sister's chest in an instant. This scene threw her into panic, leaving her unable to react in time. Even so, it seems her younger sister was ultimately killed, returning to reality. Yoongu quietly lowered her head with a guilty expression. She silently listened to every word Laxin spoke. She is an example to show others what will happen if they dare oppose the Supreme Power Core. Only the strong have the right to do that. Meanwhile, he kept wearing a satisfied smile as he drew his conclusion. "I truly am a genius for coming up with something this interesting." Suddenly, Sung Ji-hoon raised his voice to warn the other man, "You are being too noisy." His words made Keisha instantly surprised. "Trampling over people weaker than you is that much fun?" Even Laxin could not help being shocked. He kept shouting questions. Machines cannot resist machinery. Their technology has to rely on that sphere. By now, Sang Jun's gaze had turned utterly cold. He growled, "You are awfully arrogant for someone with just a tiny bit of power. Do you really think you are that impressive?" Right after that, the system announced, "Instant acceleration skill has activated." In the blink of an eye, Sang Jun charged toward his opponent at astonishing speed. He quickly delivered a fatal blow at Laxin while he was off guard. Sang Jun's cold voice rang out along with his sharp gaze. "Let me play with you for a while." At that very moment, the system notification sounded, "You have achieved the price of humiliation. Endurance has increased by 1." The sight before her made Keisha fall into deep thought. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. He defeated Laxin, one of the intermediaries of the Supreme Power League, so easily. Maybe. A radiant smile gradually appeared on Keisha's face. She silently gave herself the answer, "He is our savior." Meanwhile, Laxin, his face covered in bruises, kept crying out in a panicked voice, "Wait." However, Sang Jun paid no attention to what he said. Each of his powerful blows kept raining down like a storm. Sang Jun crushed his opponent's horn in an instant. He leaned in close and whispered, "Where is the Supreme Power League's main base?" After being beaten to a pulp, Laxin trembled in fear and said, "Wait." But Sang Jun did not stop at all. Instead, he continued hitting even harder. Once Sang Jun had beaten him enough, he lifted his opponent's head, glared at him threateningly, and asked, "Where is the Supreme Power League headquarters? Talk now." Laxin's whole body lay sprawled on the cold ground as Sang Jun dragged him somewhere else. Laxin was held by the head by Sang Jun and could do nothing, only weakly cry out in helplessness. "Help!" Seeing this, Sang Jun irritably slammed him hard into the ground. A large dent quickly appeared in the floor. This made Laxin cough up a mouthful of blood. With no other choice, he shouted, "I will tell you the location of the headquarters." After that, Sang Jun immediately activated his power and kicked his opponent with tremendous force. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out nonstop. Mythic Transcendent Power has activated. At that moment, Sang Jun still stood there with a cold expression. Powerful streams of magic suddenly appeared around his body. The reverse causality effect has activated. Each time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase. With every victory, you can move closer to ascension. Because of the victory of the trial's false Sang Jun, you have moved 0.0001% closer to ascension. Jong-gu saw that even a casual beating raised the percentage, and exclaimed in amazement, "Your divinity increased just by defeating this small fry. I never expected that simply winning could increase divinity without limit." Another notification came. "You are moving closer to becoming a transcendent being." Sang Jun smugly clenched his fist and quietly murmured to himself, "So this power can make me a true transcendent being." Jong-gu continued talking about Sang Jun's future prospects. "If this keeps going, you may even surpass the god of despair. That is fallen and insane." Hearing that, Sang Jun fell into silent thought. After witnessing the whole fight, Keisha finally dared to move her lips. She brought over a large cart of supplies and said, "I brought all the food from the storage room here." Seeing this, Sang Jun turned to look and praised her repeatedly. "Well done." Keisha then asked him in return, "Is it all right for me to take all of this?" After asking, she immediately answered her own question. "I do not even know whether I have the right to accept it when I could not even protect my own family. If I could become strong like you, if I had the power to defeat that broker." Suddenly, Keisha's eyes filled with tears and her voice choked slightly. "Then my little sister would not have had to die over food." Hearing this, Sang Jun turned to look at her, then spoke gently. His voice comforted her. "I think you deserve even more than this. Many people are not even smart enough to tell me his location the way you did." He continued encouraging Keisha, "Do not underestimate yourself like that. If you cannot do it for yourself, then do it for your little sister." Sang Jun smiled faintly and asked her again, "That is what she would want too, right?" These words moved Keisha to tears. Suddenly, another notification appeared. "The seed of hope has begun to bloom." She stammered, trying to say something, but no words came out. Only after a while did Keisha manage to say a complete sentence. She bowed deeply. "Thank you so much." As if encouraged, she thanked Sang Jun again and again. "I will never forget your kindness." Hearing this, Sang Jun also smiled happily. Suddenly he spoke, causing Keisha to be slightly surprised. "Then I will give you all the food I have. Can you do something for me?" Hearing that, she happily answered right away, "Yes, leave it to me." The system notification appeared again. "You have obtained the achievement Seed of Hope." In a ruined wasteland, the seventh land, the Ryonsen food production factory, a demon lay helplessly on the ground and cried out, "Help me." Then the blade Jong-gu stabbed hard into his back. It was none other than Sang Gi-eun. He was fighting the demons. The only demon still able to speak leaned against the wall and asked weakly, "Why will you not join the Supreme Power Federation?" He could not hold back as he pointed at Sang Gi-eun's face and spoke in a low voice. Right after that, he shouted, "When you possess so much power." Sang Gi-eun said nothing more and rushed toward where he was sitting, slashing straight at his neck and making blood spill endlessly. After finishing the slash, he finally answered him, "Because I do not like the things you do." The system suddenly rang out with a new notification. The exclusive effect blood absorption of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword A has been activated. Jong-gu was delighted to absorb so much blood and said happily, "It has been so long since I absorbed this much blood." Through absorbing a massive amount of blood, the item's enhancement level has increased to A8431 out of 9.2. After that, countless system panels suddenly appeared behind Sang Gi-eun. He unconsciously fell into deep thought. "After defeating the members of the Supreme Power Federation, my power and skills have grown." His status window then appeared with extremely high stats. Status window, Sang Gi-eun, Ruler's Aura. Strength 285, Stamina 287, Agility 284, Magic Power 299, Endurance 282. Trait Soul Summoning Art A Unique Power. Skill synthesis, unique divine authority, transcendence SSS+. Basic divine authority, deification SS+, divine power. Divine force A, supreme blood cultivation method C+, hero's grace C+, heart like bedrock C. Faith subjugation C+, flash step B+, sword will enhancement S+. Evil spirit domination B+, heavenly demon stats S+, iron leap C+. Iron blood sword A, rapid mana recovery C+. Sword king clear path S, god slaying sword art S+, faith safety A+, view details skill. Sang Gyun looked toward the sphere and thought to himself, now I just need to catch the leader. Jong-gu suddenly spoke to him, Sang Gyun. You see it, that sphere has been growing redder ever since we first saw it. When he heard her say that, he immediately replied, so that means it is almost time for another god to be born. Then the sphere cracked and a stream of notifications kept coming in. The origin of a god has absorbed countless faiths and completed its growth. The god of usurpation is watching you. In the blink of an eye, a huge hole split open in it. Gusts of powerful wind began to appear, and Jong-gu continued explaining. The god inside Aizen's sphere will soon emerge. A god born from the sphere is not the same as possession. It is a true body. The sphere had almost completely cracked and the opening was growing larger. Jong-gu continued explaining. A god's body holds tremendous power. When Sang Gyun heard that, he grew quite confident and kept insisting. I think I can take down a god with my current condition. Then the sphere suddenly shone. Someone was slowly setting foot on the ground. He instinctively seemed to realize something. A white-haired man emerged from inside the sphere. It was none other than Bakken. Suddenly, the system announced, it was you. You are the one who caused all this foolishness while I was gathering myself. The moment he appeared, he angrily raised his hand and activated a technique. The delay no longer matters. Everything I wanted to obtain, I have obtained. Bakken has not yet sunk everything into the earth, so I no longer need this world. Right after that, fragments kept floating in the air, and the sound of a system notification rang out. Farewell trial emitted by the tower. Suddenly, another sound rang out, making Sang Gyun freeze for a moment. The divinity of collapse has been activated, causing this world to collapse. Then a beam of light shot fiercely into the sky, illuminating the whole area. Next, a massive explosion occurred and a notification appeared. The blue system announced that because the divinity of collapse had been used, the 100-year ice age had begun. The ground was cracking apart, earth flew everywhere, and then another notification appeared. The collapse cannot be shortened by any effect. The unique effect regression of the regressor's luxurious wristwatch has been activated. The watch affected the ground, causing it to gradually shatter, and a powerful beam of light quickly appeared in space. Then the pieces of earth flying outward immediately returned to the ground. The watch seemed to be rewinding time, and at that moment, light flashed. The ground around Sang Gyun was also returning to its original state. That beam of light grew stronger and stronger. Then he raised his head and looked ahead. Sang Gyun stood there frozen for a long while, deeply shocked and drenched in sweat. He muttered, damn it. Suddenly, another notification appeared. You have obtained the achievement regressor. The skill resistance to time manipulation B+ has been created. This horrified him and he unconsciously blurted out, the collapse of the world, how could that be possible? When Jong-gu heard that, he unexpectedly exclaimed, what nonsense are you talking about? A thought quickly passed through Sang Gyun's mind. It seems Jong-gu does not know that time was reversed after the collapse of the world. Jong-gu's bewildered voice suddenly rang out. What was that feeling? What happened? Then he stepped back, entered a combat stance, and said, there is only one way to stop it. Sang Gyun entered a red full-body enhancement state and thought to himself, before the god is completed, I need to get inside that sphere. Suddenly, the system delivered a new notification. The authority Iron Wings has been activated. Seeing that, Jong-gu immediately warned him, you are ignoring me again. By then, Sang Gyun was already flying through the air, completely ignoring her presence. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I need to get inside the sphere before it turns any redder. Then the system delivered a new notification. The skill battle focus has been activated. The user's focus has increased tenfold. The effectiveness of the skill battle focus A+ has reached 100%, and the skill battle focus A+ has increased by 1%. Sang Gyun quickly charged forward at the fastest speed possible. The Authority Supreme Blood Art has been activated. He slashed hard at the sphere, but he did not leave even a single crack. The system kept sending somewhat urgent notifications. The passive skill, Blood Enhancement C+ of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The passive skill Talent Enhancement of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The passive skill Fear Amplification B+ of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The unique effect Twin Chain Strike of the skill Immortal Demon Sword technique has been activated, absorbing divine power and increasing the authority's strength fivefold. He kept slashing hard and fast at the sphere. As he slashed, Sang Gyun chanted the technique in his mind, Breakthrough. He repeated this over and over, Breakthrough. Sang Gyun kept slashing like that, sending pieces of the sphere flying. Finally, he gathered all his strength, chanting as he thrust the sword hard. Breakthrough missed. The system announced that the skill Heavenly Cavern had been activated. Sang-gyun quickly thrust hard, creating countless cracks. Light was gradually seeping out through each one. After his relentless series of attacks, the sphere cracked apart and gradually began to fall. At the same time, he received a notification. You have achieved the feat of destroying the origin of a god. After successfully destroying it, Sung Jae-hoon immediately activated his new skill. The power of the Supreme Blood technique has been activated. Then he jumped down to find a new place to land, while receiving a notification about the area. You have entered the land of plunder. As soon as he set foot there, Sung Jae-hoon sensed something and could not help thinking, there are no status window notifications. I must have entered before the parasite field was completed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It has been a long time since I met such an interesting being. It was none other than Barkin, who continued speaking. I suppose I should say it is a pleasure to meet you. Then a notification appeared before Sung Jae-hoon. The god of plunder is smiling at you. Barkin looked at him again, smiled, and said, the filthy hunting dog chosen by the tower. Sung Jae-hoon furrowed his brow, neither answering nor reacting. He burst into laughter, apparently greatly amused. I guess this is not a pretty sight for a guest, is it? It cannot be helped. I always collect anything I want. Every word Barkin spoke revealed his contempt. Those are the talents and faith I stole from countless beings trembling in fear. And destroying the machine as their only hope in an unreal style, those are my badges. As if that were not enough, he did not forget to praise himself. Cool, right? Those books are the talents I stole from others. A warm light shone on his cold platinum hair. And the machine parts are symbols of civilizations that were plundered. After that monologue, he finally asked his first question. So that means you are the one who ordered the 12 commanders of the Alliance to attack civilians. Barkin laughed excitedly like a madman. Exactly, because if they tremble in fear, I can collect their fate. Is that not thrilling? Sung Jae-hoon's hand gripped his sword. So you really are a bastard. He slowly pushed himself up from his seat. How heartbreaking. Perhaps it is because you are a challenger of the tower. He calmly asked a question. You know about me. Barkin answered while stretching his arms and legs. To some extent, I know you can kill gods and that your goal is to kill me. He asked casually, even though Sung Jae-hoon's expression did not change. And you have the power to turn back time. Barkin's voice rang out again. There is someone called the god of despair, corruption, and madness. You know him, do you not? His eyes widened and his cheeks flushed in a bizarre way. You know what insane thing he told me? He said that since you have the ability to kill all gods, we need to deal with you. His knuckles trembled and none of his words sounded sane. You know, I felt excited for the first time in ages. Because the monster we must deal with you is incredibly powerful. The expression on Barkin's face was like that of a wild beast. I wonder what would happen if I made you feel fear like those below and then killed you. His hand clenched into a fist. I want to see it. I want to see you frightened like those below and then die. His smile widened, revealing his fangs, and finally, I will kill you and absorb your power. That will make me stronger than any ancient god. No wonder those commanders went so insane. Sung Jae-hoon faced such a madman, yet remained perfectly calm. Really, I think so too. His entire body was enveloped in red light. Divine authority, deification, has been activated. A powerful jet-black suit of armor covered Sung Jae-hoon's entire body. I will also make you tremble in fear before I kill you. A series of bolts of lightning ran along the armor. Your divinities are transcendence, death, immortality, defiance of divine will. An observation. Now the two of them faced each other, preparing for the battle to come. Barkin wore an amused expression and shouted, you have divinity too. Wonderful. He reached out his hand and began using his power. Then I suppose I should show you mine as well. A technique was quickly activated. The divine domain of plunder transfers a portion of the divine domain's magic power to the domain's master every second. Before the powerful wind, Sung Jae-hoon calmly tightened his grip on his sword. His magic power was sucked in by Barkin and condensed into a small sphere. Thanks for the magic power, then I will do this. Sung Jae-hoon did not answer, silently observing everything. After a long moment, his hand moved slightly, and the sound of the system activated. The punishment skill has been activated. When this skill is activated, all stats increase by 7. When this skill is activated, your magic power will not decrease. The powerful image of the armor's master appeared behind Sung Jae-hoon. The power of the current flows into you, increasing your magic power by 100%. This left Barkin stunned as he faced him. I did not receive even a bit of magic power, but he did not lose heart. Instead, he confidently cast more magic. Too bad the talent I showed you has become useless. But do not worry, I have many more things. Hundreds of magic circles sprang forth, showing just how powerful he was. The god of plunder is using a stolen talent. A wave of air appeared and shot straight towards Sung Jae-hoon. However, with his agility, he dodged it. Every attack that was unleashed, Sung Jae-hoon evaded smoothly. In the end, his feet scraped against the ground as he stopped at just the right distance. Sung Jae-hoon quickly noticed something strange. The way he fights is as if he is testing you. A cold golden light flashed from his armor. He thought he was just probing since the fight had only just begun. A skill was activated, unique power 1547, information scan initiated. The shockwave from Sang Yun's position spread throughout the space, accompanied by data. Ba Kan, who had become the deity of appropriation after acquiring enough soul. Faith and legend could wield the unique powers of appropriation, collapse, rule, and invocation. On the opposite side, Ba Kan allowed no respite. However, the unique power of collapse was on cooldown. A new alert and message popped up. He was waiting for the right moment. Deep down, Sang Gi-hun grew curious. Pause, he faced the thick smoke filling the space produced by himself and laughed loudly. Impressive, Ba Kan paused, eyes widening slightly. As the smoke gradually cleared, he calmly activated his skill. The infinite magic absorption skill triggered, converting all magic that touched his body into mana. From his position, Sung Gi-hun suddenly surged toward the enemy like an arrow. I don't know what he's hiding, but I can't let him use it. He quickly activated another skill. The sword, will enhancement power ignited fiercely. The unique effect of the demonic sword of the immortals triggered in dual strike mode. Sang Gi-hun decisively swung his sword at Ba Kan's leg. The chosen angelic wings power activated. A pair of massive wings sprouted from his back. Ba Kan grinned and spread them, taking to the sky. In an instant, he completely closed the distance between them. Old light flashed in his eyes once more. Where do you think you're running? A flurry of gears and clocks appear. Unique effect, the SSS Plus Regressor's luxury wristwatch. Attack nullification activated. The reversed clock hands froze his entire body, leaving him immobile. The chosen angelic wings A+ returned to their pre-attack state due to attack nullification. Unique effect, the SSS Plus Regressor's luxury wristwatch. Attack nullification cooldown in 30 minutes. He did not panic, only calmly faced the situation. The blink power activated. Suddenly Sang Yun vanished from the ground. This skill's cooldown is 10 minutes. He appeared behind Ba Kan like a demon. Consuming holy energy, he instantly moved to the visible area. Using centrifugal force and raw strength, Sang Gi-hun spun his sword. A swift, decisive strike aimed at Ba Kan's neck. But the next sight startled him. What? Only his arm was severed, yet his leg continued attacking. I definitely aimed for the neck. A powerful blow struck straight at his neck. With tremendous force, Sang Gi-hun was sent crashing to the ground. Ba Kan landed gracefully from above and said, "You know, I truly dislike close combat. That arm that was cut off is now regrowing." But to prepare for this, in an instant he fully regenerated a new arm. I do not discard enhancements, I absorb them. The shattered half of his armor slowly reconstructed. The weak blood skill activated. This made him highly evaluate Sang Gi-hun, unexpected. Judging by appearance, even after taking heavy damage, you recover rapidly. Compared to other enhanced bodies, you are unparalleled. Ba Kan suddenly raised his hand with a triumphant smile. I have grasped the basics of you. He bared his white teeth, making the smile even more grotesque. He then consecutively activated a series of skills. Divine Rule Formation created a law within the domain of appropriation. Rule 1. All combat in the domain must be ranged attacks. Rule 2. All entities in the domain lose 90% of their physical capability. The space was suffused with a dark purple hue, signifying the change in rule. Rule 3. If engaging in close combat in the domain, one of your talents is randomly transferred to the domain master. Rule 4. Most close combat talents are sealed within the domain and cannot be used. Rule 5. Items cannot be used within the domain. Ba Kan laughed gleefully. Neither you nor I can use physical abilities here. We must fight on equal footing. Seeing Sang Gi-hun remain silent, he continued. Don't be angry, cheer up. After a moment, he finally asked him, rules for fighting on equal terms? He gently raised his wrist holding the sword. If so, a red light with a cross appeared above Sang Gi-hun's head. I hope you still think so when this ends. Immense power enveloped his body, signifying skill activation. The holy light skill triggered. A red column shot straight into the sky, piercing the clouds. Its force was immense, reaching the spatial apex in an instant. Under the mighty strike, the space began to crack. The fissure spread rapidly before Ba Kan's eyes, and in a second the domain collapsed into a massive void. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what had just occurred. I say this because I believe you are mistaken about having the advantage. Sang Gi-hun, along with his John Gu, boldly declared strength, but the pathetic rules in this divine realm will not be broken, because I can destroy them all. Ba Kan tilted his head back, letting the wind flow through his robe. His smile now carried a hint of wicked amusement. You intend to destroy my domain. It's useless. The large gap that Sang Yun just shattered is now being repaired. The sacred ground reclaimed is restored by the legend of the god, the destroyer of civilization. Hundreds of components surged up along with his triumphant expression. I anticipated this, so I gathered all the machinery here in advance. So you are still standing in my domain. You won't accomplish anything. Facing a stubborn opponent, you only need to activate your skill one more time. In that case, I will continue destroying until nothing remains of you. The familiar red light appeared again as the holy light skill was activated. Baken's index finger swiped decisively, carrying excitement. Are you sure you can handle this? What followed was a struggle of moves and skills between the two, influenced by the prayers. The skill that nullifies moves from the Dell Tyson ZX watch of the SSS regression user was forcibly triggered due to the rule's influence. A temporary regulation was applied to the skill nullification from the worn-out wristwatch of the regressor. SSS regression. The watch face has now stopped, controlled by his will. Due to the rules, the cooldown of the skill nullification from the worn-out wristwatch of the SSS regression user was temporarily removed. Each time Sang-Gyun activates the Holy Light skill, the skill is forcibly nullified by the nullification skill. As Sang-Gyun tilted his head up, he saw the red light vanish. Baken gently rotated in front of the watch and asked, surprised, "It has the power to override the rules. In other words, I am not bound by the limits set by the rules." This made Jong-gu momentarily uneasy. You can not only seal others' items, but also forcibly activate their item. Seeing him silent, she reminded him, that guy is also bending the rules himself like that. His fingers lightly rotated with a tone of disdain. It seems you have no other long-range attack skill, except for Holy Light. Suddenly, he slammed his hand onto the ground and shouted, then victory probably belongs to me. Multiple system notifications sounded. The Seize skill has been used. C. Baken has used Amplify spell CCs. Baken has used Manifestation D. A series of magic circles appeared beneath him. From the ground emerged a massive stone chain. It decisively locked the wrist holding Sun Jian's sword. A sword tip appeared from Baken's side. Seize Baken used Spell Focus B+. Seize Baken used Magic Link A. A series of magical circles appeared beneath him. Seize skill was used. Powerful shockwaves and lightning descended upon him. The swords he summoned were poised to pierce him. To him, Sang-Gyun is now nothing special. End this now. I will take your life here and then your power as well. Baken's smile bloomed, stretching from mouth to ears. I have a feeling it will be very dangerous if you survive. A spiked wall rose beside him. I will toss your corpse under the sphere, so don't worry. In the pressure of the wall came a mocking farewell. Farewell, hunter of the tower. After it closed, he stood hands on hips, cheerfully praising, looks good. A flash appeared at Baken's fingertip. Now it's time to finish, a series of blasts hitting Sang-Gyun's confinement. His expression grew more frenzied. I promise to take good care of your power, so rest easy. The scene suddenly shifted to a peaceful place. Here is the food supply, please be careful. A man's voice replied. Thank you, I will receive it warmly. The girl smiled brightly, speaking gently. I am not the provider here, this is the Savior's food. Please send thanks to the Savior. A sudden notification appeared, creating a loud sound in the stone cage. With the Spread Hope skill, hope for you spreads rapidly. My loyal followers have been gathered to the challenger Sang-Gyun. Baken's eyes widened briefly. A white light slowly enveloped the swords. After a moment, the stone cage shattered into pieces. The salvation effect was activated. He was still stunned. What the hell is this? Pale blue air swirled slowly around him like Sang-Gyun's adventurer followers. Holy power surged strongly. His previous memories were now being reenacted. Keisha, seeing him prepare his belongings, curiously asked, what kind of mission takes this long? I only saw Sang-Gyun suddenly turn his bag upside down in front of me. I will dump it all out. She could not help but stare in astonishment at the towering mountain of food. This is. He turned back with a smile and said confidently, I'll give all of this to you too. Under her bewildered gaze, Sang-Gyun gave a gentle instruction. Keisha, there are some things I need you to do for me. This is a formal request. The sound of hooves rang dryly against the road. Keisha drove the carriage through a ruined place. With the cart piled high, she calmly moved forward and the horse's hooves struck the ground twice before stopping completely. At the same time, she turned toward the people and shouted, everyone, please pay attention. We will now begin distributing food. Her words left everyone stunned. Our benefactor has come to give us food, so come and receive it. A faint voice rang out, making Keisha turn her head. Could it be? An old man leaning on a cane spoke in a trembling voice. Could you spare some food for this old man as well? She gave him a bright smile and answered, of course. Please give your thanks to the Savior, Sang-Gyun. And this was the source of his power. The power of faith towards Sang-Gyun continued to rise. At that moment, Sang-Gyun was walking along an empty road with Jong-gu. She suddenly called his name, Sang-Gyun. Her question was filled with doubt. About what you did earlier, are you sure you can give away food like that? Sang-Gyun only answered gently, don't worry, there's still plenty left. He declared with confidence, you have to cast a small bait to catch a big fish. Jong-gu looked up and asked softly, what strange scheme are you planning this time? In his blue eyes was a plan built on reason. If you watch closely, you'll understand. Let's go to other places too. Suddenly, Sang-Gyun opened his mouth and called out loudly. All right, everyone, gather over here. Standing before the pile of food, he said casually, everything is free, so please take as much as you need. The food consumption skill has been activated. You can grow similar foods by using mana. Everyone could not hide the happiness and astonishment on their faces. This is real meat. Are you really giving it to us? He himself also gently used his skill to fill the dry well. The water generation skill has been activated. You can create drinking water by touching an empty container with mana. This made the crowd even happier. It's real water. At last, we can finally drink proper water. They shouted his name in unison as if praising a saint. Long live the savior, Sang-yoon. You are truly amazing. The cheers calling his name did not stop. And this was exactly what he had wanted. The power of faith towards Sang-yoon continued to rise. Back in the present, his armor was slowly regenerating piece by piece. This was beyond Bacon's expectations. What is this powerful divine force? Exactly did you start plotting this? He did not answer and only looked on in silence. Even so, Bacon had no choice but to continue pursuing his goal. It does not matter because everything about you has already been arranged. I am curious to see what you can possibly do. A robot was suddenly summoned right behind Bacon. It seems this is the only way to deal with the man-eater. It was assembled from hundreds of different components. The plundering god Bacon used emotion conversion SS and used unerring strike S+. He used skill completion enhancement A and absolute attack power S. A cold blue light flashed in the robot's eye. I will make you regret not dying from that last blow. A terrifying power was spreading from it throughout the entire space. I will finish you with the masterpiece I created from divine power. With a single act of manipulation, Bacon made it attack. Sang-yoon Dai missed. He turned his head, his gaze truly serious. Before the robot's fist could strike, Sang-yoon had already dodged. He shot forward like an arrow in the wind, quickly circling behind Bacon. Bacon's once relaxed face was now filled with menace and coldness. Have you forgotten? His voice was full of mockery. Have you forgotten that I can control your physical strength through rules? Even so, that still could not stop Sang-yoon. Just a little longer. The system carefully counted down. 5. The cross on Bacon's hand glowed brighter and brighter. He calmly applied his rule. Rule number 2, those who set foot in the sacred land of plunder will lose 90% of their strength. In that instant, he clearly felt a change in his body. Then Sang-yoon toppled to the ground from the force of his own momentum. Bacon's pale purple pupils showed both pity and ridicule. How meaningless. He still tried to drive his sword into the ground and stand up, just a little longer. The system continued its countdown. Bacon and his robot were waiting for Sang-yoon to destroy himself. The more stubborn you are, the more you only give the rules a chance to drain even more power from you. Stop wasting your effort. Its fist now came toward him once again. Your strength is almost gone. Take your time and die. Suddenly, Sang-yoon let go of the sword hilt he had been gripping tightly. Just a little longer. When the system countdown reached 3, Sang-yoon leaned aside and dodged the attack. Bacon was stunned by his strange persistence. Sang-yoon had thrown away Jonggu and decided to use a shield, guarding. Additional divine power was used to activate the counter shield. This action made Bacon keep sneering. Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? Why must you keep throwing yourself into a useless struggle? And he manipulated the robot to attack him once more. If your wish is to die in agony, I will grant it. Sang Gi-hun reached out, using all his strength to grab the punch from it. Then he swung his arm, shattering the components in its hand. Even so, the robot continued to follow its mission, focusing attacks on Sang Gi-hun. Just a little more. The system was now counting down to a new number. 2. With his shield, he tried to stay firmly on his feet. Just a bit more, now it had counted down to 1. Bakan's eyes stared intently at the battle, thinking, the rules should have already weakened him by now. His purple pupils flickered with a hint of fear. How is he still able to withstand the attack? A lightning-charged punch surged forward. With his persistence, he was gradually accumulating energy in his fist. Just a little more. The system had finished the countdown. No decimal numbers filled the sky, surrounded by lightning around Sang Gi-hun. The salvation effect was activated, thanks to the dedication of adventurer Sang Gi-hun. Divine power surged intensely. Both the robot and him confronted each other head-on with their attacks. Now you could release all the compressed power within shield counter. With a loud boom, the tension intensified. But the moment he withdrew his hand, its arm was shattered from the inside by the shockwave. The scene made him grit his teeth in irritation. How many loyal subordinates does Sungjin currently have? He inhaled, then exhaled, trying to steady his breath. 30,000. The robot's left arm was destroyed and Sang Gi-hun was kneeling on the ground. Bakan's lips trembled. Why? His eyes widened, as if questioning what had just happened. Why are you still alive? This can't be. The rules should have weakened you already. He continued to question himself. How are you still standing? After a moment of rage, Bakan, panting heavily, heard a mocking voice. You're such a mess. He extended his hand, scarred with burns, lightly reaching out. If before someone like you hadn't invaded this world, the people here would still be living peacefully. Sang Gi-hun pointed at him and declared firmly, "Otherworld invaders like you, using corrupt religious power to become stronger, make me furious to my core." He bowed his head, his eyes shining with determination. "I will tear beings like you to pieces." Seeing him exhausted, delighted, Ba Kan, "Finally, you've fallen." Suddenly his eyes widened as Jong-gu's slender hand caught Sang Gi-hun's body. "So that's how it is." She glanced down at his limp body and softly said, "Somehow, the selfish child from back then has grown into someone who cares for others." Watching Jong-gu thrown aside by Sang Gi-hun, she spoke gently. "So that's why you lowered your sword, right? You feared it might break." The horrific burns were now being healed by Jong-gu. "Just looking at your hands tells me everything. No matter how resilient you are, that giant robot was beyond your strength. Perhaps your hands have regenerated, but you feared Jong-gu would not." A soft smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I thank you for your kindness." Jong-gu now trembled as if being controlled by her, "And you need not worry, for I will help you." In an instant, Jong-gu was absorbed into her hands. Jong-gu helped Sang Gi-hun hold the sword just as you had protected me. Together, they fixed their intimidating gaze on the enemy. "Using the divine essence you've collected, finish him with a single strike." Ba Kan clenched his teeth in anger, incessantly questioning, "Where did you suddenly come from and what are you saying? What the hell is happening?" "Everything is about to end." He stood before a pile of components to rebuild the robot's arm. "What a nuisance, I'll kill you." Energy gradually accumulated, forming a powerful projectile. "Then it would take Sang Gi-hun with you," after Ba Kan shouted. A massive light surged forward, yet both made no move to dodge it. Jong-gu looked upward, his body slightly trembling. He acted the same way, without a word. A vivid blue sword cut through the illusionary energy. The salvation effect of divine power intensified. The sword strike grew stronger, destroying the robot and its head. Releasing enhanced divine power, the sword's force surged. Before he could react, he was slashed across the neck. "The one who dies here?" A powerful declaration from two people with immense strength. "It's you." As Ba Kan's head disintegrated, a notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have completed floor 18 of the trial tower. The rewards will be sent to your inventory. You have received 150,000 points as stage reward. You have received 10,000 items as stage reward. You have received a bonus reward for clearing floor 18, reversal." With the last fragments of awareness, he remained astonished. "Impossible, there's no way I could lose." A golden energy point with a strand of magical thread connected his body and head. "I need to use divine power to recover." Sang Gi-hun coldly stepped forward and drove his sword into Barkan's chest. Special authority activated. Death God's gaze, selecting one target and forcibly creating a weak point. Death God was being used. He roared in fury, his expression twisting beyond recognition. As his head slowly burned away, he screamed in pain, "You bastard." "This is cheating." Barkan's final words were still a rejection of reality. "No, I can't die yet, this can't be happening." Even with more than half his head burned away, he still refused to accept reality. It wasn't supposed to be like this. A beautiful golden light illuminated the entire divine domain. No, the armor on his body vanished, replaced by his everyday clothes. Challenger Sang Gi-hun has defeated a god and gained an additional 7.4% transcendence. You have received a reward for increasing your divinity. Unique effect, divinity recovery speed increase B+. From now on, Challenger Sang Gi-hun's holy power will recover faster. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It was finally over. Suddenly Sang Gi-hun called out to her. Jong-gu, without turning around, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Once again I received your help. Without you I wouldn't have one." Those words from Sang Gi-hun made Jong-gu smile with confidence. "Thank you very much." She walked up beside him and gently gave her opinion. "Of course I helped. If you died I would be in trouble." A breeze swept past along with Jong-gu's words filled with trust. "We're partners, aren't we? Unless I allow it, you're not allowed to die." Sang Gi-hun fell silent for a moment and did not reply. In the end, the corners of his lips lifted into a slight smile. "Thank you for seeing me as your partner." His eyes looked ahead, filled with confidence. "But there is something we should deal with first, isn't there?" Dense red energy was slowly escaping from that. "You have absorbed the soul of Barkan, the god of usurpation. Proficiency has increased by 27%. The proficiency of the soul summoning trait has reached 100%. However, a slight error occurred. The proficiency of the soul summoning trait has reached." A flicker of surprised hesitation suddenly filled Sang Gi-hun's eyes. It should have risen to S rank by now. The current notification was stuck on a string of repeated, has reached characters. That made him curious about the reason behind it. Is there another condition I need to fulfill? Immediately, the system issued a new notification. Because you have not met the required conditions, the rank of the soul summoning trait will not increase until the conditions are fulfilled. The system will lock soul summoning's proficiency at 99.99%. You can now extract the authority of souls stronger than yourself. Despite the obstruction, Sang Gi-hun successfully collected his soul. Special authority Divine Domain Deployment C has been engraved into your soul. A powerful wind blew through his hair. In an instant, 4 spheres representing 4 traits appeared. You have met the special condition after absorbing Barkin, the god of usurpation. You may choose one of the divinities from the soul of Barkin, the god of usurpation. The divinities you can obtain are usurpation and collapse. Law and activation. Jonggu's face reflected the light as her gentle voice rang out. What exactly is this power? I never imagined you could obtain divinity just by killing a god. That's amazing, she commented softly in a gentle voice. The way you collect divinity is strange too. Sang Gyun's sharp gaze swept across it before he explained. As that ancient god said, this is possible because the tower chose me as a candidate. The early events now returned to his mind. Thinking back, when I chose the divinity of transcendence, I somehow obtained the divinities of death and immortality as well. The strange memories only kept growing. When I consumed the heavenly demon's sword, my body converted it into holy power, and I gained the ability to resist its divine will. He gently raised his hand and pondered in silence. Considering how lucky he had been all this time, it was obvious. The tower had chosen me as a candidate from that moment on. Sang Gyun slowly lowered his hand, his fingers moving slightly. He reached out and grasped the violet-pink sphere among them, completing his choice. The divinity of law has been converted into an ability you can use. Suddenly, her clear voice rang out. Sang Gyun looked over and answered indifferently. The current situation made Jonggu feel a little worried. It seemed this dome was about to collapse. The system stiffly gave an explanation. Because Barkin, the god of usurpation, has died, this dome will collapse. Fragments of stone kept falling from above. She turned her head and reminded him, let's get out of here. But Sang Gyun smiled with meaningful amusement. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. His hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Sang Gyun neatly lifted her into his arms. She immediately said, Sang Gyun, I can just turn back into Jonggu. He smiled as he rushed forward and replied, stay outside and have some fun with me. From the outside, the divine domain could clearly be seen shattering into pieces. The two of them burst out from within in excitement. At last, they landed powerfully somewhere in the city. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Jonggu burst into laughter, seeming to enjoy the sensation very much. Now that they had escaped successfully, feeling the wind against her face for once felt wonderful. A gentle smile passed across Sang Gyun's handsome face. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, drawing both of their attention. It's Mr. Sang Gi-woon. At some point, the people had gathered in front of him. Everyone looked both astonished and happy. Mr. Sang Gi-woon had returned. Keisha rushed forward from the crowd, trying to squeeze through. Has Mr. Sang Gi-woon really returned? Her voice rang out amid the crowd. Give me a gift. She brought joy to the crowd as they saw Sang Gi-woon safe and sound. Sang Gi-woon looked at Keisha with trusting eyes and sincerely thanked her. It's thanks to your help, Keisha. However, she humbly refused. No, I only helped because you asked me to. The orb belonging to the divine realm had now vanished. Oh, the orb has disappeared, so there is nothing to worry about anymore. Sang Gi-woon gently entrusted their new lives to them. Everyone could now live in peace. After a brief silence, she spoke softly. You saved so many of us. You didn't just destroy the Supreme Power Alliance. Keisha's cheeks flushed and she smiled in satisfaction. You also gave us food and water when we needed it. Representing everyone, she bowed her head and called out loudly. Sang Gi-woon, thank you so much for saving us. Immediately, the system notification surprised Sang Gi-woon. Myth activated. Final salvation. All stats permanently increased by 6 points. She held a neatly folded outfit and happily offered it to him. Could you accept this? Sang Gi-woon looked at it curiously and asked softly. Keisha replied with great excitement. It's an outfit we made for you. The people standing around her shared the same feeling. We made it so we can remember your deeds forever. Jonggu glanced at Sang Gi-woon and patted him on the shoulder. Accept it, that's what the people you saved want. A confident, delighted smile appeared on her lips. This steam-powered world truly existed. So keep gaining disciples through your own efforts. Then Sang Gi-woon put on the shirt as she encouraged him. People would remember his story forever, and it would become a legend, spreading onward and continuing to grant him holy power. Confidence and hope filled his body. The legend of the challenger Sang Gi-woon would spread far and wide. Current model, 31,000. In the waiting room on the 79th floor, he was focused on the electronic screens in front of him. As he worked, Sang Gi-woon said, all useless items have been sold. The powers have also been purchased. His slender finger lightly swiped across the screen. When the motion stopped, everything was ready. Jonggu stood beside him with her hands on her hips and continued, it's great that we finished this early. After finishing all the preparations, she turned to ask Sang-yoon for his opinion. Then shall we climb the tower now? Hearing that, he reminded her. Before climbing the tower, there are still the administrators who promised to assign missions. Sang-yoon carefully touched the system screen. After a few simple steps, he said, let's check it. As soon as the system started up, a line of text appeared. 4,182 administrators have sent requests. This left Sang Yoon utterly shocked. Unable to believe his eyes, he blurted out, "What is this?" Jong-gu was also stunned, turning to Sang Yoon in amazement. "It looks like you're becoming the center of attention among the administrators." When the screen shifted to the dark expression of a girl, a message appeared. The administrator, Lord of Iron and Blood, is wary of the other administrators showing interest in the contracted one. And it did not stop there. The screen continued on to another girl. The administrator, White Crane Sword Immortal, is emitting killing intent toward the nuisances clinging to this contracted one. After that, his sharp eyes widened slightly. The challenger, Sang Yoon, felt this situation was rather troublesome. Seeing that, Jong-gu immediately seemed to remind him. Sang Yoon, instead of worrying, "Look at this." She turned her head to the side. He asked in surprise, "What?" Before Sang Yoon's eyes. A system panel appeared. The administrator, Lost Heir of the Blood Demon Cult, has sent a request for the Bloodline Ritual mission. Completion Reward 1. Learn the Special Authority, Wandering Soul Divine Art, SS2. Completion Reward 2. Obtain exclusive E000 access to a secret shop. Success Condition 1. Be recognized as the successor to the leader of the Blood Demon Cult during the Bloodline Ritual. Success Condition 2. Prove your martial ability during the ritual. After reading all of it, Jong-gu also grew a little curious and asked, "Wandering Soul Divine Art? This is not the martial art of Faded Wind. It is the martial art of the Shadow Emperor, a notorious assassin from long ago." Her eyes suddenly gleamed, and Jong-gu lowered her voice in surprise. "I never expected my descendant to become an administrator of this tower." While she was still marveling, Sang Yoon also kept his eyes fixed on the screen. "It is interesting to see my sect in this way." Sensing that Jong-gu was interested, he said, "If it bothers you, why not give it a try?" As soon as Sang Yoon's finger touched the system screen, a notification immediately appeared. "The Bloodline Ritual mission has been selected," he said with a challenging expression. "Let's see what happens." The system screen continued to display. "The personal ritual on the 19th floor will be replaced with the Bloodline Ritual. Other administrators are restricted from observing the trial. Only certain administrators are permitted to witness the entry into the 19th floor of the trial tower. The level, difficulty, and theme of this trial are victory." When the trial activated, Sang Yoon instantly appeared in a massive arena. Cheers rang beside his ears. At that moment, the system displayed the trial completion condition. Complete all mission conditions within the remaining time without missing a single one. Standing in the center of the arena, the referee spread both arms wide and shouted, "Thank you for the passionate support of all believers. The Bloodline Ritual is a ceremony to choose a suitable successor." The system immediately announced. Trial failure conditions: the death of the challenger or the expiration of the remaining time. At this point, the referee paused briefly to emphasize her next words. "Let us watch the successor candidates fight for the life of the cult." Continuing after her, the system also presented its rule. There is no penalty for failing the trial. As soon as the referee finished speaking, cheers rang out again after the brief introduction to the match. She quickly began, "Then we shall now begin the Bloodline Ritual." The referee gestured towards Sang Yoon amid the roaring cheers. She loudly introduced the lowest-ranked candidate in the Blood Demon Cult, low-rank swordsman, GM Dudun. As soon as the introduction ended, sounds full of mockery and contempt rang out from the stand. The system displayed a notification panel. The ritual begins with Ju Yoon's appearance. A group of people seated high above looked down at his straight back. They had only heard the referee's brief introduction, yet they were already quick to sneer. "He is only sullying the Bloodline Ritual. In any case, one move is all it will take to end this." Behind Sang Yoon, voices filled with ridicule rang out endlessly. "Hey, GM Dudun, I know you have worked hard, but you have no talent. Know your place when you keep losing over and over. Working hard without talent only makes you a fool." Along with that, he could easily recognize the laughter full of pleasure and amusement. At last, Ju Yoon had appeared in the Bloodline Ritual, but he had no backing, no skill, and not even any refinement. After the ritual ended, he would be expelled from the academy. The sword at his waist slid slightly, flashing with a glint of light. Along with it, Jong-gu's heartfelt words echoed beside his ear. "When I was the Blood Demon Cult leader, no one was oppressed, and everyone could train themselves without hardship in the Blood Demon Cult." At that moment, she was sitting gracefully on the railing, looking towards Sang Yoon with a wineglass in hand. "But judging by the current situation, have all my efforts become meaningless? It is truly sad that one of my descendants has turned out like this. It truly breaks my heart. This makes me feel disheartened." Sang Yoon was slightly surprised when he heard those words. His gaze briefly froze, but soon after, only weariness mixed with a hint of annoyance remained in his eye. Then the referee's voice rang out again, announcing the opponent facing the low-ranking swordsman Jam Jujun in this ceremony. As the referee introduced him with passion, a young man with platinum hair quickly stepped out. It was the Blood Dragon swordsman, Sachin. The moment he appeared, cheers rang out endlessly again. Sachin gently brushed his pure white hair and spoke. "Little brother, you still do not know your place and keep rushing from one place to another, do you?" His face was full of confidence, his eyes cold, and a faint smile touched his lips. He said to Sang Yoon, "Fine, I admit you have persistence, never giving up for the past 7 years. But you should face reality. Your talent, to put it bluntly." Right in front of him, Sachin did not hesitate to insult him directly. "It is nothing but trash." The administrator, the lost successor of the blood demon cult, gritted his teeth in anger as he watched. He recalled that memory. Sachin had said it with mocking contempt after all. "Seeing you come to train early every morning, I can tell you have persistence. What a pity. What the hell is there to pity? Acting like that without knowing your place is nothing but stupidity." As that memory returned, Sang Yoon's entire body trembled unconsciously. In that memory, every malicious word echoed like surging waves. "But the problem is that you spent 7 whole years preparing for this. Day after day, he had endured their merciless criticism. Your talent truly is trash." That memory made Sang Yoon's eyes turn completely cold. A powerful aura was being released. Only then did the referee give the signal. "Now then, shall we begin the match? Anything that can prove your strength is allowed. This is a pure contest of ability. Fight with everything you have." His face had darkened by then and silence enveloped Sang Yoon. Even so, Sachin's mocking voice kept ringing endlessly in his ears. "Jam Jujun really is a foolish little brother." A hand was raised and the referee shouted for them to get ready. Sachin confidently drew his blade, looked straight at him and said, "Now I will put an end to your foolish actions." Immediately after that, the referee shouted for the match to begin. As soon as the words fell, Sang Yoon charged forward with terrifying speed. Then he sent Sachin flying. A single strike from his sword quickly dyed the arena red. The referee was stunned as well, her eyes clearly filled with shock as she looked at the two of them. Someone in the stands quickly guessed what had happened. Sword energy, how can he do that when the attack ended? Sachin with his long hair fell straight to the floor. The system announced, "Sword energy authority has been activated." Only then did he mockingly repeat Sachin's words. "No skills, trash talent, and a low-ranking swordsman, Jam Juja." Slowly turning his head, Sang Yoon radiated a powerful presence. "Let me show you." He glanced sideways at him with cold eyes. At the same time, Sang Yoon's body was continuously surrounded by streams of energy. It was Jam Jujun who swept through the bloodline ceremony. Soon after, the next match began, and the swordsman charged forward with murderous intent soaring to the sky. He raised the blade in his hand and shouted, "Jam Juja, you lowborn wretch who does not know your place." His frenzied attack was quickly dodged by Sang Yoon. Not stopping there, the swordsman continued to question him. "How dare you aim for the position of blood demon cult leader?" He rushed in like a mad machine, attacking him again and again. At the same time, he kept provoking him. "You coward, I will finish you off so you can never even think of that again." Sang Yoon frowned slightly at that moment. He gently swung his sword behind him. Immediately after, two forces collided, and the space around the impact exploded repeatedly. Rocks and earth were also blasted up by his fury. Sang Yoon merely swept his sword a few times before mocking him. "I was going to see how strong you were, since you dared look down on others. But you are far too weak, not even worth examining. There is not much time, so let us end this quickly." As soon as those words fell before the stunned swordsman, he swung both swords, forming an X in front of the man's massive body. The giant man was quickly defeated, his body spraying dark red chunks of blood. A few seconds later, the swordsman collapsed miserably onto the floor. A dull, desolate look flashed in Sang Yoon's eyes. He said coldly, "Next." After that, the other swordsman who stepped onto the stage could not escape the same fate. With only his blade, Sang Gyun sent them off one after another. Before they fell, every one of their faces showed the same expression. Shock. Match after match passed with the exact same pattern. As a result, the faces of those in the stands grew increasingly terrified. It happened so many times that even the referee could hardly believe her eyes. When the next words rang out, she became visibly frightened and anxious. But Sang Gyun felt nothing at all. All that remained were drops of blood essence drifting through the air. Then they fell miserably. A murderous aura enveloped his body. His icy gaze swept across the arena, and that familiar sound rang out once again. Next, in the blink of an eye, the arena floor was stained deep crimson. A thick stench of blood rose through that vast space. Administrator. The lost successor of the Blood Demon sect sends congratulations to the challenger, Sang Gyun. When the battle was completely over, the referee's expression changed as well. She looked at him with a mixture of shock and fear, then spoke. What an overwhelming display of power. Immediately afterward, the referee loudly announced, "Jang Jujun has defeated all the other successor candidates." At that moment, Jiyoung-gu appeared quietly and asked curiously, "Sang Gyun, what made you so angry?" Prompted by her curiosity, he once again recalled the past based on the current events. The administrator of this trial had probably never stopped training. Even while being scorned and looked down on in everyday life, He still took part in the blood succession ritual under those circumstances. But in the end, he became someone abandoned by the blood demon sect. Sang Gyun sensed the helplessness in that person's soul. He said no matter how hard he tried, all he received in return was contempt and disdain. That reminded me of the days before I entered the tower, and it made me angry. At that point, Sang Gyun slowly lowered his voice and explained if this kept going, Jian-gu would only suffer more, so I wanted to end it quickly. The sword in his hand flashed again, two beams of light shining like its eyes. She murmured, "It is truly painful to witness such an unjust blood demon sect." "I am sorry for doing that," Sang Gyun. Those words eased his mood somewhat. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Sang Gyun gently reassured her. "Do not worry, I will restore the blood demon sect that Jian-gu once knew." After finishing his conversation with her, he turned back to the referee and spoke. "Now hurry up and continue." She quickly replied, "Understood." In a somewhat unsettled state, the referee nervously turned to the side and said, "Everyone, we have now reached the final match. In this final match, the 14th cult leader of the Blood Demon sect, Jang Xianmuk, will personally evaluate his suitability for the position of successor." As she introduced him, a pair of steady legs appeared. I watched every match. Before Sang Gyun's suspicious gaze, he questioned him, but I felt that something was strange. Jang Jujun, who was weak until just yesterday, suddenly displayed the skills of someone who had reached the realm of Sword Heart. Xianmuk looked at him with cold eyes. A moment later, he continued, "Do you not find that strange? Reaching the realm of Sword Heart is extremely rare. Those who have done so can be counted on one hand." Those words surprised Sang Gyun slightly. He stared wide-eyed at the man. Immediately afterward, the man rushed forward at an impressive speed. When he came face to face with Sang Gyun, Xianmuk asked bluntly, "You are not Jang Jujun, are you?" He stared at the man's blade. Confusion gleamed in his eyes. Right after that look, a spark flashed between the two swords. Sang Gyun was somewhat puzzled now. An ominous premonition was rising inside his body. Xianmuk continued attacking, raising his sword high. With his other hand, he pointed at Sang Gyun and said, "But whether you are Jang Jujun or not, it does not matter." Xianmuk's blade swept wildly across the arena floor. In order to avoid them, he had to use a considerable amount of his own speed. A useless cult leader position only needs to be handed over to someone stronger. After that, Sang Gyun swung his sword to counterattack and retreated several steps. He questioned him, "Seeing how determined you are, does that mean that if you are not Jang Jujun, you cannot take over as the next cult leader?" Afterward, drops of blood essence floated around the man. In the depths of Xianmuk's eyes was a sinister calculation. "Before me stands someone far more outstanding than useless trash like Jang Jujun. Is there any need to think it over carefully?" Immediately afterward, Xianmuk swung his sword once more. This time his blade formed a furious circle and rushed toward him. He thought, "You understand my intentions as well." Sang Gyun hurriedly dodged. While retreating, he did not forget to sweep his gaze over every movement of his opponent. A cold glint flashed in Xianmuk's eyes as he said, "I hope you are not trash like Jang Jujun." Those words made Sang Gyun fall silent for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in confusion. After that, the attacks became chaotic. The arena floor was covered in a dazzling red glow along with thunderous sound. When Sang Gyun swung his sword, massive shockwaves surged out like a storm. The sword in his hand muttered angrily, calling fellow disciples useless trash. "Has my descendant really fallen this low?" As he charged forward, his gaze suddenly swept to the side. Sang Yun frowned slightly. Across from him, Seo Mook kept swinging his sword, relentlessly attacking him. "Are you questioning yourself like that? You two are just like wriggling worms." To avoid those powerful attacks, Sang Yun kept moving his body with agility and grace. After dodging every strike, he landed with a sharp, icy look in his eyes. Immediately afterward, scorching orange waves of energy appeared beneath Sang Yun's feet. Before he could even catch his breath, he charged into that storm once more. When the two blades collided, red and blue flashes burst out, symbolizing two opposing forces. As the two closed in, the sound of their blades grinding together rang out. Sang Yun almost demanded, "Why do you treat your fellow disciples like trash? As the cult leader, are you not supposed to look after your fellow disciples?" Seo Mook revealed a bizarre smile. He asked in return, "Does being the cult leader mean I have to do that? In any case, they are nothing more than tools to me. They bring me neither benefit nor amusement." Those words made the rage in Sang Yun's heart erupt. Seo Mook said something that made him frown. "Why should I have to suffer?" Catching that expression, he immediately added, "Because of that foolish side of yours." The blades were grinding against each other with tremendous force, sparks flying nonstop. Sang Yun said in frustration, "I truly cannot understand how someone as irresponsible as you could be the cult leader. It would be stranger if I could understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Mook swung his sword hard, forcing him to retreat quickly. Seo Mook did not hesitate. He stared at Sang Yun and said, "No, you will have to understand me. If you sat in this position, I think you would come to think the same way I do." At this point, The sword in his hand could not stop grumbling. I never imagined my descendant would be a madman among madmen. What a headache. A powerful aura radiated from his body, and Sang Yun's fury was rising. As expected when someone like you sits in the position of cult leader. The blood demon cult is now in chaos. In his anger, Sang Yun drove his blade hard into the ground and loudly condemned him. No matter how weak and useless your followers may be, as the cult leader, you should at least take care of your own people. At that moment, crimson auras appeared around him. They twisted like drifting smoke, forming countless shapes. Along with that, Sang Yun declared firmly, I will defeat you and help this blood demon god cult rise again. His hand tightened around the sword. As he gave it a slight turn, he said, as long as I can restore this blood demon god cult. Sang Yun raised the sword in front of him. On his shadowed face, his gaze was cold and razor-sharp. Then a cult leader like you is not needed. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. The authority of the Blood Heaven Heart art has been activated. In Seo Mook's crimson eyes, a rare trace of shock appeared. He exclaimed, you learned this cult's martial art. You are one of this cult's believers. As Sang Yun's footsteps slowly approached, Seo Mook said quietly, how interesting. I greatly look forward to what comes next. As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal force rushed forward and exploded in an instant. The surrounding space vanished completely, and the ground continued to crack apart. Then came a series of system notifications. The legend of the last savior has been activated. The enlightenment effect has been triggered. There are currently 49,972 believers, so divine power has been greatly enhanced. In his rage, Sang Yun charged toward him with an icy gaze. Once again, those two forces collided. A thunderous explosion erupted in the air. Seo Mook stared at his own blade. A flicker of horror passed through his eyes as he thought to himself, what is this, these cold currents? Facing Seo Mook, Sang Yun suppressed that power with only one hand. He questioned him in a cold voice. You really look forward to what comes next. Then the system announced again. Condensation of divine power has been confirmed. In an instant, a cold current covered the arena floor. Pure white snowflakes slowly fell through the tense air. The authority of the Frost Monarch has met the conditions and activated automatically. All stats will be increased by 10%, and the user will not be affected by the cold. On Seo Mook's body, ice gradually began covering his grim face. Seo Mook said softly. Excellent, a trace of delight appeared on that once calm face. With his face slowly freezing over, he laughed and exclaimed, this is what makes you worthy of being my opponent. How interesting. In the stands, the chaos of intertwining blue and red lights dazzled everyone's eyes. More than that, the cold made their bodies tremble unconsciously. At that moment, the battle between the two was gradually reaching its conclusion. Everyone poured all their strength into every strike. At some point, Seo Mook's eyes lit up. A meaningful smile faintly appeared on his lips. As Sang Yun charged forward, he also noticed that smile. The sword in his hand seemed to sense something strange as well. It carefully warned him, Sang Yun, something is odd. You clearly have the advantage, so why is he smiling like that? Hearing those words, Sang Yun was not worried at all. He gripped the sword tightly and said, then I will make sure he can no longer smile. Sang Gyun launched himself forward, his finger pointing straight at Sun Muk. A freezing chain shot out. The special rental effect of the SS Plus Bandit's glove skill was activated. It surged forward and pierced straight into his abdomen in a perfectly direct line. Waves of bone-chilling frost radiated from the chain, and the system appeared again. Select one skill possessed by the opponent and temporarily borrow it for 10 minutes. Right after that strike, Sang Gyun charged forward once more. System notification. The SS Invisible Sword skill will be forcibly borrowed from the opponent for 10 minutes. Suddenly his gaze froze and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eye. The Invisible Sword skill would be greatly affected by the divine power of the opponent, Sang Gyun. The Invisible Sword skill, triggered by divine transcendence, activated the basic ability of the legendary tier. The system's piercing notification sounded again, and with it, the surrounding space was completely swallowed by a powerful surge of energy. When a certain additional number of invisible swords is created, the new activation ability Divine Intervention will be used. A massive force crashed straight down onto the arena floor and the ground instantly exploded. Sun Muk rushed out of the chaos. After escaping death's grasp, he stared at the explosion in shock. In front of Sun Muk, Sang Gyun's swords were aimed directly at him. Seeing this, even he was somewhat surprised, secretly guessing that it might be due to the combination of invisible sword and divine transcendence, that an enormous amount of divine power was radiating from the blade. Excitement surged within Sun Muk. He smiled, widened his eyes, and asked, who exactly are you? A skill that steals other people's techniques. In a fit of rage, Sang Gyun shouted as he rushed forward, there is no need to answer things like that. Sun Muk refused to back down as well. He rushed forward, wrapped in dark energy, and said, While fighting you, I can be certain of this. A sharp glint flashed in Sun Muk's crimson eye. He said, judging by so many skills, it must have begun with a desire for power and you obtained it. Sang Gyun frowned, looked at him with a razor-sharp gaze and asked, what are you talking about? At that point, the corner of Sun Muk's mouth unconsciously curled upward. With the dark power surrounding him, the expression on his face grew even more terrifying. Sun Muk glared at him and replied, while fighting, I saw your expression. I truly sensed a smile. You are someone like me. Without desire, the drive to live disappeared. The words that came from his mouth were like a blade slicing into Sang Gyun's heart. Sun Muk pressed him. If that desire continues, how will you change in the future? Sang Gyun's face darkened. His eyes held anger that could not be concealed. No, bit by bit, Sun Muk drew closer to his darkened face. Sun Muk gradually manipulated Sang Gyun's mind. The more you desire, the easier you are to break. You will be the same in the future. Will you be able to suppress me again? When he reached the limit of his endurance, Sang Gyun roared furiously. No. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The atmosphere fell silent. In the next few instants, his blade gently slashed downward. Drops of bright red, scorching blood poured out. Along with them, a crimson aura churned through the air. Sun Muk retreated quickly with a shocked expression. Around him, the atmosphere was completely dyed red. As 4 streams of power charged toward Sun Muk from every direction, the system notification sounded. The invisible sword skill will create a certain additional number around him. Explosions rang out one after another, and Sun Muk spun around his circle in panic. The invisible sword skill will create a certain additional number, and the additional activation ability Divine Intervention will be used. While he was growing anxious, the system notification rang beside his ear. The invisible sword skill has the authority to interfere with all divine power within 50 meters. Immediately, shock appeared clearly on his face and red streaks began spreading through his pupil. Sun Muk thought to himself, this is absurd. Has my power been blocked? At that moment, the system announced again. The divine power of desire belonging to Sun Muk, the 14th blood demon, has been temporarily blocked. Facing that panicked expression, Sang Gyun's eyes widened as he stared straight at him. He said calmly, checkmate. As soon as the words fell, 2 notifications appeared. The treasure-gathering authority has been activated, consuming divine power to instantly move to the desired point within sight. In an instant, Sang Gyun appeared right behind him. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword and told himself, now. The system immediately announced, the legend of the vampire hunter has been activated. The moment Sang Gyun's blade struck directly into Sun Muk's back, cold system messages appeared one after another. Divine attacks will apply an irreversible effect. The attack will apply the Twilight effect. Thanks to the legend of the vampire hunter, all stats will increase by 10 when facing demons. All divine attacks will be greatly enhanced. Suddenly, Sun Muk burst into delighted laughter. With his eyes rolled white, Sun Muk said, do you think you will defeat me and help this blood demon god cult rise again? You will become just like me. As soon as those words fell, Sang Gyun split that hateful body in 2. Watching the drops of blood fly past, his eyes still revealed extreme hatred. When the strike ended, Sun Muk collapsed beneath that sharp gaze. Only when the warm sunlight shone down on his body did his gaze begin to soften. At the end of that bloody battle, streams of bright red liquid flowed across the arena floor. The space suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Sun Muk's malicious words echoed again in Sang Gyun's mind. You and I are the same kind. Without desire, there is no motivation left to live. Even the crazed smile he wore before being finished off came rushing back. It kept repeating stubbornly in his head, you will become like me. That made Sang Gyun's face stiffen, his brows tightly furrowed in anger. After a while, he finally shouted to the referee behind the mound, hey, come out and make the ruling already. She stepped out with a professional smile. With a bit of fear in her heart, she replied, ah yes, of course I must make the ruling. In the silence that covered the arena, the referee clearly announced, the winner of this bloodline contest is Lord Jam Jujun. Please applaud and congratulate him. At that very moment, Sang Gyun's blazing red blade stabbed hard into the ground. The referee was startled by fright. He looked at her with a frown. Sang Gyun lowered his voice and said, enough. I am the new cult leader now, so I will say one thing. Before the anxious eyes in the stands, his voice rang out with anger. Looking at people like you, who are unqualified yet still look down on others. I would like to beat you all senseless, but out of respect for my relationship with the 7 blood demons, I will restrain myself. Sang Gyun's gaze sank. His voice grew even colder. I will now set new rules for the blood demon cult. Beside him, the referee was also somewhat surprised by every word Sang Gyun spoke. Do not look down on others too much. Focus only on training yourselves to develop the blood demon cult. Keeping his determined expression, he swept his eyes around and threatened them. Anyone who does not obey will have only one path, death. With the imposing bearing of a cult leader, Sang Gyun growled, if you understand, answer immediately. The entire arena echoed, yes, we will remember. After that, the system immediately announced, challenge complete. The reward for the Bloodline contest is the Special Authority Soul Demon Divine Art. SS2, the reward for the Bloodline challenge is the Special Authority E000, a secret shop. Once he had finished giving instructions, Sang Yoon gently pulled out the blade. A sentence echoed in his heart, "You think you and I are the same kind?" Sang Yoon curled his lips, his mouth showing anger and contempt. He cursed inwardly, "You think I will become like you?" With his spirit blazing, he left the arena, firmly declaring in his heart, "I am not like someone like you." The scene shifted to the waiting room on the 20th floor, where Sang Yoon and Jonggu were sitting and adjusting the system. Suddenly, in that small space, she spoke unexpectedly. "Thank you, Sang Yoon. Thank you for reminding me that I must rebuild the blood demon cult into what it once was." She lowered her face slightly, her tone carrying a trace of embarrassment and guilt. "But it seems you are still troubled by Jam Sun Mook's words. I am truly sorry." At that moment, his face looked a little awkward. Jonggu continued, "But do not think too deeply about it. You are not like him. At least that is how this one sees it." At this point, a bright smile appeared on her face and every word comforted his soul. "Sang Yoon is Sang Yoon. It is precisely because you are Sang Yoon that you helped this one." Right after that smile, the system immediately announced, "The manager Iron-Blooded Lord is watching you. The manager White Crane Sword Immortal is watching you." He also smiled and happily repeated her words, "Sang Yoon is Sang Yoon." That's right, now that he had understood. He lowered his voice and said, "Thank you for comforting me. I cannot stop because of these pointless thoughts." Sang Yoon's gaze had become much lighter, and his fingers moved more nimbly across the system screen. Check the rewards and equipment, then move on. When his finger stopped on the screen, a stray thought appeared in his mind. "It seems there will come a day when I need to use Soul Demon Divine Art. I received it this time." Pulling his finger back, Sang Yoon's expression became serious again. He thought to himself that he had raised many stats and gained access to the secret shop from the challenge. The Bloodline challenge? Thinking of this, he smiled faintly. Sang Yoon said to her, "I heard that when you reach the 20th floor, the communities of all dimensions in the tower merge together. Those who reach the 20th floor are all people who have overcome difficult challenges, so at the very least, there probably will not be any low-level conversation." After operating it for a while, the system screen immediately displayed a notification. "You have joined the official challenger community. Difficulty: Hard, 20th floor community, channel C1721. 4,187 out of 5,000. Along with that, messages also appeared. The 71st Aura Swordsman, Future Ares, said, "This is the official tower climbing community, but it is full of stupid bugs. The strongest 3-talent magic sword in the martial world. Yeah, and even then, they are still just bugs beneath my feet. The free life of the Mount Hua sect in the martial world. What the hell are these idiots talking about?" Sang Yoon immediately touched the screen and turned everything off, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. His mind was a little confused and he hurriedly said, "I really want to pretend I never saw that." Jonggu curled her lip and cursed bluntly, "How contemptible." After that, she turned to look at him and said, "It seems everything is ready. Shall we enter the next challenge right away?" Sang Yoon opened a screen, touched a series of system panels and replied, "No. This time the 20th floor trial is a merged trial, so it may be very dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared. The 20th floor trial was not an individual trial but a merged trial, so it could not be substituted. At that moment, a strange object appeared in his hand. Sang Yoon explained, "To prepare for any unexpected situation while returning to the divinization skill. I plan to absorb the sacred power stored inside the Light Sword Emperor's inheritance necklace." The system quickly updated its information. Inheritance necklace. Grade 5+ increases attack speed by 10%. A treasure passed down by the Light Sword Emperor to Challenger Sang Yoon, granting the sacred power of harmony when used by Challenger Sang Yoon. It can activate a special effect, Sacred Power Preservation. Jingu was slightly startled and cried out in panic, "Wait, are you really going to absorb the sacred power of harmony?" Holding the pendant in his hand, Sang Yoon calmly replied, "Yes, I think I'm strong enough to absorb it now." A system notification appeared. Thanks to Sacred Power Preservation, the sacred power of harmony stored inside the item can now be absorbed and possessed. Immediately after that, a red screen appeared with a warning. Recklessly absorbing divine sacred power may cause the mind to be eroded by the Light Sword Emperor's will. Jingu clenched the hem of her skirt and asked hesitantly, "Sang Yoon, do you really need that sacred power called harmony?" He stared at the pendant and replied, "To face the fanatics who threaten us. I have to do this. I can't wait any longer to obtain the sacred power of harmony." At that, Jingu lowered her head and asked softly, "Is there no other way?" Sang Yoon exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Under his curious gaze, Jingu explained, "As the system just warned, your mind could be eroded." That small hand gently held him back. Jingu said worriedly, "Just like that fanatic's mind broke apart. You could also face the risk of your ego being destroyed during the absorption process." she still kept her head lowered, her long black hair hiding the worry in her heart. "So Sang-yoon, could you think it over carefully? This is my plea." His eyes wavered slightly. Sang-yoon hesitated and said, "But," while he was still wavering, Ching-gu shouted directly, "What if you are eroded by the Light Sword Emperor's will? What are you going to do then?" Her large round eyes shut tightly as a powerful emotion surged up. "If your ego disappears then." In that narrow space, Ching-gu lowered her voice and said, "I'm worried you will vanish. I don't want to be alone inside the sword again." Those words made Sang-yoon freeze, and a familiar feeling flooded his mind. An urgent, desperate voice rang out in his head. "Sang-yoon, run, hurry, no, come with me. If we die together. I don't want to be alone anymore." Back then, with his small and fragile body, all he could do was collapse in front of a monster with overwhelming power. Thinking of that, Sang-yoon gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and his voice sounded soft. "Ching-gu said before that if I die, I can only die with Ching-gu's permission." He looked at her with steady eyes, every word comforting the tangled emotions in her heart. "I haven't asked Ching-gu for permission yet, so I'm not going anywhere." Sang-yoon's words made Ching-gu pause, and her gaze softened a little. "I've been by your side ever since then, so don't worry." Suddenly, the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile again. She grabbed his wrist, her body radiating an overwhelming aura. Ching-gu lowered her voice and called, "Sang-yoon." He froze for a moment. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Was she going to hit him again? Suddenly, his body tilted downward, and Sang-yoon blurted out in confusion, "Ah!" Under Sang-yoon's bewildered gaze, Ching-gu firmly laid him down on her lap. When he looked up at her, Sang-yoon asked in slight surprise, "Ching-gu, this is—" She looked at him, her gentle expression forming a comforting smile. Ching-gu said, "I know I cannot stop your will. So go carefully. While you take the sacred power of harmony, your mind will be interrupted, so I will stay beside you." The hand holding the pendant closed around it. He replied, "Understood." Maintaining that posture, Sang-yoon said to her, "Then I'll be going." Immediately afterward, the pendant lit up along with a series of system notifications. The special sacred power preservation effect of the S+ inheritance necklace has been activated. The sacred power of harmony inside the S+ inheritance necklace has been detected. Activating sacred power absorption function. The lingering will of the sacred power of harmony inside the S+ inheritance necklace has begun synchronizing with challenger Sang-yoon. After shifting to another space, he slowly opened his eye. Sang-yoon looked over the scenery around him as gentle breezes blew past. He murmured, "Could this be the vast scene appearing before my eyes?" Sang-yoon quickly realized it. "Is this the trial tower recorded within harmony?" Just then Shisha appeared. She said softly, "What exactly do gods exist for?" Startled, Sang-yoon turned his head. In a panic, he thought, "Since when was she right behind me?" As soon as the thought ended, Sang-yoon pressed the system panel. Activating Special Authority K-1547, accessing information. Suddenly, glaring red text appeared on the screen. "Information access cannot be used." That instantly threw him into a panic. Sung Jae-eun thought to himself, "I cannot use information access authority." Ignoring his surprise, Shisa continued, "The gods are only immersed in worship. They do not care about this world in the slightest." Sung Jae-eun's gaze toward her changed, but Shisa calmly said, "To obtain faith. They will stop at nothing." As she spoke, the image of two wolves with blood-red eyes appeared. They kept baring their razor-sharp fangs, growling at their opponent. The gods forgot their duty and only fought each other for power beneath the full moon. The ruined body of one of the wolves there was being surrounded. They circled the corpse, surrounded by killing intent around those false gods. Only to create more worship, they kept building up and destroying nature. The wolf's blade-sharp eyes appeared, with a blazing red glow continuously rising within them. They create disasters themselves, then resolve those disasters themselves. At this point, Shisa suddenly opened her eyes, and an icy chill instantly spread out, enveloping the space. That is why there must be an entity capable of destroying all gods, a transcendent being, omniscient and omnipotent above every god. Those words enraged Sung Jae-eun. He shouted in utter fury, "I do not kill gods who do me no harm." As soon as he finished speaking, a halo radiated from Shisa's body, so bright that Sung Jae-eun had to cover his eyes. Suddenly, when he peeked out, he cried out in shock, "Wait!" Shisa quietly left. She thought to herself, "I hope this wish will become reality." Sung Jae-eun. At the same time, an orb was entering his body, and system notifications kept appearing. Successfully synchronized with the remaining will of the sacred power of harmony. All remaining will within the sacred power of harmony has dissipated and transformed into potential. After a bone-piercing pain, the system immediately announced that he had achieved brain resistance. Seeing Sung Jae-eun screaming, Chong-gu worriedly ran over. She hurriedly supported him. Panic was clear in the depths of her eyes. "Are you all right? Did the remaining will within harmony cause serious damage?" Once he had steadied himself, Sung Jae-eun turned to look at her with a reassuring gaze and said, "It is fine, I am okay. I just need to rest a little and I will recover. The degree of mental damage is not too severe." Back in that waiting room, his voice rang out again. "I have also obtained the sacred power of harmony." Changgu, how long have I been lying here? Hearing that, she hurried over. She quickly replied, about a day has passed. After hearing that, Sangjian lowered his voice and said, by now, the divine transformation skill should have fully recovered, right? Sangjian raised his hand to the system screen. With a serious expression, he said, thanks to obtaining holy power, law, and harmony, I gained 2 more slots to create authority skill. Get ready, then let's move out. The special SSS plus Holy Power Authority, Transcendence, was activated. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately announced that the ability to enter a transcendent state had been selected, binding his current abilities to holy power and removing their limit. The selected skills would be converted into authorities. All restrictions within the skill structure had been altered. Then, along with the constantly swaying hourglass, the system panel appeared, matching challengers on the 20th floor of the Tower of Trial. Current number of matched challengers 1001 out of 3000. Matching complete. Entering the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. The theme of this trial is role-playing combat. Time remaining 30 days. Failure conditions. The challenger dies or time runs out. That flood of information made Sangjian's eyes widen in shock. He could not help blurting out, what is this? A notice appeared. Conditions for clearing the trial. Complete the mission suited to your assigned role within the remaining time. Before him, a chaotic and tragic scene unfolded. Along with it came the system's cold notification in this battle. Challenger Sangjian will assist the demons in eliminating all enemies to complete the objective. In front of an ancient castle, the system informed him. The current role assigned to Challenger Sangjian is Demon King. The system panel appeared again, showing the completion progress. Role-playing combat completion will be recorded based on how well the mission corresponding to the assigned role is completed. If the role-playing combat completion rate is below 70% when the trial ends, the trial will fail. In the corner, a gaunt mother and child in worn-out clothes sat huddled together. Their bodies trembled violently in fear. Lex walked over from a distance, his voice drawn out and slightly slurred. Even if you do not want this, blame the one assigned the role of Demon King. Selena swept her icy gaze toward Lex. She was so furious that her teeth clenched together as she forced out each word. You trampled on the pride of the demon, and even insulted the Demon King. Do you think you will be safe after that? Leif gave a sinister smile and shouted, shut up. All we have to do is win this role-assigned game. Then Lex swung his sword down without hesitation. A lightning-fast slash descended, sending sparks bursting through the air. At the same time, a roar rang out. Die! Selena closed her eyes and braced herself. A trace of helplessness appeared on her blood-covered face. Sangjian walked over coldly. His deep voice rang out. Though soft, it carried tremendous weight. Crush them. Then several red streaks shot out from the top of the building. They carried electric currents as they rushed toward Lex, then wrapped around the soldiers accompanying him. Lex knocked them down one by one, tightening his control over them. Sangjian appeared from behind and asked, I wonder why you people did not target me, the Demon King, directly and instead attacked the demons. His eyes opened wide, his gaze darkening as it formed cold, razor-sharp looks. He said, but in this situation, protecting the demons is the duty of a Demon King like me. Sangjian looked at Selena and asked, hey, you demon over there. She stayed kneeling on one knee and answered respectfully, yes, my lord. He calmly ordered Selena, I will deal with them, tell me everything that happened. Still frightened, she was so startled that she stammered. Yes, I will tell you. Though Leif was restrained by Sangjian's red streaks around his neck, he still tried to shout threats. Wait, do you think my team will just let this go if you kill us? Sangjian's eyes suddenly flashed as he questioned him in a hoarse voice. Is that so? But whether they come or not, you were never planning to spare me, were you? After saying that, Sangjian raised his sword, stepped closer to Lex and hissed softly, then died. Lex's piercing scream rang out in agony. Wait, a crow with glowing crimson eyes was perched in the distance, staring helplessly as Lex's screams continued to echo. According to Selena's account, in this world the demons had originally been a peaceful race that never harmed other nations. Then she began telling him about the tragedies that struck them. But one day, a female saint, a hero, and a new pope appeared and attacked the demon castle, driving the demons into despair. Selena lowered her voice, a hint of joy in it, and continued. However, amid that despair, the new Demon King, Sangjian, appeared and saved the demon. Finally, my lord, that is the story of what happened before Demon King Sangjian appeared. When she finished speaking, everyone gathered around began cheering, praising Demon King Sangjian. Words of praise rang out one after another. It was heaven's will. The new Demon King has come to save us. This left him helplessly grumbling. He had never imagined the day would come when the demons would cheer for him like this. Chun Gu, standing beside him, deliberately teased him. Doesn't it suit you perfectly, Demon King Sangyun? But Sangyun spoke up, breaking the cheerful mood. You seem to be enjoying this situation. Selena stepped forward and hurriedly said with respect. As expected, heaven's will was never wrong. We all believe the new Demon King will save us. She raised a hand to wipe away her painful tears and cried out, if you had not come, we might have been wiped out by them. He suddenly slowed down and fell into thought. Wait, if killing me is enough, why carry out a massacre? Chun-gu muttered softly, 70% combat completion. Sang-yoon sat on the throne, unable to hear clearly what she had said, and called out. Chun-gu had no choice but to clearly repeat what had been bothering her. The condition set by the tower is to reach 70% combat completion. That means what is the only option the other players can choose if they want an easy victory. Sang-yoon frowned slightly and confirmed, there is no need to go through the trouble of fighting one another. They only need to destroy the Demon King's castle and reach the required combat completion rate. She also agreed with him. Exactly. In reality, the tower used the 70% combat completion rate. The system panel issued an official notification. Condition fulfilled. You have discovered the truth of this game. This is a world that truly exists. You must protect the Demon King's castle, personally eliminate the other players playing the roles of Saintess, Hero, and Pope, or destroy their nation. Sang-yoon furrowed his brow slightly, his distant gaze falling into thought. Does this Demon King's castle really exist? He looked around the space, then drew a conclusion. If so, then demons live peacefully here. Yet the tower chose this place as a trial site, causing unnecessary suffering for innocent people. Sang-yoon gripped the armrest of the throne tightly, his lips pressed firm as he held back the anger inside and asked himself, it created trials like this. The game system updated again. The demon god gnashed his teeth in fury. The demon god desperately pleaded with the player Sang-yoon to help the demons. He sprang up from the throne and said, Chun-gu, there is something I need you to do. She exclaimed in surprise. Me? Whatever you need, just say it. Sang-yoon looked down at the crowd of demons below and calmly replied, you only need to do what you are best at. Chun-gu wondered, what strange idea have you come up with this time? He angrily clenched his hands so tightly it trembled, and silently reached a conclusion in his mind. So this is how the tower plays? Sang-yoon was so furious that sparks seemed to flash in his eyes. His whole body was as tense as a string about to snap. A crow charged in through the building's large window. Hearing its noisy cawing, the hero complained, Hey, what is that crow saying? Catherine spoke in a low, even voice without the slightest trace of emotion. Her sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the person before her. It says the players we sent out have all been eliminated. Diane curled her lips into a smile and spoke indifferently. I told you so. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her lips lifted with hidden meaning. Player Sang-yoon has recently drawn a great deal of attention from the gods and the administrators. I heard he is on par with the god thief, yet you sent weak players after him. How could they possibly win? The hero grumbled helplessly. That is why I suggested all three of us go together, but who was it that refused? The Saintess. Or do you have another plan? Diane spoke in a low, soft voice, emphasizing each word as though pouring it into their ears. Actually, it is not as if there is no way, if this method does not work. Her half-shadowed, half-lit eyes glittered with mystery, paired with a sinister smile. Together, they formed an enchanting voice that rang out. Then the only choice left is to kill him. Sang-yoon looked down from above, weighing the matter in his mind. If Chun-gu taught them swordsmanship, he felt fairly reassured. Judging by how Chun-gu handled things when the other players attacked, she could protect herself. She was sitting alone in the middle of an entire crowd of demons. Her contemptuous voice rang out. Is that all? The soldiers trained while complaining. No rest, training for 16 straight hours. This is exhausting. Hearing them grumble among themselves, Chun-gu shouted angrily, with skills at that level, you dare complain about being tired. She paced around and issued a demand. Do not even think about resting tonight. Selena asked with some difficulty, but is it really all right to give the role of instructor to that child? Sang-yoon answered proudly, she may look like that, but she is a very reliable master. He introduced her enthusiastically. If you are taught by her, then later in battle, your chances of survival will be much higher. Down below, Chun-gu was seriously correcting each person's posture. Your stance is wrong from the start. Sang-yoon glanced over slightly and asked, once the front group is done, you will have to train too, won't you? Selena was so frightened that sweat dripped down her face. She stammered in reply, yes. Suddenly, a loud report rang out. Demon King, a guard rushed in frantically to deliver the news. Something terrible has happened at the front gate. The guard reported while gasping for breath. Outsiders are attacking our troops. Diane appeared from nowhere, pressed her hand against the guard's face, and spoke in a pitying tone. Poor demons. She tightened her grip around the guard's head and lifted him up, her voice full of provocation. All because this place was chosen as a trial site, they have to be sacrificed like this. The tower really has gone a little too far. Diane turned her red, blade-like eyes toward him and asked, isn't that right, player Sang-yoon? She coldly gripped the guard's head and lifted him high with one hand, as though it took no effort at all. Far away, Sang-yoon stood there, his gaze fixed on that scene, watching while radiating a tense aura. He frowned slightly and asked with displeasure, you know about me? Green swung her arm, threw the guard aside, and stepped closer to him. In a voice as light as the wind, she replied, I heard from the god I serve that you are a very dangerous player. Sang-yoon was so furious that veins bulged in his neck. His voice dropped as he warned her. Hey, after beating up my soldiers, do you think you can leave alive? In contrast, she remained completely calm. She raised both hands, shrugged, and said, do not make such a scary face. Calm down, I only came here to negotiate. Sang Yoon repeated softly, his voice tinged with calculation, negotiate. Reen began moving from her spot, acting coy as she tried to persuade him. Yes, as you already know, in this world, all we need is to reach a 70% battle rate. There is a way to complete this game without any player having to die. She stated her demand without hesitation. You only need to kill the civilians in our nation. Sang Yoon frowned and shouted, what? Reen calmly explained, we will kill the demons. That way both sides will reach 70%. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and her voice lowered in a frightening way. And without any conflict, everyone can complete this trial. After that, Reen held her own face, tilted her head toward the sky, and laughed as she spoke. How about it? Is that not a happy ending? I feel like such a genius. The system panel sent another message to Sang Yoon. Demon God is watching player Sang Yoon's choice. Sang Yoon stepped forward and growled in reply, fine, I will kill. Reen urged him on as well. That is right, you have thought it through carefully. As soon as she said that, Sang Yoon flew toward her in a frenzy, his hand clenched into a fist. He stared straight at her and hissed, people like you dare to have such disgusting thoughts. After saying that, his face darkened and his fist shot upward. But Sang Yoon suddenly froze. His eyes narrowed and he seemed to stiffen as he looked ahead. Reen gave a vile smile, left those words behind, and slowly disappeared. How disappointing. I thought you would not make such a stupid choice. The system also issued a notification. Player Gloria is looking at you with a mocking smile. Her voice still echoed through the space. I will make you regret refusing. I will return in 3 days, player Sang Yoon. The system panel displayed new information again. The demon god is moved by player Sang Yoon's choice. Selena hurried over and asked, Han, Demon King, are you all right? When she got close to him, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes were filled with shock and her whole body seemed to stiffen. Sang Yoon was trembling with rage. He clenched his teeth, hateful thoughts filling his mind. Kill innocent people. The tower and all of you as well, I will destroy everything. Jonggu and Sang Yoon were sitting on the rooftop, both gazing into the distance. What lay in the distance was none other than the battlefield, where all the demon soldiers were getting into position. On the enemy side, they also hurried into position and shouted, everyone, attack. She asked anxiously, there are about 3,000 enemies. No, if we include the civilians, there may be even more. Will this be okay? He lowered his head slightly, his voice sinking as he answered, I am not very sure. That is why I trained the demon army on the battlefield. Selena, the commander of the demons, was also encouraging herself. But since Jonggu trained the demons in the short span of 3 days, they will surely support me while I face the hero, the Pope, and the saint. She suddenly burst into a triumphant laugh. Of course I am their master after all. Sang Yoon stood up and declared fiercely, all right, now let us move out. The notification panel appeared again. Divine power deification has been activated. He thought to himself, just wait, Gloria. The system panel sounded again. Transcendent latent divinity, death, immortality, defiance, observation, discipline, harmony. The Pope flew across the sky above the battlefield. He looked proudly at his own army and the demons slaughtering one another. The Pope radiated golden light around his body, then roared in a dangerous voice, fight, you savage challengers. The Pope's voice rang out sharply, his eyes gleaming and the corners of his lips raised in a fiercely competitive smile. For the saint sees victory. The Pope's own system also appeared. The unmastered god of dominion activates the myth of forced sacrifice, consuming divine power to exert influence on the real world. Through words, at that moment on the fiercely contested battlefield, Selena was still trying to cut down several enemy soldiers. With one circular slash from Aditunga, all the soldiers, even those wearing armor, were sent flying. Her teeth clenched tightly together, and her eyes were filled with determination. Selena attacked with her foot, lifting it before stomping down with all her strength. The sound of the stomp rang out and the friction around it created red sparks. The flat ground suddenly bulged upward, and then cracks spread across it. Aditunga's foot force rose like a wave through the earth, blasting all the soldiers surrounding her outward once again. Selena roared with fierce momentum. Now is the time. The demon army had all taken their positions, bows raised, ready to fire. A young soldier shot first, each arrow leaving a streak of blue lightning. Then the rest of the soldiers unleashed a volley, forming a rain of arrows descending upon the ground. The Holy Maiden's troops were stunned, unable to evade in time. Selena froze with joy as the plan succeeded. Ada thought silently, following the demon lord's instructions truly worked. Before the battle began, Sang-gi-hun had scouted the situation and given instruction. When the enemy invades the demon lord's city, their numbers will overwhelm us. Therefore, we will use the terrain. Selena listened, a bit puzzled by the plan. Terrain, he bent down, touching the ground, explaining with a serious expression. This area can hold many standing troops, but if our forces stomp hard, it will collapse. Place additional archers on the hill. Sang-gi-hun looked back at Ada and said, "First, reduce the enemy's numbers." Selena recalled his confident words and smiled silently, rushing forward. "We can win." The Pope soared up to survey the battlefield, realizing the trap, and shouted in anger, "These damned demons have set a trap. What is this?" His eyes rolled back, fangs bared, screaming madly. The Holy Maiden had said demons weren't this strong. What the hell is this? The Pope used his spear to channel his power. "Those who follow me will gain the power they have long desired." He began to speak as he acted, while I observed. "The demons over there will not be able to develop." As he cast his spell, the soldiers began to rise, forming patterns. The system updated again. Divine attributes imposed the activation of myths, turning black into white. The Pope smiled grimly and shouted that the demon lord would eventually face his fate. The hands of the warriors under the Holy Maiden began to rise. The system reappeared. Divine attributes forced the activation of false karma. He started shouting, invoking terms of command. "O surviving warriors, rise and defeat those despicable demons." The system began activating on the warriors, recalculating and displaying. Divine attributes forcibly triggered the myth directing the war. As long as they live, the warriors will rise and unleash temporary power. Selena watched them revive and began to think. Those who had fallen could stand again. It was astonishing. And they could even generate temporary power. The Pope's commanding voice echoed, ordering them to deal pain. The demon lord prepared for battle from afar, speaking, sparing none. Then a column of light appeared on the battlefield. It was the demon lord descending. Selena lifted her head, mouth agape, unable to believe her eyes. She was surprised to see the demon lord on the battlefield, exclaiming joyfully, "The demon lord!" Within the solid steel armor, a gleam of golden light shone in his eye. The Pope's warriors were riddled with arrows, yet they struggled to rise, trembling. The demon lord gripped his sword tightly, trembling. He lifted his head and calmly, provocatively asked the Pope, "Hey, your challengers are about to all fall. Forcing them to fight, are you sure that's wise?" The Pope glared, smirking disdainfully. He replied, "You are gravely mistaken. Look at the warriors struggling to rise and fight." He sneered, "Even if they all die, it matters not to me. They are merely sacrifices for me and the Holy Maiden." He deliberately aimed at Selena, taunting, "Don't you realize the demons you lead are also just sacrifices?" The Pope then turned to the demon lord, asking, "Isn't that right, Sang-gi-hun?" The demon lord did not shout back, but spoke a light yet piercing sentence. A pathetic man, only giving orders from above. The Pope was stunned, then exclaimed, "What did you say?" The demon lord raised his sword and shouted, "Let me show you what real command is." He then turned to the demon soldiers. "Come on, demons, do you believe I will end this war?" All the soldiers looked to the sky with faith, responding in unison, "Yes, we believe in you." The demon lord plunged his powerful sword into the ground and shouted, "Good." The system updated again. The myth of the world-saving deity was activated. The effect of salvation was triggered with 54,779 followers. Divine power surged intensely. The demon lord's sword was not only sharp, but when planted in the ground, ice began to spread. He activated the sword's mode. Simultaneously, the system displayed, the power of the Winter King met the activation condition. All stats of allied forces and users increased by 10%, completely immune to frost. The Pope's warriors panicked and shouted, "My legs are frozen, unable to move." That is divine power. That is ice infused with divine power. The eyes of the armored figure glowed. The demon lord began calling out, "Come on, demons, end those challengers gently." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone surged forward. Everyone followed the ice path he had created to hold back the Pope's heroes. Selena, brimming with spirit, always led from the front, unleashing her masterful sword strikes one after another. The Pope, hovering in the air, gnashed his teeth in rage and roared, "You insignificant challengers." He began diving downward and shouted, "As long as I remain in the sky, the devil's power will wither away." As the Pope threw down his chains, the system appeared again. Myth of reversal declares them evil. His coils of chain began wrapping around the Demon King's neck. The power score panel announced, all stats of Challenger Sunjian decreased by 80 points. The powerful impacts from both the Pope and the Demon King formed a pillar of blue light. The panel issued another warning. Challenger Sunjian takes increased damage from heroes. Myth of false causality increases the chance of failure. His chains tightened around the Demon King's neck. The system warned once more. Myth of the War Director forbids any ability that affects the mind. The system panel changed its information again. Sunjian's area of effect skills will have reduced effectiveness. The Pope declared fiercely, "A single word from me can render you powerless, unable to use your skills or stats." He boldly challenged him, "Now I will destroy the frozen domain you are so proud of." The Demon King said with contempt, "Are you only brave enough to stand in the air without daring to come down here?" He provoked him even further, making him furious enough to explode. "Do you not realize how pathetic you are?" Standing proudly in the sky, the Demon King declared, "I will show you the fate of a coward like you who hides above." The system panel on Sunjian's side appeared. Divinity of Law has created a new rule within the sanctuary. The Pope above tried to pull the chains, and the system panel began explaining the method. Rule 1. Challengers within the sanctuary cannot destroy the frozen domain. Rule 2. Challengers within the sanctuary will have the roles they played on the 20th trial floor assigned above their heads. The chains tightened around the Demon King's neck. The system continued. Rule 3. The sanctuary is unaffected by any outside attack. He easily snapped the chains around his neck, then began flying up toward the Pope. The chains in the Pope's hands also shattered, leaving him so shocked that his eyes widened to their limit. He bit his lower lip, still trying to reassure himself. Impossible. Could a divine command really be nullified this easily? The Demon King tightened his grip on the golden sword and said, "Divine command is the ability to turn words into power. It truly is remarkable." He rushed toward the Pope and said, "But the problem is that you always announce what you are going to do beforehand." The system displayed a notification. The power of holy light activates, creating starlight carrying the divinity of death. The Pope was briefly terrified and shouted, "Wait, stop." But the Demon King showed no mercy as he charged forward and growled, "Die." The Demon King swung his sword, sending energy far ahead. A purple beam shot toward the Pope. The Pope took the sword strike head-on and his scream rang out. Even inside the blade's light, the Pope still struggled to lament. "Why are you also a challenger in the tower, yet so different from us?" The Demon King fired another, even stronger surge of energy toward him. The Pope screamed again in vain, "Why?" The system panel continued its explanation. Rule 4. All martial arts skills within the sanctuary increase in power by 100%. Meanwhile, the Pope was burning away in midair, crying out in a hoarse voice, "Impossible." The system panel began listing the results of the battles. Challenger Saphir Nagrand in the role of hero has been defeated. Challenger Sunjian has achieved victory through divinity, advancing 4.7% closer to transcendence. It also announced the points he had absorbed and the growth of his divinity. Sunjian has received a special effect, Persuasiveness C+. From now on, he will have persuasive power in all statements by absorbing the divinity of the language god Sebai Nagra. The system continued granting rewards. Divinity of words will be converted into potential. Sunjian's role-play battle completion rate increases by 40%. The Demon King rejoiced inwardly. Since he had just received the divinity of words, he had to test it immediately. After his request, the system activated it for him. The power of Iron Wings activated forcefully. The Demon King calmly analyzed it. When a target is designated, Iron Wings increases flight speed by 4 times. He continued using the activated technique. The system reported again, Divinity of Words partially changes the activation effect of the power Iron Wings. The Demon King sprang upward, flying toward 2 new target locations and thinking to himself, only 2 remain. With the roles displayed above your heads, just wait, you 2 who are left. In the frigid snowy mountain region, the hero trudged forward step by heavy step. He muttered as he walked, "There is no way we cannot win." His eyes were filled with despair. "Alone, I can never defeat Sunjian." The hero sped up, trying to escape from this place. The hero was dead. The Saintess was nowhere to be seen. Running away was the only way to survive. Surely no one would notice if he disappeared. In the end, he used the system function. The power of teleportation was activated, consuming holy power to instantly move to any desired location within sight. But before he could get far, Sang-yoon caught up with him. "Where do you think you're running, worm?" He launched a kick, driving his toes hard into the hero's waist. The man panicked and was sent flying several meters. The aftershock of the impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Sang-yoon walked toward him. Right now, countless challengers were falling across the arena. He aimed the tip of his sword straight at the hero. "And yet you, the one who bears the title of Pope, abandon your comrades and try to run away." His words and actions left the man. Terrified, the hero trembled and stammered as he begged, "Please, just hear me out. This body is a challenger of the god of exile." He tried to justify himself. "Right now, the god of exile is furious with you. If you spare me, I will do my best to help calm his wrath." Just then, a system message appeared. The god of exile reveals hostility toward the challenger Sang-yoon. The god of exile warns that touching his apostle will not lead to a good end. The god of exile stares at the challenger Sang-yoon. He read the information and immediately threatened him back. "Staring at me? Lower your eyes right now." Sang-yoon used his power, activating Special Authority A9871, blocking gaze. All gazes from the gods and administrators were instantly severed. The hero listened in a daze as he spoke. "I do not care which god you worship." Every word from Sang-yoon seemed to scorn him. "Someone like you, willing to abandon your comrades and flee alone, does not deserve to live." He thrust his massive sword straight into the hero. Die. The system continued with another announcement. The Challenger Clip series, who held the role of Pope, has been eliminated. You have absorbed the soul of the Challenger Clip series and obtained an A+ rank exile ticket. By defeating an apostle, the Challenger Sang-yoon has advanced another 11% along the path of ascension. Due to the increase in divinity, you have obtained the special effect Serpent's Tongue. Suddenly a girl appeared, clapping loudly. Jane stood at a distance and praised him. As expected of Challenger Sang-yoon, You truly are incredible. Meanwhile, the Saintess laughed loudly, her eyes squeezed shut as if she could not see the sun. I never thought you would defeat both the hero and the Pope. No wonder the gods and administrators are so interested in you. Her voice sounded mocking. As expected, there is no way useless tools alone could stand against you. Jane moved closer to him. Because those worthless fools died so pointlessly, now I have to go through the trouble of stepping in myself. Her words continued to ring out, so, fight me. But before she could finish speaking, the hero's hand clamped tightly around Jane's ankle. She glanced down at him. He was faintly calling out to her, Saintess. The hero begged, please save me, Saintess. Jane's eyes turned cold as she listened to him groan, I am going to die. The hero pleaded with her, give me a recovery potion or a healing spell. Before he could finish speaking, Jane kicked him hard. Both Sang-yoon and Jong-gu were shocked. She had moved too quickly. Thanks to Jane's kick, the hero was sent flying several meters once again. She pointed at him and sneered, "Ha, a lowly, useless tool dares to touch me." Jane beat him mercilessly, a stupid tool that cannot even handle a challenger like him. And yet you dare lay a hand on me. Useless tools should be destroyed. The hero's blood splattered everywhere, staining the stone wall in blotches. Like this. Jane drove him into a spot filled with razor-sharp ice spikes and stepped on him. Sang-yoon could only stand at a distance and watch as her actions grew increasingly inhuman. Like this, after finishing the job, Jane smiled in satisfaction. Why does every single one of them annoy me? She rubbed her head and fixed her hair. But whatever, you two tools are the same. All of you will be destroyed by me. Challenger Sang-yoon, now it is your turn. Jane wanted a decisive battle with him. I will make you regret refusing my offer. The system announced. Challenger Gloria uses the divinity of balance. Under the influence of the divinity of balance, the strength of all challengers in the 20th floor trial is brought into balance. The stones beneath Alan's feet rose one after another. The two stood facing each other. The black armor that had been on his body earlier had now vanished into thin air. One notification after another appeared. The divinity of discipline has been interrupted because the sacred area was destroyed. Under the influence of the divinity of balance, all challengers' ability to directly use divine power has been sealed. Under the influence of the divinity of balance, the use of divine manifestation is forbidden. Under the influence of the divinity of balance, all challengers' ability to display divine status has been sealed. Sang-yoon was shocked to find that he had lost his defensive layer. The heaven-splitting sword was sealed. All of the challengers' stats were fixed at 150. The natural recovery of stamina and mana for all challengers has been disabled. He was stunned by the information he had just received. What the hell is this? Kill everything, skill seals. Sang-yoon cursed silently in his mind. Damn it, is this based on the correlation between divine attributes? The balanced divine attribute she uses is opposed so strongly it could crush a person. Dean shook her head, feigning regret. Surprised that your ability to use both divine power and magic is sealed, right? But what can be done? A weak challenger like me facing someone overwhelmingly powerful like you must at least create this much disadvantage. In an instant her expression shifted, her face twisted perversely as she looked at Sang-yoon. Then, fight me fairly. Dean lunged forward. Taking the first attack proactively, he gripped his sword firmly, ready to fight confidently, even if you seal my power. Sang-yoon swung his sword at her, arrogantly asking, what do you think a girl like you can do? Dean smirked, replying, if you think that, I'll be disappointed. She threw a direct punch to Sang-yoon's stomach. He panicked, mouth agape, blocking the punch. Sang-yoon was sent flying backward, leaving a beautiful trail of light. Dean boasted, close combat is my specialty. She moved closer, showing mock pity. Sang-yoon, you're truly pathetic. Dean's hand aimed for his handsome face. If you had accepted my proposal from the start, she would have grabbed Sang-yoon's face in her palm and smashed his head against the rock behind him, and this wouldn't have happened. Then Dean flew further, dragging Sang-yoon along. She was extremely excited to have gained the upper hand in this fight. Seeing the right moment, Dean threw him forcefully. Sang-yoon's head was bloodied, lying motionless. Dean arrogantly asked, do you know why you lost to me? Sang-yoon secretly held his sword, listening, even as a challenger of the tower. You did not consent to it. He struggled to rise, ignoring her words. The tower is what made me this strong. If you chose to follow my path, you could become even stronger. Sang-yoon's face darkened. The tower told me to fight. So I fight, told me to slaughter, I slaughter. It gave me the most effective way to do everything. So why don't you consent to the tower, Sang-yoon? Dean bragged while drawing her sword. All right, I'll give you one last chance. Behind her appeared a red demon. Threatening him, now will you accept my offer? The system warned him, you are facing enemies beyond your capacity. Dean's gaze grew more cruel, think carefully. If you agree, you will become stronger. Sang-yoon resolutely opposed, never. If I have to gain strength through dirty ways like you, I'd rather die. She raised her sword, wanting to log him out, that's why I pity you. Dean struck at Sang-yoon, farewell, challenger Sang-yoon. He froze, unable to defend, but it seemed she didn't achieve her goal. Selena appeared just in time, I'm here to help. She blocked Dean's sword, my lord Demon King. Sang-yoon was surprised to see Selena appear, saving him from the critical situation. Dean refused to concede, gritting her teeth. trying to overpower her. But her strength couldn't overcome Selena. She quickly turned to check on him. "My lord, are you all right?" Seeing Sang Yoon's bloody face, Selena panicked, quickly taking a cloth to wipe it. "Hey, there's blood on your face, you're injured." He replied, "It's nothing." Her words gradually lost control. "Who dares make such a handsome face covered in blood?" Sang Yoon froze, silently cursing, "Idiot." Selena scolded him, "She's not someone you can face alone." While they were still entangled, Dean secretly flew to attack them. Balance. Selena turned just in time to block her knife. The balance rule only applies to challengers. She threw a punch. But against the demon race, Selena's strikes were unpredictable, making it difficult for Reen to defend, ineffective. Her face darkened, coldly staring at her. Sang Yoon was surprised by Selena's ability. "She's not a challenger, how could she know?" She ignored his question. He only said, this time Selena's smile shone like the sun. "A message, please don't fight alone anymore. Try placing your trust in our demon clan." Sang Yoon was stunned by her words, then smiled in acceptance. "All right, let's stand and fight with Selena. This time I will trust you." She replied confidently, "Leave it all to us," but Reen remained arrogant. "What can an ordinary demon accomplish?" Challenger Sang Yoon, "After killing her, it'll be your turn. Everything will end." His eyes were full of determination. "Ordinary if you're careless. You'll pay the consequences." Selena now seemed to carry John Gu's presence behind her. Even in a short time, she had been taught by a talented master. The three charged into battle, a fight evenly matched. The sound of swords clashing was continuous, light flashing. Selena's gaze was sharp, focusing on her target. She swung her sword across Jen's body. Ada dodged in time. "Still wondering, you trained the demon race in such a short time." Diane braced one hand on the ground, spinning around. Truly troublesome. Sang Gi-hun seized the opportunity to charge forward. All three fought fiercely. Diane's eyes were sharp, clearly thinking she needed to deal with him quickly. She raised her sword, performed a swift motion, and launched it toward him. Meanwhile, he dropped to the ground, seeking a better position. She watched Sang Yoon trapped in her technique. If he had harmonized with the tower, he could have done everything she could. That's why he was so cowardly as to collaborate with the demon tribe. But just seconds later, Diane appeared right behind him. That rotten mindset would be his downfall. Sangjayu quickly glanced to the side, assessing the situation. He blocked Ada's attack in time. The counter shield skill activated. Diane smiled eerily, another trick. Just then, the system appeared. The myth of selfish balance surpassing sacrifice had selected the challenger Sun Jun. Most of challenger Sang Yoon's skills would be disabled for 4 minutes. Diane took advantage of this and attacked him. The Desperate Tear's skill reduced movement speed by up to 40%, proportionally to the fight's duration. The lowest flow skill targeted Sang Gi-hun, causing him to take 100% extra damage from all attacks. She swung her sword in a slash across his body. "Farewell, challenger Sang Gi-hun," he smirked provocatively. "Thought you could defeat me?" At that moment, streaks of red light appeared around them. They approached Jen's sword hand, trying to wrap around it. The streaks held Ada in place, preventing her from moving. Angrily, "Magic, I've already sealed your power." Sang Gi-hun turned smugly. "You think I'm the only one who knows how to use it here?" He explained, "Even demon tribe members trained by a skilled master can use magic to control skills. Blood Demon Divine Technique." Now all his powers were unsealed. The special power Fire Dragon Spirit was activated. Now, Sang Gi-hun burned with fighting spirit. "Let us discuss your defeat." All of his possessed demonic power would double for 10 minutes. Every ability to interfere with and manipulate demonic power was enhanced. Reen was furious at being overturned. "Damn it, you worthless brats. I will kill every last one of you." He grabbed her face the same way she had grabbed his. Sang Gi-hun signaled for silence, screaming that loudly will not help you. Now it was his turn to mock her. "Do you know why you lost to me?" The answer is simple. Sang Gi-hun gently lifted Reen high with one hand. "Because you are nothing but an obedient puppet doing everything the tower demands." Selena stood there, witnessing the entire scene. If the tower tells you to fight, you fight. If it tells you to slaughter, you slaughter. It is certainly an effective way to grow stronger quickly. But how long do you think that filthy trick can last? His power could pierce straight through her, even if she could not choose her own path. The skill limit of contempt for the strong was activated. All stats and skill effects increased by 100% until the battle ended. His words were filled with contempt. "I do not live as the tower's dog. Not like you." Sang Gi-hun brought this battle to an end. At the moment it ended, the skill Undying Flame of Mortals was activated. A stream of purple light wrapped around his arm. Sang Gi-hun looked almost insane. "I will kill you," die in agony. "Just like the people you murdered." Jen tried to grab her sword and resist, but failed. His voice echoed across the night sky. "Challenger Gloria's soul has been absorbed." Challenger Gloria, who held the role of Saintess, has been eliminated. The completion rate for the Demon King's role has reached 100%. Additional rewards have been obtained in the trial. After successfully defeating Reen, Sang Gi-hun was utterly exhausted because of Gloria's death. Balanced divinity was disabled. Selena hurried over to check on him. "Demon King, are you all right?" He reassured her, "I am fine." I am all right. Selena breathed a sigh of relief. That is good, so everything is over. Sang Gi-eun stayed silent for a moment, then asked her, I want to ask you something. Suddenly, Reen forced herself to move. Conservative resolve. Sang Gi-eun was about to say something, wondering if it could be, when a massive explosion erupted behind him, as though someone was unleashing their power. Sang Gi-eun froze, unable to believe his eyes. He had not thought the enemy he had just defeated would still have the strength to sit up. Reen was disheveled and panting hard. The god of balance consumed divine power and lower realm authority. Descent authority was activated. Sang Gi-eun was stunned. It is still not over. Both he and Selena readied themselves for the next fierce battle. The system announced that the challenger possessed transcendent holy power. I did not come here to fight you. I only want to say one thing. It is astonishing that you have only just reached the 20th floor, yet already possess such power. You have destroyed far too many balances. The two of them slowly rushed toward Reen to keep her from escaping this server. That sin is certainly not a light one. Hearing the system's words, Sang Gi-eun stopped short. So what if I am that strong? The system answered. Indeed, no one else has ever reached a realm like yours. Not even the previous candidate, the one sealed within your blood sword. He grew suspicious. You speak as though you know me very well. The eerie system replied, that is right, I know you. You once tried to destroy many balances as well. But in the end, you still failed to reach the mystery of the tower. You are waiting for the moment of choice, Chang-gu, even if you gain a new chance. Sang Gi-eun warned it angrily. You would be better off shutting that useless mouth of yours. After that, he stayed silent for a long time. His gaze turned thoughtful. The system accepted Sang Gi-eun's words. Very well. I do not hate your selfish choice because that selfishness is also part of balance. Reen had risen to her feet, her entire body burning. Challenger who bears the tower's extraordinary holy power. I want to tear you apart right now, but for now I will endure it and leave. The next time we meet, I will crush you until not a single bone remains. Reen's entire face darkened, sinking into the flames. Sang Gi-eun remained silent. As he watched the scene unfold before him, the system warned him, prepare yourself. The scene shifted to a small town happily celebrating, where the residents shouted, long live Lady Chang-gu. Lady Chang-gu is the best. She enjoyed her drink while listening to everyone chant her name. Long live Lady Chang-gu. Lady Chang-gu is number one. She joined in the lively atmosphere and shouted, victory festivals are wonderful. Chang-gu excitedly ordered, hey, bring me more wine. Sang Gi-eun stood nearby, watching her. I was worried because of what happened yesterday, but I am glad to see everyone looking so happy. Watching Chang-gu happily mingle with the townspeople, he still could not help staying on guard. The scene shifted as the sound of horse hooves rang through the quiet night. Sang Gi-eun watched his surroundings while riding, and Chang-gu was nodding off in his arms. The atmosphere still seemed heavy, because of what the god of balance had said about Chang-gu. The system appeared again and spoke to Sang Gi-eun. It seems you are waiting for another chance, Chang-gu. However, even if you obtained it before he could finish, he cut in. What is the other chance he mentioned? Chang-gu had awakened by then and spoke up. Sang-yoon, I know exactly what you are thinking. He listened to her seriously. It is only natural that you are curious about that other chance. Chang-gu's voice sounded sorrowful. But I have to apologize, Sang-yoon. Now is not the time. He smiled to comfort her. You do not have to force yourself if you do not want to talk about it yet. Chang-gu was surprised that he said that to her. There must have been a reason she could not speak about it either. Chang-gu glanced at Sang-yoon behind her. Their eyes met. Tell me when you are ready. He smiled with his eyes. I do not know when that will be, but I will always wait. Sang-yoon soothed her heart. We have cleared the trial on the 20th floor, so instead of feeling sad, let us throw a party and celebrate our victory. Thanks to his comforting words, Chang-gu became cheerful again. Her smile was like brilliant sunlight. That means there will be wine. She playfully asked Sang-yoon, but Sang-yoon, can you drink? He answered guiltily, a little. Just then, Sang-yoon looked into an alley and spoke. I saved the demon realm as you wished, so why not show yourself? He looked at them and questioned them. The demon goddess Selena appeared and replied with interest, you are rather perceptive. Challenger Sang-yoon, when did you realize I was a demon goddess? That handsome face answered, I had a feeling from the first time you spoke about the demon realm. But do you remember what you said? When we fought that goddess. He recalled the words she had spoken during the battle with Jane. Balance only cares about challengers, so it will have no effect. Selena repeated it for him. On demons like us, right? Sang-yoon agreed with her. Exactly, if you were not a challenger, you would not be able to see the status window. That means you could not have known that divinity had been activated. But not only did you see it, you also understood it well enough to explain to me how to break through it. That was when I became certain. He was also curious about why Selena had saved him. Just out of curiosity, why did you decide to help me? She clasped her hands together, deep in thought. You, Sang-yoon, were angry at the tower for creating a trial like this. Selena leaned against the balcony and confided in him. I once felt the same way. Even if the tower punished me for helping you, I still wanted to protect the innocent demons who had nothing to do with the tower. The demon goddess's emotions were a mix of joy and sorrow. Even now, I still want to destroy the tower, but because I am so powerless, I can only rage at myself until I nearly go mad. Sang Yun fell silent as he listened to her. He reassured Selena, in that case you do not need to worry. Sang Yun assured her that, if a trial like this dares to appear again, I will crush it. I will make sure no demon or innocent person ever has to be sacrificed because of the tower again. He awkwardly scratched his face. Although I may wipe out any demon who dares to harm me. Sang Yun worried that his words had moved Selena. Please do not misunderstand. I will not touch any good demon who has nothing to do with the tower. Hearing him say that, she burst into amused laughter. Selena teased him, the more I understand you, the more interesting you become. Her gentle voice called the challenger's name, Sang Yun. She returned to her true form. Once again, I thank you for saving the demons. His eyes widened in surprise at her true form. Sang Yun smiled, filled with satisfaction. The two of them looked toward the festival. Do not mention it. The scene shifted to an enraged giant serpent. It bared its fangs threateningly. The skill Abyss Descent had been activated. The calamity of the abyss in your bloodline has been summoned in the form of magic. In the waiting hall of the 21st floor, Jong-gu was wrapped in its tail. She screamed in fear for help, and Sang Yun was no exception. Another of its tails coiled around his waist. She shouted his name. Sang Yun, what in the world is going on? Hurry up and do something. Sang Yun calmly assessed the situation. He looked gently at the snake and smiled. This snake is insanely powerful. After merging several skills received from the 20th floor trial, he had obtained several interesting skills. He smiled mischievously and stroked its head. After the reorganization, not only had his divine power reached rank A+, but his stats had also increased significantly. He read his own information. Sang Yun's information: Strength 387, Stamina 379, Agility 384, Magic Power 408, Endurance 381, Trait, Ancient Undead A, Authority, Skill Synthesis, Divinity, Unique Transcendence S, SSS plus Divinity, Basic Deification SS plus, Authority, Holy Power A plus, Superior Blood Art C plus, Hero's Grace C plus, Heart like Bedrock C, Faith Harvest C plus, Flash Step B plus, Strong Sword Intent S plus, Evil Spirit Domination B plus, Heavenly Demon S plus, Iron Leap C plus, Ironblood Sword. See more under one skill. He ignored Jong-gu as she was being battered mercilessly by the snake's tail behind him. After being tormented, she staggered out of the snake's grasp, utterly exhausted. My head is already spinning, so hurry up and move us to the public area of the 21st floor. Sang Yun felt guilty and sorry for her. He had been so absorbed in strengthening himself that he had forgotten. He returned to the matter he had been thinking through. All right. The God of Light said he is waiting at the Light Temple in the public area of the 21st floor. He said he would explain the remaining rewards, even his own future. So I need to meet him quickly. Sang Yun wrapped the serpent around him. Excited, he said to her, then let's go, Jong-gu. He pressed the teleport button. Teleporting to the public area of the 21st floor. After teleporting successfully, they arrived in a forest in front of a castle. Jong-gu transformed into a sword and was strapped to his waist. Sang Yun walked while observing. If we keep going this way, will we reach the public area? She replied angrily, of course, don't you trust me? He nervously denied to Jong-gu, no, it's not like that. She interrupted, perfect timing, we're almost there. Look ahead. But in front of Sang Yun, an orange cat was being bullied by two guards. They were trying to take his belongings. The little cat trembled, clutching his bag tightly. He begged them, please let go. The guard relied on his strength to intimidate. This tiny kid is surprisingly strong. Will you let go? Sang Yun watched from the sideline. I came here like you said, Jong-gu. Look, a cute cat is fighting to protect his bag. She also observed, I see there really is a cute cat. One guard noticed his presence and called out, hey, are you the challenger trying to enter the public area of the 21st floor? He arrogantly introduced, we are the patrol team of the public area on the 21st floor. If you want to pass, you must provide the challenger's nickname and the administrator you signed a contract with. Sang Yun wondered, what's up with them? The guard explained to him that he had to pay a fee to enter, but he refused to do so. A flash appeared in his eyes. This rule applies to you too. He warned Sang Yun, if you don't want trouble, you better do as we say. Suddenly, a loud shout came from Daddy Cat. Stupid kid let go with his small body. He was easily kicked away. Daddy Cat fell backward and one guard approached him. The guard with blue fur angrily shouted at him, this is why we told you to hand it over quietly. How dare you resist us? His teammate reminded, hey, isn't this a bit too much? Even though he trembled from the blows, Daddy Cat persistently demanded his belongings back. He seemed on the verge of tears. Give it back. I brought these items to sell to earn money to feed my family. Sang Yun's face darkened as he watched, and the guard warned, don't get distracted by what's happening there. Let's move on. He ignored the words and focused on Daddy Cat as he walked forward. The guard panicked, hey, where do you think you're going? He blocked Sang Yun. If you continue to not cooperate, he still acted superior, we will consider you an enemy with no other choice. The guard threatened, In response, aside from attacking, murderous intent radiated from him. The guard quickly pulled his hand away. He was stunned. What is that? Can a human radiate such an aura? Jong-gu reverted to his original form, standing helplessly aside. Oh my god. You just triggered his rage. Her voice made the guard jump. She smiled at his reaction. Even though he is my disciple, he cannot stand injustice without acting. The guard turned around in surprise. Who's next? The blue-furred guard ordered another to handle Daddy Cat. Check thoroughly if he is hiding anything else. If not, kick him out. But his teammate pointed forward. He turned, confused. What now? A punch landed directly on the guard's helmet. The sheer force of Sang Yoon's punch deformed it. He staggered backward, then collapsed completely. Everyone witnessing this was astonished, eyes wide open. The remaining guards looked at Sang Yoon, fearful and bewildered. One shouted at him, "What do you think you're doing, attacking the guards?" Jong-gu cheered him on. "That's right, show them, Sang Yoon." Her gaze was full of determination. "Prove your justice." Sang Yoon's voice was calm. "You are bullying him." His face grew serious, questioning them. "How dare you harass such a cute cat?" Jong-gu was helpless. When Sang Yoon said that, she smiled faintly. Jong-gu agreed. It's hard to resist such a cute cat. Sang Yoon spoke angrily. "You harass weak challengers and steal all their belongings." Iron Man, bound tightly, continuously explained. "You misunderstood. We're just doing our duty." He frowned in confusion. "I misunderstood." Fire ice skill detected the lie. Iron Man bowed in fear, admitting, "No, you're right." Sang Yoon held something in his hand, threatening them. "Since you intended to steal from us, taking from you isn't wrong either." "Right," Iron Man shouted. "Bastard, that ring was for proposing to my fiancée." He clenched the ring in his hand. "I'll make you rethink that, understood?" Iron Man, terrified, kept sweating, rethink. "I can probably buy another ring." Sang Yoon slowly stood up. "There's no way to get it back now." The system window immediately appeared. "You have achieved the feat, Genius Pickpocket. Achievement reward, Theft Skill B has been generated." The snake obediently brought its head over for him to stroke. The parents of this abyssal descendant snake were even more obedient and adorable. The system displayed, "Abyssal Descendant skill has been activated." Suddenly it flinched, its pupils contracting violently. Changu was glaring at it, her whole body blazing with anger. She stared at the snake with deep crimson pupils. Its eyes widened and its entire body froze stiff. A moment later, it stuck out its tongue, taking on a defiant look. Changu went mad with rage, grinding her teeth loudly. She pointed at it and loudly accused it. "Sang Yoon, didn't you see that? That damned snake just smirked at me," he asked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" When Sang Yoon looked at the snake, it had already returned to its obedient look from before. Even its eyes seemed innocent. Changu waved her hand in frustration. "No, I'm telling the truth." Father Cat watched and judged. Honestly, his face stretched with boredom. These people were far too noisy. Sang Yoon entered the town. Father Cat happily led the way. He stepped forward and spoke to Father Cat. "Thank you for taking the time to guide us to the temple." Father Cat smiled and replied, "It's nothing, meow. I can protect my goods and support my family. You even gave me a few items taken from them, so there's no problem." Sang Yoon glanced at him, thinking of a question. "There's something I've been wondering. You're a challenger, so why are you working as a merchant in the tower?" Father Cat turned around and explained, "Because no matter how much I fight, my condition prevents me from growing stronger. On top of that, my traits are suited for trade, not combat." Father Cat's feet stepped lightly across each stone slab. "That's why I wandered around looking for work, and decided to earn as much money as possible inside the tower." His mind was filled with images of his wife and children, of his family living happily and well-fed. Sang Yoon unconsciously fell into thought. "Family?" After a long pause, he finally spoke. "If the tower is destroyed and you lose your job." Sang Yoon's question made Father Cat tremble. "Will you be able to manage?" He gripped his backpack tightly and answered in a firm voice. "I'll be fine." The terrifying scenes from before flashed through Father Cat's memories like a film. "I've also seen the misery that the tower brought to other cats. It was a terrible sight. I think the world would be better off if the tower disappeared." He turned around with strong determination. "That might make my own situation more difficult, but I believe I can work hard and find a way." Even in such a difficult situation, Sang Yoon was left speechless by Father Cat's words. For a moment he did not know what to say. Father Cat slipped to the side and cheerfully said, "My goodness, we arrived before we even realized it." The two of them stood before a grand and magnificent temple. "This is the temple you were looking for." Father Cat offered an item wrapped in cloth. "Also, this is a gift to thank you for helping me. It will definitely come in handy." He accepted it as Father Cat encouraged him. "I know there are many things to think about regarding the tower, but I believe that in the end you will be able to make the right decision." At first, Sang Yoon's hands hesitated slightly, then firmly held onto the gift. The two of them stood looking at each other as countless emotions welled up. "Thank you." The wooden door creaked and the two doors slowly opened. Sang Yoon stepped inside, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Father Cat. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked forward step by step. "Even though I've become much stronger too." The sounds around him could not break Sang Yoon's train of thought. "But there's also no denying that everyone has suffered because of it. What I can do is..." At some point, without realizing it, he had entered a pitch-black space with no sign of light. Suddenly, red flames appeared above Sang Yoon's head. As they lit up around the room, he could finally see someone waiting for him. Cannon slowly spoke each word. "I did not expect to meet such a special guest." Sang Yoon watched him warily as he said, "Congratulations on making it here, transcendent candidate chosen by the tower." He introduced himself in an extremely solemn voice. "I am the fourth disciple, Cannon." Sang Yoon's emerald pupils trembled. He placed both hands before him with great solemnity. "You seem confused because the god of verification has not appeared." Sang Yoon did not hide his thoughts and spoke directly. "If the fourth disciple is here, that means there are still some things I haven't completed right." Cannon narrowed his eyes meaningfully. "That is correct. To meet the god of verification, losing your faith or divinity is the price to pay. But since most challengers dislike that, you may substitute it with your faith." The system panel appeared with a request. "The fourth disciple, Cannon, has requested that you enter the land of verification." His stance did not shift even slightly. The god of verification also seemed curious about how he would overcome fate. The progress bar showed that Sang Yoon was still missing one stage. "Then I only need to complete the intermediate steps to reach the predetermined result." "I accept." After approval was granted, the system immediately shifted the scene to a clear, sunlit sky. Challenger Sang Yoon has been selected and may enter the land of verification. Cannon slowly vanished while giving a reminder. "Correct. Please complete the process to achieve the predetermined fate." The system provided additional information. "You must clear all 4 floors of the land of verification." Before his lips disappeared, he left behind an ominous remark. "You only need to prove yourself, Challenger Sang Yoon." Once he left that place, he found himself in a deep ravine. That was what the god of verification wanted. A staff appeared along with a description. "Trial in the sacred land. Floor 1 verification has begun. Trial explanation. Use your least proficient weapon to defeat enemies, even if they have mastered that weapon." Sang Yoon gripped the staff tightly. "Your other weapons will be transferred to your inventory." Completion condition. Use your weakest weapon to defeat 10 disciples who meet the trial requirements. 0-10. Reward for completing floor 1, all stats plus 10, B plus skill enhancement potion. A faint layer of blue magic surrounding the staff caught his attention. "So I have to use my weakest weapon to defeat someone who has mastered that weapon." Chingu suddenly appeared beside him and sighed, 10 people. This is going to take quite a while." Sang Yoon simply gave a faint, confident smile. "No," he said, lightly spinning the staff in the air. "It will not take very long." It seemed things were not too difficult for Sang Yoon. Finding people to fight in the land of verification was not hard. He went to a town to ask around. "I found several people who specialized in only one type of weapon. Those with physical ability all received scrolls hung outside their doors, and letters were left where they usually train." One quick-handed person opened the letter, revealing the contents inside. The writing in black ink stood out clearly. The contents roughly challenged that person to bring the weapon he had just discovered and duel him. After reading it, everyone became eager and was easily lured in. Sang Yoon easily began swinging the staff in battle, and as a result, he moved like a gust of wind, powerfully taking down his opponent with a single strike. The grown man collapsed unconscious on the spot before he could even feel anything. Sang Yoon calmly swept his gaze around, observing the battlefield. Many people were waiting, ready to rush in and take him down as soon as they had the chance. A long-haired young man holding chopsticks cursed angrily. "How dare you insult us?" The blond young man also gritted his teeth. "We will crush you." He held a green board in his hand, searching for something. "Do you think you are an expert with skills at that level? I will show you how to truly use a weapon." He took out a bow, aimed in one direction, and pulled the string taut with force. When Sang Yoon released his hand, dozens of arrows flew out in succession, attacking those people. A few stray arrows stabbed straight into the ground, their force so great that the earth and rocks shattered. Chingu, watching from the side, broke into a cold sweat. These so-called experts were truly foolish to fall for such cheap provocation. "You who said those cheap words and all of them who believed them are truly foolish." Suddenly, the corner of Sang Yoon's lips curved upward as he called to her mysteriously. "Chingu, it is done." The people around them were all kneeling on the ground, no longer able to hold themselves up. He was extremely satisfied with the result. "I told you it would not take long." The system panel sounded an announcement. "You have completed the sacred land, the land of verification, floor 1. Reward for clearing the trial. You are permitted to enter the land of verification, floor 2. The scenery began to shift into a maze wrapped in darkness. You have entered the holy sanctuary area, land of verification, floor 2. Mission details. Survive for 100 days in a living maze with murderous intent without being killed. As soon as he entered the maze, Sang Yoon began attacking the writhing tentacle. Reward for completing the mission: random B plus skill book and random B plus stat enhancement potion. The challengers watched his back with curiosity. Who exactly is the challenger in front of us? They stood inside the protective circle created by Sang Yoon, so they were somewhat excited. Not only did he activate a protection skill for us, but when he activated something, the system panel also displayed a notification. Guardian skill has been activated. A magical barrier has been created around the targets, and all stats within the protected area increase by 1. Sang Yoon ignited purple flames and burned everything to ashes, everything that came near. Is he helping us escape this maze? He kept using all kinds of skills. The skill Immortal Mortal Flame was activated. Sang Yoon's entire body was wrapped in violet fire, giving off an indescribably oppressive feeling. The tentacles lay completely still on the ground, accepting being burned away by the flames. You have completed the mission in the sanctuary area, the trial grounds of floor 2. Yoongu covered his face and grumbled, "This living labyrinth has probably never met anyone who burned everything down like you." Sang Yoon gave a small, pleased smile. But as long as the proper chain of cause and effect was completed, any method would do. Wasn't simplifying things much easier. Pillar of light appeared and notifications flashed one after another. The core of the living labyrinth Lutron has been absorbed. Challenger Sang Yoon has won. Transcendence has increased by 0.4%. The special reward from Divinity has increased. The unique effect Fortitude E+ has been unlocked. From now on, Challenger Sang Yoon's bodily durability will be stronger than before. The more notifications he heard, the happier he became. For such a giant living labyrinth, the rewards really were not bad at all. The two challengers behind him kept bowing to Sang Yoon. "Thank you for helping us." They recalled how they had been trapped over the past few days. "We were completely exhausted after 3 straight days in the labyrinth." The two carefully took step after step closer to Sang Yoon. They looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Just then, he had appeared right at the edge between life and death for them. In their memories, Sang Yoon was like a hero standing before every danger, not only activating a protective skill, but also destroying the labyrinth that threatened them. The entire group bowed their heads to express their gratitude. "Thank you so much." The system window was forced to light up because of that brief moment. You have completed the mission in the sanctuary area, the trial grounds of floor 2. Mission completion reward, random B+ skill book, has been transferred to your inventory. Mission completion reward, random B+ stat boosting potion, has been transferred to your inventory. Only then did Sang Yoon understand. So that was it. The goal of stage 2 was not simply to survive. Inside the labyrinth, Sang Yoon had seemed blessed by divine protection, with everything going smoothly, so he was very satisfied. But he also had to save these people. He was about to enter another area. Mission completion reward, right to enter the trial grounds of floor 3. While Sang Yoon was enjoying the battle, someone was still silently watching him through a lens. The god of trials sat calmly on a dais, observing every move of challenger Sang Yoon, who was also helping people act according to the destined flow of cause and effect. A trace of worry appeared on that person's face. Could this also be fate? The scene shifted again to a vast ancient town. You have entered the temple area, the trial grounds of floor 3. Mission details: this is a kingdom ruled by an emperor who worships a demon. Leave the city safely. Sang Yoon began walking through every alley of the town. The mission completion condition was merely to leave the city. He looked around warily. Something was wrong. The mission would be complete just by leaving the city, but he could not sense any sign of life in the village. Yoongu immediately complained, "Well, at least this can end faster." Suddenly, someone opened their mouth as wide as they could and shouted, "His Majesty has arrived. All citizens, come outside at once." Sang Yoon quickly turned around and hid in a small alley. He secretly watched everything with suspicion. What was going on? All the citizens crowded both sides of the road and quickly welcomed that person. Were all the people here slowly starving to death? The king brought a carriage forward and proudly issued an order. "My subjects, offer your food to the carriage behind me as tribute to the evil god." He glared threateningly at everyone. "Refusal will only bring death. You understand that, don't you?" The people immediately formed a long line, each carrying items of various sizes. An old woman's hands trembled as she offered up a bundle, and a soldier quickly snatched it away. Everyone saw him throw the bundle straight into the cart without the slightest hesitation. Through Sang Yoon, Yoongu had already guessed a little. "I see. Judging by this situation, this is the city where the emperor who worships the evil god resides. That means this is a world that truly exists." Sang Yoon suddenly remembered the evil god mentioned earlier on floor 2 of the Great Tree Labyrinth. The system had once mentioned that name. "You have entered floor 2 of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the whisper of the evil god." Back then, Sang Yoon had split the monster in two with a single slash. "Back then I killed the ancient demon sent by the evil god." He frowned, somewhat hesitant. "But this time, if I act here again, it will only be a matter of time before I catch the evil god's attention." Sang Yoon hurriedly activated a skill. Special authority, divine concealment, has been activated. All presence has been shifted into an invisible state. Someone was trembling, speaking in an extremely weak voice. Please don't, an arrogant soldier standing in front shouted. This food is for the evil god. Consider this an honor. The old man knelt on the ground and pleaded, but if you take all of this, my family will starve. The king approached from afar. Why is this taking so long? The soldiers clutched the bundles tightly in their hands, showing no mercy. Your Majesty, a commoner holding the food, said that if this amount is taken, his family will starve. He looked at the old man with murderous intent in his eye. Is that so? The king drew his sword. Then there is a simple way to avoid starvation. He decisively swung his sword, cutting across the old man's neck. All the people stared in horror at the scene. The king shamelessly declared, if the number of people decreases, food will be conserved while the tribute will increase. He glanced over the people. There's no reason to starve anymore, right? And so the innocent also suffered decapitation. If you die, the food will also be conserved. The king continued stabbing others, another person. Then he struck another man on the back, and yet another. The citizens fled in panic amidst his frenzy. Why is everyone running? We must conserve food for the evil god. Seeing a young girl sobbing, the king advanced. Our princess saw you standing still in front like this. Surely you want to sacrifice yourself for the evil god, right? He held a knife to her neck, speaking soothingly. Don't worry, I will let you go without pain. The verification god saw everything through his prism. He quickly assessed the situation. Well done. Challenger Sang-geun, you have erased all your aura and are no longer at the scene. It seems you are heading toward the city gate. He lightly touched the prism, intending to shift the scene, having personally destroyed the strongest ancient demon under the evil god, Kanajal. In the Great Tree Labyrinth, if you cause trouble here, you will truly enrage the evil god. The prism displayed Sang-geun standing before the gate, and not wanting that to happen. You chose the predetermined path, stepped through the main gate exactly as it unfolded. The bodies of the innocent were strewn everywhere. Meanwhile, the people of this kingdom would starve and the kingdom would collapse. This is one of the destinies that the flow of karma in this kingdom must bear. The verification god closed his eyes in sorrow. But I cannot blame you. Because this was also predetermined, one only needs to fill in the links in the chain of karma. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sensing something. But before his eyes, a hand lunged toward the king and the girl, a fist aimed straight at his face. Destiny was that Sang-geun broke his skill, rushing forward with the punch. The special ability Hidden Form Divine Technique was nullified. The soldiers beside him were so shocked that their eyes widened and mouths gaped. The verification god was thrilled, smiling in a way he never had before. Changgu looked at Sang-geun with trust, accepting to fight alongside him. Sang-geun's wind-dripping punch carried the fate of many. What was predetermined was overturned by this single action. Everything changed. Too sudden, the young girl had to stop crying. She stared wide-eyed at Sang-geun. The soldiers were stunned into silence. They still could not speak. The king, bloodied, lay sprawling on the ground. Your Majesty, the soldier ran past him in panic. Is he all right? Your Majesty, Sang-geun lowered himself to reassure the girl. Hey, child, leave this to me. Sang-geun also handed a bag to the girl. Take this food and hide it. The girl was deeply moved. Thank you so much. Sang-geun propped his hands on his knees and slowly stood up. Simply stepping out before the city gate was enough to complete it. Completing the task, the others had likely chosen the simple path to exit. Or rather, that was their destiny. He stood upright and clear. He declared, then that's wrong, verification god. Sang-geun's eyes were full of determination, even facing the evil god. I also do not want to have regrets in this situation. The verification god laughed even louder. His delight could not be concealed upon hearing Sang-geun's final words. So I will change the destiny of this kingdom. Heads in fear, mouths shouting, Your Majesty. The soldier hurriedly reached to check. Your Majesty has stopped breathing, he is dead. A brief exchange between the two gods occurred. The evil god looked at the verification god and asked, what the hell is this? The verification god replied calmly that after all, it did not cause too much damage. Then he casually reassured the evil god, but the evil god appeared completely unsettled. Declaring that Sang-geun must be held accountable, the verification god mocked, saying to go ahead and do so. The verification god laughed so hard that the entire space trembled, unwilling to be oppressed and unwilling to regret. To the point of abandoning any chance to build a friendly relationship with the evil god, you made everything interesting. The evil god's mood, in contrast, became completely opposite. The evil god rubbed his head in frustration, complaining bitterly. Sang-geun was deeply troubled. Damn it, completely insane. Jong-gu took the chance to add a few words. They set up the mess themselves, then beat their own drums. The evil god immediately summoned another skill on the spot. He upgraded the broken toy from a reserve disciple to an official level 4 disciple. The king, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up as if nothing had happened. The evil god ordered the broken toy to destroy Sang-geun, and the soldier was left stunned. To stop him from moving again, he had grown 2 more horns. His limbs transformed into monstrous shapes, the official level 4 disciple Rajan von Tam. He had awakened into an ancient demon. The soldier stepped forward and flattered. "Your Majesty, you have finally been chosen by the evil god and awakened as an ancient demon." While the soldier babbled on, the king pierced him through with his hand. "Congratulations!" His blood poured out, turning into threads that seeped into the king's body. "But your Majesty, why?" he coldly replied. "Those who can't handle a single beast appearing." The king tossed the soldier aside. Step by step he approached the provocateur. The man sat terrified on the ground, pleading, "Your Majesty, I've done everything I could. Please spare my life." Yes, that's right. He had agreed to change the state religion to the evil god's cult. Before the provocateur could finish, his head was held firmly. "So please," he pressed the provocateur's head down with force. His head slammed hard onto the ground. The king bared his fangs in anger. "Enough. From now on I will act myself. You only need to offer your lives." The provocateur's head sank into the ground, ascending directly on the spot. The king absorbed the blood with satisfaction, utterly magnificent. "Finally, I've been chosen by the dark god, holding power in my hands." When he brought his hands together, sparks of electricity shot out. Time for a little test. The king focused strength into his right hand, unleashing a powerful punch. The force tore through the air, shattering the nearby wall. The king's eyes turned red, terrifying. "This is the power I've long desired." Several houses were destroyed by a single punch. "With this power I can do anything." The king's face was now just a skull. "I will wield this power wisely." "O dark god," Sang-Gyun frowned, glancing at the scene around him. A child cried next to a mother crushed beneath debris. "Mom, don't die." An old man discovered his son impaled by an iron rod. "My son," he stood frozen amid heart-wrenching cries. "Please spare me, don't die, I don't want to die, someone save me." Sang-Yul looked up with eyes blazing with rage. "Hey, you there," the king arrogantly challenged, chosen by some so-called divine witness. "A worthless wretch dares to touch the noble body of Cam." The more he spoke, the darker Sang-Yul's expression became. "This level of offense can only be punished by death." The king's entire body was wrapped in a violet glow. "You, along with those who refuse to follow me, had better prepare to die." He stretched out his claws and lunged forward. "You should prepare yourself instead." Skill unlocked. The evil god permits the official 4th rank apostle Dragon Von Tamian to activate divine flame. Sang-Yun's whole body was wrapped in crimson fire as he said coldly, "Very interesting." The next second, a blue pillar of light appeared, piercing straight through him. Divine authority deification was activated. Sang-Yun clad himself in black armor wrapped in crimson flames. "But for you, that future will never come." Divine authority is executed based on latent divinity. The eyes beneath the armor suddenly lit up. "I will grant you your fate." Death, his body kept strengthening. The latent divinities included transcendence, death, immortality, heaven defiance, observation, discipline, harmony, and command. The king flexed, making the muscles across his entire body bulge outward. "A mere lowlife like you dares." He gathered his power, causing even the stone ground to shatter. The king suddenly flew towards Sang-Yun. "On what grounds do you dare show off like that?" With only a light wave of his hand, he manifested a galaxy. "Let me show you." A streak of red light pierced straight through each sphere in that galaxy. Transcendence divinity activated. All abilities belonging to divinity are released from fixed limits. Death divinity activated. From now on, all of Sang-Yun's attacks are covered in an orb of death. Word of command divinity activated, consuming divine power to directly affect the real world through speech. He slowly drew back the light in his hand, half dead already. The king, slashed through by that light, stood frozen in place. Just like that, he was cut in half while his mouth was still curled in a smug smile. Before being crushed, the king still could not believe what was happening. "How can you use the power of a god?" The armor gradually dissolved, revealing Sang-Yun's face. "You're asking how I can use the power of a god? The answer is simple." He raised his hand and declared with overwhelming force, "Because I am a god." The pillar of light slowly faded after the battle ended. The life force of the official 4th rank apostle Dragon Von Tamian has been absorbed. Thanks to defeating the apostle, challenger Sang-Yun has moved 1.4% closer to further divine ascension. Special reward received from divine ascension. Unique effect, demonic energy creation. From now on, challenger Sang-Yun can consume mana to create demonic energy. The king had been cut into many pieces, lying scattered across the ground, his form no longer recognizable. The god of verification was waving his arms and legs in celebration. Too impressive. Contrary to your predetermined fate, you still defied the evil god and opened a new path. He gripped the edge of the divine altar. You are growing step by step. Challenger Sang-Yun, the god of verification, smiled brightly. Perhaps even the 27th floor will be cleared with ease. The evil god has failed once again. The evil god was extremely furious with challenger Sang-Yun. A crack appeared right beside him. The evil god consumed a large amount of divine power and sent an avatar to the Pendilium dimension. Inside the crack, a cunning eye peered out. Challenger chosen by that so-called god of verification. You killed even my most elite archdemon in the ancient tree labyrinth and turned my playground into a complete mess. Sang-Yun simply rummaged around and took something out of his pocket, ignoring the evil god's rambling. I will make you suffer forever. He gripped a ticket tightly with both hands. Interdimensional expulsion ticket, a sacred relic created by the god of expulsion to remove those he dislikes. When divine power is infused into the ticket, its unique effect, resource expulsion, will be activated. Sang Yun bluntly tore the ticket in half and aimed it toward the crack. It can expel a target, even a divinity, to another dimension one time only. The crack slowly closed amid the evil god's confusion, a sacred relic of the god of expulsion. How did you get that? Sang Yun shook his head and mocked him. Before using divine power, you should first check what your opponent has. It was so angry that it began to stammer. I will never let you get away with this. Suddenly, Sang Yun spoke softly. Oh, by the way, he said with contempt, that apostle who just died, considering all your effort, he was pitifully weak. The eye of the evil god twisted grotesquely along the crack. You bastard. Before it completely vanished along with the crack, it did not forget to curse a few more times. Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. One day I will kill you. Sang Yun waved and smiled goodbye to the evil god. See you, its furious screams still echoed through the entire space. Damn it. The evil god's avatar in the Pendilium dimension was expelled to the Darknid dimension. The citizens all rushed out into the streets, surrounding Sang Yun. After the emperor died, the residents who had been hiding began to gather, constantly praising you for bringing peace to this kingdom. New data transformed into streams of light and entered the system. Those with a strong will to live became your followers. The harvest effect increased significantly. However, the foundational legends were still lacking. That stream of light slowly entered him, and the faith it gathered would accumulate in preparation for the next myth. When a legend suited to that faith is obtained, a new myth will be created. The farther he advanced, the steadier Sang Yun's steps became. He had just passed through the layer of mist and finally reached stage 4. Jingu could not help sighing in awe. Even after so many hardships, we made it here. Sang Yun arrived before a door shaped like an egg. Now it was time to meet the true god of verification. The system had only just announced it when a pillar of light carried him elsewhere. He had entered the Holy Land, the verification ground of the 4th floor. When he raised his eyes, the surrounding scene left Sang Yun bewildered. What is this place? A pitch-black space filled with various blue and yellow rifts appeared before his eyes. He observed the hollow void of the universe. Only then did the system panel reveal the rules. The mission of the Holy Land, the verification ground of the 4th floor, has been activated. Mission description. Prove to the god of verification that you are worthy of receiving power. The current mission completion conditions are not yet sufficient. The god of verification waited for Sang Yun to step forward. You arrived faster than I expected. Challenger Sang Yun, with one leg propped on the divine pedestal, he waited to welcome him. Welcome to my sanctuary, or rather, I should say you worked very hard to get here. Sang Yun stared intently at the god of verification without looking away. Because of causality, I made you go through unnecessary procedures. Stage 4 completion reward. Reward upgrade authority, mirror of fate. He generously praised Sang Yun. You passed the Stage 3 verification exceptionally well, broke your predetermined fate and created another fate. That is truly astonishing. Sang Yun did not hold back as he glared at the god of verification. First, is there nothing you need to say to me? He gently closed his eyes. That is right. The reward upgrade authority will be granted later. Before that, you may ask what you wish to know. That was the promise between us. Outside, everything immediately fell into an uproar. The Blood Iron Administrator was extremely curious about Sang Yun's future. Administrator White Crane Sword Immortal entered a state of intense focus. His eyes were full of hidden meaning as he pressed several buttons on the screen. Then the screen instantly turned gloomy gray, activating the special authority that blocks all gazes. All gazes from the divine beings and administrators were completely blocked by the barrier. They were so agitated that they slammed their desks, unable to see Sang Yun at all. White Crane, sitting before the prism, also panicked. What is this? Did it break? In his heart, he had his own concern. Forgive me, administrators, but I cannot let you see this. Sang Yun tried to remain calm. Then I will begin by asking what I am most curious about. The memory of himself gripping a blood-soaked sword made him unable to forget the trial on the 11th floor. I saw another version of myself. But in that fragment of memory, Sang Yun swung his sword and harmed many people, a man obsessed with becoming stronger by slaughtering others. What weighed on him even more was that he had seen himself in many different spaces. That man even crossed dimensions to continue the slaughter. That Sang Yun killed every person of the Pope, even while being cursed. He also went to the animal kingdom and massacred them despite their pleas. Those people were pitifully terrified whenever they saw that other him. Sang Yun suddenly questioned him in a stern voice. What exactly was that? The god of verification also held his chin in thought. That is right. That must be what you are most curious about. He suddenly lowered his hand decisively and made a request. Very well, I will speak about your future when you reach the 27th floor. Suddenly, the voice of the evil god rang out. interrupting the conversation. You will kill the administrators. Sang Yoon felt as if something were pressing down on his entire body, unbearably heavy. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. I will kill the administrators. If they are administrators, then the vision of Sang Yoon's own sword planted in the blood-soaked ground was the place where Karina drew her final breath. He stood frozen in place as fresh blood flowed from his eye sockets. White Crane's entire body was dyed red, lying motionless before Sang Yoon's sword without moving at all. He covered his face and screamed in agony when he thought of having to strike down those two girls himself. Sang Yoon was falling into despair, screaming over and over. Preventing the administrators from seeing this place truly was the right choice. The two familiar girls immediately appeared before his eyes. Challenger Sang Yoon, in the trial on the 27th floor, you will kill the administrators. And not just one of them, but two. Sang Yoon's face was already soaked with tears. Am I going to have to kill them? In contrast to the smiles they gave him was the cruel demand issued by the system. That is right. The content of the trial is to murder the administrators with whom you have formed contracts. Other than that, there are no other conditions for passing. The two of them smiled as they accepted Sang Yoon's blade. After learning the completion conditions, they did not resist and ultimately died by your hand. The sword, stained completely with crimson blood, was planted in the ground. You swore that you would not live as a dog of the tower. You would do anything to become strong, help the innocent, and protect the weak. The motionless White Crane had long since lost every trace of life. Two streams of bloody tears flowed down Sang Yoon's cheeks. His face was blank without the slightest emotion. Canaria's snow-white hair was adorned with red specks while he crushed the enemies standing in his path. Even though Sang Yoon's sword had been thrust into the ground, it could not suppress the murderous intent it carried. He stood frozen before the bodies of those two girls, but that very thing became his Achilles' heel. The path of growth you are following is not what the tower desires. The fragments of Sang Ji-woon's memories gradually shattered, leaving nothing behind. The tower created the trial on the 27th floor to force you onto the path it wanted. At that moment, he truly began to cry. As a result, you failed to protect the people important to you and blamed your own weakness. Blood vessels stood out in Sang Ji-woon's eyes, and he thought the path he had believed was right had led to this tragedy. His entire body also felt as if it were slowly splitting apart. Your mind collapsed completely, just as fate had decreed. Each fragment was like a cut condemning crime and sin. Maddened and furious, Sang Ji-woon was nearly in despair as he dropped to his knee. He gently raised his head. I thought the path I chose had created this ending. I need to become even stronger. What entered Sang Ji-woon's eyes was a silent, dark void, even if he had to slaughter everything. He screamed in agony, making even more blood flow out. I will become an unbeatable monster before the tower. Sang Ji-woon's trembling voice rang out. Impossible, this cannot be true. The god of proof stared at him and affirmed it. No, I am not lying. I possess a special power from the divine. Through the ability to read causality, I can see the future. Sang Ji-woon could not believe it and forced himself to ask. Why was his whole body drenched in sweat as he struggled to hold himself up? Why are you telling me this? What is it? The god of proof's golden pupils suddenly sharpened. Because he declared boldly, I do not want everything to unfold according to the tower's plan. Sang Ji-woon's eyes widened in confusion. You do not want that? What do you mean? The god of proof frowned angrily. I dislike everything flowing according to the tower's script. For your proof to be obstructed by something like the tower is not beautiful at all. Suddenly, a series of red notifications appeared with a blaring alarm. Warning. He immediately lowered his voice and became humble. It seems I have angered the tower. I cannot say any more, but remember this. The god of proof sincerely told Sang Ji-woon everything. The tower has not only the trial on the 27th floor. It designed trials to force people to grow according to its will. The decision of what to do in each strange situation lies with you. Before being transported away, Sang Ji-woon tried to listen to every word he said. I look forward to it. I wonder whether you will face a new fate then. This will also become part of your proof. It will be very interesting. The god of proof gave him a gentle smile. But as you are now, I believe you will overcome it. He left behind a promise. I will wait for you in this place. Sang Ji-woon still had something he wanted to say, but his body was gradually disappearing. Wait, a whirlwind rose and the person who had been right there vanished into empty space. Challenger Sang Ji-woon. A yellow glow brought over a mirror. You have completed the Stage 4 trial at the Sacred Ground of Divine Proof. Trial section successful. The item Mirror of Faith has been sent to your inventory. The system also listed the other privileges in detail. Success reward, you have received special authority. All types of rewards can be upgraded to a higher rank. He was walking inside an enormous structure. You have entered the first floor of the Hall of Proof. Middle area, floor 21. When the door opened, outside it was night in some town. Suddenly, Sang Ji-woon's entire body froze, his head lowering. He clenched his teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. Sang Ji-woon punched straight through the wall beside him. Damn it. It turned out he was thinking about what the god of proof had said. The tower created the trial on the 27th floor to force you onto the path it wanted. Sang Ji-woon gripped his hair tightly and sank into deep thought. The creation of the trial on the 27th floor was certainly a precaution, in case something caused you to stop developing or no longer wish to destroy all divinity. He clenched his fist and kept scraping it against the wall. Damn it. Damn it, Sang Ji-woon tried to hold himself up so he would not collapse right now. What do they want me to do now? The system has reconnected with the administrators. The owner-manager Blood Iron suddenly asked what had happened to cut off their view. The manager White Crane Sword Immortal showed deep concern and said his disciple's complexion did not look good. Sang Ji-woon tried to appear calm and exchanged a few words with them. It seemed the god of proof had temporarily cut off the administrator's ability to observe. I am fine, there is nothing to worry about. His eyes did not dare look straight ahead as he said that. Nothing to worry about. Chingu suddenly appeared behind him and criticized him. You lie so easily without the slightest emotion. Sang Ji-woon was rather surprised that she had come out. Chingu. At some point Chingu's eyes had turned red. Right now. She rushed toward him like a gust of wind, wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. Sang Ji-woon's eyes widened in surprise, the hug leaving him stunned for a moment. Chingu whispered softly into Sang Ji-woon's ear, "It is very hard right now, because I have learned that the path I chose will lead to a tragic fate." He simply stood still, silently accepting her comfort in his exhaustion. You may fall as many times as you need. You may despair as much as you need. Chingu pulled away and placed her hands on Sang Ji-woon's shoulders. No matter how broken you become. Just as you once said you would always stay by my side, she gave him a radiant smile. I will stay by your side too. His pupils suddenly trembled. The words reached his lips, yet he could not force them out. Sang Yoon stared at Changgu and called out in a stern voice. Changgu, answer me quickly. Why are you calling me? A deep voice cut through their conversation. Hey, you two over there. Both of them instantly went on guard and looked toward the source of the voice. A group of soldiers in iron armor was approaching them. You are the ones who attacked the patrol unit. I heard everything. The soldier was holding Father Cat in his hand, attacking the patrol unit and stealing property. Father Cat was motionless, letting the man carry him around. There is no need to say anything more. You will pay for it here. The soldiers blocked every path, deliberately driving them against the wall. The leader threw Father Cat aside without mercy, as if tossing away trash. His whole body rolled several times across the ground before coming to a heavy stop. A spark of anger flickered in Sang Yoon's eyes. Father Cat, are you all right? Father Cat forced himself to get up. Challenger, I am sorry. Changgu ran over to check on him. I truly endured it, but they beat you until your whole body was covered in blood. He was in so much pain that he could not lift his face to look at him. Even though you told me not to, I ended up revealing where you were. I am sorry, Cat. Sang Yoon's face had already been swallowed by darkness. Remember this. Before the suffering of his friends, his expression grew even darker. The tower does not only have the trial on the 27th floor, it also designs trials to force people to mature according to its will. A layer of red magic began radiating from his whole body as he decided what to do in each strange situation. The leader was startled by Sang Yoon's tone. Hey, Sang Yoon looked straight at him and demanded, did all of you really have to go this far? The leader said proudly, we merely gave proper punishment for daring to resist the patrol unit. This would not have happened if you had obeyed. Sang Yoon's brows kept tightening until he heard a voice call out, Challenger. He knelt down to hear Father Cat more clearly. There are too many of them. Run, Sang Yoon comforted him. It is all right, Miss Cat, just rest here. He angrily gripped his knee. Perhaps this is also part of the tower's design, meant to make me grow the way it wants. A pitch-black body covered in glossy scales appeared behind Sang Yoon. The Abyssal Bloodline skill was activated. The Dark Lord of Calamity, hidden within the Abyssal Bloodline, was summoned. As if he had made up his mind, he took something out of his sleeve. In that case, come at me. He remembered that Father Cat had previously given him a package. This is my gift of gratitude to you. It will definitely be useful. It was a silver ring set with a yellow gem on top. Grade A Moonlight Protection Ring. When magic is infused into it, it can activate the special effect Moonlight Protection. The amount of magic used is directly proportional to the Moonlight Shield covering the entire body. With Changgu and the snake beside him, Sang Yoon became even more confident. The fate the tower wants for me, I will gladly crush it. The snake charged forward. It opened its mouth and bit one of them, making him scream. One man barked an order. Hurry up and deal with that snake. Sang Yoon remained silent and gave no reaction. He glanced over and thought to himself, I did not expect the snake from the Abyssal Bloodline skill to be this strong. It is quite useful. The system's voice rang out with an announcement. The Abyssal Bloodline skill is being activated. Before he could do anything, the others rushed towards Sang Yoon one after another. They raised their swords high and shouted, where do you think you are looking? The moment they struck straight down at Sang-yoon, a massive explosion erupted from that spot. The armored men were pleased at first, but then they jerked in shock. Their swords were aimed at him, but Sang-yoon had blocked them all with his own blades. He was unharmed, his face darkened. Sang-yoon held the two swords above his head, blocking their attacks. His calm gaze looked up at them. Then, with a single move, he swung his swords hard and sent them all flying. White sword contact. The men in black armor were blasted far away and crashed heavily to the ground one after another. Sang-yoon panted heavily, gripping his swords firmly with both hands. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He looked up toward the voice. "What is wrong? Your breathing seems rather ragged." The Iron Man stood proudly facing Sang-yoon. Behind him was a massive formation of troops. He narrowed his eyes slightly in amusement. He raised a hand to his mouth and said, "Well, I suppose that makes sense. To capture you, we brought quite a number of experts, even though you have cleared the 21st floor." The giant snake suddenly appeared behind the Iron Man, preparing to attack. He lightly snapped his fingers and spoke. "Surviving among the challengers here is unthinkable." The system's voice rang out. "The exclusive Trait Knights duel has been activated. A fair duel between the two sides will begin and continue until it ends. Duel participants will not be affected by outside factors." The snake was struck and pinned down by an object falling from the sky, collapsing to the ground with a roar. At that moment, the system continued its announcement for the duration of the duel. The same skill or authority cannot be repeated. The half of the snake's body outside the circle gradually vanished. A giant circle surrounding them was created, and the abyssal bloodline skill was nullified. Iron Man looked pleased when he saw the circle. He raised his thumb, then turned it downward and said, "Your snake is dead too, isn't it? Now accept your fate and die. I'll deal with you quickly so I can collect tolls from the other challengers." He kept jumping around. Sang-yeon stayed silent and did not overreact because he did not want to create another one like him. It would be best to kill half of them right from the start. He asked, "Why are you so obsessed with other people's belongings?" Iron Man stopped moving. He stared at Sang-yeon and replied, "Because that makes it easier for us to climb the tower. Those from other dimensions, whether alive or dead, are nothing more than stepping stones for us. You are just a stepping stone too, so obediently accept your fate." Sang-yeon tightened his grip on the sword while the voice kept echoing. "Yes, accept the fate of death." He did not care, his mind lost in thought. Was the tower still the cause? Sang-yeon's mind drifted, and he recalled the past. As long as the tower existed, people like them would continue to appear. Innocent people would be forced to live amid bloodshed. Even if the tower were destroyed, those who lost their work would not be able to live in peace. Cat Dad's ears twitched slightly, and Sang-yeon asked, "Will you really be all right?" He carried a briefcase almost as large as his own body. His short paws moved ahead as Sang-yeon replied solemnly, "It will be all right." Cat Dad's lonely back kept moving forward, while images of the tower and battles overlapped in his mind. "I have also witnessed the pain the tower inflicted on others for a long time. Those horrific, tragic, and terrifying scenes. If the tower is destroyed, perhaps this world will become a better place." Only then did he stop. Cat Dad gripped the handle of his briefcase and turned back to smile at Sang-yeon. "Even though survival will be difficult afterward, I believe we can gradually create new opportunities." Then reality returned in all its cruelty. He raised his head and looked up at the clear blue sky, taking it in. Standing quietly in the cool breeze, Sang-yeon suddenly spoke. "Those who decide their own fate through filthy methods dare to talk about the fate of others." Iron Man, standing across from him, heard this and felt confused. "What did you just say?" Sang-yeon tightened his grip on the sword even more. Facing forward, he repeated his words. "Let me explain it in a way you can understand. Those who call themselves knights yet act in crude, filthy ways, stealing the items others worked hard to obtain, are contemptible." Sang-yeon looked straight ahead, his gaze unwavering, and declared loudly, "Your fate is suited only for death." The system notification sounded again. Special effect. Moonlight protection from the Moonlight Protection Ring is activated. Golden ring appeared, surrounded by a golden force. Conditions met. Through the Moonlight Protection Oath has been activated. Through the moonlight, all stats increase by 10%. When he heard Sang-yeon's words, his eyes widened, and he shouted in fury, "How dare you insult a knight of the Empire? In the name of the Empire's 67th Sword Saint, I will kill you." The imposing Iron Man roared and gave orders to the soldiers. They obeyed and charged forward all at once like a storm. They all rushed in, and Sang-yeon frowned slightly. As if sensing it, he heard the system notification. The skill Charge Through the Ranks activates when facing a crowd alone. All stats increase by 10%. One after another, they charged toward Sang-yeon, yet none of them could avoid his sword strikes. Sang-yeon turned his face aside and swung his sword repeatedly, severely wounding them with certainty. The soldiers were sent flying one by one. He paused for a moment and glanced upward in irritation. 2 more men were charging down from above with shields, raising their swords high to attack. The 2 brought their swords down without mercy, but Sang Gyun swiftly leapt up and dodged. Holding the holy sword, he flipped once, then tilted his head and turned his body. Sang Gyun seemed to hover in midair. He tilted his head back and sword strikes rained down over all of them. They had no time to defend themselves and were all wiped out. The soldiers collapsed in heaps, and Sang Gyun landed straight on the ground. Terrified screams echoed through the area as the frightened soldiers cried for help. Who said he was this strong? Someone stop this guy. Captain, save me. Iron Man watched this from a distance, his eyes wide. He could not believe what he was seeing. Had the renowned masters of the Ares dimension been swept away by him all at once? Iron Man suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. On the other side, Sang Gyun had already taken everyone down in an instant. He lowered himself, slowly stood upright again, and frowned. His unwavering gaze turned toward Iron Man as he said, "Now, only you and I remain in this arena, don't we?" He had begun to feel afraid. Iron Man drew his sword and held it before him, threatening in a trembling voice, "Do not be arrogant. In the name of the Empire's 67th Sword Saint." "I will," the control system sounded once again. The authority flash step has been activated. By consuming holy power, he could instantly move to any desired location within sight. Sang Yun did not hesitate and flew straight toward the Iron Man. He swung his fist, his eyes flashing. "The fact that you are a sword saint does not matter." Before he could even finish speaking, Sang Yun slammed a powerful punch into his body. The punch carried the force of a small explosion, making the Iron Man cough up blood in agony. Riding that momentum, he kept throwing punch after punch into him. "What matters is your fate, and that fate is death alone." The Iron Man was struck again and again, unable to react in time, and cried out, "Wait, wait." His vision was restricted by the helmet, but through the gap, the Iron Man tried to raise a hand to stop him. Sang Yun lifted his fist high and wide. "If you kill me too, the Empire will not let this go." "So what?" With one decisive blow, he punched hard into the gap in the iron helmet. It struck him directly in the face. The Iron Man could no longer stand and fell backward. Sang Yun followed through with a heavy downward punch, sending dirt and stones flying. At that moment, the iron helmet could no longer withstand it either and shattered apart. His face was covered in blood as he coughed hoarsely. Sang Yun stared at his suffering. Sang Yun spoke in irritation, rejecting him. "No one can change the fate I have decided." His eyes slowly opened as he looked at the space around him. Within his field of vision were lush green canopies, while strange sounds rang out continuously. That was dangerous. Catfather sat up abruptly and shouted in worry. "Challenger!" This made Wu and Sang Yun turn their heads in attention. The system panel appeared, announcing that the steel-crushing bite skill was being activated. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Sang Yun and John Gu sitting in front of a gigantic pile of sacks. Catfather froze, then asked hesitantly, "Challenger, what is all that enormous baggage? And what happened to the Vigilante Corps?" Sang Yun looked through the mask he was wearing and then it slowly vanished. He smiled faintly and quickly explained, "Do not worry about that. They were never a Vigilante Corps in the first place. They belonged to the Empire of the Ares dimension and were only occupying a public area by force." Sang Yun's calm voice rang out, "I have dealt with all their remaining forces." This startled him badly and he thought to himself, "You took care of that entire crowd all by yourself." Sang Yun stared at Catfather and continued speaking. "And I also healed all of your wounds, Mr. Cat. Now you can move around comfortably." He raised a hand and rubbed himself, answering with half-closed eyes, "That is true. My body feels lighter." Sang Yun stepped up in front of Catfather. He dropped the bag right in front of him and reminded him, "Do not forget to take this." Catfather sat up properly, his gaze fixed on the bag, and he blushed slightly as he spoke. "That is my precious bag, the one the Vigilante Corps stole from me." "Right." Sang Yun did not let Catfather take the bag yet. He lowered his head slightly, looked down, and said, "Before you take it, there is something I want to tell you, Mr. Cat." He could not help wondering. "What is it?" Sang Yun stayed silent for a moment, then finally moved his lips and began to speak. "Even though your life may become more difficult, I have decided." Sang Yun looked straight into Catfather's eyes and stated his intention, to destroy the tower. In a low voice he asked, "I cannot tell what Catfather's expression looks like right now." "Why?" Sang Yun then voiced the thoughts in his heart. Catfather sat still with a faint smile, listening as he said, "So that no one has to suffer like what just happened. So that all dimensions can live in peace." He stood facing Catfather, his voice serious and certain. "I will change everything completely, even if that future is difficult." Sang Yun wore a deeply serious expression, but his voice was filled with a smile. "I believe we can build a new future together, one step at a time." Catfather silently looked at him, his eyes visibly glistening. Then he pressed his lips together and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. A gentle expression appeared on Catfather's face. He closed both eyes, tilted his head, and answered, "I hope that world will come too." Catfather's voice rang with hope along with boundless trust. "Wherever I am, I will always cheer for the Challenger." The city appeared beneath a dim, hazy light. Ancient castles stood majestically in the heart of the bustling city. The system panel appeared, and the legend of Challenger Sang Yoon spread once again. By then, Sang Yoon had left the forest and approached a certain building. In the 21st floor waiting room, Sang Yoon stood there, opened the computer panel, tapped on it, and muttered, "Good, this upgrade has raised many of my stats and skill level." But then he took a small mirror out of his bag. Sang Yoon held it in his hand, looked into it, and said, "What matters now is this." The server system appeared. It continuously explained the mirror's origin. The mirror of faith, a special mirror created by the god of proof. It was made with the hope of planting faith in a certain challenger. It reacts deeply to the emotions of Challenger Sang Yoon. When that faith is perfected, the mirror will also become a complete holy relic. He frowned slightly, looked down in front of the mirror, and thought. The battle with the challengers from the Empire on the 21st floor raised the mirror of faith's completion rate by 3%. Sang Yoon tried to imagine himself standing before the gigantic mirror. With two different extremes, this means that if I face opportunities for spiritual growth, the completion rate will continue to rise. The system kept sounding without pause. He raised his head, looked at it, and fell silent. Administrator Bloodiron Lord is watching Challenger Sang Yoon. The Administrator Bloodiron Lord has something to tell you about the secret wish. A digital panel suddenly appeared before him, reminding him that the Administrator Bloodiron Lord was inviting him into the management area. Sang Jaeun looked up in surprise. He stared at the flood of messages and thought to himself, "Seeing this many messages, it looks like I really have to go there." Suddenly Sang Jaeun's voice grew low. He stared without blinking and murmured, "Something to tell me about the secret wish." He quickly arrived where he needed to be. Standing before the door of a small wooden building, the system sounded again. Entering the world of Blood Iron. Without wasting even a second, Sang Jaeun quickly pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him, someone was already sitting there, swinging her legs as she waited. "Long time no see, battle lover," Sang Jaeun. He turned fully toward her, his gentle gaze meeting hers as he replied, "Long time no see, Blood Iron Lord." She was sitting proudly on a red chair. Resting her chin on one hand, she tilted her head and looked at Sang Jaeun as she complained, "Since you are my contractor, you should show up more often." The hand gripping his sword stiffened slightly, and Sang Jaeun hurriedly answered, "Soon." He straightened his back, stood rigidly, and spoke without daring to move. "Soon I will definitely come visit." Hearing this, Blood Iron's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly rose from her chair and ran straight toward Sang Jaeun. Blood Iron rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, asking loudly, "Sang Jaeun, did something happen at the Hall of Divine Proof?" He lowered his head in silence without offering a single explanation. Seeing Sang Jaeun remain silent, she said nothing more, her face flushing slightly. Sang Jaeun stood there as if rooted to the spot. Before Blood Iron, all he could do was bow his head. Sang Jaeun lowered his tearful eyes and thought to himself, "Just as I thought." He suddenly reached out and gently held Blood Iron's small hand. As expected, someone like you who has passed the 40th floor is extremely sharp. Sang Jaeun held both of her hands and raised them. Blood Iron lifted her embarrassed face to look at him as he spoke. "Something did happen, but it is a problem I have to solve myself. Once everything is over, I will explain it slowly." He gripped those hands more and more tightly. Sang Jaeun flashed a confident grin and reassured her, "Until then, could everyone please watch and see what I can do?" Blood Iron looked at him, her face turning bright red. She remained silent and gave no reaction. Very soon, that bashful expression disappeared. Blood Iron's gaze suddenly turned serious as she said, "Right, watching what you do is also one of my duties." She pulled her hands back, then turned away and said, "But I hope you can. Promise me one thing." Sang Jaeun stood behind her in confusion. "A promise?" Blood Iron walked toward the chair, her voice carrying a hint of expectation. "When you feel like you have collapsed and can no longer stand back up, lean on me then. After all, am I not your manager?" She suddenly turned back, her face filled with a cheerful expression as she reminded him, "If anything is troubling you, do not keep it all to yourself. Share it with me." Sang Jaeun stared with widened eyes, momentarily dazed by Blood Iron's radiant smile. Then he lowered his head slightly, his mouth curving into a perfect smile as he spoke. "That's right, keeping everything buried inside will not change anything." Sang Jaeun immediately thought of Beek Ha. The two of them had equally radiant smiles. "With such good managers by my side, what is there for me to worry about? No matter how hard things get or how badly I fall, I still have to stand back up." Not only that, Sang Jaeun's comrades were always present in his mind. With a refreshed expression, he said, "Because my managers and comrades are always watching over me, I absolutely cannot collapse for their sake and for my own." This time, Blood Iron was the one left stunned. Her face turned bright red as she stared closely at Sang Jaeun's smile. To quickly hide her embarrassment, Blood Iron grew restless, pacing back and forth before speaking up. "Right, hearing you think that way truly makes me happy." She turned away, but then suddenly remembered something and looked back at him. "That's right, I promised to tell you about the secret wish." Blood Iron placed both hands on her hips. Expression suddenly became grave as Blood Iron faced Sang Jaeun and warned him, "Chosen one, Sang Jaeun, listen carefully. If you want to challenge my secret wish, then you will have to face a divine being. That divine being is the evil god. Hearing Bloodiron say this, he was utterly shocked. His eyes widened in confusion. Wait, the evil god? She lowered her head slightly and nodded, gazing thoughtfully at him before answering, yes. I do not know why, but ever since the tower touched my secret wish, interference from divine beings has become possible. The world where I once lived, those terrifying images slowly appeared, with skull-headed figures standing tall there. It was destroyed by the invasion of an evil god from another dimension. Those furious evil gods looked down fiercely and majestically. The evil god led countless demons, and their power was beyond imagination. At that time you will have to face the evil god's true form. A threatening figure blazing with light, while the dark silhouette of the other being appeared. Bloodiron's voice was filled with warning, not merely a temporary incarnation. She lowered her head and looked down, her voice carrying a trace of fear. The secret wish can be carried out at any time. But if you enter the secret wish now, you will only be killed by the evil god. After telling Sang Jian everything, Bloodiron blinked hesitantly. So for now, Sang Jian suddenly realized something and looked at Bloodiron in shock. She lowered her head, not daring to look straight at him. Expectation and hope filled her face as she spoke to him. Please think about yourself first, all right? Sang Jian remained silent for a long time without answering. In his mind, he thought back to what had just been said, the evil god. Then he remembered every battle he had gone through, and everything Sang Jian had encountered. It was the divine entity he had faced in the ancient tree labyrinth and the verification arena. But now, it turned out that he was also the one who had destroyed the administrator's world. Sang Jian's hand, which had been hanging loosely at his side, suddenly clenched tight. He thought with firm resolve. The tower must have arranged everything, destroying Ironblood's resources. The monarch had pushed him into an unavoidable confrontation with the evil god. He raised his head, his expression darkening, his eyes widening in rage. This was unforgivable. Ironblood saw that he had no reaction, so she hurried forward and called softly, "Hey, Sang Jian." Sang Jian remained in that same posture and then spoke. "Ironblood monarch, I have made my decision." Ironblood was about to persuade him, but she froze. She was shocked when she heard Sang Jian say, "As long as I become just a little stronger." In his heart now there was only the image of the evil god and that tower. It was the tower that had stirred hatred inside Sang Jian. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, "I will crush both the tower and the evil god." Sang Jian quickly walked out of Ironblood's room. He stepped through the gate and moved into another room. "You have entered the waiting room of the 21st floor." The sword in his hand suddenly rang out, anxiously trying to stop Sang Jian. "Sang Jian, I understand that you are furious with the evil god. But rather than recklessly entering the secret wish, I advise you to focus on developing further." He stood proudly in the middle of the room and replied, "Yes, it is true that I currently have no chance of defeating the evil god." System panels appeared one after another before Sang Jian. He looked at them and said, "That is why I must find a way to advance the undead summoning technique to its next stage." And when the rank of undead summoning rose, the sound of the system panel announced, "The rank of the undead summoning skill has increased by 1 level. Because the conditions have not been met, the rank of the undead summoning trait cannot grow." A spatial door appeared right in front of Sang Jian. He looked inside it and said to himself, "I hope this trial will give me the answer." The system's voice rang out again. "You have entered the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials." As he stepped through the door, the system immediately informed him of all the details of the next floor. Difficulty: hard. The theme of this trial is Necromancer. Sang Jian and Zhonggu appeared on a cliff. Before them lay a silent, primitive wasteland. Remaining time: 1 month. Condition for clearing the trial within the remaining time: eliminate the apostle who worships the gods of despair, corruption, and madness. The system continuously displayed multiple panels, each one offering its explanation to Sang Jian. Reward for clearing the trial: the scabbard of a swordsman who pursued the mystical. Failure condition: the participant dies or time runs out. He stood atop a high mountain, gazed into the distance, and spoke. Apostles who worship the god of despair, lowliness, and madness. Zhonggu stood beside him with her arms crossed and said, "In the end, this involves fanatics again. This may be a trial where I have to face true death." Hearing her words, Sang Yun looked over. He asked in confusion, "True death? Apostles are not divine beings, nor do they possess divine authority. Defeating them should not be that difficult." Zhonggu remained standing with her arms crossed. She glanced back at him and replied, "Think carefully. This is an apostle of fanaticism." Her expression darkened and a crimson glow appeared in her eyes. Zhonggu gently reminded him, "Listen, Sang Yun. Long ago, I once faced a second-rank apostle of a demon god. A massive hand grasped everything, and she showed Sang Yun the result more clearly. But as expected, apostles of ancient divine beings are completely different. The dimension where that battle took place was utterly and brutally destroyed." He turned toward her, listening closely to Zhonggu's story. Sang Yun's eyes trembled slightly. He frowned deeply and asked in disbelief, They have the power to destroy an entire dimension? She answered calmly, that's right. Jong-gu did not stop. She continued explaining to him that fanaticism possessed terrifying power. And since these are its apostles, that means they may possess power close to the domain of divine being. Sang Yoon fell silent for a moment. He looked down at her slightly, deep in thought. When it comes to apostles of fanaticism, there is no such thing as being too careful. So pray that the opponent is not a second-rank apostle. After that, Sang Yoon raised his head again, his expression unwavering as he spoke. But even so, finding an apostle of fanaticism within 1 month on a planet this vast will not be easy. Just like that, the conversation gradually fell silent. The two stood side by side, gazing into the distance across this ruined land. At that moment, the sound of a system panel appearing rang out with a notice. A special mission has occurred. Sang Yoon and Jong-gu looked up at the system panel together. Confused, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "A special mission right after we started? How sudden? What is going on?" Sang Yoon looked at the system panel to accept the mission, then suddenly froze. Fear flashed in his eyes and he let out a faint cry. From high above, a water tower suddenly began pouring down massive torrents of water nonstop. Sang Yoon shouted a warning, "Jong-gu, get ready to run." A monster suddenly appeared, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared. A group of people carrying various weapons chased after it. They shouted threats, "You lowly monster, do you not recognize the worshippers of death?" The red-haired man stepped forward from behind and loudly ordered a skeletal figure. "Dark name Undead Sorcerer, protect our witch." Mimia knelt on the ground, clasping her hands together as she trembled and prayed, "Only then can the prophecy of my people be protected." The green monster turned back. It let out a huge roar at the group. The man shouted a warning, "They are attacking." The undead knights rushed forward with their weapons. They watched the monster warily, and he gave the order, "Go, undead knights, protect the witch." The giant monster immediately sent the group flying, then charged swiftly toward Mimia as she knelt there. The red-haired man was knocked away. He struggled to look up at her and cried out in pain, "Witch!" The monster kept charging forward. She widened her eyes and stared at it, frozen in place. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Danger!" Sang Yoon appeared out of nowhere. He jumped down and kicked the monster head-on, making it roar. Mimia was stunned by the scene. Her mouth fell open in shock. Sang Yoon stood firmly on top of the monster. Mimia silently looked toward him and thought, a monster that huge was defeated with a single blow. Seeing Sang Yoon's majestic and heroic figure, Mimia blushed slightly and thought, no, more importantly, the person who saved me from danger like this. Meanwhile, Sang Yoon was drenched in sweat, his expression dark as he panted heavily. In Mimia's mind, she was still imagining that he might be a prince who had come for her. She clasped both hands in front of her, her eyes shining with happiness. This is truly destiny. Mimia remained kneeling on the ground, looking toward him. Sang Yoon stomped the ground in irritation. He slowly stepped off the monster. He walked closer to her and said, "Thank goodness. I was not too late. If I had been any slower, it would have been dangerous." Mimia remained kneeling. In her mind, she kept guessing. Someone who can defeat a monster with one blow like that must be incredibly handsome. Sang Yoon stepped in front of her, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing his call, Mimia raised her head. Sure enough, his expression at that moment terrified her. Sweat streamed down her face and she could barely breathe. "I have traveled across this entire dimension in search of the witch. Now then, shall we slowly talk about information related to this dimension?" As soon as Mimia raised her head and saw that expression, she jolted in shock. Her eyes widened and she could not react right away. She raised both hands near her face, her eyes and expression clearly filled with fear as if she were about to scream. At this moment, the system boards displayed the mission notification. Special mission completed. Rescue the female sorcerer in danger. Upon completing the mission, you will receive information related to the 21st floor challenge from the female sorcerer. Chong-gu, furious, shouted reprimand. This fool completing the mission is good. Seeing the female sorcerer's expression, Sang Yoon felt slightly annoyed at being scolded, his expression shifting. Mimia trembled in fear, looking like a frozen rabbit on its knees. Chong-gu nearby said, "She trembles like a frightened rabbit." He responded nonchalantly, "Well, that's true. But it's not serious." Chong-gu's sharp voice echoed repeatedly, and she had to clarify, "Not serious." In what realm would someone talk to others with such a strange expression? Sang Gi-eun stood directly in front of Mimia, exclaiming, "What realm?" He muttered to himself, but Mimia heard it. She was astonished, lifting her head to look back. In the Earth realm, such behavior would be normal. Mimia stared at him, hesitating as she spoke. "The Earth realm. So you are..." Before she could finish, the red-haired man lunged forward, blocking her cautiously. "Female sorcerer, this one is very dangerous." Sang Gi-eun was caught off guard, unsure what to do. He just forced a smile and loudly said, "Did you see that terrifying expression just now? Clearly a dangerous person." Sang Gi-eun stammered, trying to justify, "Hey, it's not that bad." Mimia tried to intervene, hesitating. Stop it. The red-haired man still looked worried, glancing over. He shouted, "Female sorcerer." Mimia slowly stood and said, "This is the one our tribe's prophecy mentioned." She clutched her robe tightly, her expression somber. When the apocalypse occurs, a deity controlling death will appear from the place called the Earth Realm. Mimia pulled her hood down, her face alight with hope, looking directly at Sang-Gi-un. "We have been waiting for you. Honored deity, the special mission to save our tribe begins." The system board announced, detailing each subtask of the mission. Currently, the Hermione tribe worshipping death places great expectations on the deity, according to prophecy. They believe that the death-marked deity will save the tribe. Sang-Gi-un silently listened to the system announcement. He stared silently at the two of them, win the tribe's recognition and be revered as a deity. The carriage stopped, the door opened. From above, a pair of legs descended. Sang-Gi-un froze, lips moving silently. "I never expected this." In front of Sang-Gi-un was a gloomy village shrouded in mist. On every barren branch hung the corpses of children, and below lay villagers in agony. The situation was so dire, truly severe. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system announced, "You have entered the magic area, land of those who worship death." Outside the carriage, Mimia's subordinate sat guard, face grim. He frowned slightly, listening intently to the conversation inside. "Forgive me for not greeting earlier." She sat upright, eyes wide, looking forward, then introduced, "I am Lucia Mimir, female sorcerer leading the Hermione tribe." Mimia went straight to the point. "I need to ask you for something extremely important." Sang-Gi-un, seated opposite, asked curiously, "What is it?" The carriage clattered along steadily. Inside, she explained the situation clearly. "If we leave this forest, we will reach the village where the Hermione tribe reside. You must have noticed from what you saw, this land is polluted." Mimia looked embarrassed, eyes downcast, feeling sorrowful. "And of course, our territory is no exception. Many people are suffering due to the contamination." Hearing this, he felt something unusual. Contamination. She was already accustomed to the strangeness when mentioning this issue. "Indeed, this is probably what piques your curiosity most." Mimia pressed both hands onto her thighs, one gripping the other. "This land is poisoned, driving people mad. Immersed in incurable disease and relentless pain." She recalled the scene when it all began. Figure in a black cloak summoned vicious monster. The mastermind was a follower of an ancient deity, and simultaneously an unparalleled genius of the Hermione tribe. A necromancer summoning the dead, his name, Mimia remembered his sinister smile as he looked down. A somewhat familiar name, Lucia Saxis. When she spoke the last sentence, no one could have expected. "My younger brother." Across from her, a long silence ensued. Sang-Gi-un and Changgu were both shocked, eyes wide, exclaiming in unison, "Younger brother." Mimia avoided their gaze, lowering her face. She seemed on the verge of tears, eyes reddened. "The entire Hermione tribe tried to persuade my younger brother, but it was all in vain. So please save our tribe and my younger brother as well." As soon as she finished speaking, the notification panel appeared again. "If you save the Hermione tribe, the witch will reveal the necromancer's location." Looking at the situation, Sang-Gi-un had already begun to understand. So that was it. Now he understood why the special quest had been issued this way. He raised his eyes and looked straight at her with a stern expression. The first step was to save the tribe and obtain information from the witch about the necromancer's location. The flashback ended, and a villager with completely white hair appeared. His entire body was thin and gaunt, nothing but skin and bones, and he spoke with difficulty. "Saintess." Standing off to the side, Jong-gu could not help speaking after seeing the situation. "This is serious, it has reduced people to this state." Sang-Gi-un crouched on one knee and assessed him, but it had not yet reached an extremely dangerous level. He turned his head back, looked over the whole situation, and analyzed it. "If you look closely, you will see that corrupted divinity and demonic energy are spreading from this land. Those who cannot withstand that energy will gradually become exhausted or pass out." The system displayed the area's information panel. "Current magical zone, the land of the death worshippers, has been eroded by divinity and demonic energy." Sang-Gi-un paid little attention even as everyone turned to look at him. He summarized the main situation. "If the condition worsens, you will see scenes like what is happening back there." Everyone went mad. Suddenly, beneath a withered tree, a person in a white robe stood up and shouted, "Death! Death is coming! Death itself is the will of the gods!" Cries of joyful screaming followed. Among them, one of the believers kneeling before the tree spoke. "Oh, my child, mother is so happy. You have gone ahead to meet the gods and accept death." She clasped her hands together in agony, tears streaming endlessly as she voiced her wish. "Mother will follow you soon too, so wait just a little longer." A voice assessing the entire situation rang out. "The current situation is already serious, but if it is left alone, this village will soon be completely destroyed." Mimia looked sorrowful. She understood the situation here better than anyone. "It is true that our tribe worships death, but not because we want to die, but because we do not fear death." Mimiya explained the cause behind all of this. An unwanted alliance was formed, however not long ago. My younger brother formed an alliance with some god, and ever since then, corrupted energy began spreading throughout this land. Because of that alliance, murders and internal conflicts began happening one after another. Since then, the people have fallen ill or started losing their minds. The worship of death had been twisted into a craving for death. Gu remained silent for a long while. Only then did she part her lips and say, "It seems what needs to be done is clear, which you must know your younger brother's location." Then came the time to make a decision. Mimiya looked somewhat confused and stared at her blankly. A decision? Gu folded her arms, tilted her head slightly, and turned her gaze toward her. "That's right, the fastest way to resolve this situation is for you to tell us your younger brother's location." Gu ended with a chilling sentence. "Then we go deal with him." Mimiya was truly frightened. Her eyes widened as she stammered, struggling to speak. "Deal with him? Do you mean kill him?" Mimiya froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. She unsteadily reached out her hand and took a few steps closer to Gu. "No, my god, you cannot kill him. I am sure he can be persuaded with words." She still clung to that blind faith. "After that, he will become better." Gu looked annoyed, her expression darkening as she furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you have any proof that persuading him with words will work?" Mimiya's eyes glistened intensely. At that moment, determination appeared on her face. "My younger brother has always been by my side since we were little, so I know him well." Mimiya recalled memories from their childhood. Back then, the siblings had stood before their parents' graves for a very long time. When we were young, our parents passed away, leaving only the two of us to rely on each other. Her younger brother always smiled brightly and turned to comfort her. Whenever my life reached a dead end, my younger brother was always beside me, smiling. Sometimes when Mimiya was afraid and curled up alone in a dark room, that younger brother was also by her side. Even when I struggled with life as a witch, or when arguments broke out and those adults bullied a young and inexperienced girl like her, he was the one who stepped forward and argued back. My younger brother always comforted me and protected me from danger. According to Mimiya's story, this younger brother was someone who always smiled, was friendly, and treated everyone kindly. The final words were the account of an older sister who loved her younger brother. She was smiling brightly, but inside the pain had already pierced her to the bone. That is the kind of younger brother he is, so please meet him and speak with him sincerely. I am sure everything will. Gu cut her off, her cold eyes glancing upward. No, she was extremely realistic. Gu glanced to the side and bluntly dragged Mimiya back to reality. Your younger brother has become a fanatical believer, a servant of an evil god. Looking at the current situation, is it not already obvious that there is no turning back? She still wanted to save him and still held on to hope, but Gu could not bear it. Her face turned pitch dark as she shouted, "There are no buts. No matter how good your younger brother used to be, right now he is a believer of an evil god, a demon. That is an undeniable fact." Mimiya could not refute her, could not answer back, and could only stand stiffly in place. Tears kept falling without end. Sang Gi-hun stood silently at the side watching this scene. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. "Saintess!" Someone wearing a black robe that covered their whole body came rushing over. "Something terrible has happened, truly terrible." She snapped back to her senses and turned to ask, "What's happening?" The person is fully equipped, panting beneath the mask. She should go check immediately after hearing this announcement. All three of them listened intently, with Mimiya being the most panicked. The condition of the infected civilians had worsened. Everyone followed the guide. In a short moment, a group appeared in front of a house. Anxious, she hurriedly flung open the main door. "Is everyone okay?" Mimiya's face darkened, shocked by what she saw, her eyes vacant. The protected staff inside the building were all gasping, foaming at the mouth in extreme agony. "Holy Lady, please save us, my flesh feels like it's burning." The cries for help never ceased, the space filled with despair. "Please save my father, better to kill me than let this happen." Mimiya couldn't stand. Her knees buckled to the floor. A panicked voice shouted, "Holy Lady." Gu stood behind, observing from an outsider's perspective. Some had already succumbed to the corrupted divinity and demonic aura, dying gradually. Sang Yoon seemed to sense what was about to happen. As it come to this point, Mimiya was anguished witnessing the scene. She could barely contain her emotions hearing the cries, "Please kill me." "Holy Lady," one of them couldn't stand, crawling on the ground toward Mimiya. "Living like this is meaningless." He struggled to his last breath. He voiced his wish before collapsing, "Kill me." She couldn't hold back, tears of regret streaming down. "I'm sorry." Mimiya grieved, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault because of my brother." The guide who led them here stood behind her, startled by her actions. Mimiya trembled, stammering, "Please don't hate my brother, all the blame is mine." Gu could no longer watch. She stepped closer from behind, giving guidance. "Holy Lady, the situation has become too serious. It cannot be prolonged. It's time to reveal the location of her brother." Mimiya still refused stubbornly, "Never." Gu gritted his teeth. She couldn't comprehend, screaming loudly to release the pent-up anger. "This is no time for stubbornness. People are dying before our eyes." Mimia became more agitated, tears streaming, shouting, "No, no, 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 no." The three behind her remained silent. They said nothing, did nothing, only watched. Sang Yoon looked down carefully. He listened closely to Mimia's next words. "If it were you," she turned around in utter anguish. "If it were you, could you easily decide when witnessing your family being killed, if you plan to kill my brother?" Mimia seemed to vent her emotions, inhaling sharply and screaming, "Then kill me first." Sang-il frowned, still remaining silent. He made no move, only turned and walked away. Jong-gu flinched and stepped back. She called out his name, questioning, "Sang-yoon, where are you going?" He walked without looking back, replying coldly, "First, we must handle the urgent matter." Sang-yoon left while assigning tasks clearly. Mimia remained seated on the floor. "I will handle this situation. As for the holy lady, think carefully about the current situation." Chong-gu leaned on the railing, expectantly asking, "Is there any way to resolve this?" He had no solution yet, only temporary stabilization. "I will attempt to purify this corrupted land, overtaken by defiled divinity and demonic aura." Sang-yoon was determined, slamming his hand on the ground. A stream of power began to emerge. "I will channel my divinity and make this place my domain." Immediately an announcement appeared. Special ability activated, establishing a divine domain. From his position, countless waves of power radiated into the air. The wind blew violently around. Mimia was tense at the sight. She turned in astonishment, another announcement appearing, consuming divine power and the admiration of challengers for Sang-yeon. To create a transcendent divine domain, he activated power in his hands. Calculating and focusing, the divine energy was intense enough to burn flesh. He transformed the place into a domain through his physical power. It would not be easy to reclaim. Sang-yeon's gaze showed resolve, a clear determination. Then Yan gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with energy. "Even if I must exhaust all divine power, I will seize it." The system displayed its function. Within the transcendent divine domain, body and spirit do not fatigue. Sang-yeon poured all his strength, pressing his hand firmly to the ground. Power erupted continuously, the announcement sounding repeatedly. In the transcendent divine domain, growth rate increased by 100%. He refused to give up, gritting his teeth through the strain, and finally saw some results. Within the transcendent divine domain, all wounds healed rapidly. His immense power caused nearby stones to shatter. In this dark space, a brilliant light illuminated the area. The light grew, sweeping across the entire town. After the shock of the spiritual energy, change began to manifest. New shoots emerged, trees brimmed with life, and green leaves appeared endlessly. The landscape seemed to revive with the green of trees, animals, and water sources. System notification: the transcendent divine realm has been established. Exhausted villagers were fully restored. They stared in awe, witnessing the scene with their own eyes. Mimia was overjoyed, her body free of pain. She could hardly believe the happiness around her. Illness had been completely cured. The desperate villagers exclaimed in shock and disbelief. "The gods have succeeded." Chong-gu shared in the joy. She propped herself up, looking outside. "We handled the current situation well. Saintess, I understand your desire to protect the villagers who would want to abandon their loved ones." She watched quietly. Sang-yeon surely understood this feeling better than anyone. Jong-gu spoke openly, explaining his reason. Having also lost his family to monsters, he chose to save the villagers even at the cost of his own life. It was a decision not made lightly, truly extraordinary. Nai was terrified upon hearing this. Chang-gu witnessed a tear fall, and the smile in this village stirred his heart. "Saintess, remember this. The villagers are someone's cherished loved ones as well. I hope your stubbornness does not cause further harm to the innocent." She ended with a slight compliment for Mimia. "You are the saintess bearing responsibility for this entire village." She looked up, surprised. Suddenly, a cough caught Mimia's attention. She tensed, startled, glancing over. Sang-yeon looked very unwell. He kept coughing up blood, forcing himself to stand. As Sang-yeon turned, blood continuously streamed from his eyes. Chong-gu reacted swiftly, rushing out to call him. Chong-gu was deeply worried, not hesitating to embrace him. Whispered thoughts echoed in his mind. "The gods." Chong-gu shook him firmly, trying to stabilize Sang-yeon. The voices repeated incessantly. Mimia was utterly shocked. Her eyes widened in astonishment, blaming herself for her stubbornness causing this state. In the dark space, the terrifying voices calling his name echoed endlessly. His face trembled as he took a step back. Before Sang-yeon, two girls slowly approached. White Crane asked, "Sang-yeon, what are you doing?" Bloodstill also spoke up. "You must make a quick decision." Their faces were unfamiliar, eyes deep with black blood flowing continuously. They leaned close to Sang-yeon. He smiled in a way that provoked anger. She looked at him and said, "We'll be fine." Bloodstill's voice full of anticipation. "So kill us and move on." Her gaze was piercing. Bloodstill shouted excitedly, "Hurry, kill us and survive." White Crane squinted, tilting her head to urge Sun Jun. "Right, Mr. Jun, make a wise decision. Go ahead, kill us." He frowned deeply, filled with fear. Facing the two, Sang-yeon seemed frozen, while incessantly in his ear echoed the words, "Kill us." He was speechless, screaming. With all his strength, Sang-geun turned and dashed away from the 2 hectares. He ran continuously, with no pause. Panicked, not noticing his surroundings, Sang-geun suddenly tripped over a stone. He lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. Sang-geun was in pain, slowly forcing himself to sit up. He couldn't continue like this, making no movement. Gripping the ground tightly, he paused, teeth clenched, frowning. I can't protect anyone like this. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. He opened his eyes in surprise. Right now you must make a decision, Spirit Lord. Mimiya silently appeared, terrifying, eyes blazing red, holding him completely in her grasp with delight. Spirit Lord, you can kill your precious allies, can't you? Suddenly, in the hazy subconscious, someone tried to awaken Sang-geun. Chang-gu stared at him, trying to call loudly for Sang-geun to wake. Han Seong-jun held his shoulders firmly, slowly bringing Sun Jian back to awareness, speaking softly. Blood still flowed from his eyes. Seeing him awaken, Chang-gu was excited, quickly saying, "Yes, it's me. Are you okay?" Sang-geun's eyes glimmered with a hint of a smile. He held her hand, explaining, I was exposed to the Apostle's divine power too long, causing temporary mental erosion. Sang-geun straightened. He patted Chang-gu's head to reassure, resting a bit will help recover. Don't worry too much, said the man in black. Then I will escort the Spirit Lord. The two helped Sang-geun out. Nim sat on the steps, watching with admiration. She blushed slightly. Darkness fell, the small wooden house heavy with gloom. Chang-gu rested in a corner of the bed. Sang-geun sat by the window, looking out at the courtyard where the villagers continued to rejoice. The children played and ran after him, saying, Thanks to the Spirit Lord, my body no longer hurts at all. The Spirit Lord saved us. Sang-geun could not take his eyes off them. He was happy to see the scene and thought, it seems the Hermione tribe has finally recovered. We succeeded. The moment that thought ended, the system's sound panel appeared and announced, the Hermione tribe worships you fervently. Sang-geun placed his hand on the windowsill. Then he suddenly clenched his fist and thought, now I only need to find the Dark Mage's location. As he was thinking, a knock sounded at the door. He turned his head and looked over. Spirit Lord, may I speak with you for a moment? The voice rang out and the door slowly opened. There is something I want to tell you. That person entered the room and walked toward where he was sitting. Sang-geun rested his hands on his thighs, sat still, looked up and asked, coming this late must mean it is important, right? The one who knocked was Mimiya. She did not answer right away and looked at Sang-geun with a clear gaze. Mimiya stood across from him. Her words made him pause and he silently observed the Spirit Lord's action. I have decided to reveal my brother's location. Mimiya's gaze did not waver and her voice was calm. Then I will go there as soon as the sun rises. Sang-geun did not trust her in the slightest. He silently activated the system, causing his empowered eyes to glow. The scene appeared and the fire dragon eye skill was used. Soon, morning arrived. On a rugged stone road, 2 large horses galloped past. Sang-geun rode one horse and followed behind Mimiya. She rode the other horse in the lead and said, once we cross this forest, we will reach where my brother is. Chang-gu sat on the same horse as him. She held the horse tightly, glanced back and said, you seem very attached to your brother, so why did you change your mind? Sang-geun held the reins and quietly stared straight at Mimiya without answering her. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at their destination. We are here. He led the horse to a stop beside her. Mimiya raised her head, looked straight ahead, and spoke. This is where my brother stays, at the border of the defiled land. It was once the gathering place of the primordial spirits. Before the 3 of them stood a towering triangular stone structure, surrounded by many barren mountains. This is the sealed tomb of the primordial spirits. Sang-geun looked up at the tomb. When he heard Mimiya's words, he turned to her in confusion. Primordial spirits, she looked back at him and answered. I understand, Spirit Lord, you may not know because you come from another dimension. The primordial spirits are like managers bound to the tower. They protect specific areas like hypothetical gods. Chang-gu stood with her arms crossed on an open patch of land. Strange little creatures gathered beneath her feet. I will protect this area. A tall, upright tower marked as abandoned appeared. Chang-gu closed her eyes and absorbed the source of power that formed the orb. They possess divine power, but they are not bound to the tower. That is why they are called demigods. Administrator Wu said so. The 3 of them quickly dismounted and reached the tomb entrance. Mimiya stood in front of the door and continued explaining. But one day, all the primordial spirits died, and their remains were buried here. She leaned forward, placed a hand on her chest, and spoke with a serious expression. This is both the gathering place and the grave of the primordial spirits. Sang-geun did not care. He stepped forward and said, this will be an even harder battle. Chang-gu stood behind him with her arms crossed and said, exactly, using the tomb as a refuge means they may be able to revive the primordial spirits. He walked toward her step by step and said, facing multiple godlike beings is a dangerous mission. Sang-geun stood tall before her. He looked down, frowned, and asked, do you truly intend to follow me into such a dangerous place? Mimiya faltered and hesitated. How could I? Chang-gu stood still in the distance, looking toward the 2 of them. Before she could answer, Sang-geun asked again, even if you follow me, I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you still want to come with me? Faced with his string of questions, Mimia lowered her head slightly and muttered, I know. Then her voice gradually became clearer as Mimia turned toward the two of them and admitted, my stubbornness nearly killed my own people. Her sudden confession left Sang Gi-un stunned. She lifted her expectant gaze toward him, her voice filled with trust. But even while your body was burning, Spirit Lord, you still saved my people. Mimia's hand resting on her chest clenched slightly as she explained, it must have been very difficult for you, Spirit Lord, inspired by you. I have also made my own decision. Mimia smiled confidently, her eyes shining with optimistic joy. Even if my brother dies, I want to witness the end with my own eyes, so please help me. Sang Gi-un looked stunned, his eyes wide with surprise and his mouth slightly open as if he could not speak. He thought to himself, recalling an image of a hand playing with her as it held the other person back. If I refuse right now. That black silhouette turned back slightly. Her hand had already reached out to grab it. Just as Mimia spread her arms to embrace the person, they collapsed, leaving her arms empty. Then little by little that person dissolved into the air. She looked up at Mia in a daze. Mia could do nothing but clutch the coat helplessly and sob. Just thinking about those images made Han Sung-yoon unable to hold himself back. He silently tilted his head up toward the sky. His lips parted slightly, and a faint sound rang out. The air fell silent. Han Sung-yoon made his decision. He looked straight at Mimia and said, fine, but if you become a burden, I will send you back. Jong-gu stood behind him and hurriedly shouted, Han Sung-yoon, are you still in your right mind? Suddenly, the door of the tomb slowly opened. The system voice rang out with an announcement. You have come this far. You challenged without the slightest fear and reached this place, so sending you back would be impolite. As soon as the door opened, a powerful gust of wind was sucked inside. Han Sung-yoon struggled to keep his footing. He raised his hand to block it and thought, what kind of wind is this strong? But Mimia could no longer hold on. She was quickly pulled inside and screamed, there! Seeing this, Han Sung-yoon and Jong-gu hurriedly rushed forward. He cursed anxiously in his mind, damn it. Without hesitating for even a second, the two quickly jumped through the door. After everyone fell inside, the door slammed shut. A long while later, voices rang beside her ears. Mimia suddenly woke up. The Saintess, Han Sung-yoon, and Jong-gu were standing with their hands on their knees, looking at her. He knelt beside her and asked, Saintess, you are awake. She slowly sat up, looked around, and asked, where are we? Han Sung-yoon straightened up and replied, it seems we were pulled into the tomb. The three of them were standing in a vast, dark area, and before them stood an ancient temple. So this was the tomb where the primordial spirits were buried. At that moment, the electronic system rang out. You have entered the sanctuary, the obsession of despair. Just as the three were investigating their surroundings, a voice suddenly rang out. Welcome, a figure stepped out from that sacred ground. A purple power surrounded his body. Should I call you the hunting dog sent by the tower? I suppose it does not matter what you are called. Mimia stared at that person in shock. Her eyes widened. She was left speechless. I am the apostle of despair, collapse, and the god of madness. That person quickly stood before the three of them. The man introduced himself proudly. Lucia Saxis. Saxis wore black armor. A tremendous power surrounded his body. The one who will kill you right now. He spoke with confidence. Han Sung-yoon watched Saxis warily and with displeasure. You had better prepare yourself. The system notification turned red. It kept issuing warnings. Warning. You are facing an enemy too powerful to defeat. Seeing the current expression on Han Sung-yoon's face, Saxis grinned broadly and said, you look worried. Dark energy was now radiating from his entire body. He continued, that is only natural. You must be amazed by the power my God has bestowed upon me. A series of red warning screens appeared, including one meant for Saxis. The god of despair, fall, and madness reprimands you for not finishing off the challenger Han Sung-yoon sooner. He immediately gathered an orb of energy in his hand and replied to his god, I was already planning to deal with him right now. On the opposite side, Han Sung-yoon furrowed his brow slightly and stared at him with intense focus. Saxis's voice continued to ring out. Challenger Han Sung-yoon, you will die here and become my servant. He raised his hand and said two words in a cold voice. Rise. Immediately, dark energy surged violently from the sphere. It absorbed the surrounding darkness and wrapped around Saxis's body like a cocoon, while Han Sung-yoon and Jong-gu stood there staring blankly. At him, Mimia dropped to her knees, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, impossible. Have the spirits been revived? On the other side, giant monsters had reappeared. They were whole and filled with savagery. Jong-gu asked anxiously, this place is overflowing with the power of spirits. Do you think you can protect the Saintess and defeat them at the same time? Han Sung-yoon stepped forward. Before that, he created a protective barrier around Mimia. Then he replied, I just need to eliminate the one casting the spell. Then the spirits will disappear. The Guardian's skill was activated. A magical barrier formed around those you protect and all attributes increased by 1 point. He also began to transform. He had to end this quickly, so he used the divinization skill. Other divine powers have been unlocked based on your latent divinity. Han Sung-yoon's body was now wrapped in black armor, with the supreme blood demon sword in his hand. His latent divinities included transcendence, death, immortality, resistance against divine will, observation, law, harmony, and command. After everything was complete, the gorilla charged at Han Sung-yoon with its enormous fist while roaring ferociously. Its attack shattered the ground. Light surged up from below, and Saxus stood there calmly as he spoke. "You are only obstructing my vengeance by setting foot in this territory. Challenger, accept your death in silence." From within the dust and smoke below, Han Sung-yoon leaped onto the gorilla's body with twin swords in hand. In response, without waiting at all, he unleashed a series of slashes aimed straight at the gorilla's body. Then he jumped above its head and declared coldly, "I do not know what your vengeance is, but I will not die so easily by your hand." With his wings spread, the place Sang Gi-hun aimed for was exactly where Saxus stood. "You are the one who will die." Gritting his teeth in fury, he answered, "You arrogant fool, if you wish to die, then I will send you off in the most painful way possible." The moment Saxus finished speaking, the dragon appeared behind him. Sang Gi-hun realized it with a start. Along with his shout of "die," the dragon unleashed a massive blast of fire that pierced straight through him. A huge explosion then erupted in midair, drawing the gazes of both the gorilla and Mimi. She remained seated there, crying out anxiously, "Savior." At that very moment, a notification appeared. "The power instant step has been activated. You will be unable to use this power for the next 10 minutes. Somehow Sang Gi-hun had now appeared behind Saxus, whose face was filled with unease. He declared in an icy voice, "You are the one who will die painfully." Sang Gi-hun raised the blood sword in his hand and struck. Through the skill true engraving of the heavenly blood demon sword, the skill blood energy enhancement C+ has been activated. The skill true engraving of the heavenly blood demon sword. Perception enhancement B+ has been activated. The skill true engraving of the heavenly blood demon sword, great divinity art B+ has been activated. The blade drew closer and closer to Saxus's neck as he declared, "This is the end." But unexpectedly, Saxus now appeared completely calm. Immediately afterward, the gorilla spirit let out a piercing roar. Its eyes glowed crimson with deadly intent as the native giant spirit guarding the soul activated the spell Oblivion. They then appeared behind Saxus, their roars still echoing without end. Sang Gi-hun's sword strike had not stopped, but all at once his eye flashed as he sensed something was wrong. He fell into endless darkness, asking himself, "What was I trying to do? I cannot." The sword had stopped and only darkness now surrounded him. The crimson chain was no longer there. Outside, the gorilla seized the chance and threw an overwhelmingly powerful punch at the spot where Sang Gi-hun stood. He lay there in agony, coughing up a bellyful of blood, and weakly tried to call out Nam Trongu. A red sphere appeared along with a notification. "The immortal spell has been activated. All instant death effects and recovery abilities will be ignored." Beneath the ground shattered by the gorilla's punch, a flash of light burst forth. Along with a red warning, the spell of Oblivion erased the immortal spell. The gears of time began to turn, and the SSS plus Regressor's wristwatch activated its attribute. The first scenario triggered the initial regression, and the timeline slowly began rewinding as the previous images appeared faintly like a film. In that film, Sang Gi-hun was struck down, followed by the moment he realized something was wrong. Time returned to when the souls came back, right as Sang Gi-hun's sword hovered above Saxus's neck. The gears of time continued turning back to the moment he leaped up from the dust and debris. The watch flashed with blinding light, locking the time in place. The scene returned to the instant Sang Gi-hun cast his black armor. Time had rewound to 10 minutes before his death. Death regression is now on a 30-day cooldown. Once the skill was complete, he stood there and cursed, "Damn it." With the image of death behind him, Sang Gi-hun thought to himself, "I only have my final do-or-die skill left. If I slip up even a little, I really will die this time." His eyes lit up as Saxus's admiring voice reached him. Impressive. He stood there smiling in wonder, amazed that a challenger of the tower could manipulate time. "I cannot help craving your power even more." Saxus laughed coldly, lifted his dark sphere, and continued, "I need you as my puppet to speed up my revenge plan." Unexpectedly, after a long silence, Mimia finally spoke. She looked toward him and asked, "Who made you want revenge this badly?" Saxus gnashed his teeth in fury and asked back, "Do you truly not know?" He roared in rage, "The people of the Hermione tribe. It was all of you. All of you abandoned me." His answer left Mimia stunned and speechless. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What are you talking about?" Still wearing a furious expression, he replied, "Are you still going to play dumb? Then let me help you remember." He began to recall the past. The native spirits that protected our people and our land were massacred by the tower because they were considered false gods. After that, our world sank into natural disasters and misfortune. Humanity fell as if into an abyss between the mountains. Saxus spoke in a low voice. Remembering the scene where Mimia was present, he questioned her. Was that not why you begged me to resurrect the native spirits? But the result was not what they expected. In the village's common hall, one of them slammed a fist onto the table and shouted, "This is not working." A man from the village asked in doubt, "Why have they still not been revived? Everyone here is wasting away." The woman beside him also blamed Mimia, saying, "I thought you would save us." How disappointing. Saxus stood outside at the time and listened to all their complaints. Who will take responsibility for this? Our world is about to perish. Should the one who said they would save everyone not be the one to take responsibility? Everything came crashing down on her, leaving her silent and lost in thought. Then Mimia's own voice answered them, "I understand. I will blame this on my brother." Those words made Saxus freeze in shock. Unable to endure the blow, he immediately ran outside. Images of the two siblings as children surfaced in Saxus's mind, along with the question, "You are going to blame me?" He could not believe what he had just heard. "On me? Was this how hard you had worked?" Saxus had always stepped forward to protect his younger sister when they were children. "I trusted you, Mimia, but now every good thing from the past had shattered beneath his feet. I thought you would always stay by my side." This was what sent Saxus plunging into an endless abyss. He collapsed in pain. Saxus lay there motionless after losing faith in his younger sister. At that moment he sat up and said to himself, "Yes, those people will never acknowledge my efforts." He roared, "This world is going to end anyway. I swear loyalty to the god of madness." Darkness officially took over Saxus's mind and being. Now, he declared coldly, "I will kill every member of the Hermione tribe with the power my god has granted me." Mimia screamed. She tried to explain, "No, you misunderstood everything. Please listen to me." He replied, "I do not want to hear your excuses." Then he controlled the giant serpent spirit and attacked them. The native spirit, the serpent that had swallowed the mountain, activated the Vanin spell. It instantly opened its already enormous mouth wide, then sucked everything inside. The barrier Sang-Gyun created to protect Mimia shattered. Her body was rapidly pulled toward the serpent's mouth along with a terrified scream. Sang-Gyun drove his two swords hard into the ground and cursed, "Damn it." He rushed forward, trying to grab Mimia's arm. Deep down, he wondered if he was really going to kill the only family he had left. Sunjian used all his strength to throw her backward, while he himself was slowly being pulled into the snake's mouth. Mimia was thrown toward Jong-gu. She looked at him and shouted, "Han Sunjian, what are you trying to do?" He turned back and answered coldly, "I leave the Saintess to you." Sunjian focused completely, muttering curses at Saxus over and over in his heart. "That bastard, that bastard." Immediately after that, the Holy Light Authority skill was activated. As his body was about to fall into the snake's mouth, a deadly crimson aura appeared in his hand. Along with his inner vow, "I will kill him." A moment later, the snake closed its mouth and swallowed Sunjian whole. The remaining beams of light leaked out from its mouth. Jong-gu anxiously called Han Sunjian's name. Mimia, beside him, also cried out tearfully, "Savior." Notifications kept appearing, "Salvation has been activated. With your current 81,919 followers, your sacred power has been greatly strengthened." The enhanced light of divinity overwhelmed the death spell. At the same time, explosions erupted from within. On the spirit body of the snake, Saxus still stood there with complete composure. Something inside the snake's belly seemed ready to burst out. Sunjian broke out from within with his blazing crimson wings, destroying everything inside the snake. The native spirit, the snake that had swallowed the mountain, suffered fatal damage and was banished. Facing Saxus's shock, he spoke, "I understand why you are so furious, but killing the only family you have left." With half of his face revealed, Sunjian raised his arm and declared coldly, "You will not have a peaceful ending." After saying that, Sunjian used his power to leap down to the ground opposite Saxus. He landed violently, sending rocks and dirt flying. He quickly regained his composure. Looking away, he muttered, "Truly remarkable." Pieces of the serpent spirit's body fell apart, its scorched flesh smoking. Saxus slowly said, "I never expected you to face 3 native gods. And take one of them with you. For this, I will make you pay the full price." Suddenly, the system panel appeared with a sound. It turned red in warning. Native God, the dragon that governs herbs, has activated the divinity of retribution. A massive white dragon appeared behind Saxus, powerfully releasing an immense force. That power shot toward where Sunjian stood, forcing him to struggle against it. It split apart like cords and flew around Sunjian's body. He was startled and looked after it in surprise. It ignored Sunjian and quickly flew behind him, toward Jong-gu and Mimia. Seeing that the situation was bad, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the two of them. Before it could attack and harm them, Sunjian arrived in front of them and blocked it in time. That power struck him directly, causing a massive explosion. Thick smoke spread outward, while Jong-gu and Mimia anxiously braced themselves and looked toward him. The smoke gradually dispersed. Sunjian in his armor had raised his small shield in time, so he was unharmed. He angrily glared at Saxus, who stood firmly in place. The system sounded again, counter-shield skill activated. Saxus gave a faint laugh. Lowering his gaze, he calmly said, "You have fallen into the trap, challenger." Unexpectedly, right after those words, Sunjian's entire body was crushed downward. He slammed down onto one knee, sending rocks and dirt flying. The system panel suddenly turned red with a warning. Divinity of Retribution has struck the target. Sunjian's eyes widened in shock. He looked down at his feet and thought to himself, "It feels like gravity is crushing me." His body grew heavy, and Sunjian's mind slowly began to lose focus. He failed to notice something flying toward him, but it still was not enough to completely overwhelm him. A huge ape suddenly appeared from nowhere and charged straight at Sunjian. Power erupted from both of his arms. Sunjian was forced to grit his teeth and desperately resist. The gorilla possessed superior strength. It landed a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall, causing an explosion. Sunjian's body slammed hard into the wall, and the protruding rocks made him cough repeatedly in pain. In Sunjian's subconscious, that power slowly appeared. Everything around him turned into glass. The system rang out. Under the influence of the divinity of oblivion, a fragment of memory has shattered. With no strength left, Sunjian fell freely downward. The gorilla seized the chance to attack. This was Bad, the enemy before him. His face was now covered in blood. Sunjian's eyes turned blank white and his mouth hung open. It was about to attack. The huge ape charged in and swung its arms straight forward. Sunjian's whole body was still falling, but he gradually became resolute. He clenched his teeth to dodge this attack. Just as it swung its arm, Sunjian regained consciousness, swiftly evaded it, and flew elsewhere, without a moment of hesitation. His expression darkened, filled with killing intent. He dashed along its arm and ran upward. Sunjian quickly regained his advantage. He rushed straight in and struck the ape hard in the face. He had to fight. It staggered in pain, unable to do anything. Its face was struck again and again by Sangjian's powerful blows. He had to win. He drew his fist far back. His expression darkened and his eyes flashed. But for what? Then he swung his arm forward with incredible speed. Sangjian's full-force blow landed directly on the beast. "What am I fighting for?" The ape did not move at all after taking that blow. Drained by the strike, he staggered and could no longer remember. A section of its surface had caved in, making it look terrifying. Sangjian used the momentum to fly elsewhere. Suddenly, the ape that had shown no movement just moments earlier twitched its hand and clenched it tightly. It raised its hand, trying to grab Sangjian. He swiftly dodged and leaped upward. The ape seemed faster than before, launching attack after attack at him. Sangjian could not avoid those blows in time. He was struck all over, worsening his injuries even more. One side of the ape's face was caved in and releasing black smoke. It clenched its teeth and raised its fist. Without hesitation, it punched straight into Sangjian's small body. Unable to do anything, he was sent flying far away. It felt as if his body were being torn apart, and Sangjian, badly wounded, threw his head back. His face was covered in blood, his eyes rolled white, and his mouth hung open. He seemed unable to move anymore as he slammed hard into the wall, sending stones flying. Sangjian lay motionless inside the small crater that had just formed. Then his heavy body dropped down, and John-gu and Mimia ran over in fear. Sangjian's vision blurred as he felt his eyes closing. Through the haze, he saw the two of them running toward him in panic. He sat there blankly as John-gu hurried to Sangjian's side. She was already crying in fear. In a daze, he struggled to raise his hand toward John-gu. Amid her overwhelming anxiety, Sangjian gently stroked her head, making John-gu freeze. She stared at him with wide eyes as Sangjian's hand slowly lowered. Unable to endure any longer, his body tilted forward before John-gu's stunned eyes. She leaned over, her unfocused eyes filled with terror as she followed Sangjian's movement. He collapsed flat onto the ground and stopped moving. Because John-gu could not react in time, she failed to catch him. She froze in shock, both hands suspended in midair. At that moment, the system suddenly announced, "Challenger Sangjian has died." John-gu no longer reacted at all. Her whole body trembled in waves, and as she lowered both hands onto him, she stammered, "Sangjian, stop joking around." Mimia, sitting beside them, could not believe her eyes and slowly backed away. John-gu cried loudly, shaking Sangjian again and again, desperate for him to wake up. "Get up already, use a skill, divinity, anything." From the opposite side, he stepped forward and spoke loudly to the two of them. "Calling him is useless. He is already dead." Purple power surrounded his body as his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. After being hit by such a terrifying blow from the giant, "Do you really think he could still be alive?" The system turned red and rang out with a sound of despair, collapse, and madness, laughing insanely at Sangjian's death. John-gu lowered her head, her expression filled with extreme hatred. Her eyes glowed red as she heard him say, "That was just the right amount of entertainment." The enormous dragon appeared, opening its mouth wide toward the two of them. Sarsi stood proudly before it and said, "Now it is your turn." It It absorbed a massive source of power, then shot rapidly toward the two standing there. Come become undead with me. Yet strangely, Sangjian had already stood upright behind the two of them. Sensing something unusual, Jonggu quickly turned her head back and stared with wide eyes. To her disbelief, Sangjian was completely unharmed. He calmly walked through a pitch-black space. As Sangjian walked straight ahead, he looked around and wondered, where is this? No matter how far he walked, all around him remained endless darkness. Just as he was wondering, a figure appeared behind him, leaving Sangjian stunned. You do not even remember that you died. That person stood with his hands in his pockets and his head lowered. Sangjian spun around and quickly asked, who are you? Another version of Sangjian raised his head and calmly said, me. The cheerful copy walked over beside him. Sangjian wondered, but wait, I died. He placed an arm around Sangjian's shoulder and replied, looks like you do not remember. Shall we walk and talk for a bit? Your memories should return that way. The copy quickly turned serious. He looked up and said, the very first starting point. Sangjian suddenly raised his head to look. Before the two of them, a deserted alley appeared along with an old house, the hunter training hall where I once studied. The copy walked over and sat down beside the sandbags. He lowered his head, glanced up, and asked, that's right, the place where you stayed before entering the Tower of Trials for the first time. This is the starting point of your journey, isn't it? The copy's gaze was deep. Keeping the same attitude, he continued asking, do you remember why you climbed the tower in the beginning? Sangjian suddenly recalled something. He muttered in shock. At first, Sangjian stood proudly and spoke without thinking, I want to become stronger. I do not want to be oppressed. I hate the way people look at me. With contempt, the copy leaned back against the wall, smiling with satisfaction as he listened. What is this? I clearly do not remember anything. Yet the words are coming out on their own. This really is the hunter training hall where I once studied. The space around them gradually transformed. He burst into laughter and said, good, you have remembered. You climbed the tower solely in search of power, just like that. Frame surged past, leaving both Sangjian and his clone suspended in place. Countless memories flashed before his eyes as Sangjian kept watching and recalling. Step by step, he ascended each floor, encountering managers and deity. Among them were familiar faces, countless dangerous situations, and all threats to the world were eliminated by him. He stepped over the earth itself. The clone spoke, reminding him, after those brief but fierce battles, he had grown far stronger. At the world level, no one could match him. So why did he continue climbing the tower? Suspended, Sangjian wondered, why climb the tower at all? Suddenly he fell through another doorway, the clone darting after him. Now he was no longer weak enough to be despised. If he abandoned the climb, he wouldn't have to kill anyone else. Once both entered, the door slammed shut. With his current strength, simply being a hunter was enough to live a full life. The clone calmly reached the top, slowly landing and said, then what reason keeps you climbing? The clone's gaze was resolute. He looked up at Sangjian sternly, wanting to appear heroic. Or perhaps the running footage continued to appear, showing him speaking as if his future self had awakened to joy and slaughter. He struggled, stammering, no, impossible, did I kill people? Sangjian raised his hand in frustration, frowning, trying to remember everything. He couldn't. Sangjian could only stand still. Long strips of footage ran back and forth. Ultimately, why did he continue climbing? I just want to protect everyone. He covered his eyes. Sangjian's eyes widened at a sound behind him. But why did he think that way? He quickly turned toward the darkness. From there, Sangjian's companions appeared, hazy and indistinct. They emerged from gray smoke and strips of footage, faces unclear. Her voice rang out full of anger. Why protect them? You only care about your own growth. Sangjian looked at them fearfully. Questions surged. Why keep seeking power? Isn't it enough already? Seunghan appeared in the darkness, slowly approaching Sangjian. Why keep climbing the tower? The cat also appeared, echoing the questions. Why don't you stop, cat? Little by little, mouths turned to Sangjian, asking, why? He was surrounded by those words, strips of footage coiling tightly around him. Sangjian shouted, stop, I only want to become stronger. The footage gave him no escape. Helpless, Sangjian cried, I only want to become stronger. The clone calmly watched his suffering, standing quietly in a corner. But seeing people endure pain across dimensions, he realized they resembled his own past. Memories surged. Sangjian slowly raised his hand, gripping. I cannot ignore them. I want to save them because I understand their hearts better than anyone. He bowed his head, hands clutching the strips of footage. The pain of failing to protect what matters, the helplessness of being unable to act, his voice full of emotion. Sangjian gritted his teeth, saying, because I know that feeling. His face darkened, resolve clear, I must become stronger. He tore the strips of footage in two with both hands. Sangjian shouted, only by being strong can I protect them. Bright memories gradually appeared. He stopped shouting, eyes shining, because I want to bring happiness to my loved ones. One by one they appeared. Sangjian cherished them, recalling their steadfastness, saying, I will grow stronger to protect everyone. As Sangyun spoke, the darkness gradually shattered. It spun like a carousel, pure light shining through the gaps. Sangjian crushed the vile memories in his hand. Fragments fell away. In the radiant light, his teammates smiled joyfully at him. Sang Ji unclenched his fists, eyes full of determination. He raised his hand and said, "And to achieve that." He gritted his teeth filled with drive, saying aloud, "The surrounding space brightened. I will destroy this tower." At this moment, sounds from the system panels rang continuously, announcing, "Conditions have been met. Challenger Sun Jun, you have recalled your purpose for climbing the tower when facing death." Green panels surrounded him. Sun Jian turned to look. "Will you choose death or continue the challenge?" The clone stood on the other edge of the rock. He looked straight at Sang Jian and said, "Choose. Break the door to the tower and return or accept death." As he spoke, the rock beneath him suddenly cracked heavily. Sang Jian panicked briefly, then calmed. He looked up, voice firm. "I will return." The clone remained unaffected by the falling stones. He smiled gently at him. The center of the rock had formed a massive hole. The clone stood above and looked down, declaring loudly, "I will continue watching you." Sang Yun jumped down into that pit. The system panel's sound rang out. "You have met the minimum requirements to become a deity." Power surged around his body. Sang Jian's expression darkened, yet his cold, sharp gaze did not change. At present, the temporary divine title that the challenger Sang Jian can receive is the God of Death. The system quietly displayed one despairing status line after another. Challenger Han Sung Jan had died, while John Gu collapsed before his motionless body. Her hands trembled with every movement as she touched her friend's breathless body and called out, "Han Sung Jan, stop joking around." John Gu cried out in frustration through her sobs, "Get up already. Use a skill or divinity or something." Seeing this, Saxus spoke from the other side and declared, "Calling him is useless. He is already dead." Even worse, that villain smugly mocked them. "After taking such a terrifying blow from that giant, you do not actually think he is still alive, do you?" In this situation, the god of despair, collapse, and madness was laughing loudly at the challenger's death. And Sung Jan, this proved even further that no miracle or wonder existed here. Saxus's smugness made John Gu furious. But before she could do anything, he shouted, "What an amusing game. Now it is your turn to die and become my undead as well." Along with his words came the piercing roar of the enormous dragon. It unleashed a tremendously powerful dark attack straight toward the two girls. Saxus sneered with disdain. "Say goodbye." Just as the dragon's attack came crashing down, rage erupted. Her eyes burned crimson as she stared deep into each shockwave and growled, "Who gave you permission? Who let you do that?" Then a massive red power erupted and counterattacked fiercely, causing the black force. That dark force was instantly pushed into a disadvantage. This was something Saxus had never imagined before, so when he witnessed it, shock flashed in his eyes. John Gu's furious gaze had not faded at all. Instead, it seemed to grow more vicious by the second. Its pressure made the local gods instinctively feel fear running through their bodies. At the same time, the consciousness within the god of despair, collapse, and madness revealed countless negative emotions. Suddenly, at that very moment, a rosy red flame of hell blazed up, surrounding the place where the two girls sat. Still dazed, John Gu was startled to realize that something unexpected was gradually taking shape within the flame. The person who had seemed dead, Sung Jan, now stood tall before the two girls' astonished eyes. The system announced, "The conditions for upgrading the skill necromancy have been met. You have returned from the boundary of death." He gently patted his small partner's head. John Gu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Sung Jan said nothing more and stepped directly in front of the two girls. The flames surrounding his body continued to burn. The system also announced that, for this reason, the unique trait necromancy had risen by 1 rank. The unique trait necromancy has reached S rank. Detailed effect. The challenger Han Sung Jan holds the position of the god of death. At this moment, his entire body was equipped with a jet black suit of armor. Though he wore a mask, one eye remained exposed, its razor-sharp gaze fixed straight on the villain before him. "Now then, let us play a little." A blazing red whirlwind erupted powerfully before the colossal monsters. Then, from within that whirlwind, a figure like lightning appeared. His shockwave shot out, charging straight toward his opponent, Saxus. Furious, Saxus clenched his teeth and questioned him, though his memory should clearly have fallen apart. "And you were dead, so what trick did you use to return? How dare you climb into the noble realm of gods?" Sung Jan answered coldly, "I am afraid you do not have that much leisure." "Or are you afraid?" Saxus clenched his teeth even harder. "Someone like me dares to offer up this entire world. How could I possibly use anything for a useless creature like you? I will finish you off completely and give you no chance to revive." While that man shouted, the enormous monsters roared along with him. However, Sung Jan did not see them as obstacles. He simply charged forward in reverse. At this moment, the giants protecting the local spirit god summoned the divinity of oblivion and its fist. Sung Jan moved as swiftly as the wind, flickering in and out of sight as he dodged each sinister attack. He even showed disdain and said, "Too slow." Enraged, the dragon that ruled over vegetation used the divinity of vengeance and fired a deadly beam of light. The giant chimpanzee. It did not stay still either, but charged forward wildly to seize Sung Jan. He spun in midair, evading the physical attacks while skillfully dodging each blast fired straight at him. After misleading them, Sung Jan landed quickly on the ground not far from them, using the momentum to prepare a counterattack. But at that moment, a surprise awaited him. An energy sphere with tremendous destructive power was hurtling towards Sung Jan at terrifying speed. And of course, he took the attack head-on. An explosion with an extremely powerful blast radius erupted in midair. Saxus laughed with extreme excitement, his arrogance backfiring. How will you be crushed under the Guardian's strike? As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of red light began to emerge through the smoke. The system repeatedly announced, Death Divinity activated. Death Divinity reacted powerfully under the influence of the god of death. Everything consumed by Death Divinity became amplified. The crimson light surged uncontrollably, pouring out with immense force. It rose high and then exploded outward. This power terrified the monsters, preventing them from advancing. In the darkness, those deep blue eyes blazed once more. Sung Jin, clad in black armor, was resurrected. His strength multiplied. He commanded them to be devoured. Red streaks shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the two colossal beasts. The heat of hellfire caused them to scream in agony. One by one, they were consumed by his power. At this moment, the arrogance vanished from his face, replaced by confusion. He stammered, asking himself, "What is this?" And so, the local guardian giant perished forcibly. The dragon ruling the herbal realm also succumbed to forced death. He was still in shock, unable to believe what he had witnessed. How could a local god die in an instant like that? Now Saxus was horrified, wondering what the being in front of him truly was and how it could be so overwhelmingly powerful. But it was already too late. The killing intent on Sung Jin blazed fiercely, and the victorious smile had now shifted from his opponent's face to his own. Saxus retreated, trying to use a skill. He needed to quickly dispel the holy domain and escape. However, life was not as he imagined. Everything seemed to conspire against him. The skill command to dispel the holy domain of despair could not be executed. Refusing to accept it, Saxus tried activating it again, but it still failed. He tried repeatedly, yet only silence answered him. Horrified, he shouted, "What is this?" Meanwhile, the system board before him reached its limit of control and shattered instantly. The entire holy domain of despair was temporarily suppressed by Death Divinity, unable to be dispelled or erased. Saxus's eyes rolled back, his mouth agape, unable to speak. This is, his body stiffened, his mind sensing the sharp blade of death poised at his neck. Is this the power of a god controlling concepts? If I do nothing, I will die. His hands trembled as they clasped together. Saxus muttered, "O god of despair, of collapse, and of madness." Suddenly he shouted in excitement, "I offer everything, all that I possess. Grant me the power to kill the tower's dog." And so that ancient soul responded, unleashing a torrent of power upon him. The god of despair, collapse, and madness accepted the apostle's body as a sacrifice. Through the dense smoke, first-level apostle Lucia Saxus stared at the challenger Han Sung Jin. From the throat of that murderous apostle, a chilling sound slithered between his teeth, issuing a threat. "Challenger, do you dare harm my servant? Are you prepared to pay the price?" Saxus roared, "You will die here." Simultaneously, the hellish divinity was activated. The door behind him slowly widened, releasing the surging flames within. The boundary between life and death opened, guiding all living creatures down to the underworld. Saxus laughed with pleasure. "I will throw you into the abyss of despair. Burn in hell and regret becoming the tower's dog." The dark flames obeyed his command, forming a massive arm that seized the hero before him. Facing this pressure, Sung Jin remained expressionless. He stood still, watching the reaching flames, and said, "To me, the so-called boundary of death is nothing. Close it." This command instantly triggered a detailed effect skill, capable of controlling the death of all things. Holy word divinity was used, consuming divine power to influence the world through speech. However, using words to interfere with the laws of the world consumed an immense amount of divine energy. As the skill activated, the flames were pulled back to their origin. The heavy stone door slowly closed. Saxus questioned himself in confusion. Cancel the divine authority? What is this? Many questions arose. Despite his screams, there were no answers. Not only did he witness the last path of life closing before him, Saxus also saw it shatter into pieces. The hellish divinity was nullified by the power controlling death, the core of all things. He screamed in agony, "Impossible. Who are you really, and what is this absurd power?" Saxus turned, filled with resentment, staring at Sung Jin. He shouted in accusation, "I gave everything to the god. My soul, my faith, everything I could offer. I gave it all away, so why does trash like you get to have that power?" As for Sung Jin, he calmly allowed the defeated man to complain and curse. Then he moved close and mocked him. "So when everything falls apart, you start whining? How pathetic, still. It does not matter anymore, you will die here. Actions always come with words." The moment Sung Jin finished speaking, his fist was already flying toward that coward. Saxus cried out in panic, "Wait, hold on." but it was already too late. A devastating punch struck him directly in the chest. The force was so powerful that it created an earth-shaking explosion. Saxus took the fatal blow, and his entire body was sent flying backward from the impact. He lay motionless on the ground, his mind filled with despair. I am going to die, I really am going to die. Yet very quickly, Saxus regained his will. Although the pain was intense, he still forced himself to rise. No, I do not want to die. His entire body trembled with pain in waves. Even so, his will to live had never stopped burning. At that moment, words of encouragement kept echoing through Saxus's mind. No matter what, I must survive. I have to survive at any cost. While he was trying to move his body bit by bit, he suddenly heard a familiar voice by his ear. Saxus was slightly startled, then slowly raised his head to look at the person walking toward him. When he saw Mimia, he called out without hesitation, "Sister." Sister, like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline, Saxus hurriedly spoke in joy. "Please save me," reaching out to grab the hem of her clothes. He began to ramble. "I only just realized that everything I have done until now was wrong. Please speak to that bastard for me. Beg him to spare me. I promise I will never do anything bad again." Having witnessed all the vile things her younger brother had done, Mimia knew perfectly well that the words he spoke now were not sincere. Seeing her remain silent, Saxus dropped to his knees, lowered his head, and asked, "Why are you not saying anything? Please save me." In response to her younger brother's plea, she said softly, "So in the end, you finally looked at me." Mimia knelt down, looked into his face, and continued, "Back then, during the family meeting, it was indeed a situation that made you misunderstand." Her eyes turned sorrowful as she looked at the child before her. Memories of the day of the family meeting returned. Back then, Mimia was pressured by everyone until she finally said, "I understand. I will take responsibility for what my younger brother has done." Saxus, who had been standing outside, heard those words, and he misunderstood them as proof that his sister did not believe in him. So Saxus foolishly left, missing the words Mimia was going to say afterward. Inside the meeting, after hearing her say she would take responsibility, one clan member spoke smugly. "Of course you should," Mimia declared coldly, "but before punishing my brother, you people who merely folded your arms and watched cannot avoid responsibility either." She stared at them sharply and asked, "I admit that my younger brother was at fault, but are you truly going to say that standing by with indifference was not wrong?" Back in the present, Mimia told Saxus one thing. Those who had stood up to defend the two siblings back then had already withdrawn their accusation. Her eyes were strangely gentle as she looked lovingly at her younger brother and said, "It is fine to fail. It is all right to fall. No matter how much of a genius you are. No one can be perfect." Those words left Saxus bewildered. He raised his head and called out in a choked voice, "Sister." But at that moment Mimia was gripping her sword tightly with both hands. In a sorrowful voice she said, "Now nothing can be saved anymore." The sword in her hands pierced through the chest of her beloved younger brother. In that instant, the entire space suddenly fell silent. Saxus's labored breathing gradually weakened. In those dark purple eyes of his, countless questions must have been held. Why would his sister do this? Mimia cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet on her lips was an incredibly relieved smile as she spoke to her younger brother. "Let everything end right here." Saxus collapsed into Mimia's arms. On this side, Sungjin and Chungu merely stood silently amid her sobs. Mimia held her little brother tightly, lowering her face onto the body that still had a little warmth left as she wept. Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Sungjin could not help feeling sorrowful. After looking at the two of them for a while, he decided to turn away. But Sungjin's large arm was held back by Chun-gu's small hand. He turned to look at the little girl standing silently beside him. She knew he wanted to leave, so she shook her head, signaling him not to do that. Sungjin turned to look toward Mimia and sighed, "Let her be alone for now." "All right," but suddenly his gaze changed. He raised his hand, formed an energy sphere in his palm and said, "Understood, then let us put an end to this." With each movement Sungjin made, lines of notifications appeared. The soul fragment of the divine artisan has been absorbed. You may consume the soul fragment to choose and receive a hidden form of divinity. Without hesitation, he pressed a selection on the panel. Immediately, a pale blue energy sphere appeared, accompanied by a notification. Selection complete. The guardian deity has been converted into potential. The operation concluded with a message. Absorption of the soul fragment of the first apostle has been completed. Lucia Saxus absorbing a new soul form meant gaining additional attributes and power skill. But this time, what Sung Jan received was somewhat surprising. He alone received an exclusive summoning effect as a special reward from the deity's ascension. From now on, Challenger Hand Sung Jan can expend mana to resurrect the dead. His entire body shone brightly, with the strongest light radiating from his chest. The system indicated that his ascension had reached a peak mythic state, with transcendence exceeding 100%. Sung Jan was slightly surprised and wondered. Already 100% transcendence. The system continued. Challenger Han Sung Jan, you have earned the qualification to receive an additional divine title. Upon reaching 1% transcendence, Challenger Han Sung Jan can officially claim the divine title. He laughed heartily. Transcendence is truly the path to becoming a genuine god. The system sent another notification. From now on, Challenger Han Sung Jan's process of divine ascension begins. Immediately, the blinding light flared violently, enveloping his body. The energy radiated immense power, forcing Chun-gu, standing nearby, to shield her eyes. She frowned, thinking to herself. His soul was ascending in sync with his divine nature, absorbing every drop of energy without waste. Chun-gu's gaze focused intently on every transformation of Sung Jan. He was now encased in that power, forming a massive golden egg. A question crossed her mind. Is the golden hue of this divine energy a result of the supreme divine nature? After a while, the system announced, part of the law of causality has been adjusted for Challenger Han Sung Jan. At that moment, cracks began to appear on the golden egg. As the timer ended, the egg shattered, revealing a stronger Han Sung Jan floating in the air. He slowly descended before the astonished eyes of his companion, Chun-gu. Having just received another special power, Sung Jan had no idea what to say at that moment. After he stood there in silence for a few seconds, another notification arrived. Challenger Han Sung Jan, your official divine title has been confirmed as the Transcendent God. Behind his head, a five-colored halo now shone brilliantly, illuminating everything around. Along with this title came another matter. The existence of the Transcendent God would become known to all divine beings across every dimension. Very soon, this new information was delivered to every major figure inside the tower. Each of them reacted differently upon receiving the news. In addition, information about the Transcendent God would now be controlled by the law of causality. The Tower of Trials began paying close attention to the Transcendent God. The scene shifted back to the tomb of the Hermione tribe. Mimia buried her younger brother beneath the largest ancient tree in the village. While she was praying, everyone had also gathered there. A masked guard stepped forward and spoke. Saintess, what happened to Seek Zich is truly regrettable. He paused briefly before continuing. But you cannot forget your identity. We are the people of Hermione, those who serve death. To prevent disaster from falling upon this land and to live in peace, we must revive the Earth God. Upon hearing this, Mimia finally reacted in surprise. She immediately stood up and called out to everyone. Mimia walked step by step toward her people with complete sincerity. Please listen to me. From this moment on, our tribe will leave this land. Her words left everyone utterly shocked. Someone cried out in disbelief. What? Another stubbornly said, but we have a duty to revive our God. Mimia's attitude did not change at all. She looked at everyone and explained, yes, that is exactly why I am saying this. My younger brother had to face death because of the wish to revive the Earth God. To make sure such a tragedy never happens again, the Divine One has promised to protect this world. As she said this, she seemed to be referring to Sung Jan, who was standing beside her. According to Mimia, to put it simply, through the power of the divine being she trusted, the darkness of this world was gradually being purified, and that made sense. After all, he was the one who had consumed divine power and faith to expand the range of his transcendent sacred domain even farther. She guided her people, saying that they would go to the state religion of the Western Holy Nation and begin again from the start. Mimia also declared clearly, from now on, we will no longer depend on the Earth God. This is the moment for us to open a new path with our own hands. Once again, she affirmed that this was surely the will of the Divine One. Then the brave images of Sung Jan that she had experienced with him appeared before her eyes. She then told everyone, the Divine One has faced danger many times for a strange tribe like ours. Even when I was stubborn, he still reached out firmly to save us. My younger brother died. But the Divine One has granted us new hope, so I will do my best. At this point, Mimia paused, then turned her determined gaze towards Sung Jan. No, I will definitely make it happen for the Divine One, until that day comes. Please wait for us. Her words left him somewhat surprised, with a faint stir of emotion in his heart. Mimia poured all the reverence she possessed into her declaration before everyone. I will turn this world into a story about the Divine One, until the day he reappears. And becomes our God, we will always wait. And so, the entire Hermione tribe followed the words of Saintess Mimia and set out to open a new chapter in history. This also activated Sung Jan's skill, spreading hope, causing hope in him to spread at astonishing speed. The scene shifted to a blood-colored space. The entire sky was covered by a blood moon eclipse, while countless red lightning bolts kept striking down on the Wind Fortress. Here, a colossal arena opened between towering black cliffs that stood like the walls of a demon cave. Wrapped in the eerie crimson glow of lava, the ground seemed scorched. At that moment, an extremely intense battle was taking place in the center. The god of war charged forward. He delivered a devastating punch, making his enemy scream in pain. Without giving the opponent time to react, He unleashed a rapid series of kicks to the enemy's chest and face. Blood burst out violently, and the man's body was torn by overwhelming power. The Crimson Force held absolute dominance, leaving his opponent unable to fight back. The God of War drove a fatal punch straight into his opponent's face, sending blood scattering like rain. The man only had time to let out one desperate cry. He laughed with utter contempt. "Is this all you amount to?" The blood-red sun high above shone down, fully revealing the God of War's judging expression. "Did you think you could challenge me with such pitiful strength?" He stood towering in the middle of the battlefield, his arm burning with flames, while his entire body continuously released thousands of red lightning bolts, and he growled, "If you can prove your worth, I will accept you." Thoughts began forming in the mind of this God of War. "Damn it, even though I am gathering divinity and faith from those swept into battle, I still have not recovered the divine power I offered to the tower." He stood in silence, his eyes gleamed with caution and calculation. "That challenger will definitely return to kill me. I have to kill him before he becomes stronger." But right now, it seemed the God of War also knew that the opponent he wanted to bring down possessed no ordinary strength. The God of War lowered his head, blaming it all in his mind. If that foolish challenger had not recklessly pushed beyond his limits, things would never have turned out this way. He stomped hard on the defeated body beneath his feet and roared. The God of War began scheming again in his mind. At this point, it would be better to let him obtain godhood. That way, I can act directly without wasting divine power. Suddenly, a spatial gate appeared above his head, radiating a dazzling golden light. The God of War lifted his face and wondered, "What is this? Has another new godhood been born?" His brows knitted tightly together. His eyes could not leave the brilliant golden light in the sky. Without realizing it, the God of War curled his lips into a smile full of eager anticipation. "So it was you." The information arrived. Challenger Han Sung-jan had become the transcendent god. At once his eyes lit up, but not with anger. They shone with excitement, the strange thrill found only in a battle maniac. From the blazing red of hell, the scene shifted smoothly to the gentle blue of a clear sky. Soft sunlight shone as waves rolled onto the shore, carrying white foam as fine as silk. Beneath that sunny blue sky, sipping an ice-cold drink felt perfect. The sea breeze blew gently. The fruit drink on the table was still beaded with condensation, not yet finished. Then an extremely piercing phone ringtone suddenly rang out, shattering the calm. Without rushing, Sung-jan reached out and picked up the phone. His eyes still fixed on the sea, he spoke in a deep, warm voice. "Hello." The voice on the other end shouted so loudly it almost tore through the speaker, breathless with urgency. "Sung-jan, emergency. A gate just appeared." He did not answer. His silence was not confusion, but an icy indifference that was hard to read. The other side continued, "Damage is spreading." Yet he decisively ended the call while the person was still speaking. To Sung-jan, that call was nothing more than unnecessary noise in the middle of a quiet day. The phone went silent and the screen turned black, but he was no longer as indifferent as before. Looking toward the city, Jong-gu complained, "Who is being that noisy?" Sung-jan said in a low voice, "It seems something serious has happened." Jong-gu drank while grumbling, "There is never a peaceful day." The scene quickly shifted to a modern high-rise standing tall in the heart of the city. This was the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Beside the glossy glass tower, Sung-jan and Jong-gu stood together, staying away from the noisy main entrance. He took the chance to check some information on the system screen. After reviewing it, Sung-jan thought to himself that he had gained a new skill allowing him to designate followers. Although the special sacred authority to designate believers had been activated, the number of believers currently worshipping the transcendent God was still insufficient, and the current number of believers available for designation was over 92,000. But the system warned him painfully, "You must reach at least 300,000 believers before you can grant authority." Sung-jan grew discouraged, waved the screens away, and comforted himself. "The road ahead is still long. There is no need to rush." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him, loudly calling Sung-jan's name. Hurried footsteps echoed across the stone path as Ha-yeon approached. She had clearly run part of the way. Breathing lightly, she glared at him. She was not angry, but she was obviously in an urgent state because he had not answered his phone. Sung-jan avoided her gaze and made an excuse. "I had quite a lot going on." Ha-yeon knew full well it was a lie, so she ignored it. Her gaze shifted to Jong-gu standing beside him. "Who is this child? He is so cute." The corner of Sung-jan's mouth twitched slightly. He quickly lifted Jong-gu in front of him and replied, "Oh, he is my cousin. He said he wants to become a hunter, so he wanted to come along and learn." Ha-yeon nodded. "Is that so? Then come into the association first." The three of them went inside together, with Ha-yeon walking ahead. As they walked, she quickly summarized the situation. "I already told you briefly over the phone. Right now, an unprecedented type of orange gate is appearing in countries around the world." Her voice grew more serious. "Monsters are pouring out of these orange gates like a flood." Not only that, Ha-yeon emphasized that demons were among them. They were monsters that had only ever been observed inside the trial tower. The damage was not limited to this place. Many other countries were also suffering severe losses. She stopped in front of the meeting room door and explained why she had called Sung Jan there. In the end, the International Hunter Association issued a summons for the highest difficulty challengers to gather here and discuss a countermeasure. Suddenly, she turned back, her serious eyes looking straight at him. If Sung Jan participated, they would satisfy almost any request he made as a reward. Faced with Ha Yon's straightforward offer, he did not answer, nod, or shake his head in refusal. Sung Jan pushed the door open and entered the meeting room. As he walked, he gently raised a hand toward Ha Yon and spoke in a low voice. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, Hei Ian is also on my team. I will protect her." Hearing this, Hei Ian froze. Her face flushed, eyes flickering with uncertainty, unable to speak. She only nodded softly, yes, and stepped into the meeting room. Sung Jan looked around the vast hall, his long legs carrying him forward as cold light spread across the rows of upholstered chairs. He remarked that this meeting room was spacious enough to hold over 100 people. Chang-gu beside him crossed his arms, glanced around, and sighed. "Big yes, but it seems the number of people here doesn't even reach double digits." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "So you finally arrived." Sung Jan slightly frowned, turning reflexively toward the sound. Catherine ran over, her tone reproachful. "You didn't say a word and climbed the tower against what you promised me. Not even a single call." He gave a wry smile. About that?" Suddenly, a voice from behind cut through the atmosphere. Hei Ian smiled, but her smile was colder than the winter wind. Her voice remained soft yet carried a sharp edge. Sung Jan seemed to have a close acquaintance in the tower. Chang-gu was intrigued and entertained. "A famous one indeed, cousin." Sung Jan's lips twitched slightly. "You're quite bold with your words, kid." No one spoke further. The silence was abrupt, as if someone had slammed the brakes mid-conversation. While Sung Jan felt flustered under the gaze of the two girls, Jan-gu crossed his arms, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The girls seemed to be watching a favorite romance drama. Together they moved to their seats, Heian on the right, Catherine on the left with our Sung Jan in the middle. Jan-gu had the special privilege of sitting on his lap. The girls smiled brightly like flowers while Sung Jan remained stiff, emotionless. Catherine on this side started teasing. "I've never heard Sung Jan mention the challenger Hazy. Maybe I imagined it. Didn't expect to meet a famous name in the explorer hunters here." As she spoke, her gaze challenged Heian. Then Catherine added, "But you chose to sit right next to Sung Jan, huh?" This stung Heian, but she had to keep a smile. This expression made Sung Jan even more uneasy. Trying to hold back, the twitch at her lips forced her to retort, "I didn't expect to see Catherine Bennett here either. Even less did I expect to see you acting like such a reckless little pup." Catherine was furious, veins bulging, yet forced a smile to maintain her image in front of Quack. Encouraged, Heian continued, "I will help ensure Sung Jan doesn't get entangled with people like Kathleen." She unconsciously raised her tone, eyes sharp. "So Catherine doesn't need to be here." The two beautiful girls exchanged glances, sparks flying. And the one in the middle enduring it all was none other than Sung Jan, utterly flustered. In his mind, he wondered, what should I do in this situation? In this scenario, Sung Jan also caught the gazes of those around them, all attention focused on the four of them. The nosy ones muttered sarcastically, "Damn, seeing all sorts of things in life. That guy's enviable." With no other options, he appealed to the little friend Jam Chang-gu. "Please help me." Yet she replied coldly, "An interesting event but not suitable for you just now, so why should I help?" Then she flashed a sly smile. At times like this, staying silent is already half the victory. This half-hearted help left Sung Jan even more confused, thinking, climbing the tower would be easier than this. At this moment, the chairman of the Assassin Association arrived. Standing on the podium, he spoke solemnly, "Thank you all for responding to the association's summit. So we will begin the meeting promptly." He started a video and said, "Surely everyone has heard about the situation on the way here. According to the information collected, the cause of the appearance of the Orange Gate is..." His voice lowered again, seriousness etched deeply on his face. "The Black Gate hovering in the sky over Las Vegas. That means it is the origin that has created the Orange Gates worldwide." And he did not fail to emphasize that those who participate in destroying the gates will be generously rewarded. While speaking, the large screen behind suddenly glitched, startling the chairman. "What the hell is this?" Then a video appeared, sent in. Someone, seemingly a leader, provoked confidently, "I am Krama's lackeys. Third-level apostles serving the god of war. You fools, which god do you worship?" Witnessing this, Sung Jan thought to himself, the god of war. Did the tower let a god of war handle this? He continued, focusing on the apostle's words. The apostle continued, "I will not speak much. The god of war demands that you dedicate your divinity." He pointed to a gate resembling a black hole behind him, and declared the challenge. This is an invitation to hell bestowed by the god of war. You have no right to refuse. I will give you 2 days, bring forth the god you worship, otherwise you will pay the price. And the final words before the screen went black were, I will wait here for your god to come in person. In an instant, the entire hall fell into chaos. What did he just say? A god? Do gods actually exist on Earth? Does he mean Buddha, Jesus, or some beings connected to the tower? Catherine lightly poked Sung Jin with her finger and spoke. She looked somewhat intrigued. The dark body was already strange enough. And now there is a god of Earth too. I wonder who the god of Earth is. How fascinating. He did not answer after hearing that, but inwardly thought, Catherine is connected to a god as well, so of course she would be interested. Suddenly, Jong-gu said to Sung Jin in a low voice, think about what would happen if someone defeated a god. This is the perfect chance for a new god to appear. Those words seemed to make him realize something. Sung Jin immediately raised his hand and asked to speak. Association chairman. There is something I would like to discuss. May I? The chairman immediately agreed. Of course, we were also about to discuss the current situation. But before he could finish speaking, Sung Jin cut him off. There is no need. I will handle this situation for you. Sung Jin and Jong-gu stood up with extremely confident expressions. Before leaving, he said, but before that I have one request. Could you help me with it? The scene shifted to a virtual forum on social media. At that moment, the screen was filled with chaotic streaks of color caused by signal interference. The people present immediately began commenting excitedly. 1 minute until the live stream starts. Hey, everyone, raise your hand if you saw the apostle appear in Las Vegas. Someone immediately replied, just hearing his voice gave me goosebumps. Another person asked worriedly, is the world really about to end? Are there no hunters in this chat room? Suddenly, the screen lit up. Sung Jin's handsome face appeared clearly on the broadcast. To be precise, this was the live stream of Hunter Han Sung Jin's raid. The current view count was nearly 3 million, with almost 30,000 live comments. This live stream left many people confused. Is that really Han Sung Jin? Seriously, wasn't Han Sung Jin missing? Did he show up this time to deal with this incident? It says this is Han Sung Jin's raid livestream. As for him, he only focused on setting up the camera angle, then instructed his assistant, make sure you film it clearly. Seeing him step forward, the native man spoke arrogantly. Has that nameless thing finally arrived? I am Krama's Lachens, a third-rank apostle serving the god of war. Enough already? Sung Jin cut him off mid-sentence, leaving him slightly deflated. What? Sung Jin did not bother with small talk. Come on, let us settle this quickly. The divine authority, divine incarnation, was activated, and purple energy surged violently. Then his transformation unfolded right on the livestream. Everyone saw him in black armor, along with a series of skills. Transcendence, death, immortality, heaven, defiance, observation, law, harmony, commandment, and blessing as latent divinities. The entire online community froze in shock. After a few seconds of silence, the livestream seemed ready to explode with screams. The view count had surpassed 6 million, and the live comments had reached 500,000. Everyone watched with bated breath and placed all their faith in him. Han Sung Jin, what the hell is this? What is going on? Did he just transform? We are counting on you, Han Sung Jin. Do not lose. On his side, Sung Jin clenched both hands tightly and silently confirmed in his mind. So the conditions have been fulfilled. Sung Jin turned his blazing gaze toward his opponent and told himself, all right, before everyone's eyes become the new god of Earth. Kramas continued shouting, do not delude yourself, lesser god. You are merely someone who was invited here. You cannot even stand against me. In response to those words, Sung Jin showed his contempt with every word he spoke. Is it because you can rule over these tiny dimensions that you act like this? How pitiful. This enraged Kramas, leaving him unable to make any excuse. All he could do was grit his teeth. Immediately afterward, he used his innate power, causing space itself to tremble. The earth and stones shattered and flew everywhere as he threatened. For a mere ordinary being to act so arrogantly. I had intended to bring you before the god of war peacefully, but it seems I need to teach you a lesson about the difference in power. The online community erupted at that moment. What was that earthquake just now? Could this really be the apocalypse? He just got scratched. Suddenly, a voice from the black armor on his body rang out as a warning. Han Sung Jin, look up. In the sky, an enormous meteorite was now descending. Knowing there was no way to avoid death, everyone began typing even more frantically. Some gave up while others begged in every way they could. Goodbye forever, my comfortable life. Han Sung Jin, please stop it. Is this really the end of the world? I do not want to die. And the source of this disaster was the Hell Apostle's authority, meteor strike, as destructive light came crashing down. Kramas roared triumphantly, if you want to blame someone, blame your own arrogant mouth. People across the world seem to be screaming in fear and despair. We are all going to die. The meteor is getting closer. Now all they could do was place every last hope they had in Sung Jin. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Han Sung-jan, do something, hurry. Thanks to everyone's trust, he seemed to gain even more strength. His glowing eyes faced the war god's gift with a strangely calm composure. Sung-jan said coldly, I have something I want to test as well. Hearing that, Kramas was stunned. What? Without wasting words, he raised his arm straight toward the sky. Then he turned his piercing gaze toward his opponent and said, I want to see how strong the remaining power of the local god I just absorbed really is. In an instant, the exclusive effect distortion activated, consuming divine power to twist space and make it vanish. In the blink of an eye, a massive compass disc appeared in the sky, opening up to receive the meteor. It was falling. Kramas could not believe what he was seeing, frozen like stone as he stammered. What the hell is this? And in less than a few seconds, the meteor vanished, returning a peaceful sky to humanity. But because it happened too quickly, no one could believe it had disappeared. Did the meteor disappear? What about Han Sung-jan? Where is Han Sung-jan? He is back. After confirming that the danger was gone, everyone burst into joy. Han Sung-jan is amazing. I knew you could do it. We survived. Long live Han Sung-jan. Kramas stood rooted in place, his stunned eyes fixed on the scene that had shattered all expectations. Impossible, someone even joked. I only nodded off for a second. At that moment, a sharp shout cut through his thoughts. Kramas Loch Ness, and it made Kramas flinch. But it was already too late. Sung-jan had closed in right in front of him, his iron voice ringing out like the bell ending the battle. Now do you understand the difference between you and me? Kramas instinctively backed away a few steps, then tripped over a broken stone and fell hard to the ground under his mockery. Although his breathing had grown heavy and shaky, as if he were about to collapse, his mouth remained stubborn. How could someone like you, who only just gained divinity? Sung-jan cut him off. There is nothing to understand. If you cause chaos, you pay the proper price. The divinity's exclusive authority, death list, activated. Up to 100 entities within a radius of 1 million could be designated. Those whose names were placed on the list would draw closer to death with every passing minute and be severely weakened. Kramas heard this and asked in panic, what nonsense is this? The war god already called upon you. At the same time, the name of the apostle Kramas Loch Ness was written onto the death list. The system confirmed that divine death would easily invade the designated target. Sung-jan roared, die. In that instant, reality erupted. A blood-red and black flame surged upward from beneath the ground, as if a gate to hell had opened below Kramas. He did not even have time to scream his last words before he was destroyed. This time, divine death was used, and divine command was used as well. The person in charge of broadcasting the battle live still stood frozen in place, his eyes unable to leave the camera display. His hands trembled, because he knew the world was witnessing something even he could not believe was real. Millions of people were watching. The moment Kramas was burned away, the viewership exploded, and global online platforms all overloaded at once. From scholars to reporters, from low-ranking hunters to the leaders of major nations, everyone was staring with their mouths open. At the headquarters of the World Hunter Association, the chairman of the High Council had his eyes fixed on the screen. His face, normally steady as mountain stone, suddenly began to tremble, unable to hide his shock. Only minutes later, across the world's major cities, the news detonated like an atomic bomb. However, there were also many people who flatly refused to believe it was real, unable to accept it. What? He can kill an opponent just by saying die? Do not be fooled, this is just computer graphics. This is the Hunter Association's official channel. What kind of computer graphics look that unreal? At the association office, the chairman could no longer remain seated. He clenched his fists and thought, do gods truly exist in this world? An excited thought rang through the chairman's mind. Do gods truly exist in this world? Candidate Han Sung-jan will surely become the tower god now. From now on, everything will change completely. Thanks to this live stream, his number of believers skyrocketed. Many beings in Earth's dimension are worshipping you. Harvest rate. If you harvest enough faith from Earth, you can become the god of Earth. If you become the god of Earth, you will receive Earth divinity. He received these notification lines while absorbing the remains of the third-grade apostle Kramas Loch Ness. He wondered in his mind, does that mean I will truly become the god of Earth? After the battle, the system updated his information. Candidate Han Sung-jan had triumphed over an apostle. Ascension progress in Phase 2 increased by approximately 2%. The black armor expressed itself once again. Incredible, I thought the path to becoming a transcendent god had closed, yet the way to the ancient god path reopened. He pondered silently. The ancient god path? As he lingered in thought, that voice reminded him. Listen carefully, Han Sung-jan. If other gods knew of this, not only would your life be at risk, but Earth itself could be in danger. He replied firmly, before that happens, I must prepare a contingency plan. Thus, the special power creation of the Holy Realm was activated from his palms. Spiritual energy coalesced into a slowly spinning sphere of light, orbiting Earth. A spherical energy structure gradually materialized, radiating power across the entire planet. Using Han Sung-jan's holy energy and faith, he created a transcendent and lethal holy realm. Within the Transcendent Holy Realm, growth rates increased over 1,000-fold. In the Transcendent Holy Realm, all wounds healed rapidly. In the Lethal Realm, any unauthorized holy energy or aura was completely destroyed. Within seconds, he achieved planetary protection. Special power creation of Holy Realm B, upgraded to creation of Holy Realm A. In his mind, Sung Jon vowed, I cannot allow my valuable teammates to be harmed. To ensure that, I must face the god of war directly. Resolute, he advanced step by step toward the gate. Passing through it, Sung Jon entered the holy realm of the Hell Arena. The heated arena floor radiated waves of energy, and the god of war awaited. He seemed certain Sung Jon would arrive. Opening with a basic greeting, the god of war exclaimed excitedly, You've arrived, mortal. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, everyone gathered before the large screen to watch the battle, rendered speechless. A man strained to speak, unbelievable. He is no longer human. Another agreed, indeed, I concur. No skill or power could possibly be that strong. Someone suggested Sung Jon might be using powers or skill to create an illusion. Catherine, displeased, retorted, If you don't believe what you see, there must be something wrong with your brain. This an illusion. Such an absurd plot. Hearing this, the man's pride flared and he lunged to question. So you mean Han Sung Jon truly became a god? As he prepared to act against Catherine, suddenly a blinding golden light shot skyward from outside. This phenomenon signaled that the transcendent and lethal holy realms were active. Everyone was astonished, focusing outside. A holy realm, could gods truly exist? Throughout the city, golden energy from the holy realm spread everywhere. Thanks to the absolute faith in the gladiator Han Sung Jon, the transcendent and lethal holy realms were sustained. Back in his battle, the fight between the two sides was fierce. Moreover, the effects of the Hell Arena Holy Realm had been triggered. Anyone entering could not escape. They chased each other around the holy hall, exchanging relentless attacks. The god of war sneered mockingly. Foolish mortal, you slew my apostle and still dare enter. Are you too stupid or merely reckless? Sung Jon responded without hesitation. I knew this was a trap, yet prey approaches on its own. I have no reason to flee. He affirmed in a low voice, Here, one of us must end. This defiance angered the god, who ground his teeth and cursed. Wait and see. The god of war clenched his fist, charged toward Sung Jon and shouted, I will kill you. His punch struck the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth shattered, immense force radiating outward. Debris near Sung Jon was hurled away. He flipped through the air, swiftly drawing an ancient book. The god path's exclusive power, the death list, was activated. Those named on the list would draw near to death and severe weakness. The Reaper's power acted upon the god of war. Those on the death list would succumb to divine death after 44 minutes of combat. Naturally, he had no knowledge of this. As Sung Jon landed, dust and debris still swirling, he turned and activated the invisible sword skill. Combined with the divine transcendent power, it triggered a compounded mythical effect. Mythology, the nemesis of all, was activated. The Reaper's divine intervention could manipulate all forms of power. From above, a barrage of holy bullets rained down upon the god of war. He roared, detestable mortal. Then he darted across the battlefield, dodging in every direction to escape the destructive rain. The invisible spirit, a powerful unseen strike, launched directly at the god of war's face. A killing intent sharp as a blade tore through the air, descending like thunder from the void. He reacted with astonishing speed, spinning to evade the attack. It grazed past him, leaving only minor wounds. Dongdong did not let him breathe. He immediately activated the power of the Holy Light skill, creating starlight infused with transcendent divinity. A towering surge of energy erupted around him. Starlight gathered in the air, and countless radiant points covered the entire sky. A second attack came crashing straight toward the war god. This time it carried total annihilation, completely unlike before, with a much wider range. It left him with no path to dodge. The war god roared in agony. His body was crushed bit by the transcendent attack, and he could not believe it. How could a mortal accumulate power to this degree? A thunderous sound rang out as his massive body was blasted down into the ground. It created a huge explosion, and rolling dust surged like a tsunami, swallowing the arena. Amid that smoke, Sung Jon still stood tall, silently watching. His eyes shone with an absolute killing chill, focused entirely on searching for the enemy before him. Suddenly, from the smoke and shattered bone, a massive arm shot out. It clamped tightly around Sung Jon's neck right before his eyes. The war god appeared through the smoke and dust, his body drenched in blood, but his eyes still burned with fire. He gave a sinister laugh. With his mouth full of blood and his breathing heavy as thunder, he said, Caught you, brat. The war god suddenly appeared right in front of him, his huge hand tightening around Sung Jon's neck. He lifted him into the air as if crushing a tiny creature. Every muscle across his body bulged like surging waves. He roared. Using all his strength, he hurled Sung Jon straight down, shattering the ground. Stones flew everywhere. Immediately afterward, from the war god's back, two gigantic arms grew out in a grotesque manner. They rushed downward, punching Sung Jon in the face over and over, each blow like thunder striking a mountain. The The strikes came relentlessly without a single second of rest. He roared, calling forth every filthy power he possessed, all to crush one mortal who refused to submit. Divine absorption supported War Divinity. War Divinity temporarily transferred part of Challenger Han Sung John's stats to his opponent. War Divinity absorbed part of Challenger Han Sung John's holy power. Thinking victory was already certain, the war god burst into loud laughter. He bent down, his hand still gripping Sung John's neck. "After fighting you, I am certain of one thing." He kept rambling endlessly, his voice filled with contempt and triumph. He paid no attention to anything else. "I will kill you right here and never allow anyone like you to appear again. I will destroy this planet Earth. The mortals on Earth are not worth my concern." Divine counterattack was used. The war god bared his teeth in a savage grin, raising his massive fist high. Surging divine power gathered, and all accumulated damage was reflected back at challenger Han Sung John with 4 times the force. The punch slammed down, creating an explosion as fierce red light erupted, swallowing the entire arena. The ground split open, mountains collapsed, and the sky trembled. Smoke and flames churned as the scenery was torn apart by terrifying power. Thick dust rolled over the arena, shrouding it in haze, and amid the lingering ashes, the war god's smug smile gradually appeared as if he thought he had killed his opponent. But that smile did not last long. He froze, his eyes flickering. Within the hazy smoke, something had happened, something he had not expected. Beneath his enormous fist, there was only empty ground. Where was he? A silent chill crawled along his spine, and he seemed to reassure himself. Did he vanish? The war god's entire body suddenly turned pale, as if all life had been drained from him. His whole body stiffened, his eyes widening. Behind him stood Sung John, blazing brightly, his eyes burning and divine power flaring violently. The power of Flash Step was used. His face froze like stone as he shouted like a curse, "You bastard!" Only then did he realize his body no longer obeyed his will. Every joint felt as if it had turned to stone. "What is this? Why can't my body move?" This was precisely the exclusive effect of the S+ rank black and white hourglass. Final time was activated. The user freezes time for 4 seconds and is unaffected by any power during that period. Cooldown time 7 days. In that frozen space, only one person had the right to move and bring everything to an end. Sung John stood silently behind him. The 2 power swords in his hands emitted a cold light. Only his blade-sharp gaze was locked onto the back of the war god's neck, as if declaring, "You want to destroy Earth. As long as I live, this planet, the place where the most important people to me live, will not be destroyed by anyone." Sung John stared at the war god and declared, "I will take your divine power and your stats." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared. Protection has been used. Divine power has been consumed to erase 1 battle. For the next 12 hours, no further blessing can be granted. The war god flew into a rage, his eyes filled entirely with hatred. "You bastard," Sung John immediately said to him, "do not rush." His body began to spew crimson flame. He said, "I will tear you apart so you can never come near Earth again." The war god hurriedly said, "Wait." Without giving him a chance to react, a pillar of light appeared and the system also displayed a notification. Battle acceleration skill activated. Time acceleration skill activated. Opposite him, Sung John seized the opening and slashed hard at him. Powerful streams of life force surged out. Then a series of skills struck the god of war one after another, leaving him no chance to react. At that moment, the system screen was nothing but a lone shade of blue. Sung John kept fighting, giving his opponent no chance to resist. On top of that, every one of his attacks was a fatal blow. The scene inside was brutally harsh, as the god of war was repeatedly suppressed by his power. After a while, the system slowly appeared again. Time passes. The exclusive effect of the black and white stained hourglass S+. The final moment has been nullified, time begins to flow again, and interference immunity has been cancelled. Cooldown time, 7 days. Sung John looked straight at him and declared, "Die beneath this blade." As soon as he finished speaking, the system screen appeared again. Divine language, death has been used. You can govern death. The god of war was struck by another one of his attacks and sent flying far away, along with the system notification. Words can affect the real world. On Sung John's side, he continued using a new authority, causing the ground there to split open and shoot straight into the sky. The authority of the holy light skill was activated. A thick cloud of dust covered his vision. Sung John stood there, looking extremely calm, as the dust gradually cleared. The god of war's face slowly appeared as well. He still possessed an admirable will to keep going. "This cannot end here. I will finish you off." He glared at him with hatred and bluntly declared, "I will destroy Earth and wipe out every mortal." An explosion rang out. The entire scene turned a fierce crimson. At the same time, he activated a series of techniques. Divine Fighting Spirit has met the conditions and activated automatically. Divine Fighting Spirit grants the god of war a buff proportional to his fighting spirit. A new form appeared, with crimson skin and terrifying kill. Intent, the system announced, all buffs will become debuffs when fighting spirit declines. The god of war sensed an intense fighting spirit from the challenger Sung Jan. He appeared with 4 additional arms growing from his body, his eyes glowing crimson. His hair also changed from red to pure white. Behind him, a halo was spinning. The god of war's stats were immediately announced as well. All stats increased 100-fold and accelerated. Looking toward him, the god of war slowly said, "Sung Jan, I admit it. You are strong." He glared, furrowed his brow, and declared, "Now I will treat you not as a mortal but as a transcendent god. Go all out, transcendent god." In the face of his calm expression, the god of war threatened him, "Otherwise your comrades and earth will die." Sung Jan did not disappoint him either, immediately activating it. Transcendent divinity has been activated. All abilities have exceeded their prescribed limits. Looking at that arrogance, he only said, "You will regret saying those words." The system announced, growth speed increased 27-fold due to the level gap with the opponent. In an instant, the space fell silent. 2 enormous sources of power gradually rose in level, forming 2 surging beams of light that shot straight into the sky. The moment the god of war charged forward, the rocks and earth behind him exploded one after another, while the 2 enormous powers clashed endlessly. Sung Jan was on the defensive, continuously blocking the attacks coming from him. Special authority, desire for battle, has been activated. Skill proficiency growth rate increases by 300% until the battle ends. Along with the god of war's relentless assault, the system panel displayed a blazing red notification. Divine battle gradually helped Sung Jan transform all his stats. As the 2 of them fought, it was not hard for him to realize that his stats and divine power were flowing into the god of war. As he kept blocking the enormous fists crashing down on him, he thought to himself, but now was not the time. Suddenly, the god of war charged in, sending Sung Jan flying backward at once. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, he immediately said to him with arrogance, "Your movements have slowed, god of transcendence." His words provoked him more and more. "Is it because I drained all your stats and divine power?" Before his contemptuous voice, the ground suddenly trembled. He declared, "End this meaningless fight, god of transcendence." Sung Jan launched himself upward, but the god of war immediately grabbed his ankle tightly. Like a wild beast, he rushed toward him and said, "Either way, you are going to die." Right after that, fists like bolts from the sky struck his abdomen again and again. Sung Jan cried out in pain, wondering inwardly, can he not see anything? Then a massive force shot out like an exploding cannon. It smashed straight through the boulder, blocking the path. The system suddenly displayed a notification. The skill authority Blood Shadow Total Annihilation has been activated. Appearing beyond the hazy smoke, he slowly stood up before the other's gloomy voice. "You became this fast just from taking a little of my stats." Before his cold gaze, the god of war's voice rang out again. "Divine power and stats, I have taken them all, god of transcendence." He strode forward proudly like a victor and said, "From now on, all your efforts are meaningless." The god of war glared at him. He gave a challenging smile and continued, "Why? Because I have the upper hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the god of war charged in, striking Sung Jan repeatedly. He clutched his neck and lifted him high with ease, but if the fight continued until the last, that cruel, brutal face was revealed along with a piercing shout. "No matter how much you stall, there is only one ending for you, destruction." Suddenly, the god of war froze. Sung Jan calmly denied it, "No." Looking down at him, he stated firmly, "You are the one who will die." The moment his words fell, system notifications began ringing out. Time condition fulfilled. You have fought for 44 minutes against the designated target in the Death God's Book of Life and Death. According to the effect of the Book of Life and Death, the god of war is being corroded by divine death. Suddenly, the god of war spat out a mouthful of blood in utter shock. He could not believe what was happening and shouted madly, "What the hell is this?" Sensing the demonic energy draining from his body, he shouted in panic, "My body is collapsing." Standing to the side and watching, Sung Jan calmly explained, "The effect of the Book of Life and Death causes divine death to corrode permanently. In other words, with every passing second your body will be destroyed." The god of war's resentful eyes swept toward him. Weakly he cursed, "You bastard." Ignoring that attitude, he continued, "You said my comrades and earth would die." Locked in his grip, his body began emitting a golden aura. "Now it is your turn to regret everything, god of war." Right after that, Sung Jan slashed fiercely, quickly forcing him to release his neck. Looking at the arm that had just been attacked, his expression froze instantly. The god of war's body lost strength, and he collapsed to the ground with a cry. "My hand," he quickly cut him off, "stay still." The god of war was briefly stunned. He raised his head and looked at him with fearful eyes. His calm voice rang out again. "The more time passes, the more you will only be corroded by death." Perhaps he had been completely driven mad. His face twisted, his mouth opened wide, and he growled every word, "I am the god of war, with my pride." In his heart, he recklessly charged forward like a cornered wild beast. I cannot die meaninglessly like this. Right after that, the god of war wrapped his arms tightly around his body. Along with the system sound, divine extinction met the conditions and was used. A tremendous power was released, cracking even the crimson sky. The ground shattered, rocks flew into the air, and space shook violently. Divine extinction has been used, creating a 10-year cooldown. The cooldown of divine extinction cannot be removed. By any means, the god of war widened his eyes, despair hidden deep within them. I may not win, but I will drag you down with me. Die. Sung Jon, the god of transcendence, calmly watched that meaningless performance. He only said softly, "Attack nullification." With just that one sentence, a series of system notifications appeared, the exclusive effect of the SSS Plus Regressor's old watch. Attack nullification has been activated. Divine extinction has been nullified and returned to its state before activation. The cooldown of attack nullification is 30 minutes. Right after that, the chaos vanished, leaving only a small vortex spiraling into the sky. The god of war shouted in astonishment, the sacred relic of the god of time. How do you have it? Before him, powerful auras continued to radiate from his body. Sung Jon said coldly, "Shut up and die." The system panel appeared again. Divine command accelerates the corrosion process of divine death. Even as his face gradually cracked apart, he still stared firmly at him and growled. God of transcendence, do not think this is the end. Sung Jon did not answer. He simply unleashed his techniques one step at a time, and the mythic nemesis of all things was activated. Once activated, the heavenly foe grants the destruction god immense power, affecting all beings. The cold blade pierced downward, forcing the god of war to scream in agony as he collapsed to the ground, crying out, "O heavens, O heavens! My divine being is under attack," Sung Jon muttered, twisting his sword to drive it deep into the giant beneath him. "Perish," the system displayed once again, showing the divine death in progress, while the fading figure could not accept this horrifying reality. The mortal from long ago vanished completely, leaving a single unanswered question: how did you become such a monster? Behind Sung Jon's cold back, the system announced, "The soul of the war god Usura has been absorbed." Looking up at the vast sky, his expression relaxed slightly. At last, standing amidst the shimmering horizon, Sung Jon sighed, "Everything is safe now." Morning in the city, skyscrapers towering overhead. Sung Jon sat in the spacious room, watching the news from his bed, while Chang-gu cheerfully prepared breakfast beside him. The reporter broadcasted Sung Jon's image. "The conqueror has saved the world." And Sung Jon declined to attend the press conference. Only associations contracted with him could receive an official statement. The reporter moved among the crowd, who held signs proclaiming, "Han Sung Jon is a god." People raised their hands, cheering loudly. The number of those calling Han Sung Jon a global hero increased exponentially, even appearing among those who revered him as a deity. Chang-gu glanced over, chewing thoughtfully. "You seem very satisfied." Sung Jon, with a proud expression, "Now everyone is safe, and I can gather even more followers." Chang-gu watched him pensively. Fortunately, the stats board appeared, showing 96,700 followers currently worshipping the transcendent god. The maximum number of assignable followers is 2,072,981. Sung Jon smiled faintly. "Bless them. Followers who exceed a certain strength can be designated for advancement." Level 1 followers from ranks 1 to 4 appeared sequentially: Catherine Burnett, Lihian, Lucia Minier, Keisha. The system bestowed all Level 1 transcendent god followers with divine power, compression force. A surge of golden energy enveloped him. Sung Jon held his coat, thinking, "Since their level is low, I cannot grant much power yet." He donned his jacket, reflecting, "Back at the tower, the world's protectors were my comrades. To grant them greater divine power, I must become stronger." Chang-gu, holding his bowl, approached curiously. "Are you leaving already?" Sung Jon adjusted his attire and replied, "Yes, I will meet the Ironblood Sovereign immediately." The barrier appeared as he declared firmly, "It's time to return to the tower." System message: entering the world of the Ironblood. Sung Jon stood before an old house. Upon entering, a voice called out, "You've arrived, Han Sung Jon." Surprised, he replied, "I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Sung Jon addressed him directly, "Ironblood Sovereign." The Ironblood maintained a cold expression. "I thought you would refuse the invitation, yet you accepted obediently." He scratched his face awkwardly. "I haven't refused that many times." She smiled faintly and slowly stood, reproaching, "Do you know how many times you've declined my invitation?" Sung Jon chuckled apologetically. "Sorry." The Ironblood blushed with amusement, stepping closer to punch his shoulder. "You really give me a sense of playful teasing." Sung Jon questioned, "Really?" The Ironblood responded gently, "Yes." This left him stunned. She lowered her gaze, eyes shimmering, suggesting, "If I had met you when you were still the conqueror, perhaps we would have become friends, even close ones." Sung Jon fell silent for a moment, the situation rendering him speechless. He spoke slowly, prompting the Ironblood to widen her eyes. "Now we are close as well," Sung Jon confessed, "from our first meeting to now. No, even beyond that will not change." Her expression froze. He looked resolute. We are comrades advancing together. So I will help you achieve your goal. The Ironblood placed her hand on Sung Jan. She lowered her face, clenching her hand tightly, warning, "It will likely be arduous." He replied firmly, "No matter the difficulty, it's fine." The Ironblood gripped Sung Jan's outer coat. "You may be disappointed by my weakness." He smiled gently. "I will not fail." She stammered, "Perhaps you may perish." Sung Jan placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring, "I have overcome countless trials to reach here. I will not fall easily." His eyes radiated determination. "Thus I will grant the Ironblood." The Ironblood sovereign witnessed her world intact. She was moved, tears welling. Sung Jan raised his fist in promise. The tyrant accepted, responding to his gesture. "Thank you, Han Sung Jan." He stepped into the illusory barrier as multiple system notifications appeared. Special Authority G8717, the abyssal desire of the Ironblood Administrator. The Ironblood Monarch's power had activated. Based on the Ironblood Monarch's desire, a special higher-level challenge had been created. Sung Jan thought about his promise to the Ironblood Monarch. He smiled with fierce determination. A notification appeared, entering the Trial Tower abyssal desire of the Ironblood. Monarch Sung Jan wore a resolute expression and charged forward through gritted teeth. "I will protect this world from the evil gods." A message appeared. The theme of this challenge is the Ironblood Monarch. Difficulty hard, time remaining 1 year, challenge clear condition. Prevent the world's destruction by divinity within the remaining time. Failure condition. The challenger dies or time runs out. Reward for clearing the challenge. The reward level will be determined based on the Ironblood Monarch's emotions. He floated in the sky with the territory below. The system displayed a warning, penalty for failure, death. May the challenger fulfill the desire buried deep within the abyss. At the territorial base, a fierce battle broke out between two sides. The soldiers shouted loudly, hacking furiously at the cultists. Those foolish followers of the evil god have appeared. Fight Sung Jan, dressed for battle, looked thoughtful. My equipment has been sealed and all my stats are fixed at 700. Suddenly a subordinate ran over and shouted, "Is that not the Decurion?" Sung Jan glanced over. Decurion. The screen displayed a message. Challenger Han Sung Jan has been assigned the role of Decurion in the Imperial Army. The confused subordinate asked, "Why are you still here?" He questioned him, "As a Decurion, do I have some duty to carry out?" The man objected, "This is not the time to worry about that." A map of the territory appeared. The vanguard is under attack by a large number of fanatics and is about to be wiped out. The subordinate raised his fist and said, "We are the rear guard. We must retreat immediately or we will be punished for violating military law." Sung Jan asked in confusion, "I understand, but where is the woman with white hair and red eyes?" He explained, "If you are talking about that person, then you must mean the Chiliarch. She is holding back the fanatics on the front line." He continued, "She is buying time for us to retreat." Damn it. He froze as he remembered the image of the Ironblood Tyrant King. The subordinate had not finished saying, "That is why we must," before Sung Jan instantly shot forward. He rushed through the gaps in the battlefield. "You fool." Sung Jan clenched his teeth in fury. "Does that not mean she is going to sacrifice herself?" His feet raced down the path, sending clods of dirt flying. "I made a promise to the Ironblood Monarch." Thinking of Ironblood's back, he wanted even more to prove that he would show her. She turned away toward a world that would not be destroyed. Sung Jan grimaced and forced himself toward the battlefield. "So, I will not let her die on this battlefield." Like a gust of wind, he flew forward, stepping over corpses as he advanced. Sung Jan's sharp eyes searched. "Where is she?" As he ran, he swept his gaze around, questions constantly flashing through his mind. "Where is she?" Sung Jan darted through the gaps, searching. Where could she be? Where? All around him now was only the slaughter between two forces. Without realizing it, he suddenly stopped and looked through a gap between the soldiers into the distance. The Ironblood Monarch was kneeling there, and a sword was slashing down toward her. The sword was about to fall, as if it meant to split the Ironblood Monarch in two. He clenched his teeth in panic and shouted, "No!" The skill panel appeared. Skill activated, Authority of the Wind's Grace, increasing movement speed by 80%. He swiftly slid forward and blocked the sword strike. Blood splattered. The Tyrant King was shocked. The giant screamed in pain. "My arm," the Tyrant King asked in confusion. "You are?" Sung Jan demanded. "Step back." The sword struck the ground and red magic swirled around it. He spoke sternly, for daring to lay hands on the Empire. Sung Jan, his body overflowing with color. Killing intent and power radiated from him. "I will make you taste my wrath." The power panel appeared. Skill activated, Authority of Holy Light, starlight containing divinity. Shadowy figures were created. With a single technique, he produced countless sword paths and cut down the entire cult. Ironblood looked astonished, unable to believe her eyes. Impossible. As she watched the cultists being defeated, she could hardly believe it. Is he also a member of the Empire? The soldiers looked around at the scene in panic, hesitating and unable to speak. The banner symbolizing the territory fluttered, along with everyone's cheers. "We won," the people murmured, thinking they had all been about to die. "But we survived." Ironblood approached Sung Jan and questioned him. "You just who are you?" he replied coldly, a decurion of the Imperial Army. Sung Jan turned his face and continued with a smile. I came here to keep my promise to the Chiliar. With a steadfast expression, the corner of his mouth curved upward. We have made it this far. As night fell, a small sign of a quiet beer tavern hung outside. The iron-blooded treasure king slammed his beer mug on the table, shouting, not affiliated with the Imperial Army. His real name is Han Sung-jan. She sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand, saying, bold enough to blind the Empire and hide your name, yet you saved my life. Iron-blooded hesitated, blushing, eyes glancing away, running his hand through his hair, then said, therefore, as the celestial leader, I will not pursue this matter. Sung-du looked directly at her, smiling politely. Then that is fine, for I only wish to repay my previous debt and earn your trust. She straightened up, placing both hands on the table, cheerfully exclaiming, what you say seems partly sincere. Now it is my turn to introduce myself. Excitedly, she extended her hand toward him and said, I am Canaria Lufel. He nodded, smiling as he listened. From now on, you will assist me. Support me well? Sung Jan reached out to shake her hand, replying, I will also wholeheartedly protect you, celestial leader. Elsewhere, many figures in black cloaks stood around a massive cauldron. According to the saints, this world will eventually be destroyed by the evil god. Suddenly, a finger pointed upward, drawing attention. Yet there remains only one way to prevent it. Images of dragons of various forms appeared. A prophecy declared that the one recognized by the 7 guardian dragons would become the savior. A door made of mirrors folded together. An image of the iron-blooded treasure king holding a sword appeared, while the iron-blooded monarch strove to fulfill the prophecy. Canaria turned, smiling brightly. Han Sung-jan, thanks to you, I escaped safely from the evil god's minion. Both spurred their horses onward, leaving a scene strewn with bodies. Not a drop of blood spilled to reach here, that is your doing. Upon arrival, she paused, looking upward. We have reached our destination. This is the territory of the dark star spirits under the black dragon's protection. They stopped their horses mid-forest and dismounted. This is the great tree forest. Canaria, walking beside him, spoke. I will handle this myself. The Empire has prepared negotiation plans, so you need not act. Sung Jan, hearing this, smiled confidently. I just need to land a few punches on the dragon. Faced with his confidence, Canaria could only helplessly laugh. Don't be like that. He stepped toward her, saying that as long as nothing threatens you, it suffices. Just then, something suddenly rushed toward them. He quickly assessed the situation, reaching out to catch the arrow flying toward her. Canaria blushed, admiring his heroic act, thinking, the arrow, I didn't even notice it coming. She looked up at him, cheerfully saying, thank you. Sung Jan still held the arrow, swiftly replying, they clearly have no intention of negotiating. He pulled her close, almost shielding her with his body. She frowned, glancing at him. Now let me handle it my way. Suddenly, sounds of clashing echoed throughout nearby parts of the forest. In the distance, a fortified structure appeared among the trees. A small black dragon lay calmly on the ground, saying, it seems the dark star spirits are chasing an unwelcome guest. Rest assured. It began to close its eyes to nap. Then Sung Jan suddenly peered into its view, exclaiming, found you. The dragon, terrified, leapt back against the wall, shouting, how can a lowly human penetrate this far? He pointed at a group of bound people behind him, saying, because you dared to threaten someone important to me. Thus I taught you a lesson and forced you to reveal this place. The dragon gaped in astonishment, then became furious, growling, not only have you invaded my domain, but you dare harm my subjects. Quickly, from the form of a small dragon, it transformed into a gigantic, enraged dragon. Today you will pay for what you have done to them. It stomped heavily on the ground. The impact sent earth and rocks flying, terrifyingly warning, brace yourself, lowly human. Strong winds blew Canaria's hair and cloak back. She looked up, saying, it seems we've been pushed farther than I thought. Sung Jan calmly replied, I will protect you. At that moment the system's sound echoed. Divine command activated. He fixed his gaze on the dragon, gritting his teeth. Sit and be tamed. The system interface sounded. He expended divine power to affect the real world with his words. The dragon, angered by the command, said, how insulting. You think I am a dog, that I must obey such a ridiculous order. Yet as he finished speaking, an unseen force pressed its body firmly to the ground before them. The black dragon lay motionless, unable to move. It lifted its head. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? She turned to watch him wiping blood from his mouth. Sung Jan thought, could it be that reducing the stats made his body unable to withstand the pressure of divine power? The system announced, the blood arrow skill has been activated. Canaria rushed over in panic, using a handkerchief to wipe his blood and asked, are you okay? Why are you bleeding all of a sudden? Sung Jan glanced at her and reassured, I've already recovered, it's fine. He stepped closer and said. Then Sung Jan, with an eager expression, looked at the black dragon lying on the ground and said, from now on, you will be my companion, black dragon. It lifted its head sharply and roared, what did you just say? Its eyes glowed red, struggling fiercely while he stood below calmly and prayed, O dragon god, grant me the power to destroy this enemy. Its continuous prayers were quickly answered. The plea from level 4 follower Tamian Etnies has activated the dragon god's observation. The dragon god has approved the request of level 4 follower Tamian Etnies. Sung Jan looked up, smiling faintly as the system announced. The dragon god stared at Han Sung Jan and then smiled slightly. The system announced, the dragon god has rejected the request of level 4 follower Tamian Etni. Hearing this, Black Dragon froze. The system repeated the command to it. The dragon god orders you to serve Han Sung Jan well. Suddenly, the image of the dragon god slowly appeared on its face, causing Black Dragon to stammer in fear. "Oh, dragon god." Seeing him below, the dragon god waved happily at Han Sung Jan and said it had been a long time. He quickly responded in kind. "Long time no see, dragon god." The dragon, seeing this, looked bewildered and leaned close to ask him. Who are you?" Sung Jan answered its silly question. "Who do you think I am?" His gaze darkened, his expression terrifying as he commanded. "From today, I am your master, Sung Jan." Faced with his confidence and strong intimidation, it could only gape in disbelief. Black Dragon then spread its wings and soared swiftly across the clear sky. It let the two sit atop it. Canaria coughed lightly and hesitantly asked him, "Now you can answer me right. How could you convince Black Dragon so easily?" Sung Jan glanced silently at her warning. "If you don't answer, you won't earn my trust." He replied, "I will answer as much as I can." She continued, "Then can you reveal your true identity?" Black Dragon glanced upward, listening. "I am just a challenger from the tower. Are you from some magic tower?" She didn't relent and asked another question, then the next question. "Are you a follower of any dragon-related deity?" He imagined the dragon god and let out a low sound. Canaria winked playfully. "Judging by your expression, I think I guessed right." "And Sung Jan, am I right?" Sweat appeared on his face as he looked at her smiling expression, thinking, how did she guess that? Sung Jan revealed the truth to her. From the start, all her assumptions were completely wrong. She stopped laughing, disappointed. "All wrong, not a single one right. Like the fact that you came from another world, right?" He answered, "That one you guessed correctly." Black Dragon, having listened to the conversation, finally spoke up with a question. "I have something to ask too." He asked in confusion, "Long Yang, what is it?" It expressed its thoughts. "As you know, dragons are followers of the dragon god, but they also know a bit about the tower. Hearing this, maybe everything we see is an illusion." Canaria froze, thinking, an illusion? She turned to him in astonishment. "Are you saying this world is an illusion?" Sung Jan kept his gaze forward. "No, it's not an illusion, so you don't need to worry." At this moment, Canaria could only stay silent, looking at him thoughtfully. "What else are you hiding?" Black Dragon glanced upward again, then spoke at length. If so, it closed its eyes, feeling reassured. Good, because with these evil gods here, it surely cannot be false. It brought the two in front of a vast castle and shouted a plea. "Please protect this world from the evil gods." The dragon landed strongly on a small empty spot, scattering stones, and said, "We've arrived." Both jumped down together. Sung Jan spoke. "Thank you for your efforts, Long Yang." It annoyedly corrected him. "I'm not Long Yang," but he frowned, his gaze sharp as he glared back. "Are you planning to betray your master?" The dragon became timid, no longer daring to resist. "No, I will change my name immediately." Suddenly, a loud call from behind caught their attention. Canaria Lufeld, a blonde person, laughed mischievously. "I heard about it through the magic transmission tool, but I didn't expect you really brought a dragon." He slowly approached with soldiers and said, "Anyway, as the celestial officer, you've done well." He stared at Canaria, smirking arrogantly. "My little sister." Sung Jan and Canaria silently watched Rios in front of them. He frowned, glanced at the woman beside him, wondering, little sister. As he got closer, she immediately lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Long time no see, brother Gios." He raised his hand, praising Canaria. "Indeed, seeing it firsthand is impressive. Didn't expect you to tame a dragon so quickly." She still remained humble. Canaria answered fearfully, "You flatter me too much." Jean Cleat pressed his face close to his sister's ear and whispered, "Well, at this point, having a capable retainer is also a kind of talent. It is quite amusing to watch you crave the throne so pitifully." He sneered, turned his gaze behind him, and continued with a sinister tone. "It really is a shame. Without that retainer, you would already be dead, would you not?" Canaria grew extremely tense after those words cut straight into her heart. Han Sung Jan remained silent, carefully watching every gesture and movement Glios made. He suddenly straightened up, held his palm out toward him, and said with a laugh, "Are you the retainer who chose to side with my sister? I was only joking earlier. Do not take it so seriously." Glios stepped forward, intending to pat Han Sung Jan on the shoulder, and went on with his self-important monologue. "A pleasure. I am an imperial prince and also a member of the imperial army." Lias Lufeld, after hearing that, Han Sung Jan glanced toward Canaria and thought, "I see. So the Ironblood monarch was an imperial princess. Now all the pieces fit." Han Sung Jan frowned and shoved his hand away. He introduced himself coldly. "I am Han Sung Jan." Leos looked somewhat displeased. He narrowed his eyes and mocked him. "What a unique name." Leos took out a white handkerchief, wiped his hand, and smirked as he assessed him. You show no interest in etiquette, yet you do not hide your sincerity either. That makes me think you are quite a mysterious person, almost like someone from some hidden clan concealing his identity. In any case, judging from the situation, you are certainly strong, but I do not understand why you would help my lowly little sister. Leos leaned closer to tease him again. Could it be that you were enchanted by her beauty, the so-called flower of the empire? His brows furrowed as he placed a hand on Han Sung-John's shoulder, as if giving him a warning. My sister has a very unpleasant personality. I do not think she suits you, Sir Han Sung-John. Rather than bothering with that sister of mine, you would be better off serving me. Han Sung-John grabbed Glios' wrist and spoke politely. Excuse me, may I ask you something? Glios asked blankly. Yes, Han Sung-John tightened his grip on Glios' wrist, lifted it, and growled. Do you want to die? You look as if you are desperately begging for death. That pressure also drew a bewildered look from Canaria. He continued, then allow me to use my specialty to help you end it painlessly. While the soldiers still stood there dumbfounded, Glios slowly questioned him. You dare say that here? Han Sung-John answered calmly. I will keep this brief. He tightened his grip on Glios' wrist, lifted him up before his face with an overwhelming presence and warned him. I am about to smash your skull. Glios' hand began to tremble. He reminded him of his status. I am an imperial prince. Han Sung-John could not have cared less. So what? He held that posture without wavering. His voice was filled with killing intent. Do you want to live or die? Those words and his cold expression made Glios finally understand what fear was. Glios stammered for a long time before finally voicing his desire. I want to live. Satisfied with that answer, Han Sung-John finally released his hand and said, Good, I will spare you for now, but if you seek revenge later. He glanced at him threateningly. I will take that to mean you truly want to die. After saying that, Han Sung-John took Canaria's hand and urged her, Let us go. The two of them left in silence. One walked ahead and the other behind, just like a guard truly protecting a princess. Suddenly, she stopped, her whole body trembling as she spoke. Ah, I am truly sorry. With her back still turned to him, Canaria poured out her feelings. I could not do anything because I was afraid of my brother. I could not stop him when you were being insulted. Then she suddenly shook her head and admitted one thing. No, I was simply too afraid of losing you as well. Canaria thought of Glios and continued. He is the one closest to the throne, so ever since I was young I could do nothing. He took everything from me, my precious belongings and even the people who followed me. Han Sung-John guessed inwardly, everything was taken because of the succession to the throne. So was he planning to take me as well? Canaria clenched her palm, her voice dejected. I once thought that someday I would surpass the Archangel Commander and seize the throne, but I do not even have the qualifications to ascend it. I cannot even protect one person close to me. She paused for a moment, then a heartbreaking sentence left her lips. Ah, I am not worthy of your trust. He froze for an instant, his eyes widening in surprise. Canaria turned around, her face smeared with tears and snot, and mocked herself. It is ridiculous, is it not? Han Sung-John pressed his lips together as he looked at her, unable to keep his heart from aching. He suddenly spoke, leaving Canaria stunned. Long ago, the Archangel Commander once told me this. When I feel that I have fallen and can no longer stand, I may lean on you at any time. Han Sung-John lowered himself onto one knee and continued. Canaria Lufeld, to me, you are the emperor and one of the few most precious people. Her glistening eyes opened wide, stunned by his request. Please lean on me. I will make certain that you ascend the throne as emperor. He thought Canaria would be delighted and regain her spirits, but instead he still heard her sniffling, making him mutter in confusion. Ah, Han Sung-John looked up at her as she covered her face and sobbed, blaming himself. Did I say something terribly wrong? Suddenly the system announced, conditions met. At the same time, Canaria spoke. I do not know why you would go this far. At the very least, I now know your feelings were never false. Then the system updated. The Ironblood Monarch's emotions are leaning toward the challenger Han Sung-John. She smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed red, and said happily, If you truly wish to place me on the imperial throne, then I shall answer those expectations as well. As soon as she finished, the system reported. The reward level for the special quest, The Deepest Desire the Ironblood Monarch, has been increased. After hearing that, Sung-Jong finally stood up and said softly, Thank you. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted in the distance, interrupting the touching scene. The two of them were quickly affected by it and had to drag their feet against the ground to keep their balance. He wondered, is this aura a sanctuary? Just then, Black Dragon flew over and reported, Master, the evil god is casting apostle descent, forcing the other dragons into confrontation. Sung-Jong leapt onto its back and asked, Then I must head there at once. Celestial Chief, will you come with me? Canaria climbed on as well and replied, Of course, I promised I would answer you after all. I will go with you. It turned its pupils forward and asked in confusion, "Master, what do you plan to do next?" He said confidently, simple. In an instant, Sung Jong's entire body radiated extraordinary energy. The system announced, "Sacred authority, divine incarnation has been activated. You may use divine authorities corresponding to your latent divinities." Then Black Dragon flew off according to his instructions. "We are going to destroy the evil god." The system appeared again. Latent divinities include transcendence, death, immortality, defiance of heaven, observation, discipline, harmony, command, and more. Sung Jong looked at the deep purple scene before him and thought to himself, "It is time to end everything." Not long after, they entered the evil spirit's ballroom sanctuary. Beijga was standing there commanding the crowd. Suddenly, he raised his head toward the sky and shouted, "Look up there. Some idiot is flying around." Beijga raised his weapon and rallied them, crushed them all with demonic energy. His subordinates also broke into an uproar. Black Dragon grew somewhat panicked as red sources of energy gradually appeared around it. "Master, I fear Israel cannot hold out much longer." The system activated, divine power of command has been used. Sung Jong was instantly equipped with a suit of iron armor. His voice, like that of an Asura, echoed from hell. "They will be torn apart first." Beijga froze in shock at the sight. In an instant, an explosion struck the place where they stood. The system reported, consuming divine power to make speech affect the real world. Canaria exclaimed in astonishment, "What in the world is this?" He glanced over at her and answered, "I cannot explain it clearly right now. After the battle, I will tell you everything." She paused, her cheeks reddening as she replied, "In that case, I will listen later because I have already decided to place my full trust in you." The system continued updating, absorbing ghosts, defeating multiple enemies. Stage 2 ascension points have increased greatly, and many transcendent mythic abilities have achieved tremendous growth, while red spiritual energy was being drawn into the sphere in Sung Jong's hand. Black Dragon flew through the purple vortex as a guide. Below, the apostles of the evil god could be seen. Then another crimson beam of power shot down from above, terrifying them all. The system relayed Beijga's mocking words, "Such adorable little creatures." He raised his weapon, blocking while sneering with contempt, "You are not even worthy of being toys for my amusement." At the same time, the system transmitted information. The evil god has descended into an official 4th rank apostle. Beijga is feeling extremely excited. After that energy disappeared, he burst into mocking laughter, "Those pitiful, inferior things." The system relayed the information again. The evil god has descended into Beijga, an official 4th rank apostle. He is feeling immense delight. The other dragons stared wide-eyed and questioned, how could a descent into an apostle happen this early? Ziji, standing opposite them, quickly explained, "Oh, that. Naturally, it is because I made a deal with the tower." He gritted his teeth and said smugly, "This is the playground the tower prepared. The earlier we play, the better." Ziji arrogantly controlled the lamp beside him, making it emit a refined source of power. He declared, "That should explain it then. Now die." And yet Sung Jong suddenly flew in from somewhere, accompanied by his radiant sword, and spoke, "Is that the last of your remaining power?" The system updated. Sacred Light Authority skill activated, creating starlight imbued with divinity. In an instant, a slash struck straight down onto his head. Sung Jong seized the chance to retreat, looking at the wreckage left behind by his thunderous blow. The dragons stared at one another in shock, then looked at the small figure and concluded, "The one acknowledged by the black line has finally arrived." They flew over Sung Jong's head, for the guardian deity would protect this world from the evil god. He stood silently observing the situation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "So you are the challenger." Beijga's face, split in two, was still producing a strange sound. "You alone are the one I absolutely cannot forgive." It turned out he was not dead. Beijga instantly transformed into a giant skull and declared, "No, I will kill you no matter what." The system announced, "The descent state has been strengthened by rage." When the dragons saw the energy radiating from him, they could not help but gasp, "What terrifying pressure." They froze as they looked toward that dreadful presence. But when the dragons looked at the other one, they saw him still holding his head high against it and wondered, he does not seem shaken by that pressure at all. The white dragon flew forward and blamed itself. "How shameful, but we dragons can do nothing." Then there was only one way left. It moved behind him and said, "Hey, chosen one of the Black Current, I will hand over the qualification of World Guardian to you." They quickly sent over a brilliant golden energy along with a ray of hope. "Only you can stop that evil god. Please, Guardian." After that, the white dragon stepped back and looked at the pure whirlwind and the tiny golden specks of light before it. At that very moment, the sphere of golden spiritual energy beneath his feet began to move. Sung Jong wondered, "This aura is," the system announced. "The conditions have been fulfilled. Challenger Hand Sung Jong has become the guardian deity of the world Icalium." Sung Jong looked at it thoughtfully and muttered, "I see." A series of information was transmitted again. "You have obtained the divinity of Icalium. You have gained the authority to protect and bless the world. However, the divinity of Icalium does not grant control over the world and is not considered an orthodox divinity. After the special contract trial ends, the divinity of Icalium will vanish without leaving a trace. He placed the glowing sphere in his hand and came to that conclusion. The will of the world had been conveyed. The dragons seemed to have always stood beside Sung Jan in every situation. He clenched his palm and his pupils shone brilliantly. Just then, a foot slowly advanced toward Sung Jan. The figure spoke through gritted teeth. Divine Sword Witness, ever since I saw you because of that bastard, I have not forgotten you for even a single moment. It was Bajiga in his grotesque form. He carried hatred in his heart. Now it is time for you to pay for that day. Unable to hold back any longer, Bajiga unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. And yet he remained standing in place, watching it rush toward him like a moth to a flame. Only when danger was closing in did Sung Jan raise his weapon high. He swung straight into that terrifying surge of spiritual power. The enemy froze in place when he saw Sung Jan unleash the strike so easily. The divine authority was erased with a single slash. With overwhelming momentum, he shouted, "Sweep it from this world." Through the system notification, the world's will was transferred to Han Sung Jan by divinity. At the same time, a barrage of golden energy shots fired out. Bajiga looked up as they rushed toward him, completely puzzled. What nonsense is he doing now? Before he could react, he was struck directly by the fireballs. A world-shaking explosion erupted instantly. The system updated. The evil god's descent state on the 4th tier Apostle Bajiga has BEEN Chinese letter. A few minutes later, Sung Jan received information. Axolius was enraged after being forced to cancel his descent. The Tower of Trials paid a massive amount of divine power to the evil god for this enormous cost. The Tower of Trials permitted incarnation. As the words appeared, a blood-red ray of light seemed ready to tear the earth in two. The evil god quickly appeared in person with a savage face, nearly roaring as he accused him. "Challenger, you." With 2 horns on his head, he spread both arms wide as blood-red spiritual power coiled around him, carrying one obsession within him: "I will definitely kill you." In an instant, a sharp spike shot out and pierced Sung Jan's brilliant golden sphere. The system announced Aecalium's divinity had its rank partially damaged by foreign divine power. He calmly turned to look at the evil god, thinking, just by existing, a demigod can crush the world's rank. The enemy was now cheering excitedly like a child. "I crushed your divinity." The subordinates behind him immediately flattered him. That was awesome. The evil god pointed forward and shouted, "Someone like you, Sung Jan, a mixed-blood thing like that, I will make you taste true superior rank." He merely tilted his head slightly in challenge, spread both arms and summoned a crowd of subordinates. "Come, my servants, I will personally kill Han Sung Jan. As for you, wipe out those gods over there." The evil god's entire body radiated a deadly aura. He did not forget to add, "Remember to bring them back alive. I still plan to use them as toys." The white dragon heard this and boiled with rage, shouting, "Who are you calling gods and toys?" The evil god paid no attention. He watched his servants fly into the sky. Then he smugly provoked them, "Let us have a proper game." At once, the dragons clashed with the subordinates. The battle erupted with terrifying intensity. Sung Jan still stood in place thinking, so it finally turned out like this. At the same time, the enemy leapt toward him with a deathly hammer. With the weapon in hand, he declared, "Challenger, I suppose you have no time left to think, do you?" The system quickly updated. The myth of genocide increases the evil god's attack power by 600% when facing the weak. Sung Jan quickly recalled the weapon into his hand. He raised it to block the incoming hammer swing, and the force of impact was so fierce that it burst into light. It was blinding. The system activated a mythic skill and a special buff, but Sung Jan still felt at a disadvantage. Even with buffs, he was still inferior in firepower. Seeing him still struggle with that attack, the demigod smiled smugly. "As expected, I was right. You are not a fragile toy." After that, he leapt behind Sung Jan. The demigod fiercely raised the hammer toward the center of the air. He shouted, "Challenger, open your mouth." His pupils widened in provocation. "Look forward to it. I will play with you for as long as possible." Immediately afterward, a hammer blow came crashing down, thankfully with swift movements. He dodged it at the last instant. Sung Jan remained troubled inside. "If I cannot win, then at the very least I must throw the battlefield into chaos." The system reported, "The authority of the Winter King has been automatically activated after the conditions were met. All stats increase by 10%, and the user is unaffected by frost." At the same time, the evil god was rushing through the air above his head. He curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer. "You will die pointlessly anyway." A continuous barrage of attacks came crashing down. The evil god's voice rang out steadily, "I will see how far you can run." Challenger, while Sung Jan ran and listened to the notification, the divinity of law created special rules within the world. Rule 1, the weak gain strength in proportion to their lower rank. Rule 2, skill power increases by 100%. Rule 3, the frozen zone is maintained by absorbing every type of divinity. He had to keep flying away while plotting in his mind. Suddenly, a black shadow swept down from above toward Sung Jan. The evil god was too fast and too dangerous. He swung the hammer down again, blocking right in front of him. Information was transmitted. Canaria's sword authority has been powerfully activated. Immediately, Sungjan raised his sword and faced the enemy's terrifying weapon head-on. The evil god cheered in excitement. So fun, so fun. Then he created a clown face beside him. System update, mythic designation. Clown has activated, reducing all of Han Sungjan's speed by 40%. Mythic designation. Clown opened its mouth wide and roared, controlling giant crimson hands to punch upward. They struck at him again and again. The evil god landed on the ground, laughing wickedly as he muttered, "This is not over. I will break you even more." Immediately his boundless energy blasted straight outward. The earth and stones shattered with it, and he mocked excitedly, "There is still time to play." "Isn't there?" The evil god looked at the spiritual forces surrounding Sungjan and sneered to his face. "A new toy that will not break no matter how much I hit it." At the same time, the system announced, "The divine armor has begun to crack." He burst into laughter. "This is even more fun than playing with this world." He was falling further behind under the endless barrage of attacks. The evil god jeered, "Destroying this place and then playing with you afterward sounds fun too." Before long, Sungjan's armor fragments shattered as well. The system instantly updated. The divine armor has been destroyed. Struggling, he looked at the evil god's figure beyond the two weapons in his hands and wondered, armor made from divinity? A huge question arose in his mind. Can it really shatter like this? Then, a terrifying fist came flying right towards Sungjan's face. With no time to react, he took the full force of the punch directly. Sungjan's entire body was blasted backward, erupting with a loud crash. Only then did the evil god stop, thinking to himself, "I have decided. Outdated toys should be thrown away. As for you, my new toy, you will be my next source of fun." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Do you only see this world as a toy?" The evil god looked at Sungjan, who still had the strength to stand back up. He answered arrogantly, "Smash the outdated toy and take a new one. Is that not only natural?" His footsteps approached, along with a mocking remark. "Someone like you may be a high-ranking god, but that does not mean you cannot be defeated." He cracked his bones back into place and whispered, "What did you say?" A red aura began flashing from Sungjan's legs. He slowly continued, "This is the wall I must eventually overcome." Right after that, the same terrifying power radiated from other parts of his body as well. Before long, Sungjan's entire body burned with fighting spirit as he stepped forward to face the evil god. He looked into those sinister eyes and declared, "Right here, I will surpass you and teach you a lesson you will never forget." Immediately after, an overwhelming aura erupted. A series of powers activated at once, including fighting spirit, recovery speed, holy power authority, attack speed, and external holy power resistance, all increasing 100-fold. Seeing Sungjan's power surge higher and higher, he complained bitterly, "What the hell is this now? Why does something like you have power like this? This is cheating." In the blink of an eye, one of his feet had nearly reached the evil god, accompanied by a cold remark, "Enough nonsense, Sungjan." From the other side, he had already flown over quickly and drove his foot straight into the evil god's body. He asked coldly, "Are you ready to get beaten?" The system instantly activated Holy Annihilation. After taking this attack, the evil god frowned slightly and clenched his teeth. As he glanced over, information was transmitted based on the difference in level between the two sides. All growth speed has increased 84-fold. Then the two of them charged at each other. A fierce clash erupted in an instant. He raised his hammer and roared, "You damn piece of trash, no matter how much high-level holy power you receive. Do you really think you can become my opponent?" The evil god immediately struck downward, trying to drop the hammer onto him, but Sungjan swiftly ducked. He raised one foot, and so the evil god's chubby cheek took another direct hit. The kick was so powerful that the evil god's entire body flew backward before slamming into the ground. Seizing the chance, he rushed in and said, "I do not care what you think." Sungjan pointed his razor-sharp sword straight down at him, emphasizing every word. "Take another one," the system suddenly announced. Holy Light Authority skill activated. It creates stars containing holy power that brings death within reach, standing face to face with the Grim Reaper. Yet a filthy energy forced him to shoot backward to dodge the attack. A sudden sound echoed through the sky and the information was updated. The holy power attack now carries the no resurrection effect. The evil god appeared once again within the dense dust, a small fry like you. He twisted his body and rose, roaring loudly, "I am an evil god, do you understand?" The system instantly reported, malicious holy power activated. All of the evil god's auxiliary stats have increased. The demonic energy belonging to the evil god has also been upgraded. Holy power, evil devourer. It caused all holy power to be swallowed, seeping into the attack as pitch black holes instantly appeared. The evil god roared in fury, "I will teach you the true level of holy power through death." He raised both hands high. Bolts of lightning shot down from them. The evil god curled his lips into a sneer and did not forget to taunt him, Be careful. In an instant, several dogs formed from those lightning bolts appeared before him. The evil god warned, "My little pups are very fierce," the system stated. The myth of the blackened sky summons lightning, carrying evil devourer and forming a pack of thunder dogs. They roared loudly and charged at Sung Jan after the command, "Go. Kids, it's time to eat. Things don't look too promising." He spun around and ran as they chased him. After some distance, Sung Jan leapt into the air, spun, and swung his sword. He activated his sacred command power and shouted, "Everyone down." The wicked god sneered, holding a lock in hand, responding, "My pets don't obey strangers." Suddenly, a chest emerged from the ground out of nowhere. Sung Jan was surrounded. The lid quickly closed, secured by a thick lock outside, making the beasts pause for a few seconds. No matter, he shattered it in an instant. But the result was unfavorable due to the mythology mocking the divine. Sung Jan's sacred power and abilities were sealed for a minute. Sung Jan froze in doubt, all sacred power sealed. The god taunted him, "For you now containing sacred power means nothing." The wicked god bellowed, "Come on, devour all his sacred power." The beasts leapt from all sides towards Sung Jan. The wider mouths and sharp fangs drew nearer. In a flash, Sung Jan jumped up, partially displacing the ground where he stood. He raised his weapon and chanted, "Twist." The system quickly announced the exclusive twist effect was activated, using sacred power to distort the designated space. Instantly, the beasts were twisted into writhing form. The twist effect, control over the Thunderhounds, was stolen. "Excellent," Sung Jan proudly declared, "Now I have control." The god's eyes widened in disbelief. "You took control? How did you get that power?" Then he smirked slyly, "You think I'd tell you?" The wicked god scoffed, "I spent so much time learning to control these devourers, yet someone like you stole it." He silently endured the god's harsh words. Only an ancient god could control the devourer's sacred power. Arrogance has its limits, no need to argue. Sung Jan waved and commanded, "Appear." The Thunderhounds manifested, each glaring fiercely at the wicked god. The god, stunned, pointed forward and shouted, "What the hell? This is the power to consume all sacred power. How can you resist the devourer's sacred power?" "Standing among the beasts," he said, "that's simple." Sung Jan humbly explained, "This power only consumes divine energy. It has nothing to do with gods." Seconds later he commanded, "Then die." The wicked god panicked, looking at the beasts and lamenting, "This challenger is like a pest." He watched them charge and boldly declare, "Ask what you want, my power cannot harm me." But Sung Jan threw out a chilling remark, "Then I'll make you rethink that." The system displayed. The mythology mocking divinity, the seal on sacred power and abilities was lifted as the effect expired. He smugly said, "You cannot control this power." In an instant, the sacred command power activated, a blue sphere quickly materializing. He remained frozen while two beasts gnawed at his arms. He shouted, "Ah!" The wicked god raised his hands and roared. "What?" He pointed at the wolf pack before him and cursed, "Useless." The wicked god manipulated his divine energy while yelling. The rubble of the tower, the system announced, mortal divine power devoured all remaining sacred energy. Moments later, a red aura ascended. Soon, peace returned more than ever. Sung Jan slowly approached where he lay, uttering no. The wicked god sat up, his face covered in wounds, begging, "Stop, please." "I was wrong." Hearing this, he paused, then rushed to grasp Sung Jan's legs, crying sincerely, "Truly, I won't interfere anymore. As for destroying this world, I will revoke it." At this, Sung Jan tensed. He grabbed the god's head, pulling him close, asking sharply, "Revoke?" He frowned in doubt. "What do you mean by revoke?" The wicked god stammered tremblingly, "I mean." Sung Jan recalled the image of Tianzu, growling, "To you, this world is just a toy." Every glimpse of her flashed in his mind. Sung Jan vented furiously, "But to others it's a precious world, a place where dreams can come true." The armor on his head gradually vanished, revealing eyes full of killing intent. "Now you say revoke, does it change anything?" A book was quickly summoned. The system announced, time conditions met. The wicked god was gradually drawn inside. Sung Jan's voice rang with hatred. "Feel the pain of losing this world." The system continued updating. Continuous combat for 44 minutes with the registered target. Tears streaming, he shouted, "No." Information transmitted. According to the register of life and death, the wicked god was consumed by the power of death. When only a single lonely ray of red light remained, the evil god's scream still echoed, "There is no way I will die at the hands of someone like you." But in an instant, the system reported that it had absorbed the soul of the evil god Frisch vom Ikiri. At the same time, Black Dragon and Canaria were still staring at the deep purple barrier outside. She wondered what on earth had happened. "It remembers your judgment. The master must be facing the evil god head-on." Black Dragon raised its head in confusion but could not understand it. If he had fled alone, he would have escaped the annihilating wind. Why would the master dare risk his life just to save you? Its question made Canaria fall into thought as well. A second later, she smiled, placed a hand on her chest, and said, "I do not understand why I care about something like you either, but Han Sungjong has always believed in me." Joy was clear on Canaria's face. whether it was affection or loyalty. Once I have been trusted, then as the successor to the throne I must trust him in return. Inside, the system announced, consuming the divine power and faith of challenger Han Sungjong, initializing the transcendent divine realm. Instantly, a brilliant golden energy shot straight up from within. In an instant, that purple barrier shattered into dust and smoke. Canaria asked in alarm, could it be Han Sungjong? She stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the clear blue sky, then exclaimed, the entire ruined land has been restored to its original state. Suddenly, Canaria froze when she heard a familiar voice by her ear. I promised I would show you that. She looked at Sungjong as he emerged from behind the layers of purple spiritual power. He smiled with effortless charm and continued, a world that has not yet been destroyed. Suddenly, Canaria's long, flowing hair fluttered in the wind. Unable to hold herself back, she rushed forward and embraced Sungjong tightly. Canaria gently rubbed her face against his firm chest. Sungjong remained silent, letting her do as she pleased and accepting whatever she wanted. The dragons also flew around them, getting a taste of the sweetness between the two. The scene shifted to an evening, where Sungjong sat on a rooftop and slowly enjoyed his tea. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, he looked out over the gentle breezes blowing past. Sungjong took a sip and thought, it is so peaceful. He imagined the bustling trade at the street corner and wondered, can a world without an evil god truly be this peaceful? Sungjong quickly raised both hands and summoned the system panel. He muttered, it is completely different from when I first arrived here. The system announced, you have reached a high realm by defeating an upper divine being. Sungjong praised himself, excellent. This achievement has even exceeded my expectations. Through this battle with the evil god, everything has grown tremendously. He smiled and concluded that when the S-rank divine power ascended, it could also further strengthen his mind. At the same time, information was transmitted. The S-rank divine power will guide the user's mind to the transcendent realm. Sungjong folded his arms and wondered, and what catches my attention the most is that thanks to the transcendent myth adjusting my spiritual rank, all skill energy has been integrated with my spiritual rank. The information panel appeared in a dazzling red. All skills of challenger Han Sungjong will no longer be controlled by the system. He judged that means from now on, I can turn the tower's power into my own ability. Sungjong imagined himself running away while hugging a sack of belongings and made the comparison. To put it plainly, it is no different from stealing the tower's power. He thought of the time he stood high on the tower's staircase and told himself, at this point, I am probably almost the strongest among the challengers in the tower. Suddenly, Canaria walked in and spoke, interrupting Sungjong's train of thought. There is something I want to tell you. She approached, boldly took his hand and said, first let us relax and talk. Now the evil tide has subsided. Black Dragon was fast asleep, letting the children play on its body. Canaria playfully took out a fake nose, a pair of glasses, and a beard, then put them on him. She never asked whether Sungjong liked it, but he could only endure it. Seeing Sungjong's funny face at that moment, Canaria laughed with delight. Indulgence was clear in his eyes. Not long after, they sat together atop the castle, watching fireworks fill the sky. Only then did Sungjong speak. Celestial Chief, what did you want to say? She was slightly startled, turned to him and exclaimed no. Hey now? Canaria raised one finger and reminded him seriously. Did I not tell you that you do not need to call me by my title? Well, when he heard that, he stammered and corrected himself. Ah yes, Canaria. Hearing that, she lightly brushed her hair back and smiled brightly in praise. That is right, very good. Canaria looked into the distance and continued, and I said there was something important I wanted to tell you. She looked at the handsome Sungjong before her and got to the point. I have been chosen as the next queen. Without you, I could not have become queen. Canaria shook her head and spoke on without pause. No, this world would have perished long ago. I truly love the world we protected. She turned her palm toward the fireworks. Her entire body became more tense than ever. So I must tell you this. Canaria took her hand, placed it on her chest, and softly called, Han Sungjong. She turned to face him and asked, can you stay in this empire by my side? I want to be with you. Canaria spoke cheerfully. To protect the world, the future we save. Sungjong was briefly startled by this sudden proposal. His lips trembled. He lowered his head, stammering over each word. Suddenly, a strange purple energy surged up. He frowned, instantly sensing it circling around him. Sungjong's eyes were now almost entirely purple. The system announced, you have completed the special contract challenge, Deep Desire Ironblood. Monarch, while she continued speaking, the message updated. The reward will be granted according to Canaria Keeper's emotions. A purple hue immediately filled the entire space. It updated, the breakthrough reward has been delivered to the inventory. Shortly after they were in the inventory, Canaria smiled and spoke. It has arrived, she boldly continued. I've been waiting for this moment. Han Sungjong, Canaria squinted and expressed their wish. You stopped the apocalypse, defeated the evil god, and even helped me ascend to the throne. She recalled their celebrations together and said, I also gained a powerful ally. bearing your name as well, truly happy, yet an outcome far too luxurious for me. Canaria thought of Sung John's joyful smile, hesitating as she spoke. If only I had met you, her tone grew more bitter. Not in this artificial form, but I understand clearly. Now, a blazing fire seemed ready to consume everything. That peaceful scene, Canaria slumped, growing more somber. It was just a dream that would never come true. Yet I cannot stop dreaming. She placed her hand on her chest, dejectedly saying, but now the time for dreaming is over. Wait, he spoke, interrupting her. So please wait a little longer. I will reclaim the Ironblood Monarch's happy world. Canaria was deeply moved. She pressed her lips together. Canaria stepped closer to Sung John and reminded him, no one has ever seen the very top of the tower. She brushed past him, whispering, so whether it's real or not remains a mystery. Canaria's figure gradually moved away from Sung John. Words, but you always bring me hope. She suddenly looked back, affirming, I will wait here. He closed his eyes, silently listening until he reached the tower's summit. Canaria placed both hands on her chest, her tone extremely gentle. I will follow your journey, for it is the last hope left for me. The scene shifted to a sterile white room. The system announced, you have entered the waiting room. Suddenly, a shout echoed, hey, John Gu pointed. Towards Sung John, she yelled, what happened? And how did your divine power grow this much? She hovered, puzzled, did you really defeat the evil god? He calmly drained the flask and answered, yes, the information has been transmitted. He drank the skill growth solution rewarded by Canaria Keeper SSS+. The primordial demon sword SSS skill increased by 2 rank. John Gu slightly hunched, smirking contemptuously, truly a monster. Now I have nothing more to comment. He silently listened. The day you surpass the limits I had in life is probably not far off. She landed, chattering endlessly, so I've made a decision. I will watch to see what awaits at the end of your journey. Sung John crossed his arms and said, but it's no different from what I've always done. She closed her eyes, turning her head aside, either way is fine. He set the flask down, reminding, and our conversation is nearly done. Sung John surged forward, radiating a blazing red energy and ordered, now let's ascend to the tower's peak. He silently contemplated. No matter the challenges ahead, it's fine. For now, I have a definite reason to reach the summit. The system suddenly announced en masse, you have entered the 22nd floor of the challenge tower. This made Ngu look up in shock and ask, but what the hell is this? Sung John was also astonished to see the challenger's level did not match the tower's floor level. An adjustment of the challenge floors was needed. It immediately activated the special floor using the tower's authority. The special floor merged floors 22 to 25 into a single world. This placed the two of them into another space. System update, you have entered the special floor, the foundational challenge of the tower. He was stunned and puzzled, merging 4 floors into one. The announcement declared, the theme of this challenge is Demon Realm. Meanwhile, the scene before them was a dark night with treacherous terrain. Extremely dangerous, can the two of them overcome this challenge smoothly? The scene below was now in utter chaos. The demon clans chased Khosra, explosions constantly erupting behind them. On their faces appeared triumphant smiles. The purple-skinned demon and the cloaked demon shouted in unison, are you planning to keep running forever? Suddenly, Castra's steps halted, the ground sparking with friction. He turned sharply with his hand curled into a fist. His firm voice resounded, the sanctuary has been abandoned. Both sides engaged in a fiercely intense power duel. He continuously launched punches at the demon clans, sending them flying with each blow. Katsura kept panting as he faced the enemies before him. Suddenly, he was quite surprised when he saw something. At some unknown point, the purple demon had approached Khosra. He quickly struck, giving his opponent no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying backward. At the same time, the purple demon arrogantly questioned him, you are a subordinate of the First Lord Ban, aren't you? His face now showed nothing but extreme arrogance. I will kill you and bring down the First Lord too. Suddenly, the purple demon gave a triumphant smile. He rushed swiftly toward Khosra. His voice carried a threatening tone. Suddenly a young man appeared before Khosra, leaving him frozen in a daze. That person then launched an extremely powerful blow at the demon. His voice rang out immediately after, I came to save you. That person was none other than John Han Sung. He defeated the purple demon in an instant. He said that the demon. At that moment, the system notification sounded. You have saved a demon from danger caused by a special duty lord. In the very next second, Khosra stood there with his head bowed low, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for your help, my lord. The transcendent system god suddenly delivered another notification. First-rank follower Khosra respectfully bows before the supreme god. Hearing that, John Han Sung quickly responded to him calmly. So, did you search for me at the First Lord's request? He did not have to wait long. The other man gave a satisfactory answer in a short time. The First Lord, you mean Lord Ban, pleaded for your guidance. Transcendent God, Kasra stood there with a serious expression as images of the demons kept appearing. In his mind, and by defeating the 62nd Lord, you became the new 62nd Lord. A demon wearing a red cloak stood towering on top of a rocky mountain, illuminated by a sacred blue halo. Meanwhile, countless desperate hands reached toward it from the darkness. That means you appear to be qualified to take part in the selection trial for the title of Supreme Overlord. Hosted by Lord Ban, I came to help you with that. John Han Sung stood there with a sharp gaze, his cold voice ringing out. What will I receive if I win this trial? Immediately after, he received an answer from Kasra. You will obtain the right to challenge First Lord Ban. What he said left John Han Sung utterly stunned, his eyes widening to their limit in an instant. And of course, the truth about the tower as well. You may refuse, but… Meanwhile, Kasra still stood there with a solemn posture, his unwavering eyes fixed straight ahead. An outsider in the demon realm is not allowed to kill a lord and take their position, but you have already broken that rule. At that moment, countless other demons appeared around John Han Sung. They continuously emitted killing intent in all kinds of colors. From now on, many lords will regard you as their enemy. The two of them stood facing each other in a tense atmosphere. But my master said this about you. John Han Sung's brows furrowed slightly. He seemed to be extremely angry. That you would take part in the trial and reach the truth of the tower. Suddenly, the system's voice rang beside his ear. The selection trial for the Supreme Overlord begins. The system notification echoed through the silent space. Time remaining 14 days. Trial completion condition. Obtain the position of Supreme Overlord of the Demon Realm. Fail your condition, the challenger dies or time runs out. Trial completion reward. An old demonic sword once used by an unknown god. Rank SSS. Penalty for failing the trial, death. Along with that, whispers began to rise. So a new 62nd Lord has been born this time. I heard he is an outsider, and he is even taking part in the selection trial. A curved-horned demon sat there with a sharp gaze, reminding everyone at the same time. Silence, he is here. Countless glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. They looked incredibly terrifying. The challenger from the tower, the transcendent god. John Han Sung entered with a determined expression with Kasra behind him. His steps suddenly halted for an instant, and glowing red eyes gradually emerged from the dark areas. Along with them came a familiar voice, welcome. John Han Sung spoke coldly with a curious expression. Which demon is that? As soon as he finished speaking, Katsura hurriedly answered him. That is the second lord of the demon realm, the god of regression. Meanwhile, the other party still sat there with a solemn expression, dense demonic energy radiating from him. Suddenly, a gray demon leapt out from somewhere. It shouted loudly, to John Han Sung's surprise, Second Lord, please leave that trash to us. It smiled with satisfaction and issued a provocation. Challenger John Han Sung, both of us are apostles and lords who serve the master of the constellation. Those words made John Han Sung frown in displeasure. He carefully observed his opponent while the demon continued threatening him. You will die here. The scene was witnessed by many other demons. The gray demon kept speaking smugly, saying that he would fall under the hands of all these lords. Only then did Han Sungjan speak in a faint, mocking voice. You mean I am going to die at the hands of all of you? Was this not supposed to be a duel? Meanwhile, the gray demon could not stop laughing. It kept raising its hand high, smugly threatening its opponent. Do you think we would duel someone who dared insult our master's lord and followers? We will judge you with our technique. In an instant, the surrounding demons raised their hands high and summoned mysterious black orbs. They quickly fused together, forming a gigantic sphere in the sky. The sight made Han Sungjan praise it without restraint. So this is a civil war among demons. Even the demon god must get a headache from this, right? Suddenly, he turned his head to the side. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a hint of amusement. The next second, Kasra bowed his head respectfully. He did not forget to remind him, Transcendent God, do not forget the technique I taught you. Han Sungjan could only remain silent in response to those words. His gaze now looked extremely difficult to read. Suddenly, the system voice rang out again. Divine authority, deification is activating. The gray demon before him kept smiling with delight. One of them raised his voice and asked, Hey, could that technique be a kind of magic that uses demonic energy? It gave a sinister laugh and answered, exactly. The magical sphere grew larger and larger. Along with it came the gray demon's explanation. Only those chosen among demons can use it. It is a form of black magic. Suddenly, Han Sungjan gave a sly smile. He kept playing along with his opponent, how convenient. Under the gray demon's control, the sphere occupied nearly the entire space in a short time. Far away, his entire body was also being covered by a layer of black armor. Han Sungjan was not willing to lose either. Soon after, he began forming his own magical sphere. His voice carried constant satisfaction. I also learned a little black magic. Meanwhile, the system notification rang in his ears once more. Exclusive effect, Demon Vein, is activating, temporarily converting the user's mana into demonic energy for use. The scene from that dark night gradually returned to his mind. Kasra's voice kept echoing, if you learn the technique I am teaching, it will surely help you resist the Lord. A black magical sphere slowly appeared in his palm. That was black magic, a power that slightly transforms demonic energy. The next second it was controlled and launched forward at astonishing speed. But most lords use black magic to attack or merely to seal skills. The puppet that was struck quickly showed a black dent, but its true essence lies in self-support. Kasra was now creating a second magical sphere. His voice continued without pause. For example, strengthening divine abilities. At that moment, along with the red sphere, the system announced, Death God's divine power has been strengthened through black magic by Black Halo. Back in reality, under Han Sungjan's control, rocks and soil began rising into the air. The gray demon's provocative voice began ringing out again and again. You talk too much for someone about to die. Suddenly, Kasra, standing nearby, shouted, Say it. Following his words, Han Sungjan also muttered softly, Rejected holy ground. At the same time, the sphere in his hand was ready to launch. The surrounding space gradually turned gloomy. His sharp gaze shot forward along with the system transmission. Death God's divine power has been distorted and amplified by Black Halo. The sight of the magical sphere gathering above with overwhelming power left the demons unable to hide their shock. They shouted, How can an ordinary human use black magic? In an instant, the entire place was covered by a wave of purple light. A cold voice rang out, distorted. This threw the gray demon into panic. It kept screaming in despair, impossible. Meanwhile, Han Sungjan looked extremely solemn. He did not forget to question his opponent. So is the black magic show over already? A mocking smile quickly appeared at the corner of his lips. Too weak. Are you really apostles of fanaticism? Those words enraged the other side. It kept shouting, Are you insulting the Lord of fanaticism and all of us? Suddenly, a deep voice cut in, making the gray demon slightly startled. Enough. Beneath his hand, Han Sungjan hurriedly unleashed his ultimate skill, causing the space here to sink into crimson. He declared bluntly, It is time for you to disappear. Along with it came the familiar sound of the system. The transcendent god looks down upon lowly creatures and pronounces death. Two eerie beams of red and purple light blended together in the silent space. Death God's divine power has been strengthened through black magic by Black Halo. Meanwhile, the god of regression showed a calm expression as he witnessed what was happening. Blood kept splattering across the arena floor. Suddenly, his gaze wavered slightly. Blood even splashed onto his face. The god of regression was drawn in by Han Sungjan's unwavering eyes. The transcendent one looked at the god of regression after defeating them all. A notification appeared. Divinity has been converted into potential. Dark magic was still gathering in Sungjan's hand. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked upward, and a voice echoed down, How unexpected. Streams of magical power were rising from the Demonkin. Along with it came the voice of the god of regression. I never thought everyone I kept alive would die so easily. He narrowed his eyes as he looked down and continued, And it seems you gained something from this as well. The god of regression curled his lips into a calm smile. It does not matter. I can face you alone with ease. Sungjan stood there, crushing the sphere of magical power, then looked up in confusion. You must know that we are nearly equal in power. Why are you acting so relaxed? His question made the man pause for a brief moment. His gaze remained fixed downward. Sungjan's eyes flashed as the god of regression answered. The answer is simple. I believe in my divinity. The moment he finished speaking, a clock appeared before him, accompanied by mysterious yellow-green energy. Warning messages appeared. Regression divinity has met the activation conditions and has been used automatically. The failure zone has been applied through partial manipulation. In an instant, Sungjan's demon armor was blown away. Only then did the god of regression leap down from above into the arena. He said arrogantly, Look closely. His old, bearded face began to transform. Along with it came his smug voice. This is the value of true divinity. Regression to the point in this battle before you possess divinity. His appearance returned to how it had been before he cut his hair. A notification appeared. Challenger Han Sungjan has regressed to the point before obtaining divinity. The god of regression continued speaking. All stats, skill, authority, items, he went on. Even I myself have regressed to the point before receiving divinity, but my stats are still higher than yours. Then the god of regression pointed at him and asked, Can you still defeat me? Sungjan smiled meaningfully and replied, I think I can. Immediately he used a skill. Soul layer refinement has been activated. The use of divinity has now been linked to the divine effect, Indomitable Soul. Your power and the targets have been balanced by the heart of the god of regression. Threads of energy erupted outward. The other ends of those energy threads were held firmly in Sungjan's hand. At the same time, a notification appeared. Challenger Han Sungjan is now bound to the divine effect, free manipulation. You can freely manipulate your own soul layer. He smiled and continued, Now we are even. You used the soul layer to manipulate invisible power, allowing you to transfer your soul layer into it. That made the god of regression freeze. He frowned slightly, and anxiety began to appear on his face. Sung Jan continued, "Is this really all you have?" "It is not, is it?" The man laughed even though sweat kept pouring from him. The god of regression and Sung Jan drew close face to face. He asked, "Do you want this match to end in a draw?" He shouted loudly, switching to another question. "No, do you not want to know more about the tower? Let me tell you." He coldly drew his sword and replied, "You are lying." Dense streams of mana surrounded Sung Jan. He was preparing to unleash a skill. / rank A-, proficiency 0%. Effect: by using magic, the next 3 sword-type attacks will be in hand. Description: when this skill is used with each attack, the sword's cutting power is multiplied by 1.52 and 2.5 times. The waves of sword energy then slashed forward and pierced straight through him. In an instant, after unleashing the sword technique, Sung Jan dashed directly behind the god of regression. He declared coldly, "Did you think I would believe the words of someone who worships the god of wrath?" Immediately after, 2 streams of deep red energy and golden light intertwined, followed by a notification. "You have absorbed the soul of regret, the god of regression, and have fulfilled a special condition." Right after that, the 2 streams of energy entered his divinity orb. "Regression divinity has been added to your potential." Sung Jan stood calmly, absorbing the entire soul of the god of regression into the orb in his hand. Then he smiled and listened to the notification. "The mythic ability Transcendence has reached 100%. Second Ascension. Challenger hand Sung Jan, you have earned the right to become an ancient god." As soon as the notification ended, cracks began appearing across the arena floor, along with the sound of shattering. 2 streams of energy radiated intensely. They intertwined as if merging around Sung Jan. The system continued issuing prompts. "You can harmonize your divine name with the Second Ascension." In the next second, a towering pillar of light rose from where he stood. Transcendence divinity and death divinity have harmonized to create a new divinity. That energy had a blazing red base, growing brighter with golden radiance the higher it rose. The official divine name of Challenger hand Sung Jan has been adjusted. He now seemed to stand high in the heavens like a sun illuminating all things. Sung Jan's eyes flashed with overwhelming authority, and he had now become the god of transcendence. And death, you can interact more deeply with transcendence divinity and death divinity. It still did not stop there. Along with the specks of light on the sword, the system announced, "You can retain the divine title of transcendence and death without undergoing deification." This surprised Sung Jan slightly. "Impossible, is my body also becoming part of my divinity? So this is what an ancient god means." A while later, Katsura led Sung Jan to a rather gloomy palace. He spoke, "Congratulations on becoming the second lord." Katsura said in a low voice, "This is the lord's castle. You may begin the final battle here to compete for the title of the greatest lord." The door before them slowly opened. He continued, "You may enter now." After the 2 of them stepped inside, the great door behind them immediately closed. While both of them focused their gazes ahead, a woman's voice rang out, "Oh, you finally arrived." A cloaked figure with horns on her head landed right in front of them. She smiled, "Congratulations on making it to me." This person was none other than the Demon Lord. She continued, "I knew you would do it." The Demon Lord showed great joy as she looked at the god of transcendence and death. Sung Jan smiled and asked coldly, "So the greatest lord is you?" The Demon Lord calmly replied, "That is right. You have helped me once again." She added, "For removing the disciple of the god of wrath from the demon realm, I thank you." The Demon Lord did not forget to turn toward her apostle and say, "You did well too, Katsura." He kept placing his hand over his chest as he replied, "No, my lord." She looked toward Sung Jan and continued, "As you know, gratitude is one thing." The moment her words ended, the Demon Lord's fist slammed straight into Sung Jan's face, catching him slightly off guard before he could react. The extremely powerful punch sent him flying backward. The Demon Lord smiled, "If you want to know more about the tower, you still have to pass the trial." Before her eyes, Sung Jan's body flew straight through the pillars and shattered them. The Demon Lord raised her hand and asked, "You do not intend to stop here, do you?" From far away in the dust and smoke, a blinding blue light burst forth. With Sung Jan's voice, he understood there was only one way. He had to prove his strength. The notification appeared. The target had been designated. Soul layer manipulation began adjusting the user's and target's stats to a balanced state. Next, a ring of light linking the 2 people's soul energy threads appeared on Ada's chest. Now all of his stats and the target's stats were equal for 4 minutes. Sung Jan grasped that energy tightly and declared with confidence, "Let's fight fairly." His gaze froze, fixed straight ahead with intense focus. Sung Jan's body buckled as he clutched his chest in agony. Along with warning messages, the increased stats placed tremendous pressure on his body. Sung Jan realized his body could not keep up with the Demon Lord's power. It felt as if he were burning. With sheer determination, he gritted his teeth and endured it, even as blood flowed out. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Sung Jan smiled, wiped the blood away with his hand, and said with full confidence, "I can take it." The Demon Lord laughed. "Oh, I didn't think you would overcome the difference this way. I acknowledge you." The surrounding space changed, becoming empty. Ada voiced her admiration. Challenger Han Sungjong, you have earned the right to fight me. Enemy-slaying divinity was activated. The demon lord laughed. You said you needed to prove your strength, didn't you? Enemy-slaying divinity covered the target area with the origin of destruction, while Sungjong's body began to disintegrate. Her voice continued to echo. Enemy-slaying divinity erased anyone who touched the origin of destruction. They vanished from this world. The demon lord's body was now covered in demonic armor as she issued her challenge. Just one blow, I will accept you if you manage to land a hit on me. You had better make sure it connects. The system kept flashing critical alerts for Sungjong. The spirit body absorbed the damage dealt to the user. First-rank Apostle Spirit Body Larage was destroyed. First-rank Apostle Spirit Body Mammon assessed the situation, while Sungjong thought grimly, my body is turning to dust. To face the immensely powerful demon lord, he quickly activated a skill, using Divine Blessing to consume divine power and grant a blessing. It nullified one external divinity. Under the protection of divine power, Sungjong's bodily injuries fully healed. He answered, this is nothing. The demon lord's eyes burned with admiration. Oh, a divinity that can nullify divinity, how interesting. Holding his sword firmly, Sungjong swiftly launched an attack. The authority of Shadow Step was activated. Aiming straight at his opponent, he unleashed his ultimate technique, 100 Swords Heavenbreaker. Although she was slightly wounded, she still commented arrogantly, so now you're using martial techniques too. After putting distance between herself and Sungjong, the demon lord declared, but it still isn't enough. Not missing the opportunity, he closed in and struck with full force to finish her. Using the divine power of transcendence, all his stats exceeded their set limits. His overwhelming power was shown through countless system notifications. Growth rate increased 27-fold. Starlight's skill activated. A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Sungjong's mouth. One hit had landed, but his expression suddenly changed when he saw the result clearly. The demon lord had cleanly dodged Sungjong's 100 Swords Heavenbreaker. She stood there and sneered, did you truly think you could hit me even once? The result was not what he wanted, and a hint of bitterness crossed his face. I never thought I could win. Immediately afterward, the demon lord countered with a punch straight to his face. Refusing to give in, Sungjong unleashed his secret technique, flickering in and out of sight like lightning. Unique Authority A107, Transcendent Skill, was activated. Before he could succeed, she punched him from right to left. After the devastating blow, Sungjong immediately designated Black Magic to accelerate cooldown time. Transcendent Skill Cooldown Acceleration X was created, and he was knocked backward by a kick from the demon lord's divinity. He used every remaining ultimate technique to evade. The death-defying skill was activated, nullifying fatal damage. Sungjong gritted his teeth and reacted on instinct, his body unconsciously bursting into motion. With quick reflexes, he neutralized the demon lord's dangerous kick. Sungjong's Blessing Authority skill was activated. His supreme cunning made Ada feel. By using black magic to support his unique authority, he managed to reset the cooldown indefinitely. A fine strategy. The demon lord soon grasped Sungjong's weakness. But if you cannot hit me even once, it is still useless. The system quickly displayed a countdown notification, cooldown acceleration X duration ending. A cooldown time of 10 years was applied. Bloodthirsty, the demon lord was eager to put an end to Sungjong's trial. Now even the truth of the tower was fading. Ada's ultimate technique was interpreted by the system. Mythic Judgment of Destruction activated, affecting all living beings. Living beings with divinity permanently lose divine power according to rank. The 30-second countdown between life and death made Sungjong even more desperate. The time for soul-body resonance adjustment was also gone. If I keep going like this, I won't discover anything. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, constantly reminding himself inwardly. Focus, as if the white crane swordmaster were beside him, Sungjong resolutely decided, I will put all my strength into this strike. He bravely activated the Supreme Sword Sect technique, the unique power A107, the transcendent skill known as 100 Swords 7 Forms. In just 5 brief seconds, the stalemate in the formation was swiftly shifted. The transcendent 100 Swords 7 Forms skill surged with incredible power. He advanced close to the demon lord while evading the dangerous flows of demonic energy. His sword traced fluid, rhythmic arcs. With only 20 seconds remaining, Sungjong launched into close combat directly against the demon lord. A sharp slash was unleashed. The sudden reversal of the formation stunned Ada. What is this? Once he aimed precisely, Sungjong paused to brace himself with both feet. In the fateful 15 seconds, he leapt with full force, unleashing divine power. Activating the will of God, the final 10 seconds ticked away. The demon lord countered with her signature black orb attack, cursing arrogantly. After launching it, she quickly retreated with a 5-second countdown. Her landing caused a violent shockwave. With 4 seconds left, the demon lord still struggled to hold on, activating the Deep Vein skill. Ada's black orb was completely suppressed by Sungjong with a single strike. With only 2 seconds remaining, Like a taut string, he finally succeeded in cornering the demon lord. His 100-sword sea radiance delivered its decisive blow with just 1 second left. The entire demon realm trembled at Sung Jan's overwhelming power. Timing perfectly, he continued to adjust his skill. Time was up. The spirit-body resonance adjustment ended, canceling the divine effect. But the demon lord's voice rang arrogantly, shattering his desire for victory. Is that all you can show me? Seeing her still standing, Sung Jan was astonished. Not a scratch. Her demonic armor began to show cracks gradually. With the remark, "No," the demon lord openly admitted to Sung Jan, "You say not a scratch. You call that an attack." She displayed immense delight. "Even if temporary, you managed to break through my armor." Sung Jan sank to the ground, hearing the demon lord finish speaking. That alone was enough to prove his worth. Having earned the demon lord's recognition, he exhaled gently and concluded, "Then let's end this qualification test here." The demon lord now looked at him with a completely different eye. "An excellent choice, challenger," surveying the magnificent surroundings. Ada nodded in admiration. "You deserve to know the truth about this tower." The formal trial concluded, and the demon lord personally guided Sung Jan. "As you know, you have become an ancient god. That means you must have realized something." Ada slowly explained that ancient gods are bound to their own concepts. Therefore, their nature is immortal. Sung Jan curiously asked immediately, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, his mind clicked, understanding the implication the demon lord conveyed. "Don't tell me, even the tower cannot obliterate an ancient god." Ada quickly continued, reinforcing the information. "As long as the concept of death exists in the universe, they still remain immortal." Leading him into a chamber, she concluded in a solemn tone, "However, if even an ancient god could be erased, that would require a transcendent being." Sung Jan could only stare in awe and repeat, "A transcendent being." The demon lord nodded for emphasis. "Indeed, someone capable of erasing the conceptual existence of an ancient god." This surreal notion left Sung Jan skeptical. Erase a concept? How could that be? Still maintaining her stand, the demon lord firmly concluded the key point. At least that possibility cannot be denied. That is why the ancient gods united to create the tower. Sung Jan seemed overwhelmed by the new reality he had just heard. "What?" Touching a chained, sealed spellbook, the demon lord continued coldly. "Well, you could also consider the tower a form of ancient god." Ada silently observed Sung Jan's expression and exclaimed with delight, "You're wondering why a divine entity like the tower seeks to annihilate others. Look at your expression, you are very curious now." The demon lord unhesitatingly handed the book to him. "Take this book, it will answer some of your questions." Additionally, Ada cautiously advised Sung Jan that he would experience a moment akin to the tower's beginning, even surpassing it to its origin. "You will be able to experience everything firsthand, just like the tower's trials." After the curtain fell, the system confirmed his reward. "Congratulations, you have completed the special training floor of the tower, the compression challenge. Completion rewards have been transferred to your inventory." Sung Jan quickly returned to the outside world. "You have entered the waiting room of floor 26. The name Lemiston appeared in his mind. The book he received is of unique and unparalleled value. It contains the entire record of this universe. Perhaps it also preserves the records of all the gods." After reverting to human form, John Gu commented to Sung Jan, "But in your current state, you won't be able to absorb all of it." Holding the book in his hand, Fen Zhen replied, "Well, just like the tower's trials, perhaps over time she will earn the right to it. Eventually, she will be able to access it. The important thing is that there really is not much time left." Floor 27. The system quickly displayed a notification. Message received from the Clock Tower Mage Challenger. As soon as John Sung received the message, he headed to the meeting place, the skyscraping clock tower in the city. Sitting across from David, he began to draw a few conclusions for himself. "So the leader of the Church of the Heavenly God is claiming that I am one of his loyal believers, his attendant." Looking straight at him, John Sung asked in a firm voice to clarify, "He has been going around saying that, right?" David took a drag from his pipe and confirmed curtly, "That's right." He calmly continued his explanation. "Right now, the Church of the Heavenly God is visiting guilds all over the world, forcing them to worship the Church of the Heavenly God." John Sung quietly considered that divinity and faith are usually obtained most easily through religion. He questioned David curiously, who is behind this? With his many years of experience, David calmly offered a theory. "It is very likely that they have their headquarters in Korea." The knowledgeable David reasoned, because Apostle John Sung Han is Korean, they may be using that place as their center. His gaze was extremely resolute as he made his decision. "In that case, the clock tower will withdraw from this matter." David continued speaking to John Sung in a low voice, "And someone from your side will explain the detail." John asked David in confusion. "Someone from my side." He clicked his tongue and took another puff of smoke. "Well, it is a religion centered on you, Apostle John Sung Han." David revealed a shocking piece of news. "The Transcendent Church, a religion that worships none other than you, Apostle John Sung Han." Even the person himself was stunned after hearing it and felt utterly astonished. John Sung screamed in turmoil inside. No, are you serious? What the hell is this? While she was busy working, Hyun noticed that her phone kept vibrating nonstop. When she saw who was calling, she happily cried out, "Brother John Sung." After taking that call, she immediately rushed toward the door. Hyun suddenly pushed the door open and burst in, repeatedly calling out with a panicked expression, "Brother John Sung." At that moment, John Sung was holding the bald man's head and lifting him into the air. The sight shocked Hyun, and she kept raising her hand, intending to stop him. Her voice carried urgency. "Brother John Sung, don't tell me you came here to murder someone from the Hunters Association." He quickly replied to her, "Can you wait a moment?" Then he turned back and interrogated the bald man. "Hey, I will ask again. You had better answer properly." The man stammered in fear. Yes, the image of the mysterious robed people kept drawing John Sung's attention. The Angel Church, an organization that worships some god. They impersonated him for one reason alone. After analyzing everything and piecing it all together, he finally understood the reason: to erase all faith in him on Earth and render him powerless. Returning to reality, John Sung continued questioning the bald man. "So where is that cult leader?" Immediately afterward, the man answered at once, "London." His words sent John into a moment of silent contemplation. He said he would go persuade David Taylor. The scene shifted to London, where towering skyscrapers stood packed together, in an old, dilapidated house right by the sea. Someone's voice rang out in conversation. "John Sung Han is nothing more than a minor dimensional god, after all. If we erase all faith in him on Earth, he will become powerless." Silo stood there with a mocking smile. "Even if he is only a lowly god, he is still worth turning into one of my precious apostles." At that moment, Ada was standing face to face with a group of people and continued, "Now you must make your choice. Challenger John Sung Han is destined to become a believer of the Angel Church. You should also become members of the Holy Angel Church." Catherine was feeling extremely displeased. She kept shouting, "If Brother John Sung were here, you cowards would not dare make a sound." The person beside her quickly chimed in, "Do you think capturing a few ranked challengers makes you impressive? Do you really think that is enough to defeat us?" Silo glared and raised her voice, saying, "How pathetic." Then she immediately launched an attack at the three of them, knocking Catherine to the ground. Catherine screamed in pain along with Ada's steely voice. Silo felt dissatisfied. She muttered with contempt, "Foolish one, you who rejected grace, you should know that you were blessed." She quickly stepped forward with an arrogant air. "I will become the one and only immortal ruler of Earth and ascend into an ancient god." Silo burst into laughter, delighted as she imagined that future, bestowing grace even upon weaklings like you. Suddenly, from the hole in the roof, a figure standing there spoke down, making Silo briefly startled. An ancient god. It was none other than John Sung Han. He continued, "You." His appearance frightened Silo so much that she whipped around to see what had happened. I have been reflecting constantly. What is this feeling?" Meanwhile, Sung John remained standing there with a calm expression, gazing downward. From below, a voice called out, "Sung John." He seriously looked toward Silo. The scene below was in utter chaos, with a trio pinned beneath the claws of the gigantic beast. Silo fumbled with her hands and feet as she asked Han Sung John, "What did you say?" After confirming the truth, she looked up at him once more, puzzled. "I have never heard of him becoming an ancient god." The apostles there were shocked by the unfolding events and could only react with disbelief. He might speak to reassure them. That cannot be true. He has only reached the level of an official god, and there's no way he could ascend to the ancient god realm so quickly. Then Sung John leapt from the rooftop to the ground, slashing powerfully across all of them and sending rocks and debris flying into the air. His cold voice startled Silo, who exclaimed, "Enough." Sung John glared at her with hatred and growled, "Because you dared to touch my allies. That means you are ready to accept the consequences, right?" Then he activated the transcendental and death powers, manifesting extreme wrath. Seeing this, Silo became terrified. Once again, he triggered the skill, the divine power of linguistic law activated. "Die here right now." Silo immediately fled. Sung John frowned, looking at her with a hint of amusement. He spoke, "How interesting, running won't change anything." The remaining apostles still did not understand what had happened as their leader fled, only able to wonder. The leader ran away. What the hell is going on? Then Sung John sent a gust of air punch toward the apostles, hurling them backward. Those nearby stammered repeatedly, "This cannot be happening." Catherine then turned to him and asked, "Sung John, is that really you?" Hearing this, Sung John quickly replied, "Yes." He sat down, continuously reassuring them in a gentle tone. "For now, take refuge here. I will handle the rest." David responded, "All right, I will do that." At the outer beachfront area near the houses under the coconut tree, Silo was hiding. She panted heavily, confused, and asked herself, "Why? Why is a monster like this in such a small dimension?" Silo gasped in extreme anxiety. Then she calmed herself and opened her system panel. "After all, even if he is an ancient god, there must be a way. Surely, if I ask them, perhaps something can be done." Suddenly Sung John appeared from behind. He softly asked, "Is that so? Who is this them you keep referring to that you so desperately want to reach?" Then he revealed his face to question her clearly. "You are an apostle of an ancient god, aren't you?" His presence sent her into panic. Silo fearfully retreated. "How do you know I am here? No, let me warn you first." Sung John then advanced, standing opposite her. Silo shouted, "If you have realized I am their apostle, then touching me will gain you nothing." Then Silo displayed a bloodthirsty expression and spoke quickly. "You better understand that. The one I serve surpasses even destiny, and will soon seize control of the entire tower." Sung John did not understand what she meant, continuously questioning, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Silo continued, "The 7 gods of light and darkness cannot touch those who will become the absolutes of the universe." Then she assumed a combat stance and signaled to her opponent, "I will say no more if you come with me right now." This caught Sung John off guard. He instinctively said, "If you intend only to spout such nonsense, then I won't waste words either." Then he seriously entered combat stance, preparing to draw his sword. "The moment you set foot on Earth, your death has become inevitable." Silo, both terrified and reckless, showed a hint of excitement. Then there is no other choice. She then unleashed her move for him to witness. "Let me show you the power of the supreme being in this universe, burning divine authority and causality." The descent was executed. Sung John's sharp eyes quickly fixed forward. The descent had been performed and the consciousness of an ancient god resided within. Silo stood there calmly and slowly said, "So it is fanaticism." The scene quickly fell into a state of extreme danger. Ancient gods can utilize up to 40% of their total power. Silo's expression darkened as she gleefully said, "It has been a long time since the last time." After transforming her eyes to purple and being empowered, she laughed excitedly. "You, pitiful mortal flesh." The god of despair, corruption, and madness stared at Han Sung John, standing before him while continuously taunting. "Here there is no tower power to protect you, nor any refuge from the ancient gods." However, Sung John remained extremely calm. He slowly spoke, "I am aware of that." Then he smugly activated his power. A single strike was enough to change everything, activating the special angelic abyss power, consuming divine authority and faith to create the transcendental divine abyss. A massive explosion shook the area, the space now enveloped in golden light. After that, John Sung told his opponent about the technique he had just used. And with that, our stage was finally set. Hearing that, I could not help but say in anger, "You lowly creature." Silo did not let him say much more and continued, launching attacks at him with countless tentacles emerging to strike. "For your arrogance, I will take away your divinity as punishment." Divinity of Despair activated, weakening all attacks related to divinity. John Sung was not afraid at all, and he kept provoking his opponent. "Try it if you can." Divinity of Regression was activated. Silo kept analyzing her opponent's attacks and could interfere with the conceptual past of time. However, if it was not related to the user, the effect would be cancelled. A giant crab appeared on the shore not far away, while a white bird spread its wings in the sky. Soaring through the air, everything was freezing over and Silo's body trembled again and again. She fell into chaos when facing John Sung in the present moment. That made him feel smug and he kept taunting her, "Can you do it?" while the surroundings remained silent in thought. A voice slowly rang out. "Time has stopped, but isn't this on a completely different level from what I saw in the underworld?" The sword in his hand continued recalling everything from back then. "At that time, I had merely returned to the point before I obtained divinity." At the same time, the image of John Sung appeared through the demon sword's words, as warrior Sung Duan returned to the state before obtaining divinity. The system suddenly displayed a new notification. Level 15 Divinity of Regret has been enhanced through resonance adjustment by a transcendent legend. Silo stood frozen there, trembling in disbelief. "You can control the concept of time. How could a lowly being like you possess such a crucial power?" Seeing John Sung approach with his sword in hand drove her into a rage. "I will not accept this. A stray dog like you dares to hold this power. I absolutely will not allow it." He paid little attention to her words and declared, "I do not need approval from someone like you." Silo seemed to be gradually losing her mind after hearing his words. "Speaking of which, didn't you climb all the way here with power borrowed from the tower, without paying any price at all?" Silo practically screamed, "You!" While she was furious, John Sung's sword thrust straight toward her. He glanced at Silo again with a razor-sharp gaze. "Get out of my sight!" But clearly she had not given up and she answered with a cold laugh, "In your dreams." The system displayed a new notification. Divinity of Chaos activated, corroding everything it touched. Silo's body seemed to be gradually changing. Seeing her begin to transform like that, John Sung showed no fear at all and appeared. At that very moment, ice wolves rushed forward, continuously tearing into Silo, while the system displayed many notifications. Divinity of Devouring Defense activated, swallowing both divinity and chaos. Seeing this sight, she froze in place. "Is it overpowering my divinity?" John Sung glanced at Silo, wondering why. He used his sword to cut her body in two. John Sung's eyes clearly showed absolute certainty. "Because I am stronger." Silo clenched her teeth. so angry that she could not speak. You, John Sung was still preparing to deliver the finishing blow when she kept screaming. You useless mortal! Perhaps in this battle, Silo had become the loser. Whether in the tower or on earth, I will hunt you down and eliminate you. Again and again, and I will never give up. After saying that, Silo completely disappeared. John Sung was not afraid at all. Do as you please. The system displayed a new notification. The spirit of the sky, Silo Gu, has been absorbed. Along with that, notifications kept appearing before John Sung's eyes. The final condition has been fulfilled. After reading this message, he was somewhat surprised. Then another series of notifications came through. The hidden effect Divine Ascension within Mythic Transcendent Potential has evolved into its final form. Golden rays of light kept piercing straight down to Earth. The effect has now become the station toward true transcendence. Warrior Han John Sung has moved 1% closer to transcendence by defeating a divine apostle. Looking at the streams of light here made John Sung somewhat surprised. However, even John Gu, who was right beside him, spoke up, the only transcendent being in the entire universe. Her face remained somewhat calm in the face of this, one who could surpass even the level of an ancient god. That was the final destination of mythic transcendent potential, its ultimate endpoint. Time passed quickly inside John Sung's room. A voice rang out another piece of news. He was still listening to the news on TV. Warrior Han John Sung was revealed to be the person who stopped the terrorist act of the leader of the heavenly god sect. The Hunters Association announced that it would compensate him appropriately. This made John Sung think deeply based on the article. Senza or Ian had somehow taken care of everything. Time shifted back to the previous day when Heian suddenly pushed him into the room, leaving him confused. Heian walked out with a smile and reminded him, "Until I give you permission, just stay here for now." Sung John hesitated as if he wanted to say something, but she quickly shut the room door and smiled as she spoke. "The reporters are surrounding the place looking for you, Sung John. Then there is no reason to draw any more attention, right?" Recalling all of this, Sung John sighed, "I have something to take care of too, so this is fine." A new system message appeared. "You have received one of the divinities granted by the Soul Angel CLS. He silently looked at the blue power in his hand. The divinity of luck has been converted into potential. He immediately formed a theory. This is probably the most useful one. After all, there will be countless moments when luck can take effect. Inside the room, different system messages suddenly began appearing one after another. The divinity of luck has met the conditions and activated automatically. Sung John sat still, silently staring at these system messages. Luck will increase in certain situations, adjusting outcomes in a direction favorable to you. The skill spreading hope has activated. The hope within you is spreading rapidly. His face looked utterly confused as he questioned himself. Did this happen so suddenly because of the divinity of luck? Where could luck even fit into this? While Sung John was still deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Lee Hae-in, 4 new messages. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared. Achievement unlocked, worshipped by many powerful entities. New skill acquired, faith conversion S2. Very soon, the scene shifted to the next morning at the Hunter Association. Sung John slowly walked down the stairs as a message arrived. "Mr. Sung John, could you spare me a little time?" Sung John quickly looked at the messages on his phone. "I have prepared something. I think it will help. I think you will like it once you see it." "Mr. Sung John, what do you think?" Reading the next line of the message made him stop in his tracks at once. "With the many divinities I received before, I think I understand what you need." Sung John had reached a large room door and the message still lingered in his mind. "I will be waiting." Sung John felt an intense headache as he thought about these things. If those were the divinities she received from me, then on that day, he had smiled and spoken. She must have been granted a power, and at the same time, the system had displayed a series of different messages. Disciples who surpass a certain threshold of power can be designated as apostles. First-rank disciples are Catherine Bennett, Lee Hae-in, Lucia, Mimir, and Keisha. Grant divinity power F+ to all first-rank disciples of the transcendent god. Hearing this, he calculated. Carefully, this must have happened after defeating the war god. Realizing he had already spent too much time on this, Sung John slowly opened the door. "Well, I will understand once I go inside." What met his eyes was a large sign bearing the words, "May the Church of Transcendence be eternal." Along with it came strange gazes directed at him. Unable to endure those gazes, Sung John immediately slammed the door shut. He was completely stunned, unable to understand what in the world was happening here. "Oh my god, why are there so many people?" While Sung John was still lost in thought, Hae-in's voice rang out from behind him. "Sung John, you came." She smiled as she spoke. "I was planning to go look for you myself. In any case, I am very glad I could show you the results so quickly." Sung John was startled when he heard this and hurriedly turned his head. "Hae-in, what is this?" While he was still frozen in shock, unable to understand what was happening, voices behind him kept ringing out, "O Supreme One, Lord Sung John has arrived, kneel and worship him. Please grant us power as well." Seeing Sung John's bewildered expression, Hae-in burst into laughter. "Please do not misunderstand. This is not a cult, actually. I discovered something when you granted your divinity, Sung Jan. She continued explaining in more detail so Sung Jan could understand. Your power comes from faith. Just like the apostles we saw in the tower, you possess the power to grant divinity. Hearing this brief explanation, Sung Jan seemed to discover something more. So you probably possess the same type of power as the gods in the tower. At this point, Heian sighed, unsure how to explain it. Actually, most of them do not worship you out of pure faith. They probably just want your divine power. Sung Jan nodded when he heard this and looked toward the system screen. In that case, I understand. Special power disciple designation has activated. By the power of Divinity F. While he was still thinking about what to do next, cheers and shouts kept ringing out from behind the door. Lord Han Sung Jan has granted us new power. He continued looking toward Heian and voiced his thoughts. Divine power has been granted to those deemed worthy. This should make Heian's missionary work easier. Only then did her face brighten and she stepped closer toward Sung Jan. Really? Heian excitedly clenched her fists and declared with determination, I will continue doing everything I can to help you. Sung Jan, I will nurture the Church of Transcendence until it prospers. A series of system changes appear. Faith transformation skill Eschew, proficiency 0%. Basic effect, temporarily transform or enhance abilities through faith. Detailed effect, allows temporary enhancement of desired abilities via faith, entering the 20th floor of the challenge tower. This time, the scene shifted to a large river on the edge of an expansive forest. The theme of the challenge was the battlefield of the gods. Hard mode challenge objective, conquer at least 2 godly battlefields before time runs out. Remaining time 1 year. Sung Jan arrived, looked around, and felt slightly confused. The battlefield of the gods, Chan-gu seemed rather astonished by this. Only the 26th floor, a challenge like this has already appeared. Realizing something was off, he glanced toward Chan-gu. Wait, do you know this place? Chan-gu's face became extremely calm. Yes, I know this place. In her mind, she recalled a scene where one side was human, the other monsters battling. They fought fiercely. The battlefield of the gods, a place for both high and low-level divine entities. Along with that, endless natural mage conflicts erupted, winning battles here. He could claim the title of true god or even ancient god. At the same time, everything seemed to become extremely complex. The battlefield was divided into 3 zones, and to advance, he only needed to force divine entities to surrender. Hearing this, Sung Jan fell silent, focusing his thoughts. Chan-gu looked up, calm but somehow different from what he remembered. Both of them continued staring at the dark orb in the sky. The massive orb hovered above. Seeing the enormous orb right in front of him left Chan-gu astonished. He had never seen such a giant orb before. Nearby, Solid sprinted forward. Running through the forest, she angrily asked herself, Why is someone like me trapped here? Solid's face showed helplessness. She hadn't expected this place to be full of monsters like high-ranking gods. The system displayed a notification, declaring her the incompetent god of wrath. The wounds all over Soliet's body kept throbbing, making her grit her teeth and decide, first I have to heal myself. At the same time, Han Sung-jun stepped forward and said, You're just wandering around uselessly again. Hearing his voice, she immediately took notice. At the same time, the demon's sword slowly gave its opinion. That's because you have absolutely no sense of direction. Soliet silently looked at Han Sung-jun before her, pray. He still paid no attention to the danger unfolding around him. First, I need to figure out what that black sphere is. Seizing the opportunity right in front of her, she charged straight at Han Sung-jun to attack. I will devour you and use you to heal these wounds. Unfortunately, Soliet had overestimated her own power. Han Sung-jun blocked her with just one arm. He even domineeringly grabbed her and threw her straight backward. Before Soliet could react, Han Sung-jun decisively slammed her body down below the ground because she was already badly wounded and had kept attacking. Soliet was in unbearable pain and gradually lost her reason. Han Sung-jun's voice rang out, You're interesting. He coldly glanced at the woman before him. That was aimed at me, wasn't it? The god of transcendence and death stared at that pitiful lesser deity. The image that appeared before his eyes was a black circle. This was the black sphere. The information about it was also very clear. It was said to have been created to eliminate the challenger Han Sung-jun. It was something that made others tremble in fear. It absorbed the remnants of departed gods. Naturally, this thing was also closely connected to him and was creating an ancient god with traits exactly like Han Sung-jun's. Back in reality, Soliet was being punished by kneeling, raising her hands, then concluding, at least that's what the rumor said. Han Sung-jun looked at her speechlessly and asked, What? It seemed Chan-gu understood all of this before anyone else. Now I understand, they've decided to eliminate you. She realized the intent of the demons behind everything. The tower had tried to raise him like a hunting dog to eliminate the gods. But instead, Han Sung-jun bared his fangs at the tower. He had chosen his own path. Her voice sounded thoughtful as she considered that terrifying prospect once again. What was about to be born in there was a shattered ancient god. Soulless, a being created to replace him as the tower's hunting dog. Han Sung-jun had also realized how serious the situation would become if that happened. A scene no one wanted to face also appeared. The entire world would be destroyed. Just thinking about these things made Han Sung-jun furious. No, without realizing it, he clenched his fist. That cannot happen. Han Sung-jun's eyes were now filled only with rage. That must never be allowed to happen. Seeing him behave so strangely also made Jong-gu silently realize there was no time left. Han Sung-jun walked up to Soliet and called out, "Hey, you clumsy god of wrath." He stared at her and made an offer. "I'll help you conquer this battlefield. You will lead me to the next one." The scene quickly shifted to some time later. Terrifying explosions kept erupting throughout the forest. The monsters, attacked one after another, were so furious that they kept roaring, "Damn it! What bastard dares run wild on the battlefield of the gods?" Soliet leapt into the air, wiping out the monsters one by one. She spun lightly and took down the two right in front of her. Seeing that her power was somewhat superior made Soliet a little pleased. Good. Thanks to that guy, whether it's death or transcendence, everything has become easier. She continued, glancing at Han Sung-jun, who stood motionless behind her. "Once I become the master of the divine realm, I will eliminate you too." But the moment she saw his overwhelming power, she became frightened. In an instant, Soliet's face formed a strained smile and she decided, "Well, I'll think about that later." On this side, Han Sung-jun walked through the horde of giant monsters while thinking, what the tower wants is a massacre of gods. When all the monsters attacked, he took them down with a single blow. Han Sung-jun's eyes coldly glanced forward. "But things will not go the way you want." He continuously destroyed the giant monsters confronting him in the forest. Anyway, after purging all these gods, I'll also accumulate a great number of skills. While fighting, Han Sung-jun silently set a goal in his heart. I will crush them all and convert them into divinity. After the extremely fierce assault, the giant monsters had all crashed heavily to the ground, accompanied by the system's congratulation. The corresponding abilities were converted into divine power and stored inside his body. Authority Divine Power S has been upgraded to Divine Power S. A notification appeared before his eyes. Authority Divine Power allows the user to store divine power in items of a suitable grade. Looking at the item the system had given him, Han Sung-jun was somewhat puzzled. What is this? But very soon, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. If I can store divine power in an item and reuse it. Han Sung-jun continued tapping toward the system screen, then that means I can accumulate divine power. By then Sold had also wiped out the monsters around them. Impossible. Even the high-ranking gods were. It seemed he already had his own plans in mind. But I will need high-grade items worthy of my level. After walking for a long time without stopping, Sold quickly announced, "We have arrived." Before the two of them stood a massive, sprawling wall. Sung-jun slowly reached both hands toward the inside of that wall. Just one place left. He stepped inside with a look full of determination. "I will end this quickly." The system also displayed several different messages. Battlefield of the Gods C9000 has been conquered. Moving to the next area. Entered Battlefield of the Gods C9001. More fierce battles appeared here once again. The objective was to eliminate or subdue a certain number of deities and build temple. These monsters looked at the demon before them with some anger. "I can sense that your divine power is being harvested." At the same time, the other gods present there also became utterly stunned. A lowly insect that has lived only 400 years. God of Harvest, how dare you? Perhaps all of them were deeply irritated by Botaniac's appearance. Before them, however, he was no pushover and kept firing back. "Crawling insects like you have no reason to be proud. Listen well, inferior gods." He was still loudly declaring without pause. "As I am now, I would not even lose to an ancient god." He even used another move. Divine Skill Harvest activated, extracting a small amount of divine power from the gods. While Botaniac was still smug about his own power, Sung-jun suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Someone like you?" Really? Seeing him suddenly show up, Botaniac became extremely annoyed. "And what hole did you crawl out of, insect?" This time he quickly turned his head and prepared to strike back. "Do you want to be finished off by the hand of a soon-to-be ancient god?" Seeing this, Sung-jun calmly stood there and praised him. "You have an interesting divine power," because he already had his own plan in mind. "If I can seize that divine power." Sung-jun quickly turned his head toward the group of gods behind him. "Hey, gods over there." His voice rang out again and again as he made a proposal. "I will handle this guy for you, so how about building a few temples for me?" Everyone seemed completely bewildered by those words. Unable to endure it any longer, Botaniac threw a punch straight at Sung-jun. "Insolent fool, who do you think you are speaking to?" He did not bother wasting words either and answered with a punch of his own. "I will send you." A shockwave that was anything but small erupted there. The huge Botaniac had taken Sung-jun's punch straight to the stomach. A smug smile clearly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Out of this game, at the same time, Sung-jun also used the divine skill death. Messages appeared one after another. Everything touched by death would be destroyed. He quickly dealt with the giant Botaniac before him. Another punch followed. He was completely torn into 100 pieces before all the gods. Needless to say, the gods' faces had become strangely blank with shock. Sung Jan held the soul of the god from just now in his hand. The system also displayed a message about absorbing the soul of the god of harvest, Britannia. But instead, a series of system error messages appeared. This left him somewhat confused. The Tower of Trials has activated error prevention code A049. The system continued displaying another message. The soul is returning to its original position. Sung Jan was somewhat irritated as he watched the soul vanish in his hand. So I am not allowed to take the harvest, but he clearly had no intention of giving up because of this. Then I will use my own method. Appear. Sung Jan used the divine skill call of summoning. An utterly chaotic scene emerged as streams of red light continuously flew outward. Sung Jan silently observed what would happen next. His hand clenched around empty space as if grabbing some kind of soul thread. Before the eyes of all the other gods, Sung Jan held those soul threads tightly. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was within his calculation. Right after Sung Jan used the skill, lines of red notification text immediately appeared. The Tower of Trials activates error prevention code A049, blocking the error and returning the soul to its original position. He thought to himself, did you really think that could stop me? Then he shouted outright, "Shut your mouth, Tower!" Sung Jan unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful punch, activating the transcendent myth, adjusting soul resonance from this moment onward. And Sung Jan's divine authority is affected by the unyielding soul. Designate one opponent to balance all ranks for 4 minutes. Automatic adjustment grants a divine effect, now allowing free adjustment and control of soul resonance. He stood there, gripping 2 strands of red energy tightly. Confidence flashed in his eyes along with a resolute smile. Crushing this much is nothing. Sung Jan smiled as he looked at the sphere gathering in his hand, along with the message that was absorbing Bataniac's soul. The divine power of harvest transformed into potential. A moment later, the sphere was already resting neatly in his hand. Its color blended into the background of the display panel. Those outside looked over and only saw Sung Jan being enveloped by that powerful soul energy. In the very next instant, a massive explosion erupted, blasting everyone away as terrified screams rang out. He appeared, raising his hand toward the sky along with a notification. Harvested divine power has been activated. The sphere slowly turned black, extracting divine power and collecting a small amount. Suddenly his gaze froze, an error occurred. A change has been detected in the growth limit of the unique trait, Necromancy. Sung Jan stood there, focused. On the gear in his hand, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, along with another notification. The proficiency of unique trait 4x has increased by X%. Sung Jan looked at the gear in his hand and smiled. Now I understand why they did not want me to obtain the divine harvest. The red notification continued to appear. The Tower of Trials activates error correction code A002 to limit the growth threshold. The A002 error messages repeated endlessly and kept appearing. He gently placed the gear into the core. Golden light flared up, illuminating his face. Sung Jan smiled with confidence. Then, together with that mysterious golden energy, he shouted boldly, "Transformation." Path to SS rank is truly special. The unique trait Necromancy has been unlocked. The proficiency of the unique trait Necromancy has increased by 1%. The gears began to move. Chang-gu suddenly appeared and shouted in shock, "Can this really happen?" A trait that the tower ranked as S. Sung Jan stood there and stated clearly, "The tower wants to stop me from absorbing the black sphere." He immediately raised his hand, his voice slightly hesitant. "Then what if I destroy the black sphere? I can strike a blow against the tower." As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Jan tightly gripped the red strand of energy in his hand. The scene shifted to a barren desert, where a figure was kneeling and coughing non-stop. Then she surged up from the sand with blazing red hair. At the same time, she exclaimed, "I am alive." Soledad recalled Sung Jan's wicked face. Back then he had said, "I will make you endure the effect, see you later." Then she stood there muttering, "All those times I nearly died were all thanks to that guy and his transcendence or death. What a total mess." Soledad clenched her fist. "Still, thanks to those overpowered effects, I defeated quite a few divine beings, and my divine state has also been refined considerably." She laughed loudly in triumph. "Just wait, transcendence or death or whatever you are. I will grow even stronger than use yourself as fuel to kill you." Sung Jan had appeared behind her without her noticing, and only now did he speak. "What suddenly made you so fired up?" This startled Soledad, frightening her until her face went dark. She turned back in panic and asked, "Since when were you standing behind me?" Soledad stared at him in horror, thinking to herself, "But this guy." The pressure radiating from him was incredibly powerful, terrifying her completely. What the hell happened for his divinity level to rise again? The god of transcendence and death manifested. Soledad's expression began to change. At this moment, fear rose in her heart and she stammered awkwardly, unable to speak. She smiled and continued, "Hello there. What I just said was..." Her information appeared while Soledad observed the monster's reaction. Sung Jan stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder and cut her off. Do not worry about that. He stood there and added, that is not what matters right now. You still have an important mission to complete. The others looked over and judged. Another poor soul has been added to the list. A temple appeared in the middle of the vast desert. Eagle wings appeared along with a notification. Conditions: eliminate or subdue a number of divine beings and build a temple. Sungjan stood there and exclaimed, you finished building it so quickly that I almost feel guilty. Soledad cursed inwardly, damn it, one day I will kill him. Conditions have been completed, the god of transcendence. And death has obtained divine authority befitting your rank. He looked down at the people kneeling behind him, worshipping him. Divine Apostle, ancient grade, SSS rank. A qualification that only ancient gods worshipped by other gods can possess. Effect 1. You can designate other divine beings as apostles. Effect 2. Grant divinity to apostles, raising them to a higher divine level. Effect 3. You can sanctify mortal believers, turning them into divine apostles. In further detail, they faced Sungjan and revealed their feelings. We did not realize that you were an ancient god. Please take us under your command. He was somewhat puzzled. What the hell is going on? Changu immediately answered, if you choose them, they will likely become high-ranking gods. After hearing that answer, Sungjan smiled and looked down, wondering. What do you mean by that? He directly asked Soledad. Are you saying you want me to accept you? She immediately replied, yes, my lord. Sungjan stood there, raised his hand, and agreed. Very well, I permit you to become my believer. They immediately thanked him over and over. Thank you, my lord. However, your request comes with somewhat strict conditions. Only one person, though. First come, first serve. This made the entire group freeze and look at one another. First come, he smiled coldly and declared, you had better show me your sincerity. In his heart, Sungjan thought to himself, now, let us see what vessel I should use to contain my divinity. Divine Authority, Divine Power S, allows the user to store divine authority within suitable items. Below, precious items were brought forward one after another. I offer this sacred relic. I offer this one. This one is the finest. I offer a sacred relic of one of the 7 supreme gods. When it was her turn, refusing to be outdone, Soledad presented her items. I offer a sacred relic in gems left behind by the god of time. It is called the Guardian Jewel SS+, a jewel created by a god to preserve the power of a close friend. The second item is the Spacetime Clairvoyance Lens SSS, a device created by the god of time to observe the flow of time. It allows the user to observe a nearby parallel future and draw power from it. These 2 items successfully caught his attention, and Sungjan muttered in admiration. Interesting. Standing there, he announced, since nothing can surpass these items and sacred relics, Soledad, you win. She roared excitedly in triumph. I get to become the apostle of an ancient god. Her information appeared once again, the god of transcendence. And death has designated the divine believer Soledad Lulia as a divine apostle. As he stepped up the temple stairs, Sungjan turned back and said to her, that's enough acting, let's go. Soledad immediately replied, yes, of course we should go. She did not forget to turn back and taunt those left behind. Unlike certain people, I am an apostle now, they replied in irritation. Damn it, it feels like my insides are twisting. I can't believe that petty little god managed to win that position. After that, the system announced, you have fulfilled the condition for Battlefield of the Gods C-9001. You have entered Battlefield of the Gods C-9002. This is a ruined land where countless gods once clashed and died over conflicting ideals. The clear condition has been fulfilled. The gate has opened. Sungjan and his team were slowly entering. 2 battlefields had been conquered. You wish to end the trial? He declared confidently, there is no way I am stopping. That thing must be destroyed before I leave. Suddenly, Chingu grabbed his arm and called out, hand Sungjan. He turned to her in confusion. Then she immediately continued, the 26th floor trial has been completed. There is nothing more to gain by staying here. Sungjan was somewhat puzzled. Are you telling us to run away? But Chingu gripped his clothes tightly. Make the rational choice, she added in a cold voice. That thing over there is almost a true ancient god. Even if the chance is slim, there is still a possibility that we will lose. Sungjan stroked her head and replied, but simply postponing the decision is not a solution. He stated confidently, even if I retreat now, sooner or later I will have to face that thing. Backing down will only put everyone in danger. Once again, Sungjan declared with confidence, I will destroy it right now to protect everyone, and Chingu as well. His words caused the energy inside her body to surge slightly. This left Sungjan somewhat puzzled, his gaze filled with confusion. Chingu raised both hands and held his hand as she answered, if that is how it is, then it cannot be helped. She smiled with a sharp, icy look in her eyes. I will fight beside you. Sungjan also smiled and said, yeah, let's end everything here. At that moment behind his back, a pitch-black humanoid form had taken shape. At the same time, it stood there and said, you are mine. Sungjan narrowed his eyes and read the information. New, a god of bitter struggle, victory, and death has been born. Please give him a round of applause. At that moment, a wave of earth and stone was launched toward him. He quickly used his activated guardian skill. After the barrier dispersed, the earth and stone fell and Sung Jan remarked that was dangerous. The trial tower has activated B008 partial trial observation. Outsiders are now permitted to observe. The god of light is watching you with interest. The god of darkness is looking at you affectionately and waving. The god of appraisal can only barely see you. The demon god is watching you, curious about what you will do next. The dragon god, blazing with fire, hopes you will pay more attention to her. The administrator Ironblood monarch watches silently, while the administrator White Crane Sword Master observes with a zither held in both hands. After reading through the pile of notifications, Sung Jan wondered, so you are going to publicly execute me? Soledad asked in confusion, my lord, what happened? The shadowy figure that appeared before them spoke. You are strange. Are you the original version of me? Information about the god of bitter struggle, victory, and death has been created. It looked at you with trembling eyes. Seeing the terrifying nature of the shadow before her, Soledad screamed and froze in shock. Sung Jan immediately ordered her to take the gods to the safest place and evacuate them at once. She asked in confusion, where is that? I will go with you. He turned back and warned her, understand the situation. If we fail here, it will not be only me. You will die too. Soledad hesitated. Even so, Sung Jan placed a hand on her shoulder and said, this is the first mission I give you as an ancient god to an apostle. He repeated solemnly, evacuate the gods here to somewhere safe. Soledad stopped, staring at him wide-eyed, unable to say anything more. Then she decisively turned and headed toward the gods to inform them. Everyone heard that, right? Get out of here now. Soledad pointed towards Sung Jan and shouted loudly, God of transcendence and death, do not die here. Because someday I will be the one to kill you. He did not answer, only smiling calmly. Then Sung Jan said to Changgu behind her, it looks even larger than before. A red alert appeared. The giant's divinity had been activated. Katmull said to him in a hoarse voice, I can feel it. The two stood there calmly, listening to its desire. I am your imitation. I want to become the true one. Sung Jan swung his sword, along with Katmull's declaration. I will become the true body. Along with that came a reminder. The bodies of bitter battle, victory, and death are watching you with hungry eyes. Even though he kept attacking it, it still seemed quite confident. I am a warrior born with the destiny of victory. Sung Jan swept past that massive body and launched attack after attack. Katmull asserted once more, I will kill you and be reborn as the god of death. After hearing that, he could only smile. How absurd. You will never become the god of death. Looking at its hideous face, Sung Jan said bluntly, you are only someone who copied my divinity. You are a fake. It blocked his attack as streams of spiritual energy kept spreading outward. At the same time, it replied, I will become the ancient god recognized by the tower. The divinity of death had been activated, spreading death energy everywhere. Sung Jan looked at it with sharp eyes and questioned it. You are using the very power I granted you to attack me. As the battle continued, the expressions of the gods appeared. The god of transcendence and death was stunned. This is not good. The god of darkness declared that the filthy one must be punished. The god of appraisal showed disgust toward the fake. The dragon god roared in dissatisfaction. Sung Jan shouted once more, get this thing out of my sight. The divinity of agility was immediately activated. He leapt off the ground and charged toward Katmull with his sword ready to unleash a slash. It also replied confidently, fine, so that is useless, then try this. As soon as it finished speaking, Katmull used its ultimate technique. The divine power of binding light was activated, imprisoning the opponent. The divinity of thunderstorm was also activated, striking down like rain. At the same time, a sphere of golden lightning appeared in its hand. Suddenly, Katmull froze, its eyes flashing with a hint of terror. Sung Jan escaped and leapt through the rain of lightning, smiling as he replied, I can block this attack with ease. The divinity of blessing has been cast. Divine power was consumed to create a shield, blocking an external divinity. Katmull continued staring at the golden lightning cube in its hand and said, you think you can block this attack? The divinity of victory has been activated, eliminating one possibility that leads to defeat. As soon as it finished speaking, the divinity of blessing was nullified. Sung Jan's white veil was gradually dissolving. His expression changed slightly as he thought. Can he eliminate every possibility that leads to defeat? There is still no sign of it stopping. Then another warning appeared. The divinity of victory cannot be activated for the next 12 hours. Along with that, Katmull threw an extremely powerful punch, shattering the ground and sending broken rocks flying upward. Immediately afterward, the divinity of conflict was activated, reducing victory's cooldown by 100%. Sung Jan was blasted far away by the punch, flying straight into a nearby rock wall. Katmull smiled and asked, do you know why you are losing to someone you have always called cheap trash? At that moment, the god of bitter battle and death had absolute faith in its flawless victory and spoke. Its voice continued. You have administrators and other gods interfering. That is why you are weaker than me. Meanwhile, he had already stood up and taken a stance. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. While Sung Jian still stood there deep in thought, Katmul kept talking endlessly. I will not become someone like you. To prevent that, I will begin the purge right now. The two faced each other, both filled with determination. Katmul affirmed once more, I will kill you here, then remove every obstacle one by one. And then, I will become the hound recognized by the tower. Its words successfully made Sung Jian laugh. At that moment, he had taken out a precious SS plus gemstone in his hand and remarked, interesting. Right then, Divine Power Authority was activated. Fighting Spirit was engraved into the precious SS plus gemstone, and Katmul threw another punch toward him. But when the dust cleared, Sung Jian was no longer where its fist had struck. Only a flash of light could be seen. He unleashed a counterattack that warped its arm, making it seem to break apart into countless pieces. This was the very item Solis had offered. The engraving of the divinity of fighting spirit succeeded. The precious gemstone contains intense SSS plus fighting spirit. The divinity of fighting spirit can be stacked once. Sung Jian stood there and swung his sword, while red-black streams of energy formed a circle around him. Looking at his destroyed arm, Katmul could not help but cry out in terror. What is this? How can his power be amplified to this extent? Sung Jian's voice continued to ring out, you still have not seen everything. After that, he stomped hard on the ground, borrowing the force to launch himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Sung Jian's small body flew straight toward Katmul. As the collision was about to happen, it still stood there and declared confidently, foolish, if I remove your ability to use divinity, everything will end. But along with that golden sphere, the victory divinity warning was activated, eliminating one path to defeat. As soon as Sung Jian successfully shattered that golden sphere, a deadly red notification appeared with the huge word error. Katmul's body gradually dissolved along with its piercing scream. The transcendent god and death possessed high resistance to external divinity. With battle will divinity stacked, various abilities were amplified. Numbers began appearing on the roulette wheel. Right after the roulette wheel stopped, the number 1 appeared. Sung Jian clenched his teeth and charged in with 10,000-fold power. The scene shifts outside. On the battlefield of the gods C9001, the gods were led away by Soledad. They followed her, but they kept murmuring, growing angrier the more they thought about it. They keep trying to do everything alone. I am not any worse at fighting. The crowd had plenty to say whenever Soledad spoke about battle. If even that place has fallen, how could such a thing happen? He is trying to earn as many points as possible. Soledad really is powerful. Soledad turned back, lightly brushed her hair, and declared, at this rate I am quite impressive too. She smiled smugly. Maybe even that so-called god of victory would be no match for me. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was drawn to a light in the distance. They wondered in unison, what is that? Soledad grimaced and exclaimed, that is not normal at all. She thought to herself that even from far away she could sense a figure breaking through a mountain and flying upward. A pillar of light seemed to pierce the sky. It was not divinity or mana, but the pure power of the body. Soledad looked over with eyes full of admiration, clasped her hands together, and marveled. How could something like that even happen? Oh my goodness. The others kept commenting as they looked at Kamos's body lying there. Many ancient gods gaped in shock at once, and the god of darkness wanted to pat your head. The god of light said they were deeply moved, while the god of appraisal looked stunned. The demon god laughed loudly. This is starting to get interesting. The dragon god shouted, as expected of my successor. Sung Jian stood there and said, now do you feel the difference? This is what it truly means to become the real body. You are only a fake artificially created by the tower. Someone like you, who only knows how to rely on the tower, can never become a real body like me. It lay there and answered with some resentment. How dare you say that to me? Sung Jian stood there, silently listening to Kamos's inner voice. I am the warrior destined for victory. I am not a fake, not a fake. As soon as those words ended, its body began to transform. A dark pillar of light appeared along with Kamos's declaration. I can become the real body. Along with that came a warning. The Tower of Trials activates code A047, difficulty adjustment complete. Intervention in the 26th floor trial is permitted. An image of sinister energy appeared after the black smoke dispersed, along with a cold announcement. The god of hard-fought battle and death has been designated as the tower's vessel. The god of hard-fought battle and death inherits and uses a portion of Challenger Han Sungjian's stats. An evil Sungjian appeared with ice-cold eyes. He looked over with determined eyes and asked, are you willing to do anything to kill me? In an instant he appeared before him and declared, yes, now your body belongs to me. After throwing a punch, he declared, it was granted to me by the tower. The god of hard-fought battle and death laughed as he looked at you. He laughed loudly and declared with confidence, with the power of the tower I can use everything that belongs to you. Kamos attacked repeatedly and shouted with conviction, I am the strongest. And he also used his speed to completely dodge Kamos's punches. Sungjian swung his leg in a kick, then took the chance to turn away. But Kamos stood there and laughed coldly. Let me show you, Han Sungjian. This is your true essence. Now I can surpass you. He threw a punch, and the god of hardship and death used counterfeit starlight. That strike caused an earth-shaking explosion, with flames, smoke, and energy spreading with tremendous power. After the explosion ended, everything was obscured by smoke. When the smoke cleared, the battered figure of Sungjian appeared as well. He stood there and asked, "Well, have you finally understood yourself?" He looked toward him in the smoke and continued, "Even if I am only a fake, if I can use your true power, what difference does it make?" He raised a hand to wipe his mouth, continuing to listen to Kamo's ramble. "You still do not understand, do you? Then let me tell you." Sungjian frowned as he listened to the mockery. "You are no different from me. You received power from the tower and grew stronger through it. That is an undeniable truth." He kept smiling as he declared, "But in truth, you are just like me." Kamos laughed loudly and pointed at him. "Without the tower's power, you are no different from an insect." He lowered his head and more notification lines appeared. "Many administrators are looking at you with worried eyes. Many ancient gods were watching you with expectant eyes, and the trial tower silently observed you." At that moment, Han Sungjan finally replied coldly, "Maybe that is true." That made his smile vanish. He stepped forward and continued, "Just as you said, without the power of the tower, I might be nothing but a bug. I cannot deny that." Han Sungjan stood face to face with his evil form and declared with confidence, "But that does not mean I have accomplished nothing. There is much more than that. I have gained so many things inside this tower." He continued to speak from the heart. "Even if I had to train bitterly to obtain them, I will never say they do not belong to me." Han Sungjan's words made him frown slightly in confusion. "What are you talking about?" His gaze turned sharp as he demanded, "Shut your mouth right now. I will indulge you in one fight." Through the transcendent myth, soul rank adjustment begins. Every skill is being transferred into the soul level. All the skills of the combatant Han Sungjan are no longer bound by the system. After everything was prepared, streams of bright blue mana flew around his body. He declared with confidence, "Let me show you not the power of the tower but my own power." The god of transcendence and death officially manifested. Immediately afterward, he and his copy stood facing each other, dense mana energy swirling around. Special effect, Demon Veins has activated, temporarily converting the user's mana into demonic energy for use. Ayakazu Katmo, wearing the appearance of the evil Han Sungjan, looked somewhat shocked. "This demonic energy does not come from the tower. Is it raw power? How can this be possible?" As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic arm formed from condensed demonic energy appeared. Ayakazu Katmo stood there in a daze. Han Sungjan's voice continued to ring out. "So, do you still think that without the system, I am nothing at all?" He raised his hand high, his sharp gaze fixed on him. At the same time, several ancient gods were admiring his skill. Those words enraged him, and Ayakazu Katmo gritted his teeth and roared, "You are merely a lucky one chosen by the tower." He charged in with his fist and an evil glare, shouting furiously, "I am the warrior chosen by the tower. I am nothing like a mongrel dog like you." A warning appeared. The god of war, victory, and death is using the starlight phantom form. Ayakazu Katmo's fist had drawn near, but Han Sungjan remained calm with the sword in his hand, not relying on the power of the tower at all. "I will show you what true physical strength is." He immediately swung his arm. 100 swords, sea of light was unleashed, and interwoven streams of sword energy struck straight toward him. Transcendent divine power was in effect, and the aurora-like streams of sword energy left Ayakazu Katmo somewhat confused and bewildered. His abilities had surpassed the set parameters. The closer Han Sungjan came to his limit, the faster he broke through every boundary. Streams of multicolored mana intertwined before him. Determination appeared in his eyes, and every growth rate increased to 72 times what it had been only moments earlier. "You and your opponent." Ayakazu Katmo's gaze froze, and the streams of sword energy and demonic energy were already about to touch his body. The giant cried out unwillingly, I cannot lose yet." Ayakazu Katmo's red sphere was slashed around its edge, and a warning immediately appeared. The god of war, victory, and death is attempting to unleash a final resistance. Han Sungjan's overwhelmingly powerful sword thrust shattered the sphere, and the blade pierced straight into the dark energy mass of Ayakazu Katmo. After unleashing his finishing move, he said, "While fighting you, I thought a great deal about how to stop the tower from ever pulling troublesome tricks again." Then he raised his hand to absorb it. Spiritual energy confirmed once more, "And this is the answer I have chosen." The divine power of harvest has activated. Looking at the remaining piece of Ayakazu Katmo's skin on his sword, he said coldly, "I will absorb everything the tower bestowed upon you, and then become even stronger." Harvest is extracting all skills from the god of war, victory, and death. Han Sungjan stood there and withdrew his sword, and the sky had turned clear once more. Along with the appearance of golden spheres of light, the divine power of the slain gods was collected by the death god, and is now engraved into the challenger Han Sungjan. He issued another warning, "So do not try this kind of nonsense again." The god of transcendence and death sent a declaration to the tower and all the remaining ones. Han Sungjan looked at the sphere in his hand and seemed intrigued. I will gladly absorb this necromancy. Alongside the image of an evil mask appeared a series of skills. You have absorbed the soul of the god of war, victory, and death, Ayakazu Katmo. The unique trait necromancy has reached 100% mastery. The unique trait necromancy has surpassed the growth limit allowed by the system. After a period of time, all effects of necromancy are now bound to Han Sungjan's soul. His eyes were now focused on the warning messages that had just appeared. The Tower of Trials has begun purging unauthorized threats. The tower activates Special Authority A002 error correction to modify the system. Witnessing this, Han Sungjan almost roared, I told you not to interfere. The transcendent myth absolute immutability was immediately activated. Han Sungjan's actions now carried the divine effects of contamination resistance and absolute uniqueness. He could nullify any effect. Negative effects targeting him that were caused by external factors. Immediately, cracks appeared across the warning windows. Then they shattered right before Sungjan's eyes. No external phenomenon could reproduce his declared power without permission. Sungjan looked up and muttered, "This pathetic deception ends here, tower." He went on to threaten it, "If you try this again even one more time. Next time I will not be so polite." That single sentence made the Tower of Trials fall silent. Sungjan was then teleported and set foot somewhere else. Along with the notifications, "Congratulations, you have completed the 26th floor of the Tower of Trial. You have received points and items. Forced transfer to the waiting room is now in progress." The moment he landed, he realized, so they are not going to let me act freely anymore. Sungjan then waved his hand, bringing up his personal system, and spoke. "That does not matter. I already struck the tower's weak point and I gained far more than expected." He looked at his unique trait, SS rank necromancy. The additional effects had now reached 13. Sungjan smiled in satisfaction. "I will figure out the rest when I use them." Suddenly, a mysterious gaze from behind made the hairs on his neck stand on end. The administrator, White Crane Sword Immortal, was quietly watching you. Sungjan grew worried when he saw the notification. "The administrator, White Crane Sword Immortal, politely requests your assistance." He thought to himself, "I almost forgot. First, I have to fulfill her final wish." Immediately after that, Sungjan entered the domain of White Crane Sword Immortal. Hiding behind a pillar, little White Crane looked over softly and said, "You're here, it's been so long." She looked at him and called out affectionately, "Han Sungjan." That left him a little surprised and confused. Outside, water piped down from the mountain was flowing into a basin. Inside, Sungjan burst out laughing and asked, "Are you saying that because I've become an ancient god, you can't act comfortably around me anymore?" White Crane shyly replied, "That's not it." He looked toward her and continued, "Even if I am an ancient god, we're still master and disciple. So just treat me the way you always have, master." Those words made White Crane pause for a moment, as if she had been moved by this disciple. She curled her lips into a smile and asked with amusement, "You still call me master?" Then White Crane burst into laughter, even though he had become a god. "You still see me as your master? Then that means I'm the most special person to you, right?" Sungjan stood up and answered frankly, "Extremely special." He stood there, turned back to look at her and smiled. "Because you never abandoned me. You were always by my side. You're the best master I could ever hope for." White Crane's eyes shone more brightly than ever. She looked towards Sungjan and repeated, "The best." Her lips moved around two words, "My master." Then White Crane giggled again. "So Sungjan still sees me as the most special person. I knew it. You're the one who should fulfill my final wish." She stepped forward, placed her hand on his back, and spoke in a slightly sorrowful voice. "My clan was wiped out when I was still young." White Crane's gaze fell and her voice trembled slightly. "The only thing I long for is to revive it and re-establish it in the martial world. That is my one true desire." Images of devastation and destruction appeared in Sungjan's mind. He wondered to himself, so her entire clan had been massacred. She continued, entrusting her words to Sungjan, "Meet me when I am still a child. Raise me to become strong and let me restore my clan with my own hands." White Crane's tears fell one after another at her feet. Along with her final plea to him, "Please," she held on to Sungjan, her weak voice mixed with sobs, "I'm begging you." Sungjan's figure gradually faded as he prepared to leave this realm. He left behind a firm promise, "I won't make you wait long." Administrator Sword Immortal White Crane has activated exclusive authority G778. Final wish. Sungjan once again declared with confidence, "I'll show you the ending you've always wanted." "Master, please wait for me here." She watched Sungjan's image slowly disappear and repeated his words, "Yes, right here." White Crane looked up, deeply moved. "I'll wait for you." A notification appeared, entering the final wish trial tower. Sword Immortal White Crane. Amid smoke and flames, the trial information appeared before him. High difficulty, time limit of 10 years. The condition for completing the trial is to restore and avenge the Jade clan through martial arts within the remaining time. The theme of this trial is Sword Immortal White Crane. This is a feudal-era realm filled with ancient architecture, now sinking into a sea of flame. Inside, black-clad assassins were slaughtering people in a frenzy and shouting, "Kill every member of the Jade clan." Sung Jan appeared in the form of a warrior from the clan. He stood there and wondered, what is going on? May the challengers will fulfill the desire buried deep within. Several assassins rushed in from behind, shouting, "Find the head of the Jade clan now." At that moment the system announced, Challenger Han Sung Jan has been assigned a role. Warrior bodyguard of White Crane, as he was charging through the chaos and dealing with these assassins. The system also displayed several restricted pieces of equipment. All stats were capped at 80 each. Sung Jan looked at the assassin, lying helpless in his grasp, and asked coldly, "You'd better explain this clearly. What the hell exactly is going on?" Outside, smoke and flames were everywhere and everything was burning to ashes. Another assassin charged forward. "Don't let them escape, kill them all right here." Running ahead, the man carrying his daughter in his arms said, "Sion HWA, Father will protect you no matter what. No matter how much it burns, endure just a little longer." As he tried to escape, cracks appeared at the base of the house, while charred wooden beams were about to fall. Just as the assassin stepped inside, several beams crashed down and blocked them. Looking at the daughter before him, the man still tried to reassure her. "Don't worry," he used his entire body to shield the little girl. "I will definitely protect you." While he was in pain, the assassin's voices rang out from behind. "We finally caught you, head of the Jade clan." The assassin raised his sword, ready to strike down, and shouted, "Jade Chenhyuk die." At that very moment, a clan bodyguard's shadow leaped in, heading straight for the assassin. Sung Jan appeared, successfully resolved the danger, and took down one assassin. He confidently replied to them, "Who said that?" Clan head Chenhyuk looked towards Sung Jan and asked, "Are you a bodyguard?" He frowned and replied briefly, "Something like that." Then Sung Jan carried the little girl and jumped outside while saying to the clan head, "We have to get out of here right now." The girl in his arms was extremely weak, and her face looked somewhat familiar. Looking beneath her hood, Han Sung-yoon smiled and thought to himself, "I have come to save you, sword immortal White Crane." This girl was White Crane when she was young, when her clan was on the verge of destruction. Her body may be a different size, but there is no mistaking those eyes. Sometime later, in an alley within the city, a familiar voice rang out, "This is only a temporary shelter, but please make yourself at home." Chief Jade clasped his hands before him, bowed, and said to him, "Once again, we thank hero Han Sung-yoon for saving us." He immediately replied, "It was nothing. As a bodyguard, it was only natural." Han Sung-yoon looked at the two of them, feeling somewhat puzzled. But for some reason, this place looks exactly like the home of sword immortal White Crane, the administrator. The three of them were standing in the courtyard of a villa within a bamboo forest. The little girl's innocent voice rang out, "I will wait." That sound and those words made him freeze. This made Han Sung-yoon recall the image of White Crane when he left. She had said the same thing. "I will wait." White Crane was standing there, waving goodbye to her father. "Be careful out there. I will wait for you to come back." He smiled and replied, "All right, stay close to hero Han Sung-yoon. I will go look for some food." Han Sung-yoon lowered himself slightly and gently called out, "Excuse me." "My lady," she cheerfully answered, "Yes." Han Sung-yoon asked directly, "I want to know exactly what is happening right now. What is the overall situation of the Jade clan?" White Crane looked a little sad but still answered firmly, "It has collapsed." The two of them sat there and he asked further, "Collapsed?" The girl innocently answered based on what she knew, "I do not really know why." But the Martial Alliance leader declared that the Jade clan would be expelled. Then White Crane lowered her eyes slightly and continued, "So the Jade clan may very well disappear from this world." This made bodyguard Han Sung-yoon pause slightly, and he remained silent. The girl then hopped down to the ground and spoke to reassure him, "But you do not need to worry." A bit of past glory surfaced through White Crane's story. Long ago, the Mount Hua sect received a great favor from the Divine Sword clan, the Jade clan. My father said he would ask whether they could accept me as a nominal disciple. He will go ask them." The girl turned back to look at him and added, "I will definitely meet the greatest master and become strong." An innocent smile appeared on her young face. White Crane then declared, "And I will restore the Jade clan's glory." Han Sung-yoon recalled White Crane's request before he left. "Meet me when I am young, help me become strong, and guide me so I can restore my clan with my own hands." His eyes focused on the childhood version of her. Then Han Sung-yoon smiled gently and said, "There is no need." He stepped forward and placed his hand on White Crane's shoulder. The girl looked up in surprise. Han Sung-yoon knelt down and spoke to her sincerely. "No matter what happens, I will become the greatest master for you, my lady." The scene shifted to the days that followed. In the bamboo forest, White Crane was practicing swordsmanship. Along with it came a loud guiding shout, "Attack there!" The girl's target was Han Sung-yoon. He quickly turned aside and easily dodged. Without warning, White Crane's foot caught on a small stone. The girl staggered and fell flat on her face right at her master's feet, and the sword in her hand fell away as well. Han Sung-yoon looked down, feeling somewhat awkward. He called out, "My lady." The name Jade Sion HWA appeared in his mind. It was White Crane's real name. Han Sung-yoon stood there with a tangle of thoughts in his head. I think I can imitate Sword Immortal White Crane, the administrator, fairly easily, but this girl is a mess in every possible way. The girl, Sion Hwa, turned back to look at him and cried out anxiously, "Please do not look at me like that. No matter what, there are some things I truly cannot do." Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, "You make me want to say, is this how you taught me?" But he remained calm and gently answered in a positive tone. "Anyway, I am glad you were not badly hurt." He knelt down in front of her. The girl Sion Hwa spoke in a voice full of regret. "Even if I am the greatest genius under heaven, without using the elixirs of the 9 great sects, I cannot become as strong as you." Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon looked at her and asked, "Elixirs?" Sion Hwa answered, "That is right, the Mount Hua sect's plum blossom pill." The girl then ran around him. She excitedly talked about that elixir. "If I take it, I will definitely become like Master Han Sung-yoon. My 5 senses will become much sharper, and my inner energy will increase greatly as well." He stood there deep in thought. "Did you just say Mount Hua?" Sion Hwa answered. "Yes, the Mount Hua sect." As soon as those words left her mouth, a high-speed dash through the forest began. Before their eyes, Han Sung-yoon carried the girl on his back and rushed forward at full speed. He declared coldly, "Then let us take every elixir they have. After all, they said they owed us." The scene shifted to night. At a structure on Mount Hua, the two were stopped and driven away by the gatekeepers. "Get out of here right now, you Jade Clan scum. Do you know where this is?" Han Sung-yoon stood there and asked them. "I heard the Mount Hua sect once received a favor from the Jade Clan. 1 plum blossom pill should be enough to repay it." The man smiled and replied, "A favor? You should be grateful the Mount Hua sect has not retaliated yet." From behind, a deep, hoarse voice shouted, "Enough." A middle-aged man stepped out from within. The 2 guards turned to look and uttered 2 words. "Sect leader," he smiled at them and said, "It seems they are guests from the Jade Clan. Please follow me for now." Sung Jon frowned at him suspiciously while remaining silent. A short while later, inside the Mount Hua sect, dewdrops rested on the branches. The sect leader led the way. He said to the 2 of them, "At first, when you appeared at the Mount Hua sect as someone from the Jade Clan, I thought you had finally gone mad." Sung Jon immediately asked in confusion, "What are you trying to say?" The sect leader opened a door. Then he replied, "Exactly what I said. Being someone from the Jade Clan means you came here for revenge, does it not?" He looked puzzled. "Revenge?" The man stepped inside, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Yes, the Jade Clan once recovered a lost martial art of our sect, which made us deeply grateful." The sect leader then declared, "But the Mount Hua sect is still part of the Martial Alliance leader's forces." At that moment, more figures appeared and surrounded him. The eyes of Mount Hua's sect leader reddened with killing intent, and his voice sank low. "We did not take action to destroy the Jade Clan, but we stood by and did not interfere. I believe that should count as settling our debt." Behind Sung Jon, Sionhwa began to grow frightened. After all, she was only a child. Her tiny hands clung tightly to Sung Jon's shoulder without letting go. Those words gradually made him understand the situation, and Sung Jon's face darkened. He merely let out a soft "oh" as a great many men surrounded Sung Jon. They wanted to continue, but I heard someone say the plum blossom pill should be used to repay that debt. Within the Mount Hua sect, the man announced, "If you can defeat each of my disciples here one after another, I will accept any request you make." The sect leader smiled coldly. "Of course, that is only if you can win." Sung Jon set the little girl down. He smiled and instructed her, "Young miss, the sword technique I am about to demonstrate is the 7 forms of the white sword." Then he drew a sword glowing with crimson energy and stood in front of her. He continued, "Even just watching it will be extremely useful to you." Sung Jon's expression turned cold, his gaze sharp as he challenged them directly. "This is troublesome, all of you come at once." The Mount Hua men immediately charged in with swords in hand. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "You foolish brat, how dare you stand against a tiger like me?" Sung Jon raised his sword in front of his face, and a red streak spread from the blade, appearing at the center of his face. Then he swung his sword coldly, unleashing the first technique, White Sword, Sea Light Flowing Shadow. The first attackers were sent flying, covered in wounds. Blood spilled alongside screams of pain. Sung Jon remained serious and said to Sionhwa, "This is White Sword, Sea Light Flowing Shadow, a sword technique that is almost impossible to evade." Next, he unleashed extremely powerful sword thrusts and continued, "This is White Strike, Piercing Heaven, a mighty thrust designed specifically to break through defenses." The little girl had kept her eyes intensely focused the entire time, following every sword movement Sung Jon made as she thought to herself, "Amazing, he is performing the Jade Clan's sword art perfectly." Sionhwa had kept her eyes intensely focused the entire time. One man grabbed Sionhwa and covered her mouth. Then he shouted a warning, "You miserable Jade Clan bastard." The moment he finished speaking, the abyssal bloodline domain activated, and a massive mass of energy struck down from the sky, flattening him to the ground. Meanwhile, Xianhua was floating in midair, her eyes wide, still not understanding what had happened. Sung Jan emerged from the dust and smoke, cursing coldly. "How dare you touch the young miss with those filthy hands?" Mount Hua's sect leader looked utterly shocked. He thought to himself, impossible, I called every elite disciple I had. In the blink of an eye, Sung Jan was face to face with him, then spoke. "Hey, listen, you said you would give me anything if I won, right?" The sect leader turned into a defensive stance, his hand immediately moving toward the sword at his waist, ready to draw it. In his heart he could not help wondering, since when did he? Before he could finish the thought, before his sword was even drawn, Sung Jan sent him flying backward with a single strike. Before the horrified sect leader, he declared with dignity, "For the next 40 years, Mount Hua will enter seclusion." His cold face appeared along with a system notification. Achievement unlocked, Mount Hua broken. At daybreak in the hidden bamboo forest. Xianhua's innocent voice rang out, "Master, look." At that moment, Xianhua was somersaulting through the air. She said excitedly to Sung Jan, "My body feels as light as a feather." He sat there watching her jump around in thought, never expecting those spirit pills to be so powerful. Thinking back to last night, the sect leader had knelt at his feet inside the treasure vault and pleaded desperately, "I will offer all of these spirit pills. I only beg you to lift the seal." At that time, Sung Jan had set a condition. "Give me every one of those spirit pills and I will reduce it by 10 years. Watching Xianhua use the pills afterward, her inner energy and stats rose sharply and visibly. He said to himself, then again, perhaps it is because she took too many spirit pills. Now, on to the next task. Then Sung Jan looked up at the roof and called out, "Young miss." The little girl immediately poked her face out and answered loudly. Xianhua jumped down in front of him and asked, "Master, did you call me?" He said that to the girl, then moved on to the next stage of training. Xianhua asked a little anxiously, "The next stage?" Sung Jan frowned seriously. It was commonly known as smashing the river crossing. Soon after, a bloody massacre was carried out by master and disciple. The scene before them was nothing but death and scream. Only one disciple remained, forced back toward the gate with terror all over his face. Sung Jan's voice followed. There were so many of them, so it took quite a while. He quickly threw a powerful punch straight into the man's face. There was still one more person watching from afar. Sung Jan declared coldly, "Everything has been cleared out." Then he looked toward the distant shadow and continued, "Now only you remain, leader of the Zhongnan sect." The man immediately grabbed his weapon and replied, "Do you think the Martial Alliance leader will just sit back and watch you do this?" Then the leader of the Zhongnan sect almost roared as he cursed. "The scum of the Jade family are truly pathetic." Sung Jan paid no attention to those words. He turned back and said to Xianhua, "Now take this sword. It is your turn to step forward." "Young lady," the girl tilted her head and peered past his shoulder toward the distant sect leader. His face was filled with fury. His teeth were clenched and his bloodshot eyes were full of murderous intent. Xianhua was a little frightened and asked tearfully, "Do I really have to fight? But I am just a child." "Yes," Sung Jan immediately encouraged her. "You must restore the Jade family." Those words helped the girl slowly regain her calm, though tears were still falling. He continued to provoke her. "Are you really going to stand there and watch the Martial Alliance leader destroy your family?" Xianhua could only sob and stammer, I. Sung Jan looked at her seriously and continued, "The choice is yours, young lady. But if you run away now, you will not be able to protect anything." Meanwhile, the leader of the Zhongnan sect lost his composure and charged forward, ready to strike down. He shouted, "What are you lowly fools secretly whispering about?" Sung Jan's earlier words were running through Xianhua's mind. If she ran away now, she would not be able to protect anything. The image of the Jade clan head appeared in the girl's mind, then the warm smile of Sung Jan, the man she called her master, and the familiar faces of the Jade family. Everyone was standing there as if waiting for Xianhua to grow up. After the sect leader's powerful slash, a blinding light burst out, sending dirt and rocks flying, along with the girl's voice, "I do not want that to happen." Seeing the cloud of dust before him, the sect leader was somewhat shocked. From within it, the small girl stood firm and spoke with incredible strength, "Master is right. If I run away now, then I will not be able to protect anything." At some point, Xianhua had rushed behind Sung Jan and directly blocked the sect leader's sneak attack. She unleashed a horizontal slash, successfully forcing him back a short distance. Next came Sung Jan's flurry of slashes, successfully overwhelming the sect leader. But with his experience, he was still able to defend himself with the axe in his hand. That lasted until Xianhua's eyes flashed purple, the same color as the energy radiating from her sword. The weapons collided, letting out sharp metallic sounds and flashes of light. Caught off guard and pressured by a little girl, the sect leader was repeatedly pushed back. His eyes darted backward warily. Xianhua leapt forward, sword in hand, preparing to unleash a killing move, a sword thrust. It was the technique known as White Sword Pierces Heaven. However, it did not seem to be as effective as expected. Xianhua looked over in wide-eyed shock. The sword had struck his body, but the force was not enough. The small sword trembled, and the sect leader's eyes flashed as he looked at her. His counterattack was closing in. The girl cried out anxiously. It was not enough. It was too shallow. A fast, powerful punch sent Xianhua flying backward. The girl fell onto her back, her eyes wide open, and began to remember. Back then, in the bamboo forest, Sung Jan had told her, "Listen carefully. Young lady, your next opponent is the leader of the Zhongnan sect. According to records from Mount Hua, he is famous for his massive body and impenetrable armor." He warned her that even though white sword pierces heaven could pierce anything, she would still have a hard time moving this boulder. Sung Jan stood there demonstrating spiritual energy radiating from the sword in his hand, along with his instruction, "Remember this." Returning to the present, Xianhua sprang to her feet, blue inner energy appearing around her small legs. At the same time, she remembered and repeated her master's words, focusing on speed and pouring all her inner energy into the sword. Even the sect leader was stunned in fear. Before him stood the small but determined Xianhua, her sword radiating dense inner energy. She quickly rushed in to attack, and he also raised his axe high, ready to cleave downward. The sect leader shouted, "Do you think a little brat like you can break my armor with that tiny bit of strength?" Ignoring his words, Xianhua used her speed to spin away from the slash while closing in on him. The girl took a deep breath. She focused intensely before unleashing her decisive strike. Xianhua used the ultimate technique, white sword pierces heaven. This thrust knocked the sect leader onto his back, and the girl landed on the ground. Every spot the stream of inner power passed through was completely shattered, and he collapsed to the floor. Unhwa let her sword fall, her voice weak but excited. "Master, I won." The little girl was colder than ever. "I didn't run away." Unhwa closed her eyes and continued. "If I had run away here, I would never have been able to protect anyone." Her small body began to slump from exhaustion, and Han Sungjun quickly rushed over to catch her. He smiled with satisfaction and turned his sword to amplify the power of white sword pierces the heavens. It was an astonishing strike. Han Sungjun patted her head and praised her. "Congratulations on taking another step forward through this training, young lady." Because of that, he also earned the achievement, Instructor. Unhwa now had her eyes tightly shut, utterly exhausted. The scene shifted to that night, inside a building beside Lotus Lake. Inside, a group of people sat around a long table, and the white-haired old man in the middle spoke. "Everyone, thank you for attending this emergency meeting of the Martial Alliance leader. I am Jian Kangun, representative of the Martial Alliance leader. I offer my gratitude to all of you," he continued. "The Bai clan, the family we decided to eradicate, is causing the collapse of sects allied with the Martial Alliance leader." Kangun frowned and continued, saying their acts of defiance against the alliance had to be punished. "A trial by combat will be held at the Bai clan 10 days from now." The scene shifted to the Bai clan's inner courtyard, a round arena where duels were often held. Inside the corridor, Patriarch Bai said to Han Sungjun, "I am sorry, Han Sungjun. I should have found a way to stop this trial by combat." He did not seem to care much about it. Coldly wrapping his right hand, he replied, "I am simply fulfilling my duty as the Bai clan's bodyguard." Unhwa was also calming herself down. At the same time, he reassured the little girl, "You don't need to worry." "Young lady," Han Sungjun said proudly, "you have become strong enough to deserve recognition from me." Patriarch Bai looked at the bodyguard with both astonishment and trust. Looking down at his daughter, he moved his lips and hesitantly said, "In that case, I wish you luck." After that, master and disciple boldly stepped onto the arena. They did not know what awaited them there. The old man Kangun, seated above, raised his hand and declared, "Now let the trial by combat begin." He looked down and added, "The Bai clan must answer before this court under the strict laws of the martial world." The declaration was made. If they defeated all 5 representatives of the Martial Alliance leader, every charge would be cleared. At the same time, 5 masters appeared. From the arena, a voice rang across the area. The losing side would be judged guilty. A man appeared on the arena, and the first thing he did was curse the 2 of them. "You lowly scum!" Standing there with his sword in hand, he issued his challenge. "Do not know how you sealed off Mount Hua, but remember this well." Furious, he emphasized every word, "In the name of Mount Hua. Every last member of the Beak Ra family will have their limbs and energy cores severed. The source of their martial power will be crippled before everyone's eyes." Along with the people of the Bai clan, he remained cold and resolute, and he did not stop there. "I will personally behead the head of the Bai Ra family, and their martial arts will be burned to ashes." His provocation successfully ignited Unhwa's anger. Han Sungjun looked over at the little girl who was radiating murderous intent. His gaze sharpened. He smiled faintly, sensing that familiar inner power. The image of a white crane appeared clearly over the little girl Unhwa. At that moment, the 2 sides were facing each other. On their side, the little girl Unhwa was blazing with fighting spirit. Han Sungjun widened his eye. His gaze was sharp and full of worry as he thought, "This feeling, don't tell me. With an icy stare and a sword in her hand, Unhwa snapped. What a nuisance. Why don't all of you come at me at once? The sect leaders across from her tightened their grips on their swords, drew them, and hurled insult. You filthy insect, how dare you speak so insolently? They spread out, then sprang forward together to counterattack and challenged her. You will pay dearly for that. Unhwa crouched to build momentum, then advanced like a beast about to pounce. She lashed out with her sword, releasing sword energy. The light of that energy swept past, sending the sect leaders flying one after another. Standing beside her, Han Sungjun thought to himself that it was a technique that could only be performed when one's control of energy had reached the absolute limit. The little girl was still in a defensive stance as she said, "The trial by duel is over." Unhwa stood before Kang-un and shouted, "You said the loser is the criminal, didn't you?" That left him speechless. His clenched hand was still trembling on the armrest. "You," she pointed straight at him with a threatening tone and asked, "Then who is the criminal now?" Even outside, a roar from within could be heard clearly. "This is not over. The trial has not ended yet. The trial will continue until every crime has been judged." Kang-un gritted his teeth and endured the curses. "We will set a proper date for the trial, so prepare yourselves to be punished." Jeon-hyuk erupted like a storm of fire and cursed Jeon Kang-un. "You despicable dog, you call yourself the Martial Alliance leader, yet you still act so shamelessly after losing." Kang-un lowered his voice, looked straight down at him and warned him, "Listen carefully. Patriarch Bai-Ra, do you still not understand why the Martial Alliance leader wants to destroy you?" He swept his gaze over everyone below and began arguing his case to regain the upper hand. "You keep complaining that we do not act like righteous sects, or that we do not live like true warriors." Han Sungjun and Unhwa stood outside, still hearing every word Kang-un said. The Martial Alliance leader grew powerful through the sacrifices of a few. "And you people of Bai-Ra say that one must protect others to become stronger." Jeon Kang-un seethed with resentment, gritting his teeth as he forced out each word, pretending to be righteous while sabotaging our alliance. "In the name of Jeon Kang-un and the entire sect of the Martial Alliance leader, we will wipe out you people of Bai-Ra." After a brief pause, he continued, "I will show you what true power is. It lies in unity." Unhwa spoke, her voice slightly choked. "So that was..." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Crying, she cried out, "So that was why the entire Bai clan was massacred, just for a reason like that." Han Sungjun glanced aside and saw the girl sobbing. He immediately recalled the words White Crane had once spoken. "My family was wiped out when I was still young, restoring that name in the martial world. That is my only wish." Han Sungjun quietly watched the girl in silence. He remembered the sight of her tears falling at his feet, and those words echoed once more in his mind. "Please." Han Sungjun's eyes were now filled with the image of Unhwa, tears rolling down her face. That day, White Crane had stood behind him, crying as she begged, "Please, I beg you." Han Sungjun stopped thinking and tried to pull himself back to reality. "No, I cannot overlook this." Han Sungjun turned his head aside, forcing his gaze elsewhere. Jeon Kang-un stood up, stepped down from his chair, and spoke. "Then until the next trial," a man's voice cut him off. "Did you say true power?" Han Sungjun's sword struck down like lightning, pinning his hand to the edge of the chair. Jeon Kang-un grimaced and screamed. Han Sungjun gripped his sword tightly, looked at him, and spoke. "You merely use strength as an excuse, but in truth, you are no different from a coward hiding behind authority." He brought his face close to the man and gritted out each word. "You are not even qualified to judge Bai-Ra." A system panel appeared with a notification. The god of transcendence and death looked upon the mortal lost in his own delusional words with eyes full of pity. Jeon Kang-un spoke in a hoarse voice, struggling as he asked him back. "And you think that after everything that has happened, the sects under the Martial Alliance leader will simply stand by in silence?" Han Sungjun still answered coldly. "Oh, is that so?" He slammed his hand straight into the man's face and roared, "I do not care." Han Sungjun kept his hand on the man's face and said that as long as he brought down the leader, everything else would collapse. He looked at the man with a chilling gaze and said that the original plan had not been for him to defeat him personally. It was meant for the young lady to defeat you herself. At last, Han Sungjun lowered his voice, "But my patience ends here." The system sounded another notification. Mythic Incarnation of Apocalypse has been activated. Notifications continued to update. Mythic Select All, draining the life force throughout the entire range. Jeon Kang-un stammered, My inner energy is being drained from my Danshin." Watching him wither away, Han Sungjun left him with a curse. "You do not even deserve to die a normal death." He cast the man a hateful look and continued, "Rot away slowly and die in agony." Jeon Kang-un still struggled to scream in vain. "Give it back." The system displayed another notification. Achievement, Conqueror of the Martial World has been obtained. Deep within the bamboo forest, Jeon-hyuk was expressing his sincerity. "I apologize for relying only on you and Unhwa, Lord Han Sungjun." He thanked him. Now that the Martial Alliance leader has fallen, Bai-Ra should be safe. Han Sungjun stood opposite him and replied politely, "I only did what was right. Bai-Ra's affairs are also my affairs." In the quiet forest, Jeon Hyuk asked him if he would be leaving. Is that right? Han Sungjun nodded and answered. Yes, my mission here is complete, so I have to go. What about the young lady? Jeon Hyuk gave a strained smile and said that when Seo on HWA heard you were about to leave, she sulked and refused to come out of her room. After hearing that, Han Sungjun's gaze grew somewhat complicated, and he lowered his head as he replied, I see. He opened the system, muttered to himself, and wrote, then please convey my farewell to her. Han Sungjun looked over the system panel and muttered to himself before leaving. There is still one thing I want to confirm. Perhaps I should check the Sword Demon's arrangements, but I cannot use the inventory here. A moment later, he put it away. He clicked his tongue at the system panel, brushed the matter aside, and kept walking. Well, there is nothing I can do about it. Seo on HWA hurried after him, grabbed Han Sungjun's robe, and called out, Master. Hearing that familiar voice, he froze. She asked through sobs. Can you not stay? Han Sungjun answered her indifferently. No. She clung tightly to the back of his robe and pleaded, please live happily and peacefully together with us. Then Seo on HWA brought up the memories they had shared. We will eat breakfast together every morning. Her trembling voice continued. We will train together every day. Finally, Seo on HWA pressed her lips together and confessed to Han Sungjun. And when I grow up, I want to stand by your side. She raised her head and looked at the back of Han Sungjun's neck. When he said nothing, she continued. As a martial artist worthy of you, please stay by my side. Han Sungjun imagined her and himself as adults, then thought to himself that this was dangerous. Han Sungjun turned around, bent down, patted her head, and instructed her to manifest sword energy. He looked at her warmly and thought that he had grown far too attached. A moment later, Han Sungjun continued, I have never taught you how to use sword energy, and yet you came to understand it on your own. His hand slowly withdrew from her head, while Seo UNHWA was still. Crying, Sungjun lowered his voice regretfully and said, This is the only thing I can tell you, like words of farewell. He smiled at her and encouraged her, My lady, you did very well. Sungjun turned and stood up, speaking as he gradually vanished into the system. Even without me, you will still become a great martial artist. Seo UNHWA reached out to grab him in the final moment, but only Sungjun's voice remained. You will bring Bikra back more glorious than ever. Seo UNHWA stood alone in the silent bamboo forest and listened to the last words Sungjun left behind. I will always watch over you and cheer you on. The system displayed a new update notification. The reward has been granted based on the emotions of the administrator White Crane Sword Immortal. Sungjun gradually appeared along with the system message. The reward for completing the trial has been sent to your inventory. Seo UNHWA had now matured. She looked gently at the summoning glow and said, You came back, Sungjun. With a bright, joyful face, he replied, I returned safely. Sungjun looked into Seo UNHWA's shimmering violet eyes and gently called, My lady. Her trembling lips quivered again and again. Oh, at last her eyes filled with tears and she cried out emotionally, I was waiting for you. Seo UNHWA threw herself into Sungjun's arms and said, My greatest master. The master and disciple sat before the eaves, chatting warmly. Sungjun teased her, How does it feel to be taught by your own disciple? Seo UNHWA pouted and glanced aside. Wait, were you waiting for me? Sungjun burst out laughing. I was only joking. Then he suddenly became serious. His eyes turned toward the distance as Seo UNHWA said, But, she happily looked up at the night sky. I wish I always had an assistant like you by my side. Seo UNHWA smiled brightly and cheerfully. That means brother Sungjun is an important disciple to me. As my master, you understand that, right? Her eyes widened in amazement at what she heard from Sungjun. If you can reach the highest floor of the tower, then even the wish of an administrator can become reality. The two sat in the windy night. Seo UNHWA silently looked at him. I will definitely make that come true for you. My lady. Sungjun looked toward the image of Seo UNHWA that appeared in his mind. The scene changed to the waiting room on the 27th floor, where Sungjun was in the room with John Gu. She shouted excitedly, At last that dreadful, endlessly long patience is finally over. Sungjun did not care much and simply smiled as he thought, Even so, I do not think I was that patient. John Gu ground her teeth in all kinds of frustration. While she said something, Sungjun focused on analyzing, his hand rapidly tapping the control panel. If I use the reward from White Crane Sword Immortal here, two divine summoning items appeared, Abyss X and Mirror of Faith SSS. They combined into a new item, Pure Mirror Shard SSS+. The exclusive effect Pure Despair can be activated. Select one target and forcibly seal that person's divine power for 10 minutes. However, the user's divine power will also be sealed for 10 minutes. He became interested and smiled. Bold indeed. This will be my trump card in dangerous situations. Sungjun thought to himself, and Hyeon had sent many messages. Then it quickly shifted to a whole pile of long messages, saying that guy, that friend of Sungjun, was extremely considerate and had replied in great detail. A new message had just arrived from his friend Baek Seon. From the 25th Explore onward. Because of the tower event, challengers from other dimensions can now set foot on Earth. The powerful Murim challenger Pa Chen Wang has sent his subordinates down to Earth, and Earth is now facing a great disaster. Somewhat curious, he pressed the system panel. An event, a Murim invasion, challengers. Immediately afterward, countless information panels appeared around. The two of them, the Tower of Trials is holding an interdimensional linked event, the official tower climb. According to the currently available information, the dimensional cradle will appear in all official lower-level dimensions. This event is mandatory and is directly tied to Earth's destruction or survival. If they are defeated in the dimensional cradle, Earth's protective barrier will disappear. Sung Jun frowned in irritation, dissatisfaction rising as he was in the middle of carrying out his trial. That man Pa Chen Wang must have received a special reward that allows dimensional travel. He became certain in his heart. Is the tower playing these dirty tricks again? Right afterward, the rankings appeared with a notification. Rank 1, SSS plus Hunter Earth. Rank 2, Pa Chen Wang SSS Mura. Rank 3, Old Knight of Withered Twilight SS plus Arab. Rank 4, Guardian of Light SS Syria. Rank 5, Prince of Hell SS Syria. The scene changed, this time to outside a large building. Gu Xiang muttered blankly, "Hey, are you really the hunter? The one called Earth's strongest challenger?" He casually propped his feet on the table and looked at the person in front of him. "In this world, people call you the Sword Demon or the Sword God, one of the strongest being." Gu Sung looked at Sung John and the subordinates behind him with contempt. "Well, with that level of skill, you are at least worthy of being taken in as my subordinate." He introduced himself arrogantly. "Remember this clearly. I am Dan Gu Sung, deputy leader of Pa Chen Ryong. Etch that name into your mind. After all, it is the name of the man you will one day bow down and serve." Sung John coldly raised his eyes and looked at him. "Is that all?" Gu Sung laughed excitedly. "Of course not. I came here on behalf of Lord Pa Chen Hwaz, will solely to establish an alliance with Earth." A group behind Han Sungjong shouted in outrage, "Nonsense. Just now you mentioned John Huang threatening to turn Earth into ashes." Exactly. Gu Xiang had been hit where it hurt and excitedly stomped onto the table. "You invaders only know how to rely on cheap tricks," he shouted, fury blazing up inside him. His sword was about to be drawn, carrying an immense pressure. "You are so weak you do not even know your place, yet you still dare act so arrogant." Gu Xiang charged straight ahead at once. "Feel the difference in our strength, take this." Before he could even reach him, Han Sungjong, still seated, gave him a small explosion. The divine skill word of command had been activated. He sat calmly in his chair, glaring down at Gu Xiang. "Difference in strength. With that pathetic level of yours, you dare speak of a gap in power." The system also chose this exact moment to appear and offer a philosophical line, "God of Transcendence," and the departing one mocked mortal logic with amusement. Han Sungjong reached out and touched him, telling him to go speak to John Huang. He forcefully gave Gu Xiang an extra broken arm, then told him to come to the spatial cradle for a decisive battle. Han Sungjong used the skilled torture art on him. Gu Xiang moved quickly, finished bandaging himself, then ran to John Huang to tattle. John calmly accepted it. The information was this. After being humiliated by the hunter, you say he still dared to challenge John Huang directly inside the spatial cradle. John Huang curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Interesting." Sitting on his throne, he muttered, "He is challenging me." Beneath the giant ship, a crowd had gathered. The number of Earth participants entering the spatial cradle had reached the limit of 30. Heian stood at the front and announced loudly, "The area before the spatial cradle is reserved only for challengers. This may be a life-or-death battle." The participating members gathered together and listened carefully to her speech. "But thank you to all 30 of you for coming here." Everyone was burning with fighting spirit. They walked after Han Sungjong. "Now let us all enter." They were entering the spatial cradle. He focused on entering the gate, but then he heard the system notification, readjusting Challenger Han Sungjong's power, temporarily sealing most of Challenger Han Sungjong's equipment and ability. He had only just entered, yet he already let out a sigh. Han Sungjong immediately switched into straight-ahead mode, breaking through several red panels. "From the system, who gave you permission to play these dirty tricks?" Lines of blue text rang out one after another. "No mythic, transcendent, immutable, absolute rank. From now on, all actions of Challenger Han Sungjong will receive the divine effect of pollution resistance. All negative changes caused by external interference will be denied." He left everyone far behind, going alone to smash through the obstacles ahead. He had entered the floating spatial cradle. Heian froze and asked, "Sungjong, what was that just now?" He had no time and only gave a brief reminder. More importantly, look ahead. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking their path. I knew it with just one glance. John Huang placed his hand on his sword and appeared with imposing grandeur. Behind him followed a group of highly skilled subordinates who had also slain quite a few monsters. So you are the one they call the hunter, nothing more than a lowly pawn. The system's red warning rang out. The god of void is watching you. In a flash, he was right in front of Han Sungjong, sizing him up. Indeed, you are nothing more than a pawn, preparing to fight like a dog. How arrogant. Well, you are an ignorant fool. Outdated as you are, I can generously understand you. Han Sungjong fired back without hesitation. What admirable compassion. But since you laid a hand on earth, death by my hand is now unavoidable. John Huang laughed loudly, the corners of his mouth looking friendly, but his words were utterly chilling. You dare speak of my death? Impressive. It makes me want to gouge out your eyes myself. He leaned close to Han Sungjong's ear and whispered, with so many witnesses here, why not have the representative of the martial world fight the representative of Earth? Let us settle this clearly, one-on-one. They quickly found their positions. Each stood atop a mountain peak with the ground nowhere in sight. John Huang explained the rules. A duel, just you and me, Hunter. If I lose, I will withdraw with honor. He curled his lips into a smile as the wind roared around him. Hunter, you cannot defeat me in this place. John Huang began to attack seriously. Why? Because right now I am receiving power directly from the tower. A red warning sounded immediately after. The Tower of Trials is transferring power to challenger John Huang exclusively within this spatial cradle. The sword at Han Sungjong's waist moved and let out a sound. So this entire event was a trap aimed at him. He still stood opposite him, rambling on. I believe you are far too valuable a talent to kill. Change your mind now and help me climb the tower. John Huang's interest was clear on his face. Stand with me at the top of the tower. You will help fulfill my grand ambition. This is not a proposal, but an order. Han Sungjong could not listen anymore and cut him off in a low voice. You keep talking in circles so much that I was curious what you actually want. Turns out it was not such a difficult request after all. John Huang looked somewhat satisfied. Yes, you have made the right decision. Han Sungjong did not let him finish, rushing forward and striking him straight in the face. In other words, you are begging me to finish you off, right? Sungjong's face darkened as he said angrily, no need to say it, I already understand. The system displayed lines describing the scene, the body of transcendence, and death radiated sky-high killing intent toward that pathetic supreme god. With a gentle motion of his bare hand, Sungjong created a terrifying shockwave, shattering large chunks of the surrounding mountain. Dark gray smoke covered the blue sky, making it impossible to see anything clearly. He continued activating skills with ease. Divine Will multiplied all his physical abilities by 10,000. Sungjong followed closely and rushed downward. It's not over yet, you still need to take a few more hits. Suddenly, a beam of light shot upward from below. He froze, his eyes widening. Sungjong was pierced straight through by John Huang's powerful attack. Red notification text appeared, Divine Skill, Void has been activated. All divinity within a 100-meter radius has been sealed. He roared in fury and charged straight at him. You trash only know how to rely on that fake power called divinity. John Huang had been driven mad by the humiliation. He swung his sword wildly at Sungjong. Stop depending on that false power already. Sungjong dodged while still having time to respond. So that means, Sungjong countered and asked, you put all your stats into physical ability aside from void. He did not hide it and answered bluntly, that's right. I poured everything I had into martial arts. John Huang slashed furiously again and again. Someone like you who only relies on fake power can never defeat me. Sungjong smirked, looking somewhat excited. John Huang gritted his teeth and widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you laughing? How dare you treat my words as a joke? Before he could even finish speaking, John Huang was punched in the face by Sungjong again. This time, the impact felt even stronger than before. With one punch, Sungjong sent him crashing into the rocky ground and more skills were activated. Unique effect, Demonic Veins has been activated. Sungjong stood high above, looking down with contempt. Of course it's ridiculous, isn't it? He used his skills fluidly. The user's mana is converted into demonic energy for use. Sungjong watched his pitch-black expression and gave him a long explanation, despite knowing that divinity corrupted the mind. Do you know why so many gods still refuse to give it up? In a dark, ominous motion, he transformed one arm into sharp claws. Because divinity is proof of a life that has surpassed mortality. Because it proves their existence. The system notifications continued. Special authority, Dragon Transformation has been activated. For 10 minutes, total mana is doubled. John Huang gritted his teeth as he listened to Sungjong, and yet you gave that up. He did not hold back and continued moving in to attack. You really think you can rely on those cheap tricks? All this time, John Huang had used the special authority, Evolution of True Fire, to unleash an attack that destroyed from within. Inside his body, Sungjong calmly raised his hand and redirected the strike. He skillfully chose the ability that countered his enemy. Unique skill, counterattack has been activated. Even attacks that cannot be dodged can be countered. Then he shifted back to offense. Skill, authority of starlight has been activated. Sung Jan gathered power in his hand, no longer showing any leniency. You don't understand what divinity truly is. He struck John H. Wang hard, ignoring his agonized screams. Nor do you know how much hardship it takes to obtain it. John H. Wang coughed blood, his body covered in wounds. Even in the final seconds of his life, he had to hear that taunt. Thanks for crawling all the way here to attack Earth, weakling. Sung Jan finished it off beautifully. Two opposing beams of light clashed fiercely, making the entire space resound. Starlight infused with death energy was created. The two beings stood far away, watching intently. Keratin's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at the man before her. The terrifying Sung Jan glanced back, still holding John H. Wang's body suspended in his hand. The system appeared, conditions have been fulfilled, the island nurturing the dimension of abundance. Sung Jan hurled the man hard onto the ground. The notifications continued. The victor is the challenger, the hound, Sung Jan. He frowned and said coldly to John H. Wang's companions, "You thought you could challenge Earth." With that, he threatened them, "If you appear on Earth again, I will kill you." The two companions stared blankly at their friend lying on the ground, then looked at Sung Jan in terror. A woman's voice rang out. She shouted, "He won." Sung Jan won. Everyone on Earth rejoiced and cheered. Sung Jan, the system appeared. You are being praised by the strongest people on Earth. If the conditions continue to be fulfilled, you will obtain Earth's divinity. Sung Jan was very satisfied with the system notification, the right to become Earth's god. The scene changed. Drip, drip. Sung Jan's footprints lingered on the surface of the water before fading away. In his mind, he thought to himself, "Sometimes I think about this. Maybe I'm walking the wrong path." The system appeared. You have entered the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. If I had lived as a dog of the tower, perhaps everything would have turned out very differently. He looked at the black mist slowly dispersing. The administrators may all have died. The system appeared. Difficulty, hard. He recalled the firm words of the God of Witness. All of this is part of proving yourself. This should be interesting. But I am certain you can do it. Now Sung Jan stood before a massive door. A red light shone from within. The system announced, "The theme of this trial is betrayal. I will wait for your choice here." Jan Sung held out his hand. "My choice will not change." A golden light appeared. The system displayed, "Transcendent Mythic Soul Rank Adjustment has been activated. You may designate one target to become equal in rank to them for 4 minutes." Jan Sung stood at the center of that golden magic and commanded, "Stop the trial." Command divinity has been activated and the system displayed a message. You may consume divinity to influence the world. The door leading into the floor slowly began to close. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. Error. Jan Sung froze as he stared at the notification screen. The trial tower has detected an error. It is attempting to interfere. Several red threads suddenly appeared. They wrapped around Jan Sung's arms and body. A few seconds later, more threads appeared and tightly bound his legs. The system continued displaying messages. Error correction in progress. Jan Sung was completely bound by the red threads. In front of him, the door that had been closing slowly opened again. He stared at it in horror. The door is opening. Jan Sung struggled to raise his tightly bound hand. "Stop." The system displayed again, "Error correction in progress." The door continued opening. He helplessly commanded, "Stop." Jan Sung thought of Seo Kyo's smiling face. "She will die." The door continued opening, "Error correction in progress." Jan Sung then remembered Canaria. "Stop. At this rate, the administrators will die." He wanted them to live. Jan Sung clenched his teeth and asked himself, "Why?" "Because they are important to me. They were the only ones who believed in me while everyone else laughed." Jan Sung gripped the red thread tightly. "So please, I beg you, even if I have to use all my divinity." He shouted stop and Jan Sung clenched his fist. He had to stop this trial. The ancient gods smiled faintly and the system displayed, "Many ancient gods praise your effort." A red vortex appeared before Jan Sung's eyes. The system announced, "Error correction failed." He was surprised to realize that the red threads were slowly disappearing. Many ancient gods believe this trial is unfair. Many ancient gods have attempted to interfere with your trial. The system displayed a red notification, and the trial tower strongly warned everyone to stop. The screen turned blue. Many ancient gods declared that this was a just act according to causality. The system displayed a red notification. The trial tower reluctantly accepts this as a legitimate reason. Jan Sung's body slowly disappeared. The trial tower activates C-192, stopping the trial. The door leading into the trial floor closed. The trial tower will not forget that your dangerous actions require adjustment. Jan Sung slowly appeared in another place. The system displayed, "You have been invited to a sacred area. Welcome." His eyes were filled with caution. Many ancient gods have been selected to preside over the 27th floor trial. The dark goddess smiled faintly. "I like you. The system displayed, the dark goddess has been chosen as the leader. John Sung stayed silent for a moment, then replied, long time no see. The dark goddess nodded with a smile. There is no need to be tense. As I said when we first met, I hope you remember that I am not your enemy. John Sung wondered, there is one thing I want to ask first. Why did you help me? A faint smile appeared on the beautiful face of the dark goddess. She whispered into his hand, the temple of all gods. John Sung was surprised. She nodded slightly, that's right, little one, I am also part of it. The ancient gods of the temple have a request for you. Recover the achievements and punish the parasite god for stealing all of them. We want to reclaim the temple's achievements, but we cannot find where he is. John Sung was stunned when he heard the dark goddess's announcement. If you fail, your administrators will have to die. So complete this mission, little one. He frowned, remembering his two administrators. His hand clenched tightly, of course. The dark goddess urged him, go at once to the place where that parasite is, a rare peaceful planet. Gandia, the scene shifted to a clear sky. The system displayed, you have entered the 27th floor of the trial tower. Difficulty hard, the theme of this trial is a request. Completion condition, punish the parasite god in Scandia. John Sung looked ahead tensely. If I fail, the administrators will die. Jiangu trembled, this is awful. The dark goddess, I did my best not to provoke her. John Sung looked optimistic. We are lucky she is on our side. A male voice called out, hey, you came here to carry out the temple's order. The man stepped forward, you must have heard from the dark goddess. My name is Lion, the god's seventh servant. Lion looked straight at John Sung. I am here to guide and supervise your mission, so just do as I say. John Sung glanced at him. So what should we do here? Lion lowered the backpack from his shoulder. Good question, I have a plan. Jiangu looked at him curiously. Lion continued. A few minutes later, Jiangu and John Sung had set off in different clothes. When they first arrived, they blended into the lively crowd. Jiangu crossed his arms and voiced his doubt. Is this really necessary? This is ridiculous. Lion immediately turned to the right. Let me explain, you are mistaken. It would be very bad if they realized we came here on behalf of the temple. Jiangu exclaimed that this was going a little too far, stunned by her indifferent reaction. What? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Hey, you noisy brats, the older man asked, you are invited gods, right? If you plan to serve under the parasite god with us, then why don't you keep quiet? Sung John wondered, serve under the parasite god. The man replied, that's right. He offered to take us in because the temple hates us. He also said he would give us some relics. Sung John. Lion and Changu all fell silent. Sung John glanced around. So that is it. This is where all the gods abandoned by the temple have gathered. He frowned, then where are the stolen relics? The man replied, no one knows. He said he would distribute them to us. After absorbing Scandia's power, Sung John pondered, absorb this planet? Lion looked to the left. There he is. The temple doors slowly opened, and a voice rang out. You who have been abandoned by the temple of 30,000 gods, thank you for gathering here. I will grant you relics to help you ascend into ancient gods. The parasite god stepped out of the temple. Everyone below cheered excitedly. Praising the parasite god, we can become ancient gods too. Suddenly the parasite god froze. Then he thoughtfully glanced down below. There is a little rat among you. His gaze briefly stopped on Sung John, Changu, and Lion, the god of transcendence and death. Sung John fell silent. Watching the parasite god warily, everyone below looked around in confusion. A rat from the temple? Who is it? Who could it be? Sung John gripped the cloak around him. It looks like he found us out. Changu's eyes filled with killing intent. I told you all of this was pointless. Sung John tossed the cloak to Lion and assigned the task. Lion, take care of the ones down there. He leapt upward toward the parasite god. Lion stared at him in shock. Me, all of them? Above, Sung John landed in front of the parasite god and called out roughly. Hey, the parasite god smirked. I knew they would plant a rat here, but I did not expect it to come so quickly. Sung John raised one foot and touched it to his forehead. Whatever. He attacked the parasite god again and again, forcing him to block with his arms. Sung John looked at him coldly. I have people I need to protect, so you have to die. The parasite god angrily grabbed Sung John's leg. You insect brat. I will tear you to pieces. He pushed him away with one hand while clenching the other into a fist as a red sphere gradually appeared. The system displayed. The divinity of Berserk Assault has been used to enhance the attack with divinity and life force. The parasite god activated divinity through his fist and punched hard towards Sung John. Right after that, he suddenly slipped to a stop, and Sung John remarked. Interesting, he raised his left leg again. The unique skill counterattack was powerfully activated. Sung John's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he provoked his opponent. Try dying at the hands of this insect. The system displayed, you can unleash one absolute counterattack, limited to the first strike. Sung John launched a powerful attack. The temple wall was destroyed and rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Counterattack. The moment the parasite god was slammed into the ground, he angrily shot back into the air. Furious, he trembled and hissed through his teeth. You insect brat. He activated a skill in midair. The system displayed. The divinity of red assault has been activated. A massive vortex appeared in the parasite god's hand. You can enhance your attack with your life force. He attacked Sung Jan in excitement. He crushed, a powerful beam of magical light shot straight down at where Sung Jan stood. A few seconds later, the parasite god froze, unable to believe the sight before him. Below, Sung Jan blocked his attack with his sword. The system displayed, unique skill counterattack has been activated. You can deflect even attacks that cannot normally be deflected. Sung Jan slashed at the magical beam before him, diverting it elsewhere. I've fought many gods before. He looked down on him with contempt, but I have never met one as weak as you. The parasite god was utterly enraged and stammered, You, how dare you? A streak of water appeared and he shouted, I will shut that mouth of yours for good. Black cracks appeared in the sky and the stolen sacred relics fell from them. The system screen turned red. Myth, parasitic holy land has been activated. A separate domain has been created. Parasite entity divinity has been activated. You can absorb life force and control other living beings. Sung Jan flew into the air. John Gu, inside the true supreme blood demon sword, cheered amazing. Now I understand why the temple could not find the sacred relics. He hid them in a place that does not exist. Before them, a red light radiated around the parasite god. The space around them distorted, and hundreds of sacred relics fell. The parasite god declared, As long as this planet exists, my life force will be infinite. The red stone flashed, the crown twisted by pride. He bared his teeth in a grin. You will be crushed when facing a force you cannot resist. The parasite god's face instantly twisted. Infectious pride has been activated. Divinity has now been imbued with corruption. Down on the ground. Things fell down, a series of purple sparks flashed. Lian gritted his teeth. He kept moving to dodge the attacks from the newly fallen monsters. The people around felt something strange under their feet. Moments later, they panicked as they realized they were in free fall. Lian was astonished. What? The ground, it's collapsing. He looked up and saw a pillar of red light draining the life from this planet. In the sky, Sung Jin summoned white wolves surrounded by blue light. The parasitic god snapped angrily, These fools are unbearable. Be corrupted and vanish. Purple magic appeared, distorting Sung Jin's wolves. System Pride Infection has been activated. The divine nature has now been infused with corruption. He laughed triumphantly. This immense life force was created by draining this planet's vitality. You won't be able to hurt me even a little. Why? Because I am immortal. Sung Jin squinted, observing, I see. He had dominated an entire planet, draining its life. Truly a troublesome opponent. But he smirked slightly, You're still weak. The parasitic god was shocked. He looked coldly at him. What? Sung Jin smiled. You call yourself immortal, yet you steal sacred relics to prolong your existence. He raised a mirror. System, Black Blood Mirror, the divine nature of the parasitic god has been sealed for 10 minutes. Sung Jin looked at the parasitic god's horrified face, disdainful. Now with your power sealed, I will call you this, weakling. System, the user's own divine nature has been sealed for 10 minutes. He trembled in fear. My divine nature, it's gone. What have you done? Sung Jin leapt behind the parasitic god. He raised his leg and kicked straight into the back of his neck. Thud, the parasitic god fell face first to the ground. Sung Jin stepped on him with satisfaction. The parasitic god's eyes widened in anger. Your power must be sealed too. How are you still this strong? Sung Jin answered, That's thanks to this. A golden sphere appeared in his hand. System, Seal of Living Will. You can activate any divine nature at any time, even without meeting the activation conditions. Sung Jin clenched the sphere tightly. A powerful killing intent radiated out. System, Combat will divine nature forcibly activated. All abilities were enhanced 100-fold. The parasitic god gaped. Stammering, How could you obtain that? Sung Jin interrupted, Let me give you a piece of advice. He stomped down on him, Better grit your teeth. Sung Jin swung his fist down, I'll keep hitting you until both our powers return. System, Instant Acceleration skill activated. He punched continuously, You call yourself immortal. Fine, I want to test this to save my friend. The parasitic god spat blood. Sung Jin kept going. Coldly, let's see how much a single power of mine can destroy an ancient god. System, Seal time remaining, 8 minutes. Lian ran while calling Han Sung Jan. He roared in anger, I've endured too much because of you. I'll give you a fight. Suddenly, Lian froze before him. Sung Jin had been relentlessly punching the twice-as-large god, who was now immobile, knees buckling. Lian was shocked, Am I dreaming? The parasitic god, whom even the temple gods struggled with, is being beaten barehanded. Changgu appeared. Most high-level gods could no longer resist him. Lian was astonished. Since when did she arrive? Changgu watched Sung Jan continue hitting the parasitic god. He himself was an ancient god, capable of dominating other ancient gods. System notification, Crown twisted by pride has been destroyed. The parasitic god roared in anger. He looked at Sung Jin, Seal time remaining, none. Don't think you've won? The parasitic god braced himself on the ground. I will reincarnate, and when I do, I'll tear you to pieces. System. Parasitic divine nature activated. You can absorb life force and control other creatures. Sung Jan stepped coldly in front of him. Is that so? He narrowed his eyes, activating magic with his hand. Then I just need to devour you. Death divine nature has been amplified by the harvest divine nature to consume all divine nature around them. Sharp teeth emerged. A monster appeared, opening its mouth to swallow the parasitic god. System, achievement unlocked, kill an ancient god. You have devoured the soul of the parasitic god, seasoned thing. Your divine nature has been upgraded from S to S+. The unique trait of the death soul art has merged with the transcendent divine nature. The red magic gradually faded. Unique trait progress, 10%. Sung-Jan exhaled, speaking behind him, it's safe now. I've erased the future where she would die. Sword Immortal White Crane, Bloodlord Commander, Ziokwa, and Canaria smiled slightly. They placed their hands on Sung-Jan's back. He did all this to save us, it must have been tough. Suddenly, Sung-Jin froze. What if they die like in the future? Ziokwa and Canaria soothed. You fought with the thought that we'd die if you lost. You've already endured too much. But because you did that, we are still alive. You changed our future. The two of them smiled brightly. Thank you so much. Sung-Jan smiled faintly as well. He replied, yeah. Before his eyes, the system screen appeared. Congratulations. You have cleared the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. A red notification also appeared. The Tower of Trials has calculated that the warrior Sung-Jan may be able to reach the final floor. Sung-Jan stepped into another space, and the system displayed an invitation. The Divine Hall Pantheon invites you. John Gu, reciting within his sword, was full of excitement. Oh, this is Pantheon. As for Sung-Jan, he raised his eyes toward the beautiful cosmic space above his head. Achievement obtained. Invited to the Divine Hall. Sung-Jan gazed at the sky before him. The space looked like the entire universe, and it was truly astonishing. Suddenly, a reverent female voice rang out. Oh, noble one, it has been so long since we last encountered such a great existence. Sung-Jan turned around and looked toward the girl. Arya lowered her cloak. She placed a hand over her chest in reverence. It is truly an honor to serve one of the absolute beings of the universe once again. Lord Han Sung-Jan stared at the girl in surprise. Arya. A while later, the two of them were walking side by side. Beneath a sky glittering with bands of galaxies, Arya buried her face in her hands and sobbed. For a lowly being like me to be remembered by you, I am deeply moved by your boundless generosity. Inside the true blood demon sword, Jong-gu muttered that his role this time was truly abundant. Sung-Jan gave a faint laugh and glanced at Arya. So, in order to lead me to the Divine Hall, you have a message to deliver, right? Arya frowned. That is correct. After you eliminated the scum who dared touch the sacred relic of the Divine Hall, a new legend about you, Lord Han Sung-Jan, began to spread. Hearing that, Sung-Jan looked slightly wary. A new legend. Arya replied that the Divine Hall wished for Lord Han Sung-Jan to become one of the new chief gods. That was the offer being presented. However, Arya turned to the left and looked straight at Sung-Jan. Whether or not you become one of the new gods of the Divine Hall will also be decided after you face the ancient gods. Arya smiled to reassure him. I, the god of fragrant shadows, will always respect the will of the Great One. So please return safely. Sung-Jan smiled and silently thanked Arya for her blessing. The scene changed and countless different eyes appeared in the darkness. The system displayed, the god of light is watching you, the god of darkness is watching you, the demon god is watching you, the dragon god is watching you. Sung-Jan grew slightly tense as he faced those scrutinizing gazes. Pure god of transcendence and death. He was inside a room with many doors. On each door, dozens of eyes appeared and watched him. A white-haired man burst into tears when he saw Sung-Jan. What noble power. It cannot be measured, it is truly beautiful. The sole absolute authority of death in this universe. The system displayed, the weeping angel is astonished by your overwhelming power. Another red-haired man laughed and said, for an ordinary mortal to raise his divinity to such a realm. Then the system displayed, the god of severance expresses admiration for your supreme divinity. The system continued to appear. Countless great gods watched you with awe, fear, and a faint trace of respect. The god of darkness descended the steps and walked toward him. Kid, you have endured a great deal to reach this place. I will not waste words. On your way here, you must have heard Arya explain it. Then I will get straight to the point. She proposed that you join the Divine Hall, become one of the new chief gods, and govern Earth or other worlds. You would live peacefully under our protection that way. The gaze of the god of darkness turned solemn. Or will you recklessly lose everything you have built until now, all to pursue the uncertain path of becoming a transcendent within the Tower of Trials? Sung-Jan fell silent for a moment, then prepared to answer. As for me, the god of arrogance cut him off. What kind of absurdity is this? That being spoke in opposition. He is still only a hunting dog bound by the Tower of Trials. He is an unpredictable wild card. The god of pride standing beside him also disagreed. That damned Tower of Trial has raised such an impure existence in this universe. He must be executed immediately. A flustered young man tried to intervene. God of arrogance, my lord. I, Leon, beg your pardon and ask permission to speak. He glanced slightly toward the god of darkness. That god of transcendence and death was the very one who retrieved the sacred relic for our divine hall. From what I witnessed, I do not believe he deserves such hostility. Therefore, please show mercy. The god of arrogance cut off his words with a slash to the neck. How dare you? A lowly insect race dares interfere in a conversation between gods. Use your death to atone. Leon's head fell from his neck. Sung John looked at the blood spraying out with both shock and anger. You, the god of darkness, stepped forward coldly. Who gave you the right to execute one who has received my blessing? You are not the masters of this divine hall. You are arbitrarily imposing agreement according to your own will. Do not disappoint me any further. The system appeared. The god of darkness issued an icy warning. At once, the god of pride and the god of arrogance both felt terrified. The god of darkness continued his warning. Before I let that child devour your divinity completely. The demon lord behind him cut in. That would not be so bad, would it? It could be seen as a gift for becoming a new god. The dragon god leapt over to her and whispered, Can we not decide what to do with them? Let me speak with the successor first. The dragon god urged the god of darkness as though he could not wait any longer. After some discussion, the god of darkness stepped in front of Sung John. Then, little one, I want to hear your answer. Make your choice. Sung John hesitated. He knew full well that for him, there was only one possible answer. The administrator, the precious companion Sung John had met so far for all of them. Sung John answered frankly, I will climb the Tower of Trials all the way to the very top and become a transcendent, so that no one in this universe can stand above me anymore. Then, no one will be able to touch those precious to me. The demon lord burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, for someone who has become an ancient god, you do not seem to have been mentally corrupted. But as it turns out, you have completely lost your mind. The dragon god glanced at her. If you become a new chief god, how wonderful it would be if I could make you my successor. The god of darkness looked extremely satisfied. Yes, little one, that is the answer worthy of you. Splendid. Truly splendid. You were never born to be trapped in a tiny well called this divine hall. Sung John turned and walked toward the gate. Oh, and you all, let us meet again. Next time I will definitely tear you apart. He glared at them with killing intent. Look forward to it. The system appeared. You have cleared the 27th floor, returning to the Tower of Trials. The Divine Hall has granted an additional breakthrough reward. A seal-shaped item appeared, a reward for fulfilling the last wish of the iron-blooded monarch. Divine Power Copy Seal, allowing you to copy and acquire one divine power of your choice. Along with it came the Divine Power Radiant Universal Edict, a scroll once commonly used for imperial approvals. Awarded for clearing the 27th floor, a divine power register containing detailed records of countless divine powers. Sung John opened the register. I already knew what I was going to copy with this. He pressed the Divine Power Copy seal firmly onto it. A circle gradually appeared before his chest. Divine Power copied successfully. Engraving it onto Challenger hand Sung John, he rejoiced. Excellent. The system displayed red notification. The Tower of Trials praises the achievements of Challenger hand Sung John. The tower has judged that Han Sung John has the potential to reach the final floor. Challenger Han Sung John has been chosen as the final candidate. All restrictions have been lifted. Sung John turned his head. Hey tower, it is far too late for you to start showing goodwill toward me now. My wrath will never subside. He looked at the tower with an utterly cold expression. So shut your mouth and do not get in my way, the system announced. The Tower of Trials fell silent. The scene shifted back to the Pantheon Divine Hall. An angry male voice trembled as it cursed. Damn it, damn it. The god of arrogance ground his teeth. The god of transcendence and death. The furious man struck the floor again and again. That lowly, filthy piece of trash. He dared humiliate us right in front of the gods. The god of pride stood behind him with his arms crossed, but with that Tower of Trials interfering, we cannot easily touch him. From the doorway, the god of eternity called out to the god of pride and the god of arrogance, his eyes sweeping over the two before him. It is not the Tower of Trials preventing us from acting. What truly matters is the law of causality that has just formed. But do not worry, we already have a solution. The god of arrogance was surprised. Did you say a solution? The god of eternity replied. Though he has been expelled from the tower and his power is no longer what it once was, there is still someone who can distort causality, even if only slightly. He bared his teeth in a sly grin full of despair, destruction, and madness. He has already given us an opportunity. The system appeared. The god of eternity smiled, full of confidence. The scene changed. In the snowy mountains, enormous wounded monsters lay sprawled across the freezing snow. Sung John breathed out a plume of mist. The trials really have become much easier since the restrictions were lifted. He picked up the true sovereign blood demon sword. Looks like that means I am about to enter the uppermost floors. Sung John leapt out of the 35th floor space. The system appeared. You have entered the waiting room of the 36th floor. John Gu praised him. Impressive, the 36th floor in less than a month. Sung Jan showed no joy, since the Tower of Trials removed many restrictions. Being able to climb this quickly is a good thing. Suddenly, the teleportation gate Sung Jan had just stepped out of turned red. The system displayed, conditions fulfilled, confirmed that more than 1,500 people have cleared the 35th floor. Sung Jan turned around and watched the teleportation gate warily. The Tower of Trials turned a vivid red and began to expand. System, access rights are being expanded. A new trial is beginning based on the distinctive keyword of the stage. Jong-gu nervously watched the scene before him. Indeed, everything will change once you reach the higher floors. The system displayed, the challenge theme has been set according to the characteristic keyword. Chains flew out from inside the teleportation gate. They instantly bound Seong-jan and Jong-gu tightly. The system continued its announcement. Forced activation of privilege 6.1047. Selection Hall, uploading the necessary components to form the challenge. Retrieved from challenger Han Seong-jan's inventory. Lines of text kept appearing before Seong-jan's eyes, a moment resembling when the tower first began, and origins far beyond that. You will experience it all yourself. Seong-jan's eyes widened in shock. The Megatron furnace received from the demon god. The teleportation gate dragged the chains wrapped tightly around Seong-jan and Jong-gu inside. Entering the 36th floor of the Tower of Trials, Seong-jan cried out in panic. What? A purple vortex appeared and swept them both in. Challenge clear condition. Survive until the War of the Gods ends. Failure condition, the death of the challenger. Challenge reward. The theme of this challenge is the primordial era. The scene shifted inside the 36th floor. The witness god looked astonished. How strange. He looked at Seong-jan in confusion. It has no divinity, no mana, and I cannot even be sure it is alive. It cannot be identified. Why did it come here? Which faction do you belong to and what domain do you govern? You will explain everything. The witness god's voice was cold. Otherwise, we will regard you as a hostile god and execute you at once. The witness god cautiously warned the unidentified entity. Seong-jan stared at him in shock. Impossible. That thing is far too perfect to be one of the tower's constructs. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that the witness god was probably an echo of someone from the past. Sorry, witness god, but it would be better for me to hide my identity for now. He quickly activated a skill, and streams of blue magic appeared. It sounds as though you are threatening to kill me. But are you certain you are capable of doing that? The witness god stared at him in astonishment. Impossible could it be? He could not believe his eyes. An ancient god. A while later, the two of them were walking side by side. The god of witness understood Sung Jan's situation. I see, you were dragged here by some kind of system, and then found yourself on the battlefield of the gods, right? Sung Jan answered, that is right. I want to know what is happening here. Please enlighten me. The god of witness explained that for more than 10 years, this planet had been caught up in a divine war. In short, it was a cosmic war involving all the gods. The war was divided between the Order faction and the Chaos faction, and the two sides constantly clashed. And until it ended, no one could escape this place. He pointed to the protective barrier above their heads. That divine barrier had been created by 3 ancient gods. It was a colossal wall, one that even the dark god and the demon god could not get past. At that, Sung Jan realized, the dark god and the demon god are both here. Then perhaps the dragon god was somewhere nearby as well. He asked, what about the Tower of Trials? Does it not interfere in the War of the Gods? The god of witness looked at him in surprise. The Tower of Trials, what is that? Sung Jan was inwardly startled. You do not know the Tower of Trials. He looked around and guessed to himself. That meant this was a time before the Tower of Trials appeared. The god of witness stopped walking. All right, we are here. This sacred area was protected by a majestic barrier and served as the dwelling place of the 3 ancient gods of the Order faction. They stood before a giant door. The god of witness turned to Sung Jan. Since we have come this far, allow me to make a proposal. I hope the War of the Gods ends sooner, even if only by a single day. That is my position, so I hope to receive your help. Sung Jan smiled meaningfully. The god of witness reassured him, do not worry, I am not asking for help for free. The ancient gods of the Order faction will create whatever you need to keep, based on your contribution. Sung Jan turned his head and smiled. Do not worry, I already intended to accept your proposal. He stepped forward. Let us hurry, since I am already on this battlefield, I must meet the ancient gods. The god of witness was a little surprised. Thank you, he warned him. One more thing, be careful of the ancient gods of the Order faction. You will never know what they might be plotting. Although I think they are still better than the Chaos faction, and I stand with the Order faction, that does not mean I like them. They walked closer to a dazzling source of light. Sung Jan had to cover his eyes with his hand. The god of witness beside him continued. Because of their nearly impossible ambitions, they started the war between the gods. The system displayed, entering the sacred domain, the Garden of Origins. Through the foundation of creation, the abandoned divinity and souls will flow into the caster. Sung Jan looked at the tower before him, which was radiating dazzling golden light. You have to be kidding me. This is the Tower of Trials, right? Zisa raised her hand toward him. So, an uninvited guest. Unless this is an extremely important matter, I am certain no one is allowed to enter this place. Sung Jan watched the girl before him warily. And who are you? He suddenly remembered that he had met this strange girl before. Zisa said coldly to him, the gods have been blinded by their desires and fate. None of them care about the world anymore. That is why we need someone capable of solving this by killing all the gods, an all-powerful transcendent being above every god. Sung Jan silently watched Zisa, recalling their meeting during the gradual gathering of Chamonix's divine power, the creation work on the island. Zisa turned her head toward the area near the entrance. God of Witness, you probably do not even want to see me, do you? However, since we have a guest, I should introduce myself. She placed her hand on the robe that covered her face. In this faction, there is the God of Creation, the God of Law, and the God of Miracles. Zisa pulled it down and introduced herself proudly. Among them, I am the God of Creation. Sung Jan fell silent. He remembered to himself, the God of Creation, the God of Law, and the God of Miracles. I have seen their divine powers in the tower's sacred catalog. The divinities possessed by the tower also matched the three ancient gods. Could the fact that their names were the same really be a coincidence? Sung Jan glanced at the Tower of Trial. The tower's statue beside him was far too strange to be merely a coincidence. His eyes suddenly shone brightly. No, it was certain. There was no way this could be dismissed as a misunderstanding or a coincidence. Zisa, the God of Creation, looked at him. She asked, Hey, I heard from the God of Witness. We are grateful for the help you have given our faction, but what are you doing here? The system displayed, the God of Creation looks at you and speaks in an annoyed voice. Zisa grew slightly irritated when Sung Jan did not answer her question. Can you explain quickly? Otherwise, Sung Jan immediately reached out, grabbing Zisa by the throat. She stared at him in shock. Sung Jan answered her provocation. Otherwise, what do you plan to do? Zisa gritted her teeth and struggled to escape Sung Jan's hand, which was gripping her throat. He frowned and said coldly, I have no intention of answering someone who suddenly threatens me. The God of Transcendence and Death revealed the full extent of his divine power. Zisa stammered in shock. This level of divinity, an ancient god. He said coldly, that's right. So shall we have a fight? The creation god grew uneasy. She humbly suggested, how about we compromise a little? She coughed. When Sung Jan let go, he looked at Zisa, compromise. Zisa, standing behind him, laughed. All right, now I understand that you are an ancient god. First of all, your appearance was bound to make us wary. I hope you understand. She continued. No, actually, since the witness god brought you here, I suppose we can feel somewhat at ease for now. I suspected the witness god was trying to kill me. After all, he is quite diligent. The witness god gritted his teeth in anger. Don't flatter yourself. He irritably turned and walked out of the room. I merely chose the most efficient method to escape the cage known as the War of the Gods. I never agreed with it, disgusting. Only Zisa and Sung Jan remained in the room. This time, Zisa made her offer with more respect. Then, now that even the witness god has left, shall we continue our conversation? You seem to have many questions, so I will answer two of them honestly. Sung Jan began coldly. You, the creation god, the god of law, and the god of miracles. What is your relationship with the Tower of Trials? Zisa narrowed her eyes at him. The Tower of Trials? What is that? She probed. I need to know what this Tower of Trials is before I can answer properly. Sung Jan silently activated his ability. A faint blue light flickered in his eyes. The Fire Dragon Eye's skill confirmed that the other party was lying. Sung Jan reassured himself, don't panic. Stay calm, he said to Zisa. I want to hear about the original purpose of the War of the Gods. Zisa, the creation god, answered briefly. I, along with the god of law and the god of miracles, only wanted to become the rulers of this universe. Nothing more, nothing less. She clapped her hands together. All right, that is the end of it. That answer should be enough. Zisa stepped down towards Sung Jan. Let us return to the main point. You said you would fight for our order faction. Correct. She laid out her terms to Sung Jan. If you accumulate many victories and achievements. A smile briefly appeared on Zisa's face. We will create a holy relic or item of your choosing as your reward. The scene shifts to the clock tower of the time god. At the foot of the tower, a fierce battle was unfolding. The time god was in a room above, looking down through the window. He wondered to himself, how could something so strange happen? A power that defies the laws of heaven. He muttered, among the countless futures I have foretold. None of them included anything like this. I do not know where it happened, but something has gone terribly wrong. The time god looked coldly down at the foot of the tower. Time itself may have become deeply twisted. He adjusted the hat on his head. He sighed, it has been quite a while since I had to deal with the dark god and the demon god. And now I must find a way to persuade the dragon god as well. How exhausting. The scene shifts down to the battle beneath the Tower of Time. Mages fought in the air with magic. Meanwhile, other warriors were attacking with weapons below. Sung Jan rushed straight into the battlefield from elsewhere. His first sword strike brought down many enemies. He had come to this battlefield because Zisa had said the Western Front was faltering. Lead that battlefield to victory. If you can do it, I will create whatever you choose. Sung Jan felt slightly annoyed. I do not like this, but by obtaining the mark of divinity, I will gain the tower's divinity. The spirit inside the true blood demon sword urged Sung Jan on. Rise. His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. That was, boom, a thunderous explosion rang out, destroying a long stretch of the road. As the smoke gradually cleared, a girl with glowing eyes appeared beyond the haze. The system displayed a notification. Specialized physical incarnation authority has been activated. The dragon god opened her eyes wide, utterly furious. The dragon god had appeared on the western front. In an endless dark space, the lonely dragon god dragged herself forward. As she stepped ahead, she muttered, I feel as if I am imprisoned. She dropped hard to one knee and wondered to herself, what exactly am I? Her eyes shone with exhaustion as the dragon god whispered, I do not want this anymore. The dragon god curled up and placed her hands on the floor. She lay in the endless void, quietly muttering in despair. I do not want to be the dragon god anymore. The scene returns to the western battlefield, where the dragon god appeared beyond the haze, overflowing with energy. Sung Jan warily observed the girl, the dragon god. She glanced at him coldly. So it is you, what originally belonged to this universe has vanished, and something that does not belong has appeared, distorting fate. That time god. That obnoxious fortune teller was right after all. Sung Jan, the time god, the dragon god looked at him with contempt. Forget it, you carry scales that belong to the Order faction, but I will spare your life this time. Never appear before me again, you nearly inhuman one. Sung Jan thought to himself, no, I cannot back down here. He stepped closer to the dragon god. I have a proposal for you. He looked straight into her eyes and asked, please tell me why you came here. If our interests align, then there is no need for us to fight. The dragon god warily looked at Sung Jan, sizing up her opponent. Sung Jan clung to his own thoughts. I only need to deal with this western front. There was no reason to fight the dragon god. The dragon god spread her wings, and her right hand transformed into a dragon's arm. She clenched her fist and aimed a punch at Sung Jan. Startled, he fell backward. Sung Jan stared in shock at the punch about to hit his face. What? The dragon god's voice rang out. There is not a single moment in any timeline where our interests align. Why? Because there is nothing in this universe that can satisfy my desire, she shouted. So get out of my way, you are bothering me. The dragon god flapped her wings and flew into the air. Countless bolts of fiery lightning appeared around her. The divinity of thunderstorm was activated, bringing down a storm of lightning that disrupted the very concept of divinity. Bolts of lightning shot down to the ground, destroying everything they touched. Sung Jan had to keep dodging. The misty clouds in the sky gradually began to move. The dragon god declared, the foolish war of the gods is over. She landed on the ground. The shadow and the demon god had gone to eradicate the northern fronts. The eastern and southern fronts as well. Do you understand what that means? They will wipe out everyone, no matter which faction they belong to. Sung Jan frowned slightly in silence. Furious, the dragon god threatened him. It was because of the forces of order that this entire war of the gods broke out in the first place. If you do not get out of my sight, I will kill you too. The clouds above them were drawn in again, covering the entire sky. Sung Jan looked at the dragon god, who was on extreme alert. It looks like we cannot avoid this battle after all. I have my own reason for not backing down. He forcefully drove the true supreme blood demon's sword into the ground. Sparks flashed. The divinity of fighting spirit allowed challenger Han Sung Jan to be strengthened according to his fighting spirit. The divinity of fighting spirit enhanced all attributes by 200 times. A surge of magic wrapped around him. You said there is nothing in this universe that can satisfy your desire. Sung Jan clenched his fist. Then I promise you this. The divinity of transcendence has been activated. The growth rate of all attributes has increased by 712 times, proportional to the difference in strength between you and your opponent. A flash of light burst forth as Sung Jan struck his fists together. One day, I will give you the answer you seek. The starlight amplification skill has been powerfully activated. Every kind of starlight erupted at once, increasing the maximum enhancement efficiency by 4 times. Sung Jan's gaze turned solemn. To honor all the kindness you have shown me. A powerful red light surged up as if it would distort the space around him. The dragon god's eyes widened in shock. I must be dreaming. The authority grace of the wind has been powerfully activated. Speed increased by 170%. Sung Jan's fist closed in. On her face, the dragon god could not believe her eyes. In this universe, besides me, there is someone else who can manipulate it. She looked at the blazing red light before her and muttered. And someone who can freely transform it too? The dragon god looked straight at Sung Jan. You, he frowned and gray smoke rose up. The dragon god smiled as she blocked his attack. Just who are you? Sung Jan smiled smugly. That is a secret. Then a fist flew straight at his face. Startled, Sung Jan activated the unique skill deflection, which has been powerfully activated. You will unleash a perfect counterattack, but only against the most recent attack. He suddenly struck the dragon god, sending her tumbling backward. The dragon god burst out laughing, hee hee. She used her hand to block Sung Jan's attack. She raised her head and her laughter echoed across the battlefield. Aha! Before Sung Jan's astonished eyes, the dragon god asked herself, "This is not a dream, right?" Her gaze rested on him. "At last I have found an heir." Now the dragon god realized that Sung Jan was the one she had been searching for all this time. The scene shifted into the dragon god's mind where she heard voices cheering, "Primordial Supreme Dragon," voices begging her for their own benefit. "Please bless me, dragon god. Grant me the power to destroy the demon god and his minions. A warrior. I yearn to become a warrior." She coldly looked upon their submission. "The entire dragon race will kneel and revere you, Lord of the universe." The dragon god murmured, "I feel as though I am imprisoned." Her mind lay adrift in endless space. "What am I really? Why does no one ask my name? Dragon god, is that all? Is that all I am?" she whispered. "I want it. What am I?" One phrase repeated again and again in her mind. "I want it." Her hands clenched and she gritted her teeth tightly. Her eyes opened wide in despair. "Not this grand title. Dragon god." A tear fell and the dragon god began to cry. "I want a name of my own. I no longer want to be the dragon god." She wanted to cast aside the destiny and burden of responsibility bound to the title of dragon god. She longed for a true life that belonged to her alone. The golden vortex shifted and water droplets splashed up. The dragon god poked her head out of the vortex. There she looked down at the image of an heir kneeling respectfully before the god of time. "The planet I once visited to create a disciple." She saw the old man happily pass a red sphere to the air. "He passed divinity on to my heir. Can I do that too?" The dragon god's eyes began to shine with a dream. She pulled herself up from the endless shadowy void. It was not impossible. She could find a successor of her own. They would call each other by name and become friends. Returning to reality, the dragon god set foot on the ground. A successor like a parent, a child, and a friend. She watched the wary Sung Jin. "I will have someone or perhaps anything else, something to make her feel less lonely." The dragon god bared her teeth in an excited grin. "Even if she had to give up everything in this war of the gods, I will still have you and you alone." At that very moment the system displayed, "The dragon god is developing an intense sense of possession toward you." Sung Jin felt uneasy. "This might be even worse than I thought." The dragon god moved close to his face, baring her sharp teeth. "Do not be afraid, brat." She grabbed Sung Jin's face and threw him backward. The dragon god's voice rang out, "As I said before, I will let you live." Sung Jin's face was stepped on. His eyes widened. She laughed loudly. "Instead, I will never let you die." The system displayed a red notification. "The dragon god looked at you, her eyes overflowing with fierce desire." Sung Jin smiled. "In that case, I have something I want to promise you too." The system announced, "The authority instant step has been activated." He teleported far away, facing the place where the dragon god stood. Sung Jin smirked. "Since you came here only with an avatar and not your true body, it will not matter even if this body dies. Right?" He stomped hard to gain momentum. "Do not worry, opponent." The dragon god also built momentum and charged forward. "This avatar will end without feeling even the slightest pain." The dragon god and Sung Jin were both filled with killing intent, flashing provocative smiles at each other before rushing in. The two sides continued their battle. A barrage of techniques was unleashed, crashing together and shaking the entire space. Sung Jin swung his fist straight at the dragon god's face, landing a painful blow on her left cheek. The dragon god did not back down either. She clenched her fist, gathering power into her palm. The dragon god smiled slyly and punched Sung Jin straight in the chin, sending him flying backward. The dragon god smiled smugly after that strike. "You think you can fight me hand to hand?" Sung Jin leapt backward, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Not bad." Hearing that, the dragon god formed a sphere in her palm. "But what about this move? Holy light has been activated." Sung Jin landed on the ground. The ground beneath his feet cracked apart the moment he touched down. Sung Jin gathered power into his left hand and swung it toward the dragon god. The unique authority Holy Light has been activated. Creating starlight imbued with the divinity of death, the fists of the two collided. The impact produced a massive surge of magic, and the entire space seemed to tremble. The dragon god gritted her teeth, pouring strength into her claws. Sung Jin frowned and gasped for breath. A massive explosion erupted. A piercing blast rang out as flames engulfed the entire space. Sung Jin was thrown far away by the aftershock, staggering as he tried to hold his ground. Meanwhile, amid the thick smoke, the dragon god remained standing still, completely unaffected. She immediately ran towards Sung Jin and laughed loudly. "Come here, successor, come with me." Sung Jin did not yield and streams of magic swirled around his hand. Transcendent myth, soul rank synchronization adjustment. Your level with the target. He created a small sphere and launched it in front of the dragon god. Your entire rank will be balanced with the target for 4 minutes. The dragon god bared her teeth in a scornful smile. You made our divinity and souls equal, a mere mortal like you. She shouted as she rushed in front of Sung Jin. You truly must become my successor. The dragon god launched a roundhouse kick at his head. Sung Jin immediately ducked to dodge. Taking advantage of the dragon god's brief delay before her next attack, Sung Jin jumped backward and widened the distance between them. The dragon god planted her hand on the ground. Glancing at him, she said, I will not hand you over to anyone else. Her voice grew increasingly sinister. If you refuse to obediently come with me, you have left me with no other choice. The dragon god lost her patience, her eyes turning wild. I will take you away. Even if I have to crush all 4 of your limbs, no matter what it takes. The ground beneath Sung Jin's feet suddenly shook violently. The divinity dragon eye has been activated. Beneath Sung Jin's feet, wooden pillars rose up and surrounded him. Consumes divinity to interfere with all objects, phenomena, and rules within range. Sung Jin leapt into the air, stepping on stone slabs to escape. Wherever he jumped, the wooden pillars rose after him. They seemed determined to trap him inside. Sung Jin gritted his teeth, trying to move as fast as possible so they could not catch up. Then he suddenly froze. A wooden pillar shot straight up from below, and Sung Jin leaned back to dodge it. The dragon god controlled the lightning bolts and aimed them at him. The divinity thunderstorm has been activated. The dragon god grew even more crazed. Baring her teeth, she laughed loudly. I win. Sung Jin twisted his body and stomped hard onto a twisting wooden pillar, replying coldly, no. Sung Jin used the wooden pillars, targeting him as footholds, launching himself downward. He shot toward the ground like an arrow, his gaze fixed on the dragon god. Sung Jin's left hand was still tightly gripping something. The divinity blessing has been activated. Consumes divinity to nullify one external divinity. Sung Jin moved so fast that his path burst into flames. The wind's grace ability was activated, increasing all speed by 180%. He charged straight at the dragon god with a massive strike. The ground shattered under that power. Sung Jin's blow drilled directly into the dragon god. She screamed in pain, blood spilling everywhere. Sung Jan frowned, his voice scorching. It's over. The death form has been activated, controlling the demise of all. All who were afflicted were enveloped by blue magic over the dragon god's body. The parasite divinity was activated, absorbing and controlling life force. Magical streams swirled around Sung Jin's hand. The unique power of the pure Deathseeker divinity was unleashed. Anyone in contact with this divinity would have their life force, mana, and divinity corrupted, leading to death. Sung Jin tensed her fingers, joints cracking. I know you're strong, dragon god, but you cannot stop this. He glanced coldly at the dragon god lying on the ground. No one can escape destruction when faced with divinity. Death spreads for soul, body, and mana will wither. The dragon god merely sneered. This is quite different from what you told me before. Purple fluid spread across her body. You said you'd give me a peaceful end, but this hurts too much. Sung Jan stepped beside the dragon god, thinking silently it really is her. Then he spoke softly, the one I face is too strong, so there's no other way. Sung Jan knelt beside the dragon god. I wish to grant you a swift death, but it won't be that easy. The dragon god smiled faintly, truly insolent. Her gaze was different from the arrogance before. I know you are an ancient god, yet overly proud. The dragon god looked at Sung Jin smiling. She continued, if I intervened myself, you wouldn't last even a second. The dragon god looked up at the dark sky with the bright moon, her voice gentle. But even if this is only a fragment, this is still the first time I've been defeated. The dragon god suddenly smiled with satisfaction. I don't understand why. But losing to you isn't so bad. In fact, it feels liberating. Death control divinity. She struggled to raise her hand. It would be such a waste to let someone like you rot here. The dragon god reached her hand toward Sung Jin. Do you wish to go with me? Sung Jan grasped the vanishing hand. No, there's something I must do here. I cannot go with you. The dragon god was quite surprised by this. She widened her eyes, then calmly closed them. Very well, I don't know what you hope to gain from this battle, but once I recover, I will come to awaken you. The dragon god completely vanished, her voice still echoing. I hope by then you remain safe. Changgu appeared behind Sung Jan. Sung Jan, do you feel nothing strange from this battle? Sung Jan glanced at her. No, I'm certain I sensed it. Sung Jan lightly touched the ground with his fingers. The time divinity likely realized this world is false. He recalled the dragon god's earlier words. What belonged to this universe had disappeared, and what did not exist had appeared, altering fate. Thinking this, Sung Jan formed a red orb in his palm. This is what I must do first. The form of a twisting dragon appeared. Its soul had been absorbed. The dragon god's divinity was preserved as a powerful ability. Sung Jan widened his eyes in astonishment. The conditions had been met. The ground beneath him glowed. Memories of the dragon god surged through his mind. Memories of the recent battle ran through him. The dragon god's divinity sought to merge with his self and memories. A light flashed in his mind. Sung Jan, take me to a dimension. The scene shifted to the dragon god sitting alone on her throne. How long has it been? Her eyes were heavy. The dragon god's eyes were filled with indescribable fatigue. She whispered. The answer was set from the start. The dragon god recalled herself standing amidst vast lands. She wandered everywhere seeking someone capable of inheriting the first dragon's power. She reached out in the air as if to grasp something. Originally, she had never desired that power. Tears silently fell from the dragon god's somber eyes. She believed that finding a successor would allow her to let go of everything. As before, the dragon god quietly wept. No one knew. Her voice choked enough, these tears still fell freely. The dragon god comforted herself. It's okay. I don't need a successor, even after wandering the entire universe. She curled on a chair, hugging her knees and quietly crying. Nothing could inherit the dragon god's power. From the dawn of time, I have always been alone. The dragon god did not see Sungjan standing nearby. Yes, she had accepted reality, she whispered, but a comforting smile appeared on her face. I can dream, right? Sungjan bowed his head deep in thought. The dragon god continued. Monologuing, dreaming of the day I release all these powers and am called by my own name. Sungjan grew silent, carrying a dream that would never come true. She had decided to wait for someone to call her name. Sung Jin sat down beside her. After all this time, you must be exhausted. He kept speaking even though she could not hear him now. How lonely you must have been. So tired with no one to talk to. His voice was low and deep. Sung Jin understood everything she felt. No one here had ever been willing to listen. There was no one here who could listen. Sung Jin leaned his head against the back of the chair. So you must have endured it all alone. A powerful glimmer of hope burned in his eyes, but you will not be alone anymore. I will help you fulfill your dream. Returning to the present, Sung Jin murmured, the dragon god's divinity cannot be fully accepted until the function. At that moment, he looked up at the sky. In a firm voice, he said, I will become your successor. You have unlocked an achievement, successor of the dragon god. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Thurnick, both Sung Jin and Jiangu turned to look at that person. Can you hear me? If you are still there, it will be extremely dangerous. Return to the Order Faction's camp. Sung Jin stepped closer and asked, Creation God. What is going on? The god of darkness, the demon god, and the dragon god have joined forces. But the god of time has joined them as well. His expression showed some surprise at the news. All the neutral ancient gods have united to cause chaos. The voice continued steadily. A notice is being issued. If you do not return immediately, everything may end before you achieve what I promised you. Sung Jin's expression turned extremely serious. I will wait until you return. The voice transmission had ended. He frowned and glanced behind him. Sung Jin now felt countless anxieties in his heart as well. Sung Jin turned and walked away quickly. He wanted to return as fast as possible. The voice of the witness god rang out. The god of time was right. The witness god walked beside him. In other words, for a warrior like you, I suppose you might be able to defeat the dragon god's incarnation. The witness god began to recall the past. Back then, on the smoke-filled eastern front, amid collapsed buildings, the witness god sat slumped on the ground, looking at the person speaking before him, a supreme god who possessed the divinity of foresight. The god of time, a supreme god of that kind, was truly rare. The man wearing the wizard's hat was the god of time. I can see the future as well. It is an honor to meet someone on the same path. The old man brought a finger to the witness god's forehead. Hey, you, the old man thought to himself, are you about to die? To the witness god's astonishment, the god of time placed his finger on his forehead. He asked softly, can you use your ability to show me the future? Returning to the present, the witness god was sitting with Sung Jin. So I used conceptual divinity to reveal the future, and I was able to survive. His voice suddenly grew low, but something strange happened. Sung Jin glanced at him. For some reason, the witness god's eyes began to blaze with anger. I could not see any future at all, as if I were staring into darkness. He remembered the god of time's horrifying burst of laughter. When I told the god of time what I had seen, he laughed like a madman. After laughing, the god of time raised a hand and rubbed his temples. Just as I thought, time and space have been distorted. This war is completely meaningless. The old man continued. The war of the gods ended. Long ago, the witness god thought to himself. It ended long ago. The god of time suddenly stepped back and magic enveloped him. A false play staged for someone. The god of time spread his arms wide. A demon appeared behind him. A place where the victors and losers have already been decided. The seed of ascension will devour everything and be forged in chaos to become the vessel of a transcendent being. Sung Jin looked at the witness god and wondered, have you told this story to the ancient gods of the Order faction? The witness god furrowed his brow. He answered curtly, of course not. I have no intention of telling those fools. Sung Jin jumped down from the stone platform where he had been sitting. Anyway, thank you for answering my question. I should probably go meet the creation god right now. The witness god gave him a slight nod. Understood. I still have work to do here as well. Sung Jin walked away, his expression extremely resolute. Then let us go. He stepped into a place where 3 people were already standing. Entering the divine domain, the model grounds. Through the foundation of creation, ownerless divinity and souls flowed into the caster. They turned to look at Sung Jin. One person spoke. I thought you would arrive late because of your battle with the dragon god. Zisa smiled as she spoke to him. But you arrived faster than I expected. The creation god looked at you with a bitter smile. The god of law spoke coldly, so that ancient god is the one who forced his way in. Despite the great divine barrier, the god of law frowned as he looked at you. The god of miracles was also there. I heard that you share the same goal as us. From now on, let us get along well. The god of miracles looked at you and prayed. Zisa waved a hand. The god of law and the god of miracles immediately knelt. To be honest, I would really like to sit down and talk with everyone for a long while, but there is no time left for that now. Zisa narrowed her eyes at Sung Jin and asked softly, you know that the divinity and souls being absorbed right now can be fully reused, don't you? Right? She is channeling power into the pillar of light at the center of the divine realm. The so-called clash between the Order faction and the Chaos faction is nothing but an excuse. This war began only to harvest divinity and souls for the tower. Shisa's voice suddenly lowered, but even that is about to come to an end. Sung Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Shisa stretched both hands forward, streams of light wrapping around her, until we complete our impossible dream. Only one step remained. For a moment Sung Jin was stunned. He thought to himself, what the hell am I hearing? Shisa continued. Transcendence and death. She quickly flew right in front of Sung Jin. The results of accumulating countless divinities and souls are all contained within this tower. Shisa stepped closer and lifted Sung Jin's chin. I will grant you the reward you desire immediately, but in exchange, I want to ask one thing of you. Shisa pressed close to Sung Jin's face and smiled wickedly. Kill the god of time. Her finger gently brushed across his lips. I will grant you a power capable of shattering even the immortality of the ancient gods. Well, what do you think? Shisa's eyes were now drowned in an intoxication with power. In exchange, help me create the paradise everyone has always longed for. You will become a godslayer, the one who destroyed even the conceptual immortality of the ancient gods. Sung Jin stared in astonishment. He remembered what the god of witness had said earlier. The war was only a staged play meant to gather divinity and soul. Is this truly the nature of everything? After thinking for a moment, Sung Jin gave a faint laugh. A transcendent being. Shisa let go. Sung Jin slowly continued. In other words, he suddenly swung his hand in a slash toward Shisa. She jerked backward and Sung Jin growled as Shisa stared in shock. You want me to act exactly according to your will? Sung Jin's face darkened. He gritted his teeth like a transcendent puppet, right? The god of transcendence. And death was stunned by that response. The god of miracles said to Sung Jin anxiously, Saint, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Please withdraw your divine power. Sung Jin paid no attention and merely sneered. A misunderstanding. The god of miracles broke into a cold sweat. The divine realm had been completely covered in red light from Sung Jin's power. You secretly tried to erode my sense of self and my mind with divinity and soul. You offered me a cup of poison disguised as power. The god of transcendence and death glared at the three ancient gods, killing intent surging sky-high. He looked at Shisa and asked in a low voice, so you intended to turn me into your slave? Shisa stared back at him. Fine, I will make no excuses. But do you not find it strange? She spoke as she stepped closer to Sung Jin. Until you appeared, not a single person knew of the existence of the god of transcendence. Or death either. That is why I began to think. Before Sung Jin's furious gaze, she began questioning him, perhaps the source of every anomaly in this war. Standing right in front of me, is it not? Sung Jin remained silent and gave no answer. Shisa shouted, Answer me now, god of transcendence and death. Answer me. Only then did Sung Jin speak. I will make a proposal. Shisa froze. What? He held out his hand toward Shisa, his gaze emotionless. I will drive the god of time to the brink of death, but I want twice the victory reward you promised. Suddenly Sung Jin rushed right up to Shisa's face like a gust of wind. And I want it right now. He added, if any of you even think of refusing my proposal. Shisa's eyes widened in shock. Sung Jin pressed his face close to Shisa's just as she had done before. I will expose your entire scheme, then side with whichever faction I please. So deal with it yourselves. After a while, Sung Jin stepped outside. The god of witness was already waiting. You came. The god of witness folded his arms and looked at Sung Jin. I was waiting for you, Sung Jin asked in confusion. Waiting for me? The god of witness leaned against the pillar and replied calmly. Who knows what might have happened? Right? Those foolish dreamers may have tried to harm you. If that had happened, even though I am still weak right now, I would have helped you escape. He turned and began walking away. In the end, it was not even necessary. Sung Jin thought to himself, I have always wondered. He could not hide the question in his heart. Lion spoke up, I do not understand. He thought to himself, why do you treat me kindly even when I am only a mortal? Thinking that, Sung Jin said it aloud, why would you go that far for me? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the god of witness with suspicion. You were even willing to sacrifice your own life to help me. The god of witness had no reason to go that far from me. The god of witness simply laughed softly and replied, I am not completely certain myself. He raised his head and looked up at the quiet night sky. From the very first moment I saw you, I felt a strange unfamiliarity. as though you already knew me. But I knew nothing about you, did I? Sung Jin did not understand those words. What the hell are you talking about? The god of witness turned his head and looked at him. You do not know, you should understand better than anyone. He stepped closer to Sung Jin and spoke in a low voice. So now I ask you, the god of witness's gaze became razor-sharp. What exactly is the relationship between us? Sung Jin also looked at him with a searching gaze. The god of witness stared intently at you, filled with intense suspicion. You achieved the feat desperate crisis in another place. Deep within the stone cave, a voice rang out. The brat who once could not even read his own future now could no longer read the future at all. He had grown so much. The dark god sat cross-legged, looking at the one before her. The time god. The dark god looked at the arrogant brat and smirked. She sat on her throne, studying the time god from head to toe. You arrogant brat, why do you not step aside? If you keep provoking me, then do not expect me to show even the slightest mercy. After a moment of silence, the time god finally spoke. I did not come here recklessly. I prepared a countermeasure solely for this moment. A voice rang out, cutting him off. Enough, dark god. The light god stepped inside and the dark cave grew radiant. No matter how pitiful the time god may be, I still hope you will go easy on him. The light god expressed a wish to avoid any further violent conflict. The dark god sneered, still wearing an indifferent look. You promised me, the demon lord and the dragon god, that if we lent you our power, the war among the gods would end. But you did not keep your promise, and dark energy flared violently around her. And now you still dare to beg for mercy. The time god spoke to defuse the situation. No, the war among the gods ended long ago. The dark god listened to his words in silence. This world is only false, created by the seed of ascension. The time god frowned, his voice slow. Or perhaps you, the demon lord, the dragon god, and even I myself may all be false as well. He stared at the dark god, his voice low. In short, he unconsciously recalled Sung Jan's divine form. Everything was merely a staged play designed to seize that ability. The time god raised one finger before his mouth. I will stop speaking in riddles. I will make a proposal. He pointed his finger toward the sky, and a current of power enveloped it. Let us ascend together to the true world above. Whether that so-called reality truly exists or not, we will still go. Clearly, in his mind now, the only target was Sung Jan. Once the seed of ascension completes its mission, it will erase this world along with all of us. The time god devised a bold plan to seize Sung Jan. But if we take over the body in which the seed resides, then setting foot in the true world may no longer be impossible. If those three ancient gods and I, along with the light god, join forces, he was utterly resolute in this plan. Then will we ascend together and advance toward the true world. The god of proof stepped even closer, speaking as he walked. Then let me put it another way. He looked straight into Sung Jan's eyes. Why would an ancient god treat a lowly being like me with such respect? Without waiting for his answer, the god of proof continued. Why can I sense the lingering aura of a sacred relic I created on you? Sung Jan wondered inwardly. The lingering aura of a sacred relic. He suddenly remembered something and guessed silently. Are you talking about the black crystal mirror? The god of proof noticed the change in Sung Jan's expression. The aura of a sacred relic is leaking from you. That cannot be a coincidence. Sung Jan gave a faint smirk. I cannot hide it anymore. At last Sung Jan spoke to the god of proof. Surprise first. He spoke softly to the god of proof. Let us move somewhere else. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a deserted place in the forest. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Sung Jan slowly recounted. Even when I was only a mortal, for some reason the god of proof still favored me and gave me all kinds of help. He looked confidently straight at the god of proof. In short, you are my benefactor. Sung Jan opened his palm and the mirror appeared. And you said I carry the aura of a sacred relic. Sung Jan held it out before the god of proof. That sacred relic is the same. You gave it to me to prepare for what was to come. The god of proof nodded slightly. I see, so I favored you even when you were still immortal. That is why you show me such respect. The god of proof looked down at his palm. This world is not the real world, and I am not real either. I am only a false construct. A door appeared before him. I had my suspicions after what the god of time said. But why? I did not want to face the truth. The god of proof slowly walked toward the door. But I can no longer avoid the evidence as I did before. Seeing this, Sung Jan hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, God of proof. The god of proof raised a hand to stop him. Sweat streamed down his forehead. I took part in proving the matter, so it is difficult to regard myself as false. That is why I pretended not to notice, so that doubt would not show on my face. The god of proof struggled to continue. Thanks to you, I have found the courage to face the truth. The god of proof stood facing Sung Jan. So could you lend me your shoulder? I want to see what you have proven and what lies beyond that door. Sung Jan listened to him in stunned silence, and all the truths you have uncovered until now. After a while, Sung Jan supported the god of proof as they entered the endless cosmos, exploring the truth together. The god of proof looked at the scenes unfolding before him and whispered, so that is it. You began fighting with only the goal of becoming stronger. Countless scenes appeared. They were Sung Jan's battles, in which he faced the cruel truth of losing someone important and even changed fate itself. The two reached the place with the pillar of light. At the foot of the pillar was a mirror. That truly was astonishing proof. Perhaps that was why. Thanks to you, I finally know what I must do. I have reached a firm decision. The god of proof's breathing grew labored. He stepped closer to the mirror. Even if all of this is only a dream, I will still do what must be done. The god of proof reached for the mirror and looked at himself within it. Granting power to those who have proven themselves is the path I have chosen. Then he turned to Sung Jan and said, just as I did what had to be done for you in the real world, I must do the same in this false world. The god of proof held the mirror out towards Sung Jan. This sacred relic was forged by shaving away my divinity and soul, and shaped to match your proof. Take it. Sung Jan murmured divinity and soul. He looked at the mirror. Lines of text appeared. Indomitable faith, a mirror of the one who bears witness, forged from the indomitable faith and divinity of an ancient god. Unique effect. Seize one conceptual divinity from an opponent and use it for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated unless the user's divinity and soul are on the same level as the opponent's. Sung Jan immediately realized what had happened. He roared in fury. You gave me a sacred relic at the cost of your own divinity and soul. Are you insane? Sung Jan rushed toward the god of proof. You could die because of this. The god of proof collapsed to the ground. I do not want to live as a god by relying on disgraceful acts anymore. Sung Jan was stunned. The god of proof's face was deathly pale. He smiled gently. There is no time left. The god of time will soon come for you. The veil of space gradually dissolved, returning Sung Jan to the foot of the mountain. The god of proof's voice echoed, do not be afraid. The god of proof looked straight into Sung Jan's eyes. You have earned the right to dream of becoming a transcendent. Behind Sung Jan, the figure of the god of time appeared through the hazy smoke. The god of proof lightly punched Sung Jan in the chest. O transcendent, with both qualification and will, move forward. His eyes were exhausted, yet he still forced himself to deliver his message. Show them. The god of proof placed fierce faith in Sung Jan. Show them that you grew stronger for the precious companions at your side. Show them what you have proven. He gave a bright smile. Is that not exactly what it means to become a transcendent? Sung Jin froze at the words of the god of witness, hesitating for a moment before speaking. You are. At that moment he knelt before the god of witness. You are not merely some fake. Even if all of this is only a dream, Sung Jin smiled and spoke his final words to the god of witness. The way of life and death that the god of witness showed, along with your choices and decisions, are true fate. The god of witness widened his eyes upon hearing this. Deep down, he understood Sung Jin's heart. The god of witness half closed his weary eyes. What a fortunate day. If possible, I want to end my life not as an imitation but as something real. His body gradually dissolved, but his voice still lingered somewhere nearby. You also gave me the right and the will to keep moving forward. Sung Jin silently watched the god of witness vanish into nothingness. His voice broke. Thank you. Sung Jin pushed himself up from his knee. The god of time sneered. Is your conversation over? You have made me wait for an eternity, seed of ascension. His voice was deep and emotionless. You know I came here to capture you, don't you? Sung Jin turned his head and gave him a razor-sharp look. Really? But I have no intention of being captured by someone like you. The god of time curled his lips into a faint smile. What is that supposed to mean? In a flash, Sung Jin drew his sword and charged at the god of time. His eyes were now blazing wildly. Sung Jin attacked like a madman, slashing down without mercy. A huge explosion rang out. The magic from Sung Jin's sword formed a massive surge of power. As the dust and debris cleared, the god of time was revealed, smiling. Sung Jin slashed at his side, but the attack was blocked. The first defensive divinity had been activated, granting absolute defense against the first attack. The god of time glanced at him and laughed contemptuously. Seed of Ascension, did you truly think I would fall to such a pathetic attack? How foolish. Sung Jin said nothing, his face darkening. The divinity of death and the evil glutton had been activated. In an instant, the space was engulfed by his magic, controlling all death within the domain of the greater divinity. Sung Jin's eyes glowed with rage. He growled, this is the end. Suddenly, an enormous power descended from the sky, shattering the swirling fangs Sung Jin had created. The god of time knew the moment had come and said, is that so? My fate is to lose. I prepared a backup plan for a situation like this. A bolt of lightning struck behind Sung Jin. Someone is coming. That is why you cannot win. A massive surge of magical power appeared. At its center stood a person wrapped in a hood, motionless. A voice rang out, immediately drawing Sung Jin's attention. The sound of high heels echoed across the stone floor as that person took a step. It was someone I had never seen anywhere before. A child with power and talent that had never appeared before. At that moment, the god of darkness had arrived. She walked slowly. Then this truly is a false world, not the real one. The god of darkness looked at you with a bitter smile. Beside her, the god of light staggered to his feet. I want to live. He looked at Sung Jin with resentment. No matter what happens, I absolutely do not want to die. The god of light looked at you with hostile eyes. Sung Jin let out a soft sigh as he sensed the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. He stared at the god of darkness and thought to himself, "You have fallen into the mire of death." The god of darkness suddenly spoke, making him tense. "How strange. Little one," she said to Sung Jin as she walked, "even though you are afraid of us, you still are not running away." The god of darkness extended her hand forward. She smiled softly and said, "Answer me." Sung Jin frowned, staying on high alert against the woman before him. He tried to steady himself with the words of the god of witness. "O transcendent one, with your worth and will, move forward." He began repeating to them the words the god of witness had once spoken to him. "Show them, show them." The god of witness once said, "Show them what you have proven." Sung Jin repeated it, determined to prove himself before them. Sung Jin drew his sword, his gaze unwavering. "I cannot step back." The god of transcendence and death had entered a battle stance. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of darkness clapped her hands. "Wonderful, facing death, yet you do not retreat at all. I cannot remember the last time I saw such an extraordinary child." She paused, her voice filled with regret. "You not only possess the talent to become an ancient god, you are also so pure. How tragic." In an instant, she teleported from in front of Sung Jin to behind him. "If all of this were real, I would have quietly watched your story unfold with anticipation. But that is impossible." The god of darkness placed her hand on his shoulder and whispered, "If all of this is only a dream that will vanish when we wake, then there is no longer any reason to hesitate." The god of darkness gave a sinister smile. She poured power into her hand. "The only choice is to ensure that you live with me from now on." A fierce desire to possess you surged within the god of darkness. From where the god of darkness stood, a vortex of magic swept forward. The divinity of darkness had been activated, creating a curtain of divine darkness that covered the target. Sung Jin gripped his sword, leaped high, and instantly escaped from that tornado. The dark god hovered in midair and shouted, "Don't worry, little one. When you open your eyes again, a new world will be waiting for you." She gave a faint smirk, her teasing tone carrying a hint of threat. "Just relax and rest." Sung Jin ran on, nerves stretched to the limit. Fighting three ancient gods at once was truly difficult, he was thinking. In another room, a glowing finger was suddenly raised before his forehead. The magic from that finger made him unable to move. "It will hurt a little, but everything will be fine afterward." The god of light looked calmly at Sung Jin. "Death has no effect on gods like us." He bared his teeth in a crazed grin. "Rest for a while between darkness and light." Divine light was activated, creating holy radiance that destroyed divinity and souls. Sung Jin broke out in a powerless sweat. He thought to himself, "This is the end." But suddenly, from out of nowhere, the dragon god appeared. "There is no death for gods." She shot down, placing herself between Sung Jin and the god of light. "Don't forget, this is my successor. Step back." The god of light looked deeply displeased and irritated by her appearance. Seeing that the god of light still would not release Sung Jin, the dragon god roared, "I am about to kill you." A bolt of lightning struck straight down from the sky towards Sung Jin. Space seemed to be torn apart and the god of light was blasted backward. He raised both hands to guard his chest, his feet sliding across the stone floor. He frowned and glanced around. To think such an ordinary shockwave was enough to extinguish all darkness and light. The god of light looked at the petite figure before him and sneered. A smile, Sung Jin was also a little surprised by her sudden appearance. "God," he stammered. The dragon god ran over and hugged Sung Jin tightly. The dragon god buried her face in Sung Jin's chest. "I told you I would come as soon as I recovered my strength." Her face flushed red with embarrassment. "Successor," the dragon god smiled at you. Sung Jin sweated slightly. She had said she would come find him. The dragon god had once said, "I will come get you as soon as I recover my strength." He looked at the dragon god gratefully. "I truly thank you for coming to help me." The dragon god raised her head. "Since you are grateful, will you become my successor?" Sung Jin gave an awkward smile and pointed behind her. "Of course. But those three over there are." The three gods stood together, each one glaring at them with murderous intent. The dark god sighed and she spoke first. "Dragon god, what are you doing? Showing up out of nowhere and interfering in our business is rather rude, don't you think?" The dark god stepped forward. "And keeping that child under your command is not right either." Her words made the dragon god uncomfortable. "To you, that child means nothing beyond becoming your successor." The dark god suddenly froze in place. "But I can fully awaken his abilities." She gritted her teeth and swore it, her power surging. "So move aside." The dark god felt extreme hatred toward the dragon god. In contrast, the dragon god merely replied with a calm sneer, "Impossible." She reached out and stroked Sung Jin's cheek. "I have no intention of handing my successor over to you." The dragon god continued, "Instead, why don't you step back?" A vein bulged on the dark god's forehead. "I almost pity you, dragon god. You do not even realize that I have been going easy on you." The dragon god gave her a challenging look. "Why don't you try forcing me aside and see what happens?" A gloomy silence fell as the two sides stared each other down. The atmosphere was unbearably tense, and in the next instant, the dragon god and the dark god shot into the sky at the same time. The two were preparing to fight. The dragon god flew through the air. "Successor, this will be a brief farewell." She looked down at Sung Jin and told him, I will come back for you after I finish talking with the dark god, so stay right there. Sungjin nodded slightly, looking at her with confidence. All right, I will face the gods of time and light. The god of time clicked his tongue in irritation. What an unlucky turn of events. A troublesome pest has ruined our plan. The old man walked closer to the god of light. God of light, my plan must be accelerated. Hold the seed of ascension tightly so he cannot escape. After saying that, he turned to look at Sung Jin. I will see you again later, seed of ascension. Magic circles appeared. The god of time vanished. The god of time bids you farewell. A cold wind whistled past. The god of light slowly said, now it is only you and me. He spoke to Sung Jin with a contemptuous attitude. If you refuse to fight and surrender, then I could discuss what we should do with you, but that is not going to happen. Is it? He gathered dazzling power into his palm. Then I have no reason to keep you alive anymore. Divine light was activated, creating holy radiance that destroyed divinity and souls. The god of light whispered, sleep before the speed of light. The surge of power immediately shot towards Sung Jin, faced with that astonishing speed. Sung Jin only laughed inwardly. Is that all? That is the speed of light. A shadow rushed toward the god of light, faster than his light magic. The god of light frowned. What? Before he could react, the attack had already reached him. The god of light only managed to let out a low sound. Sung Jin dashed behind the god of light. Now only half of his body remained. Sung Jan glanced behind him. This was the true form of lightspeed movement. In an instant, the god of light collapsed. One side of his body burned away. The god of light widened his eyes, struggling to look at Sung Jan. Impossible. I could not even see you move. How could you possibly be faster than me, god of light? Sung Jan tossed up a jewel, the SSS plus Fighting Spirit Jewel. The Fighting Spirit effect has activated the Fighting Spirit Divinity. Fighting Spirit Divinity has stacked, increasing your abilities by 10,000%. He caught the jewel. With a triumphant smile, at this level of physical ability, I can move faster than you. Achievement obtained, faster than light. The jewel in his hand shattered into tiny fragments. The SSS plus Fighting Spirit Jewel has disintegrated. Good thing I prepared this in advance. The god of light gasped in shock, unable to comprehend it. Sung Jan stepped beside him. You are still alive? You seem weaker than when I met you in the Great Tree Labyrinth. The supreme true blood demon sword shone. From what I can see, it looked as though you had just overwhelmed him with raw physical power. Evil restraint and parasitism have been activated. The god of light lay motionless as sharp teeth rose from the ground. The god of light groaned at the pain he had not felt in ages. A voice rang out behind him, making Sung Jan flinch. I came here to observe, just in case it became necessary, but it turns out I got to witness quite an interesting scene. Sung Jan looked back, shock and disbelief clear on his face. That person stepped even closer. High-level concepts such as transcendence and death, the divinity of destruction, have been activated. The magic radiating from this person seemed ready to blow him away. Waves of destructive energy surged forth, sweeping the entire target area clean. The god using this divinity was none other than Sung Jan's face changed as he clearly saw that person's face. Conscious beings that face destructive energy will be annihilated. I truly cannot believe it. You are having this much fun with someone else instead of me. The one who had appeared was the Demon Lord. He raised his fist. I am hurt. The Demon Lord smiled at you, carrying a competitive will. The Demon Lord punched Sung Jan away without hesitation. He could not lift even a finger to resist. The Demon Lord smiled as he watched Sung Jan fly away. Because I owe the god of light a favor. I cannot let you kill him like this. He flew forward and followed up with another punch to Sung Jan's arm. How about fighting me instead? I am far more interesting than he is. The moment the Demon Lord's fist touched Sung Jan's arm, he immediately noticed something wrong. Sung Jan raised his hands and looked. Both hands had vanished. My arms. Sung Jan saw that his flesh was also beginning to disappear. My body is breaking apart. Under the divine power of total annihilation, any will that touches the source of destruction is erased. Sung Jan's entire body was sealed inside a massive sphere of magic. The divine power of blessing has been activated, consuming divine power to grant a blessing, nullifying external divinity only once. However, the one who has received this blessing cannot be blessed again for 12 hours. The Demon Lord looked through the gap in the sphere. A divine power that can resist another divine power. I am glad I came down here just in case. Sung Jan shot out of the sphere and swung his fist. The Demon Lord gave a faint laugh. What unbelievable luck. Sung Jan's outstretched hand suddenly froze. His entire body stiffened and he could not move at all. The Demon Lord quickly threw an uppercut, knocking Sung Jan backward. However, Sung Jan quickly dodged it. The unique skill recoil activated fiercely. Sung Jan aimed at the Demon Lord's head and swung his leg in a kick. He unleashed an absolute counterattack, but it only applied to the first attack. The kick struck the Demon Lord's head. It landed perfectly. However, the Demon Lord simply stood still and quietly asked, "Is that the end?" The Demon Lord laughed madly and clenched his fist. Now it is my turn. He poured all his strength into the punch, launching a blow filled with enormous inner force towards Sung Jan. Sung Jan blocked in front of himself with both hands, but that power still pierced through. He was smashed straight down into the ground, and the stone where Sung Jan landed shattered completely. Sung Jan gritted his teeth and endured it, even though all his physical stats had increased by 10,000%. I'm still being pushed back, thinking that he grabbed the demon lord by the back of the neck. I cannot win in this situation. Sung Jan pulled the demon lord close to his face. If necessary, maybe I can talk my way out of this. Sung Jan said to the demon lord in a low voice, Demon Lord, I do not understand why someone like you wants to fight someone like me. He tried to calm the demon lord. But could you slow down a little? The demon lord smiled. Why should I do that? The demon lord placed both hands on the ground, staring eye to eye with Sung Jan. Fighting you might be even more interesting than fighting the dark god or the dragon god. I have met such a formidable enemy in this ordinary divine war, and you want me to delay. Sung Jan was stunned by the demon lord's words. Do not worry, I already know this world is only fake. Sooner or later, even this false world will collapse. The demon lord suddenly changed form, becoming a true demon. Before that happens, should I not enjoy this sweetness while I still can? A series of signals sounded one after another. Danger. You have encountered an opponent beyond your ability to handle. The skill Indomitable will has been activated. The Winter King's authority has activated automatically. The surroundings instantly turned icy and cold. In that moment, Seong Jan suddenly remembered. All at once, he recalled the warning Chingu had given him not long ago. She thought they would not realize what this world truly was. Seong Jan had not understood at the time. Chingu continued, the ancient gods of the real world once had friendly relations. Back then, she had spoken calmly to him. But when the ancient gods of this false world face the truth, I wonder whether they will still be friendly toward you. That is what I mean. Seong Jan quickly realized the same thing. That was right. After that, even the witnessing god realized that he himself was false. He remembered the final moment when the two of them met. Even so, that god had sacrificed his own conceptual divinity to help him before. Seong Jan had once said to Chingu, I want to believe. He looked straight at her, his voice steady. Just as Chingu had said, the opposite could also happen. His gaze back then was resolute. If that happens, I will try to resolve it with words. He had hoped that opposite case would never become reality. Returning to the present, the demon lord's words shattered that belief. Do you think no one noticed except the god of time? Seong Jan used the system to activate frost and break away from the ground, then leapt to the side. The demon lord's voice mocked him. Watching you run around, you even imagine it is real. That is something anyone would eventually realize. The demon lord's voice continued. The god of time said that space-time had become distorted because an impurity appeared somewhere. Seong Jan chose a foothold and aimed at the demon lord's jaw. In other words, the demon lord did not care and kept talking. That is because this world was created by someone, a false world. Just before Seong Jan's attack reached the demon lord, he was struck with a painfully hard punch to the face. The demon lord was no longer in human form. She looked at Seong Jan. That impurity must be you, the one from the real world. Seong Jan's entire body suddenly glowed, followed by exploding spheres. A huge explosion rang out, but Seong Jan had a protective barrier. The skill Last Resistance activated, nullifying the fatal damage dealt to you. The demon lord seized the chance and kicked Seong Jan under the chin. The divine power Victory activated, erasing one path leading to defeat. Seeing Seong Jan slide backward, the demon lord said softly, well, it does not matter anyway. She stared at Seong Jan. What matters is that now, a powerful being from the real world is standing before me. As the demon lord spoke, she recalled, everything becomes beautiful precisely because it is finite. She remembered the image of herself sitting alone, everything around her withering away. Until recently, simply fighting strong opponents had been enough to satisfy me. Why, the demon lord's eyes in the past had once been sorrowful as well. After countless battles stretching across the endless flow of time, the feeling of satisfaction gradually disappeared, and everything began to feel like a boring game. It was then that the demon lord herself realized it. The reason was simple. That was also when the demon lord gradually became as mad as she was now. True battles of life and death could not exist for the ancient gods. Standing atop the ruined wreckage, the demon lord realized one truth: because they were immortal. The demon lord slowly walked towards Seong Jan. Even if they fought, as long as their divinity and concepts still existed, destruction was impossible. Seong Jan watched her warily, studying her every move. But in your power, I saw the possibility of breaking even an ancient god's immortality. The demon lord bared her teeth in a sinister grin. That alone is enough to make a true battle of life and death worth enjoying. Seong-jan stared in shock at the demon lord as she drew ever closer. He did not move at all to resist. The demon lord showed no mercy and immediately threw a punch straight into Seong-jan's body. The demon lord laughed loudly, her eyes glowing red and cold-blooded. A true duel only ends when one side dies. The demon lord burst into uncontrollable, frenzied laughter. Seong-jan slid across the ground. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed inwardly. Seong-jan immediately steadied himself. The effect of the SSS Plus Regressor's ancient clock had offered no option to avoid battle from the very beginning. His eyes were filled with determination and fighting spirit. All or nothing. Seong-jan drew his sword and entered a battle-ready stance. Attack nullification activated. There was only one real option left. Seong-jan no longer feared the demon lord. He had only one goal: to destroy the demon lord. Seong-jan tightened his grip on the true supreme blood demon sword and rushed forward step by step. As he ran, Seong-jan urged himself on. Faster, the heroic divine skill reversal activated. The demon lord swung her leg toward Seong-jan. She intended to kick him just as she had before. Suddenly, something held her leg in place. The demon lord was startled and froze where she stood. Seong-jan not only dodged the attack, but also slashed across the demon lord's body. All stats increased by 2,000. He slid across the ground, using his feet to stop himself after moving at overwhelming speed. He turned around, faced the demon lord head-on, and took a stance for his next attack. Seong-jan focused intensely, channeling magic into the sword. The blade lit up. A blinding light. Seong-jan's eyes locked onto the target like a hunter's. He growled, superluminal speed. The blade instantly shone. Immediately afterward, the entire space lit up as well. Seong-jan charged toward the demon lord at a speed even faster than light. In his eyes at that moment, there is only one goal. That is the demon lord. Along with the light emanating from Seong-jan as he flew at incredible speed, a massive beam of light appeared in the sky. A loud explosion rang out, splitting the ground in two, with smoke, fire, and dust scattering everywhere. Seong-jan's face remained cold. He had passed right by the demon lord, yet instead of relief, Seong-jan realized something, breaking out in cold sweat. The demon lord's wings fluttered in the wind. Everything happened too fast. Seong-jan stood frozen in place, unmoving. Perhaps he was in shock. The demon lord had not been harmed. Ada stood tall, watching him. The demon lord observed his opponent. Not bad, you possess pure strength enough to face me. Alone, but this ends here, opponent. A series of violet slashes attacked. Divine damage activated. A deathly strike fell upon all life within the designated area. Seong-jan angrily spat out a mouthful of blood. The other declared, "It's over. I am the victor." His knees buckled. The loser is you. Helpless, he knelt down. The defeated, he noted in his mind. Smiling faintly through the pain, he thought silently, "I know." Thinking of the three ancient gods, he let out a quiet laugh. Compared to the three ancient gods, someone like me is nothing. I am still too weak. Yes, I do not avoid reality. The three ancient gods in the flow of time must have accumulated divine essence. Magic myths and power appeared countless times before them. Even dying before unleashing their full power is not surprising. Inside his mind, magics lurked in the shadows. Even if he killed me without invoking divine essence, that dark violet magic would still engulf me. It was no surprise. Simply powerless against overwhelming strength, that magic swirled around his face. No surprise at all. Suddenly a voice spoke. When ancient gods face the truth, can they show goodwill toward you? He held his head in despair. I want to believe the opposite cannot exist. Suddenly, Seong-jan wondered if his desire for the opposite was because he wanted to avoid facing his own weakness. A voice echoed, lifting him up. Why hesitate so long? You are qualified to dream of the extraordinary. Don't you have to prove it to them, your mature self, for the precious comrade? He looked toward the voice, so do not be afraid. He stood, comforting himself. Yes, I have resolved to prove it. I cannot give up for trivial reasons, for I am extraordinary. Seong-jan touched the screen, even if death draws near. He must force him to use the divine essence of the demon god. He activated the skill. Undying Faith X. The screen displayed Undying Faith X, evidence of the proven one completed from combining Undying Faith with the divine essence of some ancient god. It can seize a type of divine essence from an opponent to use with an ancient god. 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated if the divine essence and soul ranks between the opponent and user are not equal. Outside, the demon lord advanced toward him with regret. I thought I had found an opponent to spar with seriously for the first time. Ada raised a hand toward him, but not quite. He declared to the kneeling young man, "You cannot match me either." Ada narrowed his eyes. Perhaps delaying the fight with you, letting time pass until I reach satisfaction before battling, wouldn't be bad. Yet Ada still gripped his collar, but this is a simulated world. For someone like me, time is limited. Lifting Seong-jan high, Ada prepared to unleash his final move. Farewell, opponent. Suddenly, a smile flashed across his face. Still, Sung Jan held onto Ada's shoulder. Defiant not finished, the abyss adjusted, leveling ranks with the opponent. The demon lord was stunned, soul rank. Ada stared in disbelief at his opponent. In such a short time you have risen to match me, in just 4 minutes. All ranks leveled with the opponent before him. He shot out of the demon lord's grasp, who was still bewildered. Is this possible? As for him, the moment he touched the water, he kicked Ada. He squinted and smiled at the one just struck. Now this is just the beginning. System displayed, the extraordinary god and the death god grinned crookedly. The flame of ambition ignited. Sung Jan leaned down to gain momentum, then bared his teeth in a grin. Nearly missed this. He unleashed a stream of black magic edged with violet forward. A black energy surged from his palm, a power dedicated to divine essence. The register activated strongly. Anyone who fights for over 44 minutes while their name is in the divine register will have divine death essence invade them. The black smoke shot toward the ancient god, piercing him. The demon lord exclaimed, "What is this?" Divine essence collapsing. A voice spoke, "What is it?" Ada looked up toward the voice. "It is a death sentence." Behind him, Ada seemed to see another ancient god, divine death essence. Invade, create, activate. Yet the demon lord froze. This was beyond expectation. Boom, an explosion echoed. The surrounding space was destroyed, debris flying everywhere. Sung Jan, his body covered in wounds, fell to the ground, blood dripping in deep red droplets. A female voice spoke, impressive. Ada squinted his beautiful golden eyes. Destroying my divine essence was a good decision, but aside from the other divine essence, my divine concept can be replenished throughout the entire universe through my servants. Oh, and let me remind you, through the weapon Ada pierced you with, the demon god's divine nature. Its nature is similar to magical power, and the limits on physical enhancement and destruction disappear. Furthermore, magical power will be forcibly drained from every demonic existence connected to it across the entire universe to replenish it. Red magical energy swirled around him. Ada smiled. In other words, my divine concept will not collapse by any means. The demon lord frowned as she looked at Sung Jan. Now die. His voice rang out. Finally, he was using it. Ada looked at him in shock. A divine concept. A black monster with hundreds of eyes appeared before Ada. The system displayed, conditions met. The user rejects death. The demon god looked into the darkness, bewildered. Could it be? Then the system continued displaying. Unique trait side effect. Soul summoning, once per year death can be rejected. Ada angrily clenched her fist. Is he resurrecting? A circle of light appeared on the ground. The demon lord gave a faint laugh. Still, that will to survive is impressive. I pierced your heart and drove you to death. Both you and I know that. With this, victory and defeat have already been decided. Ada looked at the circle. That declaration is nothing but your one-sided delusion. From within the circle, Sung Jan's voice rang out. Have you forgotten? Victory is only decided when one of us dies. It will not be long before we find out which side that is. Ada clicked her tongue, muttering in that insolent language. His arm reached out from beneath the circle, and I have no intention of explaining either. He grabbed Ada's shocked face. Sung Jan pulled himself up, clenched his other fist, and aimed it at Ada. I only need to show you. The system announced, Immortal Faith S can activate its exclusive effect, proof of belief, allowing the user to steal one type of divine concept from the opponent. It can be used for 10 minutes. Ada dropped to one knee. He still held Ada tightly. However, it cannot be activated unless the opponent's divinity rank and soul are equal to the user's. He lifted the demon lord high, and a portion of her magic was sucked toward him. After activating the effect, I will borrow your demon god's divine nature for a while. The cooldown is 1 year. Ada struggled to speak. You. What are you doing? Part of the demon god's divinity is transferring to you. The demon god was horrified by what he was doing and felt intense pain. Suddenly, Ada's eyes widened in shock. The demon lord painfully took a punch from him. Divinity was used. He gritted his teeth in excitement. He drew his hand back, preparing to continue attacking. The demon god's divine nature was similar to magical power. The limits on physical enhancement and destruction disappeared. He launched continuous attacks at the demon lord, who was now almost completely immobile. The system displayed divinity. Magical power is forcibly drained from every demonic existence across the entire universe to replenish it. Sung raised his left leg and stomped it into the demon lord's beautiful face. Ada was blasted away, crashing into a pile of rubble and shattering it. His expression darkened. So this is the demon god. His face turned smug. But even more astonishingly, after stealing the demon god's divinity, his divine name was expanded. The demon god's divinity caused the divine name of Han Sung Jan, the challenger, to expand. He muttered, unable to understand exactly what was happening. The system displayed, expansion complete. Sung Jan thought to himself, what matters now is using the demon god's divinity well in the time I have left. 3 spheres of blue, red, and gold rested in his hand. The system displayed, and Sung Jan's divine name has expanded into the transcendent and death god of the demon god. From within the smoke of battle, the demon lord's voice rang out. That is a sacred relic, isn't it? A sacred relic capable of stealing even conceptual divinity. Otter emerged from behind the smoke. That is a sacred relic that only a high-ranking god could create by sacrificing themselves. I wonder where you obtained such a thing. Otta smiled. However, you still have not completely stolen the demon god's divinity. If I can create even one brief opening, the demon lord will move towards Sungjan before the rest is consumed by darkness and reclaim control of the demon body. Then victory will be mine. Otta charged in to attack. Sungjan blocked it and the two continued their battle. The demon lord gritted her teeth. That's right, I still haven't completely stolen it. That means there is still a gap where the divinity of death is beginning to corrode. Meanwhile, the demon god's divinity keeps flowing into me. Sungjan smirked. Reclaim control of the demon god, he kicked again. The demon lord was struck and sent flying far away once more. Otta flew into a rage. Then what if I beat him down and seize the chance to completely steal the demon god's divinity? Sungjan narrowed his eyes at Otta with murderous intent. Wouldn't that make me the winner this time, just like what I am doing now? In the sky, two streams of light continued colliding. Down on the ground, someone clutched his head and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" While I was unconscious, it seems the demon god fought against the god of transcendence and death. And the strangest part is, he looked toward the sky in shock. Why are there two traces of the demon god's presence? He stood up. He picked up the coat. In any case, for now, I should leave that matter to the demon lord and focus on what I want. I can do this. He stomped the ground, activated his magic, and flew upward. The god of light narrowed his eyes. I will support the god of darkness in the battle against the dragon god. On the battlefield, Sungjan noticed a streak of light shooting upward. Is that the god of light? Sungjan's eyes widened in shock. No way is he flying toward the dragon god in darkness. He rushed forward. I have to stop him. The demon lord shouted furiously, "Where do you think you are looking? You were the one who said it yourself, weren't you?" She launched attack after attack at Sungjan. This terrible battle will not end until one of us dies. She suddenly froze, realizing that one of her arms had been sliced clean off. Sungjan gripped his blade. Too bad I was busy just now, so let us end this quickly. Suddenly he froze. His eyes widened in horror and the demon lord smiled. You have realized it, have you not? Dung Dung felt a little confused. What is going on? Otta quickly dodged Sungjan's slash. Otta stepped onto the water and said with satisfaction, "It must be this, right? That supreme grade sacred relic. The thing that allowed you to," in her hand was a golden object. Otta raised the mirror, "Steal demonic divine power from me. Undying faith. Stealing it took quite a lot of effort, but it feels wonderful to finally have it in my hands, does it not?" Sungjan frowned. "So that was your plan from the very beginning. To charge in recklessly and take it from me, right?" Otta held the mirror. "You stole my conceptual divinity." Water stains suddenly appeared on the mirror. The demon lord's eyes widened. "Did you really think I would just stand there and take it?" As Sungjan looked on anxiously, the mirror shattered. Yes, it was a masterpiece that required a high-ranking god to sacrifice themselves to create. Otta laughed smugly, but the durability of the sacred relic was not very impressive. At the very least, the power of a supreme-grade sacred relic does not disappear after activation. Still, you should be satisfied knowing that you will never be able to use this type of sacred relic for the first time. Again, the demon god looked at him and laughed with delight. The demon lord snapped her fingers. "Then it seems time is up." Otta looked at Sungjan, who had begun coughing up blood. "It seems you used the sacred relic's power to resist it somewhat. But the moment it broke, the demonic divinity began corroding every divine ability inside your body." Otta said with satisfaction, "Now you will not be able to use any divine abilities at all. Even moving a single finger will be impossible, let alone moving faster than light." Sungjan cut in, "So that is your answer." A flash of light streaked past and his sword cut through the demon god's body. Otta stared in shock. Sungjan spoke, "You said I cannot use divine abilities or move at the speed of light." Sungjan looked at her with murderous intent. "Let us test that." The system appeared. The demon god of transcendence and death reveals a cold, blazing rage. Transcendent myth, forced acceleration, is now activating. And Sungjan's movements carry the effect of divinity. Faster than light, he activated. Forced superluminal speed. The demon god's eyes widened in shock as she looked at him. The system appeared again. By awakening the divinity of fighting spirit, the user's ability allows movement near the speed of light. Sungjan rushed forward, slashing the demon lord again and again. Otta screamed, "You should not be able to move. Your body has already been corroded by demonic divinity." "What is this?" Sungjan kept fighting. "Those things do not affect me." The system appeared. From this moment forward, Challenger Hand Sungjan receives the effect of forced divinity. Sungjan raised his sword high and said with determination, "If I cannot make it happen naturally, then I will force it to happen." The system appeared. This allows certain abilities to be forcibly activated. However, doing so always requires a price that goes against the natural order. Demonic divinity is now being forcibly activated. Sung Jan fiercely slashed the demon lord again and again. With divinity bearing a demonic essence, the limits on physical enhancement and destructive power vanished. The demon lord collapsed to her knees, and shimmering golden magic gradually escaped from Ada's body. Sung Jan sat on the rock opposite her. Now I have complete control over demonic divinity. He looked at the emotionless face before him, and that also means the immortality you gained through conceptual divinity is gone. Now you will die, punished by the divinity of death. The demon lord muttered, "Well, I truly did not expect this ending, a perfect defeat." Sung Jan comforted her, "You were simply unlucky. If it had not been me, if it had been the dark god or the dragon god, perhaps you would have won instead." The demon lord looked at him and laughed softly. "How irritating. Is that the winner's consolation for the loser?" She lowered her head, her body gradually fading away. "Anyway, now that my demonic divinity has been taken from me, I will die, and I will not return again." Sung Jan spoke. "Are you afraid?" She answered. "No, not really. I have wandered across the universe and done everything I wanted, especially battles against the strong. I have tasted so many that I grew sick of them. Even so, not one of them could compare to this battle." The demon lord looked at Sung Jan, who was smiling. "I am satisfied, so farewell, my formidable opponent." She vanished. The demon lord died and dissolved into nothingness. As for Sung Jan, he tried to absorb the demon god's core, but it refused to merge with him. He looked at the screen and muttered, "So in the end, it is still impossible." He could forcibly extract it with transcendent myth, forced acceleration. But Sung Jan's intuition told him not to do that, an overwhelming sense of danger. And fear swallowed him whole. It was fear itself. That was why Sung Jan understood he had to stop. A stream of blood poured from the corner of his mouth. Sung Jan wiped it away, worried. The demon god divinity was still eroding the divinity within his soul bit by bit, and because he kept activating forced acceleration. Through repeated activations of forced divinity, he had been paying the price again and again. Sung Jan frowned as he realized that even maintaining his undying faith without support was gradually exhausting him. He had to end everything while he could still control the divinity. The demon god divinity. The scene shifted to a devastated battlefield, where the goddess of darkness was mocking her opponent. "Heh, dragon goddess, my poor child. You have grown so weak that even the foundation of your conceptual divinity is thinner than before." She folded her arms. She stood there watching the girl collapse. "Now, you only have enough strength to fight me at this level." "That's right. Back then, when I fought the god of transcendence and the incarnation of death. On the Western Front, that must have been when your conceptual divinity was damaged, wasn't it?" She saw that the golden mark on the dragon goddess's forehead had half faded. She struggled to rise. "I became weaker because of my successor." Even so, she still bared her teeth in a grin. "But even so, I will never lose to you. Goddess of darkness, it is not time yet." The god of light approached from somewhere. Suddenly, the goddess of darkness clenched her teeth. The god of light had arrived from nowhere. "This feels wonderful," he looked pleased. "I never expected that from my very first attack I would land such a blow." The system appeared. The god of light gave a sinister smile. The goddess of darkness turned back. "God of light, why are you here? I do not remember allowing you to interfere." The goddess of darkness frowned at the unexpected intervention. The god of light explained, "Do not misunderstand. The god of transcendence and death is currently fighting the demon god. I simply thought it would be best to bring down the dragon goddess as quickly as possible. After all, if you call the god of transcendence and death your successor, then he will become rather troublesome later, won't he?" He gathered magical power. He aimed it at the dragon goddess. "Besides, the dragon goddess's divinity has already weakened, hasn't it? That makes her a valid target, does it not?" The dragon goddess frowned inwardly. "I hate this so much," she thought of Sung Jan. "I only wanted to look a little cool in front of my successor." She bravely faced the magic about to strike her. "My successor. I must protect him no matter what." Boom, an explosion rang out. The god of light was shocked to realize something was wrong. She had vanished. He looked at the place where the dragon goddess had just been leaning. Sung Jan was holding the dragon goddess behind him. He asked her anxiously, "La Vida, you ended up like this because of me, La Vida. Didn't you? Please do not force yourself to keep fighting for me anymore." The dragon goddess opened her eyes wide in surprise. "My successor." Sung Jan's body erupted with a vast amount of magic. "From now on, leave everything to me." He gently set the dragon goddess down on the ground. Sung Jan knelt respectfully. "Dragon goddess, you may rest in peace now. From this moment on, I will be the one who protects you." He gently stroked her head. The dragon goddess looked at him with trust. "All right, my successor." She watched his back as he walked away. This was the first time she had ever felt so at ease. The dragon goddess placed a hand over her chest. She gradually relaxed completely. Perhaps resting for a while would be fine. Meanwhile, on Sung Jan's side, the god of light rudely called out, "Hey, seed of ascension. Why can I sense the demon god's demonic energy coming from you? What did you do?" "Where is the demon god?" Sung Jan's face darkened as he looked at him. "You, shut your mouth." He lunged forward and punched the god of light. The god was stunned to realize Sung Jan had grabbed his face. What the hell is this? The god of light raised his hand. Wait, Sung Jan cut him off. Silence. His gaze turned ice cold. Why waste words on someone who cannot even realize that I defeated the demon god? Sung Jan tightened his grip on the god's face. It is time for you to die, activating infinity, death, parasitism, and left growth node. Strange magic wrapped around the god of light. He was shocked. Is my body disappearing? The god of light realized in terror, no, even my divinity is being erased. The system appeared. The demon god of transcendence and death declares a death sentence upon the target. The god of light burned into a black-purple flame. Sung Jan spoke coldly. Now that Tepju is gone, let me ask you, goddess of darkness, will you stop helping the god of time and consider cooperating with me? I do not know what you promised that ancient god. A stream of magic gradually appeared in Sung Jan's hand. But you must have your own reason to stand on my side. If our goals are not too different, then why not become allies instead of enemies? Silence covered the air. Sung Jan stood facing the goddess of darkness. She spoke. Kid, there is no point in trying. We will never share the same purpose. If I do not help that fool, my wish will never come true. She walked toward Sung Jan. This world is fake, and for that very reason, this becomes all the more necessary. She smiled as she observed Sung Jan. I longed to witness the glory of radiant light reaching its highest peak. For a very long time, I never stopped searching for the light that would bring radiance. There was a time when I wondered whether the god of light could become my dazzling light. But that light was far from powerful enough to shake the entire universe. The god of time possessed the talent to comprehend the conceptual divinity of time, but his end was utterly disgraceful. The goddess of darkness paused for a moment, then continued, no, throughout this entire universe they are all the same. Nothing but trash, ambitious, and arrogant fools who could never become radiant light. But at last, someone appeared, a being who enveloped the entire universe with only the two divinities of transcendence and death, a being who possessed a soul. Something never seen before, one with true talent and worthiness. If there has ever been a light that could bring radiance to this dark universe, she touched Sung Jan's face, then that person can only be you. She embraced his body and lowered her head close to Sung Jan. The goddess of darkness continued. That is the talent your soul was born with, a being destined to attain the divinity of death, regardless of whatever variables may appear. No matter what world you were born in, as long as you found a way to awaken the flow of mana, then you would become a mighty ancient god. Sung Jan was shocked. What? The goddess of darkness explained. In short, I had an innate talent for awakening the divinity of death on my own. Sung Jan's eyes widened in horror. From the very beginning, Sung Jan had possessed a soul capable of unlocking the divinity of death. Was I born with a soul's talent? Then that means I was destined to possess divinity. The goddess of darkness smiled faintly. Now then, little one, let us become one. I will use every method necessary as long as I can remain by your side. Sung Jan gradually sank into his own world. The divinity of transcendence, is the power I gained by climbing the tower, and the divinity of death is the power I would have gained even if I had never climbed the tower. He felt as if he were plunging headfirst into an endless vortex. And why? Sung Jan asked himself. Why was I never able to grow stronger? The crimson whirlpool suddenly began moving irregularly. Sung Jan burst out of the whirlpool, gasping for breath. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. Is this my inner world? Before Sung Jan was a reddish-brown space. At its very center was a golden tornado. Sung Jan thought to himself, it is very different from the inner world I saw on the 11th floor of the tower. A glittering vortex, it must symbolize the divine power I obtained through necromancy. Suddenly, he saw a stream of purple smoke. But the darkness devouring that starlight, the goddess of darkness explained, is the divinity of darkness. She stepped closer to Sung Jan. I passed on to you the conceptual divinity that had been harmonized with my own ego. Sung Jan was stunned. Passed on the divinity of darkness, that means, he clenched his fists. Has the divinity of darkness now dissolved into my inner world, fusing into a single true realm? Correct. To an ancient god, conceptual divinity is his very ego. The ego is the inner world, the realm of the mind. Therefore, the darkness devouring that starlight means the conceptual divinity Sung Jan received from the goddess of darkness is clashing with his own divinity, and so the two inner worlds are fusing into one. Sung Jan pushed himself up with his hand to unite both inner worlds and enter the true realm. He looked at the goddess of darkness standing before him. Have you gone mad? She calmly stood there watching him. The goddess of darkness answered, my dear, to you, it may not seem very sane, but to me, there is no better path than this. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously as she continued. Things like fighting do not matter. Becoming one and ascending together to the real world. That is the only choice that will let me behold the radiant light called you. Sung Jan stepped forward. Helping the god of time did not matter. It was only because staying beside the god of time would make it easier to create the perfect moment to carve the divinity of darkness into you. The goddess of darkness brought her iron face close to him. Joyfully, yes, my dear. From the very beginning, I never intended to empower someone like the god of time. What a successful performance it was. Sung John frowned. Are you aware of what you have just done? He argued back. You know that blending yourself into my mental world in order to ascend to the real world is a major matter. Two beings with the same conceptual divinity cannot exist side by side. One will be defined as real, while the other will be defined as false. But if neither one disappears, there is also a possibility that both conceptual divinities will merge and perish together. Sung John narrowed his eyes at the silent goddess of darkness and thought to himself, if the divinity of darkness, one of the three ancient gods, disappears, the balance of power will collapse. Divine beings hostile to the Pantheon Hall, or even those within it, could take advantage of this chaos to carry out hostile acts. That must be prevented at all costs. Even aside from that, Sung John resolved, I cannot allow the original divinity of darkness to die. Sung John interrupted. So what? The system displayed. The divinity of darkness smiled faintly upon hearing your words and replied, could there not be a variable? She continued, rather than standing still here, I would rather wager my own life. A stream of purple magic appeared, surrounding the goddess of darkness. So do not waste any more time. Let us become one and move toward the other side together. The divinity of darkness was certain of victory. A massive amount of that purple magic attacked the place where Sung Jin stood. Startled, he dodged away. The goddess of darkness reminded him, the world of the mind is not the same as fighting with physical strength. Here, the weapon used for battle is mental resilience. The divinity of darkness has deeply engraved my consciousness into this place. The side bearing the greater weight of time will have the stronger mind. So in the end, victory will belong to me, the one who has endured an immeasurably long span of time. A purple magical cord appeared. It wrapped around Sung Jin's face and sealed his mouth shut. The goddess of darkness looked at Sung Jin, who was bound tightly before her, and reassured him. Do not worry, my dear child. I will end everything carefully so that you feel as little pain as possible. Perhaps before such an overwhelming gap in power, you need only close your eyes and open them again and everything will be over. She drew close to Sung Jin. Now become one with me. And when we meet again later, we shall talk. Suddenly, Sung Jin's voice rang out. I doubt that will happen. Several magical cords wrapped around him snapped apart and fell splashing onto the water. Sung Jin laughed. The world of the mind. The side bearing the greater weight of time will have the stronger mind. Since when was that rule decided? He looked at the goddess of darkness with determination. What can affect victory or defeat in the world of the mind is not something vague like willpower, but depends on conceptual divinity. Boom, an explosion erupted. Sung Jin set his foot down with no cords remaining around his body. To put it simply, you only possess one conceptual divinity, darkness. Hearing this, the goddess of darkness ground her teeth in displeasure. Sung Jin smiled and boasted. As for me, I possess two conceptual divinities which can create an overwhelming difference in power. He brought his hands together. Sung Jin chuckled softly. O darkness, disappear. Two streams of light, one golden and one pink, appeared and flew around them. The goddess of darkness covered her eyes against that dazzling radiance. The system displayed. The divinity of darkness feels confused and grits her teeth. Sung Jin clenched his fist. The world of the mind is a mental space. What contains itself is conceptual divinity. Sung Jin's gaze was resolute. You cannot defeat me, someone who possesses two conceptual divinity. It is over. The red whirlpool began spinning faster and faster. The goddess of darkness showed shock as that red vortex grew stronger. It attacked the goddess of darkness and she could only silently endure it. Sung Jin looked at the goddess of darkness who had now collapsed. Divinity of darkness, do you have any final words? I will listen to one last request from you. The goddess of darkness groaned. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. She looked up at him. So bringing you into the world of the mind was a mistaken decision after all. How heartbreaking. I thought I had chosen the optimal move to ascend with you into the real world. Yet a perfect ascension vessel like you must meet an end like this. The goddess of darkness reached out her hand. My dear child, I want to stroke your face one last time. Sung Jin was silent for a moment as the goddess of darkness raised her hands higher. She touched his face. I do not regret my own death. I only regret leaving before I could witness the birth of that brilliant light. Sung Jin took the goddess of darkness's hand. I am sorry. I am sorry. He continued, even if you die here, I still cannot bring you into the real world. Her eyes widened in shock. Sung Jin continued, if I ascend to that higher place with you, then the divinity of darkness in the real world may perish. The goddess of darkness smiled. I see. She withdrew her hand. This child is suffering greatly too. If I must leave, I should leave gracefully as an ancient goddess. Looking at Sung Jin before her, the goddess of darkness smiled faintly. Even so, her smile became brighter. My mood is not quite so terrible after all. She took out a black sphere. You said you would listen to one last request, did you not? He was surprised. This is it. The goddess of darkness held it toward Sung Jin, a fragment of divinity. Could you deliver this to me in the real world above? The body of the goddess of darkness gradually faded away. The system displayed, the divinity of darkness entrusts a request to you. Sung Jin took the sphere. I will do it. The goddess of darkness smiled. Thank you, my dear child. Her body dissolved into nothingness. The divinity of darkness felt gratitude toward you and closed her eyes. The scene shifted to the clock tower, where a surge of blue magic suddenly erupted. Standing amid that power, the god of time muttered to himself, just a little more. Just a little more and I can make the ascension seed mine. Sung Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Are you planning to destroy the divine barrier established on the battlefield of the gods? He frowned. Did you deploy the divine barrier to turn me into your possession? The old man turned back in shock. Ascension seed, how could you possibly get here? Sung Jin kicked him in the stomach, sending the god of time flying. The old man widened his eyes in shock. Sung Jin said to him, it is none other than me. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, long time no see. System message, the transcendent demon and death radiated killing intent and extreme rage. The time god gasped, his eyes sweeping to the left. Then he froze in terror. His divine realm, the clock tower. He swept his gaze to the right, toward the sealing ritual used to capture the seed of ascension. The time god looked toward Sung Jin. It was all shattered. System message, the time god realizes your power has far surpassed his imagination and pants in horror. Sung Jin looked at him and called out, hey you, step forward. I said it has been a long time and you still will not answer. System message, the transcendent demon god of death frowns in annoyance. The time god froze. What on earth? Then he shouted, what on earth is going on? How could you become this strong in such a short time? Just now down below you were on the verge of death. Even if a demon god interfered, how can you still be standing? Suddenly, the time god widened his eyes. I see. In the end, of course, there is no way you killed the demon god and came here. You must have used some dirty trick. Seed of Ascension. He raised his head and threatened Sung Jin. Before long, the gods of darkness and light and even the demon god will come to save you. The time god grew excited. You are finished, Seed of Ascension. Sung Jin punched him in the face. Immediately after, he kicked him away and the time god crashed into the wall behind him, shattering it. Sung Jin said calmly, they will not come. He said coldly, do you know why? Because I killed every last one of those who dared stand in my way. Sung Jin's face was filled with killing intent. The time god laughed. I see. So in the end, even I could not change the fate that had already been set. How pitiful. Sung Jin looked at him coldly. Before long, death will gnaw at you until you die. Before that happens, I want to ask you a few things. Will you answer? The time god grew wary. The Seed of Ascension is asking me a question. What an honor. I do not mind. Go ahead and ask. Sung Jin began. What did you see through the eye of prophecy? That made you give me the title Seed of Ascension. The time god replied, so that is what you wanted to know. I witnessed an ending woven entirely from falsehood. The gods who once fought in the divine war had vanished, leaving only divinity and souls behind. And within it, I saw you locked in battle with a transcendent being. Then you won, and amid the world's destruction, your path to ascension began. That was the reason. He looked at Sung Jin. I called you the Seed of Ascension only because I sensed that your destiny was to become a transcendent being. Sung Jin remained silent. The time god's voice continued to echo, but all of that will still be nothing more than an empty dream. In 3 days you will forever be nothing but a fragment of a dream from which you will never awaken. Farewell. He vanished like the demon lord and the dark god. System message, time is up. The stolen divinity, demon god X of undying faith, has vanished. The sacred titles of the challenger Han Sung Jin have merged into transcendent god and death. Sung Jin sank into thought. It is over, he scratched his head. There is no one left for me to fight, so everything should be fine now. Suddenly, the demon lord's voice rang out. Farewell, my rival. When Sung Jin turned around, she had disappeared. He held an orb. At least I can take one relic. Right, system message. You have obtained a fragment of the demon god's divinity. Sung Jin smiled happily. Then now it is time to meet the dragon god. Suddenly he flinched. Something had just touched his cheek. The dragon god cried out joyfully, then smiled. Caught you. Successor, do you not think you let your guard down too soon just because the battle had ended? He burst out laughing. I admit it. Your prank startled me a little. The dragon god laughed with delight. Right, my stealth skill is amazing, is it not? She let out a soft sigh. She said in a trembling voice, the time god. I can no longer sense the auras of the ancient gods who sided with him. The dragon god narrowed her eyes and glanced at Sung Jin. It would not be strange for lesser beings like the time god or the god of light to be killed, but for both the dark god and the demon god to disappear, that is truly strange. Sung Jin remained silent, watching her cautiously. A few minutes later, he admitted, that is right, I am the one who killed them. The dragon god smiled. I understand. She turned her back. I have to admit, it is a little bitter. I do not care about the time god at all. But as for the dark god and the demon god, I sometimes talked and laughed with them. The dragon god looked saddened. But no, I do not resent you, successor, it is just that. Old memories suddenly came rushing back. Sungjin narrowed his eyes. He placed a hand on her shoulder, then stay with me from now on. Sungjin continued, you once said you wanted to choose me as your successor. Dragon God, I have accepted that offer. Then should we not walk this path together from now on? He said cheerfully, as I said before, I intend to inherit the Dragon God's divinity as your successor. No universe can contain two identical divinities. If the Dragon God inherits the Dragon God's divinity and returns to the real world, then either the Dragon God of the real world or I will have our conceptual divinity destroyed and die. To prevent that tragedy, the Dragon God explained, I intended to pass all of the Dragon God's divinity on to you. You gave up the eternal destiny and the divine mark of the Dragon God just so you could live as yourself. Yet you want me to continue existing as the Dragon God, even though you yourself have inherited that same divinity. Sung John remained calm, because only then can we find out whether two beings who both carry the Dragon God's divinity can truly coexist within the same universe. The Dragon God silently watched him for a moment, then excitedly threw herself at Sung John and hugged him. Fine, then, as you said, I will try transferring half of my Dragon God divinity into you, even if you regret it halfway through. There will be no turning back, remember that. Sung John clenched his fist. From this moment on, this is a gamble, I have to make it succeed. Behind him, the Dragon God was transferring her power. Sung John thought to himself, I will burn away the seal of the Dragon God divinity that has not yet been fully absorbed inside my body with death. Then I will fill that empty space with the divinity I receive from the Dragon God. I will use gluttony to devour and suppress every rejection reaction. Finally, I will engrave the power of transcendence and overturn the conceptual definition of the dragon body. Just a little more, and it will become something that represents me alone. Now, a divinity that represents only the Dragon God exists, and another Dragon God divinity that represents only me has been born. The system displayed conditions complete. Through the Dragon God's divinity, the divine title of Divine Warrior Han Sung Jon can now expand. Through the Dragon God's power, Han Sung Jon's divine title has expanded into Dragon God of Transcendence and Death. The Dragon God was stunned. Impossible. Is this real? Two Dragon God divinities coexist in one universe at the same time. Sung Jon explained, in other words, I recorded my own conceptual divinity and changed its definition. I made this universe recognize it as a separate conceptual divinity. He turned back to look at the Dragon God. Now, both of us bear the title Dragon God, and yet neither of us has lost our own divinity. Both remain intact. Sung Jon cheerfully declared, in short, it worked. He reached out his hand. In any case, I have no idea when this divine war will end. But there is no denying that the time we can spend together has grown longer now. The Dragon God took his hand. Sung Jon continued, as my predecessor, you must have many things you want to teach me, your successor. Until then, I will be counting on you. Suddenly, blood splattered across his face. Dung Dung's eyes widened in shock. The creator goddess Sisa had thrust her hand through the Dragon God's body. You must have gone through quite a lot fighting those so-called ancient gods. I figured you must be having a hard time, so I came to see you in person. She smiled with delight, so you had better be grateful to me. The creator goddess joyfully welcomed you, delighted that she had gained the advantage. She exclaimed, how astonishing. Two Dragon God divinities coexist in one universe, and this universe even recognizes them as two separate entities. She cried out excitedly, you truly are a monster beyond the scope of the ancient gods. Extraordinary. Now I am starting to take an interest in you. Sung Jon caught the falling Dragon God. The creator goddess continued explaining her purpose. I do not want a transactional relationship with you, but a partnership. No. More than that, I want to build a deeper personal relationship. If you have changed your mind. Sung Jon's eyes widened as the creator goddess reached her hand forward. Would you like to accompany me? Suddenly, she froze. Sung Jon slashed her once, and Sisa was shocked by that unexpected action. She gave a faint laugh while Sung Jon stood behind her, furious. You. He gritted his teeth, then Sung Jon turned around and charged at her. I will kill you. The authority skill primordial demonic sword activated its multiplier effect. A continuous barrage of sword strikes was unleashed, consuming holy power to increase the authority skill's power 12-fold. A massive explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. Sung Jon was locked in a tense battle with the creator goddess. Suddenly, he froze, then hurriedly ran toward the Dragon God. Sacred bloodline, Sung Jon lifted her up, trembling. Why, he shouted helplessly, why can't it heal? Sung Jon suddenly thought, could it be that when she passed on the sacred bloodline, she lost her immortality? The Dragon God's sphere of divinity gradually began to show signs of disappearing. Sung Jon gritted his teeth. There is no time left to think. I can only use blood command to heal the sacred bloodline's heart as much as possible. A red magical vortex appeared. He told himself, I have to return the sacred dragon divinity to its original place. Suddenly, the Dragon God grabbed his hand, successor. She said weakly, stop. Sung Jon stammered, stop. The Dragon God gently stroked his cheek. I actually knew it long ago. This place is only someone's dream. Sung-Jan murmured, but why? He shouted angrily. Even knowing that everything was only an illusion, you still sacrificed so much for me. You threw yourself away just to save me. The dragon god smiled. Even if everything is only a fleeting dream, I was still happy. She confided, from the moment I was born. I was always alone. Perhaps that was why I was always curious. What does it feel like to be with someone? What does it feel like to have someone by your side? Perhaps this was a gift for all those long, endless years of loneliness. At last, I was able to meet you. Sung Jin, my successor. The dragon god fell into thought, even if only for a brief moment. But I was allowed to dream of a future with you, a bright and beautiful future. She asked, successor, may I ask one favor of you? She recalled the beautiful sight of dragons soaring through the sky, the sight she had watched together with Sung Jin. Back then, the dragon god had been truly happy, and part of her horn began to fade away. She cried out, let the memories of this time we spent together reach me in the real world as well. I will place my trust in you. Sung Jin looked at her in pain. The dragon god bared her sharp teeth, then her body slowly dissolved into nothingness. Farewell, my eternal successor. Sung Jin stared blankly as the dragon god disappeared. Without realizing it, he reached his hand toward her. The system appeared, fragment of sacred line divinity acquired. Sung Jin thought, what should I say? He clenched his fist. Should I express my gratitude? Then Sung Jin slammed his fist hard into the ground. Or should I apologize for failing to protect her? He was furious with himself. No, the answer was already decided inside me. I am sorry, sacred line. The creator god walked toward him. This is surprising. Wait, how should I put it? I never expected sacred line to give up her life willingly. Should I call it luck? How strange. In any case, the result is that only you and I remain, so I suppose it can be considered fortunate. Startled, Sung Jin leapt backward. On guard, he frowned. What exactly is going on? You clearly shattered into pieces. Sung Jin recalled something. Or maybe. The system appeared. Creation divinity can create something new through sacrifice. Divinity, faith, and legend. He asked. Ah, did you use creation divinity to craft sacred relics focused on survival? Shisa laughed. That is correct. You see me as nothing more than an insect now, do you not? That is why I could not face you unprepared. Shisa lifted the cloak. Well, what do you think? These are supreme sacred relics specialized in survival and defense. Though you already destroyed half of them, Sung Jin snapped, you had better shut your mouth. No matter how much nonsense you spout, it is useless. The creator god smiled. Useless? Sung Jin's body overflowed with killing intent. Either way, you will die by my hand. Shisa chuckled softly. I doubt that. You no longer have enough strength to fight. Sung Jin dropped his sword and painfully took the full force of the attack. The creator god looked at him. I have been observing the way you fight all this time. Thanks to that, I have figured it out, Shisa said smugly. Among the powers you use is superspeed coercion, is it not? That power comes at a price. At that moment, the system had appeared. This effect forces you to suffer the consequences of defying the laws of nature. I could sense it by instinct. As for Sung Jin, he could sense it by instinct as well. Fear was spreading through him. Sung Jin felt as if he were facing a monster. A monster standing right before his eyes. He panted, reassuring himself. I cannot let this happen. If fear controls me, even my self-recovery will become almost useless. Stay calm, try to buy time until the fear passes. The creator god showed interest as Sung Jin spoke. In the end, what did you hope to obtain by killing the 3 ancient gods and the other gods? Shisa fell into thought. The result I sought from killing them is not something convenient to tell others, but since you may end up accompanying me, I will reveal it. A powerful pillar of golden magical energy erupted behind Shisa. Sung Jin narrowed his eyes. What is it this time? Why does its appearance resemble the Tower of Trials even more now? Before him, a golden tower appeared. Shisa proudly raised a hand toward it. For the sake of a new world from now on, I will create transcendent beings. Shisa smiled. It needs a name too, does it not? The creator god turned back to Sung Jin with a cunning look. How about calling it the Tower of Trials? He spoke up. Are you insane? You even dared to touch your own allies, the god of miracles and the god of law. Shisa chuckled softly. That is right. Thanks to you killing the 3 ancient gods, I completed the tower's structure with creation divinity. Sung Jin narrowed his eyes warily. The creator god continued, but with creation divinity alone. I could only create the tower's form. It was not enough power to bestow upon transcendent beings, so I thought. Shisa formed a crooked smile and glanced over the wall of the tower. If one divinity is not enough, just add more. Human heads emerged on the wall, representing law divinity and miracle divinity. Shisa laughed to herself. Surely this is the ending they wanted too, right? Those around them grew angry, grinding their teeth as they forced themselves to stay calm. There is something else I want to ask. He said to her, no matter what variables occur, you are someone who cannot help but seize death divinity. No matter where you are born. Across every world, you found a way to awaken mana, created the Tower of Trials, and said you would create transcendent beings. Are you planning to gather souls talented enough to become transcendent beings, then force them into the tower and refine them? Sung Jin reasoned silently. Perhaps the tower imposed a restriction so I could not grow stronger on my own. I have to find out no matter what. The creator god stared at him in astonishment for a moment, then answered, Your reasoning is nearly correct. That is right. I will summon those with talent and qualifications. From all across the universe, I will refine them into transcendent beings within the Tower of Trials, so that one day I can create the ultimate weapon. One capable of slaughtering countless gods throughout the universe. Shisa's face turned solemn. But I cannot hold high-ranking or official divinity. So I chose to bring back unpolished gemstones, worlds that know nothing of the existence of divinity or mana, yet still give birth to those with the potential to become transcendent beings. Azio proudly announced that planet is called Earth. Sung John couldn't believe his ears. Earth, indeed, even though it holds the potential to flourish. Because they've never been exposed to mana in their lives, they just live and die like ordinary humans. Even if their mana concentration increases without knowing how to use power, it's useless. Right, so I will help them grow stronger in a simpler way. The god of creation outlined the plan. First, I will let them be invaded by other dimensions, or cause hellish rifts for monsters to enter. The harsher the environment, the easier it is to become strong. As you said, hearing this, Sung Du looked at her with intensity. Her eyes gradually became frenzied at the souls with the potential to become transcendent beings. We need to set temporary limits so they can't exceed a certain level. She laughed, it's not too difficult, don't worry. The god of creation laughed maniacally. Then all that's left is to summon the raw gems with potential. Silence enveloped the space and Sung John was still straining, refusing to fall. He reacted silently. My strength isn't from the trial tower. Just as the god of creation said, the tower wasn't created only for challenges. The 27th floor, it guides you along the path it wants you to develop. From the start, I've been walking the path the tower intended. Sung John clenched his fist. I could have become powerful even without the tower. His eyes widened. Because I was born with the sole talent of a transcendent. He stood up, but that ending held nothing but despair. Sung John walked forward. The birth of the Tower of Trials, the truth buried beneath it all. It was all so revolting it made him want to vomit. He slammed his fist into the water. In a place like that, I lost my parents in a dungeon break. Sung John looked at the puddle beneath his hand. He glanced at the god of creation. In the end, I never once escaped the stage the tower prepared. No, Sung John opened his mouth, thinking of her expression. I was simply used conveniently and toyed with on the tower's chessboard. Before the silent gaze of the god of creation, Sung John spoke. From now on, countless worlds will suffer because of the Tower of Trials. Innocent people screaming in panic, "Save me," appeared in his mind. Countless living beings will die because of dimensional erosion. And yet you. He stared straight at her. You feel no guilt, no sadness, not even regret. Do you? The god of creation stayed silent and lowered her eyes. Sung John continued. You are forcibly turning worlds into living hells. Countless people will die. How tragic. Zisa smiled, and yet she went on as if she did not understand. So what? Sung John snapped. What? The god of creation said proudly. This is a great mission to erase the hateful gods spreading disaster across the universe. For that, sacrifice is inevitable. Someone must play the villain. Can you not feel that this is the rightful path to salvation? Sung John flared with rage. Someone must play the villain. You call this the right path to salvation? He gritted his teeth. Do not spew that garbage. You fake bastard. Zisa stayed silent for a moment, then said, So in the end, you understand neither my purpose nor my salvation. She stepped forward and punched Sung John square in the face. She grabbed him by the throat. Then there is no need to waste any more time. The god of creation glared at him. A rare case who has grasped more than 3 conceptual divinities. Yes, you are far too valuable for me to let go. But she hurled him away. If you refuse to follow my will, then be absorbed by the tower and become its nourishment. Sleep well, transcendent dragon god and death. Sung John's body slowly sank into the tower wall. I will use your fragments of divinity and your soul when I create. Create a tower that draws close to transcendence. A voice rang out. Suddenly, I remembered a god ruling Earth or other worlds living peacefully under our protection. Or taking away everything you have built until now and risking the loss of it all, just to become a transcendent, something that is not even certain. Inside the Tower of Trials, Sung John muttered, I have to become it, I have no choice. His past voice echoed and he remembered it clearly. That young man pushed Sung John upward. You know what you need to do, right? Sung John looked toward that voice in astonishment. Then show me. The Sung John of the past encouraged him. Show me your resolve. Yeah, the present Sung John agreed and he punched the tower wall. Learning the truth about the tower changes nothing. No, if anything, thank you for telling me. That was why the god of creation outside was stunned. Sung John shouted, Step out, that is a promise. He clenched his fist. For the enemy who killed my parents, for my homeland and my comrades. Sung John made a silent vow. I will become a transcendent, he smiled. I will destroy everything. A world where not one of my comrades gets hurt. The god of creation was stunned. Impossible. Was this kid not just on the verge of death, more importantly, destroy? Sung John gritted his teeth and declared, I am the embodiment of your wish. He struck the wall hard, the sharpest weapon created by the tower. A godslayer capable of erasing even ancient divine beings. The god of creation stammered, "You, right now." That, Sung Jan smiled and activated it. Once more, forced superluminal speed. As the price for defying the laws of forced acceleration, the dragon god's divine power was sacrificed. She screamed, "Stop." The system displayed, transcendent myth, forced acceleration activated. Your movement receives the divine effect of superluminal speed. Blinding light surged upward, destroying the tower with the divine power of resolve. You can move at faster than light speed. The tower erupted in continuous explosion. Sung Jan flew upward, striking hard from place to place. In midair, he gathered momentum and called down, "From the very beginning, you were the one who started it all." So, Sung Jan clenched his fist, his eyes sweeping over the tower. "Let us begin." In an instant, a golden pillar of light aimed straight at the Tower of Trial. Zisa stood below, staring in shock as Sung Jan repeatedly gathered momentum and destroyed the tower. A moment later, before her eyes, the Tower of Trials she had poured her heart into shattered into pieces. Her eyes widened in shock. Boom! An explosion rang out. The tower shattered into fragments. The god of creation silently watched the debris fall. She wondered, "Why, you sacrificed the dragon god's divine power just to destroy my tower? Why, you call yourself a godslayer, but that makes no sense." She turned towards Sung Jan. "You are lying, are you not? If you were a godslayer created by the tower, you would not have destroyed it. Right, why did you do that?" Sung Jan said coldly, "If you want to believe it is a lie, go ahead." He moved closer to her, "No matter what you say. What is about to happen will not change, it is over." Sung Jan declared. The god of creation understood what he meant, it was true. A golden pillar of magic appeared. She remembered Sung Jan very clearly from the first time she met him. Something had felt wrong. If an existence that powerful truly existed, someone should have known about him, yet no one did. In that case, you are a fictional existence, one that does not exist even within this universe. The creation god suddenly understood, even the three ancient gods, even the light god and the time god. Then I finally understood why they were so obsessed with you. She looked at him. The truth is, you are the one who truly exists. And we are the fakes. Sung Jan pierced her chest. Immediately after, he pulled his hand out. Blood flowed down just like when she killed the dragon god. Zisa looked at Sung Jan. You are the closest existence to a transcendent that the Trial Tower has ever created. Should I be happy about that? After all, the tower succeeded in raising a transcendent. She gritted her teeth. As you know, the creation god widened her eyes. How did you escape the tower's restraints? She shouted. An existence qualified to become a transcendent should have been limited by the tower so he would not fall into free will. Right? Why, if you intend to take revenge on the tower, then something has gone terribly wrong. Her body gradually vanished. Defective products must be disposed of here and now. The creation god's voice echoed. I refuse to accept defective products. Sung Jan calmly watched her disappear. To some extent, I once thought I had made it this far thanks to the Trial Tower, but the truth was the complete opposite. Sung Jan clenched his fist, so remember this well. One day I will challenge ascension and become a transcendent. When that moment comes, Sung Jan's eyes brimmed with killing intent. That will also be the moment the Trial Tower is crushed. Congratulations, you have cleared the 36th floor of the Trial Tower. The scene shifted to the waiting room on the 37th floor. Sung Jan was sitting inside. The system appeared. You have absorbed the command, the authority of the creation god. You have moved 17% closer to transcendence. Sung Jan clenched his fist. With this, the conditions are complete. The system appeared. The transcendence obtained from the transcendent potential myth has reached 100%. Sung Jan realized strange symbols were being engraved onto his body. The symbols appeared, covering his entire body. Is this the mark that appears on the body and soul of one who qualified? It sheds the mortal shell and allows the soul to become one with the universe. The key to opening the gate of ascension was being engraved. Suddenly, Sung Jan froze. He realized something was wrong. A roar rang out from somewhere. A terrifying scream. Sung Jan screamed. It was his own scream. A silent scream. He was in agony, his head feeling as though it were burning. Sung Jan slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. So that was it. The planets he was seeing represented divine authority. Now Sung Jan was standing on the ultimate path, where every concept in the universe could be comprehended. That's right, he sat up. I am touching the ultimate truth of the universe, a transcendent, one who gains omniscience by comprehending every concept in the universe, and by reaching omnipotence becomes a perfect god. Even if one becomes an ancient god and engraves one's own concept into the universe, it is still far from true omniscience and omnipotence. He looked at a god in the distance. No, Sung Jan trembled. This thing was on a completely different level, enough to make him suffocate. He clutched his chest. If the ascension process continues at this pace, I can only die. So wait, Sung-Jan stood up. The key has been engraved onto my body. Once it is engraved, I know it will never disappear. So next time I will challenge it again. He glanced at the god, just wait obediently. The scene shifted elsewhere. Slap, Jong-gu struck Sung-Jan hard across the face. She snapped, you lunatic. You dared challenge ascension right after the War of the Gods ended. I cannot believe it. I almost died because of that too. Because of that tower, my parents died, and even my precious companions were put in danger. And the ancient gods in the temple never had much goodwill toward you either. I know you are preparing for the day a monster like the fanatic god comes after you. It must be far too heavy to bear alone. She moved closer to him. Whenever I look at you, you seem like someone constantly being chased by something. Jong-gu gripped his clothes tightly. So try changing the way you think a little. The 3 ancient gods in the temple will not ignore you if you ask for help. She reminded him shyly, do not try to carry everything alone. Know that sometimes accepting help from others is not such a terrible thing. Sung-Jan remained silent. She was not wrong, but there was no other way. He had chosen the path he had to walk in the temple. Sung-Jan placed a hand on Jong-gu's shoulder. To protect everyone, so they can live in a world where everyone can be happy. That is something only I can do, even if it fulfills only part of their wish. I cannot stop. Jong-gu looked at him in stunned silence. She lowered her eyes. If that is truly your will, then I have to respect it. The system appeared, beginning the 37th floor trial. Congratulations. You have cleared the 37th floor. Beginning the 38th floor trial. Cheers rang out. Transcendent God, God of Death. The system appears again. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 38. Begin the challenge of floor 39. Grim Reaper, congratulations on clearing floor 39. Sung-Jan panted heavily as the system flashed continuously. Congratulations, you have completed the challenge of floor 45. He squinted at the cheering. Transcendent, death, many citizens excitedly hailed Sung-Jan. System notice, transcendence and great death can drag even the immortal into the mortal realm. Divine power is applied to ancient mythology. It has been elevated to celestial mythology through uniqueness. From now on, challenger Han Sung-Du receives the celestial idol divine title. Sung-Jan muttered, what is this? Jong-gu beside him replied. Impressed by his determination, it seems the more divine traits you have, the more you are revered as transcendent. And death has appeared. She squinted, isn't he doing very well? System notice, celestial idol myth of the gods is accumulating within your divine power. Sung-Jan receives a large amount of holy magic. I can feel it. Faith is stronger than before. Not only that, each time faith accumulates, divinity and soul amplify at an unimaginable speed. System continues, you were born with innate talent. You have reached power comparable to the 3 ancient gods, the rulers of the universe. Sung-Jan laughed, looking at the magic in his hand. The rank keeps increasing like this, soon challenging ascension will become easy. System notice, move to the waiting room of floor 46. Sung-Jan jumped to the floor. System suddenly appeared, conditions met. Dung felt slightly confused, glancing around. System notice, challenge tower confirms the total number of challengers who cleared floor 45 has exceeded 100. Cute animals carrying construction tools approach. System notice, expand exploration area of the dimensional floor. Outside the personal waiting rooms of challengers who cleared floor 45. From now on, you can leave the personal waiting room and continue exploring the dimensional floor. Sung-Jan stood before a door, cheers ringing behind him. System notice, you will experience challenges with the manager you have contracted, and are allowed to travel to other dimensions together. Songzong was amazed. I have to move with a manager. He frowned worriedly. What nonsense is this? A smoke appeared. There is no other choice. Throughout the challenges, you must always accompany your managers. If you slip even once, the gray smoke gradually fades. The manager may die. Sung-Jan realized he was standing before many people. Each was pierced by countless weapons. System notice. You are one of the 10 pioneers chosen by the challenge tower. You may select a new aura and enhance your current aura to master the pioneer law. Zung frowned. Aura. It's the power gained by proving yourself superior to other challengers after clearing floor 7. That's how I obtained the unique authority to merge skills, creating top-tier abilities. So let's see what the Pioneer Law brings. He tapped the system screen. Pioneer Law Apocalypse. For 10 minutes you possess omniscience and omnipotence, equivalent to a transcendent, but immediately after, both Apocalypse and Sung-Jan vanish. Pioneer Law Guidance. Allows up to 4 people to share and use your full power, but they must be close enough to entrust their lives to you. Pioneer Law Sacrifice. Exchange your life. In return, you can resurrect anyone, unlimited in number. Sung-Jan looked at the screen, muttering, what is the tower thinking? Is this really power for an ordinary challenger? A voice rang out. Perhaps because you even surpassed me. Your pioneer law is supreme, the foundation still as I remember. Sungjan turned. Jam Chan-gu also received a pioneer law. Since we entered a higher floor and information restrictions were lifted. I will tell you, Supreme Blood Demon Sword replied immediately. Achieving pioneer status and possessing its law early is completely feasible. And you can choose one of three just like you. She chose the pioneer law resurrection, and soon after, when facing death, she used that power. Sungjan looked at it, smirking. Resurrection sounds like it involves reincarnation. But looking at her sword, it seems it doesn't help much. He stared at it silently. You're still upset about last time. Sungjan listened in surprise as it replied, no. The sword reassured him, nothing, no mistakes at all, because now everything is just beginning. Ask the two people behind you to know the rest. Footsteps echoed from the door. The sword introduced, both of them have climbed higher floors than I have in the tower. They are also pioneers and must have their own pioneer laws. Canaria and Seo stepped up to Sungjan. Sungjan froze, looking at the two girls before him, managers in the waiting room. He thought to himself it must be due to the system's expansion. Right? Seo ran forward, hugging Sungjan. She beamed. Finally, after such a long time, you've stood by my side. Canaria looked up happily. Sungjan, she comfortably rubbed herself against him. Just this alone should make me qualified enough to become your master and companion, shouldn't it? Sungjan was surprised. Companion, if master insists that strongly. Seo Gua turned toward Canaria. See, Sungjan himself said so. The system displayed. Manager White Crane Sword Immortal is extremely delighted and is bragging to someone. She continued, as his master and companion. I have full authority to do this. Unlike you, Canaria flew into a rage. Now that is an interesting declaration. She placed her hand on Sungjan's shoulder. This is getting more and more interesting. Canaria glared at Sungjan. Don't you think so, huh, Sungjan? She glared at Seo Gua, both master and companion. Claiming to be his master seems to be her specialty. She is nothing more than a pitiful woman trapped in her own delusions. Isn't that right? Seo Gua grew angry. You will not regret saying that, will you? Canaria smirked and replied, not at all. Silence fell over them. A quick fight broke out. Right in front of Sungjan, Seo Gua and Canaria angrily fought each other. Sungjan panicked and stopped them. Everyone, please stop. The two girls spoke at the same time, then choose. Sungjan was surprised. Canaria asked, which one of us will you go with? Seo Gua added, who will you face the trials with? Their eyes gleamed dangerously. Choose, make your choice. Sungjan hesitated. Why do they keep acting like this? Is it rivalry? He awkwardly said, then I. Canaria grew excited. All right, I am listening. Seo Gua was delighted. I am listening too. Sungjan raised his hand and declared, I will not choose just one of you. I choose both of you. Smack. Two flashes of light erupted and struck him at the same time. Canaria looked disappointed. So that is the answer you came up with. You have some nerve. Seo Gua held her face. Choosing both of us, you really are far too indecisive. Sungjan raised his hand. Instead of arguing like this, there is actually something urgent we need to do. Canaria looked suspicious. If it is something stupid again, prepare to get beaten. Seo Gua glared at him, unless you want another bitter lesson. A moment later, the two girls fell silent. Sungjan stood behind them while the two girls sat in front. Canaria chuckled softly. What is this? Seo Gua asked cheerfully, are you trying to get beaten again? Sungjan crossed his arms. Both of you are precious to me. That is why I intend to take both of you out of this tower. In other words, I want both of you to become gods, my apostles, and stay by my side. The system displayed. The iron-blooded monarch and the white crane sword immortal simultaneously feel joy mixed with confusion. The iron-blooded monarch and the white crane sword immortal, beings bound to the tower, now had a solution for their release. The contracts of obedience they had signed with the Tower of Trials, Sungjan only needed to overwrite them by appointing them as gods, his apostles, and as a reward, they were elevated to a higher divine level by sharing Sungjan's divinity. Seo Gua stared at her hand in shock. Sungjan's divinity, white crane sword immortal bitch. Seo Gua shares a diminished level of transcendence divinity. On the other side, Canaria was just as shocked. Your divinity, iron-blooded monarch Canaria Jacques Vel shares a diminished level of death divinity. Sungjan was satisfied. It worked. Since these are only copies and not the original, there will be a difference in strength, but this will improve their chances of survival. He muttered, this is still not a perfect liberation, but that does not matter. They are coming with me. Canaria turned her head in confusion. But why is my divinity death, and hers is transcendence? Sungjan smiled. It differs depending on the law. The vanguard each of you possesses. The time will come when you understand. Do not worry. The god of transcendence and death calmly observed the divine apostles. Sungjan walked forward and touched the door. The next trial is the unity trial. Right? The challenger and the managers will join forces and fight as a team. He opened the door wide. For the manager's safety, we must be extremely careful. The true supreme blood demon sword was unusually silent. The system announced, entering the Tower of Trials, floor 46, clear condition. Capture 4 flags belonging to the opposing side within the remaining time. Sung Jan stared in shock at the screens appearing one after another. What? The Vanguard Law of Resurrection has met the condition and activated automatically. Sung Jan turned back warily. Resurrection. The Azure Demon Sword explained that what he had chosen was the Vanguard Law of Resurrection, and when he faced death, he used that power. Sung Jan remembered once teasing her. Resurrection sounds like a revival ability, but since you were sealed inside the sword, you probably never had much chance to shine. Chingu exclaimed strangely, no, there is no mistake at all. Sung Jan looked anxiously toward his Azure Demon Sword. Nothing at all. The system displayed, trial adjustment complete. Beginning floor 46 trial. Sung Jan stared in shock at the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword planted in front of Chingu. High difficulty. The system displayed, the theme of this challenge is the loser's battle of resurrection. Challenge completion condition. Hunt down the one who has been resurrected. And Sung Jan tightened his grip on the Azure Demon Sword. The challenge changed because of the Resurrection Pioneer Law. Since resurrection is a revival ability, that means Jianggu is no longer inside the sword. That means they are forcing us to kill the one who has been resurrected. Jianggu laughed loudly. Look, administrator. He walked toward Han Sung Jan. There is still someone who has yet to reunite with his administrator. The old man standing beside him spoke up. Roman, the 46th challenge has been changed by someone's pioneer law. This is no time to let your guard down. The system displayed. The wild beast of the wasteland scolded his contractor for saving the 7 gods. Roman grinned, yeah, I know. We just have to support that mysterious resurrected person, right? And besides, we also have to kill more than 10 challengers and administrators. The old man helplessly touched his chin. You fool, what do you think I just said? His eyes widened in shock. Han Sung Jan grabbed Roman by the collar. Tell me everything, you tall bastard, everything you know. After a while, Han Sung Jan concluded. In short, one team's clear condition is to kill the resurrected person. The opposing side has to protect the resurrected person and complete missions. He pointed behind him, exactly like what was happening over there. Roman stared blankly at the scene before him. What is this? Seo Gua and Canaria swept away the members of the opposing side together. Canaria murmured, so this is the divinity of death. It burns away one's essence and drags it toward death. Seo Gua continued, and transcendence accelerates not only my divinity, but also my abilities, pushing everything to the absolute limit. And Sung Jan looked at them with satisfaction. Of course, because divinity is shared according to the administrator's pioneer law. The pioneer law of the iron-blooded monarch of conquest creates a special barrier with divine power. Inside it, allies' divine power and mana consumption is reduced by 30%, while enemies' divine power and mana cannot recover naturally. If the divinity of death is added on top of that, everything within its range will easily be brought to ruin. Canaria activated the divinity of death. Every attack carried the aura of death. At that moment, the adaptation pioneer law of the White Crane Sword Immortal was being unleashed. Seo Gua adapted to the damage she received and gained the ability to counterattack. In other words, she analyzes attacks over time, and then the damage is reduced or she becomes immune to it. But with the addition of the divinity of transcendence, the analysis time has been drastically short. Before the terrified eyes of the opposing side, Seo Gua dealt with them without taking a single injury. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Divinity of transcendence, all abilities operate beyond normal limits. And Sung Jan watched the two girls fight. There is no need to worry about those two. But Jiom, Roman cut him off. Please. He and the old ghost knelt down together. Please spare this worthless life. Han Sung Jan turned his head and cut him off. Get lost. Roman was stunned. Huh? Han Sung Jan repeated furiously. I said get lost. He looked at them coldly. I have no interest in getting involved with you anymore. Immediately, the two of them turned and ran away in a hurry. Han Sung Jan looked at the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Jiom Jin Gu. He silently stared at the sword in his hand. Come to think of it, I stayed beside her for a long time. And yet I know nothing about her. No, if not for the tower's information restrictions, he thought of her long black hair. Then we could have learned so much more about each other. A somewhat playful girl appeared before his eyes. Jianggu's voice rang out, pulling Han Sung Jan back to reality. Even at a time like this, you still think of others before yourself. You truly have an unbelievably troublesome heart. Han Sung Jan turned around. Jianggu, dressed in beautiful ancient robes, smiled at him. Han Sung Jan. The scene shifted to the past. In a royal capital, a woman with long black hair appeared. Overwhelming ability, even if one searched through the entire history of the martial world. She walked forward, a heaven-sent talent so rare it could be counted on one hand. The 7th cult leader of the Blood Demon Divine Cult sat upon the throne. Jiom Jingu sat cross-legged, smiling faintly as she rested her chin on her hand and looked at those kneeling before her. This happened when she was only 14 years old. Jianggu sat alone in her room. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. How many times had they repeated? And then she raised her head. The time has come. The Tower of Trials has chosen everyone. All suitable candidates from the martial world dimension, please choose your difficulty. By becoming the 7th cult leader, Jianggu created a system. a completely new form of martial competition, a contest where no one was oppressed, a competition solely for her to train herself. Jiangu once thought that alone was enough, but that thought changed when she climbed the Tower of Trials. Strength, wealth, force, authority, a desire and hunger that could never be satisfied. Before them, she slowly sank into the endless swamp of craving greater strength. Her beautiful lips curved into a cruel smile. Jiangu walked forward, leaving fallen corpses behind her. How fascinating! Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. The system appeared. Congratulations. Jiangu sighed. You have cleared the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. She wanted to become even stronger. She wanted to reach the very end of unattainable power. Who was superior and who was truly beneath her? Jiangu opened her eyes wide. Swish, one slash from her was enough to bring down those surrounding her. Just how great was the value of becoming truly strong? She smiled. I want to keep feeling this sensation. Jiangu set foot on the white snow. She moved forward again, but why did it feel? Becoming stronger was clearly supposed to be something joyful, but from some point on, she began to feel a strange emptiness. Jiangu wondered, how much farther must I go to reach the end of strength? Why can my desire for power never be satisfied? Jiangu looked ahead. Why does it hurt this much? She had come here to find the answer. Inside the tea house, the person across from her replied, I see, I understand. He set down his teacup. Life, wisdom, and strength. You believe they are all bound by the chains of desire. The man smiled, a journey with no destination. What an interesting way to put it. Jiangu cut him off. Enough with the meaningless nonsense. Get straight to the point. The other person narrowed his eyes. Then I will speak plainly. He declared, a frog in a well. Jiangu muttered, a frog. The man continued, you must escape that narrow well. The place where you only think of yourself. She was startled. Escape. The other person went on, the power you gained by overcoming the trials of the tower, have you not used it only for yourself? Broaden your vision, your heart, look with your inner eye. Not as a goal to be achieved alone, but as a place where you grow while using that strength to benefit others. Jiangu smiled and nodded. As long as you do not give up the goal of pursuing strength only for yourself, the only thing left behind will be emptiness. So I hope you will remember this well. He laughed loudly. There are things you can never do alone. The system displayed, congratulations, you have cleared the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. Congratulations, you have cleared the 34th floor of the Tower of Trials. Congratulations, Tower of Trials. And now Jiangu thought, my mood is terrible. She looked up at the man approaching her. Jiangu was currently immobilized by weapons piercing through her. The man from the tea house smiled. So have you found the answer? She replied, no, even after reaching the 41st floor. I still cannot fill this emptiness. She looked at the smiling man, but soon, the system displayed the condition is only. Jiangu looked cheerfully toward the man. I will find the answer no matter what it takes. The system display broke off. Former vessel. Special right activated. The man watched her fade away. Good luck until the defeated one's rematch. And then her soul came to dwell inside the sword of a man, named Han Sung-jun. The soul ego of the 7th generation blood demon Jamrenru was embedded into the true supreme blood sword. She thought of Sung-jun in the end. His goal was merely to become strong enough that no one could oppress him in any way. He seemed rather similar to her. Her eyes moved slightly. Yes, Jiangu crossed her arms and watched the ruined battlefield, moving forward with the vague goal of becoming stronger. Well, that did not matter either. All she had to do was guide him safely until the end. She would use him as a sacrifice to resurrect herself. Nothing more, nothing less, but why was that? Had an anomaly occurred? Jiangu wondered why he still had not collapsed. His physique should have declined according to the rules. This made no sense. She looked at Sung-jun, who kept forcing himself back up. What is this? What is keeping him from falling? She narrowed her eyes coldly. This bastard looks like he is reaching his limit. If he dies, I will lose my sacrifice. Suddenly, Sung-jun spoke. Disgusting, through the monitoring screen, she saw Sung-jun condemning the god of creation. If people like you had never invaded this world, the people below could have lived in peace, not satisfied with invading someone else's world. Watching you grow stronger through that filthy faith drives me insane. Jiangu realized cracks were beginning to appear. Sung-jun's voice echoed through her mind. I will tear apart bastards like you, every last one of them. Jiangu felt as though she was about to reach the light. It was gradually forming this man's goal, a new goal she had never had. Jiangu's vision was expanding. It was slowly taking shape, a clear, unmistakable goal. No, Sung-jun's determined voice rang through her mind. I will become a transcendent, so that no one in this universe can ever stand above me again. Only then can I make sure no one dares touch the people precious to me. Jiangu also realized the moment a clear goal took shape within her. She smiled. If it had been the old me, this would never have happened. She grasped the sword, but climbing the tower had made me pursue power relentlessly, without a clear reason. Clearly, Changu stood, drew his sword, yet forgot something truly important. But Han Sung-jin made me realize it. The journey of a man with a clear goal. She smiled and continued. Because I had no goal to protect, no companions, I wandered alone like a puppet of the tower. A goal I could never find on my own. I want to witness the ending with Sung Jin, just like when we first began this journey. She recalled the first time they met, the second time they teased each other, the times they accompanied each other on the battlefield when she smiled and comforted Runrun, the times he smiled at her, worried for her, or when they undertook missions together. Chang-gu smiled happily, placing his hand on his chest with Han Sung Jin. I can go anywhere, the man at the tea house spoke. So have you found the answer? She smiled. Yes, I can find it because I am not alone. Then there must be an ending. The man laughed loudly, ha ha. Chang-gu turned in astonishment. Why are you laughing? That ending. I also want to witness it. She blushed and glared at him. Then the man disappeared. Then good luck to you. Chang-gu looked up at the sky. Han Sung Jin, it's all thanks to you. I was able to break the physical chains binding my body. She turned back. You found the answer for me and taught me the importance of having a purpose and valuable companions to walk beside. Sung Jin silently watched her. Chang-gu continued, while the true supreme blood demon sword trembled violently. Then I should also fulfill my own role. It drew from its sheath, flying toward Chang-gu. She caught it, a tear rolling down her face. She said, if I continue living here, I will be reborn as the hunting dog of the ancient god of the tower, and that would endanger your companions. Canaria and Cohwa silently watched her. Chang-gu trembled, tears falling onto the sword. Then come here. For your goal to protect your precious companion. Chang-gu raised the sword. Sung Jin rushed out. He used his sword to block Chang-gu. She shouted angrily, what are you doing, Han Sung Jin? Why do you only try to stop me? Sung Jin clicked his tongue. He swung another sword toward her. Sung Jin frowned. You are my friend, my companion, and someone I admire. If I could move forward with you, how wonderful it would be. I wanted to see the ending with you. Chang-gu charged straight at him. She continued to attack, but if you cannot surpass me, you will die pointlessly right here. Chang-gu shouted, surpass me, move forward. Chang-gu stomped on the ground. For his goal, the demon sword she held gradually glowed red with magic. For his precious companions, Chang-gu lifted the demon sword to the sky, a blazing red skull appearing above her head. As long as I live, I will always be your obstacle. Sung Jin stared at the scene in shock. He heard Chang-gu, I do not want to be a hindrance to your will. The skull pursued Sung Jin. Chang-gu shouted, I do not want to be your burden. Suddenly Sung Jin froze. A thought flashed through his mind. No, he turned around. For me, you are not that kind of person. Chang-gu, the red magic touched his face. It quickly wrapped around Sung Jin's entire body. Sung Jin quickly broke free. You are. At that moment, Chang-gu just managed to lunge forward. She clenched her hands, scolding him. You foolish, pitiful fool. Sung Jin stared at her in astonishment. Whack! A strike landed squarely on his face. Chang-gu had punched him away. Sung Jin fell backward. Chang-gu coldly said, if you hesitate here, she pointed the demon sword straight at his eye. We'll end that hesitation immediately. Whack! She plunged her demon sword into the ground. At the same time, the heaven-breaking sword also pierced through her body. Sung Jan looked at the hilt she held. He called out anxiously, Chang-gu. His eyes widened in shock. Why? Sung Jan stared at the heaven-breaking sword piercing Chang-gu. He suddenly realized, the reason she bound me with the blood demon god technique. Was it so that I would be pierced precisely by my own sword? Chang-gu spoke. Han Sung Jan, you tried to save me. You intended to wait until this challenge ended and then remove the punishment, right? That's why you kept prolonging time and stopping me. But wherever the system's rules apply, the Tower of Trials is even stronger than the three ancient gods. Clearly, you would lose if you die here just to save me. What would you face against the gods of despair, destruction, and madness threatening Earth? The trash gods are targeting you. She caressed his cheek tenderly. So do not worry about me and move forward, transcendent. Even if my body dies, my consciousness will only temporarily rest in the divine conceptuality. This is only a brief farewell. She smiled. If we meet again, as long as I can see you again, Han Sung Jan. Chang-gu's body gradually faded, her tears streaming. I hope we meet again in a world without the tower, where you have achieved your goal at the final destination. Sung Jan trembled. Chang-gu, you are my precious companion. A look of surprise flashed across Chang-gu's face. Sung Jan continued, whenever I struggled or suffered, you were always by my side. That is why I was able to change myself, because I came to understand the joy of this journey while walking it with you. Tears streamed from Sung Jan's eyes. So Chang-gu, you are not a burden to me. Hearing that, Chang-gu smiled. After everything she replied, thank you, Han Sung Jan, my precious friend. Her body faded into nothingness. The screen appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the 48th floor of the Tower of Trials. Sung Jan's voice echoed, the destination. Before him stood the true supreme blood demon sword. A world without the tower. A world where my goal has been fulfilled. He promised, I will show it to you, so please rest in peace. Sung Jan smiled faintly, my friend. Canaria and Selkwa anxiously called Han Seong Jun, looked regretful as the warrior had been by his side for quite some time. It really is a pity, Seong Jun, though reluctant. With your current state, perhaps you should rest a bit. Seeing the two girls' worried expressions, Seong-jun replied, "It's fine. I grip the demon's sword tightly because I'm weak and even the chance to choose is not mine. That's why I keep failing." His gaze was resolute. "For this reason, if I don't want to lose anyone, I must become strong. Until I reach the tower's final floor, where no one has ever set foot." System displays, "Congratulations, you have cleared floor 45 of the challenge tower." Canaria and Selkwa dashed forward. Selkwa ran so fast that blue sparks flickered beneath her feet. The monsters in the distance were startled, looking toward the trail. Selkwa charged, coldly slicing with her sword at the monster. Her eyes suddenly became alert. An arrow grazed Selkwa's shoulder. It was so fast that her eyes widened in shock. Selkwa looked toward the glittering light. From where the arrow appeared, a gray-cloaked figure continued to draw his bow, releasing arrows. Selkwa squinted, observing him. Canaria leapt from elsewhere, sword in hand. She struck at the hidden archer. Canaria furrowed her brows cautiously after finishing the attack. Scene shifts to Seong-jun. He grasped the demon's sword, pulling it from the monster's body. Canaria and Selkwa stood behind him. System displays, "Congratulations, you have cleared floor 59 of the challenge tower." The challenge tower adapted as the great challenger reached its peak for the first time. Challenger Han Seong-jun silently observed the notification. "The right to enter the tower's final floor has been approved." A door opened before the three of them. Canaria, surprised, "This is the path to the final floor." Selkwa commented, "This pressure is overwhelming." Seong-jun frowned slightly. "This feeling, I've felt it somewhere before." Selkwa excitedly said to him, "Then let's move to the final floor. I'm curious what's there." Seong-jun stopped her. "No," he told the two girls, "I will go to the final floor alone." Selkwa exclaimed, "Seong-jun, why are you?" Canaria placed a hand on her shoulder. "Cut in, fine, do as he wishes. We'll wait in the waiting room." Seong-jun smiled, "Thank you." He stepped toward the door alone. Selkwa turned to Canaria. "Why are you letting Seong-jun go alone?" Canaria replied, "Can't you feel it?" Selkwa's eyes widened in shock. Canaria looked toward the door. A killing intent was spilling from inside. Seong-jun must have his own reason. Selkwa pressed her lips together. She placed a hand on her chest, worried. Seong-jun stepped inside the tower. Seong-jun walked slowly, murmuring, "Absurd." Gears appeared and kept moving. He hesitated, thinking to himself, "I know the challenge tower is skilled at mimicking everything." Seong-jun stood before another door. He looked puzzled, even blessing. "And the materials needed to become a transcendent can be copied, even the ascension ritual." He placed his hand on the door. In his mind, he deduced that the door bore a pattern representing the path through the ascension gate. The gears in the space symbolized the truth of the universe, presumably. The final floor was a counterfeit of the ascension ritual necessary to become a transcendent. Seong-jun seemed to grasp the core issue. "So this is the challenge granted to those reaching the tower's final floor." He exhaled and smiled, speaking. "For the tower's divinities, creation, law, and miracle, it can imitate everything to a certain degree." Then, Seong-jun directly used his fists to destroy the gate. He shouted in anger, "That also means its limits are too clear. A fake ascension could never produce a transcendent." Seong-jun furiously unleashed punches and questioned, "Didn't it? Someone intended to use a single fake ascension to turn them into puppets." He concluded with certainty, "Then the structure below should be destroyed." Seong-jun continued, "Challenge Tower, you and I are essentially the same. The only difference is the goal we pursue." As a statement, he sought to become a transcendent to protect his people and homeland, while the tower pursued transcendent beings to erase the god's very existence. A familiar figure appeared. Seong-jun's voice echoed through the tower. "You know, a close friend died because I once told me this." That was the image of John Woo. He repeated her words for the tower's development. They couldn't find a clear purpose for themselves and lived on as the tower's puppets. With 5 tightly clenched punches came an additional affirmation. Yet a new goal was born, a world without the tower. Jong-gu had broken free from the tower's control on her own. She gently set foot on the ground and the two of them looked at each other with warmth. A world they could witness together. Looking out from the top of a building, it was a world where everyone could be happy. Sung-jan reached out and used a violet flame. Then he declared firmly, "That is why you will never achieve your goal." The system announced that the divinity of death was activating. His hand clenched tight. The flame was crushed, spreading outward along with his declaration. "Just as you crushed her goal, I will crush yours." The system appeared and the surrounding space shattered into fragments on its own. Everything broke apart under the power of the divinity of death. Only Sung-jan remained on that path. He staggered forward and warned, "So tremble and wait." Sung-jan's gaze was sharp, his voice spelling out every word, "I will make you pay." Sung-jan's feet were sinking into the water. His entire body was slowly being pulled under as well, leaving only his resolute eyes staring ahead. Now all preparations for the final story were complete, and a status message appeared. "Consume the regression stone to return permanently to Earth." The scene shifted, and an entire city was engulfed in flames, with massive explosions happening everywhere. Camera lay rolling on the ground. Catherine's figure was there as well. Elsewhere, Hayon was also lying there, covered in injuries. A figure appeared and walked toward them. The camera recorded someone wearing a slightly torn cloak, and he knelt down right in front of it. Then the camera cut off with a voice ringing out, "He is here." Above the huge crater, Seung-hun appeared and was moving at high speed. He looked over and shouted, "There is only one target." John Seok gritted his teeth and replied, "We will suppress him right here." As soon as he finished speaking, they all clenched their grips. Their weapons came crashing down at the person below, and that man's voice rang out, "You pathetic fools, cut them all down." At the same time, two skeletal ghosts were launched to both sides and unleashed sharp command slashes. They were wounded, coughing up mouthfuls of blood with cries of pain. He curled his lips and said, "Those who dare block the Lord and my faith shall be executed." Before he could finish speaking, Seo Gua and Canaria appeared. Two surges of aura swept quickly past the believer, making him freeze. His face twisted as he wondered inwardly, too fast, what just happened? The two girls had quickly caught the two people. The believer roared, "What the hell are these dog-bone-looking bastards?" Sung-jan appeared, flashed past him with a swift sword strike, then looked back in cursive. "Shut up and just die already." Then, amid the ruined scene, he asked the two people who had just been saved, "So you mean, because of the attack by the one called the Fanatic, all the nations on Earth have been destroyed?" They immediately nodded to confirm it, then fell silent for a moment. Sung-jan clenched his teeth and wondered inwardly if something like this could really happen. He looked puzzled. The victory reward of Earth space should have been protected by the exclusive dimensional barrier X. Seo Gua spoke up, "Sung-jan, if it is the Fanatic, he has been preparing to invade Earth for a very long time." Canaria continued. "Or perhaps challengers born on Earth chose to serve the Fanatic, and they personally carried out the preparations in advance. Without that condition, breaking the dimensional barrier would be absolutely impossible." He frowned, pondering the two girls' words. Sung-jan thought to himself that he was not sure whether that was the truth, but it was clear that the Fanatic had truly taken serious action to invade Earth. He spoke up, "What about the others?" Hearing that, the two looked up in shock. Sung-jan asked them, "Where are the rest of our comrades?" Seo Young-hun answered. Hayon said she would go to the Hunters Association with Catherine. She probably went to request reinforcements, but a whole day has passed and there has still been no news. Those words made Sung-jan somewhat worried. He sat there and called to the two girls, "White Crane Sword Immortal, Iron-Blooded Monarch." Sung-jan turned back and said to them seriously, "From now on, I need you to move quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished, leaving only streaks of light and John Seok's astonishment behind. Seo Young-hun froze, then hesitantly asked, "This aura, could it be?" Sung-jan and the two girls rushed across the buildings at top speed. The sixth sense's skill activated to guide the way. He told himself, "Move faster." Sung-jan frowned with worry, urging himself over and over, "Even faster." Meanwhile, the shadowy figure in the tattered cloak was raising his sword toward where Hayon lay. A sword thrust had just been launched. Sung-jan cried out in shock and pain. No, Jong-gu's image flashed through his mind again. As Sung-jan moved, he told himself, from now on, no one. His brow tightened as he affirmed that he would not let anyone die. Another believer was preparing to drive his sword down. Sung-jan shouted loudly, calling the iron-blooded monarch. She shot forward, her hand ready to seize her sword. At the same time, he used the divinity of death. The believer froze. His eyes widened as he muttered, "Black mist." He wondered, where did this thing come from? A shout rang out, "Die!" Then a blazing red sword aura was slashed out from Canaria's hand. Sung-jan rushed toward that place and shouted Hayon's name. Ziqua helped Catherine up and happily announced, "Sung-jan, she's okay, she just fainted." He observed the situation and thought to himself, Catherine is fine, but Heian is losing too much blood. Sung-jan took something in his hand and told himself, no more hesitation. He aimed it at Heian and acted, "Heal her immediately." Sung-jan furrowed his brows with determination, silently praying in his heart. "Wake up, hurry and wake up." Heian's eyes slowly opened. Then she coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment his eyes finally relaxed. Heian had begun to move. Her body was still in pain and her weak gaze looked up at him. In a hoarse voice she called Sung-jan's name and gently scolded. "Why did you come so late?" Sung-jan's lips trembled slightly from emotion as he silently looked at her. Heian continued weakly, "Do you know how many times I tried to reach you? Many hunters fled to other dimensions, and those who stayed to protect this land died one by one. I tried to hold on with the few remaining hunters. Without you it was impossible." Heian cried, tears streaming down her face. She pressed her lips together and continued, "I was so afraid." Sung-jan now felt even more relieved, thinking, "I almost lost an extremely valuable teammate." The number of dead could not even be counted. Everyone who stayed to protect this land except them was gone. His face darkened, blaming himself, "It's all my fault." The name of the mad god kept echoing relentlessly in his mind. Thoughts of him brought despair, devastation, and madness. His eyes flashed a terrifying, deadly light with a silent resolve. "You will be torn apart and killed by my own hands."